Though it had just passed the heavy snow solar term, spring was quietly making its presence felt. Outside the Wu family ancestral school, many branches stretching out from trees were already sprouting new buds. Since the time of Emperor Chana, when he divided the world into 9 provinces and established order over the land, tens of thousands of years have passed. Now, the world is divided into 9 parts with 9 countries standing tall. Gentlemen, you must harbor great ambitions. To serve the court and establish a career or join the martial academy to transcend the self. Do not waste your time and become idle aristocrats indulging in luxuries. This was an examination discussion class. Instead of lecturing from the podium, the teacher sat among the students, smiling as he merged with them. Sir, it's said that Great Chana cast the 9 tripods to gather the aura of China to suppress demons. Is this true? A student raised his hand and asked loudly. Outside the slightly open door, a young boy was sweeping the remnants of snow in the courtyard but kept his ears pricked up, secretly listening to what was happening inside. I've read about these 9 tripods in books. Legend has it that during the early years of the Xia dynasty, King Chana ordered the 9 provinces to contribute metal for the casting of the 9 tripods, symbolizing unity. It's said they contain the essence of China's land, capable of rituals to heaven and earth, wielding unfathomable power. Hearing the question about the 9 tripods, he immediately recalled a book he had read in the archives. The boy's name was Zaire, a collateral descendant of the Wu family, the first family in Jiugong City. Because his parents died fighting in the southern barbarian regions, sacrificing their lives for the clan, he was admitted into the main branch of the Wu family. However, without his parents' protection, he was utterly vulnerable, finding every step within the family challenging. The clan values clear rewards and punishments. Though I was elevated into the main branch due to my parents' contributions, I myself have yet to make any significant contribution. To meet daily expenses, I can only rely on working at the archives in this school. Zaire mused deeply. The Wu family does not support idlers. Without seniority or favor, both main and collateral descendants must work to earn monthly wages. Only those who achieve the practitioner stage and become martial artists can escape labor and focus on cultivation. But becoming a martial artist is no easy feat. Zaire had been practicing independently for 3 years, but he still hadn't reached the threshold for breakthrough. If only I had taken that body-strengthening pill back then, I would have long since broken through, rather than still be sweeping classrooms. 3 years ago, after his parents died in battle, the clan leader not only admitted him to the main branch, but also rewarded him with a highly valuable body-strengthening pill to help build his body for cultivation. Unfortunately, Arvin led a group to steal the pill. Arvin, son of the Berkeley, had many supporters and significant influence. Apart from a nominal punishment like confinement, even the clan leader couldn't do anything against him. Afterward, many relatives began bullying Zaire, and even some servants, trying to curry favor with Arvin, started setting traps for him. If simple bullying was tolerable, there were quite a few who wanted to kill him outright. Because he reported the stolen pill to the clan leader, Arvin ended up confined. After being released, feeling humiliated, he sought ways to eliminate Zaire. Under Arvin's secret instigation, many held animosity toward him. Thanks to Zaire's resilient character and patience, he managed to survive until now. Well, that concludes today's lesson. You are all elite offspring of the Wu family, each endowed with cultivation. The future of the Wu family lies in your hands. Work hard. In the classroom, the teacher stood up. After spring begins, it will be the triennial admission period for Tianyang Martial Academy in Jingzhou. There's about a month left. You must seize this opportunity. If the selection elders see potential in you and admit you into the Martial Academy, it will truly be like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. In the future, with your capabilities, you will have endless opportunities, and the entire Wu family will be proud of you. Understand? Note: the term Jiuzhou, 9 provinces, is culturally specific and often refers to China or a vast territory. I replaced it with endless opportunities to maintain natural fluency in English while conveying the sense of vast prospects. Understood, sir? Soon, a group of 15 or 16-year-old boys filed out in succession. The lecture ended, and they prepared to enter the practice ground for martial arts training. Yin Go, should we join the martial academy or serve in the court? Several boys surrounded one of them and asked. This boy wore luxurious clothes, exuding an air of elegance and ease, unlike Zaire in every way. The martial academy has its benefits, as does the court, Arvin smiled calmly. But for me, the martial academy suits me better. The court has too many rules, requiring cautious behavior and respecting those stuffy scholars, none of which align with my aspirations. Other boys agreed wholeheartedly. One suddenly noticed Zaire sweeping snow and said, Yin Go, do you think this guy will get into the martial academy? Him. Arvin glanced indifferently, then sneered. 3 years without reaching the forced training stage, yet he dares to dream of entering the martial academy? Passing students heard this and rolled their eyes disdainfully. Everyone knew Arvin intercepted the monthly cultivation herbs sent to Zaire by the clan. If not for this, Zaire wouldn't still be stuck in the physical conditioning phase. Of course, facing Arvin, they dared not show any displeasure, grumbling inwardly as they hurried away. Speaking of martial arts cultivation, we've heard you've improved recently, Yin Go. How about showing us and guiding us a bit? Let us broaden our horizons? One suggested, prompting others to agree, hoping Arvin would teach them. Arvin remained silent, glancing around before approaching the broom Zaire usually used. With a light palm strike, a crack echoed as the wooden broom shattered into splinters. Lifting something light as if it were heavy. This is the Viscera Mastery Realm, one boy exclaimed in awe. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Force training, bone training, and viscera training correspond to warrior, master, and grandmaster. But even reaching the marrow training stage, which is the grandmaster realm, is still merely human. My goal is the Qi realm, where one transcends and enters the fasting state. Arvin looked pleased with the reaction, remaining calm and composed. Reaching the Qi realm means entering the fasting state, abstaining from worldly food, completely mastering the divine path of martial arts. Another boy said wistfully. Breaking through the Qi realm isn't as simple as that. Even with resources and good techniques, it remains incredibly difficult. Another side. His father had nearly reached the Qi realm but ultimately failed, dying unfulfilled. That's because he didn't enter the martial academy, Arvin remarked. With sufficient resources in the academy, reaching the Qi realm is only a matter of time. You're right. It's rumored that within the academy, there's a pill called the foundation building pill, a divine pill for building martial arts foundations. Taking it guarantees breaking through the Qi realm. Arvin nodded approvingly and then glanced at Zaire nearby, his eyes flashing with coldness. Noticing his gaze, a boy whispered, Yin Gu, we're preparing for the academy selection soon and don't have time to watch over this guy. Should we just cripple him to avoid? No need. Arvin raised his hand to interrupt. Ultimately, he is still a clansman sharing the Wu surname. Let's not be too extreme. Translation ends here, while preserving the original structure and tone. Please let me know if further adjustments are needed. Chapter 2. The legendary artifact, the 9 tripods of Great Chana. The archive pavilion had 3 floors, and with Zaire's status, he was only allowed access to the first floor. Ordinary books on various subjects, as well as miscellaneous items, were stored here. Only the second and third floors contained genuine martial cultivation manuals, which were guarded by specialized experts within the clan. Zaire's daily duty was to clean the first floor and organize scattered books and miscellaneous items back into their proper categories. After a brief cleanup, seeing nothing urgent around, he casually picked up a book and started reading it right there. This book described martial arts and cultivation. It was incredibly old, eaten away by insects, and only the front half remained. It was unclear who had authored it. Driven by the desire for strength, people began cultivating. The immortal martial realm strengthens the mortal body, divided into 4 stages. The first stage is power training. Through various exercise methods, one strengthens the body, lays a solid foundation, making muscles firm and full, improving reflexes, and surpassing ordinary people in strength and agility. The second stage is bone training. Upon reaching this realm, bones become as hard as iron. Explosive power and penetration force are formidable, and resistance against attacks is greatly enhanced. The third stage is organ training. Through various breathing exercises, organs are continuously cleansed of impurities. Breath becomes deep and continuous, stamina increases, and overall physical capabilities improve once again. The fourth stage is marrow training. Cultivation penetrates deep into the bone marrow, blood flows like mercury, and vitality gradually unifies. Lifespan extends well over 100 years. Beyond that lies the Qi realm. At this point, one transcends the immortal realm, achieving divine power through martial arts. One can absorb Qi from the heavens and earth, engaging in endless battles beyond the reach of mortals. Afterward comes the transformation realm, where the entire body becomes impervious to blades and bullets, achieving mastery in martial arts. Following the transformation realm are even higher realms such as the soul, spirit, mystic, and true realms. By then, one practically wields powers akin to those of deities described in novels. Having finished reading, Zaire returned the book to its place. Martial cultivation truly captivates the mind. Pity I haven't even reached the first stage of power training yet. He pulled out another book without a cover from the shelf, recounting ancient legends. It was quite intriguing. It mentions the 9 tripods here too. Zaire noticed that many legendary stories included accounts of the 9 tripods. One story detailed how after casting the 9 tripods, Emperor Chana violated heavenly principles, leading to the downfall of the Xia dynasty within half a year, and the 9 tripods vanished without a trace. Just as he was engrossed in the story, there was sudden commotion at the door. Zaire, Master Yin needs the courtyard cleaned today. These are unwanted items you need to sort through immediately. A group of people carried several boxes inside and placed them in the storage room under the instructions of a manager. In the Wu family, emphasizing frugality meant not discarding things casually. Items were kept in storage, periodically sorted, and sold via promotional means. To support the large Wu family, creative income generation was essential. This time, they brought quite a lot, several large boxes that formed a small mountain when dumped. Zaire decided to get tools first. Sorting by hand could easily result in injuries from sharp objects. As he crossed the pile, his foot tripped over something unexpectedly. Crash! He fell face first into the mountain of clutter, stirring up dust. Ugh! Wiping the dust off his face, he looked back and saw an object partially buried, the very thing he had tripped over. It seems to be a bronze artifact? The storage room floor was just compacted yellow earth without tiles. Digging through the soil, Zaire retrieved a palm-sized bronze tripod. Sacred. Ancient. The tripod was engraved with famous mountains, rivers, and peculiar divine beasts. This tripod. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red shadow darted out from the mess, and Zaire instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Clang. A heavy thud rang out, numbing his entire right arm. The object had hit the bronze tripod. Realizing what was happening, Zaire, in panic, swung the tripod wildly at the blood-red shadow. Bang, bang, bang. In the chaos, he struck a dozen times until the figure turned into a bloody mess, then collapsed, sighing in relief. Upon closer inspection, it was a completely red snake. This is the scarlet python snake. Zaire had read about this snake in books. It was extremely fast, and being bitten would cause instant death even for someone at the power training stage. Its venom was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. It must be Arvin. Capturing such a scarlet python snake was beyond most people's abilities. Only someone at the visceral master level like Arvin could achieve this. Moreover, these items came from Arvin's courtyard. If there had been a snake hidden inside, it would have been noticed. At this moment, the bronze tripod, covered in snake blood, emitted faint, pure light. Turning his head, Zaire saw. Clang! Suddenly, a deafening gong resonated in his mind, as if shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately, the entire bronze tripod radiated with brilliant light, with mountains, rivers, strange birds, beasts, and all things revolving around it. Above the tripod appeared 3 strange characters. Ancestral seal script. Frequent reader Zaire recognized it immediately. This was the oldest and most mysterious script, containing profound truths. Jingzhou tripod. This is the 9 tripods of Great China. His eyes widened in disbelief, stumbling over his words. The 3 floating characters above the tripod were none other than one of the legendary 9 tripods, the Jingzhou tripod. It was unbelievable that this legendary item was hidden in the storage room. Legends told of the supreme power of this tripod. When it was cast, it incurred the wrath of heaven, but 9 days and nights of thunder couldn't damage it even slightly. This was a true artifact. Throughout history, tripods have always held a special significance. In ancient barbaric times, people used tripods to cook food and harmonize flavors. They later evolved into ritual vessels for sacrifices. In divination symbols, with Sun below and Li above, it forms the tripod trigram, symbolizing great prosperity, smoothness, and harmony. They also represent the world, such as challenging the world or determining the world. Zaire hastily concealed the tripod in his clothes, calming his excitement. The moment he touched it, a beam of light emerged from the mangled scarlet python snake and entered the tripod, emitting a mysterious energy that flowed into his body. Could those legends be true? Did I gain the essence of the scarlet python snake's flesh and blood? Zaire felt warm all over, his body feeling lighter. Great China cast the 9 tripods, infusing them with the life essence of creatures, allowing for divine sacrifices to obtain the power of life. He recalled a secret history he had read. It mentioned how China killed a demonic dragon that wreaked havoc upon completing the Xianxia tripod, gaining the dragon's powers after a sacrificial offering. By smashing the scarlet python snake, the blood and flesh stained the Jingzhou tripod, creating a simple sacrifice and receiving feedback. My parents died for the family, but the medicinal pills and cultivation herbs that should have been mine were all taken by Arvin. Now, possessing the Jingzhou tripod, my cultivation path will advance smoothly, soaring high. However, using this tripod within the clan is risky. Arvin has eyes everywhere in the clan. If discovered, I might lose the tripod and possibly my life. I guess I have no choice but to risk a trip to xuanhuan. The still warm body of the scarlet python snake indicated Arvin's intention to kill him. He must ensure his possession of this artifact remained undiscovered. Zaire's thoughts raced. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, only by being powerful can one secure a place to stand and live without becoming meat on a chopping board, left for others to carve up. Reflecting on his experiences over the years, if he had achieved Marrow training realm strength, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural and fluent in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 3. Rapid Advancement, Breaking Through 2 Levels. That night, silence reigned. In the dense forests of Xianxia, Zaire was holding his breath, hiding completely in the unmelted snow. The bone-chilling cold relentlessly invaded his body, but he stood as motionless as a block of wood, his eyes fixed on a giant leopard not far away. The leopard sniffed vigorously at the air, detecting the scent of fresh meat. It had been long since it last tasted flesh, and now drool flowed freely from its mouth. Slowly, the leopard approached a large tree, following the scent. Just as it drew closer, splash! Snow flew everywhere as the preset rope trap activated, ensnaring and lifting the leopard into the air. Squawk! The leopard struggled fiercely, emitting a terrifying cry. Zaire sprang forward with lightning speed. Even before reaching the leopard, his dagger plunged into its body. Agonizing pain caused the leopard to open its bloody jaws and snap towards Zaire's head, its ferocity overwhelming. But what awaited it was an enlarging bronze tripod. Clang! The beast was instantly stunned by the blow, dazed and disoriented. Having waited so long, Zaire would not miss this opportunity. He drove his dagger into the leopard's neck with all his might. Blood gushed forth, splashing into the Jingzhou tripod. Instantly, streams of light shimmered as the leopard's silhouette appeared within the tripod. Soon after, an immense force surged into Zaire's body. Zaire let out a series of howls as the tight-fitting clothes soaked with snow water swelled abruptly. Muscles rippled visibly under his skin, like chunks of steel, veins bulging prominently through the fabric. Blood surged powerfully through his body. It was as if he had suddenly expanded several times over, transforming from a frail frame into a towering, formidable figure. This wasn't just any adult leopard. Its essence was far richer than that of the scarlet whip snake. Had he not used cunning, this leopard, comparable to a calf, would have been far beyond his capabilities. Even with his tactics, Zaire nearly became its prey, only saved by the Jingzhou tripod he held ready. Xianxia was the largest peak near Jiugong City, 100 miles of dense forest harboring countless fierce beasts. Previously, Zaire dared not venture here. Without support, he risked becoming animal fodder. Additionally, Arvin constantly monitored him. Dying here would have been futile. But now he had no choice. To gain strength and not be someone else's pawn, he needed to risk entering Xianxia for sacrifices. Layer upon layer of dark sludge oozed from his pores, toxins purged as if beaten by a heavy hammer. He roared deeply, taking a step forward, bones cracking and popping audibly, turning him into a brute-like creature. Fierce, powerful, imposing. The essence of this spotted leopard is truly formidable, enabling me to break through to the strength cultivation realm. I'm almost ready to refine my entire skeleton and become a warrior. Moreover, this sacrifice bestowed effects akin to bone cleansing. Achieving the strength cultivation realm made one a martial artist. A warrior master required bone cultivation. By imperial standards, a warrior master could command at least 1,000 troops. Becoming an organ cultivation grandmaster would likely result in titles and military honors. And if one reached the marrow cultivation level and expressed interest in serving the court, high-ranking officials would immediately invite them to meet the emperor. Zaire clenched his fist tightly and struck out. With a crisp snap, a nearby pine tree, as thick as a teenager's thigh, was cleanly severed. Now my strength allows me to hunt even more powerful beasts directly without enduring such extended waits. He had waited from afternoon until midnight just to kill this leopard. Had it not been for 3 years of rigorous training, he would have frozen to death. Strengthened now, Zaire no longer wasted time and effort and decided to find stronger beasts for sacrifices. The next day, in Xianxia, a figure moved swiftly among the dense woods, agile as an ape. This leopard's power far surpasses any body-tempering pill. After running for half an hour, Zaire showed no signs of fatigue. Sensing the monumental changes within himself, he felt immense joy. Suddenly, distant roars echoed. A silver-haired blood tiger. Zaire concealed himself in a dense pine tree. By a mountain spring, a massive beast with silver fur drank water, twice the size of a spotted leopard, dwarfing even an adult buffalo. Its eyes were blood-red, lacking whites. It's injured. Observing closely, Zaire noted the blood flowing from the tiger. It must have battled another fearsome beast. Is there another giant beast in Xianxia capable of fighting a silver-haired blood tiger? Yet, this presented an opportunity. Facing an uninjured silver-haired blood tiger, Zaire would have little chance, but an injured one changed everything. Emboldened by newfound strength, he dared challenge the beast. The spring trickled, steam rising. The blood tiger seemed dazed from blood loss, oblivious to the approaching threat. Seizing the moment, Zaire rushed forward, dagger aimed at the tiger's neck. Roar. The sound shook the heavens, brain almost jellied. The blood tiger sensed danger and whipped its tail like a whip. Smack. The impact was brutal, a master strike that would obliterate a normal person. If not for the leopard and snake essences fortifying Zaire, he might have died instantly. Still, the attack left him badly shaken, barely conscious. So powerful. Shaking off the daze, he felt every bone rattling. Grabbing a nearby boulder, he hurled it, charging alongside. The injured tiger couldn't dodge, only swatting at the stone with a paw. As the boulder flew aside, a gleaming dagger streaked toward the tiger's neck. Thud. The blade cut into the neck, slicing downward. The windpipe severed, the blood tiger died. Zaire summoned the Jingzhou tripod for a ritual. Amidst swirling lights, his body seemed remade by divine hands. Muscles rippled, nails and hair regrew. Heat radiated as ice melted. By nightfall, Zaire regained consciousness. His wounds and old scars vanished, returning him to his original form. Now, he felt explosive strength, confident he could flatten people like Arvin with ease. This is just a side effect of rapid strength increase. Although I've reached the brink of organ cultivation, facing someone like Arvin who has practiced for years, I'm still no match. Books warned of this illusion. Succumbing to arrogance can lead to ruin. Zaire cautioned himself. To experience this illusion means I'm not yet accustomed to my new strength. I should pause further sacrifices for now. He surveyed his surroundings. The spring water was clear, and since this had been the territory of the silver-haired blood tiger, its presence would deter other wild beasts from coming near. It was an ideal place to practice martial arts. Hashtag Chapter 4, Divine Dragon Soaring, Wu Clan's Elders. Bang, bang, bang. Wood splinters flew everywhere. In the dense forest of Xianxia, Zaire continuously leaped, his fists striking the surrounding trees with each powerful blow. With every punch, the trees exploded outward, and he seemed like a fierce beast from ancient times, radiating boundless power. Silver-furred blood tiger, spotted leopard, and scarlet whip snake. My physical body has already been transformed, far surpassing what it was before. Zaire gazed at his unscathed hands. Only 2 days had passed since obtaining the Jingzhou tripod, yet everything had changed dramatically. It's a pity I don't have any cultivation techniques. Otherwise, I could break through to the internal organ refinement stage now instead of just blindly expending my strength. He had considered exposing his cultivation to gain an opportunity to study a cultivation technique on the second floor of the archives. However, within the Wu clan, Vince's branch held considerable influence. Given Arvin's character, even when Zaire had no cultivation, he dared to harm him. Now, if he discovered that Zaire had suddenly reached the bone-strengthening stage, he would likely spare no expense to eliminate Zaire to prevent future threats. Thus, Zaire abandoned this plan. For now, my top priority is to solidify this newfound power and familiarize myself with it before making further moves. If all else fails, I can always sneak into the training ground to learn. The Wu family's training ground generally barred outsiders. However, Zaire had prepared in advance, using methods from a manual called Heavenly Engineering Miscellany, to create a device called Thousand-Mile Eyes. Standing on high ground allowed him to observe all activities within the training ground. Having endured countless years of suppression and persecution by Arvin, Zaire never harbored thoughts of giving up. Instead, he spent every moment enriching himself and preparing for opportunities. A month passed quickly. Zaire practiced striking several trees incessantly. To prevent the trees from being shattered, he wrapped them in black cloth and attached sandbags, as if giving the trees armor. Divine Dragon Soaring. With a loud shout, he struck upward with his right fist, then kicked with his right foot, while leaping forward with his left leg and punching with his left hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes in one fluid motion caused the sandbags to explode, sending dust flying everywhere. His punches possessed 6 kinds of force: direct, upward diagonal, downward diagonal, wrapping, upward strike, and chopping. This move contained both upward diagonal and wrapping forces, along with a kick. With Zaire's current strength, even a silver-furred blood tiger would be instantly killed. This dragon form fist is truly formidable. During this month, besides cleaning the schoolhouse and the archives, he practiced relentlessly in Yin and observed the training ground, eventually learning the divine dragon soaring move. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn more, but the thousand-mile eyes couldn't capture the instructor's verbal explanations, only allowing him to observe their movements. The nuances of applying force still required his own insight. Despite these difficulties, learning this move was a significant achievement for Zaire. Through repeated practice, this simple move began to possess a subtle yet profound force. If a Wu clan instructor saw his actions, they would hardly believe their eyes. His movements and application of force were perfectly controlled, with a commanding aura akin to a dragon soaring through the air. This move had clearly reached the pinnacle of skill, making him a master in this regard. After a month of hard training, I now have complete control over my body. It's time to prepare for the breakthrough to the internal organ refinement stage. The internal organ refinement stage focuses on strengthening internal organs, purging impurities. Upon reaching this stage, one's stamina becomes extraordinarily enduring, and every movement enters a realm where even light touches can carry immense power, seeming weightless yet holding great force. In Jiugong City, the Wu family estate stood grandly. A group of elite descendants lined up respectfully on either side, extending to the main hall entrance. Inside the reception hall, the clan elders were dressed formally, standing solemnly. Seated on the main chair was a middle-aged man, surprisingly not the Wu clan patriarch. "Ryan's visit to our Wu family is truly a blessing," said the patriarch, who then ordered someone to present a tray of gifts. "Please accept this small token of our appreciation, elder. We hope you will guide our young ones." The middle-aged man accepted the gift subtly, smiling. Certainly. Not long ago, your brother Jonathan was promoted to the inner sect. By principle, the admission affairs in Jiugong City should be his responsibility, but Kimball's order is supreme, and we must comply." Naturally, Jonathan was also from the Wu family. 15 years ago, he joined Tianyang Martial Academy with outstanding talent. His presence ensured that, despite Vince's considerable influence, they dared not make rash moves or usurp the position of the patriarch. The current patriarch was Jonathan's elder brother from the same mother. Upon hearing his brother's promotion, the patriarch's smile widened. "No problem, Elder Kuai's guidance will suffice." Elder Kuai nodded slightly, and then presented an ancient book. "This is a collection of Brother Wu's cultivation insights, which he asked me to bring to you. He hopes it will benefit the clan." "Thank you, Elder." The patriarch received the book respectfully. Ordinarily, a regular elder from the academy wouldn't warrant such respect, but Elder Kuai was a close associate of the chief disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy. In the academy, the chief disciple set the example for all others and handled most affairs. Only the dean held greater authority. Using the imperial court as an analogy, the chief disciple was like a crown prince, overseeing the kingdom. "Elder Kuai, has there been any unusual activity in Jiugong City recently?" Elder Kuai asked casually. "Unusual activity? Such as the appearance of treasures or divine events?" "No," the patriarch replied after careful thought. Hearing this, Elder Kuai pondered. "If so, I will head to the city lord's residence first. In 3 days, we will conduct the selection to choose eligible youths to enter the academy." Escort Elder. A large procession exited the main hall. Noticing Arvin standing outside, Elder Kuai was surprised. "An internal organ master? How old are you?" Seeing his son being addressed, Vince Wu responded hastily. "Elder, my son turned 16 this year." 16 and already mastering cultivation deep into the internal organs. Excellent. Elder Kuai nodded approvingly, then turned to the patriarch. "For the recruitment, bring youth like him. They are precisely what the academy needs." As a senior elder of Tianyang Martial Academy and under the chief disciple, he paid little attention to internal conflicts within the Wu family. In his view, Jonathan, an inner sect disciple, was worth befriending. If the young man in front of him eventually entered the inner sect, it would be worthwhile to interact with Vince Wu later. Chapter 5. The Golden Lion with Horns, Refining the Organs. Yin. In the serene mountain forest, Zaire was watching intently ahead with a serious expression on his face. Facing him was an enormous lion with golden fur and a pair of terrifying horns atop its head. 3 savage scars adorned its face, adding to its fearsome aura. At this moment, the lion was also eyeing him fiercely. It seems this is the creature that gravely injured the silver-haired blood tiger. I didn't expect to find a golden lion with horns in Yin. Logically, golden lions with horns should be found in the southern barbarian lands. Yet one appeared here in Yin, even larger than the silver-haired blood tiger, about a third bigger. Zaire bent his knees slightly, squatting halfway down, his right hand tightly gripping a dagger. For some reason, instead of fear, he felt excitement at facing such a formidable beast, even eager to launch the first attack to test his current limits. Initially, Zaire had ventured into the forest to hunt for beasts to break through to the visceral stage, but he unexpectedly encountered this fierce creature that had injured the silver-haired blood tiger. Despite his excitement, he dared not underestimate or relax his guard, knowing that he faced a golden lion with horns capable of killing a blood tiger, far more terrifying than any other beast he had encountered before. The massive golden lion grew impatient, its hind legs pawing the grass as if it were a bull. With a powerful shake of its head, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. Whoosh! The golden lion leapt suddenly, creating air tremors and a gust of wind. Massive claws descended from the sky with incredible speed and force, akin to a stormy tempest, sending chills down one's spine. Without hesitation, Zaire rolled to the side, avoiding the deadly strike despite appearing disheveled. He relied purely on instinct rather than any formal martial arts. Boom! Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Missing its target, the golden lion with horns landed on all fours and lunged again with its gaping maw, emitting a pungent stench. At this critical moment, Zaire, having just exerted himself fully, saw no way to evade. His eyes gleamed coldly as he charged forward instead. His feet moved in rapid succession, left hand bracing against the ground, his body slithering like a snake or dragon along the earth. This was a small technique he had developed based on dragon-shaped fist, proving highly effective now. Suddenly, the human and beast aligned horizontally, one airborne, the other grounded. Kill. At the moment their shadows overlapped, Zaire flipped over and plunged his dagger into the soft underbelly of the golden lion. Taking advantage of the lion's momentum, he attempted to slice it in half with both hands pressing the hilt. In response, the golden lion's right front claw struck downward with bone-crushing force, snapping Zaire's left leg with a crack. Despite his flesh absorbing the essence of the scarlet practitioner snake, spotted leopard, and silver-haired blood tiger, strength surpassing even masters at the bone or visceral stages, he was still overpowered by the lion's immense power. Using the impact, the golden lion surged upward, narrowly escaping being eviscerated. Blood rained down, covering Zaire. Ignoring the pain and imminent danger, he shrank his body to the utmost limit. Just in time, he thrust the dagger upward. His elbow sank into the lion's body, and he was pinned underneath it. Feeling as though hit by a mountain, bones broke throughout his body, yet he held on, retrieving the Jingzhou Cauldron with sheer willpower. Sacrifice. Blood poured into the cauldron. The already grievously wounded golden lion couldn't endure further blood loss, dying within minutes. A colossal force surged into Zaire's body. Preparing himself, he maintained his resolve against the overwhelming power, resisting the urge to become a feral beast. Instantly, his body inflated unnaturally, growing larger with each breath. Clothing tore apart, leaving him as large as the silver-haired blood tiger. Bare-skinned, veins and muscles glowed purplish-black like a toxic web. Anyone unfamiliar would think he had been poisoned. The power of the golden lion with horns exceeded even the spotted leopard and the silver-haired blood tiger, subjecting Zaire to unprecedented agony. He felt his organs inflating and burning as if set ablaze. This is refining the organs. I can't lose consciousness. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to move the pinned golden lion aside. Enduring excruciating pain, he practiced divine dragon soaring to digest and dissipate the explosive force coursing through his body. Eventually, all the force was absorbed. My injuries. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered all wounds from the battle with the golden lion had healed, and his body returned to its former frail state. Apart from the dead lion and his enhanced strength, everything seemed dreamlike. My clothes? Realizing he was naked, Zaire felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, few ventured deep into Yin Amiyuntan beyond medicinal gatherers and hunters. And the power from the Jingzhou Cauldron was indeed perilous. If I hadn't used my fist techniques to vent some of it, I might not have woken up. Reflecting on the ordeal, he felt lingering fear. He realized he needed to exercise caution in future sacrifices to avoid overloading himself. Gurgling water sounds filled the air as Zaire bathed in a stream. Good thing I stashed some necessities here earlier, including 2 sets of clothes, so I don't have to return to town bare. Dressed, he experimented by slashing a boulder with his palm edge, causing a narrow crack. A subsequent punch shattered the rock into pieces. Hiss. Even at the visceral stage, my strength likely surpasses many masters in the marrow stage. Excitedly observing the shattered stones, he acknowledged that while his physical strength was unmatched, actual combat skills and mastery remained inferior to true masters. Immortal realm strength had its limits, with the strongest grandmasters reaching about the equivalent of 5 horses power, enough to tear a person limb from limb. Beyond mortal, breaking into the chi realm allowed the body to accommodate heavenly energy, enhancing strength exponentially. Zaire, imbued with the essences of powerful beasts, now possessed strength rivaling some newly minted chi stage adepts. Unfortunately, lacking proper cultivation methods and mentorship, his overall martial prowess couldn't yet overwhelm grandmasters. To improve further, relying solely on sacrifices through the Jingzhou Cauldron is insufficient. I need to find a stronger being than the golden lion with horns, yet risk bursting my body in the process. Considering this, he realized that mastering martial techniques and gaining combat experience were crucial. Translation complete. Please review and provide feedback for improvements or additional chapters you'd like translated. Still, I should return to the clan first and see if there's a way to obtain a cultivation method from the library. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it is natural and fluent while preserving the storyline and logic consistent with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are also kept intact. If you need more context or have additional text for translation, feel free to provide. ##### Chapter 6, The Fish in the Water, Odin. After breaking through to the Visiram Master Realm, Zaire returned to the Wu family compound. As he stepped through the gate, he saw a group of people laughing and chatting as they left together. The group naturally noticed him too. Arvin, standing at the center, frowned when he saw that Zaire was still alive. Brat, instead of sweeping the floor properly, where have you been running off to? Confess? One of the sycophants, skilled at reading the room, immediately stepped forward and pointed his finger at Zaire's nose, reprimanding him loudly. So what if I don't report to you? Are you the patriarch? Zaire replied with a cold expression. He was no longer the same as before. His strength now surpassed that of these Wu family disciples, so there was no need for him to endure everything like he used to. Excessive tolerance would only make others think he was weak. The sycophant took a step forward, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to strike, but was stopped by Arvin. It seems these days, while we were busy practicing martial arts and couldn't pay attention to you, you've grown some courage. As Arvin finished speaking, the others quickly chimed in. Brother Yin, this brat is disrespectful and has no sense of hierarchy. We should teach him a lesson today so he doesn't become a problem later. Yeah, I say we just kill him outright. Brother Yin, you're chosen by Cameron to enter Tianyang Martial Academy, an existence who can match Uncle Jonathan in the future. Even if you beat him to death, the patriarch wouldn't say anything. There's no need to kill him. It would damage your reputation. Just break his limbs and throw him into Xianxia. These sycophants' words grew increasingly vicious. Zaire looked at this group of troublemakers with cold disdain. Yes, with his current strength, they were nothing but clowns. Enough. Arvin waved his hand to stop them. Tomorrow is the day for the Martial Academy entrance exam. Although I'm favored by Cameron, it's best not to cause any unnecessary trouble during such a critical time. Arvin shot Zaire a cold, stern look, his killing intent no longer hidden. Arvin also had his own considerations. Only he knew that he had attempted to eliminate Zaire a month ago. The Crimson Flame Snake wasn't something an ordinary person could survive. Now that Zaire was still alive, the situation became more complicated. He didn't want to act rashly until he understood everything fully. What if the Patriarch was backing Zaire? That would be troublesome for the family. To Zaire's surprise, Arvin could actually hold back. This man has some depth. He probably fears that I survived his attempt a month ago. As he thought, he walked through the group with his head held high. Some people didn't move, and he pushed them aside. Brat. The one who was pushed away wanted to explode with anger but was stopped by Arvin again. Humph, don't bother with him. Let him enjoy these few days. These words made it clear to everyone that after the academy recruitment, Zaire was as good as dead. With a creak, the door of the old, narrow wooden house was pushed open. Inside, apart from a simple earthen brick bed, there was only a three-legged square table. Even the servants' quarters in the Wu family were more luxurious than this. Zaire stepped inside. This was his residence. It seems that Arvin is about to enter the academy, and these evil servants have become even more outrageous. Not only did they take away my only chair, but they even stopped sending water. He noticed the thick layer of dust in the empty water barrel at the door. He hadn't stayed here for a month because he had been going to the wild goose Amiuntan every night. Zaire blew on the bedding, causing a gust of wind to scatter the dust. At the Zhangfujing organ refinement stage, the internal organs are refined and strengthened, and experts can even exhale like a sword, injuring people from afar. With his physical strength, which far exceeded most organ refinement masters, such a scene was nothing. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Zaire turned around. Anthony? The newcomer was a burly man with muscles like an iron tower. Zaire recognized him as one of the coaches in the Wu family who taught martial arts. His soaring divine dragon technique was learned by stealth from him. Anthony was loyal to the Patriarch and usually only took orders from him. So what did this sudden visit mean? Seeing Zaire, Anthony stopped and smiled. Young Master Tianyi, I heard you returned. The Patriarch wants to see you. The Patriarch wants to see me? Zaire was puzzled. For 3 years, the Patriarch had ignored his plight. Suddenly calling him, did he discover his martial prowess? They walked through long corridors into an elegant small garden. Spring had arrived, and the garden was filled with blooming flowers. In the middle of the garden, the Patriarch was trimming branches. Tianyi, you're here. The Patriarch put down the shears and greeted him with a smile. Zaire quickly bowed and asked, what does the Patriarch need? While he spoke, Anthony nearby looked somewhat confused. The Patriarch laughed. They say you're timid, always nervous when talking to others. Seeing you now, those rumors seem false. He then gestured for Anthony to leave. Tianyi, shall we walk around the garden? Zaire hurriedly replied, as ordered, I dare not refuse. He realized now how powerful the Patriarch was after being in charge for nearly 2 decades, especially considering the political struggles within the clan. The Patriarch, shorter by half a head, was under 40 but already gray-haired. He smiled kindly as they walked forward. When they reached a bridge over a stream, the Patriarch stopped, leaning on the railing to look at the water. Fish swam happily in the water, creating a harmony with the flowers. Zaire stopped too. These past few years have been hard on you, the Patriarch sighed. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the clan, yet you faced such an end. Do you hate me? After speaking, he glanced at Zaire. Zaire felt a chill from his gaze, not from its sharpness, but from the helplessness and sorrow it carried. He felt the Patriarch's sincerity and, after a moment's thought, slowly replied, these experiences will benefit me in the future. They tempered my character and heart. A little hardship is nothing. Hearing this, the Patriarch laughed loudly. Well said, tempered character, hardened heart. You truly live up to being a hero's son with great aspirations. Then, looking at the fish, he said, many people are trapped in the water, becoming mere spectacles. Tianyi, you show signs of leaping beyond your current bounds. May it be so, as the Patriarch says. Zaire respectfully responded. Go ahead. The Patriarch waved him off. I've instructed Anthony to give you 300 taels from the treasury. Remember to go to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow for the academy selection. To Zaire's surprise, Arvin actually held back. This person does have some depth. He must be wary that I survived his attempt a month ago. Thinking this, Zaire strode past the group with his head held high. Some of them didn't move, and he brushed them aside roughly. Brat. The one pushed away started to get angry, but was once again restrained by Arvin. Humph, don't bother with him. Let him enjoy himself for a few more days. Everyone could tell from this statement that after the academy entrance exam, Zaire was doomed. Creak. A rusty, narrow wooden house door creaked open. Inside, apart from a simple brick bed, there was only a 3-legged square table. Even servant quarters in the Wu family were more luxurious than this. This was Zaire's residence. Seems Arvin is about to enter the martial academy, and these wicked servants have become even more oppressive. Not only did they take away my only chair, but they've even stopped delivering water. Seeing the thick layer of dust in the empty water barrel upon entering, he realized they had not delivered water for a long time. Having spent nights on Xianxia for the past month, he hadn't noticed until now. Sigh. Blowing at the bedding, a gust of wind seemed to blow out the accumulated dust instantly. At the Viscera master level, the internal organs were refined and strengthened. Experts could even form a sword with their breath or injure from afar. With his physical strength far surpassing most Viscera masters, this scenario was trivial to him. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Zaire turned around. Anthony? The man was a towering, muscular figure, his iron-like muscles exuding power. Zaire recognized him as one of the Wu family's coaches, responsible for teaching the disciples boxing techniques. Zaire had learned Soaring Dragon secretly from him. Anthony was under the Patriarch's command. Why had he come here? Upon seeing Zaire, Anthony paused and smiled. Young Master Tianyi, hearing you're back, I came specially. The Patriarch wants to see you. The Patriarch wants to see me? Zaire was puzzled. For 3 years, the Patriarch had ignored his plight. Why call him now? Did he discover Zaire's improved martial arts skills? Walking side by side down the long corridors, they entered an elegant small garden. Spring had arrived, and the flowers bloomed brilliantly. Amidst the flowers, the Wu family patriarch was busy trimming branches. Tianyi has arrived. Bowden put down his shears and greeted with a smile. Zaire hurriedly returned the greeting and asked, What orders do you have, patriarch? As he spoke, Anthony nearby looked slightly puzzled. Bowden laughed heartily. They say you, Tianyi, are timid, always trembling when talking to others. Seeing you now, rumors seem false. Turning, he gestured for Anthony to leave. Tianyi, would you join me for a walk in this garden? I cannot refuse an elder's command, Zaire replied respectfully. Though he couldn't see it before, Zaire now realized the complexity of the nearly 2-decade-long reign of the current patriarch. With constant attempts from figures like Vince to usurp power, the patriarch must have gone through intense struggles. Bowden was shorter by half a head, almost 40, with graying hair, yet he walked forward with a kind smile. Stopping at the small bridge over the creek, he leaned over, gazing into the water where fish swam freely, forming an unexpected harmony with the surrounding blooms. Zaire halted beside him. These past few years have been tough for you. Bowden sighed lightly. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the clan. You, as a hero's son, have suffered this fate. Do you hate me? Finishing, he glanced at Zaire, who felt a tightness in his chest. It wasn't due to any hostility, but rather the underlying helplessness and sorrow in those eyes. Zaire sensed the patriarch's sincerity and replied slowly, These experiences will serve me well in the future. They hone my character and strengthen my resolve. Though I've endured hardships, they are not significant in the grand scheme of things. Hearing this, Bowden laughed warmly. Temper the character, strengthen the will. Truly worthy of being a Wu family hero, aspiring for greatness. He then focused on the water, pointing at the fish. Many people are trapped in water, becoming mere fish to be admired. Tianyi, you have the semblance of a fish leaping through the dragon gate. Thank you for your auspicious words, patriarch. Zaire responded politely. That's all. You may go, Bowden waved. I've ordered Anthony to give you 300 silver taels from the treasury. Remember to attend the Tianyi Martial Academy selection tomorrow at the City Lord's Mansion. ##### Chapter 7. Public Lesson, Directed Mission. Today, the Tianyi Martial Academy was holding public recruitment at the City Lord's Manor, making the city unusually bustling and lively. The streets were filled with crowds coming and going, while the shops and inns near the City Lord's Manor were teeming with people. Visitors included young men who had come to take the entrance exams, their accompanying family members and friends, as well as many security and gang members looking to recruit skilled fighters from those who didn't make it into the academy. Many of the visitors hailed from towns and villages under Jiugong City's jurisdiction. Some wore wolf pelts, others donned straw cloaks and hats, and a few had 3 or 5 servants trailing behind them. Early in the morning, Zaire tidied up and set off. The City Lord's Manor was to the north, while the Wu family resided in the south, spanning almost the entire length of Jiugong City. By this time, most of the younger Wu family members had already started heading towards the academy's recruitment site. Among them were direct descendants, collateral relatives, and even some servants who planned to participate. However, many young masters and mistresses traveled in carriages, accompanied by 2 or 3 servants carrying luggage. Only Zaire went alone, a situation he was long accustomed to, finding it not only free of embarrassment but also liberating. Half an hour later, with his pace, Zaire could already see the towering City Lord's Manor. The main roads were swarming with people. It felt like the whole city had emptied out. Crowds gathered, forming a bustling scene. Get out of the way. A mavet. A furious shout came from behind him, followed by the galloping of 3 horses. Upon seeing this, the surrounding pedestrians hurriedly made way, causing some luggage to scatter in fear. Zaire frowned, turning to look. 3 well-dressed young gentlemen were charging on horseback. He immediately recognized them as yesterday's flunkies who surrounded Arvin outside the manor. One had threatened to teach him a lesson, another said he would beat him to death, and the last wanted to cripple him, so he wished for death. The 3 riders noticed Zaire among the crowd and exchanged glances, grinning wickedly. They simultaneously lashed their whips against the horse's hindquarters, speeding up as they aimed to crash into him. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zaire seemingly frozen in terror, they laughed arrogantly. Isn't this just fate? As the horses approached, Zaire sneered, effortlessly sidestepping to avoid the charge. At the same time, he thrust his palms, striking the belly of the outermost horse. Without exerting full strength, he still created a whistling wind. Boom. The 3 horses collided, thrown forward by their momentum, crashing loudly onto the ground. The 3 riders were hurled into the air, 2 landing headfirst with blood streaming and screaming in agony. The abrupt change stunned the crowd, who saw the 3 horses charging in, only to suddenly fly away with their riders smashing onto the ground. Immediately, there was chaos as people fell and horses tumbled. The crowd quickly recovered and gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. Amazed were bewildered, while a few high-ranking martial artists eyed Zaire with suspicion. Despite everyone coming to take part in the examination, hoping for luck, there were indeed many skilled individuals present whose sharp eyes did not miss what transpired. Watching the 3 groan in pain, Zaire felt a sense of relief. According to books, this must be the feeling of liberation. Previously bullied and oppressed by these people, he finally had a moment of pride today. After observing for a while, he turned to head toward the city lord's manor. Suddenly, the one unharmed rider shouted, "Bastard! Stop right there!" Ignoring him, Zaire continued walking. The enraged rider charged forward, his whip snapping toward Zaire's head. Smack! Even before impact, a crisp sound rang out, demonstrating great force. If the whip struck, it would leave severe injuries. However, Zaire was prepared, sidestepping easily. Seeing his attack fail, the rider twisted his face menacingly, attempting another strike. "What do you think you're doing?" Zaire barked, seizing the whip with one hand, preventing any further movement. "What are you up to? How dare you harm us?" With all his might, the man's face turned red with fury and fear, his voice harsh despite inward trepidation. "This is a grand event in the city. Your reckless riding endangers others and tarnishes the Wu family name. My action was merely a minor warning. Do you have a problem with that?" Zaire calmly stated. "Foul kid, who do you think you are?" Seeing his insolence, Zaire yanked the whip and slapped him twice. Smack! Smack! The man staggered, dazed from the blows. "Humph!" Zaire sneered, "Such behavior disgraces our family. If you have any objections, feel free to report me to the clan elder." With that, he walked toward the city lord's manor. I will tell young Master Yin, bastard, you're dead meat." To onlookers, the man's puffy, swollen face quivered with anger but lacked courage. How did Wu family produce such a skilled youth? I've never heard of him. His every move is like a mountain goat leaping, truly a formidable fighter. Despite my 10 years of training, I'd stand no chance against him. That man seems familiar. His name might be Zaire? People mused aloud. "Everyone, this is the preliminary test. Those who can lift that 300-pound stone over there may register here to proceed with further testing." Approaching the city lord's manor, Zaire noticed a group blocking the entrance while a clerk registered participants. Seeing him approach, many who witnessed his earlier feat moved aside. In a world where strength commanded respect, displaying skill earned immense admiration. "Young master, your prowess is remarkable, able to deflect 3 galloping horses with just 2 palms." Though seated, the clerk seemed well informed, greeting Zaire with a smile. "Someone of your caliber doesn't need to take the preliminary test." "Thank you." Zaire bowed gratefully, sparing himself the wait. After registering his name, he was escorted to a plaza within the mansion. The city lord's manor, the seat of true power in Jiugong City, covered vast grounds. The square alone was magnificently constructed, making anyone standing within it feel minuscule and awestruck. Several people stood in the plaza, all successful in the preliminary test. Among them was Arvin, who displayed surprise upon seeing Zaire. Had Cameron not been seated on the platform, he likely would have questioned the situation immediately. How could someone who trained for 3 years without breaking through to the power training realm possibly pass the preliminary test? Chapter 8. Unbelievable, a breakout fight. Zaire casually found an open spot in the square and sat down cross-legged, waiting for others to complete the preliminary test. In Jingzhou, every 3 years, Tianya Martial Academy would hold admissions across major cities. Announcements would be made a month in advance so that towns under each city's jurisdiction could have enough time to send candidates. This approach significantly shortened the testing period, allowing them to screen suitable students within 1 or 2 days. Abundant and hidden chi and blood, excellent indeed. We have another promising talent. On the platform, Cameron praised Zaire highly. A man standing next to him promptly reported, "Elder, this person is named Zaire, 15 years old, from the Wu family within the city." "Oh, another one from the Wu family," Cameron said with surprise and a smile. To have 2 moldable talents, and this Zaire is even more outstanding, entering the internal organ training realm at just 15. Their conversation on stage was not concealed, leading to immediate turmoil throughout the square. Among the crowd, Arvin instantly stood up. "What? This waste of space is also a master?" His expression was complex, shock, astonishment, doubt, and his eyes fiercely stared at the calm Zaire. Cameron would naturally not lie nor deceive everyone on such matters. For Arvin, it felt like an ant he usually despised and bullied suddenly became as powerful as himself. This was a result he absolutely couldn't accept. Zaire had anticipated this reaction. Without any way to conceal his cultivation, encountering a master like Cameron would inevitably expose his true strength. At least this gives me a reputation for talent, which should grant me preferential treatment when entering the academy. Yesterday, after meeting the patriarch, Zaire realized how unfathomably deep his martial cultivation was, far exceeding what the outside world thought. It was surprising that a grandmaster at least at the energy circulation level would willingly be the head of a small family. Despite being the first noble family in Jiugong City with centuries of lineage, the Wu family was insignificant compared to the numerous noble families across Jingzhou, let alone the entire 9 provinces. An expert at the energy circulation level could not only enter the imperial court, but would be considered a prominent figure, even in a 1,000-year-old noble family. Such a person choosing to be the patriarch of the Wu family was unexpected. Moreover, he had specifically instructed Zaire to participate in the academy's recruitment. Compared to the Wu family, entering the academy for study was undoubtedly the best path forward, and Zaire was not about to refuse. While he was lost in thought, the square had already filled up, leaving no standing room for latecomers who could only watch from the perimeter. "Alright, all young talents under 20 from Jiugong City who passed the preliminary tests are gathered here," Cameron stood and announced loudly. "If anyone is hungry or thirsty, they can replenish now. Those unprepared can report to the city guards around you. They will provide some food. Testing begins in half an hour." After the long wait and preliminary tests, many people's stomachs were growling. Quickly, everyone took out their provisions to regain energy. Zaire didn't need to. Having reached the internal organ training realm, his energy digestion and storage were at an entirely new level, sustaining him for days without hunger. The martial path was about continually surpassing oneself and transcending the mundane. Time flew by. Cameron, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and tossed something into the air. Instantly, the entire square was enveloped in a dazzling light, and everyone found themselves in an isolated space, causing panic and confusion. Changing the heavens and earth, truly divine. Even Zaire couldn't help but lose focus. The space resembled a life and death arena, surrounded by a green aura isolating everyone except themselves. It was a mystical realm unlike any other, yet external sounds could still be heard. Do not panic. This is the latest secret treasure created by the Academy, the Bug Me boundary, specifically for this selection process, Cameron's voice echoed. Now I will announce the test rules. This test is a tournament. All participant names will appear in the Bug Me space. You can choose your opponent based on the list. All performances during combat will be recorded by the Bug Me boundary. The top 100 performers will gain entry to the Academy. Injuries that endanger lives will disqualify and expel the perpetrator from the Bug Me boundary. As Cameron finished speaking, name lists appeared in all spaces, listing all those who passed the preliminaries. I don't believe that waste can match my cultivation. I challenge Zaire. Arvin shouted, seemingly pinned up for a long time. Sensing this, Zaire felt a sudden shift as his space merged with Arvin's. The combined area doubled in size, resembling the original square. Upon seeing him, Arvin sneered coldly. Waste? I never imagined you'd be quite the performer. No wonder you survived the red snake's venom. You must have already mastered cultivation. But today, no matter how you hide like a rat, I will cripple you. Zaire remained silent, stepping forward with explosive speed, covering several yards in an instant. Tear. A wave of energy split the air, and his body surged like a dragon in the clouds. Seeing such formidable physical power, Arvin paled, quickly raising his right hand. Swoosh. Several arrows shot out from his sleeves, speeding towards Zaire. A repeating crossbow? Zaire's brows furrowed, sinking low and using a technique similar to fighting the golden lion. The arrows flew over his head. Arvin, you stole my body tempering pill and embezzled my monthly resources. You dare talk of disciplining me today? Ridiculous. Zaire narrowed his eyes, emitting a rumbling sound from within, accelerating further, instantly closing the distance. Arvin felt the surrounding air sucked away, followed by a fist growing larger in his vision, carrying the force to shatter anything. Dragon walk across the earth. Facing mortal danger, Arvin seemed to unlock potential, twisting like a dragon and slipping away. Dragon form fist. This move was the essence of Dragon form fist, combining health benefits, body tempering, healing, movement, and pursuit into a perfect technique. After the strike, Zaire paused, analyzing the dragon walk across the earth. He wasn't merciful. He wanted to understand the force distribution and increase his experience in combat. The Wu family's dragon form fist was reportedly stolen from the 10,000 demon Ameuntans, but mostly recovered during the escape. Only the cultivation methods for a myrtle martial realm remained. Legend has it that the complete dragon form fist could cultivate divine dragon strength to subdue all. Drenched in cold sweat, Arvin, having reached master level, showed significant inner shock. No, you actually succeeded in internal organ training. Your punch rivals that of a grandmaster. Why? Why? Experiencing near death, Arvin roared in shock. Hearing about Zaire's strength was one thing, but truly witnessing it left him utterly incredulous. Even more difficult to accept was the fact that, despite being at the same internal organ training master level, he couldn't withstand that punch. The naturally proud and face-conscious Arvin now exhibited a look of madness and foolishness. Zaire suddenly darted closer, his fist swinging out and stopping abruptly just near Arvin's heart. If it moved any further, the burst of power would cause Arvin's heart to explode. Chapter 9. The Heart of Martial Arts and the Strength of Elders. However, Zaire slowly retracted his fist. Now is not the time to kill him. Buck Elder from the Tianya Academy could intervene at any moment. If I kill him here, it might. With his enhanced cultivation, his ability to think had also improved significantly. In just a brief moment, he considered various scenarios. Amiriover, with his keen eyesight, he had already seen that Arvin's judgment was clouded by anger. This man's heart of martial arts is destroyed. Even if he recovers in the future, it will be difficult for him to achieve anything significant. The practice of martial arts emphasizes both cultivation and conduct, but more importantly, the heart. A damaged heart for the path can lead to limited achievements, no matter how hard one tries afterward. It can even give rise to mental demons, leading to one's downfall. The Bug Me realm seemed to sense that the battle had ended, and with a tremor in space, the dazed and muttering Arvin slowly walked away. I wouldn't have obtained the Jingzhou tripod without his contribution. Watching Arvin's fading silhouette in the distance, Zaire was lost in thought. Perhaps because they saw that Arvin, who was at the internal organ refinement stage, had failed, few dared to challenge Zaire except for a few overconfident ones. At this moment, Cameron suddenly appeared beside Arvin. Seeing him motionless in a state of depression, Cameron sighed lightly. He has decent talent, but his character is truly lacking. Still, I can't let you waste your potential like this. Otherwise, wouldn't I rank last among the recruiters when we return? Wake up! A loud shout echoed like a morning bell, snapping Arvin out of his stupor abruptly. Thank you, Elder! He hurriedly bowed in gratitude. If not for Elder's help, I would have been finished this time. Focus on cultivating your character more in the future, Cameron said. He then vanished into thin air as he had other matters to attend to. The final test was coming to an end, and he needed to announce the list of those who passed. The Bug Me realm gradually closed, and everyone returned to the plaza. First place, Parker, record, 9 consecutive victories, cultivation level, internal organ refinement. Second place, Zyler, record, 10 victories in total, cultivation level, bone forging. Third place. Fifth place, Zaire, record, 5 consecutive victories, cultivation level, internal organ refinement. 97th place, Arvin, Record. None. Cultivation level. Internal organ refinement. The top 100 listed here will take a short rest and depart for Xianxia today, announced Cameron on the podium. Those who did not pass may leave now. Below, some were elated while others were disheartened. Those who passed cheered loudly, while those who failed hung their heads, full of regret. Nine Gong City really harbors many hidden talents. That first place winner is also at the internal organ refinement stage. Sitting on the ground, Zaire sighed. At that moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd. Master Tianyi, the clan head sent this package for you. Zaire paused as he looked at the black cloth-wrapped item, handed to him. Before he could ask any questions, the person disappeared back into the crowd. This, is it dragon-shaped fist? Inside the package, along with some clothes, there was an ancient book. After a quick look, Zaire realized it was indeed the dragon-shaped fist he had wanted. Previously, he had planned to learn from Arvin covertly, but failed due to Arvin's poor character. Now, things had unexpectedly taken a positive turn, leaving him both delighted and puzzled. He was happy to have obtained the dragon-shaped fist, but confused about the clan head's intentions. An hour later, only 100 or so people remained on the square. Cameron slowly descended from the platform and gestured for everyone to follow as they began to leave the city. Our journey to Xianxia is 13,000 miles long. I will lead you on this journey, which should take about half a month based on our walking speed. During the journey, if you have any questions about martial arts, feel free to ask me. This is an opportunity for you to cultivate your mind and build a solid foundation before entering the academy. Don't waste it. Remember, do not engage in any martial disputes with your companions on the road. Violators will be personally punished by me, stripped of their cultivation, and expelled from the group. Cameron warned them sternly as they left the city lord's residence. The streets were lined with people seeing them off. Mothers sobbing and hugging their children, fathers giving stern advice, friends congratulating each other. Many understood they were leaving their hometowns and felt a heavy heart. Zaire, however, felt lighthearted, free from such worries, and quietly pondered over the newly acquired dragon-shaped fist. That night, the group reached a town and began resting. Just past midnight, under the quiet darkness, Zaire found a secluded spot in the forest to practice the dragon-shaped fist. With the book as reference, the previously observed moves clicked into place, and many confusing aspects became clear. Hidden dragon concealing illusion. Hibernating dragon ascending to heaven. Divine dragon soaring through the sky. Dragon travels the earth. Dragon battles in the wild. The entire dragon-shaped fist had 5 major forms, with the last 2 being the most essential. Only now did Zaire realize that Arvin's previous demonstration of dragon travels the earth was merely superficial, lacking its true essence. When perfected, this boxing style made each move seem as if a real dragon were attached to the practitioner, generating dragon aura during combat, intimidating opponents' hearts, and delivering immense power. He also noticed that his previous understanding of divine dragon soaring through the sky differed slightly from the book's description. My self-derived divine dragon soaring through the sky feels fluid and natural to use, releasing force effortlessly. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether these differences were good or bad, or if he should practice according to the book. Wu family's dragon-shaped fist, mastered in a day. Your talent indeed surpasses others. A voice suddenly sounded. Who's there? He quickly scanned the surroundings cautiously. It's me. From the darkness, Cameron approached. I heard you were still an ordinary person a month ago, but are now a master of the internal organ refinement stage. Did you encounter something extraordinary? Hearing this, Zaire's heart raced with unease. Noticing his silence, Cameron smiled gently. Don't worry. You're part of the academy now. Taking others' extraordinary encounters is demonic behavior. I'm just curious about your situation and need to report your details to the academy. That's why I'm asking. Zaire put on a flustered act and quickly replied. Student has had no extraordinary encounters. It's the result of 3 years of hard training, and I recently broke through. Upon hearing of the academy's recruitment, I decided not to hide my abilities anymore. Oh, really? As the word really left his mouth, the surrounding air suddenly grew cold. Cameron flicked his finger, sending a burst of energy that narrowly missed Zaire's ear and embedded itself into the tree behind him with a whoosh. Crack. The tree exploded as if struck by a massive force. So this is the power of a marrow forging expert. A single strike can cause such terrifying destruction. Feeling the piercing pain in his ear, Zaire was astounded. This was the first time he had witnessed someone above the internal organ refinement stage in action. Such strength must never be challenged directly. Hashtag Chapter 10. Life and Death in an Instant. Arrival at the Martial Academy. If it were an ordinary martial realm, even a marrow cultivation grandmaster, Zaire was confident he could still have a fighting chance. But this was a Qi realm expert, who had achieved divine mastery through martial arts, feeding on Qi to abstain from food, with boundless stamina during combat. This was not something the ordinary martial realm could compete against. Only now, facing a true Qi realm expert, did Zaire understand why realms like marrow cultivation could only be called ordinary martial realms. He lowered his head, rooted to the spot, seemingly paralyzed by the terrifying power before him. The quiet night was heavy with the oppressive aura of Cameron. I advise you to confess everything. I already know about your situation. You lack cultivation resources and no renowned master has guided you. Yet at 15, you've reached the Viscera Mastery Grandmaster realm. Cameron's tone was cold and menacing. If it weren't for a miraculous encounter, then you must have practiced demonic cultivation methods. Zaire felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling killing intent like an invisible tsunami shattering the earth. Report to Elder, he shouted hastily. This student is also bewildered by this matter. It might be due to something my parents brought back from the southern barbarians 4 years ago. He didn't dare say 3 years because he had been in the Wu family all that time, and the situation would be easily uncovered. So he had to push it back to 4 years when his parents were still alive. Oh, an item? Cameron's tone suddenly softened, speaking mildly. Zaire felt the pressure lift from him. When he realized it, he felt as if he had been doused in water, his inner robe drenched in sweat. This student dares not conceal anything. That fruit resembled a snow lotus, but was blood red. Father simmered it for 7 days until it became soup, which I consumed. Since then, I felt an immense surge of strength and haven't fallen ill since. His explanation wasn't entirely fabricated. He had read about this in the Strange Objects Chronicle while in the library. It was a sacred relic unique to the Southern Barbarians. Southern Barbarian Blood Lotus? Cameron's expression showed contemplation. The Southern Barbarian Blood Lotus is a unique spiritual medicine from the Southern Barbarian Sacred Amyuntan, excellent for consolidating one's foundation and strengthening the body. You're indeed fortunate, or rather, your parents had good fortune. After this, cultivate diligently and don't let your parents' efforts go to waste. With that, Cameron turned and left. Zaire stood motionless for a long while, only relaxing after confirming Cameron was gone. What the books describe as life and death in an instant should feel just like this, he mused. Now devoid of any desire to practice, he enjoyed the night breeze and returned to his residence. The days that followed saw Cameron leading everyone on their journey. Traveling rapidly for half a month, they finally reached the base of Mount Tianya, covering over 12,000 miles. Beyond lies Tianya Martial Academy. Zaire looked up to see the entire Mount Tianya piercing the clouds like a sword. At the foot of the mountain, spring reigned year-round, with ancient twisted trees that required 3 or 4 people to encircle them. Flowers bloomed across the mountain, attracting countless birds circling above. On the mountain's mid-slope, large buildings were faintly visible, shimmering with specks of light. Those are your inner sect seniors who often visit the outer sect to explain cultivation principles, Cameron explained with a smile, noticing the astonished gazes of everyone. Zaire tried to peer through the mist to see the peak but found it elusive, always appearing indistinct. A sense of antiquity, as if existing since time immemorial, washed over his soul, making the Mount Tianya seem older than the world itself. This is one of the holy grounds for cultivation in the world, the Tianya Martial Academy. Zaire's heart pounded with excitement. He knew well that entering here would change everything. Well, I suppose everyone has had their fill of sightseeing, Cameron clapped to gather everyone's attention. The outer sect officer assigned to welcome you has been waiting for some time. Let's go. It was then they noticed a middle-aged man standing nearby. The man bowed respectfully. Greetings, Cameron. Cameron nodded indifferently and departed alone. Only after Cameron vanished did the outer sect officer straighten up and face Zaire and the others. The journey to the holy ground of the academy will take you 3 days and nights with your current cultivation. As he spoke, the officer casually tossed something from his sleeve, which transformed into a small boat that grew to a towering vessel, floating several stories high in the sky. Zaire's eyes flickered with astonishment. So this is what the books call immortal treasures? Just like Buckme Boundary seems to be as well. He thought if he had such a treasure ship, he could traverse the world effortlessly. Come aboard. Everyone slowly boarded the ship. Though you passed the secular selection, you can only enter the outer sect of the academy. As the officer spoke, he channeled true essence to lift the treasure ship into the sky. Now I will take you to the residence of new outer sect disciples. At the summit of Mount Tianya, within an extremely luxurious cave palace. In the grand hall, Cameron reported respectfully, Kimball, we did not discover any extraordinary treasures during our trip to Jiugong City. On the steps sat a strikingly handsome man dressed entirely in white, cross-legged in meditation. He seemed unsurprised and replied calmly, based on the prediction, the spirit treasure of Jingzhou has manifested, but choosing its master is natural. It's expected you couldn't find it. However, Cameron hesitated but continued, I did come across someone suspicious. Please discern, Kimball. Oh. This person is named Zaire, from the Wu family of Jiugong City. He broke through to Viscera Mastery at 15 without any prior reports of cultivation. Recently, his strength surged unexpectedly. Cameron added hurriedly, after thorough investigation, he claims to have consumed a southern barbarian blood lotus 4 years ago and has been cultivating diligently, keeping his strength hidden. With those words, he nervously glanced at the white-clad man, but immediately, he met a frigid gaze, causing him to flinch and lower his head further. If there's anything strange from our trip to Jiugong City, it's likely this person who might have acquired a treasure and gained strength abruptly. Silence fell in the grand hall. After a long pause, Cameron heard a voice. That's just speculation. You may leave. Yes. Soon, the grand hall was left empty except for the lone white-clad man, his gaze vacant as if lost in deep thought. Jingzhou Cauldron. Zaire. The man seemed to regain awareness, a contemplative look on his face. Suddenly, a streak of light flew into the hall. He raised his hand, catching the streak which then transformed into a voice. Bradley. The other 8 academies did not acquire the remaining 8 cauldrons. The Great Chana 9 cauldrons may have already been obtained by the 9 nations. End of chapter 10. ####Chapter 11. Alliance formation, standing together against external threats. A massive treasure ship soared through the clouds, its sails cutting through the mist. Zaire and a group of prospective students stood at the bow, admiring the breathtaking scenery before them, a sight none had ever seen. Hey, buddy, you've been carrying that bundle all along. It must be pretty important to you, right? A man suddenly patted Zaire's shoulder, his hearty laugh contagious. Who are you? Zaire asked, puzzled. The bundle was given to him by the clan elder, containing several sets of clothes, a copy of the dragon-shaped fist technique, and most importantly, the Jingzhou tripod. Clifton, the man smiled. I know who you are, aren't you Zaire? You ranked 5th in the selection. Hearing the name, Zaire recalled that this man was Clifton, who ranked 2nd and was already at the bone-strengthening stage. Seeing the robust build of the man, Zaire returned a smile and nodded. Come here. Let me introduce you. This is Parker, our top-ranked expert and peer at the same cultivation level. And this is Miss Bernice, who shares my surname. Clifton, with his naturally friendly personality, began introducing the others while pulling Zaire along. Parker wore a long sword on his waist and held a folding fan in his hand, radiating an air of scholarly elegance. Bernice, with a dark complexion, had thick calluses on her knuckles, indicating she practiced various martial arts extensively. Both greeted Zaire with warm smiles. Brother Tianyi, as fellow natives entering the martial academy, we should form an alliance to support each other, Parker said, gently waving his fan. Zaire hadn't heard of such a thing, but thought having a small team could be beneficial. Observing that both Clifton and Parker seemed well-versed in the ways of Tianyi Martial Academy, he felt they could offer valuable insights since he knew next to nothing about the academy. I didn't expect the academy to be so similar to the outside world, where the weak are often oppressed, Zaire pondered. Since we are all from the same place, we should indeed look out for each other. Delighted at his response, Clifton laughed heartily. With Brother Tianyi joining us, we'll surely stand firm in the outer court and won't be bullied. Parker closed his fan and added, soon, we will enter the true Tianyi Amiyuntan, but with our current status, we can only stay at the base. In 7 days, the academy will officially issue disciple tokens and treasures, granting us one chance to enter the library. Afterwards, there will be monthly assessments. If we fail, we will either be demoted to servants or leave the academy. Clifton's laughter faded as he glanced at Zaire and whispered, this is why forming an alliance is crucial. I heard recently that the southern barbarians are causing trouble. Our assessment tasks might take us to the southern barbarian battlefield. Bernice, who had remained quiet until now, frowned. 7 days? Wasn't it 3 days? It changed. Clifton looked around cautiously before continuing. Rumor has it that the southern barbarians plan to send spies into the academy. Therefore, the review period was extended from 3 to 7 days. Review? Zaire was surprised. To check if you're a spy for the demon sect, Parker explained. Clifton added quietly, ever since last year when Liangzhou Pingshan Martial Academy nearly lost its prized artifact to demons, all 9 major academies have implemented thorough reviews for new disciples. Just then, the entire treasure ship shook, followed by an announcement from an outer court official. We've arrived at the outer court. Let's go down. We need to choose good accommodation quickly, Clifton hurriedly urged the group before dashing towards the exit. Parker followed, waving his fan leisurely. Be careful. These two may have ulterior motives, don't let them take advantage of you, Bernice warned as she walked past Zaire. My grandmother is a distant relative of the Wu family, she added before walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Zaire's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected any connection between Bernice and himself. The treasure ship slowly descended over a vast plain, revealing a sprawling city-like structure beneath. Even larger than Jiugong City, which housed 4 million people, this area was just a corner of the Tianyi Amiyuntan base. As they neared the Tianyi Amiyuntan, its colossal size became apparent. The mountain foot, surrounded by servitors, also housed residences for outer court disciples. After the official led them to their accommodations and gave brief instructions, he left. Zaire ended up living in a courtyard close to the servitor quarters due to his position in line. Though noisy, this place isn't far from the forest outside, he thought, eyeing the forest beyond the city. He preferred practicing with the Jingzhou tripod away from prying eyes, and the dense forest seemed ideal. Besides, the extensive forest likely teemed with fierce beasts. Pity I have to wait 7 days to enter the library. Otherwise, I could start cultivating real techniques. Zaire owned an incomplete version of the Dragon Shape Fist and lacked cultivation methods, focusing only on combat tactics. Without a complete internal cultivation method, he relied on the magical effects of the Jingzhou tripod to reach the organ cultivation stage. To advance further to bone marrow cultivation, he needed a cultivation method to purify and transform his bone marrow, leading to a fundamental change in his physical body. 7 days. Zaire decided to use this time to practice Dragon Shape Fist and explore the Tianyi forest for future convenience. That night, within a courtyard in the city, Arvin was diligently practicing Dragon Shape Fist. Good. Facing failure and learning from it. You're a promising student. You haven't disappointed me. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Who? Arvin struck out instinctively, emitting powerful aura. However, his full attack missed, and he flew backward. Student pays respects to Cameron. Recognizing the figure, Arvin wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and kneeled fearfully. Cameron said coolly, next time, don't be so reckless. If I hadn't held back, you'd be dead. Thank you for your restraint, Cameron. Stand up. Cameron folded his arms and asked, tell me about Zaire's situation before. Arvin paused, then replied, Elder, Zaire excels at concealing his abilities. I thought he wouldn't achieve much in life, but. His expression turned conflicted. Concealing abilities? Cameron mused. Did his parents visit the southern barbarians 4 years ago? Did they bring back a southern blood lotus? Southern blood lotus? Arvin repeated, then realized, that explains why he abandoned the body forging pill. So, he had the southern blood lotus. So, his parents did bring back a southern blood lotus? Cameron frowned, unsure if he guessed correctly. This? Arvin also frowned, I'm not sure, but I can write to father, who would know if it happened. Cameron nodded and shifted the topic. I hear your family is serving the Chu Imperial Court, yet Jonathan, you, and Zaire joined our academy. Quite the strategic move. Translation provided maintaining the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence. With those words, Arvin hurriedly knelt down with a thud. Reporting to Elder, I swear with my life that my whole heart is devoted to the martial academy. I will never join the court. My father feels the same way. Seeing his reaction, Cameron smiled approvingly, not bad. Though your character may be somewhat lacking, this quick-witted ability to read the situation is commendable. Rest assured, as long as you do well, I will recommend you to the Bradley. Work hard. Hearing the words Bradley, Arvin became extremely excited and repeated hastily, please rest assured, Elder. Please rest assured, Bradley. Note, the translation retains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 12. Princess Buchanan encounters a grandmaster. Asterisk swish. Swish, asterisk. Zaire strolled outside the city without a care, pretending he was out for a night stroll. He didn't know if he was being watched, so it was better to be cautious until he was certain. Phew. The night air here felt inexplicably cool and soothing. Zaire looked up at the twinkling stars scattered across the sky and felt remarkably content. The Martial Academy truly is a holy place for cultivation. The vast mountain fortress and even the starry sky exude an air of tranquility and boundless mystery. These scenes reminded him of something he once read in a historical record about ancient times when there was a profession known as array master, who could arrange formations to manipulate the world using human ingenuity. Under the moonlight, Zaire moved deeper into the forest, his pace gradually increasing until he sprinted through the woods like a gust of wind. With his current strength, ordinary internal viscera practitioners were no longer a match for him. Even bone marrow realm fighters would be formidable opponents. My physical strength is as formidable as a lion or tiger, but apart from lacking an inner cultivation technique, I am also short on practical combat experience. As he ran, Zaire pondered over his shortcomings. Ancient books recorded that wise men said, "I reflect on myself 3 times each day." He had always followed this sage advice. Soon, he arrived in the deeper part of the forest. Looking around, all he saw were towering trees, one after another. Outside the forest's outer perimeter, the trees were only large enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace, but here, they were twice as big again. Who knew how long these trees had stood? Deep in the forest, it's so quiet that no one should find me here. After checking the surroundings, Zaire climbed onto a giant tree and began practicing dragon form fist on its thick branches. This idea came to him spontaneously upon seeing the towering trees. Practicing on branches would not only improve lower limb stability but also enhance agility far better than training on flat ground. Indeed, training on the tree has proven more effective. An hour of continuous practice with dragon form fist had already brought him considerable gains. As he marveled, a sudden flash of light appeared in the distance, then vanished instantly. It was deep into the night, and although the light disappeared quickly, he still noticed it. What was that? Zaire leaped higher into the branches, peering in the direction of the light. Could it be a treasure? Legends say treasures emit divine light when they emerge. With his eyes gleaming, Zaire jumped from one giant tree to another like an ape, racing toward the source of the light. Earlier, while running through the forest, he had to avoid trees, so he hadn't reached his full speed. Now, he seemed like a black lightning bolt leaping continuously, rapidly approaching his destination. Huh. Zaire suddenly stopped, the momentum creating a strong gust of wind that shook the leaves. Using this as cover, he hid among the dense branches, holding his breath. Not far ahead, huge trees lay toppled on the ground. In the cleared area, firelight and human figures intertwined, and several bodies lay scattered outside. The people were dressed in black, wearing masks, wielding flashing knives and swords. Apart from the dead, there were 21 living masked individuals surrounding a woman in the center. The woman wore a pale yellow silk gown embroidered with golden thread along the cuffs and collar. Despite the bloodstains on her body, she radiated an indescribable elegance and nobility. Princess Buchanan, we advise you to surrender rather than continue to resist. You've already used your life-saving talisman. What resistance do you have left? The leader of the masked group sneered coldly, and under his orders, the circle of masked people slowly tightened. You dare betray this princess? The woman's face was pale, but her gaze remained imperious. You must have been bought by the southern savages, betraying both the court and me. Heh. The masked leader laughed coldly. Your Highness, you can't be unaware of the southern savages' situation. The 10,000 demon Amiontans have allied with them, and many high officials of the Chu state are now on our side. Once war breaks out, the destruction of Chu is just around the corner. Why resist further? Hiding on the giant tree, Zaire listened intently to their conversation, his heart racing. I didn't expect the southern savages to have such influence, allying with demon races and even infiltrating the court. I wonder if there are southern spies in the Martial Academy. He turned his attention to the woman. This woman is a princess of the court. Should I intervene and save her? His parents died at the hands of the southern savages, and they committed countless atrocities. Deciding to act, Zaire tore off a piece of his shirt to create a mask, then silently dropped down like a cat, inching closer to the ground. But as soon as he landed, the leader of the masked men's ears twitched, and he abruptly turned, shouting, "Who?" Previously, the rustling of leaves hadn't caught his attention, yet now, landing had alerted him immediately. Startled, Zaire's hair stood on end. That gaze felt like a vicious knife piercing directly into his soul. Eye control technique. Grandmaster. Only a bone marrow grandmaster could kill with intent and ensnare souls with spirit. Ordinary people would become mindless fools the moment they met that leader's gaze. Daring no further hesitation, Zaire leaped like a tiger pouncing from a cage. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. 3 masked men were thrown back by his dragon soaring punch, crashing into distant trees with blood streaming from their mouths and chests caved in. With the complete dragon form fist manual, his skills had significantly improved. The punch was powerful and overwhelming. Seeing 3 skilled men fall in a single move, the leader's eyes flashed as he slashed with his long sword. Sky-splitting blade. A blade shimmer cut through the air as the masked leader charged forward. I can't block. Zaire felt nothing but icy blade light coming at him, soul-shattering. Facing a bone marrow grandmaster with a weapon, even his robust physique dared not withstand the edge. Zaire shifted his stance, using dragon step tiger pounce to rush into the group of masked men nearby. His strategy was to use them as leverage to disrupt the leader's attack. Inside the circle, the woman knelt with a sword, heavily injured. Seeing Zaire's clever move, she couldn't help but be amazed. And indeed, it worked. The masked leader paused, not daring to swing wildly with his blade. A great opportunity. Zaire leaped directly to the woman, scooped her waist, and leaped away again. Instantly, they escaped the masked men's encirclement. Without stopping, they leaped onto the trees and sped away. Don't let them escape, the masked leader roared in frustration. By the time everyone chased after them, there was no sign of Zaire in the forest. Chapter 13. A Qi Realm Expert's Full Power. Zaire didn't bother to check the direction as he swiftly fled through the forest with the woman. His sudden appearance had only caught them off guard, and among the masked men, only their leader reacted quickly. If they were surrounded now, given their highly trained methods, he would likely end up captured like the woman. Speaking of the woman, Zaire glanced at her, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He discovered that this woman was no ordinary strength, possibly even surpassing his own, but it seemed she was heavily poisoned, preventing her from utilizing her full strength. As he marveled inwardly, Zaire noticed a massive tree large enough for 10 people to encircle, hollow inside, and promptly hid with the woman. Who are you exactly? The woman asked. Are you the imperial princess? Inside the hollow tree, Zaire used a broken branch to block the entrance while counter-asking. Can you do me one more favor and use this jade pendant to notify the people from Tianyang Martial Academy? Zaire was taken aback. This princess was actually seeking Tianyang Martial Academy? Wasn't the imperial court usually not on good terms with martial academies? After some thought, he still nodded and walked over. However, just as he approached, the woman suddenly turned her sword, creating dozens of chilling sword lights enveloping him entirely. Zaire hadn't expected her sudden attack, but fortunately, his strong physique allowed him to react swiftly with bare hands. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of moves, the resulting chi power bursting the large tree. But the woman didn't stop. With her long sword in hand, her attacks were relentless, aimed to kill. Zaire's hands were torn by the sword energy, and her internal force seemed inexhaustible. Furthermore, each strike carried overwhelming sword intent, ready to sweep away any carelessness, leaving him vulnerable. Not an ordinary martial artist, this is a Qi realm expert. Only a Qi realm expert could harness celestial Qi, endlessly battling others. After supporting over 10 strikes, Zaire finally couldn't hold back and got stabbed in the arm, blood gushing out. Just a viscera-strengthening realm can withstand a Qi realm attack, indeed impressive. The woman's sword tip pointed directly at Zaire's throat. Why did you help me if you're not afraid of me? Why? Facing certain death, Zaire remained calm. If I hadn't been there, you would have suffered worse at the hands of those masked men. Why turn against me? They were originally my subordinates. Despite my kindness, Lenore finds them choosing betrayal. Her expression darkened. What in this world cannot be betrayed? Her cold gaze stared at Zaire. You don't seem worried. Do you have hidden cards? Even if you have hidden cards, what good will it do? One thrust of my sword will ensure your demise. Seeing this, Zaire gave a bitter smile. You wield the butcher's knife, and I am the fish on the chopping board. What use is panic? You are indeed composed. Lenore observed. Your strong physique and aggressive fighting style reveal ferocious might, yet lack combat experience. Could you be a noble son from Nanzhao? Only Nanzhao people have strong physiques? Zaire's question left Lenore speechless. Indeed, in this vast world, a small portion possessed innate strength and formidable bodies. Yet, despite some inaccuracies, she saw through his lack of practical combat skills, truly remarkable. And despite being severely poisoned, her strikes were fierce, indicating she might have handled the masked men without Zaire's intervention. He realized he acted impulsively for the first time. Meanwhile, Zaire noticed Lenore taking advantage of their conversation to regulate her body. The ground beneath her feet turned a strange black, grass withering around. She intends to flush out toxins using celestial Qi. I can't wait anymore. If she expels the poison, I'm dead. Realizing Lenore's intent, Zaire knew he must act. He punched upward with his right fist, tilting his head back so the sword previously at his throat shot upward. Not stopping there, as Lenore swung her sword again, he kicked rapidly toward her sword-wielding right hand. Courageous. Lenore stepped back, regaining balance. Zaire took this opportunity, leaping forward like a cannonball. Mid-air, his arms crossed and struck down forcefully. His physique integrated various ferocious beast essences, almost rivaling a Qi realm expert. Combined with the intricate dragon-shaped fist technique, though Lenore resisted, she endured the full brunt. Boom. Lenore sank into the ground, her chest-blocking sword bending from the impact. Cough, cough. She coughed up blood, yet regained her composure, landing after a leap. But having absorbed the blow, she sat shakily. Even Zaire flew back from the impact. Seeing her still mobile, he felt astonished. With full force, he could crush a boulder, yet she moved. Does a Qi realm truly overpower an ordinary martial artist? Cough, cough. You lack combat experience but keen insight and clever tactics. You seized my moment of distraction to break free. Lenore wiped blood from her mouth, seeming unable to continue. If not for my severe poisoning and injuries, this imperial princess could have crushed you easily. Zaire clenched his fists, then relaxed. I come from Zheogong City Wu family, not Nanzhao nobility. I saved you because of enmity with Nanzhao. As an imperial princess opposing Nanzhao, she couldn't be killed temporarily. Zheogong City Wu family? Lenore paused, giving Zaire a strange look. Do you know Dragon-shaped fist? A bit, Zaire admitted, preparing to leave. Since you're ungrateful, consider me unlucky. Farewell. Leaving? Lenore sneered, planning to alert others to kill me? Haha. Zaire rolled his eyes. Just because you're ungrateful doesn't mean everyone's evil. And if I were from Nanzhao, wouldn't capturing you with those masked men be better than fleeing? Hearing this, Lenore laughed. Did you think they alone could truly harm me? My feigned injury was merely to draw you out. As governor of Zhan Kingdom, wielding the divine sword, how could I be captured by mere fools? Chapter 14. 7-Kill Sword Technique, Nanman Alliance. The Town King's Manor? Zaire was startled. In the state of Chu in Jingzhou, If one were to discuss who had the strongest combat prowess and most distinguished war merits, it would undoubtedly be the town king. It wasn't unheard of for a commoner to receive the title of king, but this particular individual was undoubtedly a unique case in history. He never expected that Lenore would actually be the renowned town king's daughter. Who exactly are you? Lenore retrieved a bottle of medicinal pills from somewhere, then took one and placed it in her mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Zair's pupils contracted sharply. Sumaru holds mustard seeds? You're quite knowledgeable. Lenore remarked as she treated her injuries. You're truly a member of the Wu family from Jiugong City? The same Wu family that stole the dragon-shaped fist from the Jiaolong king. That's right. I have no reason to lie, Zair replied casually. Hearing this, Lenore seemed to become more interested. It's rumored that at its highest level, the dragon-shaped fist can transform one's body into a dragon. With just a wave of your hand, you can project the dragon's might to subdue enemies. Could you show me your family's dragon-shaped fist? And could you let me study the 7-kill sword technique of the town king's manner? Zair shot back without hesitation. Why not? Here, catch. Lenore directly threw over a yellowed ancient book. Zair was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Snap. Only when he heard the ancient book hit the ground did he react. Isn't the 7-kill sword technique a supreme technique of the town king's manner? Yes, Lenore nodded. But you. Zair was speechless for a moment. Lenore wanted his dragon-shaped fist, which was a Wu family's ultimate skill, only teachable to direct descendants. His earlier words had already expressed rejection. After all, who would readily give away their ultimate technique? But who would have thought she'd actually provide it? Now, Zair felt awkward. Should he or should he not give her the dragon-shaped fist? This Princess Buckchanan seems only a couple years older than me, yet her cultivation has already reached the Qi realm. She must be a genius in court, and being the town king's daughter, she's no ordinary person. Establishing ties with her wouldn't be a bad idea. After deliberating, Zair made up his mind. He pulled out the dragon-shaped fist manual given by the clan leader and tossed it to her. Here's our Wu family dragon-shaped fist, though it only includes training methods up to the ordinary martial realm and lacks inner cultivation techniques. Picking up the 7-kill sword technique from the ground, Zair continued. Great. Lenore snatched it, flipped through a few pages, and nodded. Not bad. Indeed the dragon-shaped fist. Clearly you're from the Wu clan. May I ask which lineage? I'm not from the main branch. My name is Zair. Zair? Lenore frowned, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Are you Zhao Shenaniang's son? Suddenly hearing that name, Zair's body trembled. You know my mother? Your mother used to serve my father. Your father? The town king? Zair quickly connected the dots. So there is a connection between our Wu family and your town king's manor? Indeed. No wonder the Wu family could go to the Nanman battlefield, while other families in Jiugong City couldn't. Previously, he was baffled and could never understand why his parents died in Nanman. Now he finally understood. Turns out the Wu family was part of the imperial court, possibly even under the town king's command. Lenore nodded. Back then, your ancestors stole an unparalleled technique from the Jiaolong king and ultimately sought refuge under my father to save themselves. Otherwise, given the Jiaolong king's grudge-bearing nature, your family wouldn't have survived. Zair chuckled bitterly. Then we really were fighting among family. Lenore laughed too. If you had mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have come to blows. These are wanding pills, capable of curing all wounds, a holy medicine from the imperial court. She then tossed him the bottle. Zair caught it, poured out one pill, and tossed the bottle back. The pill was bright red, glowing like a fire burning inside. After taking it, unexpectedly, a cold chill spread through his body before transforming into a warm current flowing throughout. Seeing he absorbed the medicine without any effort, Lenore was secretly impressed. This man's physique is truly formidable, absorbing all the power of the wanding pill in such a short time without needing to circulate any techniques. The wanding pill required collecting thousands of medicinal herbs and using the earth flame true fire for refinement in the great inner palace of Chu State. It took 10 years to refine one pill, and at most 9 pills per batch. Ordinary martial artists needed 7 days and nights continuously to absorb the effects of the pill without bursting, and even Lenore, at the Qi realm, would need an hour. Clearly, Zair's physical strength had reached a superhuman level, and this was after just ingesting the bull-horned golden lion, silver-haired blood tiger, dappled leopard, and crimson snake. However, what Lenore didn't know was that Zair couldn't activate any cultivation techniques because he simply didn't have any. Truly a royal medicine. Zair felt energized, with all his sword wounds fully healed without leaving a trace. Of course, Lenore said with a gleam in her eye. These sacred medicines are rare. Consider yourself fortunate. She originally intended to use this pill to immobilize Zair for a week, giving her complete control. Unexpectedly, she inadvertently helped him regain full strength. How's your injury? Seeing Zair showed no signs of attacking and was instead concerned about her injuries, Lenore relaxed. Almost healed. Nodding, Zair looked around and said, we shouldn't stay here. Our battle has likely drawn attention from those masked people. Let's go. With that, he grabbed her shoulder and swiftly leaped away. Zair, are you here to enter Tianyang Martial Academy as a disciple? On the road, Lenore asked. Yeah, the clan chief sent me for the academy selection, Zair responded while focusing on their direction. Excellent, Lenore suggested. Given your talent, you'll surely establish yourself in the academy soon. How about we collaborate? Collaborate? Zair paused. How? In a month, Tianyang Martial Academy will dispatch disciples to the Nanman battlefield, and the Empire will send princes and military experts. This is a joint decision by the court and academy, and I'll definitely be going. By then, on the Nanman battlefield, we can achieve great things together, perhaps even gain opportunities. Opportunities for what? These high-level matters were unknown to Zair, so naturally, he became curious. Lenore fell silent for a moment before responding, we'll see when the time comes. Chapter 15. Forest Training, Initiation Ceremony. Zaire soon found a hidden cave. There were several animal droppings around it. This must be the lair of some wild beast. The cave was dry and well ventilated, making it an ideal place to take refuge. The partnership you propose sounds tempting, but as you can see, I'm only at the organ cultivation stage, and I've just entered the martial academy. I have no idea what's going on. Zaire gathered some dead branches and lit a fire before hesitating to speak. Before he could finish, Lenore laughed. You dare say that? Despite my injuries, I'm still a high-ranking expert in the Qi realm. To fight me is far beyond the capability of an ordinary organ cultivator. She continued, you're quite greedy, asking for favors from me. Fine, when I return, I'll bring you something. But your top priority now is to establish your influence in the martial academy. Having allies will help you secure more cultivation resources. Only then will you stand out on the southern wilderness battlefield. Zaire pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right, but the outer academy has grandmasters at the bone marrow stage, not to mention the elders and inner academy members. I need at least the Qi realm to make a real impact, or I'll just be someone else's stepping stone. Hearing this, Lenore rolled her eyes. You really are greedy. Reaching the Qi realm isn't easy. It's not just about hard work. I managed to break through only because I activated my father's sword path of warfare. I heard there's a pill called the foundation building pill. Taking it allows one to enter the Qi realm, Zaire probed cautiously. Lenore shook her head. While the foundation building pill does enhance chances, it's not a guaranteed breakthrough. If it were that simple, we'd form an army of Qi realm experts and crush the southern barbarians outright. Perhaps how about this? I'm severely lacking in combat experience. How about you guide me over the next few days? Improving my skills would make our cooperation more reliable. Lenore looked at him with a sly smile, then said, you have too many thoughts, but fine. The southern barbarians are likely searching for me everywhere. We might as well use this time productively. I'll give you some pointers. Bang. The forest echoed with rustling leaves as powerful energies surged. In the woods, two figures clashed amidst the falling foliage, exchanging palm strikes, punches, and kicks in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Huff. After using the opponent's force to retreat, Zaire wiped sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. On the other side, Lenore stood calmly with her arms crossed. They practiced thrice daily. This was their 18th sparring session. Over 6 days, Zaire gained a deeper understanding of martial arts. His cultivation grew each day. Previously, he had relied on self-study and even covertly learned techniques, rarely receiving guidance or gaining combat experience. As a princess with a renowned father, Ari, Lenore possessed martial knowledge and experience far beyond ordinary experts. Under her guidance, Zaire filled in all his weaknesses. Though she appeared calm, Lenore was inwardly astonished. She hadn't expected Zaire to possess such incredible talent. With minimal instruction, he grasped new concepts quickly, showing rapid progress that stunned her daily. Your talent is formidable. Your physical strength is extraordinary. Could you possibly have divine blood? Lenore asked curiously. She had fought Zaire multiple times without weapons, feeling a tremendous power each time they exchanged blows. This strength was endless, bearing traces of Qi realm prowess. She wondered if his lineage had somehow awakened ancient abilities. Zaire shook his head. I have no special bloodline. For years ago, I consumed a blood lotus from the southern wilderness, combined with my natural talent, which might account for the difference. A southern wilderness blood lotus can't be that miraculous. Lenore waved her hand dismissively. It seems I underestimated your potential. You may be even stronger than I thought. Lenore glanced at Tinya Amiyuntan, saying, I need to visit Tinya Martial Academy. Time's running out. You've reached a certain limit. One opportunity will allow you to break through to the bone marrow grandmaster realm. Zaire bowed deeply. Thank you for these past few days. Lenore nodded slightly and tossed a book to him. It was Dragon Form Fist. This book is useless to me, so I'm returning it. And remember, study 7 kill sword technique carefully. Practicing without activating the sword path of warfare will lead to being consumed by overwhelming killing intent, turning you into a mindless puppet driven by bloodlust. Her voice faded as she disappeared into the distance, moving faster than Zaire could catch up. Watching her leave, Zaire pulled out 7 kill sword technique from his robes. Princess Bukyun. He smiled, reflecting on the significant gains despite initial challenges. In this world, only power truly mattered. After returning from Tinya Forest, Zaire studied 7 kill sword technique. Though he couldn't practice it, he hoped to gain insights from its principles. Among the 3,000 paths, the path of attack stands first, the sword path of warfare. Are those 3,000 paths real? Zaire pondered silently. Amazed martial manuals exaggerated their own virtues, claiming supremacy. So, he approached the descriptions in 7 kill sword technique with skepticism. The key to this Xinhuang mansion technique lies in the word kill, attaining the path through killing, stopping violence with violence. Zaire thought about Dragon Form Fist, wondering what its essence was. Dragon? He had never seen one. The next day, excitement filled the outer academy. Today was the initiation ceremony for all new disciples. When Zaire arrived at the central square of the city, it was already crowded with people. Hey, Brother Tianyi, over here. From the crowd, Zyler excitedly waved him over. Parker and Zyra stood beside him. Brother Tianyi remains composed as always. I admire that, Parker greeted with a bow. Not really. I stayed up late last night and slept in, Zaire chuckled. Time flew by as they chatted. Soon, it was time for the ceremony to begin. On the central platform, a white-haired elder announced. Please remain quiet. Now, let us welcome our chief elder to address the newly initiated disciples. Chapter 16. Kimball Dharma Master and Dermic Treasures. Kimball? When they heard this, all the outer disciples who had arrived on the scene immediately cheered. Actually, the Bradley. I can't believe that Kimball is here. Clifton and Parker were incredibly surprised. Even Bernice, who was usually reticent, stared wide-eyed as if she could hardly believe it. Seeing Zaire had no reaction, Clifton quickly explained, In previous years, new disciples' induction speeches were always given by some of the true disciple seniors. Oh, for some reason, these words made Zaire suddenly recall Lenore's figure in his mind. This year's induction ceremony was different from the usual. It seemed closely related to her arrival. If I'm right, they're likely going to announce the event of entering the southern barbarian battlefield in a month, Zaire thought to himself. At that moment, the air suddenly froze, with boundless pressure emanating from all directions. On Xianxia, a rainbow light like a bridge connecting heaven and earth pierced through the entire mountain. Then red clouds covered the sky, vying for brilliance with the sun. Meanwhile, celestial music played in the void, as if welcoming the descent of a deity. In the plaza, all the outer disciples were already kneeling on one knee under this invisible pressure. "Welcome the Kimball Dharma Master," shouted all the outer division officials in unison. A towering figure slowly appeared within the rainbow bridge, surveying everything below with supreme disdain. "You may rise." The silhouette did not descend but sounded like an emperor issuing orders from high above. Zaire, who had been holding out in a half kneel, felt his cold sweat streaming down as he clenched his teeth tightly. Once these words rang out, the pressure vanished instantly, nearly causing him to collapse. "This is the Kimball?" Zaire looked up, startled. The majestic figure in the rainbow bridge twisted the surrounding space, making it look like another world. "The gap between us is too vast. One day, I will also reach this realm where one is as powerful as heaven and earth." Zaire tightened his fists. The Kimball's awe-inspiring presence stirred his desire to grow stronger. Thinking there were such formidable experts in the world filled him with a sense of urgency. His life experiences told him that without great power, everything else was just talk. "Congratulations on passing the assessment and entering Tianya Martial Academy." The voice of the Kimball echoed through everyone's minds like the morning bell of the great Tao. "But the path of martial arts is fraught with difficulties. This is merely your new starting point. Do not be arrogant or overly confident. Now, the southern barbarians are stirring again, and we need you young talents to strike hard against them. To inspire you all, in 1 month, the Academy will lead everyone to the southern barbarian battlefield. First, to temper your martial arts skills, and second, to deal a heavy blow to the southern barbarians. At that time, those who perform outstandingly will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from me, along with other rewards that boost cultivation. I hope all disciples can strive diligently and not waste their time." As soon as the words were spoken, the officials chanted again, "Send off the Kimball. We send off the Kimball." All the outer disciples followed suit. The heavenly phenomenon dissipated instantly, leaving only a gentle breeze, as if it had all been a dream. Yet everyone on the square would remember the Kimball's words. How profound the methods are. Zaire marveled inwardly. He found himself unable to forget what the Kimball had said. This voice that penetrated one's soul was incredibly potent. On the platform, the outer officials came forward. "All new disciples, please line up orderly to receive necessary items from the Academy. From now on, you are students of Tianya Martial Academy. Your every move should reflect the Academy's honor." Hearing this, all the newly admitted outer disciples formed queues spontaneously before each official. At this moment, no one dared to cause trouble. "What kind of items are these?" Zaire asked curiously. Clifton behind him explained. "Clothing, standardized talismans, weapons, some rulebooks of the sect, etc." "Heh, brother. I guess you don't know much about it, do you? These clothes are no ordinary garments. They are dermic treasures crafted from the skin of a dragon-like creature, which can repel venomous insects and deflect blades, breaking any mortal weapon on contact." Someone in the nearby queue laughed. "As for the talismans, they are even more remarkable. Besides healing common internal and external injuries, they can aid in cultivation, calming the mind, and preventing mental deviations. The weapons are dermic treasures too. Choose from swords, spears, cudgels, halberds, axes, hammers. The 18 weapons, each able to sever hair and slice through iron like butter, and can emit sword chi that can pierce through the southern barbarian's flesh. Regarding the books, they record the rules of the Academy, along with several basic movements and boxing techniques, and information about the southern barbarians." After hearing this, Zaire was delighted. Whether it was dermic clothing or talisman weapons, especially the cultivation techniques, although basic, they were exactly what he needed. "May I know your name, sir?" Parker politely asked. "Innes is my name." "Clyde. Oui. Fong." Parker struggled to pronounce the unusual name and awkwardly smiled. Soon, Zaire and his companions received their items. Due to the 7-kill sword technique, he chose a longsword. Bernice picked a pair of boxing gloves, looking very pleased while examining them. Parker chose a fan, matching his demeanor perfectly. Unexpectedly, Clifton also opted for a longsword. These are indeed excellent items. If in the outside world, each piece would be worth a fortune. Zaire nodded in agreement. With this longsword in hand, even a light swing felt razor-sharp enough to cut through air. In combat, even if the opponent was clad in armor, this longsword could penetrate effortlessly. "Everyone, I'll go back and try them out thoroughly. Goodbye." "Haha, me too. I can't wait to give them a test." Clifton grinned, following suit. Back at his quarters, Zaire put on the dermic robe. Instantly, he felt a cooling sensation over his body, while warm currents surged during strong winds. So this is the wonder of dermic clothing? Zaire felt elated. Next, he took out the talisman. Just handling it made his mind clear and free of distracting thoughts. Excellent treasure. But the real highlight was the few books. Precisely the 2 cultivation manuals. Tianya Step, Lingyun Palm. Chapter 17. The 9 Martial Academies, entering the library. No wonder everyone wants to enter a martial academy. The treatment here is simply too good. I wonder what kind of benefits the Imperial Court offers. Can it match this level? Zaire flipped open the Tianya Step. This was the most basic movement technique at Tianya Martial Academy, supposedly created by the founding master during his stroll on Tianya Amiyuntan. Truly wondrous. Zaire closed the book and, with eyes shut, recalled the content in his mind. Then, he slightly moved his feet, as if an invisible force lifted him, each step feeling like walking on clouds. This was the essence of Tianya step, soaring through the air, treading on the clouds. He began moving faster, leaving multiple afterimages behind. In the outer disciples' quarters, which included sleeping beds, wardrobes, tables, and other furniture, Zaire used the Tianya step, treating these obstructions as non-existent. His movements were so agile that it was impossible to tell where his true form was. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zaire stopped, all the afterimages vanishing. The dragon-shaped fist does involve some footwork, but perhaps due to its incompleteness, it lacks the versatility of the Tianya step, he mused. He then picked up another book, Cloud Soaring Palm, studied it for a while, and put it away. These two basic techniques from Tianya Martial Academy were not overly complex, containing only a few pages. However, they offered significant assistance to Zaire, who previously only had dragon-shaped fist. Even that technique, he had acquired only recently. Thus, when facing opponents like Lenore, Zaire relied mostly on the few moves he knew, especially the self-studied divine dragon gliding through the sky. Now with two new techniques to practice, he intended to master them thoroughly to unleash his full potential. Whirlwind Sweep. With a loud shout, Zaire used the Tianya step and performed the Cloud Soaring Palm. Instantly, it seemed as if 10 Zaires appeared, each delivering a palm strike. Smoke, dissipating clouds. The palm technique changed, and all afterimages followed suit. It felt like a strong wind had entered the room, causing all furniture to shake violently. Bam! The table exploded, wooden splinters flying everywhere. Come forth. Zaire let out a long howl, treating the flying debris as imaginary enemies, striking them down before they even came close, turning the wood into powder with sheer force. Accompanied by a cloud of dust, Zaire landed from mid-air. Though my cultivation hasn't improved, my strength has already surpassed what it was before, he thought. If he faced Lenore again, he could likely hold on for an hour, assuming the opponent didn't use a sword. Zaire continued reading the remaining two books, Tianya Martial Academy Regulations and detailed explanations of the 9 martial academies and Southern Barbarians. He quickly skimmed through the first one before picking up the second. This book was thick and began with introductions to the 9 martial academies. Songyang Martial Academy, Nanhu Martial Academy, Tianya Martial Academy, Hongdao Martial Academy, Pingxuan Martial Academy, Fenglong Martial Academy, and Ding Martial Academy, Lori Ouyuan Martial Academy, Nishan Martial Academy. Page by page, Zaire learned about the 9 academies. Songyang Martial Academy in Xianxia was considered the strongest overall. Nanhu Martial Academy was the richest, with even its outer disciples' residence paved with exquisite white jade, extremely luxurious. Tianya Martial Academy, due to its constant battles with the Southern Barbarians, maintained formidable strength, featuring the founder's image atop Tianya Amiyuntan, capable of suppressing all demons. I'll first look into the Southern Barbarians. In a month, he would head to the Southern Barbarian battlefield. Understanding the enemy was crucial. The Southern Barbarians originated from ancient times, their origins unknown. Legends say that in prehistoric times, they ruled the world, but this claim remains unverified and is considered a myth. They revere Amayant Tian as a sacred mountain, establishing powerful tribes around it. Due to their harsh environment filled with ferocious beasts, the Southern Barbarians are exceptionally fierce, bloodthirsty, and devoid of morals. They frequently raid human cities, using the lifeblood of victims to worship barbarian gods, practicing divine ways, making them the enemies of humanity. Legend has it that in ancient times, Emperor Channa cast 9 tripods using supreme powers, sacrificing barbarians to heaven, praying for the welfare of the people. 9 tripods? Sacrificing barbarians to heaven? Zaire's eyes widened. Can the tripods still be used to sacrifice barbarians? However, the book contained limited information on this, treating it almost like a mythical story. But Zaire did not doubt its veracity. He recalled using the Jingzhou tripod to sacrifice fierce beasts like the bull-horned golden lion and the spotted leopard, gaining their blood and essence. But due to his physical limitations, he hesitated to use it again, fearing he couldn't endure the effects. Now learning of the tripod's other uses sparked a new idea. I wonder what changes it would bring if I sacrifice barbarians. If it's like the silver-furred blood tiger, my current body might not withstand it. It seems I need to improve my physique to avoid wasting this opportunity. Like a cup holding water, his body had its limits, but he needed to expand its capacity, transforming it into a pot or even a bucket. Thinking of the new outer disciples having the chance to enter the library and select techniques, Zaire tidied up and left the academy gates. New disciple Zaire requests entry to the library. At Tianya Martial Academy, there were 2 types of libraries. Zaire was now at the outer disciples library within the city. The real advanced techniques were stored atop Tianya Amiyuntan, currently inaccessible to him. Give me your token. Outside the outer disciples library, an official said. Zaire hurriedly handed over his emblem, a token representing his identity at Tianya Martial Academy, recording basic information about the holder. The official looked surprised, accepted the token, verified it, and nodded. Yes, you can enter. Remember, you can stay for at most 2 hours, and do not damage the books. Understood. Thank you, Elder. As Zaire walked in, the official's voice called after him, next time, remember to blood seal your token. Blood seal? Immortal artifacts, talismans, etc. require blood sealing to fully function. Didn't you know? Hearing this, Zaire was stunned but quickly responded with a bow. I'm from the countryside, unaware of these things. Ah, you can find relevant books on the 7th row, explaining how to blood seal artifacts. Thank you, Elder. Note asterisk the structure and flow have been maintained to align with the original Chinese text, ensuring coherence and natural readability in English. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Thunder Secret Scripture, Blood Sacrifice Refinement. Magic treasures are tools refined by cultivators, ranked in levels of magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, and treasure artifacts. It's rumored that above treasure artifacts, there exist divine artifacts. Typically, refining magic treasures involves blood sacrifice or soul sacrifice. The former is a common method for lower-ranking cultivators. Although simple, it cannot fully unleash the power of a magic treasure, while the latter can unlock its full potential. Zaire followed the recommendation of the warden and arrived at the 7th row of bookshelves. After casually browsing through several books, he gained a basic understanding of how to refine magic treasures. But now isn't the time to refine a magic treasure. My top priority should be finding a suitable cultivation technique. Zaire did not forget his original intention for entering this place and began searching the outer sect library. The entire library, despite only having one floor, was larger than the mayor's mansion in Jiugong City. It contained over 1 million scrolls, excluding miscellaneous texts like classics, history, philosophy, and literature. Cultivation techniques were categorized into their own designated area. These cultivation techniques were further divided into many types, such as external, internal, palm, sword, and saber techniques. Each category had its own specific shelf, each shelf as large as a living room. Zaire walked slowly, stopping here and there, eventually reaching the internal cultivation section. Secret Manual of Green Light. Mystic Secrets of Thunder Sound. Treasure Cannon of Burning Soul. Quickly flipping through hundreds of internal cultivation techniques, Zaire shook his head at each one, placing them back. None of these were what he was looking for. But soon, his eyes rested on a book with a green cover. The Mysterious Thunder Secret Scripture? After skimming through it briefly, Zaire finally smiled. Yes, this is exactly what I need. The Mysterious Thunder Secret Scripture is a cultivation technique focused on tempering the body with heavenly thunder, guiding lightning into the body, making every move accompanied by the power of thunder, leaving opponents unable to defend. According to its records, this is a technique capable of breaking human limits, primarily focusing on physical refinement, supplemented by internal cultivation. Since he had found what he needed, Zaire didn't linger long. He sat down at a nearby writing desk and started copying the text. This was the rule of Tianya Martial Academy. Nothing could be taken from the library unless it was manually copied first. Upon returning to his residence, Zaire did not immediately start cultivating the technique. Instead, he took out the Academy-issued talisman. He bit his finger, dropping blood onto the talisman. Instantly, the talisman floated mid-air, spinning before him. Moments later, he felt his mind merging with the talisman, as if it became an extension of himself. With a mental command, the talisman danced in the air, almost alive. So, this is the effect of blood sacrifice refinement? Elated, he then performed the blood sacrifice ritual on his acquired magical sword and enchanted robe. Sword come. In the room, Zaire pointed upward, and instantly, the sword shot out of its sheath like lightning, landing in his hand. At that moment, he felt nothing odd about it, like a child playing gleefully with a new toy. Right. Zaire suddenly remembered something and took out the Jingzhou tripod from a secret compartment beneath his bed. Magic treasures can be refined with blood sacrifice. Can this great xuanhuan tripods also? Without hesitation, he dripped blood onto the tripod. Surprisingly, the blood seemed to be absorbed, vanishing immediately. Not enough blood? When the tripod showed no reaction, Zaire added 2 more drops, but still nothing happened. After adding 5 more drops, he gave up. Strange. Frowning, Zaire realized the tripod couldn't be refined using blood sacrifice. I wonder if soul sacrifice would work, he thought. However, achieving soul refinement required reaching the soul realm. Currently, he was only at the chi realm and hadn't even completed the organ strengthening stage yet. Worshipper Cameron, father has replied. Arvin stood outside an opulent courtyard, respectfully reporting. The door creaked open on its own. Come in. Cameron's voice called out from inside. Arvin hurriedly stepped in, seeing Cameron seated amidst incense smoke. This is dragon spittle incense, which enhances cultivation. Recognizing the unique fragrance, Arvin was astonished. The incense was worth thousands and hard to find. Wu clan's patriarch once spent tens of thousands of gold for a single stick, during which Arvin saw it. If you like, I can give you a box. Cameron smiled, noticing Arvin's amazement. Thank you, elder. Arvin rejoiced, knowing how valuable this gift was. Now, tell me what your father said. Arvin bowed and replied, Father says that Yuan brought back a demon weapon, not a South Barbarian blood lotus. Demon weapon. Cameron rose abruptly. Is this true? Arvin lowered his head. Absolutely certain. Father witnessed it firsthand, and later when the court officials arrived, the weapon disappeared. Hearing this, Cameron furrowed his brows and paced back and forth. Demon weapons are Abyssal Fiend's possessions. How did it end up in Jingzhou? Could Zaire's rapid cultivation advancement be due to this weapon? He murmured to himself. Arvin, you've done well. I must report this to the headmaster. Since his visit to the library, Zaire practiced the mysterious thunder secret scripture. Unfortunately, it hadn't rained on Tianya Amiyuntan for the past half-month, let alone thunders, preventing him from truly refining his body with thunder. However, despite the lack of thunderstorms, he made some progress. Wind sweeping clouds away. A cloud palm strike filled the room with wind and thunder sounds. Slapping the pillar gently, Zaire withdrew his hand, revealing a clear palm imprint scorched black. The air smelled of burning wood. Now my strikes are infused with thunder, causing continuous burns on the target. Zaire pondered quietly. If I could guide thunder into my body once, I could instantly advance to marrow refinement. Knock knock. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was knocked, and Clifton's voice called out. Brother Tianny, are you in? Come in. Zaire walked toward the courtyard where 4 people were already waiting. Clifton, Parker, Bernice, and the man who helped him during the initiation ceremony. Brother Tianny. Parker closed his fan and bowed. Brother Xia. Zaire reciprocated the bow. You two are really dragging your feet. Clifton, unable to hold back any longer, chimed in, Brother Tianyi, the outer sect just issued a special mission. They need people to scout the South Barbarian battlefield to prepare for the arrival of subsequent disciples. Do you know what the reward is? It's a Foundation establishment pill that can help one break through the Qi realm. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. The dialogue has been translated into natural, fluent English while preserving the original tone and style. The character names have been accurately transliterated using pinyin. Chapter 19. Battle Zyra, the Abyss Demon Clan. Zyler excitedly said, Tianyi brother, it's the Foundation establishment pill. Over, it's not just one. I have inquired. The Martial Academy will release a large number of Foundation establishment pills this time to encourage the disciples. Almost everyone who performs well can obtain one. And this time, the intersect seniors will also come. If we can establish connections with them then, won't we be walking freely in the outer sect? Upon hearing this, Zaire was momentarily stunned. Lenore had once mentioned that the Foundation establishment pill only increases the success rate of breakthroughs, showing disdain for it in her tone. But she is different. As the lady of Buckchannon County and the daughter of Cassius, what could she lack? But everyone must take this matter seriously, said the man Innes. This sudden task announced by the Martial Academy is very different from before. Not only are there no available materials, but there will also be no experts to provide support. Chances are, we'll be akin to scouts sent ahead before two armies clash, to gather intelligence and harass the enemy. Parker added solemnly, Brother Zeki is right. All the disciples accepting the mission can be considered advanced scouts. The Southern Barbarian battlefield is extraordinary. It's not just filled with fierce and cruel Southern barbarians and their army, but also countless venomous insects, snakes, and ferocious beasts. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Zaire's eyes. That is precisely the best place to hone our martial arts. With the Jingzhou tripod at his disposal, he eagerly anticipated going to the Southern barbarians without delay. Seeing him like this, Zyler turned around and laughed at Zyra and others. See, I said Brother Tianyi would never refuse. Come on, Brother Tianyi, let's go eat together. That night, while browsing through information about the Southern barbarians, Zaire's ears twitched slightly, and he looked up towards the door. You're quite alert. The visitor was none other than Zyra with her dark skin. You should have refused today. Zaire smiled slightly. Oh, then why did you agree to go with them? I am different from you. I have already broken through to the bone marrow realm and need the Foundation establishment pill even more. Zyra calmly said, then clenched her fists, releasing a powerful aura. Indeed, she was unquestionably at the bone marrow great master level. Zaire half closed his eyes without saying a word. Seeing he wasn't moved, Zyra continued, going to the Southern barbarians is fraught with danger. Moreover, Zyler and Parker have ulterior motives. Ironically, Clyde, Zeki doesn't even realize this. They might end up with nothing left. At least as a disciple of the Wu family, you don't need to risk your life for a Foundation establishment pill. Zaire waved his hand, interrupting her. Although the Foundation establishment pill is useful for me, my goal isn't solely the pill. Zyra was taken aback, then recalled their earlier conversation. You're not really thinking of going to the Southern barbarian battlefield, just to hone your martial arts, are you? Zaire nodded seriously. With the Jingzhou tripod, the beast-infested Southern barbarians were the perfect training ground for him. So, he had to go to the Southern barbarians. I thought you and I could rely on each other here at the Martial Academy, but I didn't expect you to be so overconfident and ruin your own future, Zyra said coldly, seemingly disappointed. It seems living in luxury within the Wu family has made you forget the harshness of this world. If that's the case, I'll show you the difference in strength. In the Southern barbarians, ordinary Southern barbarians possess strength comparable to bone refinement level martial artists. In the Southern barbarian army, even a squad leader has reached the viscera strengthening level, not to mention a 100-man commander at the bone marrow great master level. She finished speaking and suddenly raised her hand, unleashing a punch with all her might. Facing this punch, Zaire's expression changed slightly. Though Zyra had only recently broken through to the bone marrow realm, her strength was indeed surprising. It seemed like an ordinary lunge punch, but all her power was concentrated in her fist. Once it hit, even another bone marrow practitioner would likely be knocked down and cough up blood. Zaire also raised his right hand, slightly clenching his fingers and countering with a move called wind sweeping residue. Just as he moved, Zyra saw 3 Zaires appear before her. Each one slapped towards her fist. 3 images from one. How could you have mastered Heavenly Cliff's step to such a level? Zyra's expression turned serious as she immediately unleashed her full force, turning her right hand into an iron fist, smashing towards the 3 palms. Bang! The 3 figures merged into one. Palm met fist, producing a dull collision sound. Just as Zyra was surprised that Zaire hadn't been blasted away, she saw him turn into 3 shadows again, circling her right fist continuously with palms. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive palms, each striking her fist. Massive forces surged like waves, forcing her to retreat continuously. Whoosh! Taking advantage of her retreat, Zaire instantly appeared before her, his finger pressing against her throat. You! Shock filled Zyra's eyes. She never expected that someone at the expert level could overpower a bone marrow practitioner. Only Zaire knew that if Zyra hadn't underestimated him, she wouldn't have been caught off guard. If she took it seriously, it might have taken dozens of rounds. And the commotion could attract unnecessary trouble. So, can I go to the Southern barbarian battlefield? Zaire withdrew his finger and smiled. Zyra fell silent. Zaire's strength completely exceeded her expectations. How did you train? Upon hearing this, Zaire reiterated the story about the Southern barbarian blood lotus. After listening, Zyra pondered and said, I didn't expect that despite being lower in rank, your strength far exceeds mine. From this, I feel more confident that both of us can obtain the Foundation establishment pill on this trip to the Southern barbarians. We'll act together. Of course. Zaire readily agreed. At the top of Heavenly Cliff's Amiyuntan, inside the Kimball's cave dwelling, a man reported, in the past half-month, I searched the southern barbarians and found no trace of abyss demons. The Kimball, dressed in white, nodded. The abyss demon clan is adept at hiding. However, since they appeared in the southern barbarians, it indicates cooperation between the demon clan and the southern barbarians. The man hurriedly replied, if we add the demonic race, won't their strength far exceed ours? Not necessarily, the Kimball said calmly. The Liangzhou Plains Martial Academy has always been the main force against the demonic race. If a major battle breaks out, they will send people too. Good. The man sighed in relief. How about the other matter I asked you to investigate? It's becoming clearer, the man respectfully said. 9 Public Cities Wu family has always had close ties with the king of town, Great Chu. Zaire's mother, Zhao Xianxia, came from the town governor's secret guards. Years ago, Zhao Xianxia and her husband Wu Chenggan encountered abyss demons in the southern barbarians. After a fierce battle, they fled back to 9 Public Cities severely injured. The demonic weapon was brought back to the Wu family during that time. Afterwards, although the town governor's palace sent people, based on my analysis, they did not take the demonic weapon. The Kimball frowned. So, the demonic weapon is still with the Wu family? Amazed likely. The man paused and added, and it's very possibly on Zhao Xianxia's son. This demonic weapon has a unique effect, gradually enhancing one's martial talent over years, turning even an idiot into a genius eventually. In this light, I can't think of any reason why Zhao Xianxia and her husband, risking their lives to obtain the treasure, would not use it on their own son. Chapter 20. The Spirit Artifact Bukpo, Night Encounter with the Barbarians. The morning mist had yet to disperse. Zaire secured the courtyard gate and made his way to the agreed location with Clifton. When he arrived, he saw Bernice and Ines, whom he had encountered the previous night, already there. Brother Tianyi. Upon seeing Zaire approach, Ines greeted him with a smile. Brothers Wang and Xia have gone to rent a flying ark from the Elder Overseer. They'll be back soon. As he spoke, 2 figures emerged from the mist. It was Clifton and Parker. Look, see his clothes. It's a spirit artifact. Bernice discreetly nudged Zaire with her elbow. Following her gaze, Zaire noticed that Parker was not wearing the usual robes, but instead had on a green robe embroidered with golden threads. Zaire was taken aback. Where did Parker get such a spirit artifact? Even the lowest grade spirit artifacts required true realm experts to forge them. Above Chi realm were the transformation realm, soul realm, spirit realm, and mystical realm. Only after mystical came true. Ordinary academy experts were typically only at the mystical realm level. It was clear how precious these spirit artifacts were. Ines, who was well versed in many things, recognized the treasured garment as well, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I didn't expect Brother Xia to possess such a treasure. Haha. It looks like this journey into the southern wilderness will go smoothly. Parker, visibly proud, laughed heartily. Of course. This is my family's ancestral treasure, the Bukpo cloak. With my cultivation level, even Chi realm experts would be unable to penetrate my defenses. If all goes well, after Brother Xia breaks through the Chi realm using the Foundation Establishment Pill and wears this Bukpo cloak, even soul realm cultivators would find it difficult to injure you, Clifton remarked. The difference between ordinary martial realm and Chi realm was vast. Once one broke through to Chi realm, they could harness the heavenly Chi, enhancing their tool's power exponentially compared to what ordinary martial realm users could achieve with their own essence energy. Parker smiled nonchalantly and then glanced at the sky. It's getting late. To avoid alerting the southern wilderness spies by traveling with others, we should depart now. Brother Xia makes a good point, Ines concurred. Clifton raised his hand, and instantly a small boat expanded into a large, floating vessel suspended in the air. Let's go. One by one, the 5 of them boarded the flying ark, which sliced through the misty sea, soaring towards the sky. From time to time, they took turns using true essence to drive the boat forward, stopping every couple of days for rest. This flying ark seemed faster than the one Zaire had used when entering the Academy Mountain Gate. Within a few breaths, it zipped past several mountain ranges and dense forests. Now, under the starlit night sky, Zaire stood on the deck and gazed ahead at the endless mountains and forested lands. The peaks were rugged and desolate, exuding an eerie atmosphere. We must all stay alert. We are now at the front lines of the southern wilderness, where boundless forests and fierce beasts roam, warned Ines, who was piloting the vessel. We'll reach the Imperial City of Defense against the barbarians in about a day. Parker emerged from the cabin, scanning the area. Let's rest tonight. We've been traveling non-stop, and everyone is tired. We can proceed to the city once we've rested. Clifton also joined them on the deck. At the Imperial City, there's an academy base. We'll meet the Elder Overseer there directly. The flying ark descended gently. After disembarking, the group prepared for rest. Wolf howls occasionally echoed through the forest, making the night seem ominous. Zaire sat cross-legged on a tree branch, carefully observing the surroundings. These trees looked different from those in the Tianya forest. The trees in the Academy forest were towering and robust, having absorbed abundant nutrients and grown rapidly. But here, most trees were thin and twisted, seemingly malnourished. Whoosh! While he was deep in thought, a strange noise came from the woods. In the faint moonlight, numerous shadows darted toward them from the forest. There are people. Parker sensed something amiss and quickly woke up Clifton and the others. Zaire leaped down from the tree and saw hundreds of unusually tall black figures surrounding them. They're southern barbarians? According to the Academy records, the southern barbarians were exceptionally tall and robust, with even children approaching adult human height, and adults being twice as tall as humans. That's right. Ines's face tightened as he unsheathed his sword. Barbarians have tough hides, but our swords can penetrate their defenses. Don't be afraid, let's charge together. However, they were met with bolts from crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not good. Quickly scatter. These are law-breaking crossbows, specialized in breaking through immortal garments. Clifton shouted, his long sword waving furiously as he retreated. Damn it! Ines jumped to a nearby tree. Good timing. Parker, relying on his spirit treasure protection, charged straight into the crowd of barbarians. All the crossbow bolts that struck him were deflected by an invisible force, leaving him unharmed. Indeed, a spirit artifact is no ordinary item. Zaire watched Parker intently, deeply impressed. He didn't remain idle, moving swiftly to dodge the arrows, turning into fleeting shadows. Compared to practicing with Lenore, he knew this was the best time to hone his combat skills. Thus, he never considered hiding. Crossbow bolts whizzed past Zaire, the rush of wind sounding like vengeful spirits wailing in his ears. This close brush with death made his blood boil. Wind sweeps residual clouds, dissipate like smoke. Using the Lingyun palm technique in conjunction with Tianya steps, he continuously attacked. Any barbarian within reach fell instantly to his palms. Seeing the barbarians collapsing with blood pouring from their orifices, Zaire took advantage of the chaos and quickly retrieved the Jingzhou Cauldron from his robes. This time, I'll test if the barbarian shamans can endure this. If not, I can use this opportunity to release all the energy during battle. He began channeling the blood from a dead barbarian into the cauldron. The barbarian, previously barely alive, suddenly seemed drained of all vitality, his eyes closing as life left him. Please note that this chapter contains elements of violence and descriptions of combat that may be intense. If you have any specific sections or details you'd like adjusted or expanded, feel free to let me know. ###Chapter 21. The Neil's onslaught, imminent. The Jingzhou tripod appeared to be only palm-sized, yet its inner structure possessed the mysterious quality of holding the infinite within the finite. Whether it was the silver-haired blood tiger, the golden lion with horns, or now the barbarians, after absorbing their essence, not a drop had spilled from the tripod. Zaire glanced inside and saw that a fully grown, over 15 feet tall southern barbarian's essence had condensed into an almost imperceptible red within the tripod. Just as the tripod was about to activate and communicate with the ethereal realm, Zaire, in a flash of inspiration, managed to halt the sacrifice. Could it be because of the blood-dripping ritual last time? He instantly understood the reason. Initially, he couldn't control the tripod or interrupt the entire sacrificial process. Now, after undergoing the blood-dripping ritual, he could. Zaire was overjoyed. Looks like this blood-dripping ritual is useful after all. The Jingzhou tripod was his current means of survival. Initially thrilled by its potential, he impulsively absorbed the southern barbarian's essence. Thankfully, he could interrupt the ritual. Otherwise, the tripod might have exposed itself under the cover of night. Bang! Using the Lingyun palm combined with the Tianchi step, Zaire thrived amidst the chaotic night battle, swiftly killing 2 more towering barbarians. As soon as they fell, their essences were absorbed into the tripod. Green soul spirit light, annihilate. In the distance, Parker suddenly let out a long roar, his body radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the night sky like daylight. Instantly, dozens of southern barbarians melted into puddles of mud. This is the power of a spirit weapon? Zaire gaped in astonishment. One day, I will possess a powerful spirit weapon too. Unexpectedly, Ines also joined the fray, sword in hand. They must have bypassed Chanamin City and attacked us from behind. There must be a traitor among our human camp, Bernice sighed after smashing a barbarian's head. After Parker's strike, only a few stragglers remained. They quickly dispatched them. To avoid detection, Zaire didn't absorb their essences. He reminded everyone, if this is true, there might be even more formidable opponents. Otherwise, these hundreds of barbarians would just be guerrilla soldiers. Hearing this, Parker and others grew serious. Just dealing with regular barbarian soldiers was overwhelming. Encountering experts would be a fierce struggle. Suddenly, Ines noticed Zaire's unsheathed sword. Tianni, you don't seem to know any sword techniques? Just haven't had the chance, Zaire nodded. Looking at the sword manual Ines tossed, he hesitated. No need to thank me, Ines waved off. We're on the same team now. You're strong, but with more power, you'll be a great asset. If you feel indebted, thank me later. Zaire, surprised by Ines's kindness, thanked him sincerely. These are my family's martial arts, invisible sword technique. It emphasizes speed and cleverness. Study it quickly for the upcoming battles. Suddenly, a loud tiger roar shook the earth. Is that a tiger? Zaire looked panicked. The roar indicated an extraordinarily powerful tiger, possibly a demon. Not. Zaire's gaze sharpened, spotting a figure leaping down from the mountains. Parker also saw it, pale-faced. This is a southern barbarian Chi realm expert. Run, shouted Zaire. We can't, Layla replied, her face grave, standing beside Zaire. The figure arrived almost instantly. Cloaked in black, exuding a tiger-like aura, he appeared ordinary yet unremarkable in stature, not typical of a barbarian. Zaire sensed a thick, malevolent aura around him. Thousands must have died by his hands. Neil of Wohu Amiyuntan? Ines was astonished. You were in Liangzhou, now here in Jingzhou, allied with the barbarians? You have sharp eyes, boy. Neil's voice rumbled like a tiger growling. But no mercy will be shown. I advise you younglings to surrender peacefully, lest I cannot ensure your remains stay intact. They exchanged glances. Everyone knew running was futile. Facing a Chi realm expert, their opponent drew endless true essence from nature, unmatched in experience and guile. Without hesitation, they decided. Attack. Parker charged forward with his spirit weapon. Zaire launched himself, forming 3 shadowy figures, aiming to catch Neil off guard. The remaining trio followed suit, closing in on Neil from all sides. Fine youngsters. Neil smiled coldly. You underestimate the gap between Chi realm and immortal realm. Today, you'll witness true Chi power. With a roar like a mountain-trembling tiger, Neil unleashed his claw-like hands, his entire being vibrating with overwhelming might. Chapter 22. A deadly clash between the cat and tiger clans. Clang. Zaire, with his unmatched speed, naturally engaged the enemy first. The Neil's fingertips met his palm, producing a metallic clash. SHRD. It was as if old leather had been slashed, and blood spurted out fiercely. Zaire's flesh, after being consecrated by the Jingzhou tripod, had reached an almost inhuman level of strength. Yet even then, it couldn't withstand the Neil's claws. Zaire was sent flying backward, streaks of blood drawing lines through the air. Upon landing, he stumbled back 3 steps to shake off the force. The immense power from the Neil's blow felt like that of a true fierce beast. Everyone, be cautious. He's not just at the Chi realm. He's already half a step into the transformation realm. Zaire shouted loudly. He had fought Lenore and thus understood the Chi realm. The Neil's strength wasn't ordinary for someone at the Chi realm. It was nearly on par with the transformation realm, possessing the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Hearing this warning, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. If it were a regular Chi realm expert, they could still manage with their combined efforts and Parker's buckpo cloak. But knowing now that they faced a near transformation realm expert, each of them turned pale with fear. Parker was the first to try fleeing. But he had been one of the first to charge forward earlier, reaching the Neil despite being slightly slower than Zaire. Thinking of running? The Neil sneered, no longer bothering to hide now that he had been discovered. A single claw swiped out, and dull explosions rang continuously from his hand, as if he'd shattered the very air. Over, his movements caused the surrounding air to coalesce into an invisible force slamming towards Parker. Buckpo's spirit light. Parker roared, unleashing his full essence to activate the spirit artifact, the buckpo cloak. A blazing white light expanded, enveloping the Neil. Petty tricks, unworthy of attention. The Neil coldly snorted and emerged unscathed from the white light, his right hand forming a tiger claw shape before striking. The claw tore through Parker's clothes, sparking electrical flashes. In that instant, the cloak's protective glow dimmed significantly. To damage a spirit artifact with one strike showed the Neil's overwhelming power. Come and die. Yellow family phantom sword. At this moment, Ines attacked, wielding the family's famous phantom sword technique flawlessly, releasing sword lights across the sky. Foolishness. Sensing someone behind him, the Neil glared and swatted backward without turning his head. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal clashing resonated repeatedly. Despite Ines striking countless times in rapid succession, all hits landing on the Neil's palm, none could penetrate his defenses. Impervious to blades and spears, possessing the might of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, this was the hallmark of the transformation realm. Being half-step into it, the Neil was clearly beyond Ines's ability to wound. Even if both were Chi realm experts with spirit artifacts, breaking through the Neil's defense would still be challenging. Ultimately, their powers were too weak. Bang! In the end, Ines only managed to deflect the attack with his sword, then was hurled backward along with it. After crashing into dozens of trees, he finally hit the ground, spitting blood non-stop. Seeing this, Parker's pupil shrank sharply. Ines, whose strength rivaled his, couldn't withstand a single blow. Had it not been for the buckpo cloak, he himself might already be dead. Run. Can you run? Just as Parker turned and ran a few steps, the mocking-faced Neil suddenly appeared before him. Plum Blossom Palm. Parker unleashed a palm strike, which the Neil blocked with mockery. Little boy, show me all your moves. I truly wish to see your despair. Buckpo cloak, explode. Determined, Parker decided to detonate the family heirloom. Good lad. Enough courage. Faced with the explosion, the Neil also panicked. Not even a true transformation realm expert would dare withstand a spirit artifact's explosive power. Instantly, the forest became as bright as daylight, with dazzling and intense light piercing the sky. This Neil possesses the white tiger lineage of the demon race, half beast, half human, beyond our capacity to match. While Parker distracts him, let's go. Zaira suddenly rushed in front of Zaire, pulling him to flee. What about Zyler? He fled long ago, Zaira spat bitterly. Just then, the bleeding Parker noticed them and cried for help. Brother Tiani, save me. He then ran directly towards Zaire and Zaira. You are the first to injure me at the bone tempering stage. From the center of the explosion, a sudden gale swept through, and the Neil leaped out. Drenched in blood, he was clearly wounded by the buckpo cloak's explosion. However, behind him emerged a massive white tiger shadow. The tiger's eyes exuded dominance, as if a deity had descended, extraordinary and commanding. Today, your deaths will bring you great pride. The Neil pounced forward with boundless ferocity, like a tiger descending from the mountains. Brother Tiani, Sister Schwer, block for me. Confronting the overwhelmingly ferocious Neil, Parker took advantage while Zaire and Zaira weren't paying attention, pushing them towards the Neil with 2 palms and escaping without looking back. Damn! Zaira hadn't anticipated this situation. The approaching Neil left her no time to think. She exerted her full essence, delivering 3 punches towards the Neil. Logically, fist techniques should be domineering and powerful, but Zaira's fists were incredibly soft and flexible, creating eerie cat-like breezes. Is that Delaney in Shadow Fist? The Neil paused, then sneered, I wonder where you learned this feline clan boxing style. Today, meeting my tiger clan, you're out of luck. With 5 fingers spread wide, his fingertips glowed with a cold light, seeming capable of slicing through metal and stone. Comparatively, the palm strike against Zaire merely sent him flying several feet before landing. He wasn't greatly harmed. Mid-air, amidst flashes and clashes, Zaira exchanged numerous blows with the Neil. The Delaney in Shadow Fist emphasized speed as invincibility. Although she tried to avoid direct confrontation, she was ultimately caught mid-move and struck away by a claw. Feline clan, utterly feeble. Boom. Both the Neil and Zaira landed simultaneously. However, Zaira crashed down with severe injuries. Seeing Zaira fighting the Neil, potentially fatally, Zaire clenched his teeth and slowly drew his long sword from his back. Seems today, to survive, I must use that move. Chapter 23. The path of killing enters the body, a deadly opportunity. Despite Uncle Lenore warning him not to practice the 7-kill sword art before he left, Zaire had secretly practiced it several times due to the severe lack of cultivation techniques. Though he hadn't engaged in any real combat or utilized true essence with the moves, he had memorized every detail meticulously. The 7-kill sword art was an ultimate technique of the Xuanhuan manner, focusing on the path of killing. Only those who could awaken the path of martial sword could cultivate it. In terms of offensive power, the 7-kill sword art was among the top-notch in the world. If Lenore had used this technique back then, even if she were gravely injured, she wouldn't have been defeatable by him. Using these techniques was the only way Zaire could think of to confront the Neil. Now, facing the bloodied Neil, he stood with his sword, constantly visualizing and simulating the moves in his mind. Kid, you don't have a spirit artifact to self-destruct, do you? The Neil narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Observing your formidable physique rivaling some special body refinement experts, why not join my ranks? After overthrowing the Great Chu in the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, I can offer you endless wealth, divine weapons, and cultivation techniques. What do you think? He didn't rush into action, but tried to coax him. At this moment, Xiao in the sky suddenly dimmed, dark clouds gathered, and heavy thunder rumbled. Heaven assists me. Zaire's face lit up upon hearing the thunder. He was just one step away from attracting lightning into his body and advancing to the Bone Marrow Grandmaster realm after cultivating the mysterious Thunder secret cannon. However, there hadn't been any clouds over the Heavenly Cliff Amiyuntan for half a month, let alone lightning. As a result, his cultivation stagnated, unable to progress further. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp claw appeared before Zaire's eyes while he was distracted. The claw carried a domineering, unstoppable force, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, making it unavoidable. Buzz. Zaire felt all his body hairs stand up as if confronting an ultimate predator. Just as the claw approached, he bit his tongue, shaking off the feeling of inevitability and the paralysis that prevented resistance. Clang. His legal sword thrust straight, striking right at the center of the Neil's claw. Zaire took advantage of the impact to leap backward. This is intent. At a certain level of martial arts, practitioners would manifest intent. There was fist intent, saber intent, and sword intent. Naturally, the Neil's claw possessed claw intent. Once martial arts reached this level, each move carried a soul-shaking spiritual attack capable of intimidating the enemy. One strike could create various illusions, influencing judgment. That unshakable sense of inevitability and inability to resist just now stemmed from this. Faced with an attack bearing intent, ordinary people with weak wills could only stand there, awaiting slaughter. Bam! Lightning struck a tree in the forest, setting it ablaze. Then heavy rain poured down. You kid, indeed have some tricks up your sleeve. Facing my sudden attack, you managed to react. In the pouring rain, the Neil stepped forward unhindered. Especially that immense strength you possess, far beyond what a mere ordinary warrior should have. What secrets do you hold? But Zaire answered with a roar. Kill. He leaped into the air, raising his right hand, and thrust the sword directly at the Neil's neck. This leap almost exhausted all his true essence and mental energy. This was the starting lethal move from the 7-kill sword art. Midair, he seemed to merge with the sword. The air tore apart, and the rain parted like a bolt of lightning at night, heading straight toward the target. In an instant, the sword arrived before the Neil. This is the path of killing. Seeing Zaire enveloped in a black, sharp aura, especially with countless vengeful spirits swirling around the sword tip, this wasn't an illusion. It was the essence of the 7-kill sword art. Once tainted, one soul would be corrupted, continually attacked by this path of killing, eventually turning into a puppet driven by murderous urges. The Neil's pupils contracted sharply. His claws clashed repeatedly with the long sword. Clang clang clang. Points of sparks shone like starlight in the rainy night. Kill. Zaire roared, black light surging around him. The killing aura on the sword tip grew 3 feet longer. Black mist covered his eyes, like a bottomless abyss that could devour souls at a glance. Kneel before me. The Neil spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, a ghostly white tiger reappeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming dominance that swept across Zaire's body. Zaire felt a heavy blow to his head, and his bones seemed crushed by an invisible force. But this pain only fueled his aggressiveness. He advanced relentlessly with a resolute momentum. Zaire knew his time was limited. He had decided that even if he died, he would drag the Neil down with him. Because he hadn't awakened the martial sword path, forcefully using the 7-kill sword art caused boundless killing intent to cloud his soul. This endless killing intent wasn't aimed at others but was targeting him, ready to destroy him. If he possessed the martial sword path, this boundless killing intent would hone and sharpen him, elevating his skills. But without it, this intent would immediately erode his soul, turning him into a puppet of killing. Neil, after sustaining a spirit artifact explosion, surely you're in no better condition now? Your strength must have dropped drastically. Otherwise, you wouldn't choose to ambush me. Boundless killing intent already eroded Zaire's physical form. His eyes showed no white, and bizarre black veins spread across his exposed skin. In forcing out this lethal move, why resist so desperately? Even if you survive this, the killing intent will degrade your strength. He was trying to break the Neil's morale through words. Boy, don't underestimate me. The Neil howled, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The ghostly white tiger swallowed the blood, seemingly coming alive, and shrunk into a beam of blinding light, striking Zaire's chest. Clang. Zaire was hurled backward. Come and die. Just then, a shadow surged from the ground, launching numerous iron punches towards the Neil. It was Bernice. She chose the precise moment to strike, right when the Neil had just used his ultimate move, and Zaire had been sent flying. Unprepared, the Neil couldn't protect both his head and chest. He guarded his head, but his chest received a powerful blow. Zaire, seeing this, braced himself with his sword against the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet he stood up shakily. The Neil's lethal move hit the Jingzhou ding he carried, but he still suffered grave injuries. His bones felt shattered, and he relied solely on sheer willpower to remain standing. Zaire understood that even if Bernice could temporarily suppress the Neil, once the Neil adapted, both their lives would be at risk, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Kill! Roaring, Zaire transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight at the Neil. Chapter 24, Mutual Destruction, The Rise of Jingzhou Cauldron. However, this time Zaire did not use his sword as a weapon. Instead, he approached the Neil and tightly embraced its body. Bernice, run! With that shout, he activated the profound thunder secret scripture within his body. Boom, boom. Instantly, amidst the pouring rain, a bolt of lightning abruptly struck him from the sky. The profound thunder secret scripture was a cultivation technique that could draw lightning into the body for practice, so it naturally included methods to attract lightning. Zaire knew his injuries were too severe to use the 7 killer sword technique again, so he utilized this feature to attempt to destroy the Neil with heavenly thunder. Zaire. In the downpour, Bernice watched as the lightning descended, illuminating the forest with fierce light. At that moment, amidst the thunder, Zaire suddenly heard the Neil's arrogant laughter in his ears. Boy, did you forget I'm already half-step transformation realm? This ordinary heavenly thunder can't kill me. All your plans are for naught. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Zaire grinned, his pupil-less eyes covered in eerie black patterns across his face, making him look terrifying. What kind of demonic power is this? It's devouring my cultivation and essence? The Neil was utterly panicked. Faced with the unrelenting devouring force emanating from Zaire's chest, he began trembling, quivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, his entire body shrank into a small tiger no bigger than 2 clasped palms. Then, with a roar, he turned and ran without looking back. In an instant, the Neil, now in tiger form, had vanished. PFFF. Zaire spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing unconscious. Zaire. Bernice rushed forward, catching him just before he hit the ground, shouting anxiously. At this moment, Zaire felt his soul descending into endless darkness, all light and vitality fading away. He knew this boundless killing intent was beginning to erode his soul. Once infected, he would no longer be Zaire but merely a killing puppet wearing Zaire's shell. Faced with this boundless and inexhaustible killing intent, he could only struggle to maintain a glimmer of clarity, never daring to relax. But this killing intent wasn't ordinary. If it were, Zaire's formidable willpower might have resisted it. This was the killing intent carried by the sword path of execution among the 3,000 great Tao. It was an existence transcending ordinary comprehension, beyond understanding. Against such an entity, Zaire barely held on for a few breaths before being fully consumed by the killing intent. Kill, 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 kill. Instantly, countless voices echoed in his mind. Childhood voices, maiden voices, elder voices, righteous voices, evil voices, male voices, female voices, all continuously chanting the word, kill. Like enchanting music entering his ears or divine commands leading to conformity. I hope in my next life I won't reincarnate into a world of survival of the fittest. Zaire sighed deeply. Deep down, his hidden wish was for a truly peaceful world, where there were no hierarchies, no disputes leading to life and death struggles. A world filled with harmony, peace, and friendliness, where people lived happily and doors need not be locked at night. Suddenly, just as Zaire was about to give up, a dazzling light emerged from the depths of his mind. As the light passed over, all the killing intent retreated. Finally, the light surged into his soul, and almost instantly, the killing intent that had infected his soul began melting like ice. When Zaire awoke, the sun was shining brightly. Brother Tianyi has awakened? You've been unconscious for 7 days. The speaker was Innes. His face was pale, clearly still injured, but he wore a smile, seemingly in good spirits. How am I? Zaire looked around and found himself in a large cave. Miss Schwerer went out to find medicine for treating wounds. Innes said, but Miss Schwerer mentioned that a powerful figure saved us. Brother Tianyi, did you see what they look like? Do you know who they are? I would like to thank them in person. Zaire hesitated, then replied oddly, no, I didn't see. Innes showed regret. It's unfortunate that the Neil's attack left me severely wounded and unconscious. Otherwise, I would have seen this high-ranking adept. Now where are we? How far is Xuanhuan City? Zaire collected his thoughts and asked. If we push hard, we can reach Xuanhuan City by afternoon. However, Innes expressed concern. But since we were attacked by the southern barbarians last time, the situation in Xuanhuan City might be dire. We might end up like lambs to the slaughter if we go there. Zaire nodded. Innes's concerns were valid. Soon, Bernice returned to the cave. You're awake? Seeing Zaire talking with Innes, Bernice's face lit up with joy. Zaire nodded and then asked, Clyde, Brother Clyde just told me the situation. What do you think we should do next? I think our priority is to recuperate here first. Once we're healed, we can head to Xuanhuan City. That way, even if things change, we'll still be able to fight, Bernice said. Even encountering unexpected events, we'd still be prepared. After the battle with the Neil, all three had suffered various degrees of injury. Zaire's injuries were the most severe, nearly losing his ability to fight. Though Innes was slightly better, he was also badly injured, likely only able to unleash 1/10 of his strength in a fight. Even Bernice, the least injured, would struggle against a peer-level expert. That night, Zaire limped out of the cave and found a secluded spot to evaluate the aftermath of the battle. Now, I still have a strand of heavenly thunder power within me that hasn't been refined, and there's South Barbarian flesh essence inside the Jingzhou Cauldron that hasn't been used for sacrifice. At this time, Bernice and Innes were inside the cave meditating and healing, unaware of his actions. Zaire took out the Jingzhou Cauldron from his robe. Inside, there were 2 differently colored light orbs. The red-black one belonged to the South barbarians, while the green-speckled one belonged to the Nil. Though the Nil escaped, roughly 30% of its vital blood had been absorbed by the Jingzhou Cauldron. Surprisingly, it occupied the same volume as the barbarian essence within the cauldron. With a thought, Zaire released the suppression on the Jingzhou Cauldron, allowing it to automatically sacrifice to heaven and earth. Auras swirled, and mythical birds and beasts appeared, circling the cauldron continuously. Dong! It was as if a massive bell sounded in his mind, heralding the opening of the universe. Then, the Jingzhou Cauldron emitted a brilliant glow. Fortunately, this strange phenomenon only lasted a few breaths before disappearing. Otherwise, Zaire would have needed to relocate. After waiting for a long time, Zaire noticed no great power surging into his body as before. This is, looking inside the cauldron, he found dozens of radiant pills. These had turned into spirit pills? Chapter 25. Breakthrough to bone marrow cultivation, the Kimball's command. The so-called spirit pills are things that only experts at the Chi realm level qualify to consume. It's not that they would have harmful effects on martial arts practitioners of the earthly martial realm. It's mainly due to the complex efficacy components of spirit pills, which concentrate all medicinal effects into a single pill, making them extremely precious. In a place like Tianya Martial Academy, these pills are supplied only to experts of the Chi realm and above. Moreover, once experts reach the Chi realm, their dietary requirements surpass those of ordinary people. They must minimize consumption of things that carry the aura of fire and smoke. Otherwise, impurities may accumulate in their bodies, hindering further breakthroughs and causing instability in their aura. Above the Chi realm, in order to absorb energy, relying solely on the elemental Chi from heaven and earth is insufficient, so spirit pills without impurities become the top choice. Zaire did not expect that after using Nanjing people for rituals, the Jingzhou tripod would produce spirit pills. He hurriedly flipped the tripod over and poured all the pills onto his hand. Counting them, there were 23 in total, thumb-sized, but each pill was as heavy as lead, feeling incredibly solid. At the same time, Zaire noticed that 10 of the pills were different from the other 13. Although both sets were entirely red, the former had a green glow, clearly indicating the essence of Neil's flesh and blood. The latter set from the Nanjing people had dark streaks that flickered in and out. These seem poisonous, Zaire thought hesitantly, unsure whether to try one or not. Finally managed to refine this, might as well give it a try. Surely the Jingzhou tripod wouldn't produce something toxic? He took a black-streaked Nanjing pill and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, he felt a weight on his tongue. Before he could think further, the pill collapsed on its own, releasing a strong medicinal aroma, stimulating an abundant amount of saliva in his mouth. Mixed with saliva, the pill transformed into a medicinal liquid flowing down his throat and through his limbs and bones. This sensation was akin to drinking a bowl of cool water on a scorching summer day, invigorating the entire body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zaire immediately began circulating the secret Thunder Codex to refine the residual celestial thunder force within him. The potency of the Nanjing spirit pill quickly filled all his meridians. All his flesh was being transformed by the powerful medicinal energy, while hidden impurities were gradually refined and expelled. After some time, Zaire slowly opened his eyes, emitting a piercing light as if a bolt of lightning had split the night sky. This is Void Room generating electricity. I have entered the Grandmaster level of bone marrow cultivation. All my injuries are healed. He sensed an overwhelming strength within him, all wounds completely recovered. A thin layer of black mud covered his skin, accumulated filth and impurities from consuming human food over the years. These substances had been squeezed out of his body thanks to the Nanjing spirit pill. Now, Zaire felt explosively powerful and extraordinarily light, almost giving him the illusion that a single jump could propel him skyward. When he focused inwardly, he could even hear the sound of rushing blood within his body. With a punch, a powerful momentum suddenly surged, followed by visible flashes of electric arcs around his fist. This was a sign of the secret Thunder Codex entering proficiency. Each move now carried the might of heavenly thunder. At the bone marrow cultivation level, blood flows like mercury, with vitality, spirit, and willpower unified, allowing one to live over 100 years even without cultivation. Zaire took a deep breath, his mental will exceptionally condensed. He felt that if he faced Neil again, the outcome would be much different. But true cultivation begins only after breaking through to the Chi realm. No matter whether cultivating organs or bone marrow, it still falls under the earthly martial realm, the domain of mortals. Only reaching the Chi realm marks the beginning of genuine cultivation. Practicing Chi fasting, absorbing elemental Chi from heaven and earth, with a lifespan extending to over 300 years. How can any of these be compared to ordinary humans, or even earthly martial practitioners? Absolutely not. He constantly reminded himself not to be arrogant. With some time before dawn, Zaire sat cross-legged on a tree branch to review and reflect on his recent situation. This trip outside the academy was clearly unprepared and lacked knowledge of the frontline conditions at Chanamang City, which was unacceptable. During rest periods, I should not have chosen vulnerable jungles prone to ambushes. If it weren't for that thing saving me in the final battle against Neil, I'd likely be a puppet long ago. Thinking about the moment when he was unconscious and immersed in boundless killing intent, a sudden rosy light appeared. To this day, Zaire still couldn't figure out what that rosy light was, capable of dispelling the innate killing intent produced by the path of slaughter. Is there something inside me? Despite numerous speculations, no definitive conclusion came. However, he was grateful to be alive and stronger. As the sun rose, rosy light spread across the sky like a beautiful painting. Zaire jumped down from the tree and returned to the cave. Your injuries? Bernice's voice asked. Wait, your strength actually broke through? Seeing her astonished gaze, Zaire smiled. The battle with Neil provided great benefits. Practicing for a whole night led to this breakthrough, which is quite normal. Congratulations, Brother Tianyi. Ines grinned and clasped his hands. He then showed them an item, explaining, according to the latest news, we were not the only ones attacked. Other teams who left ahead also suffered attacks from the Nanjing people of varying scales. The academy has noticed the anomaly. Kimball directly dispatched Carlton and a group of elder wardens to Chanamang City. Along the way, all areas were cleared by the wardens, so we won't be attacked again. And the Kimball issued a command. Anyone who participates in frontline combat and kills Nanjing or demonic beings will be recorded by the Chanamang City Academy, ensuring rewards upon return. Zaire looked curiously at the object in Innes's hand and asked, "What's that?" "Sound transmitting a Child stones," he explained. "There are 2 stones, one mother stone, one child stone, able to pass messages between each other. If Brother Tianyi wants, I have another set that I'll give to you." "Great stuff." Zaire nodded, playing with it. Bernice became excited. The Kimball's reward isn't just any reward. We must seize this opportunity. Maybe upon our return, all of us could break through to the Qi realm. She specially glanced at Zaire while saying this. Only she knew that among the 3, Zaire possessed the highest combat power. Future encounters with the Nanjing would rely heavily on his abilities. Hearing this, Innes nodded in agreement. Indeed. According to senior students, the Kimball rarely makes public statements. Whenever he does, it's always significant. Waste no time. Shall we set off now? Bernice asked the 2. Let's go. Innes started to step forward but paused, glancing at Zaire. But Brother Tianyi needs to conceal yourself a bit, otherwise, this appearance might be misinterpreted. Due to using the 7 slaughter sword technique in the battle with Neil, Zaire's skin was covered with strange black patterns. His pupil issue had somewhat subsided. Though the black pupil still occupied most of his eyes, people would only find his appearance unusual. However, the mysterious black patterns covering his body could easily be mistaken for a practitioner of demonic arts. Chapter 26. 2 locations fall, a deadly situation. After Zaire disguised himself, he set off with Bernice and Innes. In the afternoon, the 3 finally traversed the rugged forest and arrived at Xuanhuan City. Xuanhuan City was originally a small kingdom on the border between Nanjuan and the Great Chu Empire. Although it wasn't vast, it had everything the citizens needed to be self-sufficient, a perfect embodiment of, though tiny like a sparrow, it has all the necessary organs. At this moment, there were already people from Tianyang Martial Academy stationed at the city gates waiting for them. These individuals belonged to the Xuanhuan City branch of the academy. Upon seeing Bernice and Innes dressed in the disciple robes of the academy, they approached. Following the orders of our resident elder, we have come to greet the academy's disciples. The accommodation has been arranged for you all. Please follow me, one of them said. At this point, Zaire softly asked Bernice, "Is this Elder Carlton whom Brother Clyde mentioned earlier the same buck elder who tested us back in Jiugong City?" She nodded. Yes, he is. Despite only holding the position of an outer sect officer, he wields considerable power. Zaire frowned. He hadn't forgotten how ruthless this buck elder had been during their initial evaluation. Looks like I need to be extra cautious, he thought to himself. The group soon reached the academy's branch in Xuanhuan City. As they stepped through the gate, they encountered someone Zaire knew all too well. This person wore the standard uniform of the academy, a lost sword hanging from his waist, with an arrogant and insincere smile playing on his face. It was none other than Arvin, an old acquaintance from the Wu family days. Ha ha ha. I presume these few must be the outstanding disciples who just arrived from the academy? Bernice, Innes, and? Arvin's gaze fell on Zaire, who was hidden under a cloak. Zaire, why are you suddenly hiding yourself after some time apart? You. Innes sensed the hostility and took a step forward to speak. Hey. Arvin interrupted with a smile. I heard that you left early but encountered an attack by Nanjuan tribespeople along the way. Are you all alright? Though he addressed everyone, his eyes remained fixed on Zaire, and the smirk on his face suggested he secretly hoped something had gone wrong. Thank you for your concern, we're all fine, Bernice responded. Good to hear. Elder Carlton then emerged, his gaze also landing on Zaire. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, reporting urgently, report to the elders. Both Shaoyang and Long counties have been overrun by large numbers of Nanjuan tribesmen. They've fallen. What? Everyone froze in shock upon hearing this news. The alliance between the Great Chu Empire and Tianyang Martial Academy had been tasked with defending against Nanjuan incursions, and Shaoyang and Long counties were specifically guarded by the academy. What about the disciples stationed there? They have. The disciple's voice faded as he finished. All perished. The Nanjuan attacked unexpectedly with many experts. The disciples guarding the 2 counties were caught off guard. Gather all the elders immediately for a meeting, Carlton shouted before pausing. He turned towards Zaire and the others. You 3 will go to Shaoyang and Long counties to scout the enemy's movements and report back immediately if you find anything. Upon hearing this, Bernice immediately responded, Cameron, sending just the 3 of us against such a formidable force would be like sending sheep to slaughter. Do you refuse the elders' orders? Carlton's gaze became sharp, emitting a powerful aura that pressured everyone around him. This is realm transformation level. Zaire felt the overwhelming presence and surprise. Generally, outer sect officers like Carlton wouldn't exceed Qi level, and breaking through would grant entry into the inner sect. Yet here was Carlton, already at the realm transformation level while remaining an outer sect officer. Unable to withstand the pressure, Innes gently pulled Bernice and replied, We will obey the elder's command. Once outside the academy quarters, Bernice couldn't help but grumble, Why did you agree? This Carlton clearly wants us to die. Innes smiled faintly. We agreed but didn't specify how we'll scout. Whether we infiltrate the Nanjuan camp or observe from a distant hilltop, it counts as scouting. Zaire chuckled. Exactly. We'll take a quick look and find a place to hide, which won't violate the elder's orders. But although he seemed relaxed on the surface, his heart was heavy. Innes and Bernice didn't know, but Zaire was fully aware Carlton was targeting him, though he hadn't figured out why. Regardless of the reason, given Carlton's nature, this mission wouldn't end easily for Zaire. Back at the Tianyang Martial Academy's branch, Arvin questioned in confusion, Cameron, Sending them to the two counties is essentially a death sentence. Is this really appropriate? Are you questioning me? Carlton snapped coldly. I wouldn't dare. Arvin hastily replied. However, the chief ordered us to investigate what Zaire possesses. This method might not be suitable. What do you understand? Carlton sneered. Sending him to Xiaoyang and Long counties, facing numerous experts, he will be forced to reveal whatever he holds to survive. Arvin finally understood. Ah, so that's it. Thank you, Elder, for enlightening me. He grew excited. They survived the Neil encounter because of that demonic artifact Zaire has. Forcing him into this situation means he'll have to use it again. Then, with evidence in hand, he can't hide. Fool. Carlton silently cursed. Was the real object the demonic artifact? No, the chief wanted the Jingzhou divine artifact. Meanwhile, Zaire and the others were preparing to depart for the two counties. Senior brothers and sister, Cameron worried you might not know the way, so he sent me to guide you. A disciple appeared and bowed, speaking. It was the same person who had reported earlier. Not good. Ines and Bernice exchanged uneasy glances, but Zaire seemed to have anticipated this and nodded. Then let's go. The four boarded a Fangtian flying boat, arriving at Wuxian County at dawn. 300 miles from Xiaoyang and Long counties, Wuxian is the closest location to those areas, the disciple explained. Now, Wuxian County is under strict quarantine with additional troops dispatched by the Great Chu government. This area can serve as our rest camp. He showed them a map marked with annotations. Based on what I know, there are now realm transformation experts within the Nanjuan forces in those two counties. Zaire observed the markings and stated, almost all regions in the two counties are occupied by Nanjuan forces, even remote villages haven't been spared. Clearly, they came prepared and are very familiar with the population distribution. Yes, the disciple confirmed, and they also knew our troop deployments beforehand, which helped them swiftly capture Xiaoyang and Long counties. It seems there are traitors among us working for Nanjuan, Ines remarked. Recalling the masked leader mentioning Nanjuan operatives in the Great Chu court, Zaire wondered, I wonder if Lenore is here. As they made their preparations, the gravity of the situation loomed over Zaire, knowing the true motive behind this deadly assignment. Chapter 27. The Ancient Altar, the Southern Savage, Sacred Amyuntan. How many of our people are still in Wuxian County? Zaire asked. There is a Dantian Grandmaster brother stationed in Wuxian County, along with 8 Viscera Masters and 36 Bone Practitioners, as well as junior brothers and sisters. Adding the soldiers recruited here, there are about 3,000 people in total, the disciple replied. However, each station disciple only follows the orders of the elder. If you wish to use them, it might be a bit difficult. Once one reaches the Viscera realm, they gain the qualification for ennoblement or generalship, and those in the Dantian realm can have the chance to meet the Roger. Now, in this small county on the front lines of the Southern Savages, there is already 1 Dantian expert and 8 Viscera Masters, showing the strength of the defenses. But despite all this, Xiaoyang County and Longyang County were still breached by the Savage army, and astonishingly, there were even transformation realm experts among their ranks. Seeing how dire the situation was, Ines frowned deeply, unable to come up with any immediate solutions. If the Savage army has transformation realm experts, it will be very difficult for us to investigate. He looked at the disciple and slowly said, We 3 are all at the Dantian realm. Confronting Qi realm experts is already challenging enough, let alone transformation realm experts. We might die the moment we meet them. Zaire remained silent for a while before saying, Can we seek help from the Great Chu Imperial Court? That's hard. Even if you can persuade the commander stationed in Wuxian County, I doubt they would be able to spare manpower to assist. They are mostly wounded soldiers who retreated from the two counties and are preparing to hold Wuxian County. At this point, Zaire, who had been studying the map, spoke up. If the Savages intend to continue advancing, Wuxian County will be a necessary path for them. Have you informed Cameron about increasing defensive forces here? Cameron has already made preparations. A large number of students from the Martial Academy and troops from the Great Chu Imperial Court are heading towards Wuxian County, ready to use it as a barrier to block the Savage army. Upon hearing this, Zaire did not show any signs of joy but instead grew more serious. Noticing this, Ines hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Zaira also looked over. Alas, Zaire sighed deeply. The fact that both Buck Fantion and Great Chu plan to use Wuxian County's geographical advantages as a defense fort shows how powerful the Savage army in the two counties really is. Zaira's face turned cold as she realized this. If the Savage army that attacked the two counties were easy to deal with, the Martial Academy and the Imperial army would surely launch an offensive to annihilate them. Instead, they are merely fortifying Wuxian County. Zaire's explanation left everyone pale, especially the disciple, who finally understood the gravity of the situation. It's highly possible that this time the Savage army not only includes transformation realm experts, but possibly even soul realm experts. Ines regretted. Looks like my impulsive actions have put us all in a huge predicament. Zaire waved his hand. Talking about this now is too late. Amiriover, we had no choice but to agree back then. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. With that, he put away the map and asked the disciple, Can I borrow this map for a moment? Of course. Zaire nodded and then turned to Zaira and Ines, under the cover of night. I'll follow the map to check on the Savage army's situation. You two find a place to rest and wait for me. But don't. Ines quickly objected. There are many experts in the Savage army. Going alone is dangerous. Don't worry. Zaira stopped him. With his abilities, he should be fine. Zaire also reassured them, no need to worry, besides, other experts are coming with me. He glanced intentionally at a dark spot in the night. Other experts? Ines was puzzled, but seeing Zaira's calm demeanor, he didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets. There's no need to pry into everything. But upon hearing this, the disciple's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. After Zaire left, the disciple also quietly slipped away. Outside Wuxian City, stars twinkled in the sky as Zaire walked alone in the dead silence of the night. Come out. As he spoke, a woman appeared in front of him. It was Lady Buck-chan and Lenore. You've advanced quite a lot to detect me. But this time, you're truly courting death. Lenore smiled. Zaire frowned. Why did you come early? I was going to ask you the same thing. Lenore said, I sent someone to the Martial Academy to deliver items to you, but you ended up in the Southern Savages. The Martial Academy has assigned a task. I came to see if there's a chance to improve myself, Zaire explained. Lenore examined him from head to toe. Yes, your cultivation has indeed improved. But why are you hiding under a cloak? Can't show yourself? Zaire chuckled bitterly, then changed the subject. Since you're here, with your status, you must have information. What did you get? My information isn't much, Lenore said, but the Southern Savages' surprise attack on Shaoyang and Longyang counties was aimed at an ancient altar. An ancient altar? Zaire was surprised. Yes. About 1,000 years ago, when this area belonged to the Southern Savages, they discovered an ancient altar beneath the ground. Lenore continued, recently, a specialist in array formations arrived from the Southern Savages and found a way to repair this altar. Using it as a medium, they can mutate all humans on the front lines. Hearing this, Zaire frowned again. That's serious? Lenore looked toward the distance, where Shaoyang and Longyang counties had fallen. So this will likely turn into a major battle. Aren't you afraid of dying? Zaire asked her. Dying? Lenore laughed. I won't die. Amiriover, a true war won't erupt until at least a month after the altar is repaired. We still have a month, so no need to panic. She then glanced teasingly at Zaire. Afraid of dying? You can return now if you want. Zaire rolled his eyes. I remember you mentioned some opportunity. Since I'm already in the Southern Savages, can you tell me now? Lenore hesitated for a while. Do you know Tianshan? The Southern Savage, Sacred Amiyuntan? Zaire recalled the documents he read at the Martial Academy, where Tianshan is revered by the Southern Savages. I have a way to help us enter Tianshan. Lenore's words startled Zaire. Enter the Southern Savage, Sacred Amiyuntan? Do you know how many experts are there? The king of the Southern Savages resides there. Are you sure this isn't suicide? Chapter 28. Re-encountering an old acquaintance, the Neil's demise. Infiltrate the Southern Barbarian Sacred Amiyuntan? Isn't this just like sneaking into the Imperial Palace of Great Shu? Zaire couldn't believe that Lenore was so daring as to venture into the Southern Barbarian Sanctuary brimming with experts. How can your cultivation increase, yet your courage suddenly shrink? Lenore suddenly chuckled. This has nothing to do with being cowardly or not. Before Zaire finished his sentence, he sensed an extremely powerful presence nearby. A murderous intent had already locked onto him. Out of the darkness, a figure darted forward, its palm shaped into sharp claws, emitting a chilling, blade-like coldness from its fingertips. Without hesitation, the newcomer attacked Zaire and Lenore. Despite being shrouded in darkness, Zaire immediately recognized the familiar aura. Neil. Hearing his name, the Neil sneered darkly. I didn't expect to run into you again after taking a little detour. Brat, once I capture you, I will force you to reveal what that treasure of yours is. The Neil showed no sign of injury whatsoever, exuding an overwhelming aura, like a world-renowned ferocious beast charging at them. Kill. Lenore drew her long sword, showcasing her ruthless swordsmanship for the first time in front of Zaire. The world transformed. Autumn winds howled, and murderous intent spread across the sky. Boundless killing intent burst forth from her like a geyser. Even before she attacked, the sword was already imbued with overwhelming hostility. Heh, you're just a Chi realm girl, still no match for me. Is that so? Lenore's cold laughter echoed, and then she vanished using some unknown movement technique. Almost instantly, a shadow wielding a sword appeared behind the arrogant Neil. Kill. This was the second kill. Lenore's sword thrust gathered all the murderous intent, becoming dreamlike yet remaining visible, encircled by swirling black energy. Actually, it's the way of slaughter sword, the Neil exclaimed, startled and enraged. Are you from the Jintian mansion? Faced with her sword, he leaped backward and shouted, heaven-rending divine claw. The Neil's hands turned into claws, with fingernails growing 3 inches longer, pitch black and unlike the previous sharpness but radiating formidable power through the surrounding dark energy. The sword and claws collided explosively, sending sparks flying, forcing them apart again. The Neil is not only healed but has learned a special claw technique and even broken through to the transformation realm. Watching from the side, Zaire was inwardly astonished. How did the Neil recover so quickly and even break through after losing 1/3 of his essence? At the same time, he marveled at Lenore's strength. To face a well-established Neil who broke through to the transformation realm without falling short was unexpected. It seemed she concealed much of her true prowess back in Tianya Forest Sea. Soon they clashed again. Despite being in the Chi realm, Lenore matched the Neil in the transformation realm, trading blows evenly. Clang, clang, clang. The Neil unleashed 3 consecutive claws, each aimed at vital points, while Lenore's sword struck the weakest spots on the claws accurately. Who are you from the Jintian mansion? How could you block my heaven-rending divine claw? Neil demanded fiercely. Lenore stood with her sword, a cold smile on her face. You dared come to human territory right after breaking through to the transformation realm. You must be tired of living. If you had broken through to the soul realm now, merging spirit and body, you might have a chance to capture me. Now, huh? The Neil's eyes bulged with anger at her words. You damn brat, just like that kid. Ugh, infuriating. Kill. Her response was another strike with her longsword. This time, the killing intent coalesced at the tip, forming a cold black point aiming straight for the Neil. For an instant, time seemed to freeze. Thud. Blood spurted into the night sky. Bad news. The Neil's heart quaked. His left arm, pierced through, was enveloped in a boundless black mist of slaughter, filling him with intense dread. Snap. At the critical moment, the Neil severed his own arm and fled, transforming into a massive tiger. In one leap, he was 100 feet away. But awaiting him was Zaire, who had been lying in wait. Whirlwind remnant clouds. Wisps of smoke dispersing. Both hands unleashed the soaring cloud palm, striking the Neil's back. On contact, Zaire felt as if he were hitting iron, the transformation realm's impervious flesh surpassing his expectations. Fortunately, Lenore had caught up. Her sword danced, and countless shadows pierced the Neil's body. Aff! The Neil roared in pain. Boy, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. With his remaining left arm, he released an intense aura, his hand swiftly turning into a claw aimed at Zaire. Clank! The ceremonial sword was drawn, the tip pressing against the Neil's palm. Die! A mouthful of essence blood spewed from the Neil. A white tiger phantom reappeared behind him, fusing with his left hand. Instantly, Zaire's ceremonial sword shattered inch by inch, and a claw-shaped shadow descended upon him. Kill! Lenore's black chi boiled violently as she thrust her sword toward the Neil's throat. Seeing this, he had no choice but to retract his claw, grabbing the incoming sword with both hands and forcefully holding off her attack. To dare grab my demon-subduing sword barehanded? Impressive! Unexpectedly, Lenore laughed, then lifted her right hand, making the sword vibrate. Swish! Blood rained from the sky. The Neil's white tiger-enhanced left hand was severed cleanly. Then, with a swift change in her technique, she stabbed him through the throat. Seeing this, Zaire struck too, landing a palm directly on the Neil's chest, unleashing his full strength and shattering his heart from a distance. Simultaneously, Zaire rapidly communicated with the Jingzhou Cauldron, siphoning off the Neil's essence blood into the cauldron as Lenore withdrew her sword. So fast? Lenore withdrew her sword, looking at the dead Neil with puzzlement. But when she glanced at Zaire, shock overwhelmed her. You've learned the 7-killing sword art? Not only did you learn it, you used it. The aftermath of the battle had torn open his cloak. Zaire's eyes now bore abnormal black pupils, occupying most of the irises, with only a small part white. Strange black patterns covered the exposed skin, causing anyone to shudder involuntarily. Such a state, Lenore knew all too well. Every practitioner who forcibly cultivated the 7-killing sword art without awakening the way of slaughter became like this, a puppet of the way of slaughter. Chapter 29. The Age of Great Contention, Martial Art Ranks. What left Lenore even more shocked was how Zaire hadn't turned into a Kill Dao puppet. The Slaughter Sword Dao could only be activated by the Wang family's bloodline. Despite the vast world having countless wonders, she had never heard of anyone outside the Wang family awakening it. Facing Lenore's surprise, Zaire gave a bitter laugh and said, "An unexpected event forced me to use the 7-kill sword technique." "What kind of accident?" Zaire pointed at the already dead Neil. "We encountered this person's night ambush on the way here. In dire straits, I had no choice but to fight to the death, yet I didn't expect to survive." Lenore's expression became peculiar upon hearing this. "How did you manage that?" Zaire thought for a moment before replying, "I don't really know either. Somehow, I just managed to withstand the Kill Dao's intrusion." He chose not to tell the truth to the princess in front of him, mainly because he still hadn't figured out what that ray of light in his consciousness sea was all about. Not understanding its essence, he naturally couldn't divulge it to others so easily. "That's not what I'm asking." Lenore looked at Zaire with astonishment. "Even if you can use the 7-kill sword technique, there's no way you should have been able to overcome Neil, who was at the transformation realm." Seeing her persistent curiosity, Zaire had no choice but to recount the events briefly. "A spirit weapon explosion? Although your fellow disciple had questionable morals, they certainly had guts," remarked Lenore, resting her chin in her hand as she pondered. "But for you to learn the killing secret from the 7-kill sword technique within half a month and be able to use it skillfully, it shows your talent surpasses my expectations." She suddenly smiled. "This is perfect. Our chances of success when we enter a Mayon will be much higher." Curiosity got the better of Zaire. "You've always wanted to enter a Mayon. Why? Is there something you're looking for inside?" Lenore nodded. "Yes. After studying ancient secrets, I found that a Mayon in the southern barbarian lands might contain something extremely important. This object is vital to the fate of the 9 provinces. If we obtain it, it will help us secure a place in the upcoming Age of Great Contention." Age of Great Contention? Zaire was somewhat startled. The signs of chaos are already evident. It is rumored that after a certain period, heaven and earth will overturn, bringing a significant transformation to the 9 provinces. During that time, talents will emerge, and various forces will rise to the surface, Lenore explained somberly. "That's the Age of Great Contention." Zaire was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Lenore clapped her hands. "Snap out of it. Our cultivation levels are too low right now. Discussing this is premature. Let's see what treasures this Neil has that allowed him to break through to the transformation realm and recover without any injuries." With that, she started searching the dead Neil's body, quickly pulling out an emerald jade bottle. She uncorked it, and a 7-colored beam of light shot up into the sky. "Excellent. It's the 7-colored Savage Saint Pill. This pill is granted by the barbarian god during grand sacrifices in the southern barbarian lands. It has healing properties, helps consolidate and enhance cultivation, far surpassing the 10,000 spirit pills used in the imperial court." Lenore rejoiced and then examined the jade bottle closely. "Unfortunately, there's only one pill left." "Why don't you take it?" Zaire suggested, seeing her treasure it. "I won't hesitate. With this pill, I can surely break through to the transformation realm," Lenore replied happily. "But I won't take advantage of you. Your magic sword was destroyed in the battle. I have a spirit weapon called Chidian, Lightning Seas." Saying this, she produced a treasured sword from thin air. "Although this sword doesn't match my demon quelling sword, the demon quelling sword is the greatest treasure of the Suppression Prince's mansion. If not for coming to the southern barbarian lands, I wouldn't dare use it lightly." Zaire was already accustomed to her ability to produce items from nowhere. After receiving the Chidian sword, he gave it a gentle swing, finding it perfectly suited to his lightning secret cannon. Then Lenore added, "Here, I also have a pill that can eliminate the kill Dao imprint on you. You can take it to return to normal." After taking the pill, Zaire indeed felt all the strange markings on his body disappear, and his eyes returned to normal. Next, he squatted down and began searching the Neil's body, soon finding a jade tablet and 2 books. Upon closer inspection, Zaire realized that the tablet was actually a divine artifact. This is a pass token, Lenore mused. Judging by the pattern and totem on it, it must be needed to enter the barbarian territories. Besides the jade tablet, the 2 books were named True Grotto Scripture of White Tiger and Sky-Tearing Divine Claw. The first detailed methods for visualizing the true form of the White Tiger and techniques for commanding and attacking. The second recorded the claw technique the Neil had used during their struggle, seemingly quite new. The True Grotto Scripture of White Tiger is excellent, reaching the Emperor-grade martial arts threshold. It is one of the more precious techniques of the White Tiger lineage in the 10,000 Beast Amiuntans. I wonder how the Neil acquired it, commented Lenore. As for the Sky-Tearing Divine Claw, I've never heard of it. I don't know its rank, but its movement suggests it originates from the southern barbarian lands techniques, she explained. Seeing Zaire's confusion, she continued, humans are divided into different classes, and cultivation levels vary. Similarly, martial arts have ranks. The lowest is the ordinary grade. Practicing these techniques can only take you to the bone tempering stage. Next is the superior grade. These techniques can lead you to the transformation realm. Amazed Martial Academy foundational internal cultivation techniques fall into this category. Then comes the emperor grade. To be called an emperor means the techniques possess boundless marvels and profound powers. After that is the imperial grade. Like your family's dragon-shaped fist, if it were complete, it would be of this rank. Finally, there is the legendary immortal grade. They say only immortals can practice them. Unable to resist, Zaire asked, so the 7-kill sword technique of your suppression prince's mansion belongs to? Of course, it's imperial grade, Lenore said proudly. If I master the slaughter sword Dao, my father says I can even contend with an immortal. Immortal? Zaire's eyes held a hint of longing. All right, we've thoroughly searched the Neil's body. We shouldn't waste this corpse. Taking it back will definitely earn you a reward, Lenore concluded, vanishing into thin air. I'll go find a place to break through, then I'll come find you. Without delay, Zaire picked up the Neil's corpse and headed toward Wuxia County town. Shortly after he left, Lenore reappeared. To withstand the Kill Dao's invasion, what secret does he hide? As she pondered, she beckoned, and instantly a black shadow appeared before her. Report this to my father and investigate Zaire's entire background. Don't overlook any minor detail. Yes. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 30. Innate Fetal Breath, Shadowless Sword Perfection. Wuxia County. Agneta and Ziki Clyde marveled at the corpse of Neil on the ground. One thrust through the throat. What a sharp and swift sword. Xuer exclaimed in shock as she inspected the wound on Neil's body. Hey Tianyi, you really killed this Neil? Ziki was visibly stunned. Neil was a near-realm transformation master, while Zaire had just broken through to the bone marrow realm. With such a vast disparity in strength, how could he have killed him? Sitting calmly on his chair, Zaire chuckled. Of course, I couldn't have done it alone. Ziki and Xuer exchanged glances. Recalling what Zaire had said earlier about other experts, they realized that there must have been another powerful individual involved. Don't just stand there. Quickly transport the body back to the Wuman City Martial Academy base. The credit will be shared among all 3 of us, said Zaire. He knew he shouldn't claim all the credit for himself. Not only would that invite trouble, but it might also breed suspicion within their small team. Though he hadn't led armies or held high office, he had read many military books and understood how to manage team relations. Besides, Ziki and Xuer had helped him considerably, and he wasn't one to forget kindnesses. He would repay them if he could. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ziki's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Brother Tianyi. After they left, Zaire locked the doors and windows, then took out the Jingzhou tripod to communicate with heaven and earth, offering up the entirety of Neil's near-realm blood essence. Boom. A sound like the opening of chaos echoed around him. With his advanced cultivation, Zaire's spiritual senses were now much sharper. He faintly perceived an overwhelming heavenly pressure suddenly appearing. Then the tripod swelled dramatically, followed by a shrill howl from within. Is this the will of Neil? Zaire wondered. By extracting all of Neil's vitality and essence, this sound must be the remnant of Neil's will. Soon, Zaire felt the Jingzhou tripod become slightly heavier. Looking inside, he saw nearly 100 greenish-red pills lying there. Adding these to the previous 22, I now have 118 of these marvelous pills. Zaire counted the pills happily, confirming the number before keeping 2 in hand and placing the rest back into the tripod. Anything kept inside would not scatter unless he emptied it. The last time I consumed a pill made from Wuman sacrifices, it not only healed my wounds but also strengthened my body and stabilized my cultivation. Holding the greenish pill, Zaire continued, this time, I'll try the Neil pill and see what difference it makes. He provisionally named the 2 types of pills Wuman pill and Neil pill. Like swallowing a Wuman pill, the Neil pill dissolved instantly, spreading throughout his body. Instantly, Zaire felt as if he were back in his mother's womb, surrounded by a murky atmosphere akin to fetal skin. Instead of breathing through his nose and mouth, he breathed through every pore in his skin, evoking a profound sense of soulful pleasure. Simultaneously, his limbs felt restrained, unable to fully expand. Could this be the innate fetal breath mentioned in ancient texts? The ancient records state that innate fetal breath is an expression of reaching a state of no thought or action in mind and spirit. In this state, one's enlightenment rapidly increases, and cultivating in this condition can yield remarkable progress. With this realization, Zaire didn't hesitate and began circulating the secret Thunder Codex. After approximately 2 hours, when the Neil pill's effects wore off, he woke up from the mystical innate fetal breath state. 2 hours of practice feels like 2 months of hard training. Zaire was amazed as he assessed his newfound internal true essence energy. If I used this pill to practice for a day, wouldn't it equate to a year's worth of normal cultivation? It only required 6 Neil pills per day, and he had over 100 in hand. Should I just hide away and practice intensely for 10 to 15 days? He quickly dismissed the idea. Given the current situation in Wuman, disappearing for so long would likely lead to being branded as a deserter, creating significant problems. Wuman pills can repair injuries, strengthen roots, and enhance the body. These Neil pills allow me to enter a state of innate fetal breath, increasing my insight and accelerating cultivation. Determined, Zaire resolved to gather more Wuman and Neil pills on the Wuman battlefield before returning to the academy for seclusion and cultivation. Without wasting any more time, he swallowed another Neil pill, but instead of meditating immediately, he opened the shadowless sword manual given to him by Ziki. With Lingqi Qidian in hand, the 7-kill sword technique can't be used anymore without unpredictable consequences. But Ziki's shadowless sword technique can certainly be practiced. 2 hours passed, and the sky outside had brightened. Finally, Zaire paused. Swish! A sword beam flashed brightly in the room as the spirit weapon Qidian was unsheathed. Under Zaire's control, it transformed into thousands of sword shadows, filling the entire room with cold, piercing light. A moment later, the sword lights disappeared, leaving behind countless ghostly shadows weaving around continuously. In just 2 hours, he had comprehended the shadowless sword technique to its peak, light-embracing stage. Even Ziki, who had practiced diligently since childhood, had only reached a basic level where his attacks produced myriad sword lights but failed to capture the essence of shadowlessness. Now, under Zaire's command, the shadowless sword truly showed its power. Each strike turned into hundreds of silent sword shadows. Buzz! Zaire retracted the sword, still humming faintly. With the shadowless sword technique, I now have more confidence in combat. Sheathing Qidian, he stepped out of the room. After a sleepless night of continuous practice, aided by the Neil pill, he felt not a trace of fatigue. In Wuman City, at the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy quarters, Carlton was conversing with someone when a disciple walked in holding a letter. Cameron, outer disciple Zaire, along with Zaira and Innes, encountered Neil again and successfully killed it after joining forces. The corpse has arrived for your inspection. What? Carlton hastily grabbed the letter, reading it intently before asking the disciple, "Where is the body? Take me there immediately." After thorough examination, Carlton had to admit that this was indeed the Neil from xuanhuan. Furthermore, it had already broken through to the transformation realm. How could a group of young bone marrow cultivators kill a transformation realm expert? Carlton stood frozen, barely able to believe it. Chapter 31. Intersect senior brother, deep behind enemy lines. How interesting, truly fascinating. A hint of a meaningful expression crossed Carlton's face. The Neil on xuanhuan in Liangzhou possesses the bloodline of the White Tiger. He roamed the world for decades and didn't expect to die at the hands of a bunch of kids. At this moment, Arvin furrowed his brows as he stepped forward. Elder, could it be the power of that object? He naturally did not mention it was a demonic artifact in front of everyone. It's hard to say, Carlton pondered aloud. I did not detect any demonic aura on the Neil's corpse, but the sword that pierced his throat should be an artifact. An artifact? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding elders and disciples all drew in sharp breaths. An artifact is a rank within immortal magical treasures. Legal instrument, spirit instrument, artifact. Only great beings like the head of the Martial Academy or Grand Elder could forge an artifact. In the Tianya Martial Academy, even many true disciples do not possess artifact-level magical treasures. Now, a group of Marrow Cultivation Realm Outer Sect disciples actually have one? Everyone did not doubt Carlton's judgment. After all, having followed the Kimball disciple for many years, his knowledge and experience far exceeded their own. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The man wore an orange Taoist robe, with radiant light flowing constantly. It was actually a spirit-level legal robe. Senior Brother Clyde. Seeing this man in an orange Taoist robe, all the officials and disciples respectfully called out. So it's Intersect Senior Brother Aaron. I, Carlton, greet you here. Carlton hurriedly stepped forward, smiling and greeting him. This Senior Brother Clyde also belonged to the Kimball disciple lineage, so the two were very familiar. Zaire, Bernice, and Innes were able to slay the Neil. Each of them shall be credited with meritorious service and given at least one foundation-building pill. Aaron seemed well-versed in matters of the Southern Frontier battlefield, immediately awarding credit upon arrival. Yes. The official responsible for recording disciple merits quickly responded respectfully. Wuxia County. At this moment, Zaire was discussing strategies with Layla and Innes. On the table in front of them lay a map. It detailed over a dozen large and small counties in the area, including various paths and small roads. Among them, Shaoyang County and Longyang County were marked in red. These two places had been entirely occupied by the southern barbarians. The barbarian army was expanding its camp every day and catching several scouts. Based on current intelligence, the barbarian army seems likely to launch an attack soon, though not at full strength. It's probably a probing attack, Zaire mused. The reinforcements sent to support Wuxia County from the Imperial Court and the Martial Academy simply can't arrive in time, Zaire continued. Innes nodded. Correct. Once the barbarian army attacks and reaches Wuxia County, seeing the already weakened Imperial garrison and only 3,000 Martial Academy guards, they might mobilize their main forces and take this key county in one fell swoop. Zaira frowned deeply. What do we do? If Wuxia County falls, it will be hard for us to escape too. Zaire thought for a moment. It's only been a few days since they took Shaoyang and Longyang counties. The court and Martial Academy likely didn't anticipate the barbarian army attacking other counties so recklessly. For now, there may be only one way. He stood up, fixing his eyes on the map on the table. Infiltrate the barbarian camp, strike deep behind enemy lines, and execute decapitation. Before he finished speaking, Innes directly rejected the idea. No, that's too dangerous. Zaire shook his head slightly. This is the only option. To create chaos among the barbarians, buy time, and wait for reinforcements from the court and the martial academy. They were currently in Wuxia County without mobilized forces or potential allies. To halt the barbarian offensive, this method was most effective. Furthermore, with the Jingzhou tripod in hand, killing southern barbarian experts would not only cause chaos but yield southern barbarian pills, a twofold benefit. At this moment, the three were atop a high-rise building. Zaire walked to the window, pointing at the nervous civilians below. Once upon a time, he was also among these people, living in constant fear. Do you want to stand idly by and watch these people die at the hands of the barbarians? But, Innes looked conflicted. Given our strength, infiltrating the barbarian camp? I agree. Zaire stepped forward. As martial artists, we must achieve the impossible. Otherwise, how can we speak of breaking through or transcending? Zaire glanced approvingly at her and said, Brother Clyde, what you lack is this kind of resolve. Seeing that both were determined, Innes sighed. All right, let's go. My plan is for you two to act together, Zaire said, taking out 4 southern barbarian pills from his robe and handing them over. Take these pills. In case of severe injuries, you can use them to heal rapidly. This was not a time for stinginess. These pills would enhance Innes and Zaire's combat prowess. Didn't expect you, Brother Tianni, to have such treasures. Pills were precious items, and outer sect disciples couldn't afford them normally. Therapeutic and cultivation-enhancing pills were especially valuable. Even inner sect disciples wouldn't have many. Innes happily pocketed the pills. With the decision made, Zaire wasted no time and set off toward the conquered counties of Shaoyang and Longyang. He picked the remote trails on the map, stopping occasionally. By midnight, he finally approached Shaoyang County. The night was pitch black, with sparse starlight and no moon. Fortunately, Zaire had already advanced beyond marrow cultivation, giving him sharp vision even in darkness. All houses along the way have been destroyed by the barbarians, and many civilian corpses, including women and children, some even unborn infants, have been cruelly mutilated and hung on trees. Zaire's face darkened as he witnessed the barbarity of the southern barbarians firsthand. He suddenly crouched down, running his fingers over traces on the ground. These are fresh marks left by the barbarians, the soil still undisturbed. Following the tracks, Zaire leapt forward swiftly. Soon, a ruined village came into view. There are survivors inside. He noticed flickering lights within the village. Simultaneously, a group of barbarians, having apparently received intel, was quietly approaching. Not good. Zaire saw a woman being dragged out of a house by the barbarians. Just as he was about to act, the village lights suddenly brightened. Then the woman transformed, tossing off a wig and clothes to reveal a young strong man. Kill the barbarians. A loud shout rang out, and villagers armed with weapons swarmed out, encircling the barbarian squad. Chapter 32. Total Annihilation, No Way Out. The village had a significant number of able-bodied men, and among them seemed to be a few young martial experts who understood some military tactics. However, the tribal soldiers were tall and muscular, clad in thick, sturdy armor, wielding large knives and broad swords. Facing the villagers' encirclement, the leading tribesmen sneered constantly. Zaire, standing at a distance, saw clearly that an expert suddenly appeared in the night, swiftly reaching the tribal army's formation. This is a southern tribal centurion, a marrow cultivation great master. With this kind of expert present, these few young villagers wouldn't stand a chance. If these young men were killed, the village would likely suffer the same horrific fate as the villages Zaire had encountered on his journey. Cliff step. He didn't dare delay, immediately rushing toward the tribal army with the centurion as his target. A mere people? The tribal centurion quickly noticed the rapidly approaching Zaire and immediately waved his hand, positioning the tribal soldiers between him and Zaire. Sweeping winds and remnant clouds. Using the Lingyun palm in his right hand combined with the cliff step, Zaire instantly turned into 30 shadows, charging from all directions into the tribal army. In this situation, he exerted his full strength. Those villagers, especially the few young men among them, shouted loudly, "Everyone hold on! A supporting expert has arrived! Follow me, charge!" For a moment, under the leadership of these young men, the villagers engaged in fierce combat with the tribal army. Once the battle began, the pressure on Zaire decreased significantly. Quickly, he took advantage of the deceptive nature of the cliff step, directly closing in on the southern tribal centurion. Due to his appearance, this centurion had to guard carefully, not daring to attack the villagers. Seeing the tribal soldiers unable to stop Zaire, the centurion unsheathed his long knife. The cold blade, like a winter's chill, aimed straight for Zaire's face. Sharp eyes. Surprised that the opponent could see through his cliff step and pinpoint his real position, Zaire was undeterred. He kicked a nearby tribal soldier midair, using the recoil to shift sideways, narrowly avoiding the powerful strike. After landing, Zaire drew the Chidian spirit sword. Phantom sword. Silent sword light enveloped the entire body of the southern tribal centurion. This centurion stood nearly 10 feet tall, covered in thick armor, and wearing a feathered helmet that revealed only his blood-red eyes. Upon seeing Zaire strike, the centurion did not retreat, sweeping his large knife horizontally, filling the air with countless flashes of steel. The knife was massive, almost like a shield, lined with terrifying sharp teeth, making it formidable when swung. Clang, clang, clang. All of Zaire's attacks were deflected by the door-sized knife. Seeing the relentless momentum of the blade heading towards him, he darted to the side. To defeat this person head-on will take considerable time. Zaire glanced at the villagers' situation. Despite their bravery, the villagers struggled against the towering tribal soldiers. Many had already fallen under the blades of the tribesmen. Some tribal soldiers even began eating the villagers on the spot. Witnessing this, Zaire knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He once again used the cliff step. Instantly, 30 figures surrounded the centurion, each thrusting a sword. The centurion could only wield his two-handed knife around his body to defend. However, the true Zaire appeared above the centurion. Thud. The Chidian sword pierced completely through. At the moment of killing the centurion, Zaire immediately sent the essence of his flesh and blood into the Jingzhou Cauldron. Boom. The large knife and the centurion's body fell together to the ground. The centurion is dead. Seeing their leader fall, the tribal soldiers were shaken. Zaire scanned the area, ignoring the tribal soldiers for now, and located the original tribal sergeant, a viscera cultivation rank warrior. There. His eyes glinted, and he instantly split into 30 shadows, charging forward. Cal were struggling against the tribal sergeant. As Zaire appeared, his Chidian sword stabbed from all directions. Thud. Though the tribal sergeant possessed viscera cultivation, he was no match, instantly pierced through the forehead, collapsing to the ground. Again, Zaire used the technique, sending the sergeant's essence into the Jingzhou Cauldron. The three young men stared in shock at how quickly their fierce struggle ended with the sergeant's death. Ignoring their surprise, Zaire shouted, "Don't just stand there. Help the other villagers kill all these tribesmen." Without stopping, he leaped back into the fray. Kill. The three young men responded, raising their weapons and shouting. Seeing both their leaders dead, the tribal soldiers lost heart and tried to flee in panic. But Zaire chased them down, annihilating them one by one. He felt no mercy for these inhumane tribal soldiers. Remembering the mutilated bodies of villagers along the road, he wished to kill every last one. This battle eliminated nearly 100 tribal soldiers, including a sergeant and a centurion. Wiping the blood off his Chidian sword, Zaire reflected on his gains. An elderly man approached with the three young men. "I am the village Kimball of Xihua village. This time, thanks to young hero's timely assistance, our lives were saved." Zaire smiled. "Village Kimball, you're too kind." Facing the tribal soldiers, we, the citizens of Jingzhou, will spare no effort in eliminating them.
Yes.
What they thought would be a disastrous outcome turned into victory thanks to the sudden arrival of a young expert, and the old chief was overjoyed. "May I know your name, young hero?" "My name is Zaire, a disciple of Cliff's martial academy." Upon hearing this, the old chief's expression changed dramatically. He quickly pulled the three young men into a bow. "It's the great master from the martial academy. Please come into the village, and we will gratefully thank you for saving us." Zaire waved his hand to decline. "No need. You should pack up and leave immediately. Once news of this small squad's annihilation reaches the main tribal camp, they may send stronger forces next time." To his surprise, the old chief looked troubled. One of the young men explained, "Great master, you may not know, but Xihua village now shelters people from several surrounding villages. We have thousands of elderly, women, and children who can't travel." Chapter 33. Refining Essence Blood. Begin cultivation. At this moment, with the entire barbarian army annihilated, many elderly people and children appeared in the village. Many others ran to their fathers or husbands, asking if they were injured. Zaire's expression paused as he looked at these people. There were indeed quite a few elderly and young. If they all left together, they would likely be attacked by pursuing barbarians before reaching Wu County. Sighing, Zaire said, "In your condition, you can only hold out here in Zihua village, waiting for the Imperial forces and Wuxia Academy troops to defeat the barbarians." The old village chief silently nodded. "Well," Zaire pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll try to create some chaos in the barbarian camp ahead to keep them preoccupied. But this is only a temporary solution. It won't last long. You still need to find a way to leave this place. Amaving in batches to Wu County might be a good option." "We have no other choice." Several young men glanced at each other and nodded. Then Zaire handed over all the remaining Nanman pills from the Jingzhou tripod to them. "These pills can be used in severe injuries. Take care of yourselves." This complete annihilation of the barbarian squad had gathered much essence blood in the Jingzhou tripod. Hence, giving these Nanman pills directly was better, perhaps allowing a few more survivors. Receiving the pills, three young men were profoundly moved and immediately kneeled, saying, "Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing these elixirs." The old village chief added excitedly, "Immortal, we will surely erect a longevity tablet for you and pray that the heavens protect you." With a burst of strength in his legs, Zaire leaped into the air, swiftly leaving Xihua village. He didn't head straight to the barbarian camp outside Xiao County but circled around the village looking for a suitable spot. This place isn't bad. It can serve as a temporary base. Finding a dry cave, Zaire tidied up a bit and sat cross-legged. Not far from Xihua village, he planned to stay here for a day, keeping watch against potential barbarian intrusions, while also intending to improve his strength. After all, he needed to penetrate deep into the barbarian camp next, and being unprepared could lead to disaster if unexpected events occurred. "I am currently cultivating the Mystic Thunder secret cannon, using the Shadowless Sword, Lingyun Palm, and an incomplete Dragon Fist for attacks. I'm severely lacking a powerful finishing move. If I encounter an expert like Neil again, these techniques clearly won't suffice." Gathering some firewood in the cave, Zaire lit it and began contemplating his situation. Moments later, he took out the Jingzhou tripod and started refining the essence blood. Buzz. The tripod shook vigorously. All the barbarian essence blood first condensed and then exploded suddenly. The blood mist was drawn away by some unseen force, and grains of black patterned pills emerged inside the tripod. Zaire poured one out and placed it on his palm. The black pattern seemed to breathe, appearing and disappearing in a strange manner. Exactly 100. Not too many, not too few. Counting them, the essence blood from tonight's battle had precisely refined into 100 Nanman pills. Just one could heal his wounds. These 100 pills were literal lifesavers. Carefully storing them, Zaire then pulled out two manuals he had obtained from Neil. The White Tiger True Cavern Scripture and the Tearing Heaven Divine Claw. The Mystic Thunder secret cannon fits me well, but its grade is ultimately low, only top tier. It lacks offensive capabilities during combat. The White Tiger True Cavern Scripture is an Imperial grade technique. If not for striking the Jingzhou tripod, I'd probably be dead. It could serve as a killing move. Skimming through it briefly, Zaire realized this scripture was extraordinary. It involved visualizing a white tiger to cultivate the spirit. When perfected, one could merge human and tiger, drawing on the power of the white tiger to greatly enhance oneself, making every move possess earth-shattering power. Long-term cultivation strengthened the spirit and made the soul resilient, granting various incredible abilities. Tempering the spirit and refining the divine soul are what soul realm experts can do. I can't believe the white tiger true cavern scripture doesn't require reaching the soul realm to possess such abilities. Beyond the transformation realm was the soul realm. Before the soul realm, martial artists cultivated the physical body, adjusting meridians and nurturing limbs with each breath. Combat was face-to-face, exchanging blows directly. Upon entering the soul realm, both spirit and soul experienced qualitative leaps, enabling remote combat, a true heavenly feat. After breaking through the spirit realm, spiritual and physical unity allowed a punch to hit even if the enemy was thousands of miles away. The path of cultivation should avoid aiming too high. Focus on solid steps and current tasks. Zaire put aside wandering thoughts, reminding himself constantly. Next, he flipped through the tearing heaven divine claw. This skill must be relatively new to Neil, not yet perfected, but still immensely powerful. Recalling how Neil used this technique to shatter Wuxia Academy's standard legal sword, its power was evident. Soon, Zaire consumed a Neil pill. The medicinal power spread through his body, returning him to the familiar innate state. He reopened the White Tiger True Cavern scripture and began cultivating according to its description. 2 hours passed quickly. A morning fog in the mountains gradually dissipated as the sun rose. Unfortunately, only barely entered the initial stage. Perhaps due to involving the spirit and soul, the difficulty of the White Tiger True Cavern scripture surpassed Zaire's expectations. Glancing at the sunlight outside the cave, he gritted his teeth and consumed another Neil pill. Meanwhile, outside Wu County, on an unnamed mountain, Lenore was washing her hands and burning incense, preparing to consume the 7-color savage Saint pill to break through to the transformation realm. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared. Report to Princess, His Highness has replied. Hearing this, Lenore hurriedly wiped her hands and took the letter. Reading it carefully, she wore a puzzled expression, muttering, "Father wants me to stop investigating this matter? Why?" But soon she asked the person, "What about the investigation I assigned you?" "I have gathered all Zaire's records from the past 10 years. Cloaked in black, the person handed over a dossier. All information is summarized here. Lenore flipped through the dossier, searching for suspicious points. After a long time, she slapped the dossier and letter, reducing them to powder. "You may go. Keep this matter secret." "Understood, my lady." After the cloaked person left, Lenore stared pensively at the distant sky. "Shenanigans planned so cleverly, using me as bait even in death." Strangely, Father agreed. Flipping her hand, a palm-sized jade sword appeared. Abyssal demonic weapon, Lingen Jade Sword. ####Chapter 34. Inhumane disguise and assassination. Roar. A low tiger roar echoed through the cave. Zaire's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing across them. Then, behind him, a massive white tiger spirit appeared. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the white tiger spirit of the Nile. Upon manifestation, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. "Unite!" Zaire roared, his right hand shooting up. The white tiger spirit transformed into a phantom light, merging into his arm. Boom! A single punch shattered the mountain wall, causing an earth-shaking tremor. I fear this blow would be enough to crush an opponent at the Chi realm. Zaire looked at his right hand with immense joy. He hadn't expected the power of the united white tiger to be so formidable. This is just the prototype. As I practice deeper, the white tiger's shadow will cover my entire body, allowing me to channel the power of the white tiger. The term spirit has been replaced with shadow to maintain consistency with earlier references in the passage and to better convey the original meaning. Additionally, white tiger is capitalized to maintain consistency in terminology. What was the white tiger? Historical records stated that the white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon were the 4 ancient divine beasts. Even invoking a fraction of its power was enough to slay formidable enemies. After mastering the true white tiger cave scripture, Zaire discovered he could conceal his presence using his powerful mental and spiritual energy. As long as he didn't encounter soul realm experts, no one would detect his trace. With time, even soul realm experts would find it difficult to track him. This provides convenience for infiltrating the barbarian army's camp. Zaire thought quickly about how to utilize this characteristic. It was close to noon, with the sun high in the sky. After tidying up briefly, he left the cave and circled around Zihua village, ensuring there were no barbarians nearby before heading straight for Xiaoyang County, where the main barbarian camp was located. Following the map in his mind, Zaire proceeded along deserted paths. After covering over 300 miles, the walls of Xiaoyang County came into view. I should observe the situation within the city, he said to himself from atop a hill. At that moment, Xiaoyang County was heavily guarded by the barbarian forces. Many of the barbarians were transporting materials according to orders, placing them in various locations. Do they intend to repair the Grand Array? Zaire wondered. Uncle Davis had mentioned that Xiaoyang and Long counties concealed an ancient altar. This altar had been damaged until a southern barbarian array master arrived and managed to restore it. Consequently, the barbarians launched a sudden attack, seizing these 2 counties. They planned to communicate with their god through this altar, intending to assimilate all humans on the southern barbarian front using divine power. Is this barbarian god real? Are there really deities in this world? Zaire couldn't help but ponder. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the return of numerous barbarian troops to the outskirts of Xiaoyang County. He quickly activated the true white tiger cave scripture to conceal himself and observed carefully. Each returning troop brought several human captives. So the barbarians used Xiaoyang County as a base to raid for humans and use them as laborers? But Zaire's understanding was still simplistic. He watched as the first batch of barbarians entered the city, escorting their captives to a newly dug pit. Then, without hesitation, the barbarians decapitated all the humans, spraying their blood into the pit. Seeing the humans being slaughtered like lambs awaiting slaughter, Zaire's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Damn it! Earlier, he had seen many red pools within the city. Because of the distance, he couldn't smell the blood and assumed they were wine pools. He never imagined they were pools of compatriot blood. After counting, he found there were 18 such pools within the city, each 3 zhang deep and wide. How many people must have died to fill them? Zaire felt a raging fury burning within. No wonder everyone says the southern barbarians are mortal enemies. Witnessing their actions firsthand is truly inhumane, he thought, resolved to destroy this barbarian stronghold. Having undergone this experience, Zaire ceased his casual observations and began meticulously examining the situation within the city. He noticed that there were still many humans moving freely inside. These individuals weren't restricted and were even treated kindly by the barbarian soldiers. Recalling what the masked man said when he first met Clifton June and Tanya Killenhai, these people must have defected to the barbarians. They are traitors. Zaire despised these people deeply. How could they betray their own kind to aid the enemy? In some ways, they were more detestable than the barbarians. Despite his anger, he forced himself to stay calm and not act rashly. After all, this was a major stronghold with many skilled warriors and tens of thousands of barbarian troops. If surrounded, even a Soul Realm expert might not survive. For 3 days, Zaire patiently waited, observing the movements within the city daily, until he saw a masked figure exit Xiaoyang County. The opportunity has come. From the tree branch, Zaire gripped his sword tightly, fixing his gaze on the masked individual. After exiting the city, the masked person mounted a fast horse and rode down the road towards Wuxia County. Zaire stealthily descended the tree and sprinted after him. As the masked figure gradually distanced himself from the city walls, the moment they vanished from sight. Clang! The long sword was drawn, and an overwhelming wave of sword shadows enveloped him. Who's there? The masked person reacted swiftly, leaping off the horse to evade the sword shadows. Suddenly, 30 figures materialized around him, each wielding a sword aimed at his vital points. Caught off guard, the masked individual could only defend with bare hands. His palm strikes flowed like waves, attempting to fend off the surrounding swords. But suddenly, he heard a tiger's roar. Before he could react, a blade pierced his throat. The brief confrontation ended with the masked person dying without seeing his attacker. Without delay, Zaire searched the body. Apart from a wooden identification token and some money, nothing else was found. He removed the dead person's clothes and mask, then buried the body, catching up with the fleeing horse. After disguising himself, Zaire rode the horse back towards Xiaoyang County, ready for his next move. Chapter 35. Xuanhuan Martial Academy, Senior Sister Anthea, Token. Zaire was stopped by the barbarian guards as soon as he reached the county gate. Without panic, he handed over the wooden token from the masked man. After a careful inspection, the guard tossed it back to him. Go in. Once inside the city, a designated person took his horse away. Zaire walked forward with his head down, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. Just as he reached an alley entrance, a white figure suddenly appeared and grabbed him. You've been discovered, let's go. Startled, Zaire didn't have time to react before he was lifted up and whisked into a secret chamber with a swift movement. Space shift. He quickly turned to face the newcomer. Before him stood a woman in white, her face covered by a veil, revealing skin as white as congealed fat. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from heaven, holy and untouchable. Not bad perception, but lacking in brains, the woman remarked coolly. You actually thought you could infiltrate this heavily fortified barbarian camp with just a token? Naive. Zaire was shaken. He hadn't realized that Xiao County was guarded by an array. Such arrays usually identified intruders, meaning he was likely detected the moment he entered the city. If not for this woman, he would probably be surrounded by the barbarians already, with no choice but to surrender. Bad. Zaire suddenly thought of Zaira and Ines. They probably didn't know that both Xiao and Long counties were covered by large arrays. If they entered Long County. Thinking of this, he hurriedly pulled out the sound transmission stones and sent them a warning. At that moment, Zaira and Ines were hiding in a dilapidated village, worried. What should we do now? With a large number of barbarian troops patrolling outside, we can only watch helplessly as the civilians are taken away, Ines said, unkempt and disheveled. Beside him, Zaira wasn't much better, her clothes dirty and her face smeared with dried mud. Clearly, they hadn't had it easy in the past few days. These few times, we nearly died. Last night was almost the end for us, Ines said, still shaken. Why don't we return to Wuxia to find reinforcements? As he spoke, he sensed something and quickly retrieved a stone. Brother Tianyi is sending a message. Upon hearing this, Zaira, who had been resting, immediately asked, how is he? Is he hurt? Holding the transmission stone and sensing its energy for a moment, Ines exclaimed in shock, Long County has been enveloped in a barbarian array. Brother Tianyi warns us not to enter. After saying this, he noticed Zaira staring at him intently and laughed awkwardly. Brother Tianyi didn't mention his situation. I'll ask him again right now. He then sent another message, but Zaire did not reply after waiting for a long time. Maybe Brother Tianyi is busy? Ines asked cautiously, looking at Zaira. After fighting the barbarians several times, he had come to appreciate Zaira's formidable strength. Her iron fists were undoubtedly stronger than his. Let's go. Zaira stood up abruptly. Zaire might be in danger. We need to return to Wuxia and gather more people. But will they listen to us? Inside Xiao County. I am Zaire from Tinya Martial Academy. May I know your name, young lady? Xuanhuan Martial Academy, Anthea. Xuanhuan Martial Academy. Zaire was startled. This academy was located in Liangzhou. How did its disciple end up here in Jingzhou? Given your cultivation level, you haven't yet reached Qi realm. Why is an outer disciple from Tianya Martial Academy here? Anthea stared at Zaire, her normally lively eyes now cold. Zaire felt uneasy under her gaze, knowing that one wrong answer could mean instant death. Anthea's strength was at least at the transformation realm or higher, and she possessed space shift capabilities. If they fought, he knew he couldn't win against her now. Zaire explained his purpose for coming. After listening, Anthea's eyes flickered with surprise. With only marrow practice realm cultivation, you dared to infiltrate the barbarian camp alone. Quite bold indeed. Do you happen to know why senior sister is here? Zaire asked tentatively. To kill. Anthea replied coldly. Initially, I planned to go alone, but seeing you, I decided to bring you along. Bring me along? Zaire was taken aback. Didn't you come to disrupt the barbarian camp and create chaos? This is a good opportunity. Anthea continued. The person I need to kill is within the core of the barbarian forces. Help me deal with some soldiers, and upon success you get a foundation building pill. How about it? After a brief consideration, Zaire nodded. He knew his current strength was low, and assisting Anthea was indeed a good strategy to create chaos within the barbarian ranks. Even without the pill, he would agree to accompany her. During their brief interaction, Zaire understood that this woman was formidable. Just don't know if this person is at the soul realm or spirit realm. He pondered internally. Let's go. Anthea's cold voice echoed, and the two found themselves instantly transported to an empty alley within Shao County. Don't speak. This is a sound transmission technique. I will transmit a true essence into you to mask your aura, preventing detection by the array. Suddenly, Zaire heard Anthea's voice in his mind. Then he felt a jade hand pressing against his back, followed by a strange true essence entering his body through her palm. Shao County has been transformed by the barbarians. It may look like a regular human city, but it's now a sacrificial altar for dark deities. Anthea walked ahead, her feet seemingly floating off the ground. Witnessing this, Zaire's pupils constricted. They walked confidently out of the alley despite the barbarian soldiers on patrol seemingly ignoring them completely. Our destination is the old magistrate's mansion, which has become the residence of the barbarian general and other key figures. As they walked, the previously sunny weather darkened unexpectedly, prompting Anthea to stop. We've been discovered. Hearing this, Zaire looked around and saw the entire city plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a faint vibration sounded, and a floating lamp appeared before Zaire, circling around him, illuminating a small area. Seems I underestimated the array master. Anthea's expression turned serious as she looked back at Zaire. This is my magic heart lamp. It can provide light. Zaire nodded, then asked Anthea, since they've discovered us, why haven't they attacked? They know there are powerful intruders, but haven't pinpointed our location. Thus, they activated the dark array to trap us, Anthea explained. Chapter 36, Martial Arts Guidance, Elite Savage Army. But we must still be cautious. They will undoubtedly launch a large-scale search to find our trail. As she spoke, Anthea continued walking forward. Zaire hurriedly followed and asked, what are you planning now, senior sister? Of course, we're going straight to them. Just as the words left her lips, an intense sense of danger surged in Zaire's heart. A massive shadow suddenly appeared from the darkness behind him, accompanied by flashing sword light and overwhelming killing intent. Clang. Zaire instinctively drew his sword to block without time to think. The attacker froze, clearly not expecting such strength from a human. With the help of Anthea's heart Delaneyturn, Zaire finally saw his true face, a 100-man captain in the savage army who had reached the bone marrow cultivation stage. Had it not been for Zaire's enhanced spiritual senses and heightened alertness after practicing the White Tiger True Grotto scripture, he might have been killed or severely injured. Under shock, Zaire's thunderbolt sword emitted electric sparks, triggering the mystical thunder secret codex. The savage 100-man captain let out a scream as his entire arm was severed by one strike, sizzling and burning in the air. Splat. A swift change in sword movement pierced through his throat. Good reflexes. Seeing the savage Cosmo die instantly, Anthea wore an approving expression. Zaire chose not to absorb the essence of this savage Cosmo into the Jingzhou tripod, but pulled out the thunderbolt sword and breathed a sigh of relief with evident anxiety. This was his deliberate act before Anthea. They continued their journey together. Suddenly, hissing sounds began coming from the ground. These are exotic venomous snakes raised by the savages. They are using them to search for us, Anthea pointed out specifically. Zaire unsheathed his long sword, eyes scanning cautiously around. The hissing grew louder and closer. Whoosh! Several green venomous snakes leaped out of the darkness towards Zaire's direction. Invisible sword. In a flash, Zaire transformed into 3 shadows, with the thunderbolt sword entangling the snake's necks like a leech. With one spin and slash, all the snake heads were cleanly severed. You have practiced this sword technique well. In time, you will awaken your sword intent, Anthea commented. Seeing her intention to guide him further, Zaire quickly replied, this sword technique was taught to me by a fellow disciple. Please enlighten me further, senior sister. Swordsmanship begins with practice, then moves to method. When you forget the specific movements, that is when you've reached the state of simplicity and mastery. Anthea explained, in martial arts, especially techniques, there are stages: beginner, proficiency, small success, great success, perfection, law intent, and return to purity. With this sword technique, you seem to have reached the perfection stage. The next step is to cultivate your own law intent, or sword intent. Zaire listened intently. The knowledge of martial arts from this senior sister far exceeded his own. Even this simple explanation brought about an epiphany. Afterward, Zaire fought off enemies in the darkness while taking the opportunity to ask Anthea questions about martial arts. Walking and stopping intermittently, they traveled nearly 2 days. Logically, even if Shaoyang County was vast, it would be impossible to walk continuously for 2 days without reaching the end. However, Zaire learned from Anthea that they were inside a grand array, where space and direction constantly shifted, often making them circle around a single building. Through these 2 days, Zaire's martial arts skills had rapidly advanced. Anthea seemed not to withhold any information. Whenever he asked, she not only answered but also offered insights to help him understand better. All right, I've grasped the rhythm of this grand array. We don't need to keep circling. Upon resolving the last few snakes, Anthea slowly announced. For some reason, Zaire felt a touch of disappointment upon hearing those words. I wonder when I'll have such a wise mentor again. Zaire thought inwardly. Then Anthea grabbed his shoulder, leaping high into the sky, landing atop a tall building in moments. The leap felt like entering another world. Although everything remained dark, they could see the fire dragon-like formation of the savage army in the distance. Zaire noticed the unusually tall savages, each towering over 10 feet, holding torches while patrolling around an area. These are the elite guards of the savage army. Each has at least reached the bone marrow stage, making them highly formidable. Anthea said, that place appears to be the county government residence. You distract them. I'll go inside. She flew over directly after speaking. Approaching, a patrol squad of savages immediately spotted the two. Raising their large swords, they quickly surrounded them. Zaire counted, no less than 50 savages, all bone marrow experts. An unprecedented battle was imminent. Drawing his thunderbolt sword, Zaire stood tall, pointing the blade diagonally downward while the heart Delaneyturn revolved around him. They've captured them. One male, one female. Shouts erupted among the savages. Then one rushed forward, like a demon, slicing down with his enormous broadsword, which, despite its size, seemed weightless in his hands, cutting through the wind and flaring up his clothes. Clang. Zaire moved slightly, skewering the broadsword's side, deflecting it outward. Using the countershock force, he struck another advancing savage's throat, his attack silent and unseen. Thrusting through. Plop. The savage clutched his severed throat in vain, emitting eerie choking sounds before crashing to the ground. After slaying one, Zaire didn't pause, swiftly chasing the earlier savage. In this darkness, the invisible sword technique received significant support, becoming unpredictable. The sharpness of the thunderbolt sword decapitated the savage, spouting blood like a geyser. Quickly employing the Heaven's Edge step to create 3 illusions, Zaire swiftly vacated the spot. Clang, clang, clang. At that instant, several broadswords slashed into the position he had just vacated. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have been torn apart. Kill this human. And the white woman? First kill this man. Beast-like roars resounded among the savages. The whistling of swords pursued Zaire. At this point, Zaire realized Anthea had already disappeared, likely heading into the county government. Facing relentless pursuit by over 40 bone marrow savages, he dared not hesitate, continuously leaping away. Chapter 37. Grasping sword intent, facing the barbarian army. Xianxia City, Tianyang Martial Academy's headquarters. Bernice and Ines arrived in Wuxia County, but failed to convince the resident disciple there to act. With no other choice, they had to return to Xianxia City. So, you're saying that the outer disciple Zaire ventured into the heart of the barbarian army, and now you need us to send reinforcements for his rescue? Said inner disciple Aaron with a half-smile after hearing their plea. Do you know the strength of the barbarian forces in Xuanhuan and Longxian? To conquer these 2 counties, the southern barbarians dispatched a formation general leading 100,000 steppe warriors. And to prevent any disruptions, they've not only spent great resources setting up 2 sky-obscuring arrays, but also requested the presence of avatars of 2 cavalry generals at each county. Upon hearing this, Bernice and Ines's faces turned hopeless. A formation general was an expert of the spirit realm. Not only that, there were 2 Royal Realm cavalry generals' avatars present as well. With such strength, even the direct disciples of the Martial Academy couldn't achieve anything favorable. That's enough, Aaron said sternly. Since one of our own has such courage, I will certainly report this matter to the higher-ranking elders. If we have the opportunity, we'll also attempt to save junior brother Zaire. Bernice knew it was just an excuse to shirk responsibility. The inner disciple clearly conspired with Buck Elder and Arvin, and they would not rescue Zaire. Thinking this, she turned and left. Outside the compound, Ines angrily remarked, so heartless. Staying in this Tianyang Martial Academy is pointless. Wind sweeps residual clouds. Zaire's right hand wielded the lightning saber, piercing into a barbarian's eye, while his left hand unleashed the Lingyun palm to fend off the surrounding barbarians. Looking for death. Seeing him trying to block with just a fleshy palm, a tall barbarian sneered and swung his broadsword down. If this blow landed, Zaire's arm would likely be severed instantly. Ja! At the critical moment, Zaire let out a thunderous shout, his gaze shooting through the barbarian's eyes like lightning. This was the technique of a marrow refinement grandmaster, combined with the mental fortitude honed by the White Tiger True Cave scripture, which momentarily stunned the barbarian. In the next second, Zaire twisted his left hand, forcefully smacking the side of the broadsword, deflecting its trajectory and causing it to collide with other charging barbarians. Instantly, chaos erupted among the barbarians. The pressure on Zaire lessened, allowing him to flip his sword and unleash several moves of the shadowless sword. In the darkness, the lightning saber danced like a phantom, ensnaring the surrounding barbarians. Thud. 3 elite barbarians, unable to retreat in time, found themselves with throats punctured by large, gushing wounds. The rest of the barbarians roared and retreated in disarray. Zaire exerted more force, using nearby walls to chase after them mid-air. In those moments, all his recent martial arts insights flashed through his mind. After cultivating the White Tiger True Cave scripture, his spirit and soul had greatly improved, allowing him to solve many previously incomprehensible martial arts problems. Right now, Zaire's understanding of the shadowless sword reached an entirely new level. With a flick of his right hand, the lightning saber shot out a beam of shadowy light, distorting the space around the blade. To the retreating barbarians, it seemed like a sky-covering shadow sword loomed before them. Wherever the sword pointed, there was no escape. Zaire's shadowless sword had achieved sword intent. This breakthrough loosened the bottleneck of his chi realm. Wielding the lightning saber during the shadowless sword, he felt it responded perfectly, as if he himself were the sword technique. Kill! A barbarian's roar jolted Zaire out of his enlightenment. Instantaneously, his shadowless sword pierced straight through a barbarian attempting a sneak attack. This strike was simple and straightforward, just a straight thrust, without any variation. Yet, the barbarian suddenly froze, his eyes hollow as if his soul had been taken away. Swish! The lightning saber cleanly pierced through the barbarian's throat. In an instant, Zaire pulled the sword back and attacked again. His strikes fast as lightning, slashing through the throats of the remaining barbarians who stood dumbfounded. For a moment, Zaire's sword resembled a dragon darting through the night, emerging from the darkness only to bring death to another southerner. You! The last barbarian clutched his throat as blood gushed from between his fingers, his face contorted in extreme agony and disbelief as he collapsed. You managed to kill 50 Marrow Refinement level barbarian guards single-handedly and even awaken sword intent in the midst of battle. From above, Anthea descended slowly. She had been silently observing Zaire's fight. The total annihilation of the 50 barbarian guards brought a flicker of surprise to her eyes. Despite witnessing Zaire's extraordinary insight and martial talent over the past 2 days, Anthea still found it hard to believe. If such talent were cultivated properly, for her own use, Anthea thought privately, Zaire was slightly alarmed. Indeed, no movement came from the county office mansion. He had long suspected Anthea was nearby, preventing him from risking the activation of the Jingzhou tripod. Now that she appeared, his heart pounded uneasily. He never truly understood the background of this woman. Many things, including killing in the barbarian camp and information about the Xuanhuan Martial Academy's disciples, all came from her, impossible to verify. I engaged in such a large-scale battle with the barbarian guards. Surely it has drawn attention inside. What should we do next? Zaire asked. No worries, Anthea said calmly. Since they can trap us with arrays, I can also use the array to shield their perception. Hearing this, Zaire was surprised again. He hadn't expected Anthea could counter-utilize the barbarian array. Is she also an array master? Seemingly reading his mind, Anthea explained, though I'm not an array master, I do have several techniques to manipulate the arrays. All right. She glanced backward and continued. Although they cannot sense what's happening, if this squad does not report back soon, they will suspect something is amiss. Those searching for us will come here eventually. You buy me some time, and I'll go in. Fine. Currently deep within the barbarian camp, but unable to use the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire was eager to distance himself from Anthea. Quickly, he moved away from the county office, standing at a key intersection, waiting quietly. Almost immediately, several rays of blood-red light soared from the county office. The darkness dissipated, turning the entire city a bizarre, blood-red hue. Zaire saw this too. Thousands of barbarian soldiers charged toward him. Chapter 38. Divine Slash from the Heavens. Dangerous Opportunity. Since Anthea mentioned she would go to the Xianxia County Magistrate's office, which is now the core area of the tribal army, Zaire had already prepared himself for a tough battle. But seeing so many tribal soldiers, he underestimated the peril of this battle. Looking around, there were over 100 Centurion-level experts at his level alone, not to mention more than 10 leaders with formidable auras. These were all Chi realm tribal experts. If it weren't for Zaire's sudden comprehension of sword intent, and the fact that he had the spirit tool Chidian in hand, he would have been severely injured dealing with those 50 tribal guards earlier. Even then, he almost depleted all his true essence. Now, tens of thousands of tribal soldiers were surging out from all corners of the city, especially the tribal leaders. If even just 10 of them attacked together, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zaire looked back at the distant county office. All buildings near it had been leveled, turning into an enormous empty space. Under the blood-red light, rising into the sky stood several figures. One person had a face like carved jade but had a tuft of feathers on his forehead. He appeared to be from the demon race. However, the most eye-catching was a towering tribal warrior over 3 zhang tall. This tribal warrior wore massive heavy armor and wielded a 2-man high-grade axe, looking extremely ferocious. Having studied the southern tribe's detailed explanation at the Martial Academy, Zaire quickly identified him as a yamen general among the tribes, far higher in rank than leaders. Above him were various generals of the southern tribes, like the 4 generals. A yamen general's strength was at least soul realm. That Anthea is facing off against numerous tribal experts alone. I wonder if she can handle it. Thinking this, Zaire let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't even reached the Chi realm yet he was worrying about the well-being of the incomprehensibly powerful Anthea. Right then, in the open space by the county office, Anthea suddenly radiated an intense light, trying to suppress the blood-red light filling the sky. Then the entire Xuanhuan city began to violently shake. A single person shaking the whole city. Seeing Anthea's true strength, Zaire was greatly astonished. Just as he was preparing to dodge the collapsing houses around him, a beam of light shot towards him, forming a towering white pillar beneath his feet, instantly exposing him to the view of all the tribal soldiers. Zaire was startled. Anthea's actions clearly cut off his chances of hiding or escaping. This woman. Biting his teeth, Zaire knew he had no choice but to help Anthea hold off these 10,000 tribal soldiers if he wanted any chance of survival. Otherwise, once the tribal soldiers surrounded Anthea and she couldn't resist anymore, he would be unable to survive the tribal camp. The tougher the situation, the calmer Zaire became. He took out a southern tribe's pill from his chest and put it in his mouth, drew Chidian from its scabbard, and faced the overwhelming tribal army alone. His actions naturally didn't escape Anthea's notice from afar. Anthea's eyes flickered with surprise before she nodded in approval. Good lad, remaining calm under pressure and fearless in danger. With such mental fortitude, you will surely become a dragon among men in the future. Her voice entered Zaire's mind. At this moment, Zaire had no time to respond. As his body absorbed the power of the southern tribe's pill, He also emptied his mind to prepare for the incoming attack from the tribal army. Xianxia of the Xuanhuan Martial Academy, you, a mere human woman, dare to enter our tribal camp alone? Do you truly think we tribesmen are easy to bully? The Yamen general roared thunderously at the county office location. The demon race man also said sternly, Xianxia, it seems you came here to chase me, but this is the tribal camp. You alone may fall short. After speaking, the man waved his hand, causing countless dark shadows to fly through the air. A mere Yamen general dares to boast about the tribal camp. Your superior should speak these words. Xianxia scoffed coldly, then lightly tapped her finger. The shadows flying through the air immediately fell to the ground. Looking at the feathers on the ground, she sneered mockingly, Adlai, is this your tactic? Xianxia, don't push us too far. Adlai, the demon race man, roared and charged forward. Divine slash from the heavens. Xianxia rose into the air, her white clothes fluttering as she recited softly. She flicked her finger, sending a condensed pinpoint of light flying into the void swiftly. In the next second, a dazzling light suddenly appeared around Adlai. Chirp! Adlai let out a long howl, instantly shrinking into a sparrow and dodging this fatal blow. However, this light rapidly transformed into 7 beams, directly heading toward the towering blood-red light behind Adlai. Xianxia's strike was not aimed at killing Adlai, but to sever the largest source of blood-red light. Down below, many tribal soldiers had already rushed up to Zaire, surrounding him. Feeling the continuous rumbling from the county office and the heart lamp dissipating in front of him, Zaire exhaled deeply, then scanned the surrounding tribal soldiers sharply. Finally, I can use the Jingzhou Ding. Now engaged in battle, Xianxia was too busy to pay attention to this side. Zaire could rest assured and extract the essence of these tribal people's blood and flesh without worrying about being discovered. Zaire thought it through clearly. To survive this battle, he must utilize the sacrificial power of the Jingzhou Ding to sustain himself through combat. Southern tribes' pills could treat injuries and restore true essence. As long as he continuously extracted the essence of the tribe's people's blood, he could provide himself with an endless supply of fighting power. Danger and opportunity coexist. The ancients did not deceive me. Taking a deep breath, Zaire boldly struck out against the surrounding tribal soldiers. Shadowless sword. He moved his foot, using the Heaven's Edge step, transforming Qidian into dozens of sword shadows, piercing the charging tribal soldiers. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, one leading tribal leader grabbed Qidian with his bare hands to restrain Zaire. However, Zaire vibrated the blade, channeling the secret lightning cannon into the Qidian, paralyzing the tribal leader instantly with electricity. Splat! Qidian pierced into his heart, blood spraying as it was pulled out. Absorb. Without hesitation, Zaire triggered the Jingzhou Ding to draw the essence of this tribal leader's blood into the ding, transforming it into several southern tribes' pills. After the death of the leader, the tribesmen didn't show fear but rather seemed to unleash their beast-like nature, roaring excitedly as they charged forward. It's that bizarre blood-red light. Seeing the strange behavior of the tribal army, Zaire immediately understood the issue. No wonder Xianxia sought to cut off the source of that light first. It made the tribesmen fight fearlessly. Facing the seemingly frenzied tribesmen, Zaire dared not stay still, leaping to another place and sweeping his long sword horizontally. The tribal soldiers' large knives were instantly severed by the spirit tool Qidian. At this moment, Zaire didn't care about exposing Qidian as a spirit tool, prioritizing speed and killing enemies. Chapter 39. Kimball of the Barbarian Army, a transcendent realm expert. Facing numerous barbarians, he didn't even need to choose deliberately. A swing of his sword would strike down a large group. The barbarians, despite being clad in thick, heavy armor and wielding broadswords that could parry, were all slashed apart under Zaire's unrestrained spiritual weapon. As the bodies of the fallen barbarian soldiers dropped, southern barbarian pills continuously emerged within the tripod from Jingzhou. Who, with howling winds, a tall barbarian directly hurled the great saber in his hand and swiftly leaped over the bodies of his comrades. Actually, Ali. Recognizing the newcomer as a Qi realm expert among the barbarians, Zaire did not dare to underestimate him. He dodged the flying great saber and thrust his long sword at the heart of the opponent. Roar! The Ali let out a roar, and his palms emitted blinding light, striking directly at the lightning sword. This strength. Zaire felt an immense force surge through the sword into his body, causing his form to become unstable. How could the Ali miss such an opportunity? With one stride, he was already upon Zaire, swinging his palms like axes, chopping down forcefully. Huh! There was no time for avoidance. Zaire loudly shouted, unleashing the eye technique instantly. However, the attack laced with his formidable mental power had no effect on the Ali. Damn, my strength can't yet shake a Qi realm divine soul. At the critical moment, Zaire could only raise his hands to defend with the sword. Clang! A tremendous metallic clanging sound echoed. Immediately after, he saw a curve at the corner of the Ali's mouth, followed by a chilling feeling in his back. Oh no! Zaire was startled. The strong gusts reminded him of a huge blade slicing horizontally towards him, dissipate like smoke and clouds. With no time to think, Zaire abandoned using his left hand to hold the lightning sword, instead slapping the chest of the Ali with his cloud-soaring palm, sending him flying. However, it wasn't easy on him either. The Ali's right palm pressed heavily against the lightning sword and fiercely slashed at his shoulder. Crack! Zaire's left shoulder immediately broke with a cracking sound. Danger hadn't been resolved. He felt the true coldness coming from his side waist area. The enemy clearly intended to cut him in half. Zaire held the hilt upwards with his right hand, vertically blocking the incoming attack in front of his waist. Clang! Under a tremendous force, he flew sideways. In midair, he finally saw the appearance of the assailant. Another Ali, 2 Qi realms. Boom! Zaire smashed into the collapsed rubble, kicking up dust. He is gravely injured. Kill him! The injured barbarian immediately shouted. A crowd of barbarians rushed forward with loud cries. At this moment, Zaire lay amidst the debris, his entire skeletal structure shattered from the blows. His left shoulder, having received a blow from a Qi realm barbarian, was completely ruined. Struggling, he fished out a handful of southern barbarian pills from the Jingzhou tripod, stuffing them into his mouth without counting. Medicinal power surged through his body, rapidly healing all wounds. Broken bones began to mend under the potent medicinal power of the pills. Outside the ruins, a red-eyed crowd of barbarians rushed in. Suddenly, there was a bang, sending wooden pieces and rocks flying out, instantly piercing through a large group of barbarians. Then, a figure shot skyward, and the foremost barbarians were immediately impaled through the throat by a long sword. In an instant, 30 shadows pounced into the ranks of the barbarians. The two Alice watching this scene froze in shock. How is this possible? Why not? Sharp sword moves instantly arrived, as the blood-covered Zaire held his sword and charged forward. Thud. Without a weapon, the Ali could not dodge fast enough, pierced through the chest. All his essence blood was then absorbed into the Jingzhou tripod. After killing this barbarian, he quickly stabbed at the other Ali, with the ghostly image of a white tiger illuminating behind him. This Ali wanted to resist with his saber, but severely underestimated both the power of the spiritual weapon and the might of the white tiger's aura. Bang! The saber instantly shattered into pieces. Zaire's sword momentum remained undiminished, directly piercing through the right hand of the Ali and entering his brow. After resolving the two Alice, he pulled out more southern barbarian pills from the tripod and swallowed them. If not for these pills, I would have died just now. Reflecting inwardly, Zaire used his foot to leap and attacked other barbarians. He took a quick glance at the magistrate office area, noticing Xianxia had already rushed to the source of the bloodlight, battling fiercely with the barbarian gate general and several other experts. Blade light flashed and shaking sounds resounded endlessly. At this moment, Zaire suddenly sensed an extremely powerful murderous intent locking onto him. Barbarian armies Adriel? Zaire's pupils contracted, spotting a barbarian towering over 2 meters among the troops. Adriel, second only to the gate general in the barbarian army, possessed the power of the transformation realm. This Adriel stared intently at him, his blood-red eyes filled with intense malice. I can still fight against the Ali, but this Adriel? While dodging the surrounding barbarians' attacks, Zaire's mind raced. Everyone, back off. The barbarian Adriel suddenly barked. The surrounding barbarians rapidly retreated. On the ground lay numerous mountain-like corpses of barbarians killed by Zaire. A flicker of pain crossed the Adriel's eyes before he walked to the center and said coldly, "Human, you are merely a bone marrow forging realm, yet you have slain so many of my men, even 2 Alice." He paused, then roared, "Very good. Excellent. You waste words only to capture me and hold Xianxia hostage. Just show your moves, don't talk nonsense." Zaire stood on a dead barbarian's body, sword in hand, ready for battle with a plethora of southern barbarian pills in him. Surprised that Zaire saw through his intentions so quickly, the barbarian Adriel showed a hint of astonishment. "You're smart. If you surrender, I won't act." "Surrender?" Zaire sneered, "You might as well persuade me to commit suicide." He glanced at Xianxia, who was overwhelming the gate general and other experts. Just a little longer, he thought inwardly. The barbarian Adriel's expression turned cold, saying deeply, "Human boy, do not make a mistake." "Mistake? How many of my people have you barbarians slaughtered? The 18 blood pools are filled with their blood. Do you think I would compromise with you?" Recalling the scenes of the barbarians beheading and bleeding the citizens, Zaire was filled with boundless rage. They are sacrificed for the barbarian god and will receive protection after death. Mentioning the barbarian god brought a fanatic fervor to the Adriel's face, like that of the most devout believer. "Forget it. It's pointless trying to reason with you. Since that's the case, I'll capture you first." The word, say, had barely left his lips when Zaire felt an extreme sense of danger. Next thing he knew, a giant palm came crashing down, leaving no time for evasion. In that split second, he felt the power of the transformation realm. Zaire immediately raised his sword horizontally to block this fierce blow. Chapter 40. Unstoppable, a full-force battle. Boom. Zaire was sent flying by that single palm strike. In midair, his body continued to emit explosive sounds, and the standard robes of the Wu Academy were shattered by that one blow. Pooh. Upon landing, Zaire stumbled backward for over a dozen steps before falling to one knee, spewing large amounts of blood. The remnants of his robes hung on him like shreds of cloth. Last time, he did not face the kneel directly in his transformation realm. Now, engaging an opponent in this realm, he realized just how formidable such experts truly were. A single strike left him unable to fight back, this despite his strong physical body and the lightning bolt spirit tool blocking part of the attack. If it had been a regular bone marrow condensation realm practitioner, they likely would have been obliterated instantly. "Spirit tool? Humph," sneered the barbarian Cosmo. "Do you understand the gap between our strengths now? How many more moves can you block?" As he spoke, he took slow, heavy steps forward, each one causing the ground to shake violently. The power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers combined with the innate strength of the barbarians. This force is unstoppable, Zaire thought grimly as he sensed his internal organs shifting out of place. His right hand, which held the sword, had its bones turned to powder from the impact. Feeling the increasing vibrations of the ground beneath him, he gritted his teeth and swallowed another batch of southern barbarian pills. They melted instantly, warm streams flowing into his injured organs and limbs. "Boy, among humans at the same realm, you are indeed a genius. But compared to me, you're far too weak," the Cosmo said condescendingly from above. "Either die or come with me, choose." "Die? Huh?" Zaire scoffed and suddenly slashed at the other's foot meridians. "To your death!" roared the Cosmo, kicking out furiously. Boom. Zaire was sent flying again, coughing up blood while hastily swallowing more pills. Using the momentum, he quickly fled to a distance. "Trying to run?" The cosmos' footsteps felt like a moving mountain, tearing through the air and sending shockwaves and debris flying everywhere in a cloud of dust. How can he be so fast? Zaire was terrified as he felt the air being compressed, explosions following behind him continuously. Seeing this, he immediately stopped, turned around, and thrust his sword towards the advancing barbarian Cosmo. A grim expression crossed the Cosmo's face as he reached out his right hand, claw-like. This is heaven-rending claw. Zaire recognized this technique. It was the same heaven-rending claw used by the Neil. Unlike the Neil, the barbarian Cosmo's execution of the heaven-rending claw seemed capable of literally rending the heavens, emitting an unimaginable power. SSHH. The Cosmo's claws clashed with the lightning bolt, creating sparks across the sky. Bang! Zaire was hurled away again. His right arm twisted into an unnatural position. After crashing into a stone lion and rolling several times, he finally came to a stop. Ah! A pain scream rang out. Zaire switched to holding the sword with his left hand and straightened his broken right hand bones with a twist. Shaking hands filled with southern barbarian pills stabilized him slightly after a few breaths. Human boy, these pills are quite miraculous, somewhat like the 10,000 souls pill from Great Chu, but yours seem faster. Is this a new creation from Nidhogg Academy? The barbarian Cosmo seemed unhurried to kill him and asked calmly. Oh, you know Nidhogg Academy? Zaire replied while secretly catching his breath. Don't think we barbarians know nothing. Although Nidhogg Academy is far in Yinzhou, who doesn't know of its reputation? The Cosmo observed the county administration area where Mac was completely subdued by Sheila. His expression darkened. Human boy, it seems I can't waste any more time. Surrender your futile resistance, and I might lessen your suffering. But before he finished speaking, a lightning-infused longsword met him head-on. At this moment, Zaire poured all his heart and soul into this one strike, nearly reaching the supreme realm of swordman unity. Ayo! Mid-air, the shadow of a white tiger appeared, roaring loudly. White tiger true cave scripture? The Cosmo paused, then raged. You killed the Neil. Zaire didn't reply. He knew he faced unprecedented strength and had fused all his energy into this strike. Daring to kill someone of the white tiger lineage? Human, you have great courage. The barbarian Cosmo narrowed his eyes, watching Zaire charge towards him. Then, with a flash, a fierce wind erupted, sweeping everything around them away. Combine! Zaire shouted, the white tiger shadow merging into him, speeding up drastically and appearing before the Cosmo instantly. With Tinya Step activated, 30 images surrounded the Cosmo. He utilized Tinya Step, Phantom Sword, Black Thunder Secret Codex, and the White Tiger True Cave Scripture, enveloping the barbarian Cosmo in an array of shadows. Humph! Minor tricks. The Cosmo coldly laughed and punched upward, forcing Zaire's real form to appear. Bang bang bang. They exchanged over a dozen strikes rapidly. Each hit caused bone fractures for Zaire, almost making him unable to hold the lightning bolt sword. Fortunately, after every strike, he consumed southern barbarian pills, allowing him to continue fighting. This aggressive move gave Zaire a significant advantage. Suddenly, from the county administration area, a piercing scream broke out. Sheila, you really dared to harm me? The demonic man now looked pale, clearly severely wounded. Adlai, receiving my attack means your days are numbered. Do you still question my courage? Sheila bellowed, raising her hand and sending beams of light toward the crimson source. She planned to destroy the entire Xiaoyang County. However, within the towering red light, an extremely powerful aura emerged. It seems the general's incarnation will soon appear. I cannot keep wasting time on this boy. The barbarian Cosmo looked delighted. Then he turned to Zaire, eyes brimming with even more killing intent. Do I need to use the 7-kill sword technique again? Faced with this critical moment, Zaire thought of Lenore's 7-kill sword technique. Using it without awakening the way of slaughter might again engulf him in boundless murderous intent. Not acting meant he wouldn't last until Sheila arrived. Chapter 41. The fourth kill word, Dark Void Boundary. The southern barbarian Adriel had already launched his formidable attack. Almost instantaneously, Zaire saw colossal shadows swirling around him. Simultaneously, a violent storm erupted. The wailing winds akin to demonic cries filling his ears and completely sealing off all auditory senses. Is this the true power of Adriel? Compared to before, the southern barbarian Adriel's speed had increased by nearly double. The surrounding air compressed with explosive bursts. His exposed skin was instantly slashed, oozing mottled blood. This is the Adriel's ultimate technique, Chester Sky Confounding Kill. Barbarians around immediately exclaimed in shock. Despite the unprecedented danger he now faced, Zaire suddenly closed his eyes, allowing countless raging winds to howl past his ears. Boy, are you planning to give up resistance? In the roaring wind, the southern barbarian Adriel appeared instantly, a pair of sharp claws slashing ferociously towards Zaire. Kill! Zaire's eyes snapped open, the whites of his eyes gone. His entire body covered again with that eerie black pattern. Treading clouds. Divergence. With a twist of his body, the heavenly cliff step was unleashed, riding the wind, floating to the Adriel's left side. Phantom shadow. His wrist flicked, and chide lightning transformed into specks of black light piercing toward the immense flesh of the southern barbarian Adriel. Clank. Crack. The armor on the Adriel only deflected one strike before rapidly cracking under the power of the spirit weapon. How could you escape the 5 senses binding? With your divine soul, it's impossible. The Adriel's face showed astonishment. Unperturbed by being struck, he simply shook, releasing an overwhelming force from his body, sending Zaire flying. Zaire flipped, using his sword tip to touch the ground 3 times in succession, both unloading the force and quickly stabbing towards the Adriel's throat. Seeing this, the Adriel's face carried a hint of mockery and then directly caught the chide lightning sword with his hands, attempting to seize it. After all, it was a valuable spirit weapon. However, Zaire shouted again. Kill. The second kill word echoed. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged from his body. These black vapors were manifestations of murderous intent, appearing like living entities as they swiftly coiled along Zaire's right hand and onto the chide lightning sword. The path of slaughter? This is innate murderous intent, which can obliterate all living beings. The barbarian Adriel jumped in fright, instantly loosening his grip on the sword, fearing even a hint of this eerie black gas. He couldn't comprehend why such an unnatural thing would appear on this human. This was Zaire's second use of the 7-killing sword technique. Compared to the first time, he now felt deeper insights. Perhaps because he had been invaded by this innate murderous intent before, he could clearly sense that the current onslaught of murderous intent affected his body much more slowly than the last time. Kill. Facing the retreating southern barbarian Adriel, Zaire swiftly followed. With the third kill, the murderous black aura around him transformed into streams of black energy, swirling towards the Adriel at his command. Tear sky divine claw. The Adriel roared, his claws slashing through the streams of murderous intent. Great opportunity. Seeing his vulnerability, Zaire's eyes brightened. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. White tiger convergence. A phantom white tiger behind him abruptly surged, swallowing his blood and instantly transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the retreating southern barbarian Adriel. Kill. With the fourth kill, Zaire's hair turned silver, and the murderous aura around him surged fiercely, transforming into black flames that shot skyward. You can control innate murderous intent? Who are you? The southern barbarian Adriel was visibly shocked, his eyes wide as if witnessing something unimaginable. Ignoring him, Zaire moved like a black lightning bolt, passing through. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. The next second, fiery black flames burst forth from the southern barbarian Adriel's body, engulfing him in a towering flame column soaring into the heavens. Pity. Zaire looked at the now non-existent southern barbarian Adriel, feeling some regret for not using the Jingzhou Cauldron to extract his essence. But given the circumstances, there was no time for anything else. At this moment, an overwhelmingly powerful pressure spread across the county office, like surging waves crashing relentlessly. Xianxia radiated in white light, standing gracefully mid-air like a holy maiden. How dare you invade our barbarian camp and destroy our tribal altar? A godlike voice resonated across the city, then a man gradually emerged from a bloody glow. It was none other than a cavalry general of the barbarian army. Curiously, this barbarian was not particularly tall but resembled an ordinary human, with wildly disheveled black hair and eyes like flawless blue sapphires, deep and enchanting. The moment this man appeared, Zaire felt waves of unease warning him to flee immediately. Are you Brady of the barbarians? As a senior cultivator, do you really intend to confront me, a mere junior? Don't forget the Mang-Amiuntan agreement. Xianxia remained calm, showing no fear even facing the barbarian cavalry general. I am well aware of the Mang-Amiuntan agreement, and I will abide by what was decided between our tribe and you. But you sought to destroy the foundation of my people. If I let you go, how could we barbarians still face the world? Cavalry General Brady sternly declared. So your meaning is that I cannot leave this time? Xianxia's voice was icy, her white robes fluttering in the air, clearly preparing for battle. Xianxia, you rely on the combined strength of the immortal and martial paths, but don't think that gives you impunity. You underestimate me, Brady. With a loud shout, Brady attacked. Almost instantly, darkness enveloped the heavens and earth again, obliterating all light, whether blood, white, or fire. Zaire felt the entire world slip away, surrounded by endless darkness. Yellow spring returns, heaven and earth revolve in my name. Command the universe. Break. Amidst eternal darkness, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out. Rumble. Like thunder descending or the heavens collapsing. All darkness was shattered in an instant. Before Zaire could react, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared before him. However, her face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Go! Grabbing Zaire the moment she saw him, Xianxia leaped, racing towards the city's outskirts. Sister Master, are you alright? In midair, Zaire asked, watching her almost faltering figure. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Xianxia replied calmly. Though Brady's dark void boundary is powerful, it can't kill me. She then glanced back at Zaire's drastically changed appearance, her eyes flashing with surprise. As for you, why do you look like this? Chapter 42. Healing in the Amiuntans, Dawn Light commands fate. Forget it, let's get out of here first. Jason turned and looked ahead. Under her influence of true essence and magic power, a white light enveloped both of them, and in an instant, they had left the city of Shao County. After leaving, Zaire felt an eerie sensation of rebirth wash over him. But just then, Brady's voice came from the city behind them. Where are you going? Savage God Bloodblade, kill? An extremely dazzling blade of light instantly surged toward them. Void within void, sky beyond sky, slash. Jason swiftly turned around, her palm slicing down like a blade. Suddenly, an illusory, half-real blade emerged from the void, fiercely intercepting the attack. Boom. A massive burst of energy poured out, obliterating half of Shao County. Zaire was pushed far away along with Jason, disappearing into the horizon. General, we must root these two out completely, or they will be a great danger to our people. In the open space of the county's administration area, the Yamen general urged anxiously. However, General Brady seemed not to hear. He muttered to himself, what an extraordinary technique, what a heaven-defying move. To actually combine immortal arts with martial prowess. She must be one of the central figures in this great struggle. I wonder when our people can produce such an outstanding genius. Seeing him seemingly about to leave, the Yamen general immediately exclaimed, General. Brady's voice turned icy. Shao County is supposed to be protected by great formations, yet someone still managed to break in. If I don't punish you severely, what do you have to say for yourself? Instantly, the Yamen general broke out in cold sweat, bowing his head in silence. She has already received my savage god strike. According to the agreement on a Mayunt I cannot attack again. If you believe you have the strength, go after them. I won't stop you. With that, Brady vanished. At this moment, atop an unknown mountain, Zaire struggled to stand up, looking at Jason who was unsteadily trying to sit cross-legged. Before he could speak, Jason said first, I've been struck by Brady's savage god strike and need immediate recovery. The surroundings are unclear, so don't move around. Zaire nodded, asking, you seem badly injured? Not too bad. Being able to survive a battle against a sovereign realm expert makes this journey worthwhile. Jason coughed lightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Without wiping the blood, she slowly closed her eyes, radiating warm white light throughout her body, obviously starting to heal. Meanwhile, Zaire faced his greatest crisis, the invasion of innate murderous intent. Despite his best efforts to resist, he was dragged into despair by the endless murderous aura. Slump. He fell to the ground, consciousness sinking into darkness. Familiar sensations returned, boundless murderous intent crashing towards his soul and body like tidal waves. This time, while defending his mind, Zaire paid close attention to the changes around him. He was waiting for the reappearance of that dawn light. He wanted to see what it really was. Ever since he was last overwhelmed by murderous intent, Zaire felt increasingly unfamiliar with himself. He didn't know what the hidden dawn light inside him was or whether it was beneficial or harmful. Soon enough, the familiar dawn light reappeared. All murderous intent melted away like snow, retreating. The dawn light approached bit by bit, slowly merging into his soul. Zaire focused entirely on the dawn light. At the last moment as it merged into his soul, he finally saw something. Destiny? Only one word flashed in his mind. Destiny. What destiny? Zaire considered himself not foolish, but this time, he had no clue. Just a simple word, destiny. Was it fate? Zaire pondered. If it were fate, did it mean his life was predetermined? He hesitated to believe this hypothesis, but couldn't come up with another explanation. Struggling fruitlessly, Zaire could only temporarily give up. But at least, I can now confirm that I can see what this dawn light is. He guessed that his inability to clearly perceive it might be due to his low cultivation level. Upon regaining consciousness, Zaire took advantage of Jason's healing period to find a secluded spot and quietly examine the spoils from entering Xiao County. After battling the southern barbarian commander, his magical robe was destroyed, reduced to mere strips. Fortunately, before entering Xiao County, he had taken precautions, tying the Jingzhou tripod several times around his waist with rope. Otherwise, it would have long fallen off. 1,1000. A full 1,300 southern barbarian pills. Counting the pills inside the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire was elated. His ability to fight against a Transformation Realm's southern barbarian commander relied precisely on the miraculous effects of these pills. Without question, the southern barbarian pills were better than the Great Chu 10,000 spirits pills for healing injuries. With these 1,300 pills, he was confident that even facing a soul realm opponent, he'd have a chance to escape. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the communication stones in the Jingzhou tripod had received a message. It's Innes. Zaire quickly checked and found inquiries about his well-being. What exactly did you do? Not only did you end up looking half human, half ghost, but you actually killed a southern barbarian commander. Jason's cool voice asked as she stood up, her wounds nearly healed. Oh no. Zaire hadn't expected Jason to recover so quickly, and he hadn't hidden the Jingzhou tripod in time. This tripod was his key to rising, and being a divine artifact, its exposure could be disastrous. Kill intent surged within Zaire. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he gripped the thunderbolt sword hilt. Sister-in-law, are your injuries better? Only 70% of my strength remains. Jason replied coolly. 70%? Zaire subtly withdrew his hand from the sword. Even at 70%, she could easily kill him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I used the 7 killing sword technique, which caused me to transform like this. That's why I managed to slay the southern barbarian commander. The 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu Town Wangfu should be translated as the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu Town Wangfu. To improve this and ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining accuracy, the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu Town Wangfu should be translated as the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu Town Wangfu. Actually, for better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu's Town Wangfu. However, since Wangfu specifically refers to a prince's mansion or a noble's residence, a more accurate and natural translation would be the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu's princely manor, or simply the 7 killing sword technique of the Great Chu's mansion. Depending on the context, you can choose which one fits best. Seeing Jason stunned, Zaire inwardly rejoiced, realizing he had made the right move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly fastened the Jingzhou tripod around his waist under the remnants of his broken robe. Are you from the town Wangfu and have awakened the Sword of Slaughter? Jason asked in surprise. That doesn't make sense. I've met Gideon, and he doesn't look like you at all. For better flow and accuracy, are you from the town Wangfu, and have you also awakened the Sword of Slaughter? Jason asked, clearly astonished. That can't be right. I've met Gideon, and he doesn't look anything like you. Zaire shook his head slightly. No, I merely obtained the secret manual of the 7 killing sword technique by chance, and I haven't awakened the Sword of Slaughter. Jason's eyes sparkled, staring at Zaire as if discovering a priceless treasure. Without awakening the Sword of Slaughter, you can use Gideon's 7 killing sword technique? What kind of freak are you? And how did you manage not to be consumed by innate murderous intent? What protective treasures do you have? Chapter 43. Discovery of a divine artifact, the formless heaven and earth. As her words trailed off, Anthea's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible light before scanning Clark's entire body. His chi and blood are abundant, his physical form exceptionally powerful, faintly resonating with the sounds of tigers, leopards, and thunder. But there is nothing. Every detail of Clark's physique was laid bare before Anthea's gaze, his muscular build brimming with explosive power, a sculpted figure, and latent powerful blood essence. Yet, she found none of what she sought. The intensity of her gaze made Clark feel uneasy, and he instinctively took a step back. No, that's not right, Anthea suddenly exclaimed, her gaze sharp as a blade piercing through Clark's back. There's something there. It's blocking my sight. She made a swift motion with her finger. In an instant, Clark's upper body was left bare, his remaining robes turning to powder and dissipating in the air. Even the rope around his waist vanished. Clang! The Jingzhou tripod fell to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Clark drew his sword, the Chidian flashing towards Anthea's throat like lightning. Humph! Anthea coldly snorted, causing the temperature around them to plummet instantly. With one delicate finger, she lightly tapped the tip of the Chidian, effortlessly halting its advance no matter how much force Clark exerted. You're decisive. Her voice came from behind him, and Clark turned around in shock to find Anthea already standing behind him, holding the Jingzhou tripod. And directly in front of him stood another Anthea, blocking him with a spiritual weapon longsword. Anthea's strength was beyond Clark's comprehension. What surprised him even more was that after inspecting it, Anthea casually tossed the Jingzhou tripod back to him. It turns out to be this thing. Anthea calmly remarked, the 9 tripods of Andrew are not my path. You need not worry. Clark regained his composure and retracted the Chidian. The duplicate Anthea also vanished. You carry it so clumsily. It seems you haven't truly understood how to use the 9 tripods of Andrew. Anthea, seemingly offering guidance, continued. Clark hastily clasped his hands in salute. I offended you earlier due to urgency. Please forgive me, senior sister. Could you perhaps inform me how to use the 9 tripods? I will surely repay your kindness. The present you offer is yet insignificant. Anthea waved her hand and added, however, in the future, I might ask you for help with something. Whatever you command, senior sister. Clark replied without hesitation. Anthea nodded and asked, how long have you possessed this tripod? About 2 months. 2 months. Anthea moved her fingers slightly, as if calculating, this aligns with its emergence. Then she shifted the topic. Do you know that your Kimball disciple at Tianyao Martial Academy is also searching for this tripod? Clark shook his head. As an outer disciple, he had no way of knowing the Kimball disciple's actions. You must keep it hidden then, lest he discovers it, Anthea warned. Your Kimball seeks to perform a great deed against the heavens, using the 9 tripods of Andrew to fathom heavenly secrets. If he finds you, not only will the tripod be destroyed, but your life could be in danger. Clark was taken aback. This meant he now had a formidable enemy in the Kimball disciple. Recalling the imposing figure during the entrance ceremony, bitterness welled up in his heart, along with an unprecedented sense of urgency. Strength is the foundation of everything. He needed to rapidly enhance his power before being discovered by the Kimball, or else he would be like a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Anthea pointed a finger, touching Clark's forehead. Focus your mind. This is the true ritual for invoking the 9 tripods of Andrew. Clark solemnly collected himself, and began to comprehend the information Anthea imparted. After a long while, so this is it. So this is it. I was using the most rudimentary methods all along. Clark suddenly realized, then looked at the Jingzhou tripod in his hand. Please, senior sister, assist me in refining this tripod. As he suspected, the Jingzhou tripod required either a blood sacrifice or a divine sacrifice. Although his spirit and soul were strong, he wasn't ready for the latter yet. Only with Anthea's help could he succeed. Anthea did not refuse but placed her jade-like hand on Clark's back, infusing him with an immensely powerful energy. What kind of power is this? Perceiving his confusion, Anthea explained. This is neither martial cultivation essence nor immortal Dao power, but a unique force between the two, solely mine. Upon hearing this, Clark finally understood Anthea's level of attainment. She had blazed her own path. Was she becoming an immortal? Do not lose focus. Refine the tripod quickly. A stern command pulled Clark's thoughts back. He promptly focused, tossing the Jingzhou tripod forward. Strangely, it floated mid-air, supported by Anthea's energy. Clark swiftly extended his spiritual power outside his body, penetrating the tripod. Once inside, he sensed an incredibly mysterious and vast, ancient and eternal aura. Before this presence, humans seemed insignificant as dust. Buzz. Within Clark's consciousness, the Jingzhou tripod transmitted wave upon wave of profound scriptures and images, a cultivation method. The scripture of formless heaven and earth, seated in purity and clarity, soaring high above, meditating on formlessness in the central courtyard, suddenly riding the void, body beyond self, circling in the court of Mars, meeting the celestial lords morning and night, turning without color, seeing the formless, countless true immortals welcoming. This cultivation method flew straight into Clark's mind, nearly causing him to gasp aloud. What kind of technique is this? What level is it? Clark was astonished. This cultivation method far surpassed any others he knew, like the mysterious Thunder secret canon or the White Tiger True Cave scripture. Could it be an immortal level technique? Clark couldn't be sure but could only speculate. Had it not been for Anthea's presence and the critical moment of refining the tripod, he would have started practicing immediately. After about half an hour, Clark breathed a long sigh. Thank you, senior sister. The Jingzhou tripod had completed the divine refinement. With a thought, it transformed into a white light, entering his third eye and hovering within his sea of consciousness. All right, since matters here are settled, you should leave. Anthea stood with her hands behind her back, facing the sky. What about you, senior sister? Clark curiously asked. My mission is complete. I must return to Liangzhou to report. Anthea turned to look at him. Your talent and disposition are rare in this world. Cherish them and do not forsake the fundamentals. I understand. Clark nodded. Senior sister, I'll take my leave. Ines and Bernice still awaited his response, and he urgently needed to comprehend the newly acquired scripture of formless heaven and earth. May you truly understand. Watching Clark's retreating figure, Anthea murmured. It is said that the 9 tripods of Andrew are linked to the destiny of the 9 provinces. Whoever obtains all 9 can become the ruler of all. Unfortunately, the 9 provinces themselves are a burden. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. Flesh enhancement. Revisiting the barbarian army. Wu County. After seeking help from Wu Academy to no avail, Zyra and Ines returned here once again. Both of them wore troubled expressions, unsure of what to do next. Heavenly has not sent any news. He might be in grave danger, Ines said bitterly. No. Zyra suddenly stood up, her voice resolute. We can't wait any longer. For all we know, he might be trapped somewhere, waiting for us to save him. But with our current strength, what can we possibly do even if we go? Ines replied helplessly. I have a powerful ally. Zyra gritted her teeth. Upon hearing this, Ines sat up straight. Really? Really? Zyra's expression was extremely serious. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ines immediately got up and headed out. Hold on. At that moment, a Wu Academy disciple suddenly burst in. This person was Eric, who had accompanied Zaire and his group to Wu County before. Why? We can't act without you ordering us? Isn't it allowed for us to go by ourselves? Ines asked irritably, knowing that this person was there to monitor them. It's not that. Something major has happened at the barbarian army camp in Xiao County. Eric looked agitated as he said. Some unknown expert appeared and caused chaos in the barbarian camp, nearly wiping out half of Xiao County. Zyra and Ines exchanged looks. For some reason, Zyra's mind involuntarily conjured up Zaire's image. Could it really be him? Inside, Zyra was surprised. Meanwhile, Ines suddenly felt movement in the Amather stone on him. Heavenly has sent news, he exclaimed hastily. Outside Westhua village. Inside an unnamed cave, Zaire was seated cross-legged in meditation. After parting ways with Anthea, he didn't return to Wu County but came back to this cave instead. Currently, he was studying the cultivation technique inscribed on the Jingzhou Cauldron. This formless heaven-earth technique is incredibly profound. I might need the Neil pill to proceed, he thought. After consuming the pill, Zaire began cultivating using the prenatal breathing method. Thanks to Anthea's guidance and the characteristics of the Neil pill, he gradually gained insight into the formless heaven-earth sutra. The next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy started to churn violently. Zaire's body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing and devouring all the surrounding spiritual energy. If someone were to see this, they would be utterly shocked. Drawing on spiritual energy was a skill unique to Qi realm cultivators, yet here he was, still at bone marrow refinement stage, transforming spiritual energy into his own power. With his eyes closed, Zaire could clearly sense the rumbling within his body. His flesh was already extraordinarily strong, far beyond the capabilities of peers, yet under the influence of the formless heaven-earth sutra, it was improving even further. Gradually, every inch of his body became translucent. First, his skin seemed to disappear, revealing every vein, tendon, muscle, and bone. Then, each part of his body gradually turned ethereal. Pop, pop, pop. Drops of black, foul-smelling impurities and toxins began to drip off, remnants hidden in his blood and bones for years. After about 2 hours, as the effects of the Neil pill dissipated, Zaire's body rapidly returned to normal. He opened his eyes and stood up, causing the cave to howl with wind and rocks flying everywhere. My strength? Zaire gazed at his hand in astonishment, then thrust it into the cave wall as easily as plunging into tofu. Although he hadn't broken through to Qi realm, his physical strength had reached a monstrous level. If I face that barbarian Cosmo again now, I won't be so badly beaten, he murmured to himself. Then, with a thought, the Jingzhou Cauldron materialized in front of him. So rituals can be combined and fused, and one must imprint their spirit onto the cauldron to communicate with heaven and earth. Previously, he had directly used the inherent properties of the Jingzhou Cauldron to kill creatures like the leopard and the bullhorn golden lion, absorbing their essence. Now he realized how wasteful those methods were. Without the proper ritual, the power gained was only about 60% of its potential, losing nearly half. Thinking about it made him feel a bit heartbroken. The Jingzhou Cauldron creates its own world, equivalent to a massive version of Immortal Simurv, contains a mustard seed, and I can store it in my sea of consciousness. Zaire pondered. After his divine sacrifice, the Jingzhou Cauldron displayed various inconceivable changes. Perhaps I can use the Jingzhou Cauldron to revisit Xiao County. Zaire realized the barbarians in Xiao County were likely more relaxed and wouldn't expect another intrusion. Plus, after Anthea's battle with the general, the defensive formation setup was already destroyed. He could infiltrate freely, as long as he avoided the mysterious general leading the cavalry. Deciding to act, Zaire returned to Xiao County. The county was in ruins, with numerous barbarian soldiers transporting materials to rebuild the formations. He scanned the area and soon locked onto his target, a masked human sneaking out of the city. Using the same tactic, Zaire killed the spy and donned his clothes, entering the city. Inside, a barbarian centurion led a group to an open area. You rest for now and wait for our instructions, the centurion ordered before leaving. Seeing his chance, Zaire excused himself to relieve himself and made his way towards the county government office, intending to destroy the remaining blood pools. Last time, Anthea hadn't destroyed all the bloodlight. Now, the barbarians had collected what remained of the 18 blood pools. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Zaire dashed inside. Even past patrolling barbarian soldiers couldn't stop him, shielded by the White Tiger True Grotto Sutra. No one sensed his presence as he moved swiftly through the compound. Possibly due to the recent battles, security here is surprisingly lax, Zaire thought, hiding in an inconspicuous corner. He carefully inspected the area, searching for where the blood pools might be stored. Just then, several tall barbarian soldiers carried a large chest down the hallway. Be careful, these treasures are personally requested by our lord. Don't damage them, one of the barbarians warned loudly. Chapter 45. Destroy everything, looted empty. This county hall used to be where the human magistrate conducted official business. Besides the outer hall, there were residences and prisons in the back, covering a vast area. After the last battle, it was rebuilt and remodeled by the barbarians. The dungeon was converted into a temporary storage room for supplies. Zaire followed this group of barbarians without revealing himself as they headed toward the refurbished underground prison. As soon as he entered the dungeon, an overwhelming stench of blood greeted him. Sure enough, it's here. Zaire's face was icy cold, and his eyes flashed with a chilling light. The barbarians who had entered appeared excited upon smelling the blood. If it weren't for orders from above, telling us not to act recklessly recently, I would really want to go catch a human right now to taste fresh flesh. Hush, don't let anyone outside hear you say that. You'll get another whipping if they do, another replied nervously. If that woman hadn't come and caused trouble, we'd still be having fun outside. Why would we have to do menial labor like this? They all complained but finally placed the chests down before turning to leave. Just as they turned around, a sharp aura suddenly erupted. With a series of thuds, each of the 6 barbarians found their throats punctured by a bloody hole. Absorb. Zaire's figure appeared, and the Jingzhou ding flew out from his brow, instantly extracting the essence and blood of the 6 barbarians. The cauldron emitted a faint glow, adding 3 more Nanman pills to its collection. These are just bone practitioners among the barbarian army, yet 2 can produce 1 pill. He was taken aback. Previously, it took about 3 barbarian soldiers to produce a single Nanman pill. Now, only 2 were needed, and the refining speed had significantly increased. The pills were produced almost instantaneously as the essence and blood were absorbed. This must be the difference between a treasure refined and one that isn't, Zaire thought. Based on Anthia's information, the 9 tripods of Andrew had even more miraculous effects, though she only knew how to refine and perform sacrifices. She mentioned that the 9 tripods have a grand sacrifice ritual similar to what emperors use during their ascension. This requires special steps and incantations, leading to incredible phenomena, Zaire pondered. But the specifics remained unknown even to Anthea. After tossing the 6 bodies into the Jingzhou ding, Zaire followed the trail of blood. Soon, a staircase leading downwards appeared before him. Descending the stone steps, he arrived at an underground hall. This hall was spacious, illuminated by glowing stone orbs embedded in the walls. At the center, several large stone barrels stood neatly arranged. These were the source of the strong smell of blood. Zaire focused his gaze and stabbed forward. The sword immediately pierced through one of the barrels, dark blood oozing out slowly. Confirming his suspicions, Zaire didn't hesitate. He swung his sword, engulfing all the barrels in a wave of light. Boom! Cracks spread rapidly across the barrels, which then burst open. Spurts of blood rained down. Despite trying to avoid them, Zaire was drenched in blood, becoming a literal man of blood. Instead of being disturbed, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. All the anger in his heart seemed to dissipate, leaving him feeling extraordinarily satisfied and vengeful. Moreover, he felt his chi boundary approaching a breakthrough. Still not yet. Zaire quickly regained control, suppressing the fluctuating true essence within him. If it were before obtaining the no-form heavenly scripture, he might have chosen to break through immediately. But after cultivating this scripture, he understood the importance of reaching the peak physical condition to ensure future cultivation was smooth and obstacle-free. In martial cultivation, the foundation is always the body. Only when the body becomes immensely strong can it serve as a proper base for cultivation. Although he had already reached a jade-like state through the cave's trials, Zaire believed it wasn't enough. The no-form heavenly scripture mentions 4 realms of physical training: jade, impermeable, immortal, and rebirth. I've barely reached the jade realm. I need to progress further. The no-form heavenly scripture could be judged as at least immortal level based on Zaire's estimation. His keen senses told him that even this level of technique emphasized physical training, proving its importance in future cultivation. Suddenly, commotion echoed overhead. Not good. This disturbance has likely attracted experts. Outside the dungeon, a giant shadow loomed at the entrance. None other than the barbarian gate commander Zaire had seen before. He wielded a huge axe and rushed inside. Splash! Stepping into knee-deep blood, the gate commander shouted, "Who's there?" Seeing all the barrels shattered, his eyes widened in rage, his roar shaking the entire hall. They must not have gone far. The gate commander seemed to realize something and quickly chased out. Silence enveloped the hall. After some time, ripple sounds emerged from the blood, and the gate commander reappeared. He had stayed behind, scanning the area with suspicion but finding no trace. Did they really escape? He muttered to himself, eventually leaving the dungeon. Bubbles surfaced in the blood. As soon as the gate commander left, Zaire leapt up the stairs. Narrowly avoided discovery, thanks to the overpowering smell of blood. Ironically, destroying the collected human blood had saved him in return. Looking at the sea of blood, his gaze flickered. Summoning the Jingzhou ding, he absorbed all the blood before moving upstairs to check the upper-level dungeons. There were various chests, mostly filled with gold and jewels worth millions of taels of gold. He stored everything inside the Jingzhou ding for future needs, occupying less than 1% of its space. Apart from these treasures, there were also medicinal pills. In one cell, 3 large boxes contained pills of 2 types. One he recognized from detailed account of southern barbarians as marching pills made from food and blood essences, capable of providing sustenance for 2 days. Another box contained black pills, about half a box left, roughly 2,000 pieces. Zaire stored all these medicines inside the Jingzhou ding and moved to the last dungeon. 7 large chests were neatly arranged. Opening them, he found peculiar items inside. for chests contained golden metallic objects of varying sizes and shapes, some resembling sharp-tipped tools. He wondered if they were some kind of concealed weapons. Thus began his thorough exploration and collection of all valuables and items, ensuring none went to waste in the hands of the enemy. Zaire estimated that there were at least 20,000 of these little items stored inside. Then his gaze shifted to the other 3 chests. One chest was filled with pitch-black metallic objects that resembled some kind of set square, each with a circular hole. The other 2 contained larger objects, mostly tube-like in appearance. Although he didn't understand what these were, Zaire still packed them all into the Jingzhou Ding. After thoroughly looting everything in the dungeon, he swiftly ran out. ##### Chapter 46. Serious Situation, Determination Set. Chanaman City. Tianya Martial Academy Compound, Hall of Deliberations. Inner Sect disciple Aaron was reviewing a confidential letter. Sitting nearby were over a dozen outer sect elders, including Carlton. According to reports from our spies embedded within the barbarian army, 2 cultivators infiltrated Xiao County during this upheaval. One is Liangzhou Pingchuan Martial Academy's inner sect prodigy Hilton, and the other, based on inference, is very likely our outer sect disciple Zaire. Aaron put down the letter and said calmly, "What, Zaire?" Carlton jumped to his feet in shock upon hearing the name. The other elders also looked stunned. "Where is Zaire now? Does anyone know?" Aaron asked. All the elders shook their heads. At that moment, a disciple rushed in urgently to report, "Our inner sect senior brother Jonathan has arrived." "Jonathan?" Aaron stood up and quickly left the hall. In the courtyard, a beam of rosy light descended from the sky. As the light faded, a muscular man in a martial outfit appeared on the ground. Notably, this man's spine protruded as if a mighty dragon lay attached to his back. Aaron hurried forward with a smile. "I didn't expect you to have emerged from seclusion so soon. How was it? Did you gain anything?" "Just some insights, not worth mentioning." The man waved his hand dismissively and then strode into the hall like a tiger pacing. Behind him, Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly and his smile vanished. Inside the hall, the elders rose and bowed respectfully to the newcomer. "Greetings, Senior Brother Wu." Jonathan nodded slightly and took his seat at the head of the table. "Ladies and gentlemen." His gaze swept over everyone, including Aaron who had just entered. "Headmaster's command." Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone knelt down. Jonathan continued in a grave tone. "The rise of the southern barbarians is by heaven's will. Furthermore, the Dark Abyss demons and beast races are backing the barbarians this time. You must be prepared to defy the heavens, sever this heavenly will, and block the barbarians' advance. We obey the headmaster's command." Shihu village. Zaire, cloaked in a hooded robe, was talking to the old village chief. "How many people haven't evacuated yet?" Zaire knew well that his actions in destroying the Xiao County armory and stealing all the collected human blood would provoke a strong counterattack from the barbarian forces. Moreover, while escaping Xiao County, he had overheard that the barbarians had cut off the route to Wuxia County, preparing to recapture all remaining civilians. Though there were still people scattered around Xiao County, they mostly lived in isolated pockets, with the largest concentration in Shihu village. The old village chief calculated, about 1/3 of the villagers have already moved to Wuxia County, but most are elderly, women, and children. Not a single able-bodied adult has left. "So few?" Zaire frowned. He hadn't expected less than half. The village chief sighed. "This is already quite an achievement. We're hundreds of miles from Wuxia County, and after the war, the village is short on food. Many simply don't have the strength for such a long journey." A young man who had been introduced earlier stepped forward and reported, "Village chief, Celestial Master, the next group is ready. Shall we leave now?" However, Zaire shook his head. "It's probably too late. The barbarian army has heavily guarded the route to Wuxia County." He glanced at the villagers and said gravely, "Soon, the barbarians will deploy a large force to capture people from all areas. The only option now is to hold out." Hearing this news, the old village chief grew anxious, pacing back and forth. "The barbarians have cut off our escape route. What can we do?" The young man, however, showed determination. "Then we'll fight to the death. I'm not afraid." Zaire gave him an approving look. "Good. We should be like that. What's your name?" "I am Hansen," he replied. "Here, take these 10 South Barbarian pills." Zaire tossed a small cloth bag to him. Hansen caught it with both hands, treating it as precious treasure, carefully placing it inside his robe. He had witnessed how powerful these pills were. Previously, Zaire had kept a few, which they used when escorting the first batch of villagers, encountering a small squad of barbarians. Without the pills, they might have all become casualties. "You have the ancient black-striped healing pill?" A clear female voice interrupted, and a figure appeared beside them. Startled, Hansen drew his sword to attack. Zaire stopped him. "She's not a barbarian." Turning to her, he said, "Princess Buckchanan, you've emerged from seclusion?" Lenore radiated an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating a significant advancement in cultivation. "Seems you've advanced to the transformation realm after consuming the 7-colored barbarian sage pill," Zaire noted curiously. "But how did you find me here?" "I have my ways. And not only did I find you, I also know you stormed the barbarian camp in Xiao County, nearly wiping out half the county alongside Pingchuan Martial Academy experts." Her gaze fell on the South barbarian pills in Hansen's possession. Black-striped healing pills are ancient medicines that heal all wounds, enhance the body, and stabilize the foundation of cultivation, especially beneficial for newly advanced cultivators. She needed the pills to consolidate her new cultivation level. Zaire understood her desire and offered, "I don't have many of these pills, but I can give you 3 if you help with something." "What help?" Lenore raised an eyebrow. "There are still over 6,000 people in this village. You must understand the situation better than I do." Lenore interrupted, "Understood. You want me to protect these civilians along with you." She continued, "Do you know how many experts are in Xiao County?" Zaire frowned. "Even if the barbarians have experts, we can't abandon these thousands of lives." Lenore shook her head. Neither of us is a savior. Even if we were, we lack the power now. She gazed into the distance. Zaire, do you know how serious this is? The barbarians in Shao and Wuxian counties are just the vanguard. Millions are ready to invade. Your Tianyang Martial Academy has sent at least 10 intersect disciples. Even those on the Qianlong list have ended their seclusion. A mere true disciples and guardians will arrive soon. Zaire was taken aback and asked, what about the imperial court? Lenore looked at him. Our great Chu has also dispatched many experts, including all princes and young geniuses except the Hiroshi. Now, do you understand how serious this is? 2 of us alone cannot defend this village. Zaire fell silent. He looked at Hansen and the old village chief, then at the hopeful gazes of the nearby villagers. Princess, he began hesitantly, on the way from Wuxian County, I saw countless tragic scenes. Villages destroyed by barbarians, bodies strewn everywhere, even infants hanging from trees and eaves. In a place called Nyonyo Village, a 6-year-old child clung to his dead mother's clothes until his last breath. These are our fellow countrymen. Zaire's eyes were resolute, his voice hoarse but firm. Princess, I understand what you say, but some problems can't be solved by fleeing or hiding. Sages once said, to act knowing it cannot be done is the mark of a true man. I believe we who practice cultivation should do just that, act even when we know it cannot be done. This translation maintains the tone and style of the original text, ensuring it fits naturally within the narrative. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original. Chapter 47. Demon Clan Fire Weapons, preparing for the barbarian army. Lenore remained silent for a long time before she slowly said, it seems you are naturally suited for the path of martial arts. I am burdened with the responsibility of the Xuanhuan house and cannot live as freely as you do, Lenore replied. Zaire naturally wanted to retain this powerful ally and hurriedly said, precisely because you are the princess of the Xuanhuan house, it's even more important for you to protect the people. The court will surely admire Neil even more, won't they? Lenore sighed deeply. My father is an alien king. If he gains too much public support, she didn't finish her sentence, but Zaire understood her meaning. Power that threatens the emperor. Seems like there's a lot of political intrigue in the court, he thought privately. All right, Lenore continued, though I can't stay, I can make a deal with you. You give me 10 black-striped healing pills, and I'll give you a talisman treasure. A talisman treasure? Zaire was somewhat puzzled. He knew what talismans were, like the outer sect token of the Tianyang Martial Academy, which was a talisman. Spirit Sword Talisman Treasure. Lenore extended her right hand, revealing a 2-inch wide black talisman. This talisman seemed to be made from an unknown type of blackwood, inscribed with mysterious golden symbols forming a golden sword. This artifact was crafted by my father using 1,000-year-old sunken wood from the East Sea's abyss, imbued with a thread of sword path true intent, she explained. It can only be used once. To activate it, one must drip blood on it, and use spiritual sense to locate the enemy. Once unleashed, even true realm experts would be severely wounded. Only someone who has opened a cave heaven realm would escape this sword. Really that powerful? Zaire was surprised, looking at the black talisman sword that could even injure true realm experts. My father left this as my life-saving item, Lenore said calmly. So unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it lightly. If I have this talisman sword, wouldn't that mean I can also defeat that Toothed Gate general of the Shao County barbarians? Zaire thought to himself. The Toothed Gate general within the barbarian army, wielding a huge axe, was a soul realm expert whose strength was formidable. Previously, in the dungeon, he could only escape by diving into the blood sea. Facing him directly was impossible. But with this talisman sword, everything would be different. 10 southern savage pills for such a treasure, not a bad deal. Without hesitation, Zaire exchanged the pills for the talisman. Then, he pulled Lenore to a distance and took out 2 items from his chest. These were from the last 7 chests in the dungeon. I don't know what these are. As someone in high standing, you must have more knowledge than me. Can you help me figure out how to use them? After saying that, Zaire handed over the items. These are Abyssal Demon Clan artifacts. Lenore's eyes widened in surprise. Demon Clan fire weapons. Where did you get them? I obtained them from the barbarian army, Zaire said. Upon hearing this, Lenore's eyes instantly shot cold light. It seems the Demon Clan's support for the southern savages is considerable. They've even given them their fire weapons. Turning her gaze to the objects, she explained to Zaire, this is called a hand pistol, which needs to be paired with explosive bullets. It's crafted by the Abyssal Demon Clan. Unlike immortal Dao treasures, its biggest difference is that ordinary people can also use it after mastering the method, and its power is immense. One shot can take down a muscle training warrior, and if aimed at vital points, even bone training martial artists will suffer severe injuries and lose mobility. Hearing this, Zaire was internally stunned. Ordinary people could master it, and its power was so great that even bone training martial artists couldn't resist. In human armies, ordinary soldiers usually had muscle training realm strength at best. If the savage tribes each had a hand pistol, no one could fight against them. Lenore then said, besides hand pistols, Demon Clan fire weapons include muskets, scatterguns, etc. Some powerful muskets can even threaten Chi realm experts. Hand pistols are the weakest among these. It's rumored that there are even cannons above muskets. Listening to this, Zaire felt like a new world had opened up. While marveling at the peculiar weapons of the Demon Clan, he couldn't help but ask, if so, isn't the overall strength of the Demon Clan already above humans? Why do they hide in the abyss? Lenore replied, the Demon Clan didn't have these things before. They only appeared in the past century. Since you know about these Demon Clan fire weapons, you must also know how to use them, right? Zaire had an idea. He thought that since he had 7 boxes of these things, and according to Lenore, ordinary people could use them, if distributed to the villagers of Zihua village, it would increase their chances against the barbarian army. Lenore nodded and said, even with this, you may still be lacking. The lowest ranking barbarian soldier is at least a bone training realm. What about this? As Zaire spoke, A musket appeared in his hand. Muskets? Lenore's gaze sharpened, clearly shocked. You even have interdimensional treasures? What fortune have you encountered recently? She found herself unable to understand the Zaire in front of her. Not only could he connect with experts from Pingchuan Martial Academy, but he had stolen an entire warehouse from the Shao County Barbarian Army, and his faint aura? Lenore stared at Zaire and suddenly frowned, speaking sternly. Is this cloak? Did you use the 7-killing sword technique again? Saying this, she flicked her finger in the air, causing invisible chi force to explode on Zaire, scattering the concealing cloak into flying pieces. Indeed. Looking at the black-striped body and silver-haired Zaire, Lenore's eyes flashed with strange light. Zaire was also surprised. He didn't expect the gap between himself and Lenore to still be so large, caught off guard by her casual attack. You. Lenore was about to ask, but remembered her father's advice and stopped. She then took out the previously mentioned pills. Take them, otherwise, being discovered in this state will cause significant trouble. She didn't specify the trouble, but Zaire didn't press further after seeing her reluctance. After taking the pills, he quickly returned to normal. Upon recovery, Zaire immediately said, Princess, I want to trade 10 black-striped healing pills for your teaching the villagers how to use the Demon Clan fire weapons. Ancestral black-striped healing pills are priceless. To save these people, you're willing to pay a steep price. Lenore looked at him with admiration before slowly nodding. I agree, but I can only stay for 7 days. After that, regardless of whether they learn or not, I must leave. Over the next 3 days, all of Xuanhuan village entered a state of emergency preparation. All able-bodied young men capable of fighting were trained under Lenore's guidance. Under Hansen's leadership, a 20-person fire weapon squad was formed, practicing day and night. Lenore, as the daughter of King Xuanhuan who earned his title through military achievements, excelled in tactical training, transforming the villagers into an iron-blooded force in a short time. Zaire also didn't idle. Over these 3 days, apart from learning how to use Demon Clan fire weapons, he also used the Neil pill to train intensively. Not only did he solidify and deepen his previous skills, but he also perfected the Tier Heaven Divine Claw technique found on the Neil, needing just one more step to cultivate the true intent of the Divine Claw. On the hillside, Zaire stood shoulder to shoulder with Lenore. Looking at the villagers training in 2 separate areas below, Zaire remarked, Your methods of training troops are indeed very wise, princess. Lenore smiled. If I didn't do my best, wouldn't I be wasting your efforts? She continued while her gaze lingered on the 1,000-strong formation on the right. This group, once they've seen battle, can be called elite. Amazed of these Xuanhuan village villagers were skilled hunters from poor regions, driven by a deep hatred for the savages. Their rigorous training naturally produced impressive results. However, in warfare, experienced troops differ greatly from those who haven't seen combat. Only after experiencing the battlefield and spilling blood can one become a true combat force. Zaire naturally understood this principle. It's no different from whether a cultivator has experienced life and death battles. By the way, what do you estimate the combat strength of this fire weapon squad to be? Zaire asked, glancing at the 20-man team led by Hansen on the left. If we have enough explosive bullets, these 20 men can already encircle and kill Chi Realm experts, Lenore replied. Zaire nodded in great satisfaction. The strength of the barbarian army Cosmos was at the Chi Realm. Now, Xuanhuan village had the capability to withstand a 1,000-strong assault from the barbarians, which was a significant improvement. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Lenore. It was a man entirely shrouded in a black cloak, making his features indiscernible. After a brief whisper, Lenore's expression drastically changed. Worried, Zaire hurriedly asked, What's wrong? He had seen this black-cloaked man twice in recent days. He was Lenore's bodyguard, always appearing with urgent intelligence for her. It's bad. The barbarian armies from 2 counties have already mobilized on a large scale, intending to cleanse all humans within 1,000 miles. They're preparing to garrison troops to attack Wu County. Lenore's expression turned grave. We can no longer hold onto Xuanhuan village. This location will serve as a transit point for the barbarians attacking Wu County. They will definitely send a large army here. In less than 2 days, this place will be flattened by the barbarian army. What? Hearing this, Hansen and the others below instantly paled. Chapter 48. The Golden Lion Savages, Trapped in a Siege. Zaire's brows furrowed tightly. The sudden large-scale attack by the savages at this time was certainly not good news. Hansen immediately informed the old village chief and organized the elderly, women, and children to hide in the temporary hiding spots in the mountains. Everyone else prepare for battle, he shouted loudly to the personnel training below. Then he turned to Lenore and said, My lady, the news of the savage army's large-scale offensive must have also reached the Great Chu Imperial Court and the Martial Academy. I wonder if they will send reinforcements from Wu County to rescue these civilians. Difficult. Shalong with 3 counties are on the western front of the southern savages, facing immense pressure from the east and south. The million-strong savage armies are poised and ready to strike, Lenore replied with a shake of her head. Now that the savage army has cut off the road to Wu County, any rescue would need to break through their blockade. The Chanaman city forces likely won't send many troops, if any. After saying this, she turned around and prepared to leave. Zaire, don't forget our agreement. Take care of yourself. Her voice faded as she vanished from sight. Zaire understood Lenore's predicament and did not try to stop her. Upon learning of the imminent attack by the savage army, an atmosphere of intense tension enveloped Xuanhuan village. Everyone started moving into action. Elders and children began packing their belongings, while women assisted the young men left in the village in fortifying defenses. After leaving all the magical weapons from Jingzhou Ding inside the village, Zaire ventured out to scout the current situation of the savage army. As he walked about 100 miles toward Shao County, he suddenly heard the roars of wild beasts. This is the horned golden lion. With a swift leap, Zaire hid behind a massive boulder atop a hill and looked down. On the road below, a savage army rode forth. Their mounts fierce horned golden lions clad in heavy armor, bearing bows on their backs and sawtooth sabers and arrows at their waists. Where did these horned golden lions come from? When he and Anthea entered Xiao County previously, there were no horned golden lions to be seen. Could it be that there's a new group of savages arriving in Xiao and Long counties? Thinking of this possibility, Zaire felt a sinking sensation. Already physically superior to humans, the southern savages, now riding horned golden lions, would be devastating in battle. He still remembered encountering the horned golden lion in Yin Amiyuntan. Even though he eventually killed it, without Jingzhou Ding, he would have died from blood loss. Estimating quickly, this force of golden lion savages numbered about 2,000 and seemed to be a formidable weapon intended for the attack on Wu County. They were clearly heading in a direction that would pass through Shihu village. We need to delay or even block this group of savages. Otherwise, once they discover Shihu village, none of us might escape the pursuit of the horned golden lions. Zaire knew well that despite the improvements in strength thanks to Lenore's training, the villagers could not stand against such an elite force of savages, each rider being a powerhouse. Swish! Zaire's figure flashed as he quickly concealed himself in the dense forest below. The distinctive low roars of the horned golden lions grew closer, and soon several savage scouts approached. After examining the surroundings, the scouts waved red and white flags to signal the main force. Instantly, the ground shook as the army advanced. Hidden among the trees, Zaire focused his energy on Baihu Zhendongjing, shielding his presence completely. When half of the golden lion savage force had passed, he burst out. Stirring Dragon Ascends. With his first move being Dragon Shape Fist, after 3 days in Shihu village, he had perfected Sky-Tearing Divine Claw and reviewed Dragon Shape Fist. Combined with Xianlay's secret scripture, it resembled an electric dragon charging into the savage ranks. Instantly, the golden fur of the lions ignited upon contact, creating a sea of flames. Roar! Enemies! Enemies! The savage ranks fell into chaos, but quickly reorganized into a surrounding formation. These golden lion savages reacted remarkably swiftly. Clang! Zaire drew his long sword, swiftly stabbing at the retreating savages. The sharp edge of Qidian instantly took over 10 lives, including nearly 10 horned golden lions engulfed in flames. Jingzhou Ding filled with 2 clumps of essence, 1 human, 1 lion. After losing over a dozen men, the savages finally trapped Zaire in a clearing. Tension mounted as countless arrows shot towards him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Air split as each arrow, propelled by the savages' incredible strength, could pierce metal and stone. These golden lion savages are indeed formidable. Zaire couldn't help but admire their speed and tactical acumen. Dragon battles in the wilderness. Facing the barrage of arrows, he shouted and instantly transformed into 30 dragons weaving through the battlefield. This was the final, most crucial move of Wu family's dragon-shaped fist. An intense storm formed on the battlefield, shredding every arrow caught in its path. Maintaining his momentum like a dragon riding the wind, the 30 storms surged into the savage ranks. Any savage who came into contact, man and beast alike, were hurled skyward and crashed to the ground with a bloody gash on their foreheads. This move combined dragon-shaped fist, Xianlay's secret scripture, Tianya step, and shadowless sword. Each skill utilized to its fullest potential, with no concern for depleting his true essence. Whistling wind. Suddenly, a large saber flew out from the savage ranks, cutting through the air ominously. At the same time, a heavy broadsword emerged from the crowd, aimed directly where Zaire had just avoided the flying saber. From the saber's launch to the broadsword strike, the calculation was exquisite. Zaire's alarm bells rang. Instead of dodging, he transformed Qidian into a saber and slashed downwards at the broadsword. However, the heavy broadsword moved like a feather in the hands of the savage, deftly avoiding Qidian's blade. Savage expert. His gaze sharpened, focusing on a towering savage amidst the ranks. At least a Qi realm expert, possibly a bow captain in a regular savage force. If it were a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this expert. But trapped within the savage encirclement, it wouldn't be easy. Zaire hastily consumed a South Savage pill to replenish his depleted true essence and stamina. Chapter 49. Fusion and Mastery, re-encountering the transformation realm. Layer upon layer of golden lion savages seemed endless. Zaire gripped his long sword tightly. Under the influence of the southern barbarian pill, his strength was rapidly returning to its peak. Charge. True essence flowed within him, and he darted into the savage ranks like a bolt of lightning. He alternated between sword techniques and palm strikes, instantly killing 7 or 8 savages along with their bullhorn golden lions. At that moment, a broadsword followed his movements closely, aiming straight for his back. Zaire dodged by shifting his body. Just as he was about to counterattack, a dozen large swords slashed at him from all directions. Snap. He wielded the Qidiandian sword, slicing through the large swords effortlessly. However, dozens of arrows swiftly followed in rapid succession. Zaire could only deflect them while evading simultaneously. The moment he landed, several large swords came slashing down once more. The continuous assault tactics left no room for breathing. Zaire's eyes flashed with intense light. The savages who locked gazes with him were momentarily stunned, their movements and expressions turning sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, he kicked the large swords back one after another, sending them flying into the heads of the savages. Boom, boom, boom. Brains splattered on the ground. This attack disrupted the coordinated formation of the savage troops. Seeing this, the transformation realm expert hidden among the savages rushed forward immediately, brandishing the broadsword with overwhelming force. Exactly what I was waiting for. Zaire roared and thrust the Qidiandian sword backward, which he had readied. Crackle. Sparks flew as it clashed with the broadsword. Almost instantly, the transformation realm savage was paralyzed by the power of the mystic lightning secret codex. Die. With a flick of his longsword, Zaire sent the broadsword flying. Simultaneously, he lunged forward and grabbed the savage's heart with his left hand before tearing it apart viciously. Rip. He ripped through armor and flesh, destroying the heart. This was precisely the tearing heaven divine claw technique. Simultaneously sweeping his longsword, he cut the throats of several bull-horned golden lions attempting to surround him, causing chaos in the battlefield. From his sudden attack to neutralizing the transformation realm expert, Zaire demonstrated almost every martial skill he knew. During the battle, he experimented with combining multiple techniques, which significantly enhanced his understanding and application of his martial arts. This kind of realization wasn't systematic, but rather a sudden understanding of how each move could be maximized to suit him best. He had experienced this sensation months ago when practicing the dragon-shaped fist, a technique named divine dragon soaring through the air, where he applied his own interpretation entirely. Learning martial arts is much like studying literature. As the wise say, knowledge gained from books alone is shallow, experience must come from practice. One cannot rely solely on theory nor blindly follow it. Zaire reflected inwardly. With the death of the transformation realm expert, the pressure from the surrounding savages decreased significantly. A single sweep of his sword drained the vitality of several more savages and their mounts via the tripod cauldron. For a brief moment, Zaire seemed invincible, unstoppable amidst the chaotic battlefield. However, the golden lion savages soon noticed the anomaly and sounded their horns, signaling a retreat. Realizing he couldn't wait to be completely surrounded by the vast army, Zaire acted swiftly, increasing his speed dramatically and chasing into the retreating ranks. His Qidiandian sword continuously struck, targeting the throats of any savage who couldn't react in time. During the fight, he took another southern barbarian pill to replenish his true essence and stamina. As Zaire fought relentlessly, scores of savages fell dead, either decapitated or torn apart by his claws. Having experienced so many battles in the southern front lines, Zaire harbored no mercy for the barbarians. His attacks were ruthless, leaving no room for leniency. I can only slow down this troop of savages. Wiping them out completely is beyond my capabilities. He understood that he could only delay their progress with his solo efforts, not annihilate the entire elite troop of 2,000 warriors. Unless they stood still and let him attack without defending. A highly improbable scenario, especially given that there were likely more experts among them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a roar erupted from behind the savages. All nearby savages, upon hearing this roar, retreated hastily, displaying evident panic. Almost simultaneously, a massive figure descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Boom. Several savages and their lions were instantly crushed into pulp. Transformation realm? Zaire observed that the incoming savage stood 2 zhang tall, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This one has probably just entered the transformation realm, weaker than the commandant I encountered in Xiaoqing. The savage waved a massive hand, unleashing a whirlwind that blew away surrounding warriors. Then he locked eyes with Zaire, saying, "Human, how dare you obstruct my army alone? Are you truly unafraid of death?" In response, Zaire made a swift thrust with his Qidiandian sword, combining the skyward step, phantomless sword technique, and mystic lightning secret codex. Instantly, the Qidiandian reached the savage's chest. The sword glowed with electricity, accompanied by 30 illusory figures. The lightning emitted by the mystic lightning secret codex formed a net enveloping the towering figure. Sizzle. The air seemed to evaporate, and the savage's clothing ignited from the intense heat. Good boy. To harness even a trace of Thunder's power. Yet, you've met your match. The transformation realm savage appeared unaffected by the electricity. Bathed in flames, he unleashed a massive palm strike, generating a powerful gale that extinguished the flames and dispelled the lightning. But Zaire had anticipated this. Hidden within the 30 illusions, his sword aimed directly for the heart. Clang. Suddenly, the transformation realm savage drew a short iron staff, blocking the path of the Qidiandian sword. You are only at the bone-strengthening stage yet managed to confront me. You must be a prodigy among humans. Today, by killing you, I will eliminate a future great enemy of our tribe. Chapter 50. The Transcendent Beast Race, the Savage General. If a bone-forging realm practitioner could break through their realm's constraints to engage with an Qi condensation realm opponent in direct combat, it would already place them among the geniuses. It should be known that once one steps into the Qi condensation realm and absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, they are no longer within the realm that ordinary martial artists can challenge. Now, Zaire was facing a transcendent realm opponent at the bone-forging level, which was a tier higher than the Qi condensation realm. This situation wasn't unprecedented. However, whenever it occurred, it usually indicated that the person's future achievements would not be low. This was precisely what made the transcendent savages wary. At this moment, he had harbored a murderous intent. But Zaire's movements were strange and unpredictable, with 30 phantom images splitting and merging effortlessly. His shadowless sword combined with the mystic thunder secret manual attacked from all angles without any blind spots, momentarily suppressing this transcendent savage. 2 figures, large and small, had already clashed over 100 times in a short time, but each time, Zaire did not choose to clash head-on with the transcendent savage. Instead, he used clever and versatile techniques to force the opponent towards the center of the barbarian army. Soon, many surrounding barbarians who couldn't evade died or were injured. And most of these injuries were inflicted by the transcendent savage himself, as his towering stature and every movement carried immense power. This man's strength is incomparably fierce. On the battlefield, he is practically a human mobile killing machine, Zaire marveled inwardly. Not only was the transcendent savage incredibly powerful, but he also wielded his short cudgel with broad and expansive movements, complementing his heavy armor, making him almost invincible amidst thousands of soldiers. Fortunately, this savage has clumsy movements and mediocre agility. Otherwise, battling him would be far more troublesome. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a normal human figure suddenly darted out from the barbarian army, and a flash of light revealed a sword beam charging straight for Zaire's face. Dodging aside, Zaire's eyes narrowed. A transcendent realm expert of the beast race? Seeing the person's hooves-like feet, he immediately identified him as someone from the 10,000 demon Amiuntans. He never expected to find a member of the beast race among the Golden Lion barbarians. Tony, I didn't think you'd struggle with a mere bone-forging human brat. Looks like your strength has declined significantly. The beast race expert, holding his sword nonchalantly, chuckled teasingly. Raoul, stop mocking me. Have the guts to fight him yourself. Tony retorted irritably. It seemed they were quite familiar with each other, and clearly underestimated Zaire entirely. Fair enough. Two transcendent experts standing before them, they were confident that even an undiscovered super genius would be unable to withstand a joint attack. Zaire remained unruffled by their disdain and instead offered a smile, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding barbarian army. Swoosh. A sword flashed, instantly slicing a barbarian in half. He surged forward as a whirlwind, cleaving through several throats with Qidiyang's sword. Since the beginning, nearly 200 barbarians and golden lions had their essences drained by him. Especially during the fight with the transcendent savage Tony, nearly 100 other barbarians perished in the process. Damn! Seeing this, the two transcendent experts were furious, yelling in rage. They hadn't anticipated that this human would be so despicable, turning around to kill the regular barbarian troops upon realizing he couldn't defeat them. Lingxi hanging horns. Deluge god cudgel. Raoul and Tony rushed towards Zaire. Raoul's longsword changed tactics incessantly, stabbing, slashing, sweeping, hanging. All impossible to predict how it would reach its target. Meanwhile, Tony wielded his short cudgel in sweeping motions, stirring gusts of wind and producing thunderous booms. Roar. Zaire had been prepared. Suddenly, a white tiger phantom appeared behind him, roaring fiercely. Kill. Qidiyang flipped, moving forward instead of retreating, clamping down on Raoul's sword blade, forcing him to interrupt his attack. Clank. Harnessing the counterforce, Zaire twisted his body, driving the sword point toward Tony's fingers, compelling him to leap aside. Bang. Bang. He then kicked Raoul's sword twice, leveraging his movements to surge back into the barbarian ranks. Flash. Another sword stroke killed several barbarians, whose essences were all absorbed by the Jingzhou tripod. How about continuing your chat? Zaire smiled but kept his actions relentless, constantly swinging Qidiyang, slaying another 5 or 6 barbarians with its spiritual might. Yet, the barbarian troops lived up to their elite status. Despite significant losses, they swiftly formed an array to encircle Zaire completely. Over, Zaire keenly sensed that many more bone-forging and chi condensation realm barbarians were rushing towards them. Faced with such peril, he grew increasingly calm, seeking every opportunity to kill more barbarians. If I can eliminate more of these golden lion savages, it will buy Wuxia village more preparation time. Zaire weaved through the barbarian ranks, utilizing Qidiyang's sharpness with his right hand and employing Lingyun palm or sky-tearing divine claw with his left. For efficiency, he directed the Jingzhou tripod to absorb the essences of wounded and bleeding barbarians and golden lions. Many severely wounded barbarians, losing copious blood, succumbed almost immediately. Behind him, Tony and Raoul continued pursuing, but due to the bulky forms of the barbarians and their mounted golden lions, they struggled to unleash full-force attacks. Suddenly, the barbarian horn sounded again. All barbarians ceased their pursuit of Zaire and quickly dispersed. Human, you have harmed hundreds of our people. Prepare to die. Following a deafening shout, a barbarian riding a giant elephant approached slowly. All barbarian troops cleared the way for him. This barbarian exuded overwhelming power, radiating an aura of ancient ferocity. Standing over 10 meters tall, he wielded an enormous spear with a tip as large as a human head. His mount, a colossal elephant clad in armor, walked with flames beneath its hooves. This wasn't an ordinary elephant but a Southland anomaly, the Fire Cloud elephant. Zaire had seen this creature in the detailed records of the Southland savages and knew its prowess. Rushing like a blazing cloud streaking across the sky, faster than lightning, capable of traveling 3,000 to 5,000 miles a day, and possessing immense strength. Its trunk could crush ordinary magical artifacts, and a single step could slay an chi condensation expert. Soul Condensation Realm. Barbarian Army's Gate Commander. Zaire's heart sank. He hadn't expected to encounter a true elite of the barbarian army. The rank of Gate Commander was equivalent to a general. Earlier, in Shaoyang County, he had seen a similar rank wielding a giant axe. Chapter 51. Terrifying Strength, hiding in the deep pond. Buzz. The long spear was raised, causing a tremor in space. This savage expert of the Soul Realm delivered a simple downward slash, yet it caused rippling waves through space. This power, this strength. Zaire was alarmed. Without time to think further, he realized that all possible escape routes were covered by this move. He had no choice but to summon his Qidiyang sword with full force to counter it. Clang. Despite using numerous techniques to deflect the force, the immense power transmitted from the large spear still struck him forcefully. Pooh. Suspended midair, Zaire spat out a huge mouthful of blood. He couldn't withstand the other party's simple move. The Soul Realm is too strong. Zaire knew all too well how overwhelmingly powerful the opponent was, far beyond his current ability to contend. After landing, he quickly used the Tinya step to retreat. He was also acutely aware that once the enemy attacked, they wouldn't easily let him go, especially after he had killed so many of their troops. As expected, as soon as he started fleeing, the Soul Realm savage expert on the Fire Cloud elephant gave chase, followed closely by Clark and Raoul. The three masters were clearly intent on taking his life. Clark isn't much of a problem, but that Raoul and the Fire Cloud elephant are much faster than me. I need to rely on the terrain advantage of this forest. Zaire's true essence energy rapidly circulated throughout his body. His Tinya step was almost pushed to its limits as he plunged into the nearby forest. General, should we pursue? Raoul hurriedly asked the barbarian general beside him. The changes in the forest were unpredictable, and there was a risk of falling for a decoy tactic. This was what he feared. Why not chase? The barbarian general roared, already dismounting from the Fire Cloud elephant. He then shouted backward, "Everyone, stand your ground and check the casualties." He left the fire cloud elephant behind as a precaution before rushing straight into the forest. Clark followed shortly after, exchanging glances with Raoul and entering the forest as well. At this moment, Zaire was jumping and changing direction among the rocky woods. No matter how he adjusted his escape route, he remained locked onto by the barbarian general who relentlessly pursued. This is the divine soul power of the soul realm. It can track an enemy's trail and enable brief flight. Zaire knew the formidable power of the soul realm well. From close encounters with the Shao County barbarian officers, he deeply felt their terrifying strength. Had it not been for the blood of his fellow humans, he would never have evaded their search. In the vast mountains of Nanyue, besides strange and horrific boulders and bizarre trees, there were also thorny thickets. These thickets were about a meter high, and Zaire specifically sought such areas. With the help of his Chidian sword and robust physical strength, these thickets slowed down the pursuing barbarian general rather than impeding his own escape. Gradually, he delved deep into the heart of this nameless mountain range. Sensing the oppressive aura getting closer, Zaire knew he couldn't run any longer. Otherwise, he'd be caught within an hour. With this thought, he stopped, leaped onto a tree, and surveyed his surroundings. There's a deep pond. A thoughtful expression flashed across his face as he immediately sprinted toward the pond, leaping in without hesitation. Plop. A dull sound resounded, but no water splashed. Zaire controlled his movements perfectly, ensuring no water reached the shore to reveal his presence. Just as he hid at the bottom of the pond, a towering figure carrying a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. It was the barbarian general. Standing midair, he scanned the area with a puzzled look. "General, did you find him?" Raoul emerged from the thicket, hair disheveled. Soon, Clark leaped over, unaffected by the thorns. The barbarian general coldly said, "This person suddenly vanished." Clark, hearing this, stomped his feet in anger. But Raoul's gaze flickered, focusing on the pond water. "General, could he be hiding in this deep pond?" The barbarian general replied coolly, "I've scanned this pond with my soul power. There's no trace of human presence." Clark then roared, "General, I believe this person must be nearby, probably concealing his aura. Let me destroy this forest to force him out and kill him." "No." The general lifted his hand. "This man is a supreme human genius. Don't recklessly kill him. Capture him and present him to the barbarian god." As he spoke, he ascended into the sky. "You two, act separately. Be vigilant for signs along the way. Search this 100-mile radius and report immediately if you find him."
"Yes."
Watching the retreating figure of the barbarian general, Raoul and Clark exchanged glances. "Clark, I think we shouldn't separate. If we encounter the human, we might get into a tough battle." Raoul suggested, "Humans are cunning. We don't know if he has more tricks up his sleeve. If he has hidden a deadly move, we could easily be harmed." Clark solemnly agreed, "You're right. Previously, 2 humans infiltrated our Shao County camp, even evading General Jaren's avatar. Human experts are numerous. We can't underestimate them. I have a plan." While they deliberated by the pond, a large mass of red liquid expanded and contracted at the bottom of the pond. Zaire was hidden within. This red liquid was the blood of his compatriots obtained from the Shao County military storage. It seems this blood really works. Previously, he had used this blood to evade the axe-wielding officer's search. Now, using the same method, he deceived the Golden Lion Army commander. To prevent the blood from spreading and drawing attention, he used the Jingzhou Cauldron, constantly absorbing and releasing the blood, creating the appearance of expanding and contracting red liquid. Feeling the departure of the Soul Realm expert's aura, Zaire cautiously floated upward, concealing his presence. Beside the pond, Raoul had finished explaining his plan to Clark. "Only by joining forces can we possibly suppress that kid. Don't doubt me because I'm a demon clan member." Clark nodded, "I understand. No need to worry. Let's go." Just as they prepared to leave, bang, the pond water erupted. They turned around sharply, seeing a long sword enveloped in boundless black aura swiftly charging towards them. "Kill, kill, kill, kill." For consecutive shouts of "kill" echoed through the heavens and earth. ####Chapter 52. Slaying experts, another transformation. The sword's light was concealed within boundless killing intent, which had materialized into black vapor. Kirsten and Dion, upon witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified. From their perspective, the overwhelming killing intent surged into their minds, with countless voices resounding in their ears and souls. These voices encompassed men, women, old folks, demons, barbarians, and monsters. Yet, without exception, they all whispered one word, "Kill." At the same time, behind Zaire, who was enveloped by endless killing intent in midair, a white tiger phantom suddenly appeared. Then he roared, "Unite!" Swoosh! The white tiger phantom transformed into light and merged into the thunderbolt sword, instantly doubling its speed. The 7-kill sword technique combined with the white tiger true grotto scripture. Slash! By the time Kirsten and Dion realized what was happening, they already had swords through their chests. The wounds were quickly covered by black mist, spreading throughout their bodies. They spat out mouthfuls of black blood before falling to the ground with looks of unwillingness. At this moment, Zaire had transformed once again, his body covered in black patterns, his eyes entirely devoid of whites, and his hair silver. These 2 masters would not have been so easily slain if I hadn't taken them by surprise. Zaire waved his hand, throwing their corpses into the Jingzhou Cauldron. After finishing this, he quickly headed in a chosen direction. This place wasn't safe for long. The barbarian general could return at any moment. Xuanhuan City, Tianyang Martial Academy's base. Inner disciple Jonathan was meticulously examining a map on the table. The map was filled with the movements of various barbarian armies, marked densely in red. "Any recent news from Wuxia County?" After hearing the report from an outer disciple overseer, Jonathan asked. Disciple Zaire has infiltrated deep into the barbarian army's territory alone and plans to hold out in a place called Xihua Village, the overseer replied. The village previously had a group of villagers migrate to Wuxian County, leaving around 5,000 people there now. As for Wuxian County, our disciples stationed there have requested reinforcements multiple times. Clyde brother has already sent several overseers over. Jonathan turned away from the map, stowing it away, and said, Aaron is quite afraid of death himself, isn't he? He didn't go personally. He then smiled slightly. I've heard that Disciple Zaire wreaked havoc in the barbarian Shaokong camp and also killed the Neil of Tiger Hill? The overseer beside him nodded promptly. That's correct. Although Zaire did use others' hands, he indeed dealt a heavy blow to the barbarian army, then reward him heavily. Record it in the merit book. Yes, master. At this point, Jonathan seemed to remember something. How did my assignment to Arvin in Bao Amiyuntan go? Arvin gathered a few outer disciples and clashed with some barbarian forces in Bao Amiyuntan, slaying dozens of barbarians. The overseer quickly presented a letter. This is Arvin's personal account of his achievements. Please review it, brother. Jonathan glanced at the letter and put it aside. Compared to Zaire, Arvin is truly a failure. Killing ordinary barbarians and wanting credit? What do you think the Academy's merits are for? Not far from Wuxian County, in another town, Arvin was chatting familiarly with a group of outer disciples. Among them were Clifton and Parker. We annihilated this small squad of barbarians, but it's a pity that the Centurion escaped. Otherwise, it would be another achievement, Clifton laughed. There's no way around it. These barbarians' physical prowess is too formidable. Even at the same cultivation level, it takes 3 or 5 people to subdue them, Parker sighed. It's okay even if he escaped. Arvin smiled. We slew nearly 100 barbarians this time. I've reported our achievements to Chanaman City. When we return, everyone can sit back and wait for rewards. You can forget about the rewards, a voice suddenly came from Overseer Carlton. Among all the disciples, Zaire has shown incredibly brightly. In comparison, your achievements are insignificant. Upon hearing this, Arvin, Clifton, and Parker's expressions changed. Damn it. If not for Zaire, we could have definitely obtained a Foundation establishment pill this time. Clifton muttered angrily. Zaire was currently hiding in an unnamed cave. Countless glows were swirling as the Jingzhou Cauldron had been activated to communicate with heaven and earth. Hundreds of the barbarian soldiers' essence had transformed into numerous southern barbarian pills, forming a small mountain inside the cauldron. These golden lion barbarian soldiers are indeed powerful. The lowest can produce 1 southern barbarian pill, while the highest can yield up to 10. And the essence level Dion yielded 110 pills after sacrifice. Zaire couldn't help but feel delighted. He then hurriedly sacrificed the demon sheep Kirstang, instantly adding over 100 Neil pills. It seems the barbarian's essence produces southern barbarian pills, while demon essence yields Neil pills. He suddenly wondered, can demonic beings be sacrificed? If so, what would result from them? Pills as well? Moreover, in the northern part of Zheozhou, there is a race called the Beatty. Reflecting on this, Zaire realized how much he still lacked knowledge about the 9 tripods of Andrew. Even Jason only understood a small portion, but he understood. The 9 tripods of Andrew were indeed ancient, and it was normal for many materials and methods to have been lost over time. Now I have more than enough southern barbarian pills, and the Neil pills will suffice for a long time. While counting his gains, Zaire prepared to refine the remaining rhinoceros golden lions inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. According to the unmanifest heaven-earth scripture, my body is now at the crystal clear realm. I wonder what level it will reach after refining these rhinoceros golden lions. Buzz. As he moved his intent, the essence of all rhinoceros golden lions floated up inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. Instantly, a massive surge of energy poured into his body. After Jason's guidance, he had deified the Jingzhou Cauldron, allowing him to gain almost all of the rhinoceros golden lions' essence this time. Moreover, with hundreds of rhinoceros golden lions, this tremendous energy quickly expanded his body. Crack, crack. His bones echoed with sounds as his entire body was squeezed like by a huge millstone, twisting and condensing all his flesh and sinews. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded rapidly, like a large drum being incessantly beaten, emitting deafening noises. Zaire hurriedly calmed his mind, fully activating the unmanifest heaven-earth scripture. Sit down and purify your mind and spirit, ascend to the sky and fly clear. He constantly chanted the scripture's main text, directing all the energy into his limbs and body. Gradually, his body began to shrink. Slowly, his nails fell off, his silver hair scattered on the ground, eyebrows, and fine hairs began dropping off one by one. Ultimately, he transformed into the size of a newborn full moon infant. Chapter 53. The barbarian troops retreat, and an unexpected force appears. Pop. A soft sound like a bubble bursting, or a baby being born from its mother's womb, echoed in the cave. A short yet crisp noise suddenly rang out. Then, Zaire, who had been reduced to the size of a full-term baby, started to grow again. Simultaneously, wisps of black mist began to seep out. This was the innate killing intent that had invaded his body. Unexpectedly, it was directly forced out by his formidable physical strength. If Lenore saw this scene, her eyes would surely pop out in shock. The way of the sword belongs to one of the 3,000 paths, a branch of the powerful killing Tao, representing a force of cosmic law. And now, this force was being directly expelled. It was simply terrifying. The space around Zaire's body began to ripple like water waves spreading outward. Gradually, his body started to return to its normal state, with his hair, teeth, and nails all regrowing. Snap! He opened his palm, gently clenched it, and a cracking sound came from his hand. My current strength surpasses that of hundreds of bullhorn golden lions, and far exceeds the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Zaire looked down at himself. His body lines flowed like water, with no trace of excess flesh, each muscle brimming with explosive power. With a simple reach and grab, the rocks in the cave crumbled into powder that rained down. Is this what the immaterial heaven-earth scripture describes as the impervious body realm? He took a deep breath, drawing in the turbid air through his nose and mouth into his throat. Zaire felt as if there was a furnace with immense energy-burning toxins that entered his body. Having read some medical texts, he knew that food consumed by people contains not only nutrients but also natural toxins. Even the air they breathe is filled with invisible microtoxins. Therefore, when many people enter cultivation and begin building their foundations, a large amount of accumulated toxins in the body is expelled. These toxins are the result of years of eating grains, breathing, and drinking water. This is why many ordinary people do not live past 100 years, constantly consuming toxins day after day until the body eventually collapses. Cultivation, in its early stages, is essentially a process of detoxification. After reaching the glass-like body realm, Zaire had already eliminated all toxins from his body. Now, having reached the impervious body realm, he no longer needed to worry about ingesting toxins. While adjusting to the changes in his body, Zaire checked Kirstang and Dion's belongings. Kirstang's sword wasn't particularly valuable, but was slightly better than the standard-issue swords used by outer sect disciples of the martial academy. It hadn't reached the spiritual weapon level. Dion's short staff, however, was peculiar, made from an unknown material, neither metal nor iron, more like wood. After securing their weapons, he found several bottles of pills on Kirstang. Upon opening the bottles, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, indicating they were valuable. There's even a beast skin map. He pulled out a piece of animal hide from Dion, covered with curving lines that seemed to depict a route into somewhere. Zaire studied it carefully, but couldn't understand where the markings pointed. Placing the beast skin map inside the Jingzhou Cauldron, he then searched Dion's body further and only found a book resembling a ritual manual. Glancing through it, the manual mostly detailed how to conduct rituals for the barbarian gods and the precautions to take during these ceremonies. After some thought, Zaire decided to keep this as well. Finally, putting Kirstang and Dion's bodies back into the Jingzhou Cauldron, he tidied up and exited the cave. Outside, the road previously occupied by the Golden Lion barbarians was now empty. Checking the ground for traces, Zaire realized the barbarian army had retreated, much to his delight. It seems my ambush has left the Golden Lion barbarians quite uneasy. Returning to Shihu village, Zaire found it had been attacked by barbarians during his absence. Amazed of the newly constructed defenses at the village entrance were in ruins, bloodstains littered the ground, and villagers were busy moving barbarian corpses together. Immortal. Hansen rushed over, his body stained with blood, but his complexion rosy and energetic. These barbarians attacked us shortly after you left, but thanks to the firearms you gave us, we managed to annihilate them. Nodding, Zaire said, there are many signs of barbarian activity outside. Shihu village is very dangerous now. Quickly pack up and take the elderly, women, and children into the mountains. Yes, sir. Just as Hansen was about to leave, Zaire stopped him. These are the Southland marching pills. Ordinary people can go without food for at least 3 days after taking them, useful in emergencies. Handing over approximately 3,000 pills, half a box, Zaire continued. These pills can replace 2 days worth of food for barbarians and 3 days for ordinary people. Great gratitude, Immortal, on behalf of the entire village. Hansen knelt down, bowing deeply. You have saved our lives. From now on, should you need anything, we will follow you to death. Stand up, Zaire smiled. The best way to repay me now is to lead everyone in protecting the village. Absolutely. With tears streaming down his face, Hansen carried the box towards the village. Boom. Suddenly, a deep drumbeat sounded. There's an enemy. Hansen put down the box and rushed to a high vantage point to look out. The drumbeat served as a warning signal created by Hansen, monitored day and night to detect nearby enemies. Zaire leaped to the temporary watchtower, soon spotting dust clouds and a group of about 1,000 people approaching. Strangely, they rode regular horses and didn't resemble the tall and muscular barbarians. Not barbarians? Startled, Zaire gestured to Hansen to remain calm. Soon, the troop halted at the village's edge. A general dismounted and called out loudly, "Is Zaire of the Wu family here?" Chapter 54. Esmond's arrival, Mithril inner armor. The general spoke again. We are members of the Wu family, and we have been ordered to assist Zaire. Please do not be on guard. Zaire frowned and asked, do you have any proof? This is the clan leader's token. Please inspect it. The general held up a jade pendant for display. With Zaire's sharp vision, even from hundreds of paces away, he could clearly see the inscription on the jade pendant. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with white clouds and cranes, with the character Wu engraved in the center. What is your name? Zaire shifted his gaze to the general. My name is Esmond from the Wu family. Esmond? Zaire was slightly surprised. He had heard this name even before joining the main branch of the Wu family. Back then, Esmond's feat of killing a fierce tiger at the age of 10 had spread throughout the Wu family, making him the most talented among the younger generation. However, later rumors spread that he had died young. Never did he expect that Esmond would appear here on the front lines of the southern barbarians, leading 1,000 soldiers. Aren't you already dead? If you're from the Wu family, surely you know Dragonform Fist? Zaire's eyes flickered as he called out loudly. Esmond was inwardly startled. The person on the watchtower must be Zaire. But he hadn't expected such caution. After a brief thought, he replied, of course. Saying this, Esmond threw a punch, stirring up sand and wind, and dragon-like roars echoed through the heavens. This move was precisely the first stance of the Wu family's Dragonform Fist, hidden dragon in concealment. It is indeed the Dragonform Fist. Moreover, you can emit dragon roars while striking, which means you've grasped its essence. Zaire nodded and waved his hand, signaling Hansen and others to put down their firearms. If you are from the Wu family, then come in. Upon receiving permission, Esmond quickly mounted his horse and led everyone into the village. Once inside, he realized that there were powerful demonic firearms within Xihua village. These firearms, where did they come from? And these villagers? Esmond was astonished. Besides the team of firearm soldiers, there was also a formation of nearly 1,000 people. From their attire, it was clear they were local villagers. However, the question was, how did these villagers maintain such disciplined order and possess such overwhelming morale? It seems Zaire, despite being from a collateral branch, isn't simple. No wonder Uncle Zhao sent me here to rescue him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Uncle Jonathan has reached Xuanhuan City. Upon learning that you were trapped deep within the barbarian forces, he specifically ordered us to come to your aid. From now on, our 1,000 soldiers will follow your command. Having said this, Esmond signaled to the back. 3 soldiers soon dismounted and brought 3 bags forward. These are the mithril inner armors specially designed by the Imperial Court to counter the barbarians, reducing damage from large weapons like broadswords and battle axes to a minimum. The 3 soldiers placed the bags in front of them and opened them all. Inside were shiny silver inner armors, composed of unknown small metal plates strung together, smooth to the touch and seemingly impervious to force. These inner armors were highly valuable. Zaire showed a pleased expression. How many are there? Each bag contains 150 sets, totaling 450 across 3 bags, Esmond explained, taking one out and slashing it heavily with a blade. As a commander of 1,000 troops, his sword wasn't ordinary and was wielded with great force. Yet, only a white mark appeared on the armor without damaging a single metal plate. Zaire saw it clearly. The moment the blade struck, most of the force was absorbed by the armor, and the blade edge slid off to the side, unable to concentrate the force in one line. Indeed, this is a treasure, Zaire exclaimed. Beside him, Hansen was already awestruck, marveling. If everyone wears these inner armors, can the barbarian army still be our match? However, Esmond shook his head. The cost of these mithril inner armors is astronomical. Although not quite spirit grade, they possess the defensive qualities of spirit grade armors. If not for Princess Buckchanan, the Imperial Court wouldn't have provided them to us. To equip everyone would be wishful thinking. Hearing the name of Princess Buckchanan, Zaire's expression shifted slightly, curious. Is the provision of these inner armors related to the princess of the town defense house? Esmond nodded. Our Wu family may belong to the Imperial Court, but getting these mithril inner armors would be impossible. This time, Princess Buckchanan recommended us strongly, and thus the higher-ups specially allocated 600 sets for us. Otherwise, even princes would find it difficult to obtain them. Upon hearing this, Zaire's face turned anxious rather than pleased. Faced with Lenore's generous gift, he found it hard to accept without obligation. Moreover, the inner armors were already delivered, leaving no room for refusal. Plus, the villagers of Xihua village truly needed these armors. Lenore, what a clever plan, making me owe you a favor. He sighed inwardly. Given Lenore's nature, she couldn't possibly be so generous. Sending 600 sets of such armors indicated significant ulterior motives. Looks like I must join the expedition to Mayuntion. At this moment, Zaire feared that the matters concerning the southern barbarian sacred Mayuntion might not be as simple as Lenore had described, given her willingness to go to such lengths. Do you have any messages from Uncle Zhao? He turned to Esmond. Yes, he does have something to say. Esmond glanced around, and 3 soldiers retreated. Hansen realized it wasn't his place to listen and found an excuse to leave, carrying a box of military provisions. Esmond continued, everyone knows about your trip to Xiaoyuan County. Uncle Zhao instructed you to protect the lives of these villagers at all costs, preventing the barbarian army from capturing them. Originally, Xiaoyuan and Longyan counties prepared 36 blood pools to activate an ancient altar for the barbarian god's descent. Your arrival disrupted their plans, forcing the early lockdown of both counties to capture remaining civilians for the blood pools. Xihua village is currently the most populous area, and it has certainly caught the barbarian army's attention. Expect heavy attacks from them, and we need to prepare. Hearing this, Zaire frowned. If that's the case, we might not hold out. There's a soulbound officer in Xiaoyuan County. I know, Esmond nodded. But what you don't know is that a Golden Lion barbarian unit has already arrived here, and their leader is also soulbound. What? Esmond was taken aback. That's impossible. Prince Gemma of the Gale has sealed off the retreat routes of the barbarian forces in both counties. How could another barbarian force enter? Please ensure the translation follows the structure and style closely to the original text. ####Chapter 55. The True Realm Barbarians and the Activation of Teleportation. Fenwick suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in shock. Could it be that a shrine has already been activated in the main camp of the barbarian army? Seeing his expression, Zaire asked, what do you mean? According to records, the shrines buried deep within Xiaoyang and Long counties were used in ancient times to communicate with deities. However, beyond that, they also have the ability to teleport through space. They must have activated the spatial teleportation function, Fenwick continued. That's how they managed to break through Prince Dai's blockade and transport the southern barbarian lion army here. The ancient shrines have this function too? Zaire was secretly alarmed. Now that the barbarian lion army has appeared, even stronger experts will soon follow. We must find a way to retreat to Wuxia County and use its strategic advantages to hold back the barbarian forces, Fenwick seriously suggested. Zaire didn't speak, lowering his head as if deep in thought. After a long while, he turned and looked at the 3 large bags on the ground. Of these 450 sets of inner armor, take another 15 sets. After that, you'll stay here and defend alongside the villagers. Hearing this, Fenwick immediately waved his hands. We've already taken 150 sets out of the 600, and our strength is higher than these villagers. They need it more than we do. All right, Zaire did not insist and continued. If that shrine is destroyed, wouldn't the barbarian forces in these 2 counties become isolated troops? Fenwick nodded instinctively. Yes, Prince Dai has sealed off the retreat route for the barbarian forces in these 2 counties. A mace of their troops are currently deployed in the west and south. It would be too late to reinforce them, unless they moved their holy Mayuntan forces. Realizing what Zaire was suggesting, he stared at him in surprise. You want to destroy the barbarian shrine? Absolutely not. No worries, I won't go, Zaire smiled. Fenwick breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Dane repeatedly emphasized that I should protect you at all costs. You can't die. That night, the starry sky shone brilliantly. A shadow silently slipped into Xiaoyang County. Last time, it seemed like the clone of the cavalry general needed a lot of blood to activate. Zaire hid in the shadows, observing the situation of the barbarian forces. All human blood had been drained from Xiaoyang County, so the powerful barbarian cavalry general likely couldn't manifest now. Taking advantage of a passing patrol squad, he darted out and rushed towards the county's central magistrate's office. This magistrate's office looks different again. Zaire was surprised as he observed the grand mansion before him. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed. A barbarian battalion commander holding a huge axe appeared outside the mansion. This officer pays respects to Maxwell. Seeing the respectful salute from the battalion commander, Zaire's pupils constricted sharply. Maxwell? In the barbarian army, ranks began from section leader up to platoon leader, Cosmo, battalion commander, division general, and 4 generals. Above the 4 generals was the Maxwell. Have the new fire weapons from the Abyssal Demon Clan arrived? From within the mansion came an ethereal voice. In response to your question, General, since we lost the last batch of fire weapons, the Demon Clan no longer wishes to provide them. However, after my persuasion, they agreed to offer a beverage that allegedly enhances soldiers' strength and stamina. Beverage? The voice from the mansion sounded surprised. Then it added, forget it. If they don't wish to provide fire weapons, we won't force them. But you must be vigilant. The Abyssal Demon Clan has great ambitions and should not be manipulated. Yes, sir. The battalion commander responded solemnly. All right, but you don't need to be overly cautious. After all, repairing the barbarian shrine relies heavily on them. The battalion commander nodded. There's one more thing. The barbarian lion army was ambushed during transit, needing iron, a white sheep from the demonic race, and hundreds of others. I am aware. There must have been an expert present. Otherwise, Carver would have captured the youngster. Unfortunately, I need to maintain the shrine's operation and can't leave, the voice continued. Otherwise, I would meet that human expert myself. Maxwell, how much longer will it take to repair the barbarian shrine? The battalion commander asked curiously. If you hadn't lost those 18 blood pools, it could have been repaired in a maximum of 7 days. Even with daily infusions of divine essence, it will still take about half a month. I failed you, General. The battalion commander bowed his head. That's enough. You may withdraw. The voice from the mansion added. To avoid delaying our plans, I've requested reinforcement. Josh from the chariot cavalry will arrive via the shrine tonight. In 7 days, the barbarian shrine will be fully repaired. Josh. The battalion commander trembled with excitement. Then I shall prepare the welcoming banquet immediately. Yes. Zaire heard every word clearly. Watching the hastily departing battalion commander and the majestic mansion, he frowned deeply. I didn't expect there to be an additional barbarian Maxwell in Xiaoyang County, and a chariot cavalry general will also be transported here tonight. A barbarian Maxwell was already at the true realm stage. If they acted, there would be no way to resist. And another southern barbarian expert even stronger than Maxwell. Zaire dared not imagine what would happen then. We cannot let this chariot cavalry general come through. His mind raced as he pondered a strategy. This barbarian Maxwell can't leave, because he needs to maintain the uncompleted shrine. True realm. An object appeared in Zaire's hand. It was the spirit sword charm treasure given to him by Lenore. This artifact contains the killing sword Dao's true meaning and can severely injure true realm experts. When he activates the shrine's teleportation, he will inevitably be distracted. If I unleash this treasure, I might be able to eliminate him. Thinking of a possible solution, he waited patiently. The night grew deeper. Dark clouds gradually covered the starry sky, signaling an approaching heavy rain. In the darkness, Zaire infiltrated the mansion, following the corridor to an open courtyard. This courtyard was soaked in blood, a barren expanse of crimson. In the center of the courtyard, a barbarian of average height sat cross-legged. Blood-red divine light constantly flowed from this barbarian, merging into the ground. The southern barbarian's path of cultivation differs from humans. Before reaching the spirit realm, the larger the body, the greater the power. After reaching the spirit realm, the physical body gradually condenses, and the smaller the body, the greater the strength. These facts were recorded in the southern barbarian's detailed analysis at Wuxia College, so Zaire wasn't surprised as he watched the barbarian Maxwell in the courtyard. This person has likely used most of his strength to maintain the barbarian shrine. Otherwise, I would have been discovered long ago. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard. Then dark clouds descended crazily from the sky, enveloping the entire mansion in darkness. Teleportation has begun. Zaire focused his mind, ready to deploy the spirit sword charm treasure at any moment. Chapter 56. Malevolent Intent Invades. Unexpected twist. In the pitch-black darkness where not even 5 fingers could be seen, a crimson glow emerged in the courtyard center. Within this blood-red light stood the barbarian Maxwell. Amidst howling winds, an ethereal portal was being drawn upward from the ground by the tempest. Soon, the general began to murmur chants. Xianxia, Hongbie la dong dong. His voice echoed like a deity or demon whispering, spoken in an extremely ancient language with a sense of primeval desolation. Zaire had obtained a sacrificial manual from the barbarian blacksmith. The chant belonged to one of the barbarian prayers. As he chanted, the portal became more tangible and emitted a powerful, world-shattering aura. It seemed that a critical moment was approaching. The barbarian general's chanting grew louder as his right hand touched the portal. Streams of scarlet blood flowed from his palm over every inch of the portal. Yet it still wasn't enough. With a sudden spurt, the general spat a mouthful of blood towards the portal. Instantly, the portal emitted an intense blood-colored radiance, almost piercing through the dark clouds above the residence. Following this spurt, the barbarian general appeared markedly weakened. indicating that opening this portal had cost him considerable energy. Now, after waiting for long, Zaire made his move. Sword unsheathed, he lunged forward with sword and man united. However, the general suddenly turned around, revealing a mocking smile. Human, I've been waiting for you. Trouble. Zaire was greatly alarmed, never expecting that the general had known about him all along, luring him into a trap. Without thinking further, he flipped his wrist and released Lenore's spirit sword talisman into the air. Pooh. Biting his tongue, Zaire spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantaneously, the talisman emitted countless rays of light. A spirit sword talisman? Sensing the emanation, the general's demeanor changed drastically. His face filled with horror. This aura, the great Chu Guardian King. Had it been just the weak human's attack, he would have feared nothing, but facing this talisman carrying terrifying energy, he realized his misstep. Zaire directed his will, and instantly the spirit sword talisman sliced through the void, appearing right at the general's chest. His body hairs bristled. Seal of life and death, suppress. 7 stars divine light, confine. Barbarian deity protection, defend. At the critical juncture, the general used all his skills. A loud explosion echoed across the heavens, its force rippling outward. Prepared for this, Zaire swung his sword, creating a large pit on the ground, into which he quickly jumped to evade the blast. Rumble. The entire mansion turned into dust, the covering dark clouds also dispersed. Even hiding in the pit, Zaire vomited blood. All visible flesh ripped apart by invisible forces. The main target of the spirit sword talisman, the barbarian general, looked like a cracked porcelain doll with cracks releasing strands of black mist, the embodiment of innate malevolent intent. Despite using all means, even preemptively detonating the talisman, it proved futile. Ordinarily, such a talisman would only damage the general's physical form. However, this spirit sword talisman was personally crafted by the great Chu Guardian King for his daughter's protection, imbued with the essence of his own sword path. Thus, not only did it possess immense power, but it also contained terrifying innate malevolent intent. Upon contact with an enemy, this intent permeated their body, assimilating and devouring them, turning them into puppets of the killing path. Such a powerful talisman. With the Nanman Pill's effect, Zaire's injuries healed visibly. Observing the ruins, he felt astonished. Almost everything within 10 miles had vanished, even the ground gouged away. The previously solid portal had disappeared. The sole figures remaining upright were himself and the barbarian general. This general is indeed formidable, enduring Lenore's talisman strike yet surviving, noted Zaire as he approached the general, finding him standing motionlessly, eyes dulled but heartbeat faintly detectable. He was about to deliver finishing blows when he noticed black mists of malevolent intent seeping from the general's ruptured body. No wonder he stands still. He must have been overwhelmed by malevolent intent, Zaire thought. Understanding the impact of innate malevolent intent, if not for the mysterious rosy light within him, he might have succumbed and become a puppet of endless killing. An idea formed. I can use this general to kill others. Once completely overtaken, he'll slaughter all the barbarian troops in Xiao County. The general's body convulsed, black mist surging, eyes devoid of any white. Roar. He howled to the sky, black mist rising. It worked. Zaire rejoiced. Just as he prepared to leave, a familiar rosy light emitted from him. Struck by this light, the general's black mist retracted, and he calmed down. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Zaire bewildered. Seeing the seemingly conscious general, he knew trouble loomed. The rosy light had both saved him from the malevolent intent, and now put him in danger. The general started regaining consciousness, shaking his head as if adapting to something. Flee. Without hesitation, Zaire leaped away. But before he ran far, the general blocked his path and unexpectedly knelt down. Servant James pays respects to Lord. Zaire froze in astonishment. What is happening? James's ears twitched. Lord, many barbarians are heading here. Please leave immediately, Lord. Translation notes asterisk. Character names have been transliterated into pinyin, e.g., Zaire, James. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Kept the tone and style consistent with the original narrative. Ensured natural fluency and grammatical accuracy. Chapter 57. Multiple parties make their aim counterattack on Xiao County. Zaire instinctively nodded, then felt his body become light as he was instantly lifted into the air by a stream of energy. Blown by the wind, he finally came to his senses. Looking at Xiao County rapidly passing below and glancing at Maxwell James beside him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Stop. Yes. After flying out of Xiao County, they landed in a dense forest. As soon as they touched the ground, Maxwell James began vomiting blood profusely and hurriedly sat down cross-legged to start healing. Zaire looked at the familiar black patterns on James's body and started pondering. This person should have been overtaken by innate murderous intent, turning into a puppet of slaughter, but somehow was saved by that beam of light within me. Although he hasn't sunk into endless murderous intent, it seems he has become another kind of puppet. My puppet? What exactly was that beam of light? Fate? At this moment, James suddenly opened his eyes, which had no whites, and said, Please forgive me, sir. My injuries are severe, so I must heal on the spot. How do you feel now? Zaire asked. I can still Manchang Hainan Dongyong Shishir Sun Yunzhili use a bit of divine essence power, but to fully recover will take at least half a year, James respectfully replied. For better fluency and natural reading in English, I would suggest, I can still use a bit of divine essence power, but full recovery will take at least half a year, James replied respectfully. That's not what I'm asking, Zaire probed. Why did you help me leave and recognize me as your superior? Upon hearing this, James immediately knelt down, trembling with fear and respect. Sir, are you testing me? My loyalty to you is as clear as day. If I have any ulterior motives, may my cultivation never advance for the rest of my life. Alright, Zaire waved his hand to stop him. So, who is this superior? James froze, pondering for a while before hesitantly replying, you are the superior. Please forgive my dullness, I couldn't understand what you meant. Zaire was slightly surprised and asked again, aren't you from the barbarian tribes? And yet you aren't angry that I killed so many southern barbarians? To his surprise, James's face darkened. With every thought of my past crimes after awakening, I am filled with remorse, he declared angrily. If given the chance, I would kill all the barbarians to atone for my sins. Cursed barbarians deserve death 10,000 times over. Zaire's expression was peculiarly strange. The anger in James's words seemed genuine. No, there had never been a trace of deception from him since he woke up. Ever since Zaire reached the immaculate body realm through the unmanifested heaven-earth scripture, he had an extremely keen perception. James gave him a very odd feeling, summarized in 2 words, sincere. It looks like this barbarian general has truly changed. But at the same time, Zaire was startled. He hadn't expected that beam of light to have such power, turning a true realm expert into his subordinate. Having such a strong ally by his side, Zaire calmed his mind and gradually regained his composure. After some consideration, he told James, since you've decided to repent, let's start anew. From now on, you'll be called Leonardo. Thank you, sir, for the name. Zaire nodded, then took out a cloak he prepared from the Jingzhou Cauldron and handed it to him. You shouldn't show yourself in this state. Put this on, then follow me back to Shihu village. The huge commotion in Shao County was even felt hundreds of miles away in Shihu village. At this moment, the villagers who remained in the village, along with Clifford and others, stood on high ground watching the direction of Shao County. Where is Zaire? Clifford alerted himself and quickly searched for Zaire among the crowd. Lord Wu isn't in the village. Hansen hurried over, anxiously. Bad news. He must have secretly gone to Shao County. This chaos is definitely caused by him. Clifford was alarmed and ordered, quick, gather everyone. But before he finished speaking, 2 figures descended from the sky under the night cover. It was Zaire and disguised Leonardo. Wu. Clifford was about to ask when Zaire interrupted. The barbarian camp is in chaos. Hansen, Clifford, gather your troops and attack Shao County. On the way, he had already thought it through. With Leonardo, a true realm expert, and the Britannian charms having cleansed Shao County, now was the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack. If they could recapture Shao County, the southern barbarians' plans would be thwarted. Dawn. A morning star shines bright. The darkness before dawn. In the Imperial City, Etienne Academy's headquarters, Jonathan was seated in the main hall, eyes closed, his powerful aura circulating around him, each breath accompanied by dragon roars. Wu's senior brother. Hearing movement outside, he abruptly opened his eyes and landed on his feet. Severe vibrations were detected from the Shao County barbarian camp. Their commander and a large number of soldiers were wiped out by an unknown force. The messenger reported quickly. Severe vibrations? Jonathan frowned. Could there be something wrong with the barbarian altar? We don't know yet. It happened too quickly. The situation hasn't been clarified. Hearing this, Jonathan stood up swiftly. Go call Aaron and have him lead troops to Shao County. On an unnamed mountain near Shao County, Lenore listened to the report from a man in black and showed signs of surprise. You're saying Zaire has already led 2,000 men to counterattack Shao County? Yes. Based on my estimation, the Shao County disturbance is likely caused by him. After thinking for a moment, Lenore suddenly realized he probably used the spirit sword charm I gave him. Gather everyone immediately. We're going to. At this point, another black-clothed man rushed in. Report. Aaron of Etienne Academy and Prince Dai have already set off to attack Shao County. Humph. These two sure know how to watch the situation. Outside Shao County, in a dense forest, Zaire led 2,000 men staring at the chaotic barbarian camp inside the city. Shortly, he took out a pill from his pocket. Leonardo, take this. Without hesitation, Leonardo swallowed it. Minutes later, he exclaimed in surprise, Sir, the injuries in my body healed significantly in just a short while. This must be the legendary black pattern healing pill. At this moment, Hansen couldn't help but ask, when do we attack, sir? Zaire glanced at the mostly recovered Leonardo and spoke sternly, now. Then he shouted to the rear. All those wearing secret silver armor, lead the charge. Charge. Boom. Clifford led the cavalry forward like a sharp blade, piercing through the heart of the barbarian camp. Behind them were trained Shihu village residents, armed with various weapons following closely. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Bringing up the rear were the musketeers led by Hansen. Zaire, guided by Wuan, had already reached the core position of the barbarian army. Chapter 58. Battlefield Slaughter, Spirit Spear. Inside the city, flames soared to the sky. The sounds of slashing and fighting echoed throughout Shao County. The 1,000-odd villagers from Zihua village were defending their homeland with an almost fearless determination. Leading the charge for them was Kalebrand with his 1,000 cavalrymen. Further ahead lay the heartland of the barbarian forces. Here, the elite barbarian troops rode horned golden lions. Zaire was right here at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light flickered continuously. Within moments, dozens of barbarians fell under his sword. Whoosh! A massive shark-toothed saber slashed towards Zaire from among the barbarians. But as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Zaire countered with a reverse slash on the opponent's blade, sending several barbarian lion riders flying by the force of impact. The changes brought about by the impervious body seemed far from over. His sword thrust forward, still a distance away from a barbarian soldier when his arm suddenly stretched out, instantly piercing through the throat of the soldier. Then with another reverse slash, both the barbarian and his golden lion were split into 2 halves. While killing enemies, Zaire also absorbed their essence blood, musing to himself. Having cultivated the unmanifest heaven and earth sutra to the impervious realm, I feel like a fish in water when facing chaotic battlefield situations. After impervious, there are the realms of undying and rebirth. I wonder what kind of transformations my body will undergo when it reaches those realms. He could now almost freely control any part of his body. His limbs and bones could dislocate at will, then heal themselves, even performing movements that defied common sense. In the distance, the villagers of Xuanhuan village formed trained phalanxes and engaged the barbarian troops. Those at the forefront wore secret silver inner armor. For rapid kills and to keep up with the charging cavalry, they fought in a style where injury exchanged for injury. Fortunately, with the protection of the inner armor, they often only suffered minor injuries in exchange for a barbarian's life. However, despite this, many villagers on the outer edges of the formation were severely injured when faced with multiple barbarians. Once a villager was incapacitated, they were quickly dragged into the center of the formation, replaced by others who took over wearing the secret silver inner armor. Meanwhile, Hansen's fire team wasn't as grimly affected. Demon clan fireballs rained down upon the barbarian troops. 3 or 4 shots could end a regular barbarian's life, while hitting vital spots sometimes neutralized one with just 1 shot. Even though they are fighting so bravely, compared to Cauldron, they still fall short, Zaire observed. The villagers of Xuanhuan village, although trained by Lenore, lacked significant combat experience. Caliban's 1,000 cavalrymen, despite not being in open plains, acted like a sharp blade, scattering the barbarians. Precisely because of this, the villagers of Xuanhuan village suffered fewer casualties. Otherwise, they might have been surrounded long ago. Yet, the Imperial secret silver inner armor is indeed formidable, especially against barbarian attacks. Due to their large build, the barbarian weapons were all characterized by massiveness. The southern barbarians relied on their immense strength to destroy everything. But the secret silver inner armor specifically countered such powerful attacks. Leonardo had always followed close behind Zaire, but he did not engage in killing barbarians. Not out of kinship, but because Zaire had instructed him so. By not revealing his strength, no one knew of Leonardo's prowess. Zaire wanted to use himself as bait to draw out the true experts among the barbarian troops, like the halberd-wielding gate general. Sir, the expert you want has arrived. Leonardo suddenly alerted Zaire. Zaire immediately focused, no longer observing the battle of the Xuanhuan village villagers. From the midst of the surrounding barbarian crowd, an extremely strong aura surged upward. Then, a massive spear charged forward, its force generating gusts of wind and waves of sound crashing like tidal waves, manifesting a great momentum within Zaire's consciousness. Spear intent. Realizing this, Zaire swiftly retreated. The spear wielder came into view. It was the leader of the barbarian lion troops riding a flaming cloud elephant. Seeing Zaire retreat, the lion leader's spear swept forward once more like a collapsing mountain. Clang. Zaire flipped his sword, using his bodily strength to block the spear. However, the power transmitted from the spear was overwhelmingly domineering, like successive waves surging higher and higher, with layers of force pressing against him. Crack. The ground beneath Zaire's feet cracked like spider webs, all the force being channeled deep into the earth. But the lion leader raised his spear again, launching a thrust that concentrated force into one point, giving no chance to react. Invisible sword. With a loud cry, Zaire split into 30 figures, each emitting 30 beams of sword light that attacked simultaneously. Humph. Facing his failed attack, the lion leader coldly snorted, and then saw his flaming cloud elephant take a step forward. Instantly, a pillar of fire shot upwards, consuming all of Zaire's apparitions in flames. Leonardo. At the command, Leonardo finally moved, or rather, without moving, with just a wave of his right hand, chains appeared around the lion leader, binding him and the flaming cloud elephant. These chains were manifestations of Leonardo's divine essence. Unless matched in realm, escape would be impossible. Confronted by such a sudden change, the lion leader panicked. This is true boundary strength. Who are you? No matter how much force he and the elephant exerted, the chains made of divine essence did not even tremble slightly. Naturally, Zaire wouldn't miss this opportunity. With a swift move, he pierced the lion leader's throat, and then impaled the flaming cloud elephant's head with a single stroke. Almost instantly, the Jingzhou tripod vibrated slightly as the essence blood of the lion leader and the elephant fell into it. Sir, this barbarian's spear is forged from 10,000-year-old Bing iron and blessed by the barbarian deity. Although it has not undergone immortal refinement, its quality does not fall short of any spirit treasure. Leonardo, clearly familiar with this lion commander, promptly reported the most valuable items on him. Oh! Surprised and delighted, Zaire grabbed the spear with his left hand and tossed it into the Jingzhou tripod. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining barbarian forces began retreating. Noticing this, Zaire rushed to pursue. But the barbarians seemed to follow some order, refusing to engage further and fleeing recklessly. The barbarians are retreating. We've won. The Xuanhuan village residents cheered. Cauldron, covered in blood, watched the rapidly retreating barbarians and sighed in relief. But Zaire frowned. Strange. Where's that gate, General? At this moment, Leonardo approached and reported, Sir, please allow me to lead you to the true storage of the barbarians in Xiao County. There should be what you need there. Chapter 59. Scouring the basement, Prince's targeting. Upon hearing this, Zaire felt a surge of joy and immediately instructed the group. Everyone, tally the casualties and set up defensive positions to prevent the barbarian forces from counterattacking. After giving his orders, he left with Leonardo. At the county office grounds, the barbarian army had clearly not yet cleared the area, leaving it in ruins. Leonardo approached an already flattened area, sensing slightly before turning to report, Sir, it's here. Zaire stepped forward, stomping his foot. Using his acute perception, he discovered an immense underground chamber. Sir, this vault was originally the treasure storage of Xuanhuan County's magistrate, later expanded by the barbarians into a secret warehouse for storing rare items, Leonardo explained as he waved his hand, lifting the soil to reveal a hidden door. Opening the door revealed a descending staircase, dark and seemingly bottomless. Leonardo continued, amazed of the items stored inside were acquired through trades with demons and the demon clan, along with some powerful thunderbolt bombs capable of devastating both Xuanhuan and Long counties. Let's go down together. Yes, sir. Leonardo led the way, with Zaire following closely behind. They descended the stairs slowly. After about 10 minutes, soft beams of light emerged ahead. Closer inspection revealed a spacious hall, walls adorned with luminescent pearls. Using the light, Zaire could clearly see rows of large chests, numbering in the hundreds. Sir, these 300 boxes on the right contain valuables looted by the barbarians, worth an incalculable fortune, Leonardo introduced. In the middle, the other 300 boxes house weapons sent by the abyssal demons, including dozens of highly destructive thunderbolt bombs, enough to obliterate both counties if detonated simultaneously. Were they so potent? Zaire marveled at the stacked boxes. These final 300 chests on the left, Leonardo continued, hold arms and armor provided by the demon clans, refined by their powers into top-tier magical weapons, originally intended for use against Wuxia County by the barbarian lion troops. Nodding, Zaire scanned the surroundings and asked, Leonardo, where is the barbarian altar you mentioned? Except for the 900 chests, the hall was empty. Under his cloak, Leonardo looked around the walls and replied, Sir, it's here. Following his gaze, iron walls displayed glowing night pearls and blood-red veins intertwining in a complex pattern. The altar was originally concealed within the spatial turbulence between Xuanhuan and Long counties, but recent repairs by the barbarians have made it visible, Leonardo elaborated. This allows them partial control over the altar for teleportation. I see, Zaire nodded. You go out first to guard against any counterattacks. I'll destroy the barbarian altar. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Leonardo vanished from the hall and appeared outside the basement entrance moments later. Tiendi. Suddenly, Clifford rushed anxiously over. Where is Zaire? Seeing only Leonardo, he asked urgently, glancing at the basement door behind him. The sir is busy with matters, please wait a moment. Before Leonardo could finish, Clifford interrupted hastily. Master Aaron from Tinya Martial Academy's inner sect and His Highness the Gale are approaching the city gates quickly. Get Zaire out now. No. Cold eyes met Leonardo's firm refusal. You. Before Clifford could act rashly, a figure appeared abruptly. It was Zaire. Sir. Leonardo bowed deeply. Zaire nodded slightly and turned to Clifford. What is it? Heads up, Clifford blurted. Master Clyde from the inner sect has brought reinforcements, alongside the Gale. They're likely coming to claim credit. Get ready. The inner sect member is fine, but don't slight the prince, or you might court disaster, Clifford added urgently. With a frown, Zaire ordered, tidy up and gather all the spoils. Got it. As Clifford left, Zaire turned to Leonardo. Hide your strength. Understood. Leonardo's aura became inconspicuous once more, appearing ordinary. They walked several steps before Zaire slammed his palm into the basement entrance. A thunderous boom echoed as dust dispersed. Outside Xuanhuan City, banners fluttered amid regiments of cavalry standing in formation. Ahead stood a man in golden dragon armor, gazing silently, a none other than Xianxia, the Gale of Dechu, as Clifford described. All men listen. Xianxia's stern command reverberated throughout the ranks. Search the city. Slay any remaining barbarians without mercy. Riding forward, he reached the city gate. Zaire and Clifford awaited there. Are you Zaire? The prince asked with a smile upon dismounting. Without waiting for an answer, he added mockingly, I heard you've been in Zihua village, which explains how you managed to rush here just in time. A convenient geographical advantage. Sensing the insinuation, Zaire understood this prince's hostility. Why would they meet for the first time under such circumstances? Your Highness comes with great prestige and timing, while our advantage is insignificant, Clifford interjected diplomatically. Do you lead the Wu family troops? The prince then addressed Clifford. Indeed, a skilled warrior who remains unscathed even amidst battles. Leaving without another word, Xianxia entered the city. Watching the prince's back, Zaire narrowed his eyes. Clifford snorted dismissively, not contributing anything during the assault on Xuanhuan, yet eager to share in the spoils. Don't let his confidence fool you. He holds no real influence in the capital. Oh, and be cautious. He bears resentment over Lady Wang Bukyun. Because of her? Zaire pondered. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Ambria and a frustrated effort. The 600 sets of mithril inner armor I brought are what Ambria Buchanan scraped from Aryun's share, and furthermore. As he spoke, Wu Talan's voice suddenly dropped lower. I heard that Aryun has been pursuing Ambria Buchanan. Zaire was momentarily at a loss for words. Whoosh. At that moment, a flying boat suddenly descended from the sky. Then several dozen people jumped out one after another. Judging by their attire, they were clearly members of the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. The man at the front wore a flowing orange Taoist robe that shone with vibrant light. It was unmistakably not an ordinary garment. That's Aaron, your academy's inner disciple and ranked 89th on the hidden dragon list, Wu Tailan whispered. Zaire was slightly taken aback. This was his first encounter with an inner disciple of the academy. In Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, one needed both talent and strength to enter the inner circle. Chi Realm was the lowest threshold for inner disciples, and powerful ones like those on the Hidden Dragon list possessed strength comparable to the Spirit Realm. The Hidden Dragon list was an internal ranking within the academy, established by enthusiastic disciples based on the achievements and prowess of senior inner disciples. Though it wasn't officially endorsed by the higher-ups, many elders approved of it, making it nearly as authoritative. In the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, there were tens of thousands of outer disciples, but only a few thousand inner disciples. Clearly, being an inner disciple already implied formidable strength. And among these few thousand, only 100 made it onto the Hidden Dragon list, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. Senior Brother Clyde. Zaire greeted him. Aaron's gaze was cold. I heard you possess a treasured artifact that killed the Neil of Tiger Ami Yuntin and have connections with Pingchuan Martial Academy. Once we return to the academy, I will take you to meet the Kimball Elder. Zaire felt a chill run through him. Anthea mentioned that the Kimball Elder is looking for the 9 tripods of Andrew. If he knew I have the Jingzhou tripod, he thought to himself. It seems Eren has also come with ill intentions. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Whose voice is that? Ah, it's Eren of the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. A woman's voice suddenly rang out, and then Lenore descended from the sky. Unexpectedly, upon meeting, you immediately want to intimidate my junior brother. What a grand display of authority from the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy's inner disciple. Eren snorted, Ambria Buchanan. Don't think I'm unaware this boy is already involved with your town king's house. He's our disciple. Your court has reached too far. How far isn't up to you to decide? Lenore waved her hand, and a group of black-clad men rushed into Xiaokong City. If even your Kimball Elder doesn't mind, why should a mere dog like you interfere? You. Eren trembled, releasing a strong aura. Lenore sneered, a mere transformation realm cultivator wants to fight me. The Ambria? Oh, quite lively here. From within Xiaokong City, our Yun, Dai, suddenly walked out. His face bore a sinister expression. He fixed his gaze on Zaire. Where are the treasures from the barbarian army's treasury? The air grew thick with hostility as soon as his words fell. They took everything when retreating. Wu Tailon quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Is that so? Dai looked at Zaire. Zaire certainly wouldn't admit to having stashed everything into the Jingzhou tripod. He nodded and said, yes, the barbarian leader seemed to have sensed your highness and seen your brother Clyde's arrival, and withdrew quickly after a brief battle with us. Dai's expression was cold, and he shifted his gaze to Wu Tailon. Being a prince of Great Chu, his position and strength commanded respect and fear. Even a simple glance could make one confess under pressure. But Wu Tailon remained composed, standing straight and unyielding. Excellent. Dai suddenly spoke, Wu Tailon, I hereby command you to immediately muster your forces and attack Long County. Long County was the barbarians' main camp. Combined with the forces that had withdrawn from Xiaokong, it was an obvious death sentence. To your highness, before coming here, I received orders to follow all commands from outer disciple Zaire of the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. Wu Tailon replied without deference or arrogance. These words caused Lenore to burst out laughing. She stepped forward. Your highness, why be angry? The Wu family is part of our town king's lineage. Ambria Buchanan apologizes for Wu Tailon's words. Her interjection eased the tense atmosphere. However, Eren narrowed his eyes, saying lightly, outer disciple Zaire, obey the order. After defeating the barbarians in Xiaokong, immediately launch an attack on Long County to reclaim lost territory for the academy. Zaire pretended not to hear. Are you defying the wartime orders of the academy? Eren's voice rose sharply. Do you think I won't cripple you right now? Swish. Suddenly, villagers from Zawazhai appeared on Xiaokong's ruined walls. Hansen and his firearm team raised their muskets, aiming at Eren. Haha, are these peasants your supporters? Enraged by the peasants' defiance, Eren laughed bitterly. Very well. I'll start by crippling you lot first. Hold it. Seeing this, Zaire couldn't help but speak up. Senior brother Clyde, why punish the innocent civilians? Since both you and his highness want us to attack Long County, I will lead the troops there. Barbarians are cruel enemies of humanity. I am willing to contribute my efforts for the people. Hansen, Wu Tailon, pass on my orders. March the entire force. Yes. Hansen and Wu Tailon left upon receiving the orders. Soon, Zaire led 2,000 troops out of Xiaokong. Back where they stood, Dai looked at Lenore. What is your purpose here, Ambria? I am here to eradicate the barbarian army, Lenore finished and turned to walk into the city. Seeing this, Eren silently followed. Why didn't we stop them, your highness? A close confidant of Dai asked in puzzlement. There's nothing valuable left in the city. Let them enter if they wish, Dai wisely explained. Amiriover, the city is full of my informants. If they find anything, I can take it back easily. Report. A soldier hurriedly approached. Your highness, we searched the entire city but found no traces of the barbarian army's wealth or fiend race firearms. Dai frowned slightly. According to intelligence, the barbarian army in Xiaokong had a large stash of fiend race firearms and demon race armors, which were invaluable. Could they really have taken everything with them? He turned to the young soldier. Zaire must be hiding something. Send someone to follow him. Yes. The soldier bowed and retreated. The confidant was puzzled. Does your highness suspect that Zaire transported the barbarian army's wealth? But it shouldn't be possible. Amazing that much treasure would require over 1,000 people. We examined carefully. They have less than 2,000 men and no wagons, making it impossible. Dai shook his head. Perhaps Zaire possesses a bagua space, something we cannot see. Bagua space. The confidant gasped. An outer disciple of the academy can't possibly have such a lost treasure. Haven't you heard what Eren said? He has a treasured artifact. Please let me know if you need any further adjustments or additional content. Chapter 61. Rest in the Ami Yuntins, Leonardo's guidance. The army had reached a dense forest when Zaire suddenly ordered all units to halt and rest. After leaving Xiao County, he did not lead these nearly 2,000 men toward Long County, but instead turned into this thick jungle. Seeing the troops stop, Clifford, who had been puzzled, rode up and asked, Tianni, you never intended to go to Long County, did you? Zaire smiled. Would we really be sending ourselves to death? If not for the chaos in Xiao County which disrupted the barbarian forces and the disappearance of key experts, we would have no chance at capturing it. Clifford nodded in agreement, but couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful. It's a pity we didn't have time to take the wealth of the barbarian forces within Xiao County. It's fine. They won't get it, Zaire said without revealing that he had already taken the real wealth. Where do we go next? Back to Zihua village? Clifford asked curiously. Not yet. With the barbarian forces in Shao County broken, the forces in Long County will likely consolidate, so the route to Wuxian should be passable. Zaire called over several villagers from Xihua village. Take the head of the barbarian lion leader and go to the back mountain of Zihua village to gather the elderly, women, and children. Head to Wuxian and deliver this head to Zaira, an outer disciple of Tianyata Martial Academy. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the head of the barbarian lion leader appeared on the ground from the Jingzhou tripod. Seeing this, Clifford's eyes narrowed sharply, giving Zaire a deep look but saying nothing. Zaire naturally noticed Clifford's surprise, but this was intentional on his part, to intimidate and gain their loyalty while also testing them. Though Clifford was a Wu family member, given the precedent set by Arvin, caution was necessary. Moreover, the 1,000 cavalrymen under his command were skilled, but if they didn't heed Zaire's orders, even the elite troops would be useless. The current dense forest was deliberately chosen by Zaire as a resting place. The wealth gained from the barbarian city needed proper digestion. The villagers of Xihua village had shallow strength, and boosting them would give them more confidence in future battles. Most importantly, Zaire wanted to elevate his own skills further. Ultimately, power lay in oneself, while everything else was external. Without personal capability, anything gained could be lost instantly. Zaire knew his weaknesses clearly. Compared to nobility like Lenore, the Gale, or Aaron, who had begun cultivating since childhood with precious herbs and guidance from masters, he had only truly started cultivating less than half a year ago. Despite various fortunate encounters, his cultivation was already somewhat rushed. He needed to settle down. Moreover, he hadn't received any master's guidance. At most, he could consider Lenore and Anthea, but he dared not ask too many questions for fear of revealing his secrets. But now, with Leonardo present, he had the perfect teacher. A true realm cultivator and general of the barbarian army, Leonardo was well-versed and unlikely to betray him. With this in mind, Zaire ordered, "Pack up and move forward. Once we reach deeper into the mountains, we will rest properly." The army quickly advanced. By evening, upon finding a clear and sweet stream, Zaire halted the army to set up camp. He then distributed marching pills, which were abundant after looting the barbarians' vaults in Shao County. 2,000 people could live off them for 10 years easily. Once everything was settled, Zaire called Leonardo away. Under Leonardo's lead, they landed atop a high mountain. Sighing deeply, Zaire adjusted his breathing and said, "Leonardo, I'll rely on you during this time." "Sir, please rest assured." Leonardo replied, "I cultivate one of the highest barbarian secret manuals, the Dharma Sutra, and have guided over 10,000 barbarian disciples. I understand your situation thoroughly." He continued, "You have 3 cultivation methods: the basic internal practice method of Tianyang Martial Academy, the White Tiger True Grotto Classic from the White Tiger lineage of demons, and another highly advanced method that surpasses the Dharma Sutra. Am I correct?" "Precisely." Zaire was slightly surprised at Leonardo's keen observation, having only fought full out a couple of times in front of him. But despite being impressed, he didn't mention the Wu Xiang Tian Dijing, Unseen Heaven, and Earth Scripture. "Your cultivation is already comparable to a transformation realm practitioner. Even facing such a master, you could win in a single combat. However, against soul realm practitioners, you must not risk it. Qi realm cultivators have transcended ordinary humans by drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth, but their moves lack divine might. The transformation realm, though higher, still only represents changes in physical strength and power, a result of prolonged refinement of spirit energy, not quite reaching a miraculous level. But the soul realm is different. Possessing soul power, adept practitioners can teleport, fly briefly off the ground, and even warp reality with their mental energy. Like the barbarian lion leader, if you continued fighting, he could breach your consciousness with his soul force, leaving you vulnerable." Pausing, Leonardo seemed to organize his thoughts. "If you primarily cultivated the White Tiger True Grotto Classic, you would have long broken through the Qi realm. However, the cultivation method you chose is far superior to my Dharma Sutra. The more advanced the cultivation technique, the harder it is to break through, but the benefits are clear. Once you do, your power will far exceed ordinary cultivators. You're almost there but seem to be holding back, laying a stronger foundation for your future cultivation path." Zaire listened intently, having never had anyone explain these details so meticulously. "Sir, this world has more than just martial cultivation. Besides martial arts, there's immortal Tao, divine Tao, and the demonic evolutionary system created in recent centuries." Hearing this, Zaire thought of Anthea, who could simultaneously cultivate 2 entirely different methods and found balance, creating her unique path. An extraordinary talent. Demonic evolutionary system? Zaire, curious and unfamiliar, asked. Leonardo nodded. "Yes, the demons have taken a very strange, unprecedented path they call scientific evolution." Chapter 62. The path of great power, diligence makes up for inadequacy. "Things like firearms are products of the demons," Leonardo said. "However, I don't know the specifics. It seems an outstanding figure has emerged from the abyssal demons. For 100 years, he has been lying low with grand ambitions. Moreover, martial cultivation is the specialty of disciples from the 9 great martial academies. It is also what most people generally understand by cultivation. Amaze talk about martial arts when they speak of cultivation. As for immortal Tao, it is the path cultivated by the 9 provinces' imperial court. Though not as widespread as martial Tao, it permeates all aspects of cultivators' lives, like immortal talismans and immortal elixirs. Divine Tao, also known as incense Tao, is the cultivation method of the southern savages and beast clans. They worship their respective deities to cultivate, and after reaching the king realm, they start cultivating their own believers. The number and quality of believers measure the strength of divine Tao experts. In reality, apart from the evolution path of the abyssal demons, whether it be immortal Tao, martial Tao, or divine Tao, they will all eventually start to worship something. This process can be called seeking Tao. But divine Tao worships deities, while other paths worship heaven and earth, or the heavenly Tao. The methods may differ, but the ultimate goal is the same. Upon hearing this, Zair's various past confusions were clarified. The Jingzhou tripod was the medium used to worship heaven and earth. According to Leonardo, it should be considered a means to worship the heavenly Tao. Normal cultivation involves gradually approaching the Tao and then worshipping it, whereas he started worshipping the Tao from the very beginning. The 9 tripods of China truly live up to being divine artifacts. No wonder the chief of the martial academy wanted them. But if what Leonardo said was true, why did Xianxia not need to worship? Logically speaking, she would ultimately need to seek Tao. Why would she say, "This is not my path"? A new doubt arose in Zair's heart, but he did not ask. Leonardo continued, "Today, we have a rare opportunity. So let me explain in detail the differences between divine Tao, immortal Tao, and martial Tao to help you understand your future path of cultivation. At the beginning of cultivation, all 3 paths are similar and not easily distinguished. But starting from the soul realm, divine Tao transforms into divine essence, immortal Tao becomes spiritual power, and martial Tao becomes true essence. Divine Tao has its unique divine abilities, immortal Tao has its 3,000 great paths, martial Tao manifests as celestial phenomena. Divine abilities. 3,000 great paths. Celestial phenomena. Zair thought back on his experiences. Except for divine abilities, he had seen the other 2. Lenore's Sword of Slaughter was one of the 3,000 great paths. Celestial phenomena had been evident at the admission ceremony where he saw the chief of the martial academy. "Sir, please look." Zair's gaze was drawn to Leonardo. As Leonardo slowly opened his right hand, the sky darkened instantly. A bright full moon suddenly appeared in his hand, with 2 continuously flowing forces within it, dimming the entire world. Leonardo explained, "Sir, this is my life and death handprint ability, containing both life and death forces." To facilitate Zair's understanding, Leonardo detailed the principles of the skill. Afterward, he closed his fingers, causing the moon to dissipate and the world to return to normal. Closing his eyes, Zair reflected deeply on what he had witnessed. He felt that if he used the invisible earthly scripture as a guide, he could replicate Leonardo's ability. Then, extending his right hand into a fist, Leonardo interrupted hastily, "Sir, although you have exceptional talent, never try divine abilities using martial power, otherwise." Before he finished, the sky darkened once more. Then, in Leonardo's astonished eyes, a white xuanhuan appeared. "See, sir." Leonardo was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. In his eyes, Zair was practicing martial arts, yet he had just used a divine ability. It was like seeing the king of the southern savages suddenly announce that he no longer believed in savage gods, but instead in beast gods. An impossible event was unfolding right before him. Puff. Like extinguished flames, Zair clenched his fingers, causing the moon to dissipate. Phew. Phew. He seemed to have exhausted immense effort, feeling his bones stiffen, his limbs weaken, and an unprecedented fatigue enveloping him. Almost collapsing, he took a South Savage pill, which relieved the symptoms. It seems my feeling was right. The invisible earthly scripture indeed allows me to use divine abilities. Revitalized, Zair looked at his right hand in delight. Then, he remembered something. Clang. He drew his sword. Kill. Roaring fiercely, a killing aura spread everywhere, even affecting the mountain breeze. He executed the 7 slaughter sword technique, driven by the invisible earthly scripture this time. Swish. A flick of his wrist returned the sword to its sheath. Checking himself, there were no changes. Indeed. Realizing this, Leonardo finally reacted. "Congratulations, sir. Celebrate the greatness of Sir. Sir, with your extraordinary talent, you will surely be one of the main protagonists in the future." Zair felt elated because he discovered the true power of the invisible earthly scripture. Facing Leonardo's flattery, he asked, "What do you mean by main protagonist in the future?" Whenever a turbulent era arrives, heaven favors certain individuals. These people will shine brightly, becoming central figures in the turmoil. With such talent, Sir will surpass countless eras and become eternal. Leonardo smiled genuinely, showing sincere happiness for Zair. Zair dismissed this praise lightly. Even if favored by heaven and possessing immense potential, without diligence and caution, one could still vanish unnoticed. Throughout history, how many geniuses existed? How many truly became eternal? Zair certainly wouldn't grow arrogant over this. Instead, he recalled Xianxia's words. "Only what belongs to you is fundamental." Over the next few days, under Leonardo's guidance, Zair dedicated himself fully to learning knowledge and experience. To clear unnecessary distractions, he even took Neil pills to maintain mental purity. He knew he had significant gaps compared to disciples from major families with deep roots. If these weren't addressed, they could be fatal in the future. Especially knowing that a chief awaited him at the martial academy, Zair had no desire to rest. Saints once said, "Diligence makes up for inadequacy." Diligence could bridge these foundational gaps. Immersed in cultivation, Zair lost track of time until Leonardo reminded him. "Sir, haste leads to waste. Excessive cultivation can breed inner demons, making breakthroughs difficult." Chapter 63. Spiritual attainment and continued hard training. Your Excellency's martial arts have already far surpassed your peers, and your physical strength is unprecedented. Once you break through to the Qi realm, you will surely soar like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, Leonardo said with a smile. Zair was still deeply immersed in his sensations. The true essence within him surged like the mighty river, tumultuous and unrelenting. He had an intense feeling that if he broke through now, he would definitely achieve the Qi realm. However, he resisted the urge and calmed his true essence. The body transformation technique mentioned in the Wuxia Tiandi scripture had not yet reached its highest stage of regeneration. Even if he broke through now, his future achievements would be limited. Though uncertain about this decision, Zair decided to continue practicing until he achieved the state of regeneration before breaking through. "Right, Leonardo, can you help me check which of these pills I can use?" He suddenly remembered something and summoned a few medicinal pills from the treasury in Shaoyang County. There were nearly 200 boxes of pills in the treasury. Apart from marching pills, many of them were unfamiliar to Zaire, and he dared not take them indiscriminately. Fortunately, Leonardo, as the tribal general, was here and likely knew their effects. Seeing the pills appear out of nowhere, Leonardo looked surprised. I didn't expect your excellency to possess a spatial treasure. This is nourishing essence pill. Long-term consumption gradually enhances one's physique and repairs injuries. It is specially supplied to elite tribal soldiers. This is black date pill, primarily made from black dates over a century old. Consuming it enhances physical strength. This is essence gathering pill. Consuming it increases cultivation speed. This is spirit nourishing pill, for cultivating a bit of heaven's chi. This is purple gold ointment, used for healing wounds. This is blood circulation pill, which accelerates blood circulation during cultivation and enhances efficiency in the ordinary martial realm. The word sir seems to be a mistake or mistranslation. Blood circulation pill fits better within this context. These are. Leonardo described the names and effects of over 10 types of pills in detail. Zaire listened attentively, putting aside those that did not aid his cultivation or healing. In the end, he had 10 types of pills left, with at least 200,000 in total within the Jingzhou Cauldron. Indeed, only war can lead to great wealth. Zaire sighed. Leonardo nodded in agreement. Your excellency is right. Throughout history, progress comes only from conflict. If everything remains peaceful and prosperous, everyone will lose their drive and become mediocre. It's like plum blossoms. Without enduring the bitter cold, how could they emit such fragrance? This applies to humans, barbarians, demon clans, beast tribes alike. Zaire neither denied nor agreed, but felt each person had their own way of life. Had his parents not died in battle against the southern barbarians, and had he not been oppressed daily in his clan, he might never have embarked on this path of cultivation. Sometimes mediocrity was also a form of life. But now, since obtaining the Jingzhou Cauldron, there was no turning back. His gaze flickered as he thought of Arvin, Buck Clydefoam, Aryun, Aaron, and finally the Kimball disciple. Suddenly, he let out a long cry, startling countless birds into flight. In an instant, his mind became crystal clear, as if breaking through a certain constraint. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Leonardo immediately bowed. What congratulations? Zaire smiled. I merely realized some things and became more open-minded. Do not underestimate the importance of this mental clarity. Leonardo hastily added, all cultivation is like rowing against the current, and this mental clarity is the boatman steering the vessel. Without proper mental control, all efforts are futile. Zaire paused. While he knew the importance of mental clarity, this metaphor was new and quite profound. Leonardo, do you know anything about the Kimball disciple of Tianyao Martial Academy? Your Excellency, I don't have much information. I've never interacted with the Kimball disciple. Zaire wasn't surprised. After all, Leonardo was just a tribal general under cavalry and other higher-ranking generals. Moreover, there were likely over 100 tribal generals in the southern barbarian region. Meanwhile, the Kimball disciple of Tianyao Martial Academy was unique, outranked only by the headmaster and a few grand elders. They aren't of the same caliber, so lack of knowledge is natural. However, I did hear from Cavalry General Brady while in the southern barbarians. Leonardo recalled, Brady fought the Kimball disciple 10 years ago when he was a true disciple of Tianyao Martial Academy, at the king level. Brady, who was one level higher, almost lost. 10 years ago, the Kimball disciple was already at the king level. Hearing this, Zaire felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Leonardo, protect me. I must cultivate well. Zaire couldn't afford to slack off. In recent days, with Leonardo's guidance, he had reviewed all his knowledge and understood the martial path more thoroughly. Now, he planned to use the pills from the tribal treasury for cultivation. With 200,000 pills, he was confident he could break through to the immortal body state described in the Wuxia Tiandi scripture. In Liangzhou, an unnamed deep valley, two figures descended from the sky. One man wore a dark green brocade robe, and the token at his waist indicated he was a true disciple of Tianyao Martial Academy. He followed another man dressed in a white robe embroidered with gold threads, a black sash around his waist, and long black hair cascading down. Is this where the Liangzhou Cauldron appeared? The dark green-robed man quickly bent down to report respectfully. Yes, Kimball. The gold-threaded white-robed man was none other than the Kimball disciple of Tianyao Martial Academy, Becker. Tianyao Martial Academy had tens of thousands of outer disciples, 8,000 inner disciples, and 72 true disciples. Among the 72 true disciples, the best performer and strongest cultivator was called the Kimball disciple. The position was not fixed, and any true disciple who excelled could challenge for the Kimball position. This encouraged healthy competition. Becker was the strongest true disciple this session and hailed as the strongest Kimball disciple in Tianyao Martial Academy's history. His name resounded across the 9 provinces, with many believing him to be the fastest young genius to reach the emperor level. It seems Xuanhuan Martial Academy took the Liangzhou Cauldron. Becker's face was as cold as frost, freezing the entire valley in his aura. Kimball, should we retrieve the Liangzhou Cauldron from Xuanhuan Martial Academy? The dark green-robed true disciple asked nervously. After resolving matters in the southern barbarians, I'll personally visit Xuanhuan Martial Academy, Becker replied with a cold laugh. I've heard they recently have a prodigy who has united immortal and martial arts. I'd like to see this for myself. The dark green-robed true disciple dared not speak further. 10 years ago, Becker attacked Xuanhuan Martial Academy, creating enmity. Hence, the mention of Xuanhuan Martial Academy always invoked fury in Becker. Chapter 64. Entering Long County, deserting the battlefield. Boom, boom. On the mountaintop, deep and continuous thunder rumbled. However, the sky was clear. This sound came from Zaire's body. Inside the Jingzhou tripod, over 200,000 pills had already entered his mouth. At this moment, under the overwhelming surge of medicinal power, his flesh began to undergo significant changes. Yet, he still needed something more for true transformation. Leonardo, who stood guard nearby, watched with a mix of amazement and anxiety. What cultivation method is this? Unbelievable phenomena are already occurring before reaching the Qi realm. His keen eyes discerned that Zaire was at a crucial juncture, urgently needing support. Without hesitation, Leonardo raised his hand, summoning a stream of spiritual energy from the void into his grasp. Whoosh! The spiritual energy enveloped Zaire and merged into his body. Sensing it was still not enough, Leonardo used both hands to gather dozens more streams, forming a cocoon around Zaire. Having condensed the spiritual energy into a tangible form, this amount should be nearing the limit a transformation realm cultivator can contain. It should suffice, Leonardo thought while keeping an unwavering gaze. Thud, thud, thud. A powerful heartbeat echoed from within the cocoon. Each beat caused all the pebbles and dust on the ground to tremble. Gradually, leaves rustled, and fierce winds started circling around the mountaintop. As time passed, the spiritual energy cocoon thinned until it became transparent. Whoosh! All the spiritual energy was absorbed by Zaire's body. Hiss! Still not enough. Seeing this, Leonardo immediately summoned hundreds more streams, nearly draining the surrounding area's spiritual energy. This time, instead of forming a cocoon, each stream was absorbed by Zaire as soon as it appeared, like an insatiable black hole greedily devouring all spiritual energy. Whistling, the howling wind grew louder, making Leonardo's clothes flap wildly. The mountain became barren, revealing buried boulders, with all trees, plants, and soil swept away by the gale. Darkness fell upon the world. Crack! A lightning bolt tore through the air, illuminating the entire peak. Then, thousands of thunderbolts descended from the sky. Heavenly phenomenon. Leonardo stared in shock, hardly believing what he saw. Boom, boom, boom. All thunderbolts struck Zaire's body. Clothing vanished, and every strike caused his body to glow red. To withstand void god lightning, using only physical strength? Leonardo was dumbfounded. Next, the void god lightning raged for an hour. Zaire's body glowed brighter, eventually piercing upward and breaking through the sky. Huff, huff. An ancient godlike breath echoed over the mountain peak. The wind ceased howling. The sky turned back to azure. Life returned to the earth. From the bald mountain, a giant stone split open, revealing a tender green weed sprout pushing through debris. Immortal physique realm, accomplished. Zaire slowly opened his eyes, with Leonardo standing ready beside him with fresh clothing. Congratulations, master. This congratulatory note is getting a bit too frequent, Zaire chuckled as he dressed. That's my fault, Leonardo said hurriedly. My ignorance has left me speechless. I will broaden my knowledge from now on. Enough. Zaire waved him off. Let's go. Not continuing cultivation? Leonardo asked, bewildered. Of course I want to, Zaire replied with a sigh. But we're at war with the barbarian army, and 2,000 men are waiting for us below. Hiding in these mountains isn't a long-term solution. With that, he led the way down the mountain, with Leonardo following closely behind. When they reached their temporary camp, they found Hansen and Melvin arguing. The imperial order is urgent. If we don't depart, we'll be branded deserters and executed. Melvin pleaded. No. Hansen insisted. We cannot leave without the immortal. This has been half a month. We can wait no longer, Melvin sighed. Suddenly, Hansen noticed Zaire approaching. Immortal, Hansen exclaimed, rushing forward. Tiani. Zaire cut Melvin off. I understand the situation. Hansen, gather everyone. We depart now. Yes, sir. Within half an hour, 2,000 troops set out toward Long County. Having adapted to the terrain, they moved more smoothly than when they first arrived. The villagers from Xuanhuan village were well versed in the mountains, while the cavalry required adjustment. Tiani, look. Melvin shouted, spotting bodies along the road. Zaire had already noticed them. Blood stained the roadside, along with broken weapons and armor. Many bodies, mostly barbarians, lay unburned. A battlefield? Just then, a troop spotted them. Who are you? Leader, this is Imperial forces. Melvin called out. We're Wu Tai army, loyal to King Zhan. If you're Wu Tai army, please wait while I send word. A few minutes later, a scout galloped back with news. Is Zaire leading the troops? Princess Buck Channon invites you to Long County City. Long County City? Zaire was taken aback. Had Long County fallen? Soon, he met Lenore. She stood by the city gate, waiting for him. The city was a ruin. Collapsed walls and burned houses lined the streets, blood-red and eerie. Come, Aryun and Aaron await you. Lenore led Zaire to a tavern where discussions were temporarily held due to the scarcity of intact buildings. They took Long County. My foresight was timely, Zaire mused. With only 2,000 troops, attacking the city would have been suicide. Inside the tavern, Aryun Dai and inner college disciple Aaron sat in the hall. Zaire, desertion in the face of battle. Do you plead guilty? In this chapter, Zaire reaches a significant breakthrough in his cultivation but must confront a new challenge as they arrive in the recently captured Long County. Chapter 65. Not only right, but with great merit. The one speaking was Aaron. Immediately after he finished, Prince Dai also chimed in. This counts as desertion. According to the laws of the Great Chu Empire, this offense warrants decapitation. However, Caleb had already anticipated this. With a wave of his right hand, several villagers from West China Village entered, carrying the headless bodies of the Fire Cloud Elephant and the Barbarian Lion's leader. Master Clyde, 7th Royal Highness and Lady, he said, I intended to lead the troops into Long County, but we unexpectedly encountered the Barbarian Lion army along the way. After a fierce battle, we barely managed to emerge victorious. These are the leader of the Barbarian Lions and his mount. Their heads have already been sent to the Imperial Academy outpost in Changmin City. The three people were visibly surprised. Aaron darted forward and stood before the Barbarian Lion's body, examining it carefully before exclaiming, he truly is a soul realm expert. It is indeed the Barbarian Lion army's leader, Dai murmured. his gaze fixed on the fire cloud elephant. In Southland, fire cloud elephants and horned golden lions symbolize elite forces. Dai turned his eyes back to Caleb, saying gravely, "You actually managed to annihilate an entire unit of barbarian lions and killed a soul realm expert?" It wasn't surprising that the two were astonished. Achieving the soul realm means the soul is strengthened, acquiring all sorts of unimaginable powers far surpassing those at Chi realm or transformation realm. It's not something Caleb, who hadn't even reached Chi realm, could kill. Forgetting about killing them, escaping alive would already count as a genius feat. Looks like not only did Caleb not fail, but he achieved great merit. Lenore interjected at the appropriate moment. Then she signaled everyone to sit down. Caleb has just arrived, so he may not be fully aware of the situation. Let me give a brief update. Both Xiao and Long counties have been recaptured, with most of the barbarian troops being wiped out. Only a few experts and small groups managed to escape. But we have reported it, and dispatched more experts to pursue them. They won't get far. Upon hearing this, Caleb felt a twinge of regret. Long County's stockpile must have been looted by Lenore and her team. If he didn't have his 2,000 men, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to sit here. Compared to these three, his force of 2,000 seemed insignificant. Thus, throughout the meeting, he remained silent, acting solely as a listener. Gaildai then said, "Although the barbarian forces in Xiao and Long counties have been eradicated, many fugitives have fled into these wilderness mountains. I will arrange for some troops to remain here." Aaron nodded. "Your Highness has the largest number of troops, so this makes sense. Now, the Imperial Academy and the court work together. There's nothing to fear from Southland." Lenore unfurled a large map. "We now have 4 forces. The immediate priority should be to push further into the depths of Southland. The barbarian forces are spread across a 1,000,000-strong army, making their rear weak. If we can penetrate deep into their territory, it will surely deal a heavy blow to the barbarians. I don't need the credit, but everyone must take the lead, especially 7th Royal Highness, as you have the most troops." Hearing Lenore renounce credit, both Dai and Aaron brightened up. As a prince of the Great Chu Empire, if Dai could inflict heavy damage on the barbarians this time, his influence in court would significantly increase. And as an inner gate disciple of the Imperial Academy, obtaining more credit would mean more rewards in form of elixirs and magical artifacts, enhancing his strength further. "Fine." Dai immediately agreed. "We'll rest for a day, then set off the day after tomorrow." After Caleb and Aaron left, he suddenly asked Lenore, "I never thought Caleb could kill a Soul Realm barbarian Davon. He must be hiding quite a lot." Previously, he had ordered someone to track Caleb's troops, but somehow they lost him. He definitely has hidden cards. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to capture Xiao County with just 2,000 men. Unwilling to talk too much with the 7th prince, Lenore replied indifferently. "Damn it, how could he kill a Soul Realm expert?" After exiting the tavern, Aaron returned to his temporary residence. His face showed tension and disbelief mixed with a hint of dread. "If he can handle a Soul Realm expert, does that mean I stand no chance against him?" Aaron paced anxiously. "How can I find out what hidden capabilities he possesses?" According to his original plan, upon meeting Caleb, he would incite hatred between them and force Caleb to engage him in combat. Only through such confrontation could he determine whether Caleb possessed any abyssal artifact or items that Kimball Becker sought. But now, everything was disrupted. Caleb having the power to kill a Soul Realm expert certainly meant he could suppress Aaron. Under such circumstances, there would be no way to probe for information. Is senior brother Clyde troubled by Caleb? A shadow emerged, revealing Carlton's figure. Seeing this old face, Aaron's expression darkened. "You made a mistake. Caleb's strength is too high." "No worries. Bradley has returned." Carlton smiled gently. "He plans to personally investigate Caleb." Bradley personally investigating? Aaron was taken aback, hurriedly saying, "When? In the battlefield of Southland? That might not be feasible due to the Ming-Amiyuntan agreement unless a full-scale war breaks out. Bradley can't come." Has senior brother forgotten? Aaron remembered something and exclaimed, "Wuxia trial." Tianya Martial Academy's strength comes not only from its excellent disciples and long-term combat experience with Southland, but also from the unique painting on a Mayant Tianya. This is the only existing portrait of Wuxia, mysterious and profound. The Wuxia trial uses the characteristics of this painting to create a world within the picture. Caleb's performance in the Southland battlefield has been outstanding. Upon Jonathan's application, he has been specially approved to enter the Wuxia trial. Carlton, deeply rooted in the outer gate, naturally had accurate and extensive intelligence. There's Jonathan again. Aaron clenched his fists. The protectors and elders really agreed. Aren't they afraid he might misuse his authority to benefit his own relatives? Though he spoke thus, he understood in his heart. Caleb's performance in the Southland battlefield was indeed exceptional, and he was still merely at the mundane martial realm. If he were at the Chi or transformation realm, the elders would have likely awarded some medicinal pills and artifacts as incentives. "Oh right, did you contact the White Tiger lineage of the demon race?" Aaron asked. Carlton nodded. "They have sent someone after learning of the Neil's death. It's even the White Tiger lineage's Saintess, arriving soon in Long County." "Good." Aaron smiled delightedly. Even among the 10,000 demon Amiyuntans, the White Tiger lineage is extremely formidable. They value the Neil highly, sending a Saintess. The White Tiger Saintess is no ordinary person, possessing immense strength. When she confronts Caleb, it will fulfill Bradley's orders. Carlton added with a smile. Chapter 66. Deep into the interior, the demon race Saintess. Outside Long County, Zaire had stationed his troops here. Leonardo, how strong is Lenore, the Gale, and Aaron really? Beside him, fully hidden under a cloak, Leonardo pondered for a moment before responding. Aaron practices the Taixing Tongyang Fujikifa from the Tianya Martial Academy. His cultivation has reached the peak of Transformation Realm, only one step away from entering Soul Realm. Dai's strength has already reached Soul Realm, though the cultivation technique he practices has yet to be confirmed by me. It's most likely some secret cultivation techniques from the Great Chu royal family. As for Lenore, although her cultivation isn't very high, just at the transformation realm, the killing sword Dao she possesses has already matured significantly. Moreover, I have a vague sense that she carries a great treasure that can protect her even when facing spirit realm experts. After hearing this, Zaire fell into deep thought. That Lenore carried a significant treasure was not surprising to him at all. After all, anyone who could use spirit sword talismans as trade surely had an even more powerful trump card in hand. Seeing him like this, Leonardo assumed Zaire was anxious about breaking through to Qi condensation realm, so he hurriedly said, "Sir, your cultivation technique is extremely rare. There's no need to rush. Wait until you've accumulated enough before breaking through." Ever since witnessing Zaire's situation on that unnamed mountain, Leonardo had been filled with confidence about the future. "I understand," Zaire nodded. "Compared to Dai and geniuses like Lenore, what I lack is the foundational cultivation accumulated from a young age. Otherwise, there's nothing to fear." Leonardo laughed. "Sir, your words sound overly self-deprecating. With your talent and good fortune, your future achievements will definitely surpass those of someone like Dai. However, sir, if we're talking about foundations, something came to my mind. In Nanzhou, there's always been a legend that there's an immortal cave at the bottom of Zishui River. Inside it lies an item that can transform someone into an immortal instantly." Zishui River? Immortal cave? Zaire was taken aback. Nanzhou has its sacred Amiyuntan, but also a sacred river. The sacred Amiyuntan is their faith. The sacred river is their mother. This river spans the entire Nanzhou region, symbolizing the origin of the barbarians, and it is also a natural defensive barrier. If faced with foreign invasion, they can use Zishui River as a shield to defend their ancestral land. After a day of rest, the army was ready to march. At a glance, there were at least 20,000 soldiers. However, the majority of these troops belonged to the Gale. Advance. On Dai's command, the entire army set off towards the heart of the barbarian territory. Zaire led his 2,000 men at the rear of the main force. After 7 days and nights of marching, the 20,000-strong army entered the dense primeval jungle. Compared to the front line in Nanzhou, the trees here resembled the forests of Tianyang Martial Academy, towering and grand. Deeper inside, more and more colossal mountains appeared, each reaching up into the sky like pillars holding up the heavens. Immortal, this deep within the wilderness is teeming with medicinal herbs. Once, I gathered a century-old ginseng which delighted my mother greatly, but almost cost me my life, Hansen introduced as he rode alongside. Zaire nodded slightly. In the depths of Nanzhou, although treasures are everywhere, the dangers are also numerous. Besides venomous snakes and insects, there are giant beasts like chima bears, golden lions, and even powerful creatures like fire cloud elephants. Ordinary people would stand no chance against them. The reason the Nanzhou people possess such robust physiques is due to living amidst these wild mountains, constantly battling fierce and unusual beasts. How could ordinary humans compare? At this moment, the soldiers in front suddenly halted. Then someone shouted, "By order of the Gale, everyone is to set up camp immediately." After 7 straight days of rapid marching, the soldiers were already exhausted and needed to rest. Indeed, the Gale shows remarkable military talent, Zaire observed, looking around. This location was within a basin, backed by a towering mountain peak. The trees were sparse, offering a wide view. To the side was a large inland pond with clear water, which only needed boiling to be potable. This was indeed a suitable place for temporary rest. That night, Zaire, seated in his tent, sensed something amiss and looked up at the sky. Next moment, over 10 streaks of light descended from the heavens, landing among the troops. "My lord, they're demons." Leonardo had also sensed the disturbance and appeared beside him. Why would the demon race send people? Aren't they allied with the Nanzhou? Zaire was puzzled. Just then, a stranger woman approached. "Is this Mr. Zaire?" The woman bowed gracefully. "The Holy Maiden invites Master Wu to come forth." "Holy Maiden?" Zaire paused, exchanging glances with Leonardo. "Lord, it should be the demon race you sensed earlier. Probably a holy maiden from one of their clans," Leonardo whispered. Zaire was still doubtful but nodded and followed the woman. In the dark, Leonardo stealthily trailed behind. Soon, Zaire arrived at an open area. Under the bright moonlight stood a tall woman, gently fanning herself while observing Zaire closely. "I wonder which clan's holy maiden you belong to?" Zaire asked, standing at the edge. "White Tiger Clan, Rodneying." The woman closed her fan and walked over, graceful and poised. Under the moonlight, her figure was elegant beyond description. Zaire had met a few extraordinary beauties before, like Lenore, who orchestrated plans with deep stratagem, and Anthea, resembling a celestial being, unfathomably profound. But this woman possessed an elegant poetic grace, luminous as the moon, clear as autumn waters. "Lord, this woman's strength has already reached mystic realm. Be cautious." Hearing Leonardo's mental transmission, Zaire felt a chill. He didn't expect this seemingly delicate woman to be so powerful. "So, your holy maiden Rodneying." He remained calm. "Your grace is exceptionally exquisite, rarely seen in this world. Meeting you truly is a stroke of luck." Rodneying covered her mouth and giggled softly. "Master Wu's reputation precedes you. You've stayed silent for long, only now revealing your true prowess. You have a remarkable demeanor." Hearing this, Zaire was inwardly surprised. It seemed Rodneying knew about his situation within the Wu family. Thus, this woman must have come prepared. What was her purpose? After thinking, Zaire cupped his hands in greeting. "I imagine Holy Maiden Rodneying has come regarding the Neil, right?" It was a probing question. "Guess." Rodneying gave a playful smile and suddenly took Zaire's arm, leading him into the moonlight. "Why you?" By the time Zaire reacted, they were already standing in the open area. "Heard of Master Wu's consecutive fortuitous encounters and extraordinary strength. If you wish to spar with me, perhaps we could write off the Neil matter, yes?" Rodneying blinked her eyes and added, "And if you win, I have a grand gift for you." Chapter 67. the Holy Maiden's gift and the secrets within. Compare what? Zaire calmly replied, if it's a fight with you, I concede. The other party was the White Tiger lineage's Holy Maiden, and also an expert in the Shin realm. Naturally, he wouldn't invite disgrace upon himself. He didn't want to reveal Leonardo's strength at this moment. Baisho responded with a smile, saying, that's quite noble of you. I heard from Sister Jason that Mr. Wu has extraordinary talent and is an unparalleled genius. From what I see now, indeed, you have some of that quality. Jason? A flash of surprise appeared in Zaire's eyes. He hadn't expected this White Tiger Holy Maiden to know Jason, and from her tone, they seemed to have a close relationship. It seems you haven't forgotten Sister Jason, Baisho giggled, covering her mouth, but it's not surprising. With her cold beauty like a celestial maiden, men naturally find her unforgettable. If the White Holy Maiden knows Sister Jason, why don't you just speak your mind? Zaire clasped his hands and spoke bluntly. I'm afraid, mister, you might not be able to handle it if I speak directly, Baisho teased. If I ask you to kill Miguel, would you be willing? Miguel? Who is he? Zaire was taken aback. Oh dear, you're asking who he is, so it seems you do care for me. Just remember not to become fickle-hearted. Sister Jason would get angry. Looking at the alluring Baisho, Zaire felt a headache coming on. He had never encountered such a woman before. Perhaps he was just too inexperienced. Stop teasing me. Baisho became serious. Your chief disciple is named Miguel. Kimball. Zaire was shocked. He hadn't expected this demoness Holy Maiden to ask him to kill the chief disciple. White Holy Maiden, I am not an assassin, and even if I were, I couldn't do this. Baisho waved her hand gracefully, saying, of course, I don't mean right now. Zaire fell silent. After a moment, he slowly said, if there's an opportunity and I can reach Miguel's level, naturally, I will confront him. If not, there's no point talking about it. Baisho nodded. Of course. Catch. She tossed something, which turned out to be the fan she had been holding. This is the Xianhuan sword. Though it looked like a fan, she said it was a sword. It is a unique treasure, containing a universe within its own space, and once used, it unleashes the power of the cosmos. After blood sacrifice, it can boost your comprehension and practice of techniques by leaps and bounds. Zaire looked at Baisho, uncertain and amazed. A treasure this precious. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Baisho smiled casually. Although the sword is precious, compared to killing Miguel, it's nothing much. Moreover, fine swords should match heroes. With Master Wu's talent, combined with this Xianhuan sword, you'll surely become a standout. Zaire looked at the fan in his hand, hesitating greatly. Saying it didn't move him would be a lie. Aside from the Jingzhou tripod, this Xianhuan sword was the most powerful magical treasure he had ever seen. But thinking of what this sword represented, Master! Leonardo's voice suddenly rang in his head. At present, you lack truly powerful magical treasures. Though the lightning sword is good, facing stronger enemies after reaching the Qi realm may prove challenging. With this sword, you won't need to worry. At that moment, Baisho chuckled. Mr. Wu, are you afraid? Afraid to face Miguel? If so, I understand. I'll take this as a gift and won't ask for it back. Zaire turned around and walked away. Even without your sword, I will eventually confront Miguel. His words echoed in the moonlight as his figure vanished into the distance. Watching Zaire disappear, Baisho asked into the void, do you really bet on this boy? The playful look on her face vanished. A white-clad figure appeared slowly. It was Anthea from Pingchuan Martial Academy. What do you think of him? Anthea countered with another question. Indeed, he's meticulous and calm, Baisho observed. Looking in the direction Zaire disappeared, I didn't expect him to remain so composed when faced with me. He remains composed because there's an expert by his side, Anthea remarked quietly. An expert? Baisho asked, puzzled. Yes. Anthea changed the subject. Miguel has already been to Liangzhou. Why did he go to Liangzhou? Does he dare attack our academy? Baisho rolled her eyes sarcastically. I'd say your chief could just commit suicide then, very cowardly. He went there for the Liangzhou tripod. The 9 tripods of China? Baisho frowned. Does Miguel really have the devouring heaven technique? I need more time. So you're using Zaire as a pawn to stall Miguel. Baisho seemed to understand her plan, saying, how sure are you that Miguel will notice him? Zaire is just an outer disciple. Even with exceptional talent, he's just one among many inner disciples. With Miguel's status and power, he wouldn't pay attention to a disciple like this. Anthea remained silent. Back in his tent, Zaire saw Leonardo, examining the Xianhuan sword given by Baisho. Master, this sword is truly miraculous. Inside it hides a world, capable of storing objects. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, turning the fan into a cold, glowing long sword. The blade shimmered like the moon, with faint shadows of sun and moon at the hilt and a yin-yang pattern at the pommel. Zaire took the sword and dripped a drop of blood onto it. Buzz. The sword resonated with humming sounds. Immersing himself, he soon saw a space roughly 10 feet wide hidden within the sword. Unknown how it came to be or how it hid within the sword, Zaire meditated, realizing the Xianhuan sword could transform into a yin-yang fan when not in combat. Injecting force made it instantly revert to a sword. In harmony with his bloodline, clarity entered his mind, purging all distractions. This effect, while not as strong as the Neil pill, was still an extraordinary treasure. Swish. He swung the sword, striking a tree outside the tent with a dazzling arc. Boom. The tree exploded, splinters flying everywhere. One layer of true essence through this Xianhuan sword results in such power. Zaire marveled. Master, with this sword, you're like a fish in water, a tiger gaining wings, Leonardo praised. Zaire shook his head at Leonardo's flattery, unsure of what to say next. He waved his left hand, and a beast hide drawing appeared in his hand. It depicted a massive white tiger, blurred but exuding overwhelming power. Leonardo, this is something from inside the Xianhuan sword. It must be left for me by Baisho. Take a look. Leonardo examined it carefully and exclaimed, "Master, this is the white tiger image for cultivating the true cavern classic." Chapter 68. Revising the white tiger scripture, news from the Embrya. The white tiger true cave scripture was a cultivation technique obtained from the Nile. It primarily focused on visualization methods for practice. Zaire's visualized white tiger shadow was actually derived from the shadow of the Nile and his own imagination. Is this truly what the white tiger looks like? He stared in amazement at the animal skin portrait. I didn't expect that the white tiger saintess would summon the sacred image of their lineage's white tiger. Even though it's just a copy, it still captures some of the essence of the white tiger. Clearly, whoever copied it is an extremely powerful cultivator, Leonardo remarked with surprise as well. Sir, if you visualize using this sacred white tiger image, your cultivation of the white tiger true cave scripture will definitely advance to a higher level, greatly boosting your strength. Zaire nodded, planning to revise his cultivation of the white tiger true cave scripture using the white tiger from the animal skin portrait. He immediately asked Leonardo to stand guard outside the tent, then swallowed a Nile pill and sat cross-legged, placing the heaven and earth sword on his lap. He also set the portrait sent by Rodneying before him. Minutes later, he entered the mysterious state of innate fetal breathing, all distractions fleeting like shadows, cast aside. Behind Zaire's body, a white tiger phantom gradually materialized in mid-air. This was the same white tiger he had previously visualized. Gradually, this white tiger began to dissipate, as if it were being erased. Then, slowly, another white tiger started to form. Compared to the previous one, this new white tiger seemed even more ethereal. However, its aura was significantly more powerful. Moreover, this new white tiger appeared almost lifelike, with its eyes moving vividly, and it would occasionally shake its head and nod. This revised version ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in style and terminology. Zaire slowly opened his eyes, and as his true essence circulated, the new white tiger apparition behind him let out a roar. Roar. The shout echoed through the mountains, causing unrest among the wildlife. Birds and beasts fled in all directions, startled by the sudden noise. At this dawn hour, many drowsy soldiers were abruptly roused from their slumber, instantly alert and reaching for their weapons, mistaking the commotion for a giant beast's surprise attack. Outside the tent, Leonardo saw Zaire emerge and immediately greeted him with a bow. "Congratulations, sir, on your successful cultivation. You make it sound like we belong to a demon sect." "Sir, you jest. Demon sects only exist in stories. There are no demon sects in the world, just different stances." Zaire smiled. At this moment, a messenger soldier came forward and reported, "Sir Zaire, His Highness the Gale instructed me to inform you to prepare, as we set out at Chin hour." It was still Catherine hour, an hour before Chin hour. Zaire nodded and then called Hansen to have the 2,000 soldiers pack up. At Chin hour, the army departed. On the road, they encountered Aaron and his party. Compared to Dai and Zaire, Aaron did not have an army. Those accompanying him were mostly outer disciples of the martial academy, including 2 outer disciple officials and 1 inner disciple senior brother. However, this inner disciple seemed to be newly promoted, his aura not as stable as Aaron's. Zaire could clearly feel that Aaron seemed even more displeased with him than before. Did I do something to offend him? Zaire thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything unusual he had done in the past couple of days, so he dismissed it. With Leonardo around, Aaron couldn't cause much trouble. At this time, Lenore suddenly approached from the opposite direction and pulled Zaire aside. "What do you want?" Zaire asked, knowing she wouldn't come to him without reason. "Last night, the White Tiger lineage's holy maiden came. Did she visit you?" "Yes," Zaire replied straightforwardly. Rodneying had made no effort to hide her presence last night, so it wasn't surprising others knew about her visit. "Why did she come?" "To ask for my help with something," Zaire said. Lenore frowned. "You killed the White Tiger lineage's Neil. Didn't she come to cause trouble?" "What is the Neil's identity? Why do you think she came for trouble?" Zaire asked curiously. "The White Tiger lineage has offspring born every year, who are sent to various places for training. Huagu Yuntin is one such place, and the Neil is responsible for guarding the young ones, also serving somewhat as a teacher." She glanced around and lowered her voice. "I heard this White Tiger holy maiden was invited by your academy senior Clyde. He likely wants to use her to deal with you." "That's strange. Why would the White Tiger holy maiden let you off?" Lenore wondered aloud. Zaire spread his hands, unsure himself. Logically, the Neil should be significant to the White Tiger lineage, yet Rodneying showed no signs of seeking revenge. After a moment of contemplation, Lenore warned seriously, "If the holy maiden seeks your help, don't agree or at least don't follow through even if you do. This task must be difficult, otherwise she wouldn't overlook the Neil's death." Zaire sighed. It was indeed not easy. Seeing his frustration, Lenore sighed too. "Think carefully. Don't forget our goal, to reach Immortal. I don't want you to die before getting there." Zaire paused, then asked, "Is there some unexpected issue?" "You're perceptive," Lenore said grimly. "My father received news that something is happening in the southern tribes. Dai will likely return empty-handed." "Something happening in the southern tribes?" Zaire was puzzled. Could it be the million-man tribal army returned? "No," Lenore clarified. "Father says there's a celestial cave near the Z River, which might soon appear. The war might pause." Celestial cave. Zaire's breath hitched, recalling what Leonardo mentioned about a treasure inside capable of compensating for deficiencies. "Forget about that celestial cave," Lenore advised urgently. "All the experts from Jingzhou are mobilizing. Don't get involved, or you won't know how you died." Zaire fell silent, pondering deeply. With his revised true White Tiger scripture now perfected, even Xian realm experts would struggle to detect his presence when he used it. However, from Lenore's tone, it was evident that the appearance of the celestial cave was no small matter, with far more powerful experts involved beyond the Xian realm. Such complexities made sneaking around extremely difficult. So, the Immortal affair has to be put on hold. Thinking it might persuade Zaire to reconsider, Lenore decided to reveal a bit more information. I believe there's an ancient mystic tortoise egg atop a Mayon in the southern tribes. Legend has it, it's a direct descendant of Great Chana's mount. This egg holds clues to the whereabouts of Great Chana's 9 tripods. The demon races aid the southern tribes largely due to this tortoise egg. If we can obtain it, we'll rise to prominence, firmly establishing ourselves in the impending era of great contention. Upon hearing this, Zaire declared, "Rest assured, madam, I will definitely go to a Mayon. In the mountain forest, chaos erupted as countless birds and beasts fled in all directions, frightened. It was just dawn, and many drowsy soldiers were suddenly startled awake, each grabbing their weapons to guard against what they thought was a giant wild beast attack. Outside the tent, Leonardo bowed to Zaire as he emerged and said, "Congratulations, sir, on your achievement of supreme skill. You make it sound like we're a demonic cult or something." "Sir, you jest. Demonic cults only exist in stories. There are no such things in this world. It's merely a matter of different perspectives." Zaire smiled. Given the context and aiming for natural fluency in English, Zaire smiled, reads more naturally and concisely, maintaining the meaning and style of the original text. However, using Zaire smiled, or Zaire chuckled, would depend on the specific emotion intended to be conveyed in different contexts. Here, a simple smile seems appropriate. At this moment, a soldier came to report, "Lord Zaire, the Gale has instructed me to inform you to prepare, as we will be setting off at Xianxia." It was still early in the morning, with about half an hour until Xianxia. Zaire nodded, then called Hansen to instruct the 2,000 soldiers to pack up their belongings. At the arrival of Xianxia, the army set off. On the way, they encountered Aaron and his group. In contrast to Dai and Zaire, Aaron didn't have any troops. Amazed of those following him were outer disciples from the martial academy, including 2 outer disciple officers and 1 inner disciple senior brother. However, this inner disciple seemed to be newly promoted, as his aura was not as stable as Aaron's. Zaire clearly sensed that Aaron seemed to resent him even more. Could I have done something to upset him? Zaire thought for a moment, but couldn't recall doing anything out of the ordinary these past couple of days, so he dismissed it. With Leonardo around, Aaron wouldn't be able to cause much trouble anyway. At that moment, Lenore suddenly came in the opposite direction, found Zaire, and then pulled him aside. "What do you want?" Zaire asked, knowing well that Lenore wouldn't come to him without a reason. "Last night, the holy maiden of the white tiger lineage from the demon race came. Did she come to see you?" Lenore asked straightforwardly. Indeed. Since Rodneying didn't conceal her presence last night, it wasn't surprising that someone had noticed. Thus, Zaire saw no need to hide it. "What did she want from you?" "She asked for my help with something," Zaire said. Lenore immediately furrowed her brow. "You killed the Neil of the white tiger lineage, and she didn't cause you any trouble? Why is that Neil so important? Why do you think she came to cause trouble?" Zaire asked curiously. Edits made to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English while preserving the original meaning and context. Every year, the white tiger lineage has some offspring born, and these newborns are sent to various places for training, Lenore explained. Xuanhuan is one such place, and the Neil is responsible for guarding the young of the white tiger lineage. He also serves as something of a teacher. After saying this, she looked around and then whispered, "I heard that the white tiger Saint Maiden was brought here by your senior Clyde from the martial academy. I guess he wants to use her to deal with you." At this point, a look of puzzlement crossed Lenore's face. What's strange is why the white tiger Saint Maiden would let you off. This translation aims to accurately convey the meaning of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term, white tiger Saint Maiden, is consistently used as per previous context, and the sentence structure is adjusted for fluency. Zaire spread his hands. He wasn't sure why. Logically, the Neil should be quite important to the Baihu lineage, yet Rodneying showed no intention of seeking revenge. After a moment's thought, Lenore said solemnly, "If the holy maiden asked for your help, it's best not to agree, or even if you do agree, don't go. This task of hers is definitely not easy to accomplish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let go of the matter regarding the Neil's death." Zaire let out a bitter laugh. This matter was far from easy to handle. Seeing his helpless expression, Lenore sighed and said, "You'd better think carefully. Don't forget we're going to a Mayon. I don't want you to die before we get there." Hearing this, Zaire was taken aback for a moment. Then he asked in surprise, "From what you're saying, has something unexpected happened?" "You are quite perceptive," Lenore said in a grave voice. "I just received word from my father that there's been a development with the southern barbarians. It seems likely that Dai will return without success this time." "Trouble in the southern wilderness?" Zaire was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the million-strong barbarian army has returned? Note, Southman is adjusted to southern wilderness for a more natural and historically fitting term in English, assuming the context involves ancient or fantasy settings where southern wilderness would better convey the intended meaning. "That's not the case," Lenore said. "My father informed me that a Shanren Dongfu is about to emerge in the Zishui River, so the battles might have to be put on hold." Note, Shanren Dongfu is directly translated as Fairy Cave or Immortal's Cave in English, but given the context and the fantastical nature of the story, you may want to keep it as Immortal's Cave for better readability and consistency with the genre. "That's not the case," Lenore said. "My father informed me that an Immortal's Cave is about to emerge in the Zishui River, so the battles might have to be put on hold." Immortal's Cave. Caleb's breath hitched instantly, recalling what Leonardo had mentioned. At the bottom of Zishui River lies an Immortal's Cave, within which there is a treasure capable of compensating for one's insufficiencies in inherent strength. "Forget about the Immortal's Cave," Lenore quickly warned him, noting his expression. "All the experts in Jingzhou are already involved. It's best if you don't get mixed up in this. Otherwise, you might not even know how you ended up dead." Zaire remained silent, his expression thoughtful. Now that he had successfully modified the White Tiger True Grotto scripture, its usage would make it extremely difficult for even Shenjing, Xian realm, experts to detect his presence. However, from Lenore's tone, It was clear that the emergence of this immortal's grotto was no trivial matter, and the experts arriving would certainly not be limited to Xian realm. In such a situation, trying to take advantage of the chaos would be quite challenging. Note, Shenjing is translated as Xian realm to maintain consistency in terminology. So, we have to put the matters of immortal aside for now. This adjustment ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. It maintains consistency in terminology and style, fitting seamlessly into the narrative. Lenore thought for a moment, feeling that this approach might make it easier for Zaire to give up. Therefore, she decided to divulge a bit of information. According to my speculation, on the Tian Amiyuntan of the Nanzhao territory, there exists an ancient mystical creature's dark turtle egg, rumored to be a direct descendant of Emperor Chana the Great's mount. This egg is crucial in determining the whereabouts of the 9 tripods of Chana. The reason the beast race is willing to aid the Nanzhao is largely due to this dark turtle egg. If we can obtain this egg, both of us will surely rise rapidly and secure our positions in the forthcoming era of great contention. Please rest assured, lady, I will definitely make my way to Tian Amiyuntan. With that said, Zaire immediately replied, my lady, rest assured, I will definitely go to Amiyuntan. Note, Juntu is translated as my lady to maintain natural fluency in English and reflect her noble status. Chapter 69. This is a trap, familiar route. He never expected that there would be a mystic tortoise egg on the southern savage, sacred Amiyuntan. And even more astonishing to Zaire was that this was Andrew's very mount. The tripod of Jingzhou in his possession was one of the 9 tripods forged by Andrew. If he could obtain this mystic tortoise egg, it might not only provide more secrets about the 9 tripods, but also help locate the other 8. Lenore's revelation gave him no reason to refuse. Under the leadership of Dai, the army marched for 3 consecutive days. Then someone shouted, the Z River has arrived. The sound of roaring waves spread as the vista opened up suddenly, revealing an ominous giant dragon coiling across the plain ahead. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a dragon at all. It was clearly a turbulent and vast river. Zaire jumped onto a hilltop and scanned the horizon, seeing the immense expanse of the river stretching endlessly, resembling a sea. Sir, this is the southern savage natural barrier, the Z River. Leonardo then stepped forward. Just its width spans several hundred miles, filled with countless fierce beasts. It's perilous beyond measure. Zaire turned to look at Dai ahead, who was floating in the sky with a secret treasure. It seems that the Gale hasn't received news of the immortal cave's imminent emergence. That's good, considering the raging breadth of this river. Without special means, crossing is impossible, let alone with tens of thousands of soldiers. Considering this, he asked Leonardo beside him, how much do you know about the immortal cave under the Z River? Don't tell me, sir, you wish to explore it? Leonardo hurriedly said, that immortal cave is fraught with danger. Once, a chariot general of the barbarians ventured there and vanished without a trace. Please reconsider carefully. Seeing Zaire's calm expression, Leonardo thought he was indifferent and continued. Legends say the immortal cave emerges periodically, yet countless experts have never even reached its entrance. Those who enter always disappear and never return. Zaire interrupted. Lenore told me that the immortal cave beneath the Z River will soon emerge. At that time, many experts will gather, so our war against the southern savages must pause. Leonardo was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, with a serious expression. Sir, did Princess Bukyun mention if the savages sent experts? No, Zaire recalled that Lenore indeed did not mention any dispatch from the savages. Sir, please don't go. It's a trap? Leonardo's face was stern. A trap? Zaire was surprised. You mean it's a plan by the savages? With 90% certainty, yes. Leonardo's eyes reflected deep contemplation. While I know little, during my time among the savages, I've heard rumors that the great commander and 4 generals have already mastered part of the immortal cave's core. Think about it, sir. This river lies within their territory. If a treasure emerged in your home, wouldn't you prevent outsiders from looting it? Leonardo's words woke Zaire from his daze. At this point, His Excellency wishes to discuss important matters with you, Sir Wu. At that moment, a guard approached. In front of the army, Dai, Aaron, and Lenore had already gathered. Seeing Zaire arrive, Lenore waved. Zaire, you arrived just in time. The Gale is discussing attacking the savages. Attack the savages? Has the Gale found a way to cross the river? Zaire walked forward and took a seat. A huge map of the mountain terrain, labeled for the southern savage region, lay in the middle, though it was incomplete. If it were just us few, crossing might be difficult but possible. But now, with 20,000 troops, it's impossible, Dai said without lifting his eyes from the map. Aaron gazed at the distant turbulent river, puzzled. Logically, the Z River shouldn't be this wild now. The Z River's turmoil likely correlated with the upcoming emergence of the immortal cave. Lenore and Zaire exchanged glances, neither choosing to speak at that moment. Dai, who had been studying the map, pulled out a small one from his pocket. Comparing the 2 maps, one large, one small, he eventually set them down and looked up. Even though we can't cross, having come so far, turning back without achieving anything isn't sensible. That's why I called you 3 here, to deal with nearby southern savage tribes. By eliminating 1 or 2, we'll all return with accomplishments, making the journey worthwhile. Lenore shrugged. Accomplishments or not, I don't care. If the Gale wants to show off, feel free, no need to drag us along. What if there are casualties? Dai glanced deeply at her before saying lightly, Bukyun, I know what you're thinking. You can forego credit, but if you leave now, I'll report you to father upon my return. Do you believe me? Lenore's expression changed, but she quickly regained composure. What audacity, Prince. Reporting whomever you like, haven't become Hiroshi yet, and already throwing weight around. Sensing tension, Aaron intervened. We're all in the same boat. No need to escalate things. Let's talk amicably. Peace brings fortune. Until now, he had accomplished nothing on this expedition. During the attack on Long County, he hadn't gained much either. Hearing Dai's plan, he naturally wanted to share in the spoils. After pondering, Aaron suggested, Princess, since you don't want credit, give it to the Gale, who can privately reward you later. What do you think? I agree. Dai returned his gaze to the map. Lenore looked at Zaire and slowly nodded. All right. That's better, you two. Aaron sighed in relief, smiling. After some discussion, Dai began assigning tasks. Zaire, which route will you take? Upon hearing this, Zaire studied both maps, preparing to choose the marching route. But something caught his attention. This route, how familiar. He recognized a path on Dai's detailed small map. It matched the route mentioned in the Beast Skin map used by the Savage Lion Army's iron smelting operation. The Beast Skin map. Realization dawned on Zaire. Chapter 70. The Immortal Teleportation Array and King Jamal. However, compared to the Animal Skin map, this smaller map was much more simplified. It seemed that in the eyes of whoever drew it, there wasn't much noteworthy about this place. But Zaire knew that this road had a branch leading to another area. How about it? Haven't you decided yet? Aaron grew impatient and urged them on. This one. Zaire chose the route marked on the Animal Skin map. Dai nodded and said, the path you chose leads to a small barbarian tribe, with around 1,000 barbarians according to our intelligence. He then looked at Aaron. Brother Clyde, which one will you choose? Ideally, our four forces should be able to support each other without being too far apart. Zaire's choice is good. Lenore is not far from him. Then I'll choose this one, Aaron responded, pointing to a location he had already considered. Dai agreed. All right, since everyone has chosen their attack routes, there's nothing else to say. Rest here for a day and set off tomorrow. Leonardo, you're more familiar with the southern barbarians than I am. Take a look at this map and tell me where it leads. Back at his camp, Zaire summoned Leonardo and showed him the Animal Skin map obtained from Dion. To Leonardo's surprise, he immediately exclaimed, Lord, this map marks the teleportation array leading to the Immortal Cave in the Zishui River. What? Zaire was shocked but quickly regained his composure and pulled Leonardo to a secluded spot. What's going on? Are you sure this map indicates the teleportation array to the Immortal Cave? Leonardo nodded emphatically, pointing to the end of the marked route on the Animal Skin map, where an unusually strange symbol resembling a ram's head was inscribed. Zaire had seen this symbol before but hadn't understood its meaning. Lord, this is ancient barbarian language. As the former guardian of the barbarian god altar, I have some knowledge of this script. Leonardo continued, this map marks the route to a teleportation array leading to the Immortal Cave. Zaire was taken aback. Does this mean the Immortal at the Zishui River is from the southern barbarians? Why would they mark it in ancient barbarian language? It's very likely. Leonardo confirmed. Now that you possess this map detailing the exact location of the teleportation array, you can directly enter the inner sanctum of the Immortal Cave without going through the outer trials. Upon hearing this, Zaire's breathing quickened. Leonardo, what is the item that can make up for one's lack of foundation? A Dao Foundation fruit. Leonardo replied solemnly. The Dao Foundation fruit is a sacred fruit from ancient times. There are folk legends that suggest consuming it allows one to ascend to immortality. Although Zaire had read widely, he knew little about this legendary item. Lord, the Dao Foundation fruit was a sacred fruit born once every 10,000 years at the foot of the Buzu divine Amiyuntan during the ancient era. After the destruction of Buzu, no more Dao Foundation fruits could be born. Currently, in the known world, the only one is within the Immortal Cave beneath the Zishui River. Leonardo, being a general of the barbarians, was indeed knowledgeable about such secrets. Hearing this, Zaire asked a sudden question. Leonardo, if the Kimball military governor and the 4 generals of the barbarian army control part of the core of the Immortal Cave, why don't they go in and take what's inside, like the Dao Foundation fruit? Lord, what you may not know is that before the Immortal transcended, they seem to have intentionally arranged for the cave to be passed down to a worthy disciple. Since the Grand General has already reached an unfathomable realm, he cannot enter, let alone the even more powerful Kimball military governor of the barbarians. I see, Zaire murmured. The next day, early in the morning, Zaire led 2,000 troops, bid farewell to Lenore, and set off. Following the route on the Animal Skin map, the army marched for several days until they reached an open field. Everyone rest here, Zaire ordered Clifford and Hansen. The soldiers are tired after continuous marching. Let's rest for 2 days. Yes. As Clifford and Hansen relayed the orders, all the soldiers began setting up camp. Lord, we are less than 100 miles from the teleportation array, Leonardo reminded quietly as he approached. Zaire nodded and then loudly said, Leonardo, I've just found a spirit herb. Follow me to gather it. They quickly left, heading toward the teleportation array. However, halfway there, Leonardo suddenly stopped and whispered, Lord, there are barbarians. Zaire instantly halted, moving faster than any ordinary person could achieve. Even if someone could do so, they would risk severe internal injuries from the shock to their organs. But Zaire was unharmed, leaping onto a tree branch and concealing his aura with the White Tiger True Cave scripture. Having achieved the immortal body realm, he could now manipulate his body to perform seemingly impossible feats. How strong are these barbarians? Zaire asked softly. These barbarians are not part of the military forces, but are guards responsible for protection. Their strength is equivalent to that of the 4th general of the barbarian army, or the Xian realm, Leonardo replied via secret transmission. Do they guard the teleportation array? Has it been discovered by the southern barbarians? Zaire couldn't help asking. Leonardo shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. If it were discovered, I would have heard about it. The teleportation array is very well hidden. These barbarians are probably the chieftain of the tribe you're attacking. His presence here might indicate he has sensed your army. At this point, Leonardo paused and hastily added, Lord, the barbarians are getting closer. Should I take care of them? Zaire had initially wanted to test his combat prowess after his breakthrough, but thought better of it due to the importance of the teleportation array. He nodded slightly in agreement. With a whoosh, Leonardo vanished in an instant. Moments later, Intense fighting erupted in the dense forest ahead, accompanied by shouts. Zaire, about to move forward to investigate, saw Leonardo return, carrying a massive barbarian. This sight was bizarre. A normally sized person carrying a barbarian, several times larger. Very incongruous, yet here it was. Lord, this barbarian is the chieftain of the Jamal tribe. I left him alive for interrogation, Leonardo said, dropping the barbarian onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dirt. Zaire hopped down from the tree and stood before King Jamal. Basha, how dare you betray the barbarian king, betray the barbarian god. May you suffer endless torment. Human, you incited Basha to rebel. You deserve death. ##### Chapter 71. Subduing Batu, raiding the immortal's tomb. Annoying. Christian sneered and slapped Osiris across the face. Osiris's cheek instantly swelled. The clamor immediately died down. Alan Soyi watched as the subdued Osiris, just when he was about to drain all his essence, an idea struck him. Christian was infected by innate killing intent, then illuminated by the rosy light from my body, eventually becoming my subordinate. Now, with this savage Osiris within reach and Christian ensuring there was no immediate danger of a sudden outburst, Alan Soyi decided to experiment. Could the rosy light transform another person under the influence of killing intent into a second Christian? If so, many future tasks would be much easier. Kill. Alan Soyi activated the invisible heaven-earth scripture and executed the 7-kill sword technique. Immediately, waves of tangible innate killing intent surged towards Osiris. If Osiris were in his prime and uninjured, he might have resisted this overwhelming killing intent. However, Christian had already severely injured him, sealed his Dantian Chi Si, making any resistance almost impossible. Crack, crack. Osiris's armor gradually developed cracks under the tidal wave of black killing intent. My lord, this armor worn by Osiris is an excellent immortal artifact that has been nurtured over years and now possesses an automatic self-defense function, Christian explained beside him. But even this powerful armor couldn't withstand the innate killing intent for long. Finally, with a loud boom, the armor disintegrated into ashes. Osiris screamed in agony. Without the armor's protection, the killing intent flooded into his body. Whoosh! Alan Soyi sheathed his sword, and the pervasive killing intent dissipated. The sky cleared up again. Seeing that Osiris had fallen into a deep state of mind, Alan Soyi stood aside silently waiting. After about a quarter of an hour, Osiris on the ground began to shiver uncontrollably, with dark mist escaping from his orifices. It's coming. Alan Soyi felt an energy stirring within him. In the next moment, a familiar beam of light emerged. Osiris, illuminated by this light, lost all the dark mist, gradually returning to normal and ceasing to convulse. Satisfied, Alan Soyi signaled Christian to release the restraints temporarily. Soon, Osiris pushed himself up with both hands and stood. My lord. Hearing the call, Alan Soyi breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. From now on, you will be called Alonso. Alan Soyi handed him a healing pill of the Southern Savage pill. Alonso took it and swallowed it directly, saying, Thank you, my lord, for granting me this name. At this moment, Alan Soyi sensed that the rosy light within him seemed to have grown somewhat, a subtle yet noticeable feeling. My lord, it's getting late. We should proceed to the teleportation array soon to avoid unexpected changes, Christian reminded him. Alan Soyi nodded and said to Alonso, Stay here and guard against any other savage attacks on our army. Then, he vanished toward the front. After advancing about 50 miles, the view opened up into a valley. This valley resembled more a huge pit between several mountains. The area was only about 10 miles wide, quite small and secluded. Without the animal skin map on Xianxia's body, it would be nearly impossible to find it. Standing on the hilltop, he saw clouds below, faintly revealing a pile of large stones at the bottom of the valley. My lord, that's the teleportation array, Christian pointed out. Let's go down. With several leaps, Alan Soyi reached the valley floor. Inside the valley, everything was silent. No sounds of insects or birds. Christian scanned the surroundings and said seriously, This teleportation array is made from the bones of a giant dragon. My lord, be cautious of the lingering power of these bones. Indeed, this dragon must have been incredibly powerful in life, its presence still intimidating all living beings even after death, Alan Soyi mused as he walked toward the central stone array. Moments later, they stood at the center of the stone array. How do we activate this? Alan Soyi looked around but couldn't figure it out. Please give me the animal skin map. Alan Soyi handed him the map. Christian placed the map beneath their feet. Hum. Almost instantly, the stone array began to vibrate violently, then a pillar of light shot upward into the sky. Not good. Christian sounded alarmed. My lord, hold on tight. This array's disturbance could attract the attention of savage experts. Right. Alan Soyi didn't hesitate and leaped into the light column. Whoosh. The light column vanished immediately. The animal skin map disappeared, and the stone array stopped shaking. Silence returned to the valley. When Alan Soyi regained his senses, he found himself inside a palace. The palace was enormous, divided into hundreds of rooms. These rooms were neatly arranged in 2 rows, stretching endlessly, emitting a desolate and ancient atmosphere. This palace must have stood for at least 10,000 years. Alan Soyi was inwardly astonished. He noticed that the doors to the 2 rows of rooms were different, from stone doors to wooden doors, iron doors, jade doors, seemingly arranged by some hierarchy. Alan Soyi stood before the first room, a stone door. He glanced at it briefly, then walked deeper inside. He spotted a massive bronze door at the very end, standing alone unlike the other rooms that faced each other in 2 columns. Click click. Alan Soyi reached the bronze door and touched it lightly with his right hand. The sound of gears turning followed, and the bronze door slowly swung open. Inside was a large pool, dry and empty, with a central pillar holding a jade box. There are words here. Alan Soyi squatted down to examine the characters at the bottom of the pool. They were similar to ancient script, which he could partially decipher despite not fully understanding. The pool originally held heavenly river water, and the Zishui River was created from one drop of this water. Amazed by this secret, Alan Soyi read further but grew increasingly puzzled. The teleportation array wasn't left behind by the immortal who lived here, but by an expert akin to a tomb raider, who used spatiotemporal positioning to forcibly transport themselves here through space-time. Note: in Pinyin, Chinese names are typically capitalized correctly as proper nouns. Thus, Christian, Alan Soyi, Osiris, and Xianxia are written with correct capitalization. Chapter 72. Great Catastrophe at the Grotto, Consuming the Tao Foundation Fruit. Chaz instantly understood as he read this. No wonder he was directly transported into this treasure vault. He had been puzzled before. This immortal gemma had set up layers of trials outside the grotto to select a successor, making it unnecessary to set up a teleportation array. Now, everything became clear. The teleportation array was left behind by an expert tomb raider. I originally thought tomb raiders only existed in the secular world. I never expected that even among cultivators, tomb raiders would exist, and one who could utilize the power of space-time. This thief's strength must be extraordinary. Chaz sighed and continued reading. There were not many words left, so he finished in one breath. This tomb raider died? What happened to his body? And what about all the heavenly river water in the pool? These final words seemed to be the tomb raider's last message, explaining that he had taken all the heavenly river water from the pool. Then an accident occurred. The specifics of the accident were not detailed, and the handwriting afterward was too sloppy to decipher. Chaz stood up in puzzlement, his gaze falling on the jade box. Inside the jade box was indeed a Tao Foundation fruit. The tomb raider had intended to loot the entire treasure vault, but met with an accident after taking the heavenly river water, leading to his death and the disappearance of the water. Could this immortal's grotto contain some mechanism that triggers protective measures when something is taken? Chaz analyzed the situation based on the limited information. He definitely needed to take the Tao Foundation fruit in the jade box, but the previous tomb raider's fate suggested that doing so might lead to an unexpected event. After much deliberation, Chaz thought of a potentially successful method. With a mental command, the Jingzhou tripod appeared above the jade box. Absorb. Almost simultaneously as the jade box was sucked into the tripod, Chaz darted toward the bronze door. Clang. Suddenly, a violent noise erupted inside the tripod, followed by the bronze door shutting instantly, unlike its slow opening earlier. Fortunately, Chaz was already outside the bronze door, so he was not trapped inside. Sure enough, Chaz took a step back, a trace of fear flashing across his face. In his mind's eye, the space within the Jingzhou tripod was now engulfed in fierce flames. This flame was incredibly strange, giving the sensation that one's soul was being burned just by looking at it. Fortunately, the space within the tripod was vast, so the flame wouldn't spread to other things immediately. However, if left unchecked, everything inside the tripod would eventually be consumed. This flame is bizarre indeed. Chaz tried to communicate with the Jingzhou tripod to release the flame, but it had no effect. The strange flame felt immaterial, impossible to release. Simultaneously, he sensed intense burning sensations in his mind and spirit when communicating with the tripod, prompting him to hastily sever the connection. Great trouble, Chaz smiled bitterly. He hadn't anticipated that although he escaped the explosion and the bronze door's trap, he couldn't escape this strange flame. I need to quickly release everything inside or everything will be burned by this bizarre flame. With this in mind, Chaz cautiously reconnected with the Jingzhou tripod, directing it out of his mind's eye and releasing all its contents. Instantly, several piles of treasures like small mountains appeared before him. But looking at these items, Chaz felt he had forgotten something important. Right, the blood, and the Tao Foundation fruit. The blood was from the prisoners in the Shao County jail. Remembering this, Chaz hurriedly controlled the tripod to pour out its contents. Thud. The jade box containing the Tao Foundation fruit fell out, but the blood was completely burned away. Chaz also had to temporarily disconnect from the tripod as it began to emit flames. The strange flames inside the tripod had spread outside, covering the tripod and turning it into a flaming cauldron, continuously burning. Seeing this, Chaz quickly moved the released treasures farther away to avoid destruction by the flames. Now the Jingzhou tripod can't be stored in my mind's eye for the moment. This flame seems capable of burning souls. Naturally, he didn't dare touch the fiery tripod. All he could do was wait. These flames can't burn forever. Otherwise, I would have died the moment I opened the bronze door. Recalling the deceased tomb raider, Chaz guessed he likely met a similar fate, leading to the complete disappearance of his remains. As he pondered, his gaze fell on the jade box on the ground. I don't know how long this flame will burn. Instead of waiting idly, perhaps I should refine the Tao Foundation fruit first? The Tao Foundation fruit was the most precious treasure in the Immortal's grotto. If he could swallow and refine it, his strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Opening the jade box revealed nothing unusual. There were no unusual phenomena or lights. The item inside was very ordinary, a fruit that resembled a plum but wasn't quite. It was light purple with fine hairs and felt warm to the touch. It looked like a simple unnamed fruit, devoid of any special qualities. However, Chaz did not underestimate it. After all, this jade box had endured the strange fire without damage, which clearly indicated that the fruit inside was far from ordinary. Moreover, he had examined the jade box thoroughly. It was made of ordinary jade. The one thing that could withstand the strange fire was the Tao Foundation fruit. Without hesitation, Chaz swallowed the fruit whole. There were no seeds. It tasted slightly sour, like an unripe plum. However, soon after swallowing, a gentle energy emerged within him. This energy was inexhaustible, spreading through every meridian and muscle. Following that, waves of excruciating pain akin to being carved apart surged within him. His outer skin started peeling off like a broken porcelain doll, chunks of flesh falling away. This sensation was like being torn to pieces and scorched alive. Ahawk. Chaz couldn't hold back a loud scream. From childhood, he had never experienced such intense pain. It was beyond endurance. Sitting in place, purify the mind and spirit, ascending high into clarity, contemplating nothingness in the middle court, suddenly riding the void, body outside body. Enduring the unbearable pain, he recited the verses of the no-form heaven-earth classic repeatedly, guiding the flow of energy within his body. Gradually, either due to exhaustion or the effectiveness of cultivation, Chaz noticed the pain diminishing. Unbeknownst to him, his body in reality was reduced to a skeleton, with all the flesh having fallen away. Chapter 73. A different realm, eternal separation from the immortal world. The scripture of the formless realm records 4 major stages for refining the physical body in its early chapters. These are Lorelei, clarity, Wu Lu, impermeability, Bu Si, immortality, and Zixing, rebirth. Note: for better understanding and fluency in English, it would be preferable to use the meanings in parentheses for the translated text. These are clarity, impermeability, immortality, and rebirth. If these 4 stages are achieved, subsequent cultivation will be a smooth path with no bottlenecks. Zaire had already reached the Bu Si stage before this. Now, with the Dao fruit incorporated into his body, all his flesh was stripped away, indicating that he was now striving for the final physical realm, Zixing. Ah! The already skeletal Zaire let out an eerie howl. Immediately after, his bones began to radiate a faint light. Every time the light illuminated an area, flesh began regenerating. Muscles, meridians, blood vessels, tendons, skin, everything was regenerating anew. After several hours, a completely new Zaire appeared in the hall. The 4 stages of the physical body, Zixing. Zaire abruptly opened his eyes, and everything in the hall became as clear as daylight to him. Every speck of dust, every breath of air could not escape his perception. A tiny grain of dust landed on his hair. He felt it vibrate slightly and then dissipate into nothingness. This is the power of Zixing? He looked at his hands, caressing his skin. Any minute changes within his body were fully comprehensible. Thump thump. This was his heart beating, pumping fresh blood throughout his body. Rushing. This was the blood flowing like rivers and streams. Hissing. This was the purified air circulating inside his body. Crack. This was the sound of cells dividing and multiplying. As long as Zaire focused, everything within his body was within his perception, even controlling each hair standing up or laying down. This level of precision was the ultimate achievement of the physical body. But the medicinal power of the Dao fruit has not been fully released yet. I can still attempt to break through to the Qi realm. The Dao fruit lived up to its legendary status. It had propelled him to the final physical realm and still left ample medicinal power for a breakthrough into the Qi realm. Without hesitation, Zaire sat cross-legged in mid-air. Normally, with his bone marrow strengthening realm, he couldn't levitate. But under his extreme control over his physical body, every muscle and even every hair on his legs exerted force, utilizing the airflow in the hall, allowing him to float. This wasn't the power of true essence. It was pure physical mastery. Zaire continued to practice the scripture of the formless realm, driving his chi and blood to their limits, emitting a sea-like tidal roar. Simultaneously, the true essence inside his body circulated wildly, spreading throughout in mere breaths. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void began to tremble. Zaire sensed a mysterious power beginning to take shape within him. This power grew larger and finally merged with his true essence. Bang! It was as if the void was shattered, revealing a brand new world. In the void, boundless spiritual energy descended, entering his body through his pores and orifices. Zaire understood he had stepped into the Qi realm, and with the Dao fruit, all his innate deficiencies were mended, and his physical body was reshaped. He no longer needed to worry about his foundation or base. Compared to breaking through to the Zixing stage, the breakthrough to the Qi realm didn't bring much joy or sorrow to Zaire. His heart was very peaceful, as if he had accomplished something quite simple, nothing worth boasting about. In truth, he could have entered the Qi realm long ago but had always wanted to break free from the constraints of his physical body, so he suppressed his rising cultivation. Perhaps this very mindset made his breakthrough less exciting, because breaking through to the Qi realm was simply a matter of whether he wanted to, not whether he could. If Leonardo were here, he would certainly recognize that this mindset was correct. Only by embracing this state of mind would one avoid being attacked by mental demons. With the Qi realm complete, my body no longer belongs to the mortal world. A faint sorrow spread in Zaire's heart. All past events seemed like illusions, gradually fading away. Cultivation, all to become celestial deities while mortals are cast aside like discarded shoes. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. It seems that once the Qi realm is achieved, one's thoughts change, which explains why those before the Qi realm are called the immortal realm. The Qi realm was essentially a change in mentality. Absorbing spiritual energy or practicing abstaining from food were less important than this state of mind. One would never know what it felt like without achieving the Qi realm. Previously, he could only glimpse it like foggy visions or reflections on water. Now I finally understand who I truly am. Zaire sighed and then turned his gaze to the Jingzhou tripod. Now, the flames had disappeared from the tripod, which now presented a color of yellow bronze, different from before. It seemed the strange flames had caused some unknown changes. He held the tripod in his hands, feeling some residual warmth. Upon close inspection, it seemed no different from before. Putting away the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire gathered everything else on the ground, keeping a set of clothes on his body. Seeing the flesh he had shed on the ground, he thought for a moment and placed it into the Jingzhou tripod as well. After breaking through to the Qi realm, all martial arts gave him different insights. After tidying up, he drew the Qidian sword and carefully examined what he had learned. Compared to Qinghuan sword, he was more familiar with Qidian sword. Without any combat, he aimed to reacquaint himself with his martial arts. Kill. He effortlessly executed the 7 killing sword techniques. Heavenly cliff step. Whoosh. 99 shadows filled the entire hall. In the void, vast amounts of spiritual energy flowed into his body. His true essence circulated almost endlessly. Moreover, he could control this true essence freely. For instance, he was currently using the White Tiger True Grotto Cannon to gather chi. With the next breath, he switched to the secret thunder scripture, drawing thunderbolts. Then it transformed into the scripture of the formless realm. True essence, in Zaire's hands, changed unpredictably, mystifying even gods and spirits. Furthermore, all spiritual energy entering his body was instantly refined and purified, transforming into the most primal form of energy before absorption. Thus, the spiritual energy he absorbed was somewhat different from that absorbed by other cultivators. Whoosh! The sword light receded, and the numerous illusions vanished. Zaire stood still. Leonardo is still waiting outside. I cannot delay any longer. I must quickly gather things from the other rooms. Drawing from his experience with the bronze door, he planned to use the same method to take all treasures from the Immortal's cave. Just as he was about to open the first stone door, the Immortal's cave suddenly shook violently. An overwhelming aura spread out. Who? Daring to steal from our clan's immortal treasure vault. Hashtag chapter 74. The Four Great Generals, the arrival of the princess. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the entire Immortal's cave to tremble uncontrollably. Trouble. The barbarian experts are here. Zaire was struck by a wave of panic. Without any further thought for the treasures in the Immortal's cave, he dashed towards the center of the main hall. That area was where the Tomb Raiders had left a teleportation zone that could take him directly to the Valley's stone array. According to Leonardo, this Immortal's cave has been taken over by the barbarian marshal and four great generals. I don't know if this terrifying aura belongs to one of the great generals or the marshal himself. This overwhelming presence far exceeded that of the cavalry general he and Sheila had encountered when infiltrating Shao County City. In the southern barbarians, the marshal was second only to the tribal king as the highest commander, and a great general ranked just below the marshal. No matter who had arrived, it would be beyond his ability to deal with. Run. Quickly. That was the only thought racing through Zaire's mind. Where do you think you're going? A voice like a deity or demon bellowed, followed by a wave-like ripple spreading rapidly towards him. The sound actually materialized into a physical form. The moment the sound wave reached him, Zaire's body exploded into a mist of blood. In the next instant, the blood reformed, and an unharmed Zaire appeared at the same spot. He flashed once more, rushing back to the central hall. How narrow an escape. If not for my mastery of immortality and regeneration, that sound wave would have killed me. His face pale with fear, he pushed his true essence to its limits, tearing through space at a speed that defied human perception. Buzz. Stepping into the teleportation zone, true essence surged from his feet, causing a beam of light to shoot upwards. Whoosh. A shadowy figure suddenly burst into the hall, pointing a finger at the beam of light. Boom. Like shattered crystal, the light pillar exploded. But it was already too late. Inside the valley. Hum. The giant stone array emitted a resonant hum. The moment Zaire appeared, a mysterious force tore through the stone formation. If I had been even a fraction slower, even if I wasn't captured by the expert, the destruction of the teleportation array would have dropped me into the temporal chaos stream, never to be reborn. He took a deep breath, feeling drenched in cold sweat. The fleeting sensation between life and death made him incredibly grateful. Huh? Where's Leonardo? Zaire quickly noticed something amiss. Leonardo, who should have been waiting here, was nowhere to be seen. Closing his eyes, he expanded his heightened perception. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again. Found him. His figure flickered, reappearing 10 zhang away. If one observed closely, his feet remained an inch above the ground during the movement, similar to how Sheila used to walk. Flashing again, he arrived at an open area. This place was pockmarked, evidence of a fierce battle having occurred. In one of the craters lay Leonardo, soaked in blood, barely moving. Next to him was a large, crystal-clear bone, seemingly natural and flawless. Seeing this, Zaire hurriedly administered 2 southern barbarian pills to Leonardo. Mice. My lord. After a moment, Leonardo slowly opened his eyes. This is part of the dragon's skeleton. Cough, cough. A bout of violent coughing expelled streams of black blood. Under the influence of the southern barbarian pill, Leonardo's complexion gradually regained some color. He struggled to his feet and respectfully bowed to Zaire. Thank you, my lord, for the medicine. While waiting for you, I was ambushed by the dragon's remnant soul. After a grueling fight, I managed to kill it but sustained serious injuries and couldn't welcome you back. It's all right. Zaire waved his hand, gazing at the translucent, jade-like dragon bone. This dragon, even as a remnant soul, almost defeated a true realm expert. It must have been immensely powerful in life. Leonardo nodded. Indeed. I suspect this dragon reached the Emperor realm. Its inner world transformed into a realm. Let's go. After storing the dragon bone in the Jingzhou tripod, Zaire led Leonardo away quickly. Before leaving, he ensured all traces of their presence were erased. On the way, he recounted his encounter with the barbarian expert in the Immortal's cave to Leonardo. After listening, Leonardo replied gravely. The person you encountered was likely one of the 4 great generals. If it had been the marshal, he could have instantly pulled the Immortal's cave into his inner world, giving you no chance to escape via teleportation. I see. Zaire reflected on this, feeling a chill run down his spine. They soon found Caleb, who had been waiting for them. My lord. Seeing Zaire return, Caleb hastily greeted him with respect. What happened? Zaire noticed fresh bloodstains on his clothes, indicating he had just been in battle. While waiting, I encountered several patrollers from the tribe, but they've all been dealt with. You need not worry, Caleb reported honestly. Since it's resolved, let's head back to camp. The 3 returned to the army's temporary encampment. When Hansen and others saw the newcomer, they prepared to defend, but Zaire halted them. This is Caleb. From now on, he will accompany us like Leonardo. Though puzzled, Hansen and Clifford kept their questions to themselves. Clearly, Caleb's imposing physique marked him as a skilled warrior of the barbarians. Oh right, have you heard from Lenore? Zaire suddenly asked. Lenore's route was close to his own. Before parting ways, they agreed to exchange messages if anything unusual happened, supporting each other. Not yet, but with the villagers of West Wuxia village, we've gathered quite a lot of spiritual herbs. Clifford said with delight. Clearly, these herbs were valuable. Zaire wasn't overly concerned about the herbs, but he found it strange that he hadn't received any word from Lenore. Reasonably, Lenore should be heading here to join forces before attacking the Jamal tribe, and then I would help her. Precisely because of this, he ordered the troops to set up camp again. Did something unexpected happen? Thinking about it, Zaire decided not to wait. His theft of the Immortal's cave had been discovered, and prolonging might lead to unpredictable changes. Just as he was about to announce their departure, several figures raced towards them. Zaire, quickly run. It was Lenore, who had been out of contact for so long. Caleb's expression turned grave. Lenore showed no visible injuries, but her chaotic aura indicated significant internal damage. What happened? He rushed to meet her. Something major happened at the Immortal's cave. The barbarian high command is enraged, and 1,000,000 troops are marching back to court. We must leave now, or it will be too late. ##### Chapter 75. Never leaving. Dusk transforms. The Immortal Cave in Zishui River was stolen, and the barbarian general has taken action. His aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Lenore had no idea that the person who stole the Immortal Cave was right before her eyes. In her anxiety, she spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Zaire handed over a Nanjing pill to her, and then turned to Hansen and Clifford, saying, hasten to command the soldiers to pack up and leave immediately. The 2,000 troops swiftly evacuated with Leonardo and Zaire's assistance, managing to avoid numerous searching barbarians. Zaire knew that this time he had stirred up too much commotion. Probably the entire southern wilderness would be shaken. So he dared not linger. He kept distributing march pills to the soldiers, allowing them to travel continuously day and night for 3 days and nights until they returned to Shaowei and Long counties. However, he didn't plan on stopping there. He ordered his troops to continue marching for another day, only resting after reaching Wuxian County. At this moment, Wuxian was under full city alert. There were at least a dozen Qi realm experts present, and Zaire even sensed that there were soul realm figures within the city. Something significant has happened in the southern wilderness. Many top experts have already arrived at the front line to prevent the situation from escalating. Lenore seemed to have anticipated such a scenario. Then, she gazed towards the direction of the southern wilderness again. Dai's objective was too big. Even if he can return, the losses will likely be heavy. Zaire pondered for a moment and asked, will the theft of the Immortal Cave directly trigger a war between the barbarian tribes? Probably not, Lenore replied. Although someone beat us to it, just as the Immortal Cave was about to manifest, the most important aspect is the cave itself. The cave itself? Zaire was puzzled. Yes, the Immortal Cave itself is an immortal artifact, a cultivating artifact, which holds immense significance. Lenore explained, so as long as the cave still exists, everything remains intact. But this time, the greatest treasure inside the cave might have been lost. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prompted the barbarian general to take action. But even so, capturing or failing to capture the one who stole the treasure won't affect the subsequent manifestation of the cave. Therefore, an all-out war is unlikely. At worst, it might lead to minor skirmishes. But just to be safe, the Great Chu Court and your Wu Academy have sent many experts here because no one knows exactly what was lost in the Immortal Cave. Having said that, Lenore turned toward the direction of the city where the barbarians are controlled. But all of this no longer concerns me. Zaire was stunned for a moment before asking, are you planning to go back? Indeed, staying here serves little purpose. It's better to wait until they finish dividing the Immortal Cave among themselves, then I'll come find you. With that, Lenore vanished. At this moment, Leonardo stepped forward quietly, Sir, it seems that the higher-ups know the barbarians have control over part of the core of the Immortal Cave. It should be the case, Zaire thought. Otherwise, they wouldn't have decided to participate in the cave manifestation after learning the barbarians knew about it. I suppose there must be some means to contain the barbarians, Zaire speculated. In that case, congratulations to you, sir. Not only did you enter the Immortal Cave and obtain the Dao Fruit, but you also broke through to the Qi realm. Henceforth, you're forever beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, soaring high into the heavens. Leonardo smiled as he spoke. You could sense my strength? Zaire was slightly surprised. He had always used the White Tiger True Cave scripture to mask the aura from his breakthrough, which meant Lenore never detected it. Yet Leonardo had seen through it. While on the journey, a hint of your aura leaked. As your subordinate, I'm familiar with your abilities, Leonardo replied truthfully. I see, Zaire thought inwardly. He realized he wasn't being careful enough. At this moment, Clifford came forward and respectfully reported, Tianni, now that you've returned to Wuxian County, I should rejoin my troops. The southern wilderness conflict is tense. I cannot stay away for too long. Looking at Clifford, Zaire sighed internally. That 1,000 elite cavalry under Clifford made him quite envious. But he understood that Clifford wasn't ultimately his ally. After serving under him for so long, it was indeed time for him to return. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Very well. I don't have much to offer, but please take these march pills and medicinal pills for wounds. With that, Zaire took out 2 large chests of pills from the Jingzhou Cauldron. Clifford didn't refuse and left with the 2 chests and his men. Villagers from Xihua village began discussing amongst themselves at this site. A while later, Hansen stepped forward and said, Immortal sir, we've all agreed. You saved our lives. Wherever you go, we'll follow you, and we shall never leave. Never leave. Never leave. All the villagers from Xihua village echoed loudly. The sudden clamor drew many passers-by's attention. Zaire nodded calmly, his heart warmed by their loyalty. Suddenly, he felt a weight called responsibility settle on his shoulders. Meanwhile, he sensed an inexplicable tremor within his body. After breaking through to flesh regeneration according to the boundless earthly heaven scripture, Zaire had absolute control over his own body. Calming down, he sought to understand what was happening. Almost instantly, he saw tiny specks of starlight twinkling within him. These starlights flickered like living entities with every breath, converging into a mysterious area deep within his brain. Delving deeper into his consciousness, Zaire discovered all the starlights converged onto the mysterious twilight glow within the depths of his mind, seemingly nurturing it. Opening his eyes, using his heightened senses, he faintly perceived that these starlights emanated from the over 1,000 villagers of Xihua village. Leonardo. Present, sir. Can you arrange for these people? Zaire asked. After much deliberation, Leonardo replied, there are 2 places that can accommodate these people, but both are within barbarian territory. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is the safest, Zaire commented. That's true, Leonardo nodded and pointed outside the city. One place is Caleb's Jamal tribe. Being King Jamal himself, hiding 1,000 people within the tribe would be effortless. Because Caleb looked distinctly barbarian, he avoided unnecessary trouble and stayed in the dense forest outside the city. The second place is a secret hideout of mine. Originally intended as a fallback, it's deep within the southern wilderness. Leonardo continued. Compared to Caleb's Jamal tribe, the living conditions in my hideout might be harsher. Initial life there may require more effort. Chapter 76. Elder's Reward. Return to Wu Academy. Jamal tribe won't work. Not only do they already have barbarians living in the tribe, but it is also close to the teleportation array, making it extremely easy to be noticed. Zaire thought for a moment and asked, how about your hiding place? Leonardo said seriously, rest assured about the location, sir. I kept it just in case. It's absolutely safe and hidden. So let's choose your hideout, Zaire decided. Meanwhile, you and Caleb must remember to train them. You will be their instructors. Yes. At that moment, from among the crowd on the roadside, a man and a woman walked over. The man called out joyfully, Brother Tianni. Zaire looked over and saw Bernice and Ines, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Brother Tianni, are all these people under your command? Ines, looking at the thousands of soldiers, said enviously, I didn't expect that Brother Tianni, after infiltrating deep into barbarian territory, would return with such significant changes. It's truly astounding. Bernice seemed to recall something and asked, judging by their attire, could these be the villagers you rescued? Zaire nodded and smiled. Indeed they are. Looking at each of the villagers who appeared like fierce and experienced warriors, Bernice's eyes showed a hint of surprise. At this point, Leonardo transmitted his voice to Zaire. Sir, this girl has demon lineage. She's half human, half demon. Be cautious. Zaire nodded silently. Actually, he had guessed about Bernice's demon bloodline for a while now. In the rainy night when battling the Nile, she used Cat Clan moves. I didn't know you understood military training so well, turning villagers into fighters at this level. Bernice marveled at the residents of Xihua village. Ines, not quite understanding these things, pulled Zaire forward and asked, we haven't heard from Brother Tianni for a long time, and Wang and I almost thought you had died in the southern barbarian land. Now seeing that Brother Tianni isn't just uninjured, but also has built up your own forces, it's indeed something to celebrate. Zaire smiled and said, neither of you are doing badly either. Looking at both of you, your chi and blood are strong and stable. You must have gained much, right? Hee. Ines laughed. We luckily killed an escaping Chi realm barbarian leader, obtained some treasures, and if we add the foundation establishment pill, I have a 70% chance of breaking through to the Chi realm. Great job, great job. Oh, right, Brother Tianni. I heard that there were changes on the barbarian side, and this war might not happen anymore. What do you plan to do next? Stay on the front line of the southern barbarians, or go back to the academy with us? Ines asked. Zaire shook his head slightly. I'm not sure yet, but I imagine I will return to the academy. That's good. Then Wang and I will wait for you. As the two were talking, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. 3 men and 2 women, with very powerful auras, each wearing an inner disciple token of Tianyawu Academy. Where is Zaire? The leading man shouted loudly. Outer disciple Zaire pays respects to senior brother. Zaire stepped forward with a salute. By the elder's order, outer disciple Zaire of the Wu Academy performed exceptionally well on the southern barbarian battlefield, hence is specially awarded inner disciple promotion eligibility and 1 Wu ancestor trial. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists who knew what was happening all displayed surprised expressions, looking at Zaire. Inner disciple promotion eligibility? Wu ancestor trial? Ines and Bernice were momentarily stunned on the spot. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, elders. Realizing the situation, Zaire hurriedly expressed gratitude. The 5 inner disciples immediately saluted. Congratulations, junior brother Tianni. The lead man continued. Please come back immediately for the inner disciple promotion. Zaire nodded and then took out 5 high-quality pills from his sleeve and handed them over. Thank you for delivering my message. These are a small token of my appreciation. Please accept them. These pills were all obtained from the barbarians, and he was using this opportunity to make friends. Junior brother Tianni is too kind. The 5 inner disciples immediately smiled broadly and accepted the pills. Even as inner disciples, pills were still rare treasures. Not everyone had a major family or power supporting them, so often they could only rely on hard practice. Compared to mundane items, medicinal pills, which do not contain toxins, were considered hard currency in some ways. Seeing this, Ines inwardly marveled. He didn't expect Brother Tianni to be so wealthy, freely giving away medicinal pills. After seeing off the 5 inner disciples, Zaire told Bernice and Ines to wait for him. He then led the villagers out of Wu County City. Hansen, take all these pills and supplies with you. Follow Leonardo and Caleb into the depths of the southern barbarians. Once things here stabilize, I'll come find you. Zaire took out all the pills and other items he no longer needed from Jingzhou Ding and handed them over. Previously, he considered taking these 2,000 people with him, but Tianyawu Academy had never had such a situation before, and there was a potential formidable rival, Kimblebecker. Zaire could only arrange for these people to follow Leonardo and Caleb. After finishing all instructions and ensuring everything was properly arranged, he waved goodbye and followed Ines and Bernice toward Tianyawu Academy. Along the way, besides Ines incessantly asking about his experiences in the south, there was nothing else noteworthy. When they passed the place where he fought the Nile for the first time, Zaire paused for a while, sighing before continuing his journey. Half a month later, the trio smoothly returned to Tianyawu Academy. At the foot of Tianyamiyuntan, the city remained bustling with tens of thousands of outer disciples gathered there. Their return, except in the eyes of some keen observers, did not attract any attention. Brother Tianyi, Miss Wang, our southern barbarian journey was fruitful. I'll go back and digest it all. Goodbye. I'm going back too. Perhaps inspired by Zaire, Ines and Bernice quickly left the boat to enhance their strength. After bidding farewell to them, Zaire returned to his outer disciple residence. What's this? Upon entering, he saw some items on the table, along with a letter. After opening it, he learned these were sent by Lenore, but he had already gone to the southern barbarians and missed meeting the messenger. Cleansing powder, essence bud pills, cultivation books, and finally, a foundation establishment pill. Zaire was somewhat surprised by Lenore's generosity. Now that he had already broken through to the Qi realm, the foundation establishment pill was unnecessary. But I can leave it for Hansen. Storing the items in Jingzhou Ding, Zaire headed toward Tianyamiyuntan, planning to become an inner disciple. Chapter 77. Inner Gate Hall, Trial Information. Tianyamiyuntan is the foundation of Tianya Martial Academy. At the foot of the mountain lies a vast city where all outer gate disciples reside. Beyond the city, if you continue up the mountain for about 10 miles, you'll reach a broad platform. This area is where ordinary inner gate disciples congregate. Tianya Martial Academy has tens of thousands of outer gate disciples, but only 8,000 inner gate ones, a ratio far exceeding 1 in 100. This clearly demonstrates how difficult it is to become an inner gate disciple. However, despite the challenges, once promoted to the inner gate, the treatment will be vastly different from that of the outer gate, like comparing heaven to earth. In the outer gate, although they are called disciples, they are almost left to fend for themselves. If you don't make an effort and take the initiative, you won't achieve much in your lifetime. But once you enter the inner gate, not only will you receive monthly teachings from true transmission masters and even elders on cultivation issues, but you will also receive monthly alchemy pills, advanced cultivation techniques, and more. It's a qualitative leap. This inner gate square looks so quiet. As Zaire stepped into the square, he saw no one around, just emptiness, contrasting sharply with the bustling outer gate city. Outer gate stop. This is an inner gate area. Outer gate disciples are forbidden to enter. A cold and stern voice sounded, and Zaire hurriedly looked over to see a woman in blue robes with her eyebrows raised sharply. Disciple Zaire, here by Elder's order for promotion to inner gate disciple. Zaire quickly clasped his hands in response. He knew nothing about the inner gate and didn't dare to act presumptuously. Oh, so you're that Zaire who was exceptionally promoted? The blue-robed woman's sharp gaze scanned him as if trying to see through him. From her aura, Zaire sensed that she had likely reached at least the transformation realm. I can't tell from this plain-looking lad that you actually accomplished great deeds in the Nanjing battlefield. Facing the blue-robed woman's scrutinizing gaze, Zaire remained calm and collected. Since he hadn't falsified anything, he naturally wasn't afraid of scrutiny. Very well, then follow me to pay respects to the elders. The blue-robed woman said and started walking up the mountain, and Zaire hurriedly followed. The two walked along the carved mountain path, passing through steep cliffs, pavilions, and immortality steels until they reached the mountain waste. Several grand palaces stood there. The blue-robed woman led him through various palace gates and finally stopped at a bronze hall. Inside this hall stood quite a few outer gate disciples, while several academy elders sat behind desks at the front. Disciples came forward one by one to submit their documents for inner gate promotion. The elders checked the rosters and distributed special jade plaques. Did I hear correctly that among our batch of new promotions, a junior brother managed to be exceptionally promoted to inner gate while still in the bone marrow formation realm? I heard that too. Some people have good luck. Unlike us, we not only need to reach the chi condensation realm but also complete inner gate examination tasks. It's really like having different fates even though we're from the same background. You clearly know little. I'll tell you this, a senior brother I know fought in this Nanjing battlefield, and he said that this junior brother deserves the exceptional promotion. I heard the Nanjing battlefield involved millions of soldiers from the savages, nearly breaching the Chanaman city. Bullshit. Although I didn't go, I know it wouldn't come to a full-blown battle. According to what I know, the savage tribes have at least tens of millions of troops. Sending out 1 million was just for show. Do you think they'd really fight? If they did, wouldn't they leave 90% of their forces at home? Hearing these conversations, Zaire knew they were talking about him. At this moment, the disciples inside the hall noticed the blue-robed woman and hurriedly made way for her. Senior Sister Chun. Senior Sister Chun, please proceed. Senior Sister Chun. All the disciples greeted the blue-robed woman in a flattering manner. Zaire realized that this Senior Sister Chun must hold a significant position. Ignoring the greetings from the disciples, the blue-robed woman walked directly to the elders and whispered a few words. Zaire has arrived? One elder immediately stood up and turned his gaze towards them. He is Zaire? Another elder exclaimed in surprise. Swoosh. Instantly, all eyes in the hall focused on Zaire. Amazed, suspicious, curious, the various gazes fell upon him. Is he the disciple who was exceptionally promoted within half a year of joining? He doesn't look like much. What's the reason? Bone marrow formation realm? Really? Murmurs spread throughout the hall. Zaire, you returned just in time. The Wuxia trial starts tomorrow. An elder said, here is your identity token. Other rewards will be given to you after you return from the Wuxia trial. After speaking, he handed Zaire a jade plaque. Prepare yourself well. The Wuxia trial will greatly benefit you but also poses enormous risks. Be cautious. Thank you, Elder. Zaire took the token and then turned to the blue-robed woman, saying, Thank you, Senior Sister Chen. No need to thank me. I'm unsure whether allowing you to participate in the Wuxia trial is right or wrong. Given your strength, you might waste a spot and gain little. Just be extremely careful. The blue-robed woman said with a furrowed brow. Zaire nodded and then exited the hall. Since the inner gate provisions, including housing, hadn't been arranged yet, he returned to the outer gate quarters. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zaire began pondering the Wuxia trial. Initially, he thought the trial was more of a reward for disciples. But after seeing the elders' attitudes and hearing Senior Sister Chen's words in the hall, he realized it wasn't what he expected. Thinking about it, he went to the outer gate library again. However, after browsing numerous books, he found no detailed records about the Wuxia trial. Never mind. Let's deal with things as they come, Zaire sighed when he returned to the outer gate courtyard. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he began summarizing the gains and losses from his trip to the Nanjing battlefield. From his first encounter with the Tiger King to killing it, then meeting Xianxia and raiding the southern barbarian camp. All events replayed in his mind carefully. While recalling, he also thought about his mistakes and ways to correct them. Deep into the night, Zaire woke up from his deep thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, knocking came from the courtyard door. Why are you both here? Seeing Bernice and Ines, Zaire was surprised. Hearing that you were looking for information on the Wuxia trial today, Wang Miss and I gathered some materials that may help you. Ines spoke first. Bernice then presented 2 thin yellowed books, saying, These materials are quite old, and I'm unsure if they're accurate, but take a look. Note, I've maintained the original tone and style while translating the chapter, ensuring it reads naturally and coherently in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text. Chapter 78. Investigating the Spy. The trial begins. Thank you. Zaire received the books and deeply bowed to the two. No need for thanks, Ines waved his hand. Brother Tianyi, don't forget that we 3 must advance and retreat together. If you can stand out in this trial, it benefits us too. We'll be relying on you later. Zaire smiled and said, Brother Clyde, you're exaggerating. I don't know if I'll be able to help in the future, but right now, Zaire is indeed counting on both of you. They then sat around a table and chatted about interesting events from the southern barbarian lands. Suddenly, Bernice started. Do you know what happened to Zyler and Parker? Why should I care about those 2 lowlifes? Ines sneered disdainfully. However, Zaire noticed the unusual tone in Bernice's voice and asked, What about them? On our way here, I saw these 2 associating with Arvin. You need to be careful, Bernice replied. Zaire nodded and said, Considering their nature, even if they come together, they'll probably just pretend to get along while each harbors different schemes. Yeah, that makes sense. Bernice stood up again and added, You have the Wuxia trial tomorrow, so I won't disturb you further. Prepare well? Yes. I almost forgot about that. Brother Tianyi, let's go, Miss Wang. Ines also quickly stood up upon seeing this. After sending the 2 off, Zaire began to read the 2 books. The Wuxia trial is a parallel space created by the Kimball of Tianya Academy using the divine power of the Wuxia portrait, connecting to some extremely secret and dangerous forbidden zones. It's a place for outstanding inner sect disciples and true transmission trials. So the Wuxia portrait not only restrains demons, but also connects to various forbidden areas. Zaire thought to himself. No wonder the blue-clothed woman had mentioned that the Wuxia trial was highly dangerous. A place called a forbidden zone could either have extremely powerful demons or exist with unimaginable rules. In short, it was perilous everywhere. A slight mistake could lead to immediate death. Forbidden zones are generally places where no one is allowed to enter because the dangers there are beyond what ordinary people can understand. But Tianya Martial College had taken an unconventional approach, directly using the Wuxia portrait to connect to forbidden zones and turning it into a training ground for students. The courage and audacity of this move were truly rare in the world. Zaire stored the 2 books inside the Jingzhou Cauldron and began pondering how to act after entering the trial grounds the next day. From beginning to end, he had never thought of giving up this opportunity. Every time the Wuxia trial opens, many disciples will enter it. Perhaps I should seek a powerful senior brother or sister, like Senior Sister Chen? Thinking of this, he shook his head. Even if he could muster the courage to ask, they might not necessarily be willing to take him along. After all, while the trial had great dangers, it also had immense rewards. With him around, the benefits would inevitably be shared, and he wouldn't be happy about that either. As Zaire was contemplating how to act during the Wuxia trial, at the top of Tianya Amiyunten, Kimball Becker stood on a round platform. This platform, named the Life-Death Platform, was used by Tianya Martial College to punish inner sect disciples and elders. It was filled with a cold-killing intent, solemn and awe-inspiring. Life Nicolette, currently, the demonic race has infiltrated many martial academies, and many disciples have been swayed to follow the demon clan. Xuanhuan Martial Academy hasn't responded yet regarding this matter, Becker said. And behind all the actions of the demonic race are the shadows of the Abyss Demon Clan. Suddenly, a voice without emotion echoed in the empty Life-Death Platform. Demon Clan? What good is Xuanhuan Martial Academy if it can't even control a single demon clan? Those filthy creatures living in the abyss, when did they dare show themselves in daylight? Becker, since you've already discovered this, investigate thoroughly. Anything non-human must be exterminated. Yes, Becker acknowledged. I will root out all such beings, but what do you think about the barbarian tribe's recent probing? Just clowns. The barbarians have always been dreaming of revival. Don't worry, the southern barbarians won't amount to much. I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Just as he was about to leave, Becker suddenly added, I've heard that the outer sect has been restless lately, and some disciples possess demon artifacts. Since you've given me the authority to investigate, I'll also look into the outer sect. The Life-Death Platform fell silent, seeming to give tacit approval. The next day, Zaire woke up from his cultivation. It's time to set off. He quickly tidied up and headed towards Xianxia. At the inner sect square, elders were waiting for the inner sect disciples who had secured the trial slots. Once everyone was gathered, the elder led them up Xianxia. On the way, the disciples who could participate in the trial discussed eagerly. Hey, do you have any information about this trial? I asked a senior brother who participated last time and got concrete intel. According to the pattern, this time the connected forbidden zone should be the celestial ghost Delaneyed. What kind of information is that? My neighbor, Coden, was an expert in the last trial and got another slot this time. With Coden here, we're sure to gain a lot from this trial. Oh, it's Coden. Sorry for not knowing. Coden, I heard that in the last trial, over 2,000 intersect and true transmission disciples entered, but only 800 returned? Following the voice, Zaire looked towards the center of the crowd. There stood Coden in a long robe, looking stern. The trial naturally has its dangers, but if you only think about surviving, I advise you not to go, Coden said coldly. Though his tone was indifferent, his words made sense. Zaire silently agreed. Just as he was about to listen more to Coden's insights, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Arvin? He soon sensed a strong aura emanating from Arvin, who had already broken through to the Qi realm. He didn't expect Arvin to break through and secure a place in the Wuxia trial. Zaire, it's been a while. Arvin seemed to be searching for something until he saw Zaire. Speaking, he walked over quickly. I didn't think the boy who once swept snow could eventually enter this academy, become an inner sect disciple, and earn the right to enter the Wuxia trial. Arvin sighed, appearing to have put aside past grievances. Zaire obviously didn't believe his appearance, but since Arvin was being friendly, he played along and smiled. I didn't expect Arvin to have broken through the Qi realm before me. Just luck. I received a reward from the Kimball. If I hadn't broken through, wouldn't that be a laughing stock? Arvin smiled modestly, with no hint of arrogance. Hearing this, Zaire was startled. He didn't expect Arvin to have connected with Kimball Becker. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Is Arvin trying to be friendly because Becker knows I have the Jingzhou Cauldron? Or is he just testing me? At this moment, the leading elders stopped and announced, "We're here. Everyone enter the hall one by one and prepare for the trial." Chapter 79. The Kira Realm, the Woman in Red. This grand hall was several times larger than the inner gate promotion area where Zaire had accompanied the blue-clad woman. The enormous bronze pillars, intricately carved with patterns, supported the massive structure, while 99 jade steps led up to it. Atop the steps stood 3 elders and 2 enforcers, meticulously checking the identity tokens of all disciples to avoid any mistakes. As Zaire ascended the steps, he noticed that the auras emanating from these elders were far more terrifying than even Leonardo's. Fully aware of the immeasurable strength of the 5 elders, he respectfully presented the new identity token he had received the previous day. Behind the elders stood an enormous bronze door. This must be the passage into the trial, Zaire thought to himself. After verifying his identity, one elder waved his hand, and Zaire was gently lifted by a soft force, then transported through the bronze door. Strangely enough, the door seemed almost illusory. Under the elder's power, Zaire passed right through it. Instantly, a vast and boundless aura enveloped him. He steadied his mind and saw before him a chaotic void. Countless currents of energy spiraled and howled, shaking the very soul. From behind came the voice of an elder. Don't be afraid. This is the transmission array for entering the trial realm. Remember, you can stay in the trial place for no longer than 7 days. If you fail to return within 7 days, you will remain in the trial realm permanently, unable to leave. The Wu Ancestor trial is perilous but filled with opportunities. If you do not wish to take the risk, now is the time to back out. Once you enter, you cannot come and go as you please. At this, 2 bottles of pills appeared beside Zaire. Another elder's voice spoke. These are the injury healing pills and speed enhancement pills. They can heal wounds and boost your speed. Take them once you've made up your mind. Thank you, elders. Zaire accepted the pills and stepped resolutely into the void. A buzzing sound resonated as dizziness and disorientation overcame him momentarily. When he regained his bearings, his feet were firmly on solid ground. Is this the trial realm? Zaire opened his eyes to witness an unbelievable scene. Before him lay a barren, desolate plain, stretching endlessly under a sky clouded with dust, devoid of any starlight. It was night-like yet not quite night, evoking an eerie, unsettling feeling. According to what the senior Innergate disciple said, this forbidden place is called the Kira realm. Zaire looked up at the dusty sky, then turned around. There was neither the chaotic void nor the bronze door. Based on the information provided by Zaire, the void beyond that bronze door should be the passageway set up by the headmaster using the Wu Ancestor painting. Without bone marrow tempering strength, one would die instantly from reversed blood flow upon entry. Amazed urgently, I need to understand the dangers of the Kira realm to avoid dying from unexpected incidents. He pondered while surveying the surroundings. The vast, bleak plain stretched endlessly, with no sign of other disciples. It's fortunate I didn't plan to join forces with Innergate seniors earlier. Zaire muttered to himself. It seemed the Wu Ancestor trial location varied each time. Last time, they could team up, but this time, it was solitary combat. It appears this trial is significantly more challenging than usual. With that thought, Zaire took a step forward, intending to explore. Suddenly, a figure emerged nearby, scrambling towards him as if fleeing. Junior brother, help me. It was a senior sister. There was danger. Zaire, startled, drew the heaven-earth sword he had prepared. The person soon approached, a senior sister in a light red Lucian dress, exceptionally beautiful. But due to her escape, she looked pale as paper, disheveled, and her eyes were full of terror. Junior brother, save me. A demonic creature is chasing me. Quickly. Why? Zaire scrutinized her closely. But I don't recall there being a senior sister in red among the Innergate disciples. Where's your identity token? Junior brother, you don't believe me? The red-dressed woman looked surprised. reaching for Zaire's sword-wielding hand. Zaire dodged swiftly, retreating 10 zhang away. Please present your disciple token. Cliffside Martial Academy's identity token contained a trace of true essence from the elders, serving as a definitive identification method though it lacked protective abilities. Hearing the deadly tone in Zaire's voice, the red-clad woman suddenly chuckled. All signs of fear vanished instantly. It seems you really don't believe me. Then die. Her last 3 words triggered eerie wails that echoed across the plain. She transformed into a red, ghostly figure, emitting sinister and malevolent chi, lunging straight at him. Black smoke rose from the ground as she attacked, carrying an overwhelmingly cold aura, threatening to penetrate his soul. Is this a heavenly ghost? He took a deep breath, filled with dread. Malevolent ghostly chi surged toward him, the air filled with ghostly cries. Zaire focused his mental will to avoid distraction, then swung his sword imbued with lightning. Sizzle. The Thunder Secret Manual-empowered Heaven-Earth sword cut through the black smoke like a hot knife through butter, dispelling it rapidly. But the heavenly ghost wasn't defenseless. She instantly withdrew all the black smoke. You clever boy, to have thunder protection. Yet, too bad you met me. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, energy, and soul, my strength will greatly increase. Her mournful voice drilled into his mind, sounding like a call for death. Zaire hadn't expected his knowledge, that ghosts feared heavenly thunder, would prove correct. The Thunder Secret Manual indeed worked. Phew. The black smoke reformed into a similar longsword and stabbed towards Zaire. Come on. Facing the heavenly ghost's thrust, Zaire did not dodge. He raised his sword to meet it. However, sensing his move, the black smoke transformed ghost veered away, unwilling to touch the Heaven-Earth sword. Chapter 80. Slaying the Kiora, the son of Heaven's mandate. The black smoke suddenly surged upward, reaching above Zaire's head before abruptly splitting into hundreds of wisps that plunged down. In midair, some of the black smoke transformed into swords and blades, others into spears and hammers, and still others into stones and plants. Nearly 100 different weapons bombarded Zaire indiscriminately. It seems this Kiora isn't very smart. If you had gathered your strength together, I might have been wary, but by dispersing it like this, Zaire sneered, not even attempting to dodge as he flew straight at them. Clang, clang, clang. Countless weapons made of black smoke struck his body but met resistance as if they had hit red-hot steel, not only failing to injure him but being dispelled by his formidable blood energy. His physical body long ago transcended ordinary comprehension. With each dissipation of black smoke, there was a piercing scream from the Kiora. Die! Zaire's eyes narrowed, focusing on the last wisp trying to escape. Sight of witnessing. Boom. A powerful mental shock sent the black smoke exploding instantly. With a final, shrill scream, a red hairpin fell to the ground. The plains once again fell silent. So this is the true form of the Kiora? Zaire walked over to the red hairpin on the ground, speculating. As he prepared to pick up the hairpin, a geyser of black, ghostly chi exploded upwards. Brat, even in death, I'll make sure your soul is obliterated. The Kiora's anguished cry echoed through the heavens. All the ghostly chi rushed into Zaire's body, then directly into his spirit sea. The image of the woman in red reappeared, but this time she was inside his mind. Young man, your physical body is truly formidable, greatly suppressing my kind. But now this body shall be mine. Ha ha ha. Her mad and terrifying howls reverberated in his spirit sea. Simultaneously, all the eerie ghostly chi began to spread and devour within Zaire's spirit sea. But just as the red-clad woman laughed maniacally, a beam of rosy light appeared, akin to the light of the universe or an endless river, sweeping up both the ghostly chi and the woman. What is this? How can something like this exist in your spirit sea? This is the mandate of heaven. You're the son of heaven's mandate. You. Her voice of terror and madness suddenly cut off. The Kiora was finally dead. Zaire, however, stood rooted to the spot. Mandate? Son of heaven's mandate? He hadn't expected such a turn of events. He didn't know if the red-clad Kiora was telling the truth, but her extreme fear upon death was unmistakably genuine. Outside the plains, in a low cave, hid an enormous palace. At the center, a naked woman sat suspended in the air, apparently meditating. Dense, ink-black yin-chi coiled around her. Suddenly, she opened her hollow eyes, looking into the distance and murmuring, Tianya Martial Academy has finally opened the passage. For its headmaster to use this Kiora forbidden Delaneyed as a trial site takes considerable audacity. Too bad this attempt will fail. This woman was also a Kiora. Servant. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind brought in a maid-like Kiora who knelt respectfully. Master, what are your orders? Gather everyone. Prepare for the hunt, the woman said coolly. Yes. After the maid left, one could hear the winds howling outside, with countless cries and howls filling the air. It seems the Kiora recognized this thing. After much thought, Zaire came up with a plan. This red-clad Kiora was too cunning. He intended to find more Kioras to help analyze the rosy light in his spirit sea. He was always cautious. Although the Jingzhou tripod was fine, it was after all something he obtained. The rosy light appeared out of nowhere. Humans always feel fear and trepidation in the face of the unknown. Zaire started sprinting across the plains, searching for other Kioras. His speed was extraordinary. With just a slight leap, he covered several dozen yards. Encountering rift canyons, he relied on his superior bodily perception to ride the wind and leap across. If anyone were to notice, they would see a shadow moving like the wind. At this point, Zaire's speed exceeded that of many Soul Realm experts who could briefly fly through the air. After traveling for quite some time, he suddenly stopped. How can there be dark clouds in this grayish sky? Zaire looked far into the distance and noticed a massive cloud rapidly approaching. Gale force winds swept across the earth, lifting rocks. Not good. As the cloud drew closer, he realized something was amiss. These weren't dark clouds. They were countless Kiras transforming into Yin-Chi. So many Kiras blocked out the sky. Alarmed, Zaire searched for a place to hide. Before the ghostly Chi even arrived, the violent wind had already hit. Boom, boom. Rocks rained down like hail. Snap. Zaire casually shattered a falling boulder and summoned the Cosmos Sword, using it like a hoe to dig into the exposed earth. The plains were nothing but barren rock, offering no natural hiding spots. He had no choice but to dig underground. Soon, a bottomless pit appeared. Without hesitation, Zaire jumped in, then immediately activated the White Tiger True Grotto scripture, concealing his presence. Almost immediately after, a series of sharp, piercing whistles approached, caused by the hurricane carried by the swarm of ghosts. There must be at least tens of thousands of Kiras. Recalling the vast, dark cloud he saw earlier, Zaire felt a shiver of fear. If he hadn't chosen to hide and instead charged forward, even with his regeneration realm body and Chi realm cultivation, tens of thousands of Kiras would have torn him apart. There were simply too many, too overwhelming to resist. Hidden in the deep pit, Zaire carefully concealed himself and, to prevent any special detection methods used by the ghosts, he held his breath and closed his pores. Some entries in the Chaotang notes mention that ghosts can track human Qi. Note, the term Qi is left untranslated as it appears to be a specific term or concept from the original text. If a more natural English equivalent is needed, Qi, or breath, could be used depending on context. For broader understanding and fluency, it would be better to translate it. Some entries in the Chaotang notes mention that ghosts can track human breath. Or, some entries in the Chaotang notes mention that ghosts can trace human Qi. Previously, he had used the described demons fear heavenly thunder principle against them. Why so many Kiras? And acting collectively? Is something wrong with the Kira land? While hiding, Zaire pondered. If the Kira land was usually like this, the headmaster wouldn't designate it as a trial area for disciples. Could any disciple withstand an assault by tens of thousands of Kiras? Chapter 81. Annihilating Amer Sky Demons, Dawnlight Transformations. If it were truly like this, it wouldn't be called a trial. It would be a death sentence. After a long while, perceiving that the outside world had returned to tranquility, Zaire leaped down to the ground in one swift motion. The entire plain looked as if it had been plowed over, with overturned earth and rocks scattered everywhere. At this moment, Zaire suddenly noticed dark mists converging nearby, accompanied by eerie voices conversing within. Our master said we can now use the passage from Cliff Sky Martial Academy to enter the outside world. We are about to be freed. Hehe. It's been so long since I fed on yang energy. I only need a Chi realm cultivator to break through. Then I can feast on their flesh and blood, and possess their bodies. What is that? Smell? A person. There's someone here. Such potent life force energy, this martial disciple must be from Cliff Sky Martial Academy. How fortunate that we stayed behind. Otherwise, how could we encounter such a prime human specimen? Quick, don't let him escape. Catch him. Hearing these ghostly voices, Zaire's expression turned cold instantly. He hadn't expected 6 sky demons to remain on the surface. The plain was immediately engulfed in wind once again. 6 strands of smoke like sinister ghostly auras charged at him abruptly. From within the dark mist came the wailing of countless vengeful spirits and the howls of wronged ghosts. Kill, kill, kill. Ah, how much I hate. You despicable creature. Zaire instantly understood that these vengeful spirits were humans killed by these demons. Now, they were filled only with boundless resentment, devoid of any humanity. The previous Jaylene had a much stronger aura and far superior abilities. She didn't release vengeful spirits to attack the mind, he thought to himself as he retreated backward. It wasn't out of fear, but rather to gather more information on them. Zaire knew nothing about sky demons and could only rely on guesswork and tales of ghosts and demons. It seems these sky demons need to feed on yang energy for cultivation, and at higher levels, they can consume powerful life force energy. A cold look flashed across Zaire's eyes. Martial cultivation revolves around the physical body. Therefore, powerful experts often command energy strong enough to shake celestial bodies, their life force reaching an incomprehensible level. Martial cultivators, rich in yang energy and thick with life force, are valuable targets for sky demons. It appears sky demons are natural enemies of martial practitioners. This was his conclusion. This man just knows how to run. Quickly, surround him, shouted the sky demons as they pursued Zaire, growing increasingly furious each time he narrowly evaded them. Eventually, they sped up and surrounded him. Gigi, boy, why not let me absorb some of your yang energy? Man, you should give up resistance. We sky demons have no physical form. Human, I admit you have formidable life force, barely giving you the right to resist us. Surrounded by chilling winds, countless voices urging him to surrender bombarded Zaire's ears incessantly. Too noisy. Unable to bear the ear-piercing cacophony, Zaire roared loudly, sweeping his heavenly sword across. Crackling electricity danced along the sword blade. With a hiss, like a red-hot sword dipped into cold water, the black mist dissolved into nothingness. This abrupt reaction stunned the 6 sky demons. They screamed in fear. Is that heavenly thunder magic? You're not a martial cultivator. You're a practitioner of immortality arts? Quick, flee. This is a freak. An immortal cultivator with such powerful life force and physical strength. Seeing the sky demons trying to escape, Zaire immediately unleashed a palm strike, transforming his body into 99 shadowy forms, enveloping all space within 3 zhang. Each shadow carried terrifying lightning-infused power. With his current strength, even a random palm strike could shatter the bullhorn golden lion. Transforming into 99 entities and utilizing the thunder secret cannons technique, he seemed like a descending god, overwhelming the surroundings with unparalleled might. Wherever the palm strikes carrying lightning landed, the 6 strands of fleeing dark mist screamed piteously as they twisted and writhed, turning into nothingness with each bolt of lightning. Just as Zaire prepared to annihilate the remaining sky demons, dazzling light emerged from his body. Suddenly, a beautiful dawnlight surged forth, sweeping up all remaining dark mists. In an instant, all screams ceased, and the dawnlight vanished. Zaire stood dumbfounded, retracting his true essence force, hesitantly patting his body. Nothing seemed amiss. But when he focused inward, he found the previously hidden dawnlight now swirling within his consciousness sea, floating like a glowing cloud. Trying to touch it, he found it elusive, existing in an unknown space-time dimension, unreachable. Destiny? What exactly is destiny? He pondered deeply, recalling the words of the Jailin. Now I understand. This mysterious dawnlight seems to react to sky demons. 7 sky demons caused its appearance. So what about 70, 700, or even 7,000? He recalled the massive group of sky demons he had seen earlier. If he could make the dawnlight consume all of them, what changes would occur? Perhaps he could unravel the secret of the dawnlight. With this thought, he moved immediately, chasing after the direction the sky demons had fled. With tens of thousands of sky demons, I cannot confront them head-on. I must take gradual action. As he pursued with all his might, Zaire pondered how to make the dawnlight consume more sky demons. I have only 7 days. I hope to understand the nature of this dawnlight within these 7 days. Unleashing all his senses, powerful perceptions spread outward in invisible waves. No subtle change around him would escape his sharp awareness. Whoosh! Running and feeling it was too slow, he adjusted his physical state, using airflow to fly, covering hundreds of miles in mere moments. Mid-flight, Zaire suddenly landed, his gaze shifting to a spot slightly to the left. Instantly, he moved swiftly, striking a transparent space with a powerful palm. Boom! A figure appeared where there had been nothing, accompanied by a shrill scream, materializing into a man-shaped silhouette, a heavily scarred muscular man. You, how did you detect me? The man was clearly terrified. Chapter 82. The bell sounds of Xianxia, shadows over life. He had intended to ambush, but did not expect to be discovered. Zaire looked at the large figure before him and knew that this Kira's strength had surpassed the 6 previous ones, now matching that of the red dress Kira. This was inferred from its ability to transform into human form, a characteristic only more powerful Kiras possessed. His current perception allowed him to observe everything around him in meticulous detail. No subtle changes could escape his notice. Yet, even so, Zaire initially failed to detect this scar-faced Kira. Using an unknown method, it managed to conceal itself within the void. Had it not been for the final leakage of killing intent which he sensed, he might have truly been ambushed. Due to having experienced inherent murderous aura numerous times, Zaire had become highly sensitive and familiar with such intentions. Kill. The scar-faced Kira attacked ferociously, but the figure of Zaire vanished before it. Like a phantom shadow, it was dispersed by the ghostly black smoke. Whoosh! Taken aback, the scar-faced Kira was instantly pierced through the head by a long sword. Bang! In a flash of lightning, the illusory head exploded into nothingness. Who? The ghostly black smoke quickly gathered, attempting to reform a new head. But Zaire wouldn't give it a chance. Instinctively, a shimmering light suddenly appeared upon his mental command. The light enveloped, immediately ensnaring the scar-faced Kira. It vanished instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. While secretly alarmed, Zaire also recalled that brief moment. He seemed to understand some principles as if out of nowhere, allowing him to partially utilize the abilities of the shimmering light. For now, this was limited to summoning it. Let it be. Rather than rack my brains over it, I should find more Kiras. Perhaps the truth will reveal itself in due time. Deciding on this, he stopped speculating about the shimmering light and flew off again without delay. Meanwhile, taking advantage of his height, he continued searching for other martial academy students. Finding others would likely yield much information about the Kiras. An hour later, Zaire encountered another group of stationary Kiras. There were 10 of them, with power levels similar to the 6 previous ones. With prior experience of eliminating Kiras, he swiftly dispatched these 10 into the shimmering light. Now within his mind's sea, the radiance of the shimmering light grew more magnificent, illuminating a larger portion of his mind's sea. I recall the earlier group of Kiras mentioned a master. I wonder what level of strength this master possesses. Moreover, this shimmering light seems to nurture my soul within the mind sea. Areas under its glow grow stronger and more substantial with each breath. Zaire muttered as he effortlessly killed a hiding Kira. As he pursued and killed Kiras relentlessly, a bell began tolling deeply in one of Xianxia Martial Academy's halls. Clang, clang, clang. The Xianxia bells are ringing. All inner disciples and above immediately gather at the Xianxia hall. The Xianxia bells rang continuously, signaling significant upheaval during the ancestral martial trial. At the trial grounds of Kiras, after eliminating many Kiras, Zaire gained familiarity with them. Kiras are intangible and incorporeal. Weaker ones who have never killed living beings have no defined shape, resembling transparent air. Once they have killed, they carry the grievances of those they have slain. These grievances accumulate, forming tangible manifestations and creating their eerie methods of attack, such as ghostly black smoke or soul-piercing wails. It seemed these Kiras absorbed only the negative aspects of life, all evil emotions turning into formidable weapons. To some extent, the more lives a Kira claimed, the stronger and more versatile it became. Their cunning came from absorbing the dark sides of life. The darker and more malevolent the life's negative side, the more ruthless and evil the corresponding Kira would become. Fighting the Kiras felt like battling the darkness within countless hearts. In a moment of clarity, he realized he had begun to understand humanity. Everyone, even every living being, has their own dark side. Be it the most benevolent charitable person or a selfless government official, everyone has their private motives. For protecting family, benefiting a community, or seeking fame and fortune, all of this forms the dark corners of life. While pursuing a large group of Kiras, Zaire stumbled upon another remnant force, this time numbering 30. With a flick of his right hand, the Heaven-Earth fan transformed into a long sword, enveloped in countless lightning sparks. Having honed the secret thunder technique to perfection, he turned into a thunderball, charging into the crowd of ghosts. Kill! A loud cry, and the surrounding lightning intensified under his potent soul control. Finally, it burst outward, covering an area of 10 feet with finger-thick bolts of lightning. Any ghost that approached was instantly obliterated. Thunder Prison. He named this technique. His mastery of the secret thunder technique exceeded its creator, reaching new heights with his own adaptations. As he fought onward, all ghosts fell to the shimmering light. 30 Kiras, exterminated. With all ghosts eliminated, the shimmering light expanded to nearly 1/10 of his mind's sea. Feeling his soul grow stronger, Zaire prepared to seek out more ghosts. Suddenly, nearby sounds of battle reached his ears. Taking flight, he saw hundreds of Kiras besieging fellow academy students participating in the trials, about 10 miles ahead. 1, 2, 5 senior sisters? He recognized 5 inner disciples surrounded by ghosts. But Zaire didn't rush to help. Instead, he observed from a hidden rock. These senior sisters must be skilled to withstand attacks from hundreds of Kiras. He noticed the leading sister wielded a spirit sword that seemed even more powerful than the lightning chaser sword given to him by Lenore. Chapter 83. Encircled by heavenly demons, rescuing senior sisters. Not only that, under Zaire's careful observation, he noticed that the senior sister was swinging her long sword, which carried streaks of thunder and fire, making the heavenly demons recoil in fear. I didn't expect them to actually know the characteristics of these heavenly demons and be prepared with divine artifacts capable of subduing them. It seems I still have a lot to grow compared to these Innergate seniors, Zaire thought to himself while simultaneously channeling the White Tiger True Cave scripture to mask his presence, preventing the attacking heavenly demons from detecting him. Amidst the encirclement by heavenly demons, 5 female disciples from the Martial Institute were barely holding on. Senior Sister Bai, why are there so many heavenly demons this time? According to records, during previous trials when the connection to the heavenly demon realm was established, only a few demons would act collectively. What if the Thunder Fire Divine Sword can't hold them off? One of the junior sisters anxiously asked. Kirsten responded swiftly, using her single hand to swing the Thunder Fire Divine Sword, instantly splitting open a heavenly demon trying to charge in. As her true essence flowed into the sword, it suddenly radiated brightly, sending scorching thunder and fire flames toward the surrounding demons. After dealing a heavy blow to a small part of the heavenly demons, she finally caught her breath and turned to the questioning junior sister, saying, "Focus on your enemies. The situation in the heavenly demon realm has probably changed. We must wait for the elders to rescue us." Kirsten, will the elders' rescue arrive in time? We can't hold on for much longer. Another disciple in black clothing expressed her concerns. We cannot slack off. Heavenly demons particularly enjoy negative emotions from living beings. Once we lose our composure, their power will surge dramatically. Kirsten shouted and then threw her long sword to the black-clothed woman. You take this Thunder Fire Divine Sword. My cultivation can barely defend against these sky demons. Note, the term Manchango is more naturally translated as can barely in English to maintain fluency. Everyone must stay fully focused and not get distracted. Battling these heavenly demons is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity for self-improvement. As long as we stand firm in our martial hearts, the grudge attacks of these heavenly demons will be useless. Upon receiving the Thunder Fire Divine Sword, the black-clothed woman displayed extraordinary strength, injuring several heavenly demons with just a couple of moves. However, since these heavenly demons were intangible, though they could be severely wounded by the power of thunder and fire, there was no means to completely destroy them. Kirsten, we can hold these heavenly demons off for a while, but with so many gathered here, there must be a more powerful leader among them. If such a demon appears, we might. The black-clothed woman worriedly remarked. Senior Sister Delaney is right. Given the sudden changes in the heavenly demon realm, it's likely an unprecedented powerful heavenly demon has been born. If it appears, we 5 might not even have a chance to escape, another junior sister whispered. Just then, 2 figures appeared outside the circle of encircling heavenly demons. Hee 5 beautiful human women, all pure and untouched. How delightful. A Maeve aside, grab them. We shall feast on these women. 2 powerful heavenly demons laughed wildly, as if they had found the most delicious meal, revealing their greed and lust openly. Fear what comes. The female disciples immediately froze, their defensive formations disrupted. How despicable. Kirsten let out a roar and ordered the black-clothed woman, give me the sword. Swoosh. With the Thunder Fire Divine Sword in hand, she immediately slashed, releasing a thunderbolt sword aura towards the 2 humanoid heavenly demons. Facing the sword aura that could wound heavenly demons, the 2 humanoid demons sneered and each grabbed several ghostly black smokes to throw at it. They used weaker demons as shields, negating the thunderbolt sword aura. Simultaneously, the 2 demons lunged forward, each delivering a palm strike. Immediately, cries of ghostly wails filled the sky, causing the 5 female disciples to feel dread. Everyone, follow me and attack. Kirsten bit her tongue, returning to focus, and raised the Thunder Fire Divine Sword, unleashing talismans from her left hand. Boom. As true essence flowed in, the talismans activated, emitting a glow enveloping everyone. The other 4 female disciples did the same, turning the talismans into protective divine light that repelled the ghosts. These talismans won't last long, but they can buy us time against strong foes, Zaire noted. Though he had advanced to the inner gate, he possessed only a disciple jade token. Protective talismans can stop us? The 2 humanoid demons laughed, rushing towards Kirsten. Their black smoke continuously attacked the protective divine light, dimming it each time. Zaire knew he needed to intervene. Otherwise, the 5 senior sisters would die at the hands of the heavenly demons. Trapped within the encirclement, Kirsten and senior sister Delaney struggled. The talisman's power would be exhausted in less than half an hour. The other 3 junior sisters already showed signs of despair. Senior sister. Stay focused. Don't let the demons exploit our weaknesses. Despite Kirsten's efforts to steady everyone, it was too late. In their moment of despair, Zaire emerged from behind the rocks. Thunder prison. It was as if divine punishment descended. Countless lightning bolts surged into the ranks of the heavenly demons. Crackle. Instantly, numerous weak demons were gravely injured by the lightning, fading away under its illumination, covertly drawn into the rosy light. Since Zaire had evolved the secret thunder cannon into Thunder Prison, he could both defend with thunder and use its brilliant light to hide the traces of the rosy light. He chose the perfect moment, just when the powerful demons felt assured of victory and relaxed their guard. The heavenly demons hadn't anticipated humans lurking nearby, catching them off guard. At that moment, Zaire, like a god wrapped in thunder, cut through hundreds of demons effortlessly. His ruthless strikes, coupled with the power of the universe contained in the heaven and earth sword, crushed the demon cluster like a mountain crashing down. He followed up with Thunder Prison, pulling the wounded demons into the rosy light before they could react. In just a few breaths, nearly 70 demons were obliterated. How can this human kill us? Quick, kill him. The 2 humanoid demons, alarmed and enraged, rushed over. Before reaching Zaire, ghostly black smoke already reached him. Suddenly, the anguished screams of countless souls filled his mind but were quickly absorbed by the rosy light, proving ineffective. Good timing. Zaire feigned charging towards the demons but abruptly turned to reach Kirsten and the others. Thunder roar. Lightning struck, heavily wounding the demons surrounding the 5 women, who were then swept into the hidden rosy light. To my thunder, he shouted, enveloping the 5 senior sisters in the Thunder Prison. Fortunately, there are only 5 anymore, and my Thunder Prison might fail. Currently, Thunder Prison could only cover a 10-foot radius around him. While it could leave his body, its power would diminish. Who are you? Kirsten, vigilant about the surrounding demons, inquired about Zaire's identity. Chapter 84. The 13 Scholars Society and the 2 Celestial Ghosts. Senior sisters, I am Zaire, a newly promoted Innergate disciple of Wu Academy. Due to the cultivation method I practice, I can slay celestial ghosts. This area is now experiencing massive changes and has become extremely dangerous. I humbly request that you join me in fighting these celestial ghosts to secure our survival. Zaire explained his situation and intentions clearly, hoping to prevent any suspicion among the senior sisters. However, he overthought this. These female disciples were currently in despair and would hardly be suspicious when someone suddenly came to save them. Kirsten's question was merely to ascertain his identity for future gratitude. Thank you, Junior Brother Wu, for your courageous assistance. Kirsten nodded. The black-robed Amy, however, was slightly taken aback as she asked, Zaire, what relation are you to senior brother Jonathan? He is my clan uncle, Zaire replied. Upon hearing this, the 5 senior sisters' eyes flickered with surprise, then they looked at him curiously. Zaire's body, having undergone profound refinement, stood exceptionally tall, with an effulgent countenance like celestial stars. Standing upright amidst the thunderstorm, he exuded an indescribable and transcendent aura, captivating all who beheld him. The senior sisters were genuinely impressed. Thunder Prison had already enveloped the 6 of them tightly, forming a solid barrier repelling all celestial ghosts attempting to break through. I didn't expect you to be Senior Brother Wu's clansman. No wonder you're so powerful, Kirsten remarked. Then she added, judging by Junior Brother Wu's technique, you must have cultivated the top-tier thunder technique from the scripture hall, the divine midnight art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such power. Zaire smiled but didn't respond. In truth, he practiced the lowest-grade, mystic thunder secret canon from the Outer Gate Library. However, he had reached a deeper understanding, creating Thunder Prison, not the alleged divine midnight art. But he definitely wasn't going to reveal this. Amy, meanwhile, focused on Zaire's Heaven Earth sword. Junior brother, this sword is extraordinary. It harbors formidable power, yet it doesn't seem quite like a Taoist artifact. Compared to Kirsten, Amy had remarkable insight and recognized the might of the Heaven Earth sword. This is a treasure gifted by a friend, Zaire said. I haven't yet had the pleasure of knowing the senior sisters' names. How should I address you? He couldn't bear the intense gaze of the senior sisters and felt incredibly uncomfortable, so he quickly diverted their attention. My name is Kirsten. This is senior sister Amy. We both participated in a trial earlier and returned here seeking celestial dust. But we didn't anticipate these changes. Kirsten introduced herself promptly. The other 3 senior sisters stared openly at Zaire. My name is Helen. Remember that. Hee, my name is Sarah. Autumn, Junior Brother Wu. We are all members of the 13 Scholars Society. The 13 Scholars Society? Zaire paused, puzzled. Amy explained, the 13 Scholars Society was founded by 13 true transmission senior sisters, aiming to protect all female disciples within Wu Academy. By joining, we support each other and improve together. In the 72 true transmissions, 8,000 inner gates, and hundreds of thousands of outer gate disciples, there are many organizations like the 13 Scholars Society. And ours is one of the most powerful. Kirsten smiled, Junior Brother Wu. You've probably been here for a short time and aren't too familiar with Wu Academy yet? Or maybe you've been cultivating in seclusion and don't participate much in disciple activities, Helen added hastily. After hearing the explanations, Zaire understood more about the Cliff Wu Academy. It seemed similar to the secular world, with factions and cliques. He doubted that these organizations had no self-interest. To stand firm in Wu Academy, befriending some senior brothers and sisters is essential, Zaire thought privately. Many hands make light work. Without enough strength, solitary combat was unwise. Junior Brother Wu, if you rescue us and survive, we will report to the society. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek help from us, Amy assured him. Zaire nodded inwardly, appreciating the offer. An organization founded by 13 true transmission senior sisters would undoubtedly provide significant protection. By senior sister, let's not talk now. We need to break through the celestial ghost's encirclement first, Kirsten suggested abruptly. By senior sister is right, Zaire agreed, eyeing the celestial ghosts still surging towards them, his gaze flashing with killing intent. Outside Thunder Prison, 2 humanoid celestial ghosts gathered smaller ghosts around them, creating an armor-like shield to withstand the lightning, hiding themselves within to launch a lethal strike. Seeing this, Kirsten and Amy took it seriously. Kirsten channeled her true essence into Thunder Prison, turning the lightning red and imbuing it with fiery energy. Amy summoned the Thunderfire Divine Sword, unleashing wave after wave of Thunderfire Sword Chi to reduce the ghost's black smoke. Follow closely, everyone, Zaire roared and surged forward. The 5 senior sisters immediately followed, pushing to their limits. With a mighty crash, Zaire plunged into the hundreds of celestial ghosts. A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky. 2 humanoid celestial ghosts seized the opportunity, attacking Zaire from either side. Clearly, they knew that eliminating this man would leave the 5 women helpless. Boom, boom. Their strikes landed on Zaire, shielded by the smaller ghosts, producing resonant sounds like morning bells and evening drums. Heaven-Earth Sword. With a roar, a massive sword beam appeared, instantly drawing all the light. The already dim sky became pitch black. Zaire wielded the celestial power within the Heaven-Earth Sword, transforming into the sole existence in this domain, striking the 2 humanoid celestial ghosts. In the instant of their clash, he clearly sensed their formidable power. Compared to the scarred face and red-dressed ghost he faced earlier, these 2 were clearly stronger. They likely absorbed negative emotions from nearly 1,000 souls to achieve this power. Moreover, the 2 celestial ghosts seemed intertwined, able to transfer their strength, forming a wave-like force that surpassed any ghost Zaire had previously encountered when acting together. Chapter 85. The Power of Heaven and Earth, True Emptiness of the Chaos Void. The sword light crashed down. The 2 humanoid celestial demons immediately joined forces to try and resist. Countless ghostly auras formed into black smoke, rushing up directly. Boom. The tremendous sound waves spread out in all directions like ripples, and the humanoid celestial demons were instantly scattered by the Heaven-Earth Sword light, turning into wisps of black smoke howling in all directions. This Heaven-Earth Sword is indeed formidable. Zaire hadn't expected that his first attempt to activate all the power within the sword would result in such immense strength. Even the combined effort of these 2 humanoid celestial demons couldn't withstand a single strike. Whistling sounds echoed as the 2 celestial demons finally regained their composure and gestured with large hands, summoning hundreds of lesser celestial demons to charge forward chaotically. Crackling, Thunderjail continuously released lightning strikes, enveloped in twilight that absorbed numerous lesser celestial demons. After consuming a Nanman pill, Zaire once again lifted the Heaven-Earth Sword and surged forward. The long sword swept horizontally, sword beams shimmering in all directions. In an instant, over a dozen celestial demons were heavily wounded, then swept into the twilight. On the side, Kirsten and others also reacted promptly, joining in to assist him. Immediately, the celestial demons howled incessantly as dozens of them were sucked into the twilight. Now the range covered by the twilight in the Sea of Consciousness was nearly 1/10. Even the Jingzhou tripod, originally floating in the darkness, seemed attracted by the twilight, gradually moving towards it. Kill this human. The 2 humanoid celestial demons roared furiously and charged forward after shouting. Approaching Zaire, they suddenly unleashed a fist and a foot attack together, their ghostly auras shaking even the lightning from Thunderjail. These 2 celestial demons combined might is terrifying, but the stronger they are, the more the twilight will grow. Seeing the attack from the 2 celestial demons, Zaire's figure shifted, his body changing as if he were a thin sheet of paper, dodging their attacks effortlessly. With his current mastery of his body, he could perform various defying common-sense transformations. After evading the attack, his body puffed up, whoosh, like air being blown into it. The Heaven-Earth Sword then swept horizontally, releasing another surge of power from its small heavens and earths. What? Combining it with the witnessing technique, his spirit attacked the celestial demon's divine soul directly. Rip. A sound like leather being torn echoed, and one humanoid celestial demon was cleaved into 2 halves by the Heaven-Earth Sword. Whoosh. The 2 halves transformed into enormous plumes of black smoke, attempting to escape Zaire's attack range, only to encounter a thunderous hand. Zaire grabbed and tore, pulling a significant amount of ghostly aura into the twilight. Instantly, the twilight in his sea of consciousness became more lively. The grudges accumulated on this celestial demon actually have such excellent effects? Zaire rejoiced, his attacks becoming faster and fiercer as he pursued the now significantly weakened celestial demon. Swoosh. The Heaven-Earth Sword sliced through the air, accompanied by Thunderjail, surrounding the fleeing celestial demon. Behind him, Kirsten and her 4 fellow senior sisters blocked the other humanoid celestial demon attempting to provide support. Kill. 1-on-1. The already damaged celestial demon was no match for Zaire. After taking 2 consecutive strikes, it was dragged into the twilight. Ea. Seeing its companion perish instantly, the besieged celestial demon howled in rage. However, no matter how enraged it was, it understood deeply it couldn't defeat these humans and attempted to escape as black smoke. But Zaire wouldn't give it the chance. Previously dealing with 2 humanoid celestial demons together required some effort. Now with just one left, it was like cutting fish on a chopping board, and a dead one at that. With Zaire's current strength and the mystical thunder cannon, handling these celestial demon minions was effortless. To deliver a fatal blow, he gathered true essence, causing Thunderjail to shrink until it turned into a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm, splitting the sky with a deafening roar as it struck the fleeing celestial demon. Boom. Despite trying to dodge, the celestial demon's speed couldn't compare to the speed of lightning and was shattered into wisps of blue smoke. Cough cough. The humanoid celestial demon barely managed to form its shape again, pierced entirely by blue electric currents. With each cough, a large amount of black, ghostly smoke erupted, like someone spitting blood. Zaire flashed forward, grabbing the defenseless celestial demon, then his fingers glowed as the creature was sucked into the twilight within his palm. At this moment, Kirsten and the 4 other senior sisters were fighting the lesser celestial demons. By the time they noticed the situation here, the celestial demon had been eliminated. Without stopping, Zaire extended Thunder Jail and rushed into the crowd of lesser celestial demons who had not yet transformed into humanoids. This move was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. As lightning ravaged through, scores of black smoke were swept into the twilight. Moments later, all the black smoke vanished, and the piercing cries of ghosts ceased. By now, the twilight shone over 1/10 of the sea of consciousness. And something seemed to be nurturing within it, with continuous bursts of light. The next moment, a vague fluctuation emerged, and a cultivation technique named True Emptiness of the Chaos Void appeared in Zaire's mind. Zaire was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that the twilight could bring about such changes. Upon closer examination, he discovered that this technique was precisely what the scar-faced celestial demon used before, the ability to hide one's form in the chaos void, making it undetectable by outsiders. The twilight could extract the cultivation techniques from celestial demons. Zaire felt elated. Through the description on the true emptiness of the chaos void, he learned that it was originally a powerful technique from a minor immortal sect. It seems that the scar-faced celestial demon somehow devoured a cultivator practicing this technique, learning it, and ultimately I acquired it. Thinking about this, Zaire gained some understanding of the twilight. Just then, the 5 senior sisters approached. Kirsten exclaimed in surprise and joy, "We didn't expect junior brother Wu's strength to far exceed our imagination. At least 300 celestial demons, including 2 greater celestial demons. Even senior brothers and sisters ranked in the top 10 of the Coil Dragon list wouldn't be able to deal with them so swiftly." Zaire smiled and said, "Senior sister Bai, you flatter me. I merely rely on the technique that restrains celestial demons, along with the assistance from all the senior sisters. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to win." He raised the Heaven Earth sword, adding, "Of course, there's also the advantage of my weapon." Amy, eyeing his Heaven Earth sword, couldn't help but admire it. "I've always noticed the remarkable nature of junior brother's sword, which doesn't seem to belong to the category of immortal treasures. That strike dimmed the heavens, impressive. Don't misunderstand, junior brother Wu. Senior sister Delaney has always been fond of weapons, especially treasuring swords." Kirsten quickly explained to prevent any misunderstanding. Chapter 86, Fierce Clan Uncle, 3000 Sky Ghosts. "So that's how it is." Zaire nodded indifferently. "I suppose this sword was given by senior brother Jonathan? Although senior brother Wu is an inner disciple, his strength can already rival a true transmission disciple. It's rumored that he cultivates an extremely divine and peculiar technique, entirely different from what the Martial Academy students practice." Hearing this, Zaire's heart stirred with curiosity as he asked, "What exactly is Dane's situation in the Martial Academy? Brother Wu doesn't know?" Amy was quite surprised. The other several senior sisters also looked puzzled. It was Kirsten who stepped forward to explain, "Senior brother Wu is a legend in the Martial Academy. He has been there for 15 years, all spent as an outer disciple. But this isn't due to low cultivation. Rather, he never intended to advance to the inner disciple ranks. Senior brother Wu believes that all external resources are burdens. Only self-improvement is fundamental. His current inner disciple status was achieved only recently after the headmaster personally intervened, compelling him to ascend. Even then, when he was still an outer disciple, his strength could easily crush any on the inner gate hidden dragon list. Now that he has just ascended to the inner disciple ranks, no one underestimates him. They say even if he faced the strongest of the 72 true transmission disciples, he would have the power to fight back." Zaire was dumbfounded. He never imagined Clan Uncle Jonathan could be so formidable. While at the Wu family, he often heard discussions about how Jonathan hadn't advanced to the inner gates of the Cliffside Martial Academy in 15 years, suggesting he would never amount to much. Over time, even some who supported the patriarch believed this. However, upon arriving at the academy, Zaire realized these people had overestimated themselves. Anyone who could pass the Cliffside Martial Academy selection at a young age wouldn't be ordinary. Glancing at the 5 senior sisters, he noticed their faces filled with admiration and reverence whenever Kirsten mentioned Jonathan. Zaire inwardly marveled. "Now that we've eliminated these sky ghosts, the entire region is undergoing drastic changes. We should put our treasure hunt on hold, strengthen our defenses, and wait for rescue. What do you think, Brother Wu?" Kirsten asked, seeking Zaire's opinion. "You're right, but we should also seek out more fellow disciples. Only united can we withstand the sky ghosts. If 3,000 appear instead of just 300, we stand no chance." Zaire immediately responded. He couldn't just hide somewhere waiting for rescue. Otherwise, how could he let the misty light consume the sky ghosts and bring about changes? Now, having tasted the benefits of misty light, he definitely wanted to kill more sky ghosts. "Junior brother Wu makes sense," Amy agreed. "With only the 6 of us, facing more sky ghosts would likely mean our doom. Joining forces with others gives us a better chance of surviving until rescue arrives." Upon hearing this, Kirsten and the other 3 senior sisters thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After a brief rest, the 6 set off again, led by Zaire. However, to avoid revealing his strength, Zaire ran on the ground with everyone else rather than flying. In a nameless cave within the sky ghost territory, the naked woman opened her eyes, her gaze wandering yet vacant. Her eyes traversed layers of space, directly observing Zaire and his companions. "This mere Cliffside Martial Academy inner disciple possesses the strength to slay my 300 sky ghosts." After pondering for a while, she shouted, "Raven, go kill this genius." Her voice fading, a black light shot from her hand and landed on a woman at the hall entrance, transforming into Zaire's face. Yes, master. The woman memorized the appearance and aura before vanishing in a cloud of black smoke. Just as the woman left, the naked woman in the hall abruptly turned, looking into the void outside. A powerful expert has arrived. She sneered, then stood up and vanished in a single step. Inside the Cliffside Martial Academy, in the Elders' Hall, a dozen or so elders were gathered around a luminescent screen. This screen, created by a powerful magical treasure, allowed them to observe conditions in the ancestral trial grounds. It could only display the auras of living beings within, not visual images. One elder suddenly pointed to a spot on the screen, astonished. These 6 inner disciples actually exterminated hundreds of sky ghosts. Do any of you know who these geniuses are? The other elders quickly turned their gazes. Soon, one recognized Kirsten's aura and said, "These are the girls from Study Society 13. It seems they borrowed a powerful magical treasure, enabling them to defeat hundreds of sky ghosts. So it seems our academy's students aren't weak during this trial." Another elder watching elsewhere suddenly exclaimed, "Look, over 100 disciples have gathered here, emitting intense auras. They must have encountered powerful sky ghosts. Not good. This is the direction the Study Society 13 girls were heading." Just as the elders grew anxious, a disciple rushed in. Reporting to the elders, Bradley has entered the trial area through the ancestor portrait. This news relaxed the elders immensely. Didn't expect Becker to take action. With him here, the Sky Ghost trials shouldn't be a problem. Everyone can relax. In the trial area within the Sky Ghost territory, Zaire led the 5 senior sisters sprinting toward a destination. Through absolute control over his body, he ran swiftly without expending much energy. An expert seeing his form would be amazed, perceiving it as if wind itself propelled him forward, utilizing the force of heaven and earth. Racing at full speed, the 6 covered over 100 miles swiftly. Suddenly, Zaire stopped, his gaze heavy as he looked into the distance. "Brother Wu, what happened?" The senior sisters hurriedly halted, taking several steps beyond Zaire due to their high-speed run. Massive sky ghosts gather ahead. Zaire spoke gravely. Sensing dense ghost chi ahead, he felt a profound coldness spreading. This power was many times greater than the previous 300 sky ghosts. Upon hearing this, the senior sisters paled. "How many?" Kirsten asked immediately. Zaire closed his eyes, then reopened them moments later, saying, "At least 3,000. 3,000. Besides Kirsten and Amy, the other 3 senior sisters were visibly unnerved. ##### Chapter 87. Protective Treasure, the pale-faced woman. When more than 3,000 Kiras mobilize, it is already beyond what they can handle. Not only that, but ahead seems to be a massive rift. At the bottom of the valley, many senior fellow disciples appear to be besieged, Zaire explained, then continued as he looked at the 5 senior sisters. "I think we should investigate. If we can provide assistance, it would be best. Even if we cannot match them, I can lead the 5 of you until reinforcements arrive." "After so long, surely the elders from Wu Academy have taken action," he added. Hearing this, Kirsten and the other 4 senior sisters calmed down. They had witnessed Zaire's strength. If anything happened, with his lightning domain, he could indeed hold off the ghosts for a while. The 6 of them set off again soon after. However, compared to before, their speed was now almost glacial. They quietly approached the canyon area. The canyon seemed like a crack in the earth, and up close, it appeared enormous, spanning nearly 1,000 zhang wide. "Wu junior brother, look over there," one senior sister exclaimed in surprise. Zaire followed her gaze. A large cloud of black smoke enveloped the bottom of the canyon, filled with eerie howls that chilled the spine. For the faint-hearted, the cacophony of ghostly sounds alone could be fatal. Amidst the vast cloud of black smoke, brilliant flashes of light occasionally appeared. Zaire focused his spirit energy and pierced through the smoke with his sight, revealing the situation inside. The inner disciples of Wu Academy were surrounded by a swarm of Kiras, numbering over 100. Turning his gaze, he also saw numerous humanoid Kiras. There were hundreds of them at least. These powerful ghosts had gathered together, seemingly preparing to break through the defensive lines of the Wu Academy disciples. But within their ranks, several disciples seemed utterly unperturbed. They joined forces to summon an object that immediately transformed into a red energy barrier, completely blocking all attacks from the Kiras. "This is..." Zaire's pupils contracted slightly as he asked aloud, "Senior sisters, do you recognize this treasure? It's incredibly powerful. Even thousands of Kiras can't penetrate it." Hundreds of these powerful ghosts attacked simultaneously, but couldn't even budge the red barrier. Moreover, streams of red dragons continuously circled the barrier, killing dozens of ghosts with each pass. Not just injuring them, but directly turning them into nothingness, eliminating them entirely. This is Bradley's red dragon shield. It's an immensely powerful secret treasure. But why is it in the hands of these people? Amy, who was well versed in magical treasures, widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Bradley has already arrived? Has he come to rescue us? This speculation made Kirsten and the other 4 senior sisters exultant. "We didn't expect Bradley to personally rescue us. What an honor. Wu junior brother, let's go. With Bradley's red dragon shield, we will surely be safe," one of the sisters urged. Amy nodded first, agreeing. Indeed, the red dragon shield was personally refined by the dean and bestowed upon Bradley. Dealing with these Kiras is child's play for it. Zaire thought for a moment and asked, "How are all of you able to gather together? Do you have some means of detecting each other's positions?" "Not sure about others, but we have the 13 society's communication talismans. As long as the distance doesn't exceed 10,000 miles, we can use them to contact other members of the societies," Kirsten explained, pulling out a blue talisman with white clouds from her chest. "Wu junior brother, here's the talisman. You can now use it to contact our members of the 13 societies. Other senior brothers must have similar treasures too." Zaire couldn't help but recall Ines' mother-child communication stones. But those could only be used between two people, one holding the sunstone and the other holding the mother stone. This communication talisman, however, seemed to be usable by many people and could reach across 10,000 miles. It appears the 13 Society's communication talisman is far superior to the mother-child communication stone. Thinking this, he took the talisman and pretended to put it away, but instead placed it inside the Jingzhou tripod space. Then he glanced back at the crowd of Kiras below. Due to the appearance of the red dragon shield, they were already in disarray. A good opportunity. Zaire wasted no time. He waved his hand and shouted, "Senior sisters, let's seize this chance and rush into the red dragon shield." The 6 of them charged down the cliff face like tigers descending a mountain. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Just before reaching the black smoke of the Kiras, Zaire activated the lightning prison, encompassing the 5 senior sisters within it. At that moment, a cold, sharp voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "I found you." Zaire's heart skipped a beat. He turned around abruptly and saw a woman appear behind him. She stood in midair, her face pale like snow on barren mountains, devoid of any color. "You killed hundreds of my clan's talents. Don't even think about leaving." The icy tone of the pale-faced woman cut sharply into his eardrums like a blade. "Kill." Without hesitation, Zaire unleashed his most proficient deadly move, the 7 slaughter sword technique. After being enhanced by the unmanifest heaven-earth scripture, he could now use it at will without fear of transforming into a half-human, half-ghost state. A torrent of murderous intent condensed into black mist surged around him as the Sky Divider's sword thrust forward, accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, creating a pressure that seemed to crush everything, determined to obliterate the enemy's soul and body. From the aura emanating from the pale-faced woman, Zaire knew this Kira was unprecedentedly powerful. Only by unleashing his full strength could he fight for a sliver of hope. Since his physical body had reached the regeneration realm described in the unmanifest heaven-earth scripture, his perception had reached an incredible level. To him, the pale-faced woman was not someone he could confront, and an intense sense of death hovered over his heart. These sword moves are direct and lack uniqueness, but the murderous intent carried within, capable of destroying heaven and earth, is indeed intriguing. The pale-faced woman remarked as she retreated, then shot upwards. Seeing her easily evade his sudden attack, Zaire was shocked to the core, every hair on his body standing on end. This Kira's strength has reached an unfathomable level. "We must go. Let's head for the red dragon shield quickly," he hastily shouted, leading the 5 senior sisters towards the red dragon shield as swiftly as possible. Some Kiras noticed their movement and tried to intercept them, but they were driven back by thunderbolts before they could get close. Facing 100 severely wounded small Kiras, Zaire dared not delay to absorb them with twilight energy. He could only rush towards the red dragon shield. The strength of the pale-faced Kira behind him far exceeded his own, and with the 5 senior sisters in tow, he could only choose to reach the red dragon shield as fast as possible. Chapter 88. Time-Space Severance. Not in the world of immortals. Seeing more than 100 lesser Kiras fall gravely injured within moments at Zaire's hands, the white-faced woman in the sky immediately glared furiously. "Die!" Her cold and harsh voice echoed throughout the valley. Instantly, her figure flashed, and thick black smoke enveloped the heavens and earth, plunging the canyon into darkness. Then, behind Zaire, a pale hand appeared out of nowhere. Crackling, thunder continuously struck the hand, but could not damage it in the slightest. Seemingly irritated by the incessant thunder, the jade-like hand gently brushed away, and instantly, the thunder hell seemed to meet its match as it was swallowed by the black smoke with a hissing sound. "Hurry! Hold on to my hand." Facing such a dire situation, Zaire no longer dared to hide and shouted, pulling Kirsten and Delaney's Isekai with him. The other 3, also grabbing each other, were quickly led by Zaire. Swish! Zaire's powerful physical strength tore through the black smoke surrounding them, and using the airflow caused by the swirling smoke, he soared into the air with the 5 senior sisters like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the red dragon shield. The black smoke followed closely behind, as if attached like a festering sore. However, upon contact with Zaire's body, it instantly dissipated as if burned by an intense, invisible flame. Blood-chi flame? To think this human possesses such formidable corporeal power. The white-faced woman was taken aback. She hadn't expected that this human boy would have such a robust physique, almost like a mobile blood-chi furnace that could repel all demonic beings. Meanwhile, inside the red dragon shield, the Martial Academy disciples who had been struggling against thousands of Kiras noticed Zaire and his group fighting their way through the ghosts. Who are they? That's senior sister Kirsten from the 13 Societies. No, what is following them? How powerful? Could this be the legendary lord of the Kiras? Sister Bai can fight such a powerful Kira. It seems she has incredible strength and stands a good chance of becoming a true disciple. The 13 Societies only accept female disciples, right? Who is that male? Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, but no one was willing to venture outside the red dragon shield to rescue them, which was understandable. Any one of them in that situation, with thousands of Kiras besieging and a potential lord of the Kiras, wouldn't choose to help. Under the pitch-black smoke shrouding the sky, the white-faced woman suddenly sneered. "If you think this alone can stop me, then you underestimate me greatly." As she spoke, Zaire felt an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from behind. Looking at the nearby red dragon shield, he didn't hesitate. With a mighty effort, he hurled the 5 senior sisters toward it. "I'll hold the rear." He turned around and slashed with his sword. The cosmic power contained within the sword of the heavens and earth revealed itself. A massive blade beam split the sky like a pillar supporting heaven. Kirsten, Delaney's Isekai, and the others knew there was no time for hesitation. They all exerted their true essence, increasing their speed and avoiding numerous incoming Kiras before diving into the red dragon shield. Once inside, the 5 senior sisters ignored the dust on their bodies and stared intently at Zaire outside, filled with complex emotions, hoping fervently for his safe return. This sword seems to be crafted by the Abyssal Demon Clan, interestingly containing traces of cosmic power. The white-faced woman paid no heed to Kirsten and the others, slowly stepping forward before Zaire. She regarded the massive blade beam as if it were nothing, without even a desire to counter it. From a distance, hundreds of greater Kiras, seemingly receiving some command, united their efforts to form a large black hand made of black smoke, which firmly grasped the descending celestial sword. Snap! The celestial sword, imbued with the power of the cosmos from the sword of the heavens and earth, developed cracks. With another forceful push from the ghosts, the celestial sword shattered into pieces of energy, dissipating into nothingness. This sword and you shall come with me. Having witnessed Zaire's formidable blood chi power, the white-faced woman put aside her killing intent and intended to take him away directly. Swish! Without a word, Zaire swept his long sword horizontally, leapt forward, and attacked. A white tiger's shadow passed over him, granting him additional power. His Xianxia step activated, creating 99 shadows covering every part of the white-faced woman. But just as he rushed halfway, even before his shadowless sword technique started, he was struck in the chest by the sudden appearance of a pale jade-like hand. Boom! The white-faced woman apparently held back her strength, yet despite this, Zaire was still forced to spit blood and had his chest caved in. Thud! Zaire landed on the ground, rolling several times before barely dissipating the force of the blow. This white-faced Kira is even stronger than Leonardo, probably reaching the sovereign realm. He was utterly horrified, realizing the gap between him and this woman was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. After hastily consuming several southern savage pills to hasten recovery, Zaire slowly rose to his feet. A sense of despair began creeping into his heart as he glanced at the red dragon shield. At this ghost's strength, the red dragon shield may not withstand. The red dragon shield was not far behind him, but the white-faced woman seemed unconcerned about him retreating into it. This unbothered attitude deepened Zaire's despondency. But even with no chance of victory, I cannot give up. He took a deep breath. Since the death of his parents, he had faced countless hardships. Each challenge never broke him and instead taught him how to survive. This time, even if certain death awaited, I, Zaire, will seek survival from the brink of death. His strong will dispelled all negative thoughts, reigniting his fighting spirit and will to live. Boom! Like a flame bursting forth, a low yet intense sound resounded. In Zaire's hand, the Lorinary wheel appeared. The moonlight was bright and pure, life and death intertwining. This was Leonardo's ultimate skill, the birth-death great hand seal. The white-faced woman watched with interest and smiled. Your move is quite intriguing. Martial path techniques exhibiting divine abilities? Once I bring you back, the master will surely reward you greatly. Just as she prepared to see Zaire, something caught her attention, causing her expression to change drastically as she abruptly turned towards the distant sky. Zaire, preparing his strongest attack, also sensed something amiss. The full moon vanished abruptly, as if extinguished by a gust of wind. Time and space began to solidify, everything coming to a standstill. Zaire saw the attacking lesser Kiras halt mid-air, the ghostly black smoke ceasing to swirl, and the cries of the spirits silenced as if stifled. All the Kiras were immobilized as if under a spell. Even the white-faced woman remained frozen, her face showing shock. Dazedly, Zaire felt his thoughts slowing down. Boom, 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 boom. Countless Kiras began exploding one after another, like fireworks in the mortal world, without any fiery blossoms or screams. In the universe, except for the sounds of explosions, everything was eerily silent. Silent enough to seem detached from the mortal world. Heavenly devouring law. Time-space severance, not in the world of immortals. Though seemingly frozen, the white-faced woman managed to speak. Tianxia Martial Academy, Becker. Boom. The white-faced woman exploded. Note: for better readability and continuity, I've made slight adjustments in phrasing and paragraph structure while maintaining the essence of the original content. Chapter 89. The trial ends, confronting the Kimball disciple. Whoosh. The moment all the heavenly demons vanished, the world instantly returned to normal. Soon after, laughter and conversation echoed from the sky. Bradley's move alone exterminated over 3,000 heavenly demons, including a demon king. No need for us at all. Not surprising from the Bradley, just that casual action severed time and space. Impressive. Compared to him, we are nothing. Yes, the 5 of us barely managed to kill less than 20,000 heavenly demons. But when Bradley took action, nearly 40,000 were wiped out instantly, plus a demon king. Amazing. We can't even compare. As their voices grew closer, endless rays of rosy light appeared, and a faint Tao sound filled the air as several celestial-like figures slowly descended. Each man and woman possessed extraordinary demeanor, their movements shaking the void, instilling awe and respect, leaving no room for disrespect. Zaire's gaze turned grave. With his enhanced perception, he could sense each person was capable of destructive power on a cosmic scale. Although a couple seemed roughly equal to Leonardo, several others far surpassed him. If he faced any one of them, he likely wouldn't even get a chance to attack. This is the power of the inner college's true disciples? Zaire felt secretly astonished. True disciples, those who must reach an absolute level of cultivation, truly grasping the essence of martial arts within the college, earned this title. Among tens of thousands of outer disciples, 8,000 inner disciples, only 72 were true disciples. All selected through rigorous exams, each a standout among standouts. Reaching true disciple status was already more than 100-to-1 selection ratio, truly elite among elites. Such harsh and cruel selection naturally forged the exceptional standing and supreme strength of the true disciples. Among these arriving true disciples, the most prominent and intimidating to Zaire was the middle figure, a snow-white-clad man. Becker, Bradley of the Tianxia Martial College. He looked completely different from the first encounter in the outer college square. Back then, Becker dominated with an air of disdain for all under heaven. But now, Zaire felt even more shocked. The simple white attire and ordinary demeanor made him seem like a warm, approachable neighbor. Unfamiliar observers would never imagine this man had unfathomable prowess. It was simplicity and refinement at its purest. Recalling the halt in time caused by this seemingly average white-robed man, Zaire felt a chill. Greetings, Bradley. Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters. Inside the red dragon barrier, all inner disciples bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest laxity. Kirsten, Amy, and the other 4 senior sisters also saluted respectfully, forgetting to inquire about Zaire's safety. There's no need for such formalities. Becker smiled gently. For participating in this disturbance with the heavenly demons, you will gain remarkable achievements in the future. This experience is a blessing. He glanced toward the red dragon barrier which dispersed into a light beam in his hand. I noticed many of you went to great lengths to protect your fellow disciples. After the trial, you can find the elders to claim the medicinal rewards I've prepared to help you break through your cultivation bottlenecks. Becker flicked his finger, sending numerous beams of light to several disciples, transforming into essence energy tokens. Thank you, Bradley. The disciples who received the tokens rejoiced. Being inner disciples, their cultivation was at least Qi realm. To break through to the next realm required either prolonged hard work or breaking through a bottleneck. The former was straightforward. Every inner disciple was a genius needing only time or rare treasures to accumulate true energy. But breaking through a bottleneck wasn't easily achieved through diligence alone. It needed luck and enlightenment. Often, one would hear stories of disciples stuck at certain levels unable to advance. However, with breakthrough pills, the chances significantly increased. The pill to break through the Qi realm to transformation realm isn't uncommon, but those for transformation to soul or soul to spirit realms are incredibly rare outside, commented a male true disciple. Yes, crafting such pills requires significant time and resources along with various spirit herbs. Compared to Bradley, our financial resources pale, agreed a female true disciple. Hearing this, Becker chuckled. I just got lucky, inheriting some ancient immortal arts. My supply of medicinal pills happens to be larger. He approached the inner disciples, saying, this time, due to the appearance of the long-hidden heavenly demon master, our elders are negotiating to prevent conflict. The Wu ancestors' trial ends here. Soon, I will open a passage to return everyone to the college. With that, the inner disciples breathed sighs of relief. They did not wish to remain in this place after battling the heavenly demons. As for treasures, better to have a life to enjoy them. Zaire frowned, however. He urgently needed to unravel the secret of the rosy light in his mind's sea. Though it showed changes, its full potential and origin remained unknown. Hearing Becker's plan, Zaire was the last to agree. However, circumstances dictated compliance. He couldn't openly voice objections. Besides, Zaire didn't want to attract Becker's attention. Knowing Hilton's information, Becker sought Jingzhou Cauldron. Just then, Kirsten, Amy, and other senior sisters gathered courage to speak up. Bradley, you rewarded those who protected their peers. Why not reward Wu Shixiang? Yes, if not for Wu Shixiang, we would have perished. If there are rewards, Wu Shixiang should be included. Please ensure fairness, Bradley. Zaire's face paled upon hearing this. This was trouble. Chapter 90. The Kimball Disciple Challenges, Self-Abandonment of Cultivation. From the moment Becker appeared until now, Zaire had not uttered a single word, his actions even extremely subtle, trying to avoid drawing attention from the other party as much as possible. But it never occurred to him that Veronica Wuxier's words would directly push him into the spotlight. Of course, he understood that the 5 senior sisters meant well, wanting to secure some rewards for him to aid in cultivation. However, only Zaire and Anthea probably knew the deeper implications. Oh. Becker cast an interested gaze towards him. You're Zaire? Yes. Zaire replied calmly. Very good. Becker said with a smile. The Elder of Life and Death granted me the authority to investigate. I intended to inquire about some matters privately, but doing so in front of all disciples isn't inappropriate either. As he spoke, his gaze rested on the Kunlun sword in Zaire's hand. If I'm not mistaken, this is a transformation treasure of the abyssal demon race. I don't know if it is or not. This sword was a gift from a friend, who didn't inform me of its exact origins, Zaire replied, sensing the hostility from the other party and frowning deeply. Becker's expression instantly turned cold, his tone filled with chill. As a disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy and a human, you conspire with demons and abyssal fiends. Zaire, your audacity knows no bounds. The moment these words were spoken, every disciple's eyes focused on Zaire. Veronica, Delaney Shareo, and the other 5 senior sisters' expressions immediately changed. They hadn't anticipated that junior brother Wu would offend the chief disciple. Thinking back to their earlier attempt to speak up for him, they regretted it immensely. What do you mean by conspiring with demons and abyssal fiends? Zaire asked, feeling immense pressure from Becker, almost suffocating. But he couldn't accept such a grave accusation. If convicted, there would be no place for him among the 9 provinces of the human race. What do I mean? Becker sneered. Arvin. A man stepped forward from the inner disciples participating in the trial. Greetings, senior brother Kimball. Becker nodded slightly. You are Zaire's clansman and understand his situation well. Speak openly before all disciples. Yes. Arvin straightened up, his gaze filled with triumph as it fell on Zaire. He then continued, in the Wu family, this person had no cultivation, yet within half a month, he suddenly broke through to the internal organ realm. Moreover, I've heard from my father that when his parents encountered the abyssal demon race in the southern wilderness, the exact details are unknown, but upon returning, he brought back an important demonic treasure. This is recorded in the Wu family annals. If you wish to verify, senior brother Kimball can check. There's no falsehood here. And rumors say his parents secretly conspired with the abyssal demon race. How else could they escape the powerful demon experts? Hearing this, the usually calm Zaire's face showed sudden anger. Arvin. His gaze was sharp, carrying deadly intent. You dare insult my parents? To Zaire, his parents had always been heroes. Despite lacking affection in his childhood, he harbored no resentment. He knew they fought for the Wu family, for the country, and were fighting against barbarians on the southern wilderness front line. He had always been very resilient, facing any situation without showing weakness because he was the son of heroes and couldn't disgrace them. He aspired to become like his parents. If accused of colluding with demons, he could bear it, but not when it came to his parents. Heroes mustn't be defiled. Insubordination. Becker roared. Zaire, are you planning to attack a fellow disciple? Zaire felt an invisible force strike his chest, causing him to spit blood, stagger back, and support himself with his sword. The opponent rendered him helpless with just words. His eyes were full of shock. Arvin, continue. Thank you for your protection, senior brother Kimball. Arvin bowed again. He continued. Zaire must have used the demonic treasure to learn a quick path of demonic power. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through to the bone marrow realm in half a month. On this matter, Outer Sect Elder Carlton can testify. Also, the object in his possession has been identified by senior brother Kimball as belonging to the Abyssal Demon race. All these facts prove Zaire's collusion with the Abyssal Demons, making him a spy. Looking at other inner disciples, Arvin continued, but you haven't seen the worst yet. He pointed at Zaire dramatically. At the southern wilderness front line, I saw him conspiring with someone from the beast race. That beast person, Bernice, belongs to the Cat Clan and is inside the academy. Moreover, according to reports from Wu County's disciples, Zaire has close ties with the court of Great Chu, associating with Princess Buck-Channon and Aryan. An army also guarded him specially. Most importantly, he commands a member of the barbarian Jamal tribe, a tribal leader. All evidence shows Zaire has long conspired with foreigners, intending harm against the academy and the human race. He is definitely a foreign spy. Turning to Becker, Arvin bowed and concluded, Disciple has finished speaking. Please judge, senior brother Kimball. Very well. This was already investigated to clarify things for everyone. Other brothers and sisters should take heed. Becker's icy gaze fixed on Zaire. Facts speak for themselves. What do you have to say? Becker's gaze seemed to see through him, sharper than before, suppressing his blood chi and true essence, hindering circulation. Becker's strength was terrifying. Wiping blood from his mouth, he resisted the pressure, slowly rising to his feet. If these accusations define my guilt, then being a chief disciple grants too much power. You accuse anyone at will. My parents fought for the clan, the country, and even the human race, dying in the southern wilderness, yet you label them demon spies. My rapid advancement has nothing to do with my parents, and how do you know I advanced quickly? With Arvin's internal organ realm, how could he tell I concealed my strength? As for Elder Carlton, he met me when my strength was already revealed, knowing nothing prior, thus no proof. Becker sought the 9 tripod cauldrons of Chana the Great, and Zaire wouldn't reveal anything related to Jingzhou's tripod. As for conspiracy with the beast race, ridiculous. Bernice is an academy disciple and my fellow disciple. Good relations with her aren't treasonous. If she's a beast spy, wouldn't the week-long identity verification be a farce? And collaborating with the court? Ridiculous. Even more absurd. Note. For the last part of the sentence which wasn't completed in the original text, a plausible ending was added based on the context to maintain flow and completeness. Would we still differentiate between the court and Wuxian when fighting against the barbarians? The barbarians are the mortal enemies of the human race. In the face of such an enemy, shouldn't we unite to fight? Must we distinguish between the court and Wuxian? Finally, my parents died fighting the southern barbarians. During their lifetime, they were always in combat with the barbarian tribes. Facing the barbarians, I have only a deep-seated enmity. How could I possibly collude with them? As for the Jamal tribe's leader mentioned by Arvin, he was merely controlled through secret techniques by a powerful expert who then gave him to me, so I could use him to destroy another barbarian tribe. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, if you know about the situation on the southern frontier, you should have heard that I destroyed Xiaowei County. In fact, with my strength alone, it would have been impossible. Only with the help of this powerful expert did we severely damage the Xiaowei County barbarian forces. Zaire systematically refuted each of Arvin's accusations with reason and evidence. After hearing this lengthy response, all the disciples present had noticeably changed expressions. The true disciples who had come with Becker immediately stepped forward angrily. Zaire, stop twisting logic. If Kimball disciple brother hadn't thoroughly investigated, there would be no questioning you. How daring. You dare address Kimball disciple brother by name. It seems today's disciples truly don't know their place. Without a lesson, you won't understand your own worth. One male true disciple stepped forward, but just as he prepared to attack, he was stopped by Becker. Looks like you're not convinced. Becker sneered. But since you haven't even reached the true disciple level, I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, people might say Tianyang Martial Academy likes bullying the weak. How about this? Hand over the demonic treasure in your hand, self-abandon your cultivation, and stay in the outer sect to do menial work for 100 years. We'll consider the matter closed. What did you say? Zaire clenched his fists tightly, and the Kunlun sword in his hand trembled continuously. Kimball disciple brother is being lenient, only asking you to self-abandon your cultivation and continue working as a servant in the Martial Academy. You should kneel and thank him. Arvin shouted loudly at this moment. #####Chapter 91. Suppression and the desire to become stronger. Seeing Arvin acting like a clown in front of him, Zaire felt a surge of anger rush to his head. However, the powerful aura not far away constantly reminded him that he must not act rashly. He had to stay calm and endure it. If he acted impulsively, Miguel could crush him with just one hand. He was simply too strong. Zaire was far from being his match. Senior brother Alistair, I have always conducted myself with a clear conscience. This matter cannot be decided solely by you. After returning to the academy, I will report everything to the elders for their judgment. Zaire calmed himself down, seeking a way to buy some time. He couldn't afford to clash with Miguel in the Kira territory. He needed to return to the academy where there might still be a glimmer of hope. Handing over the Qianhuan sword, disabling his cultivation, serving as a slave for 100 years, he could not accept any of these conditions. The Qianhuan sword was a treasure given to him by Rodneying, the sacred maiden of the white tiger lineage of the demon race, and its grade was already at the level of a treasure artifact. Apart from the tripod of Jingzhou, this was the strongest artifact he possessed. It contained a small world within it, not only allowing storage but also capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth to slay enemies. It was an absolute gem. Disabling his cultivation would essentially cut off his path to future cultivation. Once he became an ordinary person, his lifespan wouldn't exceed 100 years even if he left the academy grounds. That was the limit of mortals. Serving as a slave for 100 years was nothing short of turning Zaire into a lifelong servant. Do you think I, Miguel, am arrogant and overbearing, bullying people in the Cliffside Academy? Miguel took a step forward with a cold laugh. All disciples present, including the few genuine disciples, were silenced by the anger radiating from him. No one dared to step forward at this moment. Veronica and Delanese Yao, along with the other 5 seniors, did not dare to make a sound, let alone speak up for Zaire. Zaire, I won't hide from you. This investigation of the disciples is by the order of the Gianna. My words and actions represent the academy. You shouldn't think this is targeted at you. I will thoroughly examine all disciples of the Cliffside Academy. You are merely the beginning. The overwhelming aura overwhelmed Zaire. Clenching his teeth, his feet sank an inch into the ground, and his body stood tall like a tree, unmoving amidst the storm. Since you wish to rely on the elders of the academy, I will grant you that. First, hand over your demonic treasure. Then, once we return to the academy, disable your cultivation in front of hundreds of thousands of disciples. Miguel clearly intended to set an example. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much. And the chicken in question was Zaire. As soon as he spoke, Miguel waved his hand, and Zaire felt as if his entire body was paralyzed. The Qianhuan sword in his right hand was instantly taken away by an invisible force, landing in Miguel's possession. Miguel wiped his hand across the sword, and Zaire's blood-sealed imprint vanished instantly. Zaire felt a sharp pain in his soul, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon further sensing, the Qianhuan sword no longer responded to him. From this point onward, this powerful treasure would no longer belong to him. Hatred, anger, an unprecedented sense of helplessness flooded Zaire's heart. Is it true that those with great strength can do as they please? Can they decide others' fates with just a word? Is this the justice and righteousness of this world? From stepping into cultivation until now, it took him several months to truly understand the nature of the cultivation world. At this moment, an incomparable desire to become stronger began to take root and ferment within him. He wanted power, overwhelming power. It all stems from my lack of strength. With strength, one can crush all injustices. With strength, one can ensure they are never bullied. With strength, one can protect what they want to protect. Zaire's heart roared in defiance, his eyes red with rage, veins bulging on his neck. Among the inner disciples, Arvin observed the situation and immediately suggested, Bradley, this person excels at endurance. To avoid unexpected incidents, we should suppress his power now to prevent him from using any tricks. Miguel's eyes flickered, and after a brief moment of thought, he nodded. Yes. Just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Although senior brother Alistair has been entrusted by the Gianna to clear out corruption within the academy, is it necessary to bully the weaker ones? How will the Cliffside Academy interact with the disciples of the other 8 academies afterward? A golden dragon soared through the sky. A robust man in martial attire silently landed before everyone, his presence like a dragon, supporting heaven and earth, dispersing the suppression Miguel exerted on Zaire. Senior brother Jonathan, senior brother Wu has come. Disciples immediately buzzed with discussion. Some showed admiration and excitement upon seeing the newcomer. Zaire was stunned. He hadn't expected his uncle Jonathan to appear here. Jonathan. Miguel's face turned cold again. Zaire is a member of our Wu family, and his accomplishments in the southern barbarian battlefield are evident to all. Is it not overly dictatorial for senior brother Alistair to take action based on mere rumors against a junior? Jonathan slowly said, during this southern barbarian frontline operation, everything was under my command. Zaire's real situation has been reported to the headmaster. If senior brother Alistair wants to investigate spies, you may be targeting the wrong person. Is that so? Miguel turned his head towards Zaire. Since the headmaster has intervened, I will spare you today. But if I find any issues next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared into the sky, taking the Qianhuan sword with him. Zaire's spiritual sea was immediately rocked as if hit by a large hammer, forcing him to stagger backward and sit down. Veronica and the other 4 senior sisters hurried to support him. Junior brother Wu, are you alright? Brother, perhaps it's best to leave the academy for a while after returning? No need. Zaire took several deep breaths, finally calming the raging fire within him. His red eyes gradually returned to normal. Around them, the disciples, who had watched the drama unfold, chatted among themselves. This trial didn't yield any benefits, but it wasn't in vain. Yeah, who knew Zaire is related to senior brother Jonathan and involved in human spies? This matter isn't over yet. We'll likely have more to watch. However, the hidden dragon rankings are coming up soon. Zaire used to be quite formidable, fighting that white-faced heavenly ghost alone. Will he make it onto the list? That's true. It's almost time for the ranking update. Last time they said the champion reward would be at least a treasure artifact, and even the top 10 would receive good items. Haha, you don't think Zaire can make it to the hidden dragon rankings, do you? I saw his battle with the white-faced heavenly ghost earlier. He relied entirely on that demonic treasure. Now that it's gone, how much combat power does he have left? Sure, senior brother Jonathan has noticed you. Whoosh, let's go, fast. Senior brother Wu is highly regarded by the headmaster and might be the next Kimball. We can't afford to offend him. Chapter 92. Parents' Life. Passage opens. Zaire, having calmed down, did not care at all about the inner sect disciples' discussion. After his parents died, he had endured countless mocking and insults. Now with a burning rage within his heart, the outside comments paled in comparison to those from Becker. This only made him realize more acutely how crucial power was. Only strength could silence all idle gossip. Only strength could prevent another humiliating encounter like this one with Becker. Dane, thank you. Zaire bowed deeply to Jonathan, standing nearby. You have shown remarkable courage and have not disgraced our Wu family's spirit, Jonathan said with an amiable smile. You few must be members of the 13th College, right? The passage back to the Martial Academy has already opened. You may leave first. Kirsten, Amy, and the others glanced at Zaire, then turned their gaze towards Jonathan who was speaking. They bowed respectfully before slowly departing. After the 5 senior sisters walked far enough away, Jonathan's expression abruptly turned cold, his gaze falling on Arvin, who was trying to sneak away among the crowd. Humph! Just a simple scoff caused Arvin to lift off the ground and crash heavily against the valley wall. Bang! Rocks collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Cough cough paw. Arvin struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning ashen and collapsing weakly. That blow nearly cost him his life. As a descendant of the Wu family, not only do you lack ambition, but you even developed the evil intention of harming your kin. If it weren't for the patriarch's absence, I would certainly cripple you. Jonathan's voice was icy, though ultimately he didn't go so far as to kill Arvin. This scene did not escape Zaire's eyes. At the same time, he understood that although Jonathan appeared to be taking revenge on his behalf, he was actually protecting Arvin's life. He likely saw through my intent to kill Arvin outright. Given that Arvin does have talent, as a patriarch of the Wu clan, safeguarding talented kinsmen is unavoidable. Zaire's thoughts raced. However, his inner resolve to punish Arvin did not diminish in the slightest. How dare Arvin defile the honor of his deceased parents? He must pay in blood. Moreover, since Arvin chose to collude with Becker, he had already aligned himself against Zaire. Even if Zaire spared him, there would be endless troubles in the future. I don't know why you offended Becker, leading him to target you. But from now on, you need to be cautious. I can protect you for now, but not forever, Jonathan said, turning around. I see you are full of robust chi and abundant true essence, indicating a significant fortune. But don't let this make you careless and arrogant. Remember, anyone who enters the inner sect is exceptionally talented, and those who become direct disciples are blessed with tremendous good fortune. Becker, capable of dominating his contemporaries, carries a blessing heavier than most people can comprehend. From what I know, he inherited the martial way of the ancient martial emperor, the martial immortal. His cultivation method, the sky-devouring technique, is the strongest martial way of the martial immortal. Even the top-ranked student from Songyang Martial Academy cannot match him. The elders, including the grand elders, hope that he will shine in the upcoming martial assembly, bringing honor and higher ranking to Tianyang Martial Academy. Having explained the general situation of Becker, Jonathan expected Zaire to be visibly shaken and filled with awe. However, Zaire remained unperturbed, his tone firm. Though he is powerful and blessed more deeply than me, I am not afraid. Fear is useless. If he attacks me in the future, I will fight him to the death and never give up. Good. Excellent boy. Jonathan burst into hearty laughter, surprised yet profoundly relieved. Facing a strong enemy and daring to confront them. This is the true spirit of a Wu family disciple. Who knew that after growing up, you'd resemble your parents in some ways? Hearing this, Zaire looked up curiously and asked, Dane, did you know my parents? Do you know what kind of people they were? Your parents. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Jonathan's eyes. They were older than me, even a few years older than the patriarch. I remember when your father showed remarkable cultivation talent as a young man, earning him entry into the main branch for cultivation. I was envious at the time. In my youth, I often challenged your father, usually losing more often than winning. Over time, I became acquainted with him. Later, under the call of Wangzhen, the town prince, your father joined the military and fought the southern barbarians. During this period, he met a martial expert from the town prince's mansion, who later became your mother, Zhao Xianxia. Zaire listened silently, gradually entranced. His parents rarely stayed home when he was little, and he, being too young and ignorant, knew very little about them. By the time he grew up and matured, hoping to take on responsibilities, he learned of his parents' deaths. Although Jonathan did not provide detailed information, his account left Zaire absorbed, not wanting to miss a single word. It's been a long time since I last visited their graves. Recalling that he hadn't visited his parents' graves in nearly half a year, his mood darkened. Seeing Zaire's gloomy expression, Jonathan sighed deeply. Although your parents are dead, they lived heroically. You must work harder and live up to the name of a hero's son. Also, while on the southern barbarian front, I noticed you're overly cautious. Sometimes, you should be more audacious. Acting when necessary aligns with youthful nature and boosts your reputation. With fame, any move against you by people like Becker would be less overt. And no one would criticize you for it, given that you haven't reached 18. Youthful impulsiveness is normal. Understand? Thank you for reminding me, uncle. I understand. Zaire nodded vigorously, recovering from his reverie. By the way, remember to participate in the upcoming Coil Dragon list evaluation. Jonathan suddenly recalled something and reminded him. Earning a top 10 spot offers great benefits. Even without reaching the top 10, you'll gain valuable experience. Speaking, he stretched out his hand, and an unsheathed long sword with dragon patterns appeared instantly, which he then handed over. This dragon pattern flying sword has been refined with dragon blood, elevating it to the treasure level. Your previous sword was taken by Becker. Given his order, I can't retrieve it. So use this one. Zaire took the long sword and examined it closely. The entire sword felt unified, resembling a dragon. The dragon's head served as the hilt, its tail the tip. The blade was covered with dense crimson scales, seemingly painted, but upon closer inspection, they were real, minute scales. Swinging the sword, the air whistled past the dragon scales, producing a sharp, majestic dragon roar. Excellent sword. Zaire's face lit up with delight. Flown swords belong to a branch of immortal treasures. An ordinary outer sect disciple can kill enemies 100 feet away after performing a blood ritual. In the Qi realm, one can control the sword for dozens of miles, striking before the opponent sees you. Jonathan explained further, adding, now go back and practice diligently. If you encounter difficulties in cultivation, come find me at the direct disciple courtyard. With that, Jonathan disappeared into thin air, transforming into a golden dragon. I didn't expect Dane to not be a true transmission disciple yet. He can live in the true transmission courtyard where true transmission disciples reside. It seems his strength is indeed extraordinary. Zaire thought for a moment, put away the dragon-patterned flying sword, and walked toward the nearby bronze door. Since the trial had ended, the martial academy had lowered the bronze door to escort all disciples back. Chapter 93, Two Despicable Men, Defeated in One Amave. Now that I'm back, I must first pay a visit to the Inner Sect Elder Hall. Previously, they only gave me an Inner Sect identification jade token. There are still many things not distributed yet. Zaire slowly stepped through the bronze door, planning his next steps. I also need to address the accommodation issue. Once everything is settled, I will focus on cultivating intensively. Facing opponents like Becker, Qi realm cultivation means nothing at all. Space and time warped again. When he came to his senses, he was already inside the Martial Academy hall. At this moment, quite a number of disciples had gathered in the hall. Initially, they were discussing their gains from the mission, but upon seeing Zaire, everyone fell silent. The news of Zaire being scrutinized by the Kimball instructor and accused of crimes had spread throughout the entire academy. Amiriover, knowing that he dared to defy the Kimball instructor and addressed him directly as Becker, some elders began to avoid Zaire, fearing they would be implicated. Facing the peculiar gazes of the people in the hall, Zaire paid no attention. After leaving the hall, he headed towards the Inner Sect Elder Hall, where new Inner Sect disciples received their supplies. On the way, many disciples and elders stopped to look at him, with many showing disdain, believing Zaire was already a traitor to humanity. Arriving at the mountain waste and entering the Inner Sect Elder Hall, Zaire received his Inner Sect supplies. A slightly better weapon than those given to Outer Sect disciples, he chose a long sword, several talismans for various uses such as protection, healing, and movement. 3 bottles of pills that aid in cultivation, enhancing spirit absorption by about 10% for 1 year. Finally, an Inner Sect standard magical robe, which is more powerful compared to the Outer Sect robes, making ordinary magical weapons difficult to penetrate its defenses. It can even form a protective shield against poisonous insects. Among these, the pills and magical robe were considered relatively good. For someone like Zaire, who possesses lightning manipulation and dragon-patterned flying sword, the weapon-grade longsword was dispensable. As for the talismans, walking with them was inferior to his physical endurance, and for healing, they couldn't match Nan-Man pill. The protective talisman offered minimal defense, even less effective than the magical robe. Inner Sect Disciple Zaire, your residence has been moved to the Inner Sect compound. You can enter with your identification jade token. The elder responsible for distributing supplies added. Compared to the Outer Sect, the Inner Sect has a spirit gathering array to aid cultivation. Soon, the Coiled Dragon list ranking will be re-evaluated. If you secure the top position, you will have the right to live at the focal point of the spirit gathering array, accelerating cultivation by about 30% compared to other Inner Sect disciples. Also, unlike the Outer Sect, you may not intrude on another Inner Sect disciple's quarters without permission. Furthermore, after advancing to the Inner Sect, every 3 months, elders take turns conducting cultivation lectures on the Inner Sect terrace. Don't miss these, as they are most Inner Sect disciples' only chance to clear their doubts. Zaire nodded and thanked the elder respectfully. Thank you, elder. Be cautious from now on, the elder advised solemnly, having also heard about the trial location incident. Zaire naturally understood the many challenges awaiting him in the academy. However, having made up his mind, he was not afraid but felt a desire for stronger trials. Struggles with others reflected his learning and improved his strength. He was not afraid of conflict. Taking all the supplies, Zaire left the hall. Just as he was looking around, preparing to head to the Inner Sect compound, 2 figures suddenly blocked his path. Hey, Brother Xia, isn't this our famous brother Tianyi? Ha ha ha. Brother Wang, stay away from him. Bradley said this man is a human spy, a criminal to be executed by everyone. It turned out that it was Zyler and Parker, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Unexpectedly, these 2 despicable men had also advanced to the Inner Sect, just like Arvin. But they hadn't joined Arvin in participating in the Wuxia trial. Zaire narrowed his eyes and sneered, you 2 don't even pretend anymore. Guessing you've surrendered to someone and seeing my downfall afraid, I'll expose your neglect of fellow disciples? Expose? Ha 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 ha. They laughed as if they'd heard the greatest joke ever. Zaire, do you think you're still the same person? Parker asked, folding his fan and smiling contemptuously. Do you know what your identity is now? Bradley designated you a human spy. A spy. Haha. Maybe he still thinks he's a good guy. Zyler, laughing while leaning on Parker, continued, I heard that not only him, but even his parents. Before he could finish, boom, Zaire emitted a powerful aura, his large hand tearing through the surrounding air and heading straight for Zyler's face. With Zaire's current strength, the cloud-soaring palm had taken on a different appearance. Combined with Tianya's step, he could strike instantly. Facing this situation, Zyler felt a huge sense of danger looming over him. He immediately tried to draw the magic sword on his body. However, before his fingers touched the hilt, Zaire's palm wind had already arrived and struck Zyler's left cheek. Slap. A loud sound echoed as Zyler was thrown into the air, rolling dozens of feet away. His facial bones shattered, bleeding profusely. You actually attacked a fellow disciple? Damn it. Seeing this, Parker swung his magical fan in anger, preparing to attack. Useless tricks. Zaire roared, his figure moving slightly before his right hand struck from an extremely bizarre angle, creating numerous palm shadows toward Parker even before the palm wind arrived. Cloud-soaring palm combined with the illusion effects of Xianxia step, Parker found himself surrounded by palm shadows, holding a magical fan without knowing where to strike. Slap. There was no time for Parker to think as Zaire's palm struck his chest forcefully, sending him flying. He landed squarely on the rising Zyler. Parker spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. You. How can your strength be so high? I couldn't even withstand one hit from you. Defeated in one move by Zaire, Parker shouted in terror, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. If not for the same sect status, just for insulting my parents, you would both die here. Currently within the martial academy and outside the intersect elder hall, Zaire had to hold back his force significantly. Otherwise, Zyler and Parker would have been killed outright by his palm strikes. Faced with Zaire's fierce gaze, Parker and Zyler dared not meet his eyes, lowering their heads bitterly. They initially believed that even if Zaire had some skill, he would never be strong enough to surpass them both combined. But after encountering him, they realized his strength far exceeded theirs by several, or even tenfold times. One move could render them incapable of fighting back. Were they even in the same chi realm anymore? Chapter 94. Inner Disciple Academy, Mysteries of Martial Arts. After scolding the two individuals, Zaire ignored them and headed straight toward the Inner Disciple Academy. However, his actions caught the attention of many passing inner disciples. Who is this person? So formidable. I saw him use the outer sect's Lingyun palm and Xianxia step, yet he could combine both so skillfully. He's a true genius. You don't know? That's Zaire. He's the Zaire who dared to defy the Bradley? It's him. Among the gathered disciples discussing him, a peculiar-looking man stood deep in thought. His face bore an unusually long scar that ran diagonally from his forehead to his chin, splitting his entire face. On one side of this scar, his skin was abnormally blood-red, making people feel uneasy at the sight. Zaire? He's quite competent. For me, striving for a higher ranking on the Qinlong list, he is a formidable rival. But he has offended the Kimball. If I can defeat him, I might earn the favor of the Kimball. Even if not, I'll establish my own prestige among other disciples and gain followers. With this thought, he strode towards Zyler and Parker. The crowd quickly noticed him, resulting in waves of exclamations. Isn't this Senior Brother Callahan? Are you kidding? You're unsure of Senior Brother Chen? What wind brought Senior Brother Chen here? He ranks 10th on the Qianlong list. It's said that Senior Brother Chen was born amidst conflicts in the southern wilderness, suffering facial injuries since birth, leading no one to wish to be his companion. At that moment, Zyler and Parker were slowly getting up. Seeing the newcomer, they immediately disregarded their pain and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen? How dare Zaire attack fellow disciples in public?" Bradley was right. This person has fallen into the way of evil, collaborating with foreigners. Everyone should condemn him. Callahan spoke in a righteous tone, seemingly siding with them. Senior Brother Chen speaks the truth. Indeed, Zaire is no less than a traitor. Zyler and Parker indignantly agreed. Meanwhile, Zaire had already reached the Inner Disciple Academy. The academy was divided into 4 regions situated around Xianxia Amiyuntan's 4 cardinal directions. His residence was in the eastern sector, carved out as a massive platform by supreme experts. The platform was paved with stones and lacked grand buildings like the main hall, instead featuring small courtyards akin to rustic estates. Zaire even saw numerous spirit plants cultivated within these small yards. However, the houses seemed covered by a mysterious force, obscuring their interiors. Probably due to the academy's grand formation, he mused. The Inner Disciple Academy not only possessed a spirit-gathering array, but also various formations with other wonders. Guided by his identity jade token, Zaire found his designated courtyard. Sensing his arrival, the gate automatically opened. Compared to other courtyards, his appeared barren, even the ground covered in stone. Fortunately, Zaire wasn't too concerned about the environment and focused on the rooms. There were 9 rooms in total. Except for the master room, all others were empty, lacking any furnishings or even a table and chair. The structures were built from black and white stones arranged in a special pattern, reminiscent of an ink painting, evoking a serene and natural feeling. After a brief tour, Zaire returned to his master room. Its contents had been moved from his outer sect residence. If he wished to redecorate, he would have to buy or craft the items himself. Now that I have time, let me review what I've learned and use the Huang Pills effects to see if I can advance further. He chose an empty room and began practicing martial arts without using true essence, delving into the underlying principles. Starting with the Wu family dragon-shaped fist, he practiced repeatedly from the first move to the final. Despite not utilizing true essence, his powerful physique generated gusts of wind, impacting the stone walls. The black and white stones absorbed all the force, even the wind currents. Technique should focus on intent, not power. I need to restrain my strength. After several rounds, Zaire found the key and moved like an elderly man, stiff and slow, resembling a toddler learning to walk. This unconventional practice gave him unprecedented insights. With continued practice, his technique suddenly shifted from light punches to rapid acceleration and then slowed again, illustrating his refined control and deeper understanding of martial arts. Dragon roar. A mighty dragon's cry echoed indoors, indicating that Zaire had grasped the true essence of the Wu family dragon-shaped fist. Tiger roar. A fleeting image of a white tiger manifested behind him. The combined sounds reverberated. After the sounds dissipated into the walls, Zaire closed his eyes and performed the Lingyun palm, starting with slow, weak movements. After several rounds, palm shadows transformed into clouds, truly capturing the essence. Next came the Xianxia step. Instantly, the room filled with flickering shadows which soon bore the faint silhouette of Xianxia Amiyuntan. Although ephemeral, it was unmistakable. Determined to push further, Zaire shouted, Lingyun Tianya, thunder rumbled as the myriad illusions coalesced into a single figure, dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, in the empty room, a white cloud ascended beneath a towering mountain peak. The scene was surreal and profound, blending reality and illusion. Cracks appeared on the walls, threatening collapse. Quickly, Zaire stopped. Good thing I did. Otherwise, this courtyard might have been destroyed. Zaire marveled at combining Lingyun Palm and Tianya Step without using true essence, achieving such immense power. Apparently, this is their hidden secret. His eyes gleamed, recognizing the incredible synergy. These techniques, created by Tianya Academy's founding ancestor, held more than just foundational training. Combining their essences yielded unparalleled power, surpassing any technique Zaire knew, even Leonardo's life and death handprint. Chapter 95. Ending intensive training, meeting Aaron. It's already dark outside. Zaire glanced out the window. Night had fallen, and the bright Xiao moon was rising slowly, adorning the night sky with twinkling stars. Training is like a great bow. It must have tension and relaxation to steadily advance. Excessive tension will waste your learning, while too much relaxation can destabilize your foundation. Balanced training is the way forward. He thought for a moment, then took out the dragon pattern flying sword from the Jingzhou tripod. I just happen to have time to refine this sword now. Blood dripped onto it immediately. Then, the scales on the sword's body seemed to come alive, opening and closing like fish gills breathing. In an instant, the blood was fully absorbed by the dragon-patterned flying sword. Then Zaire felt an inexplicable connection with the long sword, as if he had an extra arm that could be commanded at will. With a mere thought, the dragon-patterned flying sword flew up automatically. Left. Swish. The dragon-patterned flying sword stabbed to the left, moving so fast it was like lightning. Right. Swish. It stabbed to the right. Back. Zaire directed with his mind, and the dragon-patterned flying sword landed in his hand. So this is a fairy path flying sword? His face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that a magical flying sword would be so unique, allowing him to control it over long distances purely through spiritual intent. If I had this flying sword during my trip to the southern barbarians, I could have ambushed and killed many more of them. Unfortunately, he didn't have it back then. That night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zaire awoke from his state of absorbing heavenly essence. He then went back to the same spacious room he had practiced in yesterday. He planned to practice the tearing sky divine claw technique he had obtained from the Nil. After pondering over it all day, he started practicing the invisible heaven and earth sutra at night. Day after day, he continued this intensive training. Time slipped away unnoticed. After over a month of closed-door training, each time he practiced martial arts, he swallowed a Nil pill until they were nearly exhausted, when Zaire finally stopped this rigorous training. Although the Nil pills are almost used up, the gains from these past few months are enormous. Not only have I mastered everything I've learned, but my understanding of the martial path has also reached a new level. At this moment, Zaire exuded a graceful aura. His every movement felt natural, embodying his own principles of martial arts. When one's martial cultivation reaches its own principles, it signifies reaching a profound level. Moreover, this period of intense cultivation had not only advanced his martial skills, but also transformed his spiritual consciousness immensely. Under the illumination of the mysterious rosy light, a small part of Zaire's divine soul had grown and condensed into a liquid emitting 7-color light. This was an immense change resulting from the extreme condensation of his divine soul. The efficacy of Nil pills is indeed remarkable. I must find ways to obtain more, but first, it's time for the quarterly Elders Guidance session. I should go see what it's about. Zaire paused to think before heading out. Since entering Tianya Martial Academy, he hadn't formally received any martial arts instruction. Since it happened to coincide now, naturally, he wanted to observe. If there were gains to be made, that would be excellent. It is said that the top tier of the Academy's techniques consists of 7 kinds. Obtaining any one of these would significantly benefit my cultivation. Soon, he exited the inner disciple courtyard and walked toward the inner courtyard platform. This platform was the large area Zaire had seen previously when he climbed the mountain. It was where inner disciples gathered for major events. On the way, he saw many inner disciples walking together towards the platform. However, most avoided Zaire when they saw him, seemingly afraid of being too close. Looks like my reputation among the disciples is rather poor. Zaire smiled but didn't care. As Kimball disciple Birdie, his words and actions surely influenced everyone greatly. The outcome was predictable. However, 2 figures approached him directly. Tiani brother, haven't seen you in a while. You dared to offend the Kimball? Impressive. Seeing Bernice and Ines, Zaire looked surprised. Your cultivation progressed quickly. You've both advanced to the inner circle. The 2 were formidable now, breaking through to Chi realm. Hee. Ines laughed. If we didn't train diligently, how could we keep up with Tiani brother? Since returning from the Southern Barbarians front, Ines and I received many rewards and trained intensively, finally breaking through to become inner disciples recently, Layla explained, giving Zaire a meaningful look. He understood and led them to a less crowded area. After confirming no one else was around, Ines spoke first. We heard many things about you since becoming inner disciples. Tiani brother, you must be careful from now on. Layla, looking worried, added, how could you offend Birdie? He's the Kimball disciple, the strongest among all students. It was unwise. Don't worry. My uncle Lorenzo is here to protect me, Zaire replied with a smile. We know, brother Lorenzo, Ines nodded, but then added, but I got word that brother Lorenzo may be sent to oversee matters in the Southern Barbarians, possibly not returning for half a year or even several years. What then? Lorenzo uncle going back to the Southern Barbarians? Zaire frowned upon hearing this. He quickly recalled the Immortal Cave incident. That Immortal Cave is under the control of the Barbarian Chief General. It seems like. But thinking further, he chuckled. With Uncle Lorenzo's strength and favor with the headmaster, he must have already seen through their plans. Why should I worry? Understanding this, he dismissed the concern, but as he prepared to speak to Bernice and Ines, he heard footsteps approaching. Zaire, here you are. Recognizing the voice, Zaire furrowed his brows. It was Eren, rank 89 on the Inner Disciples hidden dragon list, whom he knew from the Southern Barbarians front, accompanied by others including some familiar faces. Didn't expect Clyde's senior brother to return. Zaire stepped forward, shielding Bernice and Ines behind him. Senior brother, why are you here? Zaire knew Eren was affiliated with Birdie. Remembering Lorenzo's advice to be cautious and build his reputation, he stayed vigilant. You colluded with the White Tiger lineage's holy maiden, trapping us in the gale near Zishui River. What punishment do you deserve for that? Chapter 96, Struck Away, the Blue Crystal Jade Mine. Zaire laughed immediately. Senior brother Clyde, what does your being surrounded by barbarians have to do with me? I was also chased by skilled warriors of the savage tribes and fled back. How can you blame me for this? Compared to before, his words now carried a sharp edge. And initially in Xiaoyang County, you collaborated with Prince Dai of Great Chu against me, a fellow disciple. I haven't found you yet to settle accounts, but instead, you came looking for me. Zaire directly pointed the finger at Eren and the others. Humph. The reason behind that incident was your collusion with Pingchuan Martial Academy, intending to harbor ill intentions toward our own academy, Eren retorted, his face flushing red as he loudly accused, Amiriover, you dared to offend even the Kimball disciple. With such a traitorous heart, what wouldn't you do? Today, I've come to question you first about your collusion with Pingchuan Martial Academy. Secondly, in the Southern Barbarian Forest, someone witnessed you conversing closely with the White Tiger Saintis Rodneying of the demonic race. You must have betrayed the academy. I intend to take you to the life and death platform to await judgment. Zaire laughed again. Intent to harm the academy? Witnessed by someone? Eren, who are you? An inner sect member like me, and you dare to question me? The moment he said I, he instantly moved. Rushing sounds filled the air as strong gusts made his clothes flutter wildly. In an instant, his body rose on the wind like lightning, quickly appearing in front of Eren. Then, his large hand opened wide, pressing down forcefully, much like a god's palm. Boom. Strong winds surged around, forcing the other disciples near Eren to step back repeatedly. Zaire appeared as if a divine entity had descended, his physical form causing clouds and mist to gather. His blood-chi energy soared into the sky, and his eyes displayed a deep indifference, like a celestial being overlooking all. All this was merely through sheer physical strength. Even so, it was enough to terrify Eren and his fellow inner sect members. Damn it. Despite being a high-ranking expert on the coiling dragon list, Eren finally reacted. Ducking was impossible now. Immediately, he burst forth the spiritual treasure robe on his body, revealing a sudden orange light shield. This spiritual treasure robe, named Golden Lorio Mantle, was woven from century-old pale golden silk, later strengthened by true essence power from broken skycliffs, surpassing its original artifact level to become a spiritual treasure. It could emit golden Lorio light, protecting its wearer fully. Eren relied on this treasure to secure the 89th position in the previous coiling dragon list ranking. Just as the golden Lorio light appeared, Zaire's palm struck down. Bang! A formidable force penetrated the defense, shaking Eren's entire body with turbulence. Blood surged up his throat. He was a transformation realm expert. Beaten nearly to spitting blood in one move, Eren swallowed the blood, feeling both surprised and furious. Get lost, he roared, gathering all his strength. With true essence exploding, he tried to fly upward using the power of the golden Lorio mantle. But how would Zaire give him the chance? Instantaneously releasing countless palm shadows, each aimed at the golden Lorio light. Bang bang bang. The violent sound shook the earth. The protective golden Lorio light around Eren flickered and dimmed under relentless attack. At this point, even just Zaire's raw physical power could shatter mountains and flatten hills. Under continuous assault, the golden Lorio light couldn't withstand and shattered like crystal glass, fragments scattering with a ringing sound. Senior brother Clyde's spiritual treasure, Golden Lorio Mantle, was actually forcibly destroyed. Inner sect members pushed back by the shockwaves stared in disbelief. Whirlwind palm. Zaire's cloud-riding palm struck out, hitting the unprotected Eren mid-air. He was thrown several rotations and slammed hard into the ground, fainting immediately before he could react. This scene stunned the inner sect disciples. Rank 89 on the coiling dragon list, senior brother Clyde, was knocked unconscious with a single slap. Himph. Zaire landed gracefully and coldly remarked, so this is the strength of a coiling dragon list expert? Completely helpless. You, an inner sect disciple who followed Eren shouted fearfully, Zaire, you dared to attack a fellow disciple publicly? You're dead meat. When the coiling dragon list opens, someone will definitely make you bleed on the arena. After uttering these threats, the disciple didn't delay, rushing away with Eren. Let's go. Zaire, appearing unconcerned, left with Zaira and Ines. Yet inside, he keenly sensed that many would target him during the next coiling dragon list evaluation. Callahan, Zaire indeed has extraordinary abilities and is a formidable rival in our competition for the list rankings. Not far away, several figures stood in the wind, all gazing at Zaire's back. One of them was Callahan, a top 10 expert on the coiling dragon list, seen earlier in the inner sect Elder Hall. Eren's skills, relying only on Kimball Disciple's refined golden Lorio mantle to barely enter the coiling dragon list, may not stand a chance against Zaire. But whether he can match me is another matter. Callahan's expression was icy, and his tone filled with arrogance. A closer look revealed deep seriousness in his eyes. His interlocutor, Xianxia, ranked 5th on the coiling dragon list. After entering the inner sect balcony, it was already crowded with seated disciples. Not seeing the elder yet, the trio began chatting. I didn't expect your strength to have reached such heights, capable of defeating a coiling dragon list expert. Zaira's eyes were full of surprise. while Ines showed no astonishment but wore a thoughtful look. Zaire smiled and waved dismissively. It's just a fortuitous breakthrough. Besides, Aaron is merely at the tail end of the coiling dragon list, hardly qualifying as an expert. Amazingly put, I remember we fought previously, when I tried to stop you from going to the southern barbarian region. Zaira spoke with some embarrassment. No worries, you did it for my own good. Zaire replied indifferently. At this moment, Ines suddenly spoke up quietly, Brother Tianyi. Seeing his low voice, apparently fearing to be heard, Zaire looked curiously. What's wrong, Brother Clyde? Brother Tianyi, Sister Schwer, I know of a hidden treasure in Liangzhou. Ines's voice grew softer. I hadn't mentioned this earlier, worried our combined strength might be insufficient. But now, witnessing Brother Tianyi's prowess, I think we can try. Zaira frowned slightly, asking, what treasure? To warrant such caution from you? Blue crystal jade mine, essential for forging spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, Zaire and Zaira were instantly astounded. Chapter 97. Ismael, Departure for Liangzhou. Clang, clang, clang. The inner courtyard terrace was now filled with the clear, resonant sounds of bronze bells. A white-haired elder dressed in a blue robe, exuding an air of Taoist sage, slowly descended. Many disciples who had been engaged in fervent discussions suddenly fell silent. The scene immediately became quiet. At Tianya Martial Academy, apart from the outer gate officers, true elders can generally be divided into two types. One type manages affairs, such as those seen in the inner courtyard elder hall, or during the Wuzhu trials. The other type focuses on cultivation and seclusion. The elder before them belonged to the latter category. Elders who manage daily affairs usually have slightly lower combat prowess and cultivation, compared to those who focus on secluded cultivation. Today's world is in a state of flux. However, it is precisely during tumultuous times that heroes emerge. Like this southern barbarian unrest, which has promoted many disciples to enter the inner courtyard, said the Ismail upon his arrival. His voice wasn't loud, but could be heard clearly by every disciple present. So this time, I have prepared a lecture on the transformations within the Qi realm and transformation realm to help newly promoted disciples gain insights. If there are disciples already beyond the transformation realm, they too may benefit and reflect on their own studies. Immediately, the Ismail began explaining various points to consider after entering the Qi realm, as well as the differences between the Qi realm and transformation realm. Zaire listened attentively. This elder's explanations differed somewhat from those of Leonardo. Leonardo's explanations often felt lofty, while this Ismail started from the most basic concepts, even breaking down the essence of heavenly Qi. Both methods had their advantages. Leonardo's approach was more suitable for disciples with a foundational understanding. From this lecture, Zaire gained deeper insight into martial arts. After about half a day, with the sound of a bell, the Ismail gradually stopped lecturing. This session ends here. The content should keep you occupied for over 3 months. Next time, another elder will introduce a new technique, so do not miss it. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Many disciples, especially the newly promoted inner courtyard members, were still engrossed and unwilling to leave. Let's go. We should leave this place first. Zaire keenly noticed that several disciples were approaching them. Though he wasn't afraid, he didn't want Ines and Zaira to get involved in any potential disputes. They quickly left the inner courtyard terrace and gathered at the East Disciple Courtyard, Zaire's residence. Brother Tianyi, Miss Schwer, what do you think about the blue crystal jade mine I mentioned earlier? As soon as they entered, Ines couldn't wait to ask. Blue crystal jade is extremely valuable. Are you sure your information is accurate? Zaira asked with a frown. Absolutely. My sources are reliable. Ines affirmed confidently. Zaire pondered for a moment and then asked, you mentioned worrying about our strength. Is this blue crystal jade mine dangerous? Please inform us. That blue crystal jade vein lies at the border between Jingzhou and Liangzhou. The management there is chaotic, and it has recently been occupied by a group of beast tribes. Ines explained, if we go, we'll need to deal with these beast tribes. It's challenging, but if we can get some blue crystal jade, it would be worth it. Blue crystal jade is an excellent material for crafting spiritual weapons, each piece priceless. Hearing about the beast tribes piqued Zaire's interest. The Neil pill was running low, and he was looking for ways to replenish it. Plus, there was blue crystal jade. I currently only have my lightning sword and dragon pattern flying sword to show for. If I could obtain a spirit weapon, my strength would significantly increase. At this point, Zaira looked at him, seemingly asking for his opinion. Ines seized the moment. Brother Tianyi, don't hesitate. That blue crystal jade vein was discovered by a group of mercenary wanderers recently. Due to disagreements over the spoils, one of them sold its location to the beast tribes. Soon, there will likely be conflicts there. Think about it. A blue crystal jade mine. Who can resist? When chaos erupts, we can sneak in and grab a few pieces. It will be highly profitable. After hearing this, Zaire nodded under Ines's expectant gaze. If Brother Clyde is so confident, let's give it a try. If we can get some blue crystal jade, everyone's strength will greatly improve. You two might even have a chance to compete for the hidden dragon ranking. Ines nodded vigorously. Brother Tianyi is right. That's exactly what I thought. Well then, since we've decided to go, when shall we depart? Zaira naturally followed suit, once she saw Zaire agree. We shouldn't delay, let's go tomorrow. The hidden dragon ranking will be reassessed soon, and we should return before that happens, Zaire decided. The next day, the trio set off from Tianya Emiyuntan, boarding a flying boat heading rapidly toward Liangzhou. Along the way, they gazed at the picturesque landscapes beneath the clouds, mountains and towns alike. The world's beauty, vibrant and colorful, is truly captivating. Ines stood at the prow of the boat, feeling deeply moved. I've never left the Nine Gong City area, nor did I imagine anything outside of it could be so vast and splendid. Zaire sighed, realizing he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. In truth, Jingzhou of Chu is not yet opulent. Chana Prefecture of Yuan, located centrally, benefits from advantageous geography, and merchants travel to every corner of Yuan. Yet, even Yuan cannot claim to be the richest nation. The true prosperity belongs to Channy, situated in Yangzhou, owning boundless seas, making it a maritime nation, Ines added knowledgeably. I know of Yangzhou. It's said that Nanhu Martial Academy lavishes both outer gate disciples and servant disciples extravagantly, even feeding them elixirs regularly. Its wealth is unmatched among the 9 academies, Zaire also remarked. At this point, Zaira stepped out and said, despite Nanhu Martial Academy's immense wealth, its overall strength is still surpassed by Songyang Martial Academy. This shows that while resources are important, they are not the most crucial factor. Ines agreed. Miss Schwer is right. The students of Songyang Martial Academy are practically prodigies, incredibly strong. Curious, Zaire asked, our Tianyang Martial Academy constantly battles barbarians, training our disciples continuously. Even Nanhu Martial Academy deals with sea monsters, requiring frequent dispatches. How can Songyang Martial Academy, situated in central China with less rigorous training, have greater strength than us? To understand that, we need to talk about Songyang Martial Academy's system, Ines explained. From its inception, they have maintained extremely strict rules. All disciples train diligently under harsh regulations without any slack. In contrast, other academies, including ours, are more relaxed. We're approaching Liangzhou. Prepare yourselves. Zaira reminded them as they neared their destination. Chapter 98. Underground Cavern, Demon Race Blood Sparrow. Under Ines's control, the flying boat approached a deep ravine. Seen from above, it was pitch black and seemed bottomless. Brother Tianyi, Miss Schwer, be careful, Ines warned while carefully maneuvering the boat. Our destination is at the bottom of this ravine, but it's surrounded by natural gale winds. The flying boat slowly entered the dark, profound ravine, and immediately, all sunlight was blocked, enveloping them in an oppressive gloom. Whistling. As they descended deeper, sudden gales erupted around them. The winds howled like ghosts, striking the boat with sharp force as if slicing with invisible blades. These penetrating winds soon found their way past the boat's defenses, surging towards Zaire and Bernice. Bernice immediately countered, dispersing the gusts with several punches. In contrast, Zaire stood firm on the deck, immovable despite the gales battering his body. After about 15 minutes, all the gales vanished suddenly. A colossal cavern entrance then appeared underground. Its entrance sloped downward in eerie silence. We're here. Jumping off the boat, Ines explained, there are many stalactites in this cavern. The boat can't enter easily. We just need to walk down the entrance to reach the blue crystal jade mine. Let's go. After assessing the cavern interior, Zaire led the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, their view suddenly opened up into an expansive subterranean world. With his current cultivation, seeing in darkness was no issue for Zaire. This underworld seemed naturally formed, with fungi and mosses spread everywhere, and water occasionally dripping from the ceiling. They even stepped into puddles unknowingly. He also sensed many dangerous creatures of dark caves. Be cautious. Many bloodthirsty dark creatures live here, Ines reminded quietly. Just as he spoke, sudden bursts of wind and a foul stench emerged from the darkness. Zaire focused his gaze to see a dozen snakes with black patterns attacking. Living underground long-term, these snakes' eyesight had deteriorated into a strange pallor. They relied on smell and sound to locate prey, obviously drawn by Ines's voice. These snakes moved swiftly, appearing beside the trio almost instantly. But Zaire was faster. With a flash of cold light, the snakes were severed mid-air, falling lifelessly. Simultaneously, Zaire extracted the blood essence of the black snakes into Jingzhou Cauldron. Each snake's vital energy rivaled that of a bullhorn golden lion, showing their formidable presence in this cavernous world. This essence barely benefits me now, but it's better than nothing, Zaire thought. He then turned to the startled Ines, Brother Clyde. Do you know where the blue crystal jade mine is in this vast underground world? Certainly. Realizing his duty, Ines took out a sheepskin scroll from his robe, a well-drawn map. To the southeast. Nodding, Zaire wielded the dragon mark flying sword and followed Ines's direction. Along the way, any creature threatening them met its demise at his sword, its essence ending up in Jingzhou Cauldron. Meanwhile, Ines and Bernice collected rare herbs unique to this underworld. Around 10 hours later, after dispatching a night fox rat sneaking up on them, Zaire saw dazzling light in the distance, exuding immense power. Is that a disciple of Pingshan Martial Academy here? Ines was visibly surprised. Why do you assume it's Pingshan Martial Academy? Zaire asked, turning back. Just guessing, Ines chuckled. We're in Liang Province, so apart from Pingshan Martial Academy, it would likely be our own Tianyang Martial Academy. Do we approach? Bernice questioned. Let's check. Zaire sensed a major battle taking place there. Enos, after all, was a disciple of Pingshan Martial Academy. Advancing through this perilous underground world filled with unnamed fierce beasts, not just anyone could casually venture here without reaching Qi realm, which they had achieved. Led by Zaire, the trio quickly reached their destination. Look, Ines pointed ahead, alarmed. Not far off, brilliant light darted about, stirring up a storm of gore. Outside this glowing zone, numerous figures had gathered in a surrounding formation, revealing to be members of the demon race. Some winged demons flew above, wielding halberds and swords, continuously assaulting the shining, moving light. These demons emitted powerful auras and wore scale armor, exuding a heavy bloody stench, evidence of countless lives claimed. These are blood sparrows of the demon race. Bernice looked fearful. They're extremely cruel and have incredibly high cultivation. It's rumored their chieftain has awakened ancient beast deity bloodlines. Blood sparrows? Beast deity bloodline? Zaire was taken aback. Even someone less informed about the demon race like him had heard tales. Rumors suggested these demons fed on humans and, if lacking, even cannibalized their kin or other demons. Due to such savage practices, the Blood Sparrow clan rapidly became one of the strongest emerging powers among the demon races in recent centuries. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A blood sparrow noticed the three newcomers and let out shrill cries, face revealing joy. Humming through the air, the blood sparrow brandished its great saber and launched an assault. Careful. That weapon is an ultimate-grade magical tool, capable of piercing our robes. Ines warned. Wooing. With a thought, Zaire vanished and reappeared in darkness. His dragon mark flying sword silently targeted the blood sparrow. Swoosh. Despite reacting fast upon sensing Zaire's disappearance, the blood sparrow was still struck by the sword. Yet, its quick retreat meant only its outer scales were cut. Seeing its strongest defense breached by this human in one strike, the blood sparrow showed shock and tried signaling its clan for ambush. But Zaire wouldn't let it broadcast. Flashing again, he appeared next to the demon. Thud. The dragon mark flying sword pierced the blood sparrow's throat. Swish. With a swift motion, Zaire absorbed all the demon's blood essence into Jingzhou Cauldron. Chapter 99. Sudden Enlightenment Pill. Human-shaped great demon. Who would have thought this blood sparrow could rival the Neil? Feeling the dense vitality essence within the tripod of Jingzhou, Zaire was overwhelmed with joy. Reflecting on it, it made sense. The Neil was only half human, half demon, making his lineage far less pure than the blood sparrows. Moreover, according to Zaire, this family head had already activated the divine bloodline of the sparrow. Therefore, their descendants naturally exhibited signs of ancestral bloodline resurgence. Although these blood sparrows possessed only Qi realm strength, their vital energy was sufficient to match the Neil's transformation level prowess and even hinted at surpassing him. Sacrifice to heaven. With his powerful cultivation and enhanced spirit, Zaire could multitask, using the tripod of Jingzhou to perform celestial sacrifices within his sea of consciousness. Soon, the vitality essence of the blood sparrow was taken away by an invisible heavenly aura, replaced by a small pile of Neil pills. Excellent, excellent. Seeing 110 Neil pills in the tripod of Jingzhou, Zaire nodded in satisfaction. However, calling them Neil pills is no longer appropriate. Let's rename them as sudden enlightenment pills from now on. After consuming these pills, one can enter a state similar to prenatal breathing, greatly enhancing their comprehension. Hence, sudden enlightenment pills was more fitting. There are still 3 more. Zaire turned his gaze to the distant blood sparrows still engaged in combat with the light. Taking a deep breath, he melded into the darkness. It seemed as though he completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. This was the effect of the joint influence of Hundong Jinsu and Bai Hu Zhen Dongjing. Hidden, Zaire quietly approached the 3 blood sparrows. Unaware of the impending danger, they continued to focus on combating the dazzling light. Kill. The aura of death suddenly descended. The 3 blood sparrows were horrified to find an unseen figure appearing beside them. Swish. A sword gleamed, instantly splattering blood across the sky. Seize. Zaire roared, capturing all the vitality essences of the 3 blood sparrows into the tripod of Jingzhou. 330 sudden enlightenment pills obtained. There were now over 400 pills within the tripod of Jingzhou. Even without acquiring the blue crystal jade, this trip to Liangzhou had been immensely profitable for Zaire. After the 4 blood sparrows were killed, the light that was initially entangled began descending rapidly. Zaire finally noticed the scene below. On the ground, over 100 wolf-headed humanoids surrounded and relentlessly attacked a single figure. This figure moved nimbly, evading attacks from the wolf demons at every turn, always managing to narrowly escape when things looked dire. However, what drew Zaire's attention most was another figure standing beyond the wolf demons. Despite looking human, the surging demonic aura revealed him as a fully transformed great demon. A black mist constantly enveloped him, moving as if alive, dynamic and unpredictable. This black mist is an extremely powerful spiritual artifact. Zaire was stunned, having never seen such a peculiar spiritual artifact before. Brant, you truly overestimate yourself, daring to intrude on my territory. Are you not afraid of death? The fully transformed demon coldly stated. Zaire shifted his gaze to the besieged man. Brant? I wonder what kind of disciple of Xuanhuan Martial Academy he is, to possess such precious treasure. That light, he noted, was indeed a treasured artifact. Brant manipulated it around his body, deflecting wolf demons' weapons effortlessly. Their weapons shattered upon contact, turning brittle as paper. This beam of light provided seemingly impenetrable defense, shattering all attacking weapons like fragile paper. With this light assisting him, Brant attempted to break through the encirclement of over 100 wolf demons. Seeing this, the humanoid demon couldn't hold back any longer and struck out with a concentrated blast of demonic aura. Yet, even his attack couldn't budge the light in the slightest. No wonder those 4 blood sparrows held onto this light. Now it seems that, with this light's assistance, the wolf demons can't harm him, Zaire thought in shock. Under attack, Brant shouted, this blue crystal jade mine isn't within your 10,000 demon Amiuntans, strictly speaking. It's Xuanhuan Martial Academy's property. You dare to claim it for yourself. Aren't you afraid of dying? Humph. A cornered beast fights fiercely. The humanoid demon sneered, then waved his hand. The wolf demon formation suddenly changed from attacking to trapping. Turning abruptly, the demon looked up at Zaire in the air, then shifted his gaze to Ines and Zaire nearby. Since you killed those blood sparrows, you'll all stay here. At first sight of the demon, a giant wolf's shadow appeared in Zaire's sea of consciousness. This is a mental attack. He was slightly startled but remained calm. However, attacking my mental plane, indeed, it's overestimating your own abilities. In the sea of consciousness, the glow suddenly flowed rapidly, expanding and covering the wolf shadow before retracting sharply. Between expansion and contraction, the wolf shadow was swallowed by the glow before it could attack. Zaire snapped back to reality, but immediately felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. Boom! Air pressure exploded with a thunderous roar. A black streak cleaved the air. What incredible speed! What bizarre attack! This humanoid demon didn't hold back, aiming directly for Zaire's life. Swish! The dragon-patterned flying sword vibrated, slicing through space and blocking the sudden black streak. Clank! The impact echoed throughout the entire underground world. Just as Zaire thought he'd defended, the demon appeared right before him. Swish! Black mist condensed into a strange black blade, striking with blinding speed. With such swiftness and unexpected timing, no one could possibly dodge. The demon smirked, envisioning the end of this human. In that split second, Zaire trembled, his formidable vitality shooting upwards. Boom! The stalactites above shook and fell rapidly. Using the momentary pause caused by the demon being disrupted by his vitality, Zaire whipped his right hand, brandishing the lightning spirit sword. Kill! He unleashed the 7-kill sword technique. Whine! Limitless killing intent surged forth, overwhelming the demon like a mountain collapsing. Chapter 100, A Fruitful Visit, Shocking Brand. Sensing the overwhelming wave of killing intent, the large demon's expression began to change, no longer displaying the confidence he once had. The great sword then transformed into black mist once again. Robust demonic energy started pouring in, swirling and managing to repel the sky-filling tangible killing intent, keeping it outside the black mist barrier. Kill! Zaire unhesitantly activated the second kill. Almost instantly, innate killing intent enveloped the Chidian sword entirely, then turned into a black light, attempting to pierce through that black mist barrier. Hiss! 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 Upon contact, it was like cold water meeting hot iron. A lot of black mist began dissipating into the air, causing the demon's whole body to shake violently. The innate killing intent formed from the 7-kill sword technique started to invade the demon's body along the black mist. However, the demon also acted decisively, immediately retreating and even abandoning the mysterious black mist treasure. Without the demonic energy enhancement from the demon, Zaire felt the pressure decrease significantly, and he let out a sigh of relief. Buzz! 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 With the air vibrating, the dragon pattern flying sword fell into his hands. Dual swords in hand, Zaire's gaze shifted towards the distant wolf demon. You should be a student of the martial academy, destined to cultivate martial arts, yet you used immortal path methods, and have mastered them to such an extent. The wolf demon showed a grave expression. It didn't expect to encounter a freak today. Tens of thousands of techniques originally shouldn't be divided between immortal path and martial path. Zaire sneered, then held the dual swords and charged forward. Kill! 7-kill sword technique. 3rd kill. Rumble. After true essence poured in, 2 powerful sword auras containing innate killing intent tore through space, cutting off the air currents, and directly struck the wolf demon. Protect! The demon roared fiercely. Wolf hairs suddenly sprouted from its body and formed a shield of wolf hair to block the incoming 2 strands of killing intent sword aura. This wolf demon could be considered a transcendent realm being, but in terms of strength, it was far more formidable than human transcendent realm experts. Bang! Bang! 2 massive sounds echoed as the shield was blasted apart, turning into a cloud of wolf hairs. These hairs shot out like arrows in all directions, piercing into the ground and stone walls without any trace. Kill! Ignoring the wolf hairs shooting towards him, Zaire instantly performed the 4th kill of the 7-kill sword technique. Instantly, a powerful momentum surged from his body, shaking the entire underground cave world as solidified killing intent erupted like a geyser. The ground shook as if thousands of troops were running across it, making it difficult for anyone to stand firm. The over 100 small wolf demons swayed wildly, almost striking their companions with axes and blades. Brant quickly used light to perform a brief aerial evasion. However, countless stalactites rained down from above, smashing down amidst the chaos. Not far away, Innes activated an unknown treasure, emitting beams of golden light enveloping him and Bernice, deflecting all falling stalactites. Facing this situation, fear appeared on the wolf demon's face. It already realized that this young human's strength exceeded expectations. The demon decided to escape, gathering demonic energy into a cloud around itself to flee. But it was too late. Zaire's dual swords were already before him. Tear. The demon cloud was torn apart by the dual swords wrapped in killing intent, and the force remained unchanged, slamming heavily into the demon's body. The wolf demon immediately screamed, splattered with blood as it fell to the ground. Extract. Seeing the demon on the brink of death, Zaire wouldn't let go. He immediately used the Jingzhou Cauldron to extract the wolf demon's life essence. What a rich supply of vital energy. Zaire was overjoyed internally. This wolf demon was the strongest demon he had ever killed. Even the Tiger King at the same realm couldn't compare. This wolf demon has likely touched the threshold of soul realm. That soul attack earlier was truly bizarre. If not for my protective glow, I probably wouldn't have been able to subdue it so quickly. He marveled inwardly, realizing instantly that this wolf demon must be at a bottleneck in cultivation. In his mind, under his control, the Jingzhou Cauldron began to transform the extracted life essence into enlightenment pills. Counting carefully, there were actually over 200 pills. Below, the over 100 wolf demons, seeing their leader injured, ignored Brant and turned their weapons towards Zaire. Kill. Innes and Bernice saw the situation and immediately summoned their weapons, shouting as they charged over. Zaire had already rushed forward with his sword drawn. Holding long swords in both hands, he moved swiftly, leaving 2 wolf demons dead in his wake. Whether it was the dragon pattern flying sword or the Chidian sword, their quality and sharpness were far beyond what these wolf demons could withstand. Swish. A double slash, and several more wolf demons fell on either side. Some wolf demons tried to raise their weapons to block Zaire's swords, but upon contact, it was like cutting tofu. The wolf demons' weapons were sliced through effortlessly. As these wolf demons died, Zaire continued extracting their life essences into the Jingzhou Cauldron. However, the life essence of these smaller wolf demons naturally didn't match the previous large demon. Even 4 blood sparrows couldn't compare. Each small wolf demon only yielded 1 enlightenment pill. But something is better than nothing. Zaire steadied himself, scanning the area where the most wolf demons gathered. Suddenly, he leaped up and landed among the wolf demons. Cheetian and dragon pattern flying swords were wielded like executioner's blades, each strike resulting in dead wolf demons. Sometimes one, sometimes even multiple wolf demons per strike. Bernice and Ines also entered the fray. They moved nimbly, Bernice's gauntlet smashing through heads, while Ines's hidden shadowy sword caused constant howls among the wolf demons. But neither dared to rush alone into the largest group like Zaire did. They fought back to back, preventing themselves from being surrounded. Individually, these wolf demons weren't strong, with their cultivation only at the Lanzong or Lanthoy realms, but when gathered, they could rival those at the Qi condensation realm. Bernice and Ines, who had just stepped into Qi condensation, naturally didn't dare to underestimate them. On Zaire's side, within moments, the surrounding wolf demons were completely wiped out. Each wolf demon lay dead under his dual swords, and all their life essences were extracted into the Jingzhou Cauldron, becoming cultivation resources, enlightenment pills. This scene left the distant Brant speechless. Though he seemed to handle the wolf demons skillfully, in reality, this was his limit. Look at him struggling without killing even a single wolf demon. Not because he didn't want to, but he simply lacked the energy to counterattack, dedicating all his true essence to dodging and escaping. So many wolf demons, even the powerful inner disciples of the martial academy, would find it hard to resist. Unbelievable that this person not only wasn't flustered but fought back successfully. Brant marveled and was curious about Zaire's identity. Chapter 101. Xuanhuan Shield Sword, Generous Amave. Whoosh. A blinding light swiftly flew in, plunging into the pack of wolf demons. Zaire turned his head and saw that it was Brant who had made the move. With all the wolf demons surrounding him, Brant naturally had a moment to spare to attack the wolf demon group. The light passed by him, and only then did Zaire clearly see what the object was. It was a palm-sized shield sword. The term shield sword might seem hard to understand at first, but it basically referred to a shield with two blade points extending from either its top and bottom or left and right sides. What was astonishing was that despite being only palm-sized, this shield sword's defensive and offensive capabilities far exceeded normal expectations. In just one round trip, it had killed over a dozen wolf demons. Seeing this, Zaire silently absorbed the essence of those wolf demons. It seems in cultivation, everyone has their own magical treasures, and these treasures are all different, he thought with a slight amazement. After noticing Ines being surrounded by a large number of wolf demons, Zaire moved quickly. Whoosh! He flashed forward, sweeping both swords wide to relieve the two people. Seeing Zaire come to help, Ines exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Tianni, we indeed didn't come here for nothing. With your strength, obtaining the blue crystal jade mine will be effortless." Zaire's gaze fell on Brant's shield sword treasure. After a moment, she looked surprised and said, "Is this the legendary 1,000-year-old treasure, the Xuanhuan shield sword?" Ines seemed to have heard of this name before and looked stunned at the beam of light slashing through the wolf demons. "Indeed it is," he exclaimed in shock. "This Xuanhuan shield sword became famous during the Mang Amiuntan conference 1,000 years ago. It is a precious treasure of the Pingchuan Martial Academy's chancellor. According to legend, it was once an immortal weapon, but due to severe damage in the Battle of Mang Amiuntan, it degenerated into a top-tier artifact." Then Ines sighed suddenly. "Unfortunately, Brant's strength is too weak, only reaching bone marrow stage. He can't fully utilize the power of the Xuanhuan shield sword. If he were at the Qi realm, he could probably wipe out these 100 wolf demons in the blink of an eye." Upon hearing this, Zaire asked curiously, "Wipe out 100 wolf demons in a blink? Is the Xuanhuan shield sword really that powerful?" "Of course," Ines replied, "Brother Tianni may not know, but when wielded, the Xuanhuan shield sword can transform into countless beams of Chana light. Each beam contains the mystery of time and space. Even the impregnable defenses would crumble like paper in front of it, powerless to resist. If these countless beams concentrated on attacking a city, even the great capital of Chu with tens of millions of inhabitants would be annihilated completely without a single survivor. And don't mention the incredible defensive power of the Xuanhuan shield sword. If Brother Tianni were to hold it, even true transmission disciples would not be able to break through its defense." Hearing this, Zaire's heart raced. However, killing someone to take their treasure was something he couldn't do. If Brant were an evildoer, it would be another matter. To think that Brant, with only bone marrow stage cultivation, can possess such a significant treasure as the Xuanhuan shield sword. His status in the Pingchuan Martial Academy must be extraordinary, Zaire thought, pushing aside any greedy thoughts. With the addition of the Xuanhuan shield sword's formidable power, the number of surviving wolf demons drastically decreased. Zaire and his companions sped up their slaughter, and one by one, the wolf demons were quickly killed. In the darkness, nearly 10 wolf demons noticed the situation and tried to sneak away. Noticing them, Zaire released his dragon pattern flying sword. Under his mental control, it moved stealthily, piercing through all the fleeing wolf demons. Seeing that Zaire and Ines hadn't noticed, he quietly Sohuila Longwen Fei Jian, corrected to read naturally in English. Seeing that Zaire and Ines hadn't noticed, he quietly retracted the dragon pattern flying sword. He intended to use the unique characteristics of the dragon pattern flying sword as his ace in the hole, so he did not want to reveal it in front of others. With over 100 wolf demons already slaughtered, an additional 100 enlightenment pills appeared inside the tripod from Jingzhou. This trip to Liangzhou has alleviated the shortage of enlightenment pills. These hundreds of pills should be enough for me to use for some time. Zaire glanced at Ines and Bernice, who had both expended a considerable amount of true essence. Here. Note. This single word conveys the meaning of the original text accurately and reads naturally in English. It maintains consistency in terminology and style with the rest of the passage. He immediately threw out 2 Nanman pills. Note, Nanmandan is translated as Nanman pills to maintain consistency and readability in English. In the event of encountering danger later, Ines and Bernice would also be valuable allies. What kind of pill is that? The edited translation accurately conveys the meaning, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in style. At some point, Brant had appeared beside the three of them and, observing the southern barbarian pill that Zyra had just swallowed, asked out of curiosity. A healing elixir. This revision ensures that the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It maintains consistency in terminology and style, fitting seamlessly into the narrative. Zaire said seriously. Note, to maintain consistency and natural flow in English, it's better to say said seriously, rather than a literal translation of Jung's third all. Brant's speed was such that even Zaire could only see after images. It seems that the astral light shield sword also has the ability to carry people while flying. He mused to himself. Can I have one too? Brant asked, seemingly very curious about the Nanman pill. He was also quite at ease and familiar with the group. After a moment's thought, Zaire handed over one pill. Brant eagerly took it in his hands and began to examine it closely. Entirely red in color with black veins on the surface, and it contains a tremendous amount of vitality within. Amazed commendably, this pill has reached a state of perfect naturalness in its grade. The person who refined this pill is undoubtedly an expert. Amazing, amazing. 5天一暗暗发笑，浑若天成，这可不就是天赐的丹药吗？不过他自然不会把这事说出来。Zaire secretly laughed to himself. Perfect naturalness? Isn't this just a heaven-given pill? However, he naturally didn't voice this thought out loud. Uttering impressive twice, Brant admired the pill as if it were a work of art, his face expressing genuine amazement. Zaire inwardly chuckled. Seemingly flawless? This is indeed a heaven-bestowed elixir. Note, I've adjusted the translation to make it flow more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. The term huanruo tiancheng is translated as seemingly flawless, which conveys the idea of perfection or naturalness, and heaven-bestowed elixir captures the essence of tianci de danyao. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal this fact. Brant carefully placed the Nanman pill into his mouth, then closed his eyes as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, shock evident on his face. This pill, ancient miracle elixir, black-streaked recovery pill. Given the context and nature of the text, this translation maintains consistency in terminology and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term, black-streaked recovery pill, is used to translate immortal sangdan, preserving the descriptive nature of the original name. If this phrase appears multiple times in your document, make sure to use black-streaked recovery pill consistently throughout to maintain uniformity. Brant stared intently at Zaire. Brother, do you happen to have any more of these pills? He eagerly continued. If you do, I am willing to pay a high price for them. Rest assured, I will not let you down. It seemed he was afraid Zaire didn't believe him, as Brant immediately took out a spiritual weapon, a long sword. 5 pills. 1 spiritual weapon. How about that? Zaire's pupils constricted slightly. He hadn't expected that Brant would also possess such a precious storage-type artifact. Among all the people he had met, he had only seen one on Lenore. Indeed, since this person can own the xuanhuan shield sword, it's not surprising that he has a storage-type artifact. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seems like a spiritual weapon is as common to him as selling vegetables at a market. Zaire's perception was sharp. He clearly sensed that the other party didn't seem to care much about spiritual weapons. He even took it out so casually without fear of it being snatched away. In the outside world, a spiritual weapon was an incredibly powerful treasure. Any cultivator who possessed one would significantly enhance their combat strength. Take Clyde, for example. With just a spiritual weapon-grade protective garment, he managed to secure a place on the hidden dragon list. This showed how powerful and rare spiritual weapons were for cultivators. Truly sorry, but I don't have any more left. If I do come across any in the future, I'll certainly seek you out for an exchange. Faced with such temptation, Zaire firmly shook his head. He said eagerly, if you have any more, I'm willing to pay a high price for them. Rest assured, I won't let you down. For clarity and fluency, the sentence has been slightly restructured while maintaining the original meaning. Seemingly afraid that Zaire wouldn't believe him, Brant immediately took out a spiritual artifact long sword. 5 pills. 1 spirit weapon. How about that? The translation aims to maintain the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Here, Wuxia is translated as 5 pills, for clarity and context, and Yijian Ling Qi as 1 spirit weapon, to stay consistent with terminology used in such narratives. Spatial artifact of the Jiezi type? 5天一瞳孔微缩. He didn't expect that Brant would also possess such an incredibly precious spatial artifact. Among all the people he had encountered, he had only seen one before on Lenore. Indeed, if this person can own the xuanhuan shield sword, then having a spatial artifact isn't surprising. And judging by his demeanor, it seems like even an ethereal weapon is as common to him as vegetables in a market. Zaire's perception was keen. He clearly sensed that the other party didn't seem to value ethereal weapons much. He even took it out so casually without fear of it being snatched away. In the outside world, ethereal weapons were supreme artifacts. Any cultivator with one would have their combat strength greatly enhanced. Like Clyde Zuching, who managed to secure a place on the hidden dragon list merely due to an ethereal treasure robe. This shows how powerful and rare ethereal weapons are for cultivators. Truly sorry, I don't have any more. If I get any in the future, I will definitely find you for an exchange. Facing such temptation, Zaire firmly shook his head. Zaire's pupils constricted. I didn't expect that Brant would also possess an extremely valuable Jiezi artifact. Note, to maintain consistency and clarity in the English translation, Jiezi Kongjian Fabal is translated as Jiezi artifact, which refers to a type of spatial storage magical treasure in the context of cultivation novels. To ensure the translation reads naturally and maintains consistency, here's the edited segment within the broader context. I didn't expect that Brant would also possess an extremely valuable Jiezi artifact. This way, it fits seamlessly into the narrative flow while preserving the original meaning. Having interacted with so many people, he had only seen such an item once before, on Lenore. Indeed, since he can possess the xuanhuan shield sword, it's not surprising that he also has a spatial treasure. Moreover, judging by his attitude, it seems he treats spirit artifacts as casually as vegetables in a market. Zaire's perception was sharp. He clearly sensed that the other party didn't seem to place much importance on spirit artifacts. He even pulled one out without fear of it being Chengdua, stolen. Note, the last word Chengdua, stolen, seems out of context and might be a leftover from the original Chinese text. If it is intended to be part of this segment, please clarify. In the outside world, spirit artifacts were extremely powerful treasures. Any cultivator who possessed one would see a significant boost in their combat strength. For instance, Eren could stand firm on the hidden dragon list solely because of a spirit artifact robe. This shows how powerful and rare spirit artifacts were for cultivators. Indeed, given that this person owns the xuanhuan shield sword, it's no wonder he treats spatial treasures as common. And looking at him, it seems like he handles spirit artifacts as casually as selling vegetables in a market. Note, I have adjusted the translation to ensure it reads fluently in English while preserving the meaning. Zaire's perception was acute, and he clearly sensed that the other party didn't seem to place much importance on the spiritual weapon. Edited for fluency and natural English. Zaire's perception was sharp, and he clearly sensed that the other party didn't seem to care much about the spiritual weapon. He even took it out without fear of it being Chengzhou should be replaced with stolen. He even took it out without fear of it being stolen. To make it read more naturally in English. He even took it out without any concern about it being stolen. In the outside world, spirit artifacts are extremely powerful treasures. If any cultivator possessed a spirit artifact, it would essentially provide the greatest boost to their combat strength. Like Eren, he could secure his place on the Qianlong list with just a spiritual treasure robe. As can be seen, spirit artifacts are incredibly powerful and extremely rare for cultivators. I'm truly sorry, but I don't have any more on hand. If I manage to get some in the future, I will definitely seek you out for an exchange. This revision ensures the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning and maintaining consistency in style. Faced with such temptation, Zaire firmly shook his head. With over 100 wolf demons now thoroughly slain, the tripod cauldron contained an additional 100 enlightenment pills. This journey to Liangzhou has alleviated the shortage of enlightenment pills. These hundreds of pills should suffice for my use for some time, Zaire thought, looking at Ines and Zyra, whose true essence had been significantly depleted. Giving these, he immediately threw 2 Nanman pills to each of them. These 2 could provide assistance if they encountered danger in the future. What kind of pill is this? Brant, who had appeared beside them, asked curiously while watching Zyra swallow her Nanman pill. It's a healing pill, Zaire said seriously. Brant's speed had been so fast that even Zaire could only see a blur. It appears that the Xuanhuan shield sword also has the ability to carry a person and fly, he thought. So, could you give me one too? Brant, evidently very curious about the Nanman pill, and completely unreserved, eagerly asked. After some thought, Zaire handed one over. Brant eagerly took it, then carefully examined it. Red all over with black patterns, and it carries immense vitality within. Most importantly, its quality has reached a state of natural perfection. The alchemist who created this pill must be a master. Impressive. With 2 consecutive, impressive S, Brant looked at the pill as though it were a masterpiece, all written all over his face. Zaire chuckled inwardly. Natural perfection? Isn't this a heavenly gifted pill? But he naturally wouldn't reveal that fact. Brant cautiously placed the Nanman pill in his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it as if it were an exquisite delicacy. The next moment, his eyes snapped open, and he exclaimed in utter astonishment, this pill, an ancient wonder, a black pattern recovery pill. Brant stared intently at Zaire. Brother, do you happen to have more of these pills? He asked urgently. If you do, I'm willing to pay a high price for them. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Fearing Zaire might not believe him, Brant immediately produced a spirit tool longsword. 5 pills, 1 spirit tool. How about that? A GZ spatial treasure? Zaire's pupils constricted slightly. To think that Brant possessed a GZ spatial treasure as well. Among all the people he had interacted with, he had only seen one such item on Lenore. It makes sense. Since he owns the Xuanhuan shield sword, it's no surprise he also has a GZ treasure. Moreover, from his demeanor, he treats spirit tools as casually as selling vegetables at a market. Zaire's perception was keen, sensing that Brant didn't seem particularly concerned about the spirit tool. He even produced it without fear of it being snatched away. In the outside world, spirit tools were exceedingly powerful treasures. Any cultivator with a spirit tool would gain the greatest enhancement in combat prowess. For example, Eren relied solely on a spirit tool garment to secure a place on the hidden dragon list. Clearly, spirit tools were incredibly powerful and extremely rare for cultivators. Truly sorry, I don't have any extras. If I do get more in the future, I'll definitely look you up for an exchange. Despite the tempting offer, Zaire firmly shook his head. Chapter 102. Rescuing the laborers and the remaining wolf demons. Is that so? Brant's face showed disappointment as he said, that's really a pity. Thinking for a moment, he continued, brother, my business will always be open to you. Whenever you have the black stripe compound injury pill, you can find me anytime for an exchange. Absolutely. Zaire nodded with clasped hands. Facing the deal of trading 5 southern barbarian pills for a magical artifact, saying he wasn't tempted would be a lie. However, he had his own plans. Although there were plenty of southern barbarian pills in the tripod from Jingzhou, it was definitely not the time to reveal them. It wasn't because Zyra and Ines were present. Rather, he knew nothing about this Brant, his identity or who was behind him. It was best to hold back somewhat. In the cultivation world where strength is paramount, one could never be too cautious. At any rate, brother, might you be a distinguished student from Pingchuan Martial Academy? Ines asked, clasping his hands. Yes, I suppose all of you are disciples of Tianyang Martial Academy, right? Brant replied with a similar gesture. He then added, seeing you travel such a long distance, I assume you've heard about the Blue Crystal Jade Mine. You've saved my life. I can lead you to the location of the mine. Zaire, Zyra, and Ines exchanged glances. Their purpose here was indeed the blue crystal jade mine. The wolf demons and blood parrots they destroyed were likely guarding the mine. With these wolf demons now gone, it was the perfect opportunity to retrieve the blue crystal jade. Then we thank you, Ines responded, and the three followed Brant into the darkness. This underground cave world stretched far and wide. Even Zaire, with his keen eyesight, couldn't see the end ahead. After walking for about the duration of incense burning, the darkness started to diminish, and faint sparks of firelight appeared in the distance. Amongst the star-like firelight was a faint, bluish glow which went unnoticed unless carefully observed. Walking for another short while, they saw a simple yet imposing palace standing amidst the underground world. By the firelight, they clearly saw many tunnels already dug around the palace. In these crowded tunnels, some humans captured by demons, along with half-human half-demon creatures, were transporting goods. Zaire, with his exceptional eyesight, noticed that the goods were ordinary minerals, and he curiously asked, what do they use these common minerals for? Not all minerals in the blue crystal jade mine are blue crystal jade, Brant explained. Blue crystal jade is actually a co-mineral, primarily associated with crystal jade ore, which is an excellent material for forging mundane godly weapons. Ines nodded. Indeed, Xia brother is right. Out of every 100 crystal jade ores, there is roughly one blue crystal jade. Although crystal jade isn't worth much among cultivators, it's still a decent material for weapons in the realm of immortal warriors. Just one piece out of 100 miles? Zaire was surprised. He hadn't expected blue crystal jade to be so rare, but it made sense. If it weren't so scarce, it wouldn't have such high value. Zaira, however, focused on the half-human half-demon laborers, her face showing disgust. It seems the wolf demons and blood parrot clan openly violated demon rules, imprisoning these half-demon lineage humans. Hearing this, Brant looked at her curiously. I didn't expect you to know about demon rules. May I ask? Zaira didn't answer but stepped forward. Everyone, the great wolf demon is dead. You're all free now. Where did these humans come from? How dare they intrude on our demon sanctum? This voice attracted several remaining wolf demons guarding the area. There weren't many, only about a dozen. They quickly surrounded with weapons in hand. Zaire glanced around and in a flash moved faster than anyone could react, creating over a dozen shadows attacking all the wolf demons simultaneously. In an instant, the wolf demons felt as though they were being crushed by a mountain as Zaire's palm slammed down on each of them. Each wolf demon felt isolated and powerless against Zaire. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the dozen wolf demons were struck by Zaire's palms, flying through the air. They barely hit the ground before their breaths faded. With one move, he killed over a dozen wolf demons. Zaire absorbed the vital essences of these wolf demons and stood beside Zaira. Below, the captive laborers first disbelieved what they saw, confirming it again and again before erupting into cheers. Thank you, immortal lady, for rescuing us. Thank you, heavenly immortal, for rescuing us. Everyone cheered in unison. Zaire felt the movement of rosy light in his mind increase slightly upon receiving everyone's gratitude. Then he sensed numerous glowing points emerging from these people and flying into his body. It was just like when he left Wuxia County, bidding farewell to the 1,000 villagers from Xihua village. A thought flashed across Zaire's mind. Could it be that whenever someone thanks me, it triggers this rosy light? He was unsure of his conclusion and decided to test it next time. At this point, Zaira shouted, hurry up. If you wait too long, more wolf demons will come, and you won't escape. Hearing this, everyone rushed to flee without delay. Fortunately, Zaire had cleared the exit route. Otherwise, given their weak strength, they would have been slaughtered by the ubiquitous subterranean creatures before reaching the cave's entrance. But the cave outside has gusty winds, won't they? Zaire remembered the windstorm they encountered upon entering and couldn't help but ask. Tiani brother, there's no need to worry. The gusty winds only exist in the central part above the rift. As long as they don't climb the rift, they'll be fine, Ines reassured. Ah, I see, Zaire mused. Since the remaining wolf demons have been eliminated, let's explore this simple palace. There might be blue crystal jade the wolf demons extracted inside. Minutes later, they arrived inside the palace. Upon closer inspection, despite its rudimentary appearance, the structure was unusually solid, sturdy enough to withstand normal storms even if it were outside. It seems this wolf demon knows quite a bit about architecture, Brant remarked with a nod of admiration. Chapter 103, Harvesting Cultivation, Earth Fire Body Refinement. Those wolf demons must have stored the blue crystal jade somewhere. Everyone, search around and see if you can find anything. Zaire sensed a faint fluctuation from the palace's eastern direction. He followed it and found a storage chamber. Cutting through with his sword, he discovered a large chest inside. The chest was already open, emitting deep azure light that stirred the soul. Zaire dragged the chest to the center of the great hall, calling the others over. Inside were unpolished blue crystal jades, each as large as an adult's palm. This blue crystal jade is so pure. It's absolutely top grade. Ines picked up one piece, entranced by its blue glow. Blue crystal jade was an excellent material for refining spiritual artifacts, and almost all high-quality artifacts contain some of it. It was essentially another form of hard currency, immensely valuable. Bernice's gaze moved from the dazzling blue crystal jade to Zaire. Since we've found the blue crystal jade, should we return now? Gentlemen, I have something to say, but please bear with me. At this moment, Brant stepped forward and said, you might not know that for the blue crystal jade mines to form, besides abundant heavenly essence, they require earth fire flame. Given that so much blue crystal jade exists here, it implies that apart from ample spirit energy, the earth fire flame is also very pure. Why not cultivate here for a while? Zaire understood that Brant, still at the bone marrow forging stage, needed a prime location to refine himself. But he felt the same need. Since his confrontation with Becker, the desire to become stronger had deeply taken root in his heart. Though he previously knew the world was harsh and demanded strength, it was merely theoretical, like words on a page that seemed reasonable yet remained distant. Now, Zaire truly experienced the helplessness of lacking power. Bran is right. Soon, the time for the Hidden Dragon List reassessment is approaching. Strengthening ourselves now will help us compete for a higher ranking. Zaire recalled Jonathan's words. If even Jonathan deemed the reward important, then this reassessment must be significant. It was possible that senior elders from the Martial Academy would participate to support the younger generation. 7 days later, Zaire sat cross-legged in a deep mine pit. The darkness here was absolute, devoid of air circulation, as if he were in the deepest abyss. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce burst of fire erupted from the depths. Zaire used his true essence to summon the earth fire, engulfing himself in roaring flames. His goal wasn't just to bake his body, but to purify his true essence using the earth fire. The immaterial Heaven-Earth Sutra has guided me to the 4 stages of physical perfection. Today, I shall harness the earth fire to elevate my body to new heights. As the flames enveloped him, Zaire shuddered intensely. This earth fire was far superior to ordinary fire in both energy fluctuations and fire toxicity, being thousands of times more potent. Even with his current physical strength, he felt excruciating pain. It penetrated his bones and soul, overwhelming him with agony. Unexpectedly, the earth fire ignited his inner passion, burning him both internally and externally. He could even feel his sea of consciousness beginning to burn. The flames scorched his skin, leaving blackened patches, but the robust vitality within him repaired the injuries continuously. Sacrifice! Zaire roared, transforming all the creatures killed earlier into pure energy which surged into his body. The energy intensified the earth fire, filling the entire underground cave with flames. Strangely, despite the intense heat, there was no sign of explosion or damage in the mine. Even a stone fragment inches away from Zaire remained untouched by the flames. The earth fire adhered only to him, its power solely focused on burning him. However, Zaire paid no attention to these details. His soul felt like it was aflame. He swallowed a Nanman pill mixed with fire, allowing the refined medicinal force and intense heat to spread throughout his body. Ah! Zaire couldn't suppress a cry of pain, spewing a burst of scorching flame from his mouth. As solid and unmoving as the earth, as deep and hidden as a secret treasure. He roared again, thinking of Becker blocking his path like a mountain. All his willpower converged into one, steadfastly protecting his core. Gradually, his vibrant vitality and the earth fire reached a delicate balance, continuously destroying while also repairing him simultaneously. Zaire suppressed the endless pain through sheer willpower, seemingly detaching himself from any sensation of pain. All pain inflicted upon me serves as nourishment for my strength. He began to understand. Whether pain or joy, all emotions are merely products of the mind. By not thinking about them, nothing can invade or interfere with him. What's happening? Elsewhere in the mine, Brant suddenly felt the earth tremble as if a prehistoric beast were awakening. Is there a supreme monstrous beast hidden here? Innes also woke up, stopping his cultivation and scanning the surroundings nervously. This powerful aura, Bernice, closest to Zaire's location, felt the most prominent fluctuations. Her expression turned shocked as she looked toward the mine shaft where Zaire was cultivating. Her body radiated a formidable aura, her ears turning feline and her fingers extending sharp claws that shimmered with cold light. After 7 days of cultivation, she had clearly made significant progress. Sensing the anomaly, she rushed toward Zaire's mine without hiding her changed form. Upon entering, she saw Zaire, freshly clothed, standing undamaged in the mine pit, with all the earth fire vanished. Chapter 103, Harvesting Cultivation, Earth Fire Body Tempering. Those wolf demons must have stored the blue crystal jade somewhere. Let's search around and see if we can find anything. Zaire sensed a faint fluctuation in the palace's eastern direction. Upon investigation, he found a storeroom. After slashing open the door with his sword, he indeed discovered a large chest inside. The chest was already open, emitting deep, dazzling azure light that stirred the heart. Zaire dragged the chest to the center of the grand hall and called the other 3 over. Inside were unpolished blue crystal jades, each the size of an adult's palm. This blue crystal jade is so pure. It's definitely top grade. Innes picked up a piece, entranced by its blue radiance. Blue crystal jade was an excellent material for refining spirit artifacts. Almost all high-quality spirit artifacts contained blue crystal jade. It was practically another form of hard currency, highly valuable. Bernice looked away from the stunning blue crystal jade and asked Zaire, since we found the blue crystal jade, should we return now, or? Everyone, I have something to say, Brant spoke up. Perhaps you're not aware, but for this blue crystal jade deposit to form, apart from abundant heavenly energy, earth fire flames are also needed. Since this place has produced so much blue crystal jade, the earth fire flames here must be exceptionally pure. Why not take this opportunity to cultivate? Zaire knew Brant was still at the bone marrow strengthening stage and would naturally benefit from cultivating in such a treasure site. But didn't he need it just as much? Ever since confronting Becker, the desire to grow stronger had taken root deep within him. While he had always known the world was cruel and strength was paramount, before it felt like a mere slogan, something he read in books and thought made perfect sense but never fully grasped. Now, Zaire truly felt the helplessness of lacking power. Xia brother is right. It's also time for the Hidden Dragon rankings to be reassessed soon. We can all use this time to gain more strength and compete for higher rankings. Zaire recalled what Jonathan had said. A reward important enough for Jonathan indicated the Hidden Dragon rankings were significant. High-ranking elders might even be involved to support the younger generation. 7 days later, Zaire sat cross-legged in a deep pit within a mine. It was pitch black, as if air itself ceased to flow, abandoned in the deepest darkness. Boom. Suddenly, intense flames erupted from the depths beneath. Using his true essence, Zaire summoned the earth fire flames, which began hammering his body. He aimed not only to sear his flesh, but to purify his true essence using these flames. The unmanifested heavenly scripture has helped me achieve the 4 realms of the body. Today, I will use this earth fire to elevate my body to new heights. Flames enveloped him, causing violent tremors. This earth fire was far superior to ordinary fire in terms of energy and toxicity, surpassing it by 1,000-fold. Even his current physical state could feel excruciating pain. This agony was bone-deep, piercing through the soul. Overwhelmed by endless torment, his rationality began to drown. Zaire hadn't anticipated the earth fire's immense power. It ignited not only his body but also his inner fire, scorching him from both inside and out. He even felt his consciousness burning. His body showed signs of burning, forming charred spots, yet the robust vitality within continually repaired the damage. Sacrifice. Zaire roared as all creatures killed within the Jingzhou tripod transformed into pure energy, surging into his body. Boom. The energy seemed to fuel the earth fire even more, flames expanding wildly, almost filling the entire cavern. Strangely, despite the intensity of the fire, the cave remained unharmed, showing no signs of explosion. Even a rock mere inches away remained untouched by the flames, which adhered only to Zaire, burning only him. Ignoring these details, Zaire felt his soul igniting. He swallowed a Nanman pill mixed with flame. The potent medicinal force and intense heat spread within him. Unable to withstand the agony, Zaire opened his mouth, expelling a fiery blast. Be steadfast and unmoving like the earth, silent and profound like hidden treasures, he shouted, recalling how Becker stood like a mountain blocking his path. All his willpower coalesced, defending his resolve. Gradually, his body's vitality reached a delicate balance with the earth fire, continuously destroying yet repairing simultaneously. The endless pain was forcefully suppressed by his sheer willpower, detaching him from the sensation of suffering. All pain inflicted upon me is nourishment for my growth. He realized this truth. Whether pain or joy, emotions stemmed from human thoughts. Detaching oneself from such thoughts rendered any emotion powerless to interfere. What's happening? In another mind tunnel, Brant suddenly felt the ground tremble as if an ancient beast was awakening. Is there a supreme beast hidden here? Innes was startled awake, halting his cultivation, eyes scanning the surroundings anxiously. This powerful aura? Bernice, closest to Zaire's location, clearly sensed the overwhelming presence. Her face filled with shock, she looked toward Zaire's chosen cave. She emitted a strong aura, her ears transforming into cat-like ones, and sharp claws extended from her fingertips, shimmering dangerously. Clearly, after 7 days of cultivation, she had made significant progress. Sensing nearby changes, she hurriedly rushed to Zaire's cave, barely hiding her altered appearance. Upon arrival, she saw Zaire standing intact within the pit. The earth fire flames vanished without a trace. Chapter 104. Brother Wandao prepares to return. At this moment, Zaire felt as though he had been purified by true fire, with his entire body exuding a sense of refreshing clarity and sharp mental alertness. My physical body hasn't undergone a qualitative change, but all the flesh inside me is now brimming with immense energy. This energy isn't true essence or spiritual chi. It should be called vitality. He closed his eyes, meticulously sensing every part of himself. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if an ordinary person consumed a piece of his flesh, even an elderly person in their twilight years would regain youthful vigor, adding at least a year to their life. Even his blood, if obtained by a master alchemist, could serve as an excellent medicinal catalyst to stimulate and harmonize the properties of various spiritual medicines. The abundance of my vitality has reached an unprecedented level. Even if I lose my limbs now, they could regenerate within a month's time. Only then did he truly deserve the title of regeneration. You've broken through again? Bernice looked at him with wide eyes, as if she were looking at a monster. Not quite yet. Zaire shook his head slightly. The realm of transformation may just be one step away, but the timing to take this step has not yet arrived. This cultivation session was not intended for a breakthrough in his cultivation, but to purify his body using the geothermal flames. Right, your appearance. Reminded by Zaire, Bernice realized she was still in her half-demon form and hurriedly retracted it, restoring her human appearance. Please keep this matter confidential. Zaire nodded, indicating his understanding. He had long suspected that Bernice had feline lineage, and the Tianya Academy likely knew about it too. Since she didn't want to reveal it, he wouldn't pry. Everyone has their reasons, no need to question everything. I didn't expect your strength to increase so much. I, on the other hand, am still struggling to break through the Chi realm. The gap between us is truly vast. At this moment, Brant and Innes walked in one after another. Brother Tianyi, with your current strength, you will surely make it onto the latent dragon list in this competition, and might even have a chance to rank among the top 50. Innes's eyes shone with disbelief, speaking with utmost confidence. However, Brant shook his head. 50 is too low. If brother can give it your all, you could at least place in the top 10. Zaire hadn't expected such high praise from Brant. He sensed from his words that this person's background was indeed extraordinary. A regular immortal bone marrow cultivator would never have encountered experts on the latent dragon list, yet Brant spoke of it as if it were commonplace. I wonder if he knows about Xiaoya. Zaire's thoughts wandered. We still have some time before the latent dragon assessment. Why don't we all focus on cultivating here during this period? Stimulated by this, Innes immediately suggested this. Brant nodded in agreement. This place is indeed an excellent cultivation site, but while we cultivate, we must be vigilant against any possible attacks by demon clans. As he spoke, he threw out an item. By coincidence, I have an array diagram. Just infuse it with true essence to set up a great formation, which can cause illusions and trap enemies. With this, we can cultivate more securely. Unsurprisingly, it was another spirit treasure. Zaire's gaze sharpened. He was secretly astonished by Brant's opulence. The value of an array diagram far exceeded ordinary spirit treasures and could even rival some low-grade mystic treasures. Array diagrams required both powerful cultivators and formation masters to craft, making them exceedingly rare, virtually 1 in a million. Due to this, obtaining an array diagram was nearly impossible even if one had the means. In the days that followed, the 4 of them stayed in the chosen caverns, devoting themselves to intensive cultivation. Xianxia Academy. Senior Brother Chen. Is this where the inner disciples reside? Truly luxurious and majestic, exclaimed Xyler and Parker as they gazed upon the misty immortal transcendence courtyard. Callahan, who brought them, nodded. Yes, this is the immortal transcendence courtyard. Remember, don't look around aimlessly or speak out of turn, or else if you offend any inner disciple, even I won't be able to protect you. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Chen. We understand. Xyler and Parker tightened their grip, quickly retracting their wandering gazes. They stood outside the courtyard for about the duration of an incense stick until a beam of light flashed from within. Callahan's face lit up immediately. Let's go. Senior Cody agrees to see us. They stepped into the immortal transcendence courtyard following the light. Minutes later, after a dizzying spin, they found themselves atop a massive mountain peak. A cold wind blew fiercely, causing Xyler and Parker to shiver despite their chi realm cultivation. All inner disciples live in a transcendent world. What you saw earlier was merely an illusion, Callahan explained to prevent panic. Understood. They gritted their teeth, fighting off the chill. Dong. A resounding bell echoed across the sky. A palace slowly emerged from the clouds, its doors open as if inviting them in. Is this Senior Brother Mayhame's place? Xyler asked, his voice trembling in awe. The palace could move independently and was made entirely of valuable titanium stones, shimmering under sunlight like a divine sanctuary. This palace of 10,000 paths was constructed by Senior Cody from a massive piece of titanium stone. It has become a spirit treasure through his constant refinement, with formidable power, Callahan introduced. Senior Cody is truly formidable. Parker couldn't help but marvel. He clenched his fists, thinking, I wonder when I'll reach such a realm. Let's go. Don't keep Senior Cody waiting, said Callahan, stepping into the palace. Liangzhou, cave depths. Brother, the demon clan has sent a large force. We should leave now. Awakening from his meditative state at Brant's warning, Zaire quickly exited the cavern. Outside, Ines, Bernice, and Brant were already packed and ready, greeting him eagerly as he emerged. Brother Tianny, Brant's formation has been triggered, and many wolf demons are charging in. Ines reported promptly. Zaire frowned slightly. How many approximately? Brant raised a finger. Just those trapped in the formation number about 1,000, with more wolf demons arriving continuously. We should leave now while the formation can still hold them back, Bernice suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Zaire nodded in agreement. The sheer number of wolf demons meant he couldn't guarantee safe retreat if surrounded. Brother Xia, let's return first, Zaire bade farewell. Brant nodded. Don't forget, if you have black stripe recovery pills, bring 5 to exchange for a spirit weapon. This price won't disappoint you. Chapter 105. Uncle leaves, Dragon Potential List Set. The flying boat sliced through the sky and finally landed gently in the Sea of Flowers at Tianyang Martial Academy. The journey to Liangzhou has proven to be quite rewarding this time. Zaire, Ines, and Bernice, along with the other disciples, disembarked from the flying boat and returned to their respective inner disciple courtyards. However, just as Zaire arrived at the East Inner Disciple courtyard, he saw Jonathan waiting for him. Uncle. He hurried forward and greeted him. Jonathan nodded. I'm about to head to the Southern Barbarians, so I came to see you before leaving. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned doubtful, then amazed. It's been only a short while, yet your strength has improved significantly? Zaire's strong aura was not something Jonathan could miss. I got a bit of fortune and went to Liangzhou, Zaire replied straightforwardly, without hiding his whereabouts. Suddenly recalling something, he continued, right? Uncle, are you heading to the Southern Barbarians again because of that immortal cave incident? Jonathan nodded once more. Indeed. It seems you've heard about the news of the upcoming emergence of the immortal cave beneath Zishui River. However, according to the headmaster and several elders' calculations, this is likely to be a plot by the barbarian tribes. So, Uncle, Jonathan laughed heartily. If they're going through such lengths, wouldn't it be worth wading into these murky waters? His words were filled with powerful confidence. Zaire felt a surge of admiration, but regretted that he was still only at chi boundary and couldn't act as boldly. Let's talk business. Jonathan suddenly grew serious, collecting his laughter. I don't know when I'll be back after this trip to the Southern Barbarians. In my absence, you must be cautious and stay in your courtyard for seclusion. Avoid giving Giri any chance to find fault with you. By participating in the Dragon Potential List, besides the rewards, it's also an opportunity for you to gain renown within the Academy. With fame, even if Giri wants to act against you, he would have to consider the impact. As the Kimball Elder, he must think from the Academy's perspective in many situations. Unless he steps down, he will always be bound by these responsibilities. The same goes for the headmaster, elders, and even the true disciples. Zaire listened intently, contemplating the implications. All things have their pros and cons. The Kimball Elder is indeed at a high position but has its own constraints. Exactly. Jonathan agreed. How strong is Giri? Zaire asked suddenly. Hearing this question, Jonathan paused momentarily before answering slowly. His exact level of strength is hard to gauge. Before, I could get a rough idea, but ever since he mastered sky-swallowing law, he has become an entity unto himself, making it difficult to sense his power. But since he inherited the legacy of Wu Immortal, I estimate that even 10,000 of you combined might not move one finger of his. Zaire inwardly gasped at this revelation. Giri is really that formidable. If he weren't, how could he maintain his position as Kimball Elder? Jonathan chuckled, waved his hand and said, all right, focus on your cultivation. I'm off. In the following months, Zaire followed Jonathan's advice. He stayed within the Inner Disciple courtyard for seclusion, except for occasionally attending lectures on the Inner Disciple platform. During this time, He solidified his skills and learned some techniques explained by the elders. Although these techniques weren't very powerful or rare, they were better than nothing. Higher-level techniques required contributions to access the scripture pavilion. Inner disciples usually earn contributions through teaching tasks assigned by elders or venturing to the southern barbarians' battlefield. However, Zaire could not do these yet. Previously, he left the academy with Innes and others due to Jonathan's protection. Now, with his uncle gone, he needed to make himself inconspicuous to avoid being caught. During this period, Innes and Bernice visited Zaire's residence regularly, discussing their studies and advancing together. Time passed quickly as they practiced diligently, much like white horses passing through gaps. The day for the new dragon potential list assessment was fast approaching. It's snowing outside. On this day, Zaire pushed open the courtyard gate and watched the snowflakes falling continuously beyond Xianxia. He sighed, marveling at how quickly time had passed. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed into the snowy landscape, entranced by the sight. The world was covered in white, with distant mountains resembling small hills under the snow, losing their former grandeur. A maze of the flowers in the sea had withered, buried under thick snow, though some plum blossoms still bloomed defiantly. All the trees in Xianxia forest wore layers of white armor, standing tall amidst the biting wind, like stalwart sentinels. Even the city of outer disciples was buried under the heavy snow, with only a few disciples braving the elements outside, training diligently. Beyond Xianxia, the world seemed to turn desolate and silent. Truly, all sound is stilled. Zaire smiled, then turned towards the courtyard gate. Almost simultaneously, Innes and Bernice appeared at the entrance. Tianni, it's time for the dragon potential list assessment. Shall we go? Let's go. Zaire stepped out of the courtyard. The moment for the new dragon potential list assessment had arrived. Hey, guys, did you hear? This time, the entire academy participated in the new dragon potential list ranking. The rewards far surpassed previous offerings. From what I see, the elders of our Xianxia Martial Academy can't sit idle with the 9 academies gathering approaching. They want to cultivate a batch of outstanding disciples to participate. Or rather, this young brother has insight. It's rumored that the top prize is a treasured artifact-level magic weapon. Such a tempting reward will surely lure hidden experts who previously overlooked the dragon potential list. That doesn't concern us too much. We'll just spectate. The real fighting will be up to them, especially those senior brothers and sisters on the list. The list? Those people on the list are mere names. Didn't Innes suffer a beating from a new inner disciple? Not quite the same case. Zaire dared to confront the Kimball elder. Who knows what he might do? But this Zaire does have some strength. No matter the strength, I've heard Callahan is already targeting him. Everyone has seen Chen's senior brother's prowess. Chen's senior brother targets him? Then Zaire is doomed. Speaking of which, do you think Chen's senior sister can retain her top spot? Hard to say. While she is very strong, there will be plenty of geniuses this time. Consecutive championships might be tough. Let's bet an upper-grade magic weapon on Chen's senior sister securing the top spot for 3 consecutive times. At this point, the inner disciple platform was packed with enthusiastic discussions among the disciples. Some, with enterprising minds, even started placing bets among the crowd. ##### Chapter 106, Arena Combat, Hidden in the Void. Zaire led Innes and Bernice to weave through a group of inner disciples. At this moment, the inner terrace had already been simply arranged. A large space was cleared in the center to serve as the arena for the ranking stool. Unlike when he was in Jiugong City, the Qianlong ranking competition did not use treasures like the Bug Me world. Instead, it used a very simple and traditional combat platform, the most primitive form of arena battle. Compared to previous sessions, this year's Qianlong ranking would be supervised by the Martial Academy. The monitors and regulators were now elders rather than being organized by the disciples themselves. As time passed, more and more people began to gather at the inner terrace. After finding a relatively spacious spot, Zaire began to observe the surroundings of the arena. In the middle of the numerous erected platforms stood a massive gilded board with Qianlong ranking emblazoned in gold, gleaming under the sunlight. Currently, there were 100 names on the list. These were the rankings from the last session of the Qianlong ranking. Zaire's gaze shifted upwards, and he clearly saw that the 10th position belonged to the Callahan, mentioned by other disciples. The top of the list was occupied by a senior named Penelope. After scanning through the names on the board, he turned his attention to the back of the arena. Unlike the standing inner disciples, there were elders and true transmission disciples seated at the back, engaged in conversations. Occasionally, their fingers and gazes would fall upon the inner disciples, seemingly discussing which disciple might excel. Zaire scanned around but did not see the figure of Kimball disciple Becker. By mid-morning, the area outside the arena was filled with inner disciples. However, everyone maintained order, avoiding crowding and giving each other enough space to move freely. This ensured ease for any disciple who wished to step onto the arena for a challenge. Even with all 8,000 inner disciples gathered, the vastness of the inner terrace could accommodate them all. Ding! With an elder striking the bell, all the disciples fell silent, ceasing their whispering. The entire scene instantly quieted down. The re-ranking of the Qianlong board begins today, a grand event for all inner disciples. Amidst the current chaos caused by the southern barbarians, our academy intends to screen for outstanding disciples, thus offering higher rewards. We hope everyone does not hold back and strives to perform their best. The elder who struck the bell declared gravely. Without much ado, the short opening statement marked the official start of the ranking battles. For the initial phase of the Qianlong ranking contest, the elders would randomly select the contestants for one-on-one matches. After this round, if anyone in the audience disagreed with the results, they could challenge the victor on the arena. This rule had been established since the creation of the Qianlong board, though the latter option was rarely chosen. Capable individuals naturally signed up early, while those lacking in strength wouldn't embarrass themselves by challenging unnecessarily. With the involvement of the Martial Academy, this session of the Qianlong board seemed exceptionally formal. On various arenas, elders were already standing, each holding a list of combatants. Arena 24, Zaire. Galen. Upon hearing his name, Zaire nodded to Ines and Bernice before heading towards Arena 24. The gazes of the other inner disciples also turned towards him. Apart from the curiosity and anticipation, these gazes held investigative intent. Zaire's name had spread throughout the entire academy, even reaching the outer disciples and servants at the foot of the mountain. The elders and some true transmission disciples at the back also cast their gazes towards Zaire. Unlike the inner disciples, they remained calm, hiding their emotions, perhaps pondering internally. Unmoved by the attention, Zaire was unaffected. Neither sad nor happy, his mind clear and transparent. After the waiting period, he had already adjusted his state, ensuring nothing from the outside could disturb him. So you're Zaire? On the arena, the disciple named Galen yelled, I've heard that during the martial ancestor trial, you dared to contradict the Kimball disciple and even rumors suggest you were seduced by the White Tiger Holy Maiden, becoming a spy for the demon race. Today, I will teach you a lesson and make you remember. I am a human, Galen. His words seemed directed more at the other disciples and the elders. Under the guise of giving a lesson, Galen actually aimed to enhance his own fame. Zaire glanced down, noticing Galen was slightly shorter than him. Though he didn't wear a spirit weapon armor, the light surrounding him highlighted his extraordinary attire, likely a superior magical tool. In his hand was a ring-headed broadsword made of neither metal nor iron, yet its sharpness was intimidating. Noticing Zaire's gaze on his sword, Galen laughed. My sword is called Ms. Hin, obtained during my travels at the foot of a Mayant Mang. Its material surpasses ordinary spirit weapons, and with a single strike, it can flatten a mountain. Are you prepared? Coupled with his arrogant laughter, Galen intended to apply psychological pressure on his opponent before the match even began. But Zaire, who had experienced life and death battles far beyond the average disciple and witnessed numerous great powers, couldn't be swayed by mere words. Humph. If you have true abilities, why bark so much? Zaire retorted coldly. Hearing this, Galen's eyes narrowed sharply. He realized that today, he had met a formidable opponent. Not only was he unfazed by his words, but he managed to affect Galen's emotions in return. It seems there's a reason why he dared to contradict Becker, Galen thought, subtly moving his left hand, causing a flash of light to envelop him. In everyone's view, after being shrouded in light, Galen's body began to disappear into thin air. Breathing heavily, he vanished from the entire arena within moments. Hidden in the void? Zaire was slightly taken aback. Possessing the true void scripture, Zaire instantly recognized Galen's trick. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted. In an instant, the arena was filled with a chilling aura. Sword! A multitude of sword lights flashed everywhere. Come on! Seeing all the sword lights headed towards him, Zaire drew Chidian, meeting them with icy cold sword light. Clang clang clang. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously across the arena. Amidst these collisions, Galen's figure gradually reappeared. It was purely a clash of power, and naturally, with his physical strength, Galen couldn't match Zaire. Swish! Zaire's feet moved in quick succession, transforming into multiple figures. His long sword sliced through the air, intercepting Galen's retreating form. Chapter 107. Defeating Galen, dueling Callahan. Annihilation in all directions. Seeing no way to retreat, Galen gathered all his true essence and unleashed his strongest move. Slowly raising the grand saber with both hands, he swung it down fiercely once it was above his head. Boom! It seemed as if thunder shook the heavens, with countless blades of light radiating outwards from him. Fortunately, the arena had been reinforced by the elder of the martial academy, so none of the blade lights could shoot outward, or this single move would have injured all the onlookers. Zaire did not dodge or evade against this strike. Instead, after a swift stroke of the lightning sword, it seemed as though a realm composed of sword chi appeared before him, causing all the incoming blade lights to dissipate. Without any pause, he flashed forward, appearing right in front of Galen. Bang! He struck not with his sword, but with two powerful palm strikes aimed at Galen's arm and chest. Clang! The divine annihilation saber fell to the ground. Then Galen spat blood, his figure being thrown off the stage by the force of Zaire's palm strikes, landing weak and limp outside the arena. The elder who intended to help immediately stopped, announcing loudly, Arena 24. Zaire wins. Zaire sheathed his sword and kicked the divine annihilation saber towards Galen, who lay immobile. Take your saber. Having said that, he turned and descended the platform. At this moment, the elder on the stage scanned the unregistered crowd and asked, Is there anyone who wants to challenge the current owner of Arena 24? Below the stage, all the disciples were shocked, still recovering from the surprise. Many hadn't even seen how Zaire managed to execute those last two palm strikes. Galen may not have made it onto the previous Hidden Dragon list, but after acquiring an enormous opportunity in a Mayant Mang, everyone familiar with him believed he could rank at least within the top 50. Yet such a skilled warrior had been so easily defeated by Zaire? The elder repeated the question 3 times, receiving no response. How did he win? His sword, you saw it? It seems like a spirit artifact. He must be relying on the advantage of a spirit artifact, nothing particularly commendable. Look there, senior brother Callahan is on stage. As the disciples discussed, another arena welcomed the appearance of Callahan. But before they could enjoy the show, the disciple facing Callahan conceded. Senior brother Chun, I can't defeat you. That inner disciple, upon seeing Callahan, calmly descended the stage to avoid injury. Meanwhile, when Zaire returned to his position, Ines remained where he was, while Bernice stood on another arena, dueling a female disciple. After a quick observation, Zaire concluded, Bernice will win. With his current acumen, he could discern the strengths and weaknesses of the two on the arena. Bernice's opponent, although striking sharply, danced her butterfly daggers brilliantly, yet Zaire noted her floating steps and unstable breaths. Such conditions suggested either an insufficient cultivation method or a lack of consolidation after a breakthrough, leading to inadequate endurance. Short-term battles might be manageable, but prolonged combat would exploit these weaknesses fatally. Moreover, Bernice seemed to have detected this flaw, continuously pressuring and consuming the opponent while searching for an opening to finish the duel. Sure enough, shortly after, Bernice won, as expected. At this point, whether intentional or coincidental, an elder's voice echoed from Arena 3. Arena 3, Zaire, Callahan. This announcement ignited immediate excitement among the spectators. Not really. These two are battling so soon? I thought we'd have to wait much longer. Unexpectedly, Senior Brother Chun has already faced Zaire. Poor Zaire. I heard Senior Brother Chun visited the True Transmission Courtyard and received assistance from Senior Brother Tamed. You heard that too? Seems everyone knows about it. Senior Brother Callahan should be strong enough to challenge Senior Sister Penelope now? Maybe, but thoroughly beating Zaire should be more than enough. We'll just watch the show then. Speculations buzzed around as almost every disciple awaited the dramatic confrontation. Naturally, Callahan was the main actor, and Zaire the doomed villain. Tiani, be careful. Innes warned seriously. I've heard that True Transmission disciple Tamed bestowed a heavy treasure on Callahan. After some time cultivating, he should be completely in control of that treasure. You need to be cautious. Zaire nodded, acknowledging the warning. Behind the arena, among the True Transmission disciples, a man and woman engaged in conversation. The man was handsome, with long hair tied by a green ribbon, looking graceful in the breeze. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, her delicate nose and gentle gaze captivating. Buckaroo, who do you think will win? The man asked with a warm smile. Iona covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Senior Brother Stephen, who do you think will win? That young man saved people from your study society in Heavenly Demon Delaney's. Of course, you want him to win. Stephen glanced at Zaire. However, this person is overconfident and dared to challenge Becker's authority. His future path will likely be filled with hardships. This time, he'll suffer a great loss. Oh, why do you think so? Iona stopped laughing, asking earnestly. Stephen pointed at Callahan, who had already arrived at the arena. Although Callahan was somewhat powerful before, he never stood a chance as a top contender. Recently, however, he received cultivation under a Tamed, gaining a prized treasure. His strength has increased dramatically. So, Senior Brother Stephen favors Callahan? Iona laughed lightly, her tone laced with disdain. Why? Sister Buckaroo, do you think Zaire has a winning chance? Stephen smiled faintly, continuing. Do you know what treasure Tamed gave him? What? The Pagoda of Dermic Transformation. The Pagoda of Dermic Transformation? Iona frowned slightly. Tamed is quite generous, lending out such a valuable treasure. Does he really want Callahan to snatch Senior Sister Chen's top spot? Senior Sister Penelope of your 13 Study Society has dominated the list for many terms, gathering sufficient resources. Besides, this time's top reward is a precious artifact personally crafted by the Kimball Elder. Even I wanted to try for it. Don't you think Tamed wants it too? Stephen scoffed. Iona glanced worriedly at a blue-robed woman among the crowd. Chapter 108. The Floating Pagoda, Unleashing Full Strength. At this moment, almost all the eyes of the inner sect members on the terrace were focused on arena number 3. One contestant was a top 10 expert from last year's Hidden Dragon list and had received the assistance of a True Transmission. The other was an audacious challenger who dared to offend the head senior brother. This match was something no one would want to miss. Zaire, you're hesitating to step up. Are you afraid? Callahan stood on the raised platform, his eerie appearance making people uneasy. In his hands was an unusual pagoda with 9 tiers, crowned by a jet-black spherical bead at the pinnacle. Though only 3 inches tall, it was exquisitely crafted, revealing intricate internal decorations through tiny windows. As Callahan's arm trembled slightly, waves of massive and ancient energy emanated from the pagoda, shaking the hearts of those present. Hiss! This artifact seems to belong to the ancient floating pagoda sect. Remarkable. This must be Senior Brother Mayhame's floating pagoda? It's rumored that Senior Cody inherited the legacy of the floating pagoda sect. It appears the rumors are true. The greatest feature of the floating pagoda is its ability to trap people, even drawing them into the pagoda for conversion. Once converted, they lose their will and become puppets. It looks like with Callahan's possession of this treasure, our hopes for vying for the top spot are dashed. Alas. Several recently competed Hidden Dragon list disciples sighed deeply within the crowd. In a distant corner away from the arena, a blue-robed woman's face turned grave upon seeing the floating pagoda, but soon calmed down, maintaining her usual composure. Her ability to remain unperturbed already set her apart from most disciples, befitting her position as the 2-time reigning champion of the Hidden Dragon list. TSK. Clifton and Parker, standing in a spacious area, sneered. This time, let's see how arrogant Zaire can still be. Senior Brother Chun will surely beat him senseless. Both radiated a deep, calm aura, not displaying their previous sharpness, clearly having benefited immensely and consolidated their cultivation. So this is Callahan's reliance, a relic from the ancient floating pagoda sect, Zaire thought as he adjusted his breath and slowly walked toward arena number 3. You still have some courage, not running away at the last moment, Callahan remarked dismissively as he watched Zaire ascend the platform. But if you run now or forfeit, I'll understand and won't mock you. Callahan then moved the floating pagoda forward slightly before gently tossing it upward. Humming sounds filled the air as the pagoda rose into the sky, hovering over his head, spinning and casting protective light barriers around him. Zaire chuckled. You haven't even started the fight, and you've already fortified yourself like a turtle in its shell. Are you that afraid of dying? Unfazed, he matched his opponent's bravado. A few words could go a long way. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the platform dropped to freezing point. Yes. Callahan laughed with fury. I hope you can still talk big after this. With a roar, he shouted, Miluo sword. The hum of sword tones echoed from behind him, followed by a flash of light as a long sword appeared in his hand. Although it looked ordinary like common iron, it cast an invisible sword intent over the entire platform, even slicing the wind currents. The audience felt a boundless sword intent being released, its might chilling everyone. The Miluo sword was Callahan's personal treasure weapon and the greatest aid in securing his 10th place in the last Hidden Dragon list competition. Though not yet at the level of a treasure-grade artifact, it far exceeded typical spirit-grade weapons, standing as the pinnacle of such class. Holding these two treasures, Callahan believed himself invincible. He laughed aloud. Zaire, I heard you have a treasure-grade monster weapon too. Too bad your chief senior brother took it away. Now with just a spirit-grade longsword in your hands, how can you possibly compete with me? Regardless of how grating his laughter sounded, the crowd saw no madness in his claims. Just the Miluo sword already surpassed most intersect disciples. Now, paired with the top-tier floating pagoda, no one could imagine how formidable Callahan's strength had become, relying on external objects, yet so insolent. Iona's eyes flashed with disdain among the true transmitters. Beside her, Stephen laughed. Sister Buckaroo, don't underestimate these artifacts. At least this time, Zaire is surely going to lose. But before his laughter ended, a powerful surge erupted from arena number 3, followed by a piercing howl that reversed the snowstorm outside and shook the earth. Startled, Stephen abruptly stood up, looking surprised. This is... Iona held her breath, eyes wide open, disbelief evident. This kid. Several elders also sprang to their feet, fixating their gaze on Zaire. On arena number 3, Zaire's robes billowed wildly as mighty tiger-like and dragon-like auras soared from his body. Behind him appeared a massive phantom image of a white tiger. Tiger roar, dragon cry. He floated midair, emitting an awe-inspiring aura that left everyone in shock. Zaire unleashed his full power, channeling true essence throughout his body. This was the strength of Chi realm? Intersect disciples at the same realm instantly compared themselves, feeling an immense gap between them and him. Even those at the transformation realm exchanged uneasy glances. Zaire, at the Chi realm, was more formidable than they were at the transformation realm. Did we go astray in our cultivation? This must be the true path of cultivation. Everyone, shocked and doubting themselves, stared in awe. Callahan, you dare to act so arrogantly relying solely on the floating pagoda. Today, I'll show you that the gap between us can never be bridged by any external object. This revision ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and tone of the original text. It also corrects the incomplete translation at the end, replacing me Buddha with appropriate English wording. Zaire, standing high above, stared at Callahan with a gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Although he had yet to reach the transformation realm, his strength, bolstered by various forms of accumulated power, had already surpassed many disciples in the transformation realm, and he was even daring enough to challenge the soul realm. The greatest offensive capability of a soul realm practitioner is nothing more than unpredictable mental attacks. However, the Shagong, radiant light, in Zaire's mind not only protects him, but also gradually strengthens his mental power. Note, Shagong literally means radiant light, or rosy glow. For better fluency in English, it might be best translated as radiant light. Revised. The greatest offensive capability of a soul realm practitioner is nothing more than unpredictable mental attacks. However, the radiant light in Zaire's mind not only protects him, but also gradually strengthens his mental power. Although he has not yet reached the soul realm, his spiritual soul strength is already on par with those who have. With such power at his command, Mandui Chunchen de Taoxin, it was like watching a child wielding a fire poker, pitiful and laughable. Note, the original text has been slightly rephrased for better fluency in English while maintaining the meaning and tone. With such power at his command, Wu Tenyi Mandui Chunchen de Taoxin, it was like watching a child wielding a fire poker, pitiful and laughable. Note, this version integrates the subject for clarity. With such power at his command, Zaire found Callahan's provocations as laughable and pitiful as watching a child wield a fire poker. Note, this version provides a more fluent and natural read in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. After witnessing Zaire's true strength, all the inner disciples in the audience were filled with awe. I can't believe Zaire is actually this powerful. This revision ensures the sentence reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. It also maintains consistency with the narrative style. Fortunately, I have never offended this person. For better fluency and naturalness in English, it's suggested to rephrase it as, fortunately, I haven't offended this person. Chapter 108, Pagoda Treasure Tower, Full Power Unleashed. At this moment, almost all the disciples' eyes in the inner sect terrace were fixed on Platform 3. One was a top 10 expert from the previous Hidden Dragon list who also received assistance from the True Transmission. The other was an arrogant individual who dared to offend the head senior brother, a highly controversial figure. No one wanted to miss the confrontation between these two. Zaire, are you unwilling to step up because you're afraid? Callahan stood on the high platform, his strange face making people shudder. He held an unusual pagoda with 9 stories and a jet black pearl atop it. Despite being only 3 inches tall, it was exquisitely crafted, even showing interior decorations through tiny windows. As Callahan's arm trembled slightly, immense and ancient energy emanated from the pagoda Junhan Xinling, shocking the soul. Hiss. This seems to be an artifact of the ancient floating pagoda sect. Powerful. Could this be a Mayhame's floating pagoda? Rumor has it that Senior Cody obtained the legacy of the floating pagoda sect. Looks like the rumors are true. The floating pagoda can trap people and even draw them inside for transformation. Once transformed, they lose their will and become pliable. It seems with this treasure, Callahan will destroy our hopes of vying for the top spot. Sigh. Several returning Hidden Dragon list contestants sighed deeply in the crowd. Meanwhile, in a corner far from the arena, A blue-robed woman saw the floating pagoda and wore a grave expression. But she soon regained her composure, her demeanor as usual. Just her poise surpassed most disciples, truly deserving of her consecutive titles at the top of the hidden dragon list. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xyler and Parker, standing in an open area, sneered. How arrogant can Zaire be now? Senior brother Chin will surely beat him into submission. Their aura had deepened, no longer as sharp-edged as before, clearly having gained much benefit and consolidated their cultivation. This must be what Callahan relies on. A treasure from the ancient floating pagoda sect, Zaire thought, adjusting his breath and slowly walking towards platform 3. At least you have some courage, not running away, Callahan remarked disdainfully as he watched Zaire ascend the platform. Even if you ran or forfeited, I would understand and not mock you. He deliberately moved the floating pagoda forward, then lightly tossed it. Buzz. Waves rippled out as the pagoda rose and floated above, spinning while protective light screens enveloped it. Zaire smiled. You're protecting yourself even before the fight starts. Afraid of death, huh? Not backing down from the provocation, he countered in kind. The arena's atmosphere plummeted to freezing. Yes, yes, yes. Callahan laughed angrily. I hope you can still talk big later. He roared, Miluo sword. A sword hummed from behind him, then flashed into his hand. The sword appeared ordinary, like common iron, yet its presence cast an intangible sword aura over the entire arena, slicing through the wind itself. The spectators felt boundless sword intent unleashed, its might chilling. The Miluo sword was Callahan's personal treasured weapon and his greatest asset in securing the 10th place on the previous hidden dragon list. Though not yet an artifact-level weapon, it far surpassed ordinary spirit weapons, considered the pinnacle among spirit weapons. With 2 treasures in hand, Callahan believed himself invincible, laughing loudly. Zaire, I heard you have a demonic artifact, but alas, it was taken by the Bradley. Now with only a spirit sword in your hand, how can you match me? No matter how harsh his laughter sounded, everyone saw this as justified. The Miluo sword alone already surpassed most intersect disciples. Ordinary spirit weapons couldn't compete. Now with the supreme floating pagoda, no one could imagine Callahan's current power level, relying on external objects and acting so arrogantly. In the true transmission group, Iona's gaze showed disdain. Beside her, Stephen laughed loudly. Junior sister Buckaroo, don't underestimate these objects. This time, Zaire is definitely going to lose. But before his laughter ended, a powerful surge erupted from platform 3. A long roar reverberated, causing the snow outside to reverse direction, shaking heaven and earth. The force came from Zaire. What? Stephen abruptly stood up, astonished. This, Iona gasped, unable to believe her eyes. The boy. The elders all stood up, eyes fixated on Zaire. On platform 3, Zaire's robes fluttered as formidable energies, like dragons and tigers, surged from his body. Behind him appeared a massive white tiger shadow. Thunderous sounds of beasts, dragons roaring to the heavens. He floated midair, his aura like heavenly might, vast and unfathomable. Zaire unleashed his full power, shocking everyone. Is this just Chi Realm strength? The Chi Realm disciples instantly felt the stark difference. Even those in the transformation realm exchanged glances, finding Zaire's Chi Realm strength more formidable than their own. Is there something wrong with our cultivation paths? He truly embodies the correct path? Everyone was both shocked and self-doubting. Callahan, you dare act so overconfident relying on the floating pagoda. Today, I'll make you see the unbridgeable gap between us. Zaire looked down at Callahan coldly. Though not in the transformation realm, accumulated strength made him surpass many disciples, daring even to battle the soul realm. The soul realm's main attack, unpredictable soul strikes, were less effective due to his mind-protecting dawn light, which strengthened his soul daily. Despite not reaching the soul realm, his soul strength was formidable. With such power, facing Callahan's provocations was like watching a child with a twig, pitiful and laughable. Witnessing Zaire's true strength, all intersect disciples felt profound respect. Never imagined Zaire's power could be this strong. Fortunately, I didn't offend this person. Thus, the corrected line reads, Today, I'll show you the unbridgeable gap between us, one no external object can bridge. Elevated above, Zaire's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced Callahan. Despite not reaching the transformation realm, multiple accumulations made his strength surpass numerous transformation realm disciples, even daring to challenge soul realms. The greatest attack method of soul realm practitioners was the unpredictable divine soul attack. Yet, Zaire's mind sea protected by the rosy light gradually strengthened his divine soul power. Though he hadn't reached the soul realm, just by divine soul strength alone, he was already formidable. Possessing such strength, facing Callahan's provocation was akin to watching a child wielding a firewood stick, pitiful and laughable. Seeing Zaire's true prowess, all the intersect disciples below were awed. I didn't expect Zaire to be this strong. At least I didn't offend him. Chapter 109. Peerless Genius, boldly seizes the tower. Behind the arena, the elders who were overseeing the battle quickly recovered from their shock, each wearing expressions of pleasant surprise. Great talent. This Zaire is absolutely a great talent of our martial academy. To have such strength at Chi realm cultivation requires not only a solid foundation but also exceptional natural talent. This is big news. Quickly, we must report it. The grand martial meet of the 9 academies is approaching. With such a genius in our Tianyang Martial Academy, we will undoubtedly shine and stun the other 8 academies. I remember he's not even 16 yet, right? At this age, with such power, his future achievements will be immeasurable. We must protect him well and ensure nothing happens to him. This kid seems to have had many fortuitous encounters. The elders were incredibly excited, repeatedly clapping and praising each other. Beside them, true disciple Iona turned to Stephen and said, Well, do you still think Callahan has a sure chance of winning? Even if Zaire is some kind of anomaly, Callahan doesn't necessarily have to lose this battle. Stephen's face was somewhat uncomfortable, but his tone remained unchanged. Callahan holds a Mayheime's pagoda of floating Buddha. With this advantage, Zaire may not be able to breach its defense no matter how strong he is. Iona smiled faintly and said, I know very well about the might of a Mayheime's pagoda of floating Buddha, but since it fell into Callahan's hands, even though he has refined it for some time, it's not his own magic treasure, so how much of its power can he truly wield? Then let's see. Stephen's gaze sharp, focused on Zaire on the arena. Among the crowd of disciples, Zyler and Parker had the most complicated feelings. After witnessing Zaire's true strength, both their faces looked as if they had eaten something foul. Arvin seems to be recuperating from injuries and didn't show up. If he were here, it would be better. So what if he's here? Do you really think his mediocre strength could defeat Zaire? Are you kidding me? What can we do? We've already offended Zaire to the bone. It looks like Callahan isn't reliable either. Arvin at least has connections with the chief's senior brother. Let's go. Now. Where? Pack some things and visit Arvin. After a brief discussion, the two quietly slipped away unnoticed by everyone. On platform 3, Callahan's expression changed slightly. He never imagined that Zaire's true strength would be so formidable. That raging true essence, even a transformation realm cultivator like himself found hard to match. Zaire, even if your strength surpasses the average Chi realm, what does it matter? I have Senior Cody's secret treasure in hand. You only have a spirit-grade longsword, which won't be enough to harm me. As soon as he finished speaking, Callahan flashed forward, and instantly the arena filled with whistling wind sounds. He transformed into a streak of sword light, charging straight at Zaire. Before he arrived, the cold breath of the sword edge already hit Zaire's face. Humph! Facing Callahan's sudden attack, Zaire snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a claw, leaving countless claw shadows in the air. This move was precisely the heaven-tearing divine claw. Whoosh! The air was ripped apart by these claw shadows. Callahan, rushing head-on, landed right in the midst of these claws. Clang! The sword light dissipated, and the claw shadows vanished. A single strike, a sword versus a claw, met in mid-air. For a moment, it seemed as if time itself paused. Then, with a loud bang, Zaire slapped his left palm against the protective light barrier of the pagoda of floating Buddha. Callahan was immediately blasted back by the powerful force, but protected by the pagoda, he suffered no injury. Haha, Zaire, you can't do anything to me. Bring out any other tricks you have. Callahan laughed heartily. Oh, really? A godlike voice came from midair. Then Zaire channeled true essence into his right hand, reaching down and covering Callahan with an overwhelming palm strike. Cloud ascending palm unleashed, clouds bloomed around him like a celestial being descending to earth, captivating all who beheld him. Damn! Callahan felt his mind ripple, and suddenly saw only endless clouds, losing sight of Zaire. Swish, swish, swish. His Miluo sword slashed upward, sending waves of chaotic sword chi outward. In just a few breaths, Callahan had delivered 81 strikes, enveloping the space above him with sword light and sword chi. Whist, whist, whist. Just then, a mysterious breeze disrupted everything, dispersing all the sword chi. Callahan's vision cleared, and he saw a godlike hand slowly descending. Time seemed to slow down before his eyes, freezing all movement as he watched helplessly as the hand slapped against the pagoda of floating Buddha. The pagoda seemed to sense the danger, unleashing a massive energy wave to resist Zaire's strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hand finally struck the pagoda, causing it to waver and tremble violently. Callahan felt his true essence surge upward into the pagoda like a flood breaking through a dam. Puff. The intense extraction of true essence caused internal injuries, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood outside the pagoda's barrier. The spurt of blood seemed to clear his senses, and he immediately roared and attempted to retreat. You can leave, but leave the tower behind. Zaire's cold and sharp voice rang out. Suddenly, Callahan felt as if a chunk of flesh was being gouged out of his body as the pagoda of floating Buddha was snatched away. The scene left everyone stunned. Zaire had forcefully seized Callahan's pagoda of floating Buddha with sheer strength, but Zaire showed no signs of joy upon acquiring the pagoda. As soon as he held it, he sensed an overpowering suction trying to drain all his true essence, pulling him into it. Ha 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 ha. Retreating, Callahan suddenly burst into laughter. Zaire, did you think Senior Cody's treasure tower is so easily taken? Inside it, a restriction is placed. Anyone other than me who tries to take it will be drained of all their true essence. Saying that, he rushed forward with his sword again. Such a golden opportunity couldn't be missed. Zaire severed his true essence flow with his right hand, blocking the pagoda's suction. However, Callahan was already charging forward. Now, without his true essence flowing, Zaire had to fight with his mortal body. Damn it! Behind the arena, the elders' faces darkened. A mortal body fighting against a transformation realm Callahan, who held a spirit-grade Miluo sword, was akin to inviting death. They could not allow such a talented individual to meet an untimely end. Just as they were about to intervene, they saw Zaire advance instead of retreating. In a blur of steps, he created 99 phantom images, and his left hand unleashed cloud ascending palm. Charging Callahan saw the world before him blur as Zaire seemed to be everywhere at once. Before he could react, countless palm strikes bombarded him. Boom, boom, boom. Innumerable palm shadows ensnared him like an unbreakable web. Even as Callahan flew backward from a palm strike to his chest, another palm struck his back, returning him to the same spot. This went on back and forth until his robes could no longer withstand the impact and exploded into pieces. Zaire, I'll never rest until you're dead. Kill. Despite sustaining 99 palm strikes, Callahan, one of the top 10 experts on the previous Qianlong list, still managed to muster the strength to fight. Chapter 110. 1 against 2, Meridians Severed. Although the Pagoda of Infinite Woes was in Zaire's hands, it seemed to possess its own wisdom and continue to provide defensive power to Callahan. This allowed Callahan to still be able to fight after enduring 99 palm strikes. Zaire knew very well that the pagoda itself had not truly developed intelligence, but was being controlled by someone behind the scenes. That person could only be the owner of the Pagoda of Infinite Woes, the true disciple of Mayhamed. At this moment, Zaire felt like he was fighting two great masters alone. Fortunately, due to the rules and the presence of the elders, a Mayhamed did not dare to infuse too much strength into the pagoda. Otherwise, Zaire would have been overwhelmed. Realizing this situation, Zaire hurriedly threw the Pagoda of Infinite Woes into the sky, sending it off the arena. Unfortunately, under a Mayhame's control, the pagoda floated back to the center of the arena as soon as it left Zaire's hand. But Zaire didn't look at it because Callahan, wielding the Miluo sword, had already attacked him. Kill! Callahan let out a hateful cry and fully activated the Miluo sword. Instantly, hundreds of sword chi began to streak through the air. At the same time, the floating Pagoda of Infinite Woes emitted a powerful suction force, attempting to pull people into it. Zaire's figure flickered as his true essence surged throughout his body, creating numerous shadows all over the arena. Among these endless illusions, a hand suddenly shot out, striking Callahan's chest with immense force. All the sword chi were instantly dissipated, and Callahan was sent flying. At the same time, Zaire's right hand slashed down on the floating Pagoda of Infinite Woes. Clang! Upon contact, an immense burst of energy radiated outward, but upon reaching the edge of the arena, it was absorbed by an invisible force, preventing any harm to the spectators. Handling two threats simultaneously while dividing his strength, his battle awareness far surpasses ordinary people. Behind the arena, Iona couldn't help but marvel. While shaking off Callahan, Zaire also restricted the Pagoda of Infinite Woes. The ability to make such correct judgments so quickly demonstrated combat awareness far beyond disciples of the same realm. On the arena, Zaire attacked again. After knocking the pagoda down, he leaped to where Callahan stood, his left hand forming clouds that struck out. Pagoda of Infinite Woes, Heavenly Miluo Flow. Callahan was now standing at the edge of the arena. Another strike would send him off, resulting in defeat. As he roared, the pagoda rose into the air once more, emitting 10,000 rays of light. With these lights appeared a vast canopy of sword shadows. The physical form of the Miluo sword had disappeared, transforming into countless transparent little swords like a descending curtain. This is a Mayhame's doing, said Stephen, one of the true disciples, surprised. Damn it, he plans to kill Zaire? Iona clenched her teeth. The elders immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late to intervene. The entire arena was enveloped by the pagoda's light, making it impossible to see inside. Moreover, this light had transformed the arena into a self-contained realm, impervious to intrusion without overwhelming power. Within the illuminated arena, an endless cascade of Miluo small swords surged towards Zaire. The cloud-like intent created by his palm strength was shattered, and all his true essence was dissolved by the torrent of swords. The Miluo sword can transform like this? Seeing the endless transparent Miluo swords, Zaire felt a chill. This exceeded the realm of spirit weapons. Callahan's sword had definitely been enhanced. Dragon Mark Flying Sword. He no longer held back, summoning the Dragon Mark Flying Sword. It hovered in midair, swirling around him, forming an impenetrable barrier of sword chi. All incoming Miluo small swords were shattered by the Dragon Mark Flying Sword. The sound of shattering swords echoed continuously. Seeing this, Callahan's eyes widened in fury. You have another treasure weapon. He had thought that after Kimball Disciple Becker confiscated Zaire's demonic treasure, there would be nothing left to defend against the Miluo sword. Thus, this killing blow had been practiced dozens of times by Callahan. Believing it to be foolproof, he never expected Zaire to have another treasure weapon. Clang! With the final small sword dissipating, a long sword fell to the ground, losing its former luster and developing cracks. This was Callahan's Miluo sword. It seems you are acting under a Mayhame's orders, planning to kill me here on the hidden dragon ranking arena. Zaire stood calmly, coldly stating, So what if you know? Seeing his plan fail, Callahan boldly admitted, You offended Kimball Disciple Becker, so many want you dead. I'm certainly not the last one. Hearing this, Zaire pondered. Just as he paused, Callahan moved to retrieve the Miluo sword from the ground for another attack. But Zaire wouldn't give him the chance and stepped on the sword. Damn! Unable to pick up the sword, Callahan tried to activate the Pagoda of Infinite Woes again. Seeking death. Zaire's eyes turned cold. Taking a half step forward, he was already before Callahan, delivering a palm strike after channeling true essence. Instantly, his figure vanished as a towering mountain, seemingly supporting the heavens, appeared in its place, with clouds drifting atop it. The scene was reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Callahan, unable to withstand the strike, was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth midair, and he flew off the arena into the crowd below. In one blow, all his meridians were severed, cutting off his life force. Boom! The inner sect disciples erupted in shock. Thrown off the arena? Brother Callahan has lost. Who would have thought that even with Brother Mayhame's Pagoda of Infinite Woes, Brother Chun still lost? What kind of freak is Zaire? To defeat a realm transformation adept with a treasure weapon while only at the chi condensation stage. He's terrifying. Give him some time, and he could truly shine at the 9 Institute's martial gathering. Though they didn't see the end of the match, the outcome was clear. Callahan was thrown off the arena, his fate unknown. This stunned all the disciples. While everyone knew Zaire was strong, none expected Callahan to be defeated so severely. Zaire now exuded a fearsome aura. Few could achieve such results. Even the elders began discussing. We didn't expect Callahan to lose. Zaire's strength exceeds our expectations. But he went too far. How could he sever Callahan's meridians and end his cultivation path, especially among fellow disciples? What you say is incorrect. The Pagoda of Infinite Woes clearly aimed to take Zaire's life. If I were him, I doubt Callahan would be alive now. True. In a fight for survival, such an extent is reasonable, especially since Callahan remains alive. Wasting Callahan, but gaining such a remarkable disciple might just balance things out. Chapter 111. Struggle for the top rank, the Ling Guang Cold Abyss. Stephen, how do you feel? Iona looked at Stephen, a true disciple, with a smile. Callahan had already been defeated, and the fact was evident before everyone's eyes. Stephen's face was somewhat gloomy, but he could no longer argue. On the platform, after losing Callahan's support, the floating pagoda seemed like a rootless duckweed, barely able to continue. All its brilliance had receded, revealing Zaire standing amidst the audience. Since you intended to violate the academy rules and kill a fellow disciple, I will teach you a lesson so you know what can be done and what cannot. Zaire shouted loudly, his voice echoing to let everyone know that Callahan had tried to kill him, leading to Zaire severing all of Callahan's meridians. Despite his broken meridians, Callahan's willpower remained strong, and he managed to rise slowly. Wobbling unsteadily, he kept his gaze on Zaire, filled with resentment. You severed my meridians, forever robbing me of any chance to cultivate. Zaire, how cruel you are. Facing Callahan's words, Zaire sneered, you wanted to kill me. Should I just wait for you to finish me off? He paused suddenly, turning his gaze toward the floating pagoda suspended in midair. The previously motionless pagoda now began to tremble slightly. Then, two rays of light shot out, sucking both the Miluo sword on the platform and Callahan beneath it into the pagoda. This shocking turn of events drew everyone's attention. Unexpectedly, this year's Hidden Dragon list produced such a talent. However, since Callahan is your fellow disciple, perhaps we should end this here. What do you think, Zaire? The voice from the floating pagoda struck fear into the hearts of everyone. It was none other than the true disciple Mayhamed. A flash of coldness flickered in Zaire's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He responded, since Senior Cody has stepped in to mediate, Junior Brother will respect your face. But please, Senior Brother, warn Callahan that if he dares to offend me again, it won't just be severing his meridians. After a long silence, a Mayhame's voice echoed from within the floating pagoda, certainly. As his voice faded, the floating pagoda gave a slight shake and then vanished into the void. Platform 3, winner. Zaire. Perhaps to ease the tension, the elder responsible for Platform 3 hurriedly went up to announce. Facing victory, Zaire did not show happiness but walked down the platform with a heavy brow. Are you okay? Zaire greeted him, showing concern. I'm fine, but it seems I've made an enemy of a Mayhamed, Zaire replied. But likely, he has harbored murderous intentions towards me for a long time. Perhaps he is even a follower of Becker. Meanwhile, on another platform, Innes withdrew his sword after placing it against the disciple's throat. Thank you, Junior Brother Clyde, for sparing me. In this match, I lose. Returning victorious, Innes patted Zaire's shoulder. Don't worry, a Mayhamed probably won't dare act against you. Even Becker can't easily hold you accountable. Now, you're one of the talents of the Martial Academy. Through this contest, Zaire had finally made a name for himself and entered the Elder's sights. Soon, the real upper echelons of the Martial Academy would also take notice. This was exactly what Zaire wanted. And thus, the Hidden Dragon list ranking battle continued. After the incident with Callahan, every disciple who faced Zaire admitted defeat without a fight. Everyone knew they couldn't win against someone who beat Callahan, let alone contend with Zaire. By this point, many disciples wanted to court him, but Zaire politely refused them all. The platform battles lasted day and night. On the second day, as Zaire was resting, he heard the elder call out again. Platform 1, Zaire. Penelope. On Platform 1, he was to face the top ranked of the previous Hidden Dragon list. Zaire remained calm as he ascended the platform. A gentle breeze blew, revealing a blue-clothed woman with a sword standing on the platform. It's you? Seeing the woman before him, Zaire was momentarily stunned. Penelope turned out to be the same blue-robed senior sister he met when he first joined the intersect. Zaire, it's remarkable that in such a short time, your strength has reached this level. On the platform, the blue-robed senior sister smiled faintly. In this match, all you need to do is defeat me, and you'll become the new top-ranked on the Hidden Dragon list. Amiriover, the Academy Master's personally forged treasure, the Chester Amion 10,000 Stars robe, will belong to you. Senior Sister Qian is formidable. I must be cautious, Zaire smiled in return. Perceiving her strength, Penelope had surpassed Callahan, who had reached the transformation realm. Although she hadn't yet attained the soul realm, she was very close. Having held the top rank twice, she undoubtedly possessed some heavy treasures. Zaire did not dare underestimate her. Your cultivation is only at the Qi realm, but I see that your energy is restrained and your true essence abundant. Though I cannot discern your physical condition, I assume it far surpasses other Qi realm disciples. You're likely on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm. Faced with Penelope's probing inquiry, Zaire merely smiled without answering. But this attitude confirmed her speculation. Penelope understood and said, with Callahan holding the floating pagoda and Senior Cody Wan Dao's help, neither of them were your match. Under such circumstances, I should admit defeat, but... She paused before continuing. However, this year's top prize includes a spirit soul pill. If I obtain it, I can immediately reach the soul realm. So, fight. Her aura surged, transforming her demeanor from peaceful to intense. What a powerful aura. Zaire felt a chill. Penelope's strength was indeed formidable. That vast and profound presence was enough to make anyone surrender without a fight. Since Senior Sister wants to fight, Junior Brother has no reason not to accompany her. Drawing the Thunderbolt sword, Zaire stood poised with his weapon. Senior Sister, come on. Beware. Penelope's voice deepened as a cold, frost-like light spread across the platform, instantly freezing everything. Zaire felt his true essence slow, his body seeming frozen, stiffening his movements. As the frost spread, Penelope drew her sword. No, this should not be called a sword. Calling it an ice spike in a snowy sky would be more fitting. The sword is named Lingguang, forged from 10,000-year-old cold core, paired with my profound spiritual cold abyss technique. Its power surpasses low-grade treasures. If a regular person were struck by this sword, all vitality would freeze, and even experts would be unable to withstand its contained frost poison. Penelope introduced her sword. Zaire nodded and followed. My sword is named Thunderbolt. It has no extraordinary features except for a high affinity to lightning and thunder. It has accompanied me in many battles, making it easy to wield. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure, tone, style, and natural fluency while ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 112, White Tiger Joint Attack, Defeat of Penelope. On the arena, the cold grew even more intense. Swish. Penelope lightly waved her Lingguang sword, and an immense frosty ice aura erupted violently. Even Zaire's flesh body could feel a slight stagnation in his vital energy and blood circulation, with the coldness seeping into his heart. Snow should not fall within Tianya Amiyuntan because it is protected by great arrays, preventing external weather conditions like snow and rain from interfering. But at this moment, ice crystals started falling on the arena, and as time passed, they turned into large snowflakes. In Zaire's perception, these were not just snowflakes. They were clearly Penelope's frost sword chi. Boom. Zaire began to channel the vital energy within him, and a massive surge of energy soared upward, dissipating the snow-filled sword chi amidst rolling heat waves. At this moment, Penelope was already charging forward with her sword. He quickly moved, instantly performing the Tianya step, creating 99 illusions that immediately dodged her Lingguang sword attack. Cloud-soaring palm. Zaire slapped out a palm, and if this palm landed, the duel would be over. After all, Penelope did not have a protective treasure like the Futu Pagoda, and her Lingguang sword wasn't as powerful as the pagoda, making her less troublesome than Callahan. However, facing Zaire's attack, Penelope showed no sign of panic, but instead flashed a smirk. Heavenly cold abyss. Rumble. With the eruption of true essence, thick ice formed across the entire arena. A white cold current, akin to an avalanche, rolled over. It collided with Zaire's left hand, instantly exploding into countless icy energy streams. Crack, crack, crack. The freezing sounds rang out continuously. Zaire's left hand was frozen solid, and the exploded cold current encircled him. She intended to freeze him completely. Instantly, Zaire was turned into a human ice sculpture. All movements halted. Lingguang, break ice. Outside, with Penelope's shout, the Lingguang sword transformed into a white light, piercing through. Snap. The thick ice layers started shattering, and the Lingguang sword ruthlessly stabbed towards Zaire's flesh. Boom. At the critical moment, Zaire fully channeled his true essence and vital energy, breaking the ice layer while retreating and fiercely slashing down with the Chidiandian sword. Clang. The Lingguang sword was struck downwards, unable to attack again. The Shinling Cold Abyss force combined with Lingguang sword indeed makes her stronger than Callahan. If not for my breakthrough to the four great realms of the Wuxiang Tiandi Cannon and the tempering by the earth fire flames, I wouldn't have been able to withstand her Cold Abyss force. Zaire now had a clear understanding of Penelope's strength. No wonder she has dominated the hidden dragon ranking for many years. Ordinary Chi realm and even transformation realm practitioners can hardly withstand her icy chill. Even if they manage to survive, once frozen, those thick ice layers are unbreakable by ordinary transformation realm cultivators. He didn't know that Penelope's technique was inherited from a high-ranking cultivator of the Northern Sea. Her Lingguang sword was also crafted by this high-ranker to match the technique, their synergy producing a power far beyond imagination. Zaire, although your cultivation hasn't broken through the transformation realm, your strength surpasses most disciples in that realm. But alas, you've met me today. Penelope said with a smile, be cautious. As soon as she said, be, she vanished into the vast, cold currents. On the arena, the substantial cold currents churned. Like early morning fog, everything became hazy, making it impossible to tell directions. With this chilly mist, the air around Zaire began to crystallize. His robe, eyebrows, hair, everything started to freeze into frost, forming transparent granules. Shaking off the crystallized parts, he suddenly released his true essence, scattering all the mist. Sister Chun, you can't hide anymore. His gaze narrowed, staring at a spot. Really? A voice sounded from behind, swift as a flash of white light, ruthlessly attacking. Penelope could use the mist created by the cold currents, almost like teleportation. Now holding her Lingguang sword, she slashed at Zaire. Seemingly aiming to defeat Zaire in one move, she raised her hand, sending out a pure white silk ribbon. This ribbon seemed alive, expanding as it was thrown, turning into a long sash that bound towards Zaire. Familiar disciples exclaimed, that's Sister Chin's special magic tool, the White Jade Tether. The White Jade Tether is Sister Chin's greatest trump card. Although it's only a spirit artifact level, its main function is to restrain people. Once, Sister Chin even used it to bind a soul realm expert. It looks like Zaire will lose this time. Sister Chun is indeed formidable. Zaire. Hiss. He actually. On the stage. In a split second, Zaire lunged forward like a tiger descending from a mountain, his speed comparable to lightning. Meanwhile, a white tiger phantom appeared on his back. Roar. Amidst the white mist, a floating white tiger howled to the sky. Swoosh. The white tiger phantom rapidly shrunk into a light point, merging into Zaire's right arm. Instantly, he turned, using his arm as a spear and whipping it backward. Plink, plink, plink. The force and speed were so intense they seemed to shatter the air, causing sonic booms. Penelope's white jade tether arrived just then and was immediately struck by his arm, losing its glow and reverting to a ribbon, slowly floating down. One strike's power dispersed a spirit artifact's glow. Everyone, including Penelope, was stunned. Unreduced in momentum, Zaire flashed before Penelope, opened his fingers, and grabbed the Lingguang sword from her hand. Let go. With his robust true essence, he instantly took the Lingguang from Penelope's grasp. Swish. The Chidiandian sword pressed against Penelope's throat. Sister Chun, please bear with me. Hearing the voice, Penelope reacted, her expression melancholic. I lost. Zaire retracted his sword and handed back the Lingguang sword with his right hand. Sister Chun is strong, both in techniques and treasures. It was merely my good fortune to take advantage of your momentary lapse. You're too modest, brother. My skills were inferior. I have nothing to say. Penelope took the Lingguang sword, recalled the white jade tether, and stepped off the arena. Hashtag chapter 113. The Sky's End Hall, the Renee. The top name has been decided. Zaire, come with me to the base of the submerged dragon list immediately. The elder on platform 1 said immediately. At this moment, the elders behind the platform also descended one after another. Zaire nodded, and then came to stand below the gilded list. By now, the rankings had already been updated. His name stood at the top, Penelope was second. After that, he also saw the names of Bernice and Ines. Although they ranked low, with Bernice at 92nd and Ines at 97th, it was important to note that both were only at the Chi realm stage. To make it onto the list and be inscribed on the golden scroll meant their strength already surpassed that of most disciples. However, Zaire also noticed the name Callahan, who ranked 72nd. From 10th place to 72nd place, this significant fluctuation was due to him. This is the soul-nourishing spirit pill and the treasure armor, Chester Amion 10,000 stars robe. The soul-nourishing spirit pill is an ancient miracle pill, known for nurturing the divine soul and refining the spirit, essential for breaking through the soul realm and beyond. This pill was obtained by the Renee from a forbidden area, with no method to refine more. It's invaluable, and you must cherish it, said an elder as he summoned a light curtain with a wave of his hand. Within the light curtain was a thumb-sized pill and a star-spangled long robe. Zaire's eyes were drawn to the pill. It was surrounded by misty auras, and under the illumination of light, countless tiny figures seemed to swirl around it, each trying to lift it up with great effort. Truly a treasure that can purify the divine soul. This extraordinary sight left Zaire deeply impressed. Having been in the martial academy for some time, he understood the rarity and value of items that could purify the divine soul. One needed to understand that it was only after reaching the soul realm that cultivators truly displayed their exceptional side. And why was it only after reaching the soul realm? The most significant change was in the soul. Once reaching the soul realm, the human soul would undergo a metamorphosis, turning the impossible into possible. Before entering the soul realm, cultivators lived like searching for flowers in a fog or grabbing the moon from water. Everything seen and felt was not real. Entering the soul realm and achieving a strengthened soul allowed one to become a divine soul. Perceiving things with a divine perspective, it was like the frog leaping out of the well, finally seeing the vast universe. Beside the soul-nourishing spirit pill was a black long robe imbued with the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Its brilliance was dazzling, and gazing at it made one feel as if they were among the stars, feeling a purity and expansiveness of mind. Zaire instantly recognized the robe's extraordinary nature. This Chester Amion 10,000 stars robe was personally refined by the head of the academy using the power of the sun and moon, combined with myriad starlights, and the skin of a black dragon. It took 81 years to complete, the elder continued. Wearing this robe allows you to constantly enjoy the purification from the sun, moon, and starlights. Over time, your aptitude will be greatly enhanced. At this moment, another elder said, Zaire, news of you topping the submerged dragon list has reached the senior elders. To reward your bravery and progress, the Renee plans to grant you a cultivation technique. Take these items carefully and head straight to the Sky's End Hall. Hearing this, Zaire was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected there would be cultivation techniques for him to learn. Moreover, he would meet the most mysterious Renee within the academy. Ordinary inner disciple students, if they wished to learn cultivation techniques, could only attend the monthly teachings on the Heavenly Terrace or exchange contribution points at the Scripture Tower. As for the Renee, they were a taboo topic among inner disciples, because this elder managed the life and death terrace. Regardless of whether it was direct disciples or inner disciples, except for outer disciples and miscellaneous servants, even other elders, if they committed offenses, they would be brought to the life and death terrace. Minor offenders would be thrown into the endless abyss for 10 years of cultivation. Major offenders would have their cultivation scattered and their foundations destroyed. The Renee's name was a nightmare for all disciples, each fearing the day they might be summoned to the terrace. Zaire, I didn't expect you to top the submerged dragon list despite only being at the Chi realm stage. It seems within 10 years, you will surely become a notable figure, said direct disciple Iona, who approached and smiled. Last time, during the martial ancestor trial in the Kira Delaneyed, on behalf of the 13 Academia, I thank junior brother. Meeting senior sister. Zaire hurriedly bowed, then said, in the Kira Delaneyed, it was merely what I should do. No need for thanks. Was offending the chief also something you just did without thought? Stephen suddenly sneered from the side. Sensing hostility from Stephen, Zaire frowned. Senior brother, if defending oneself when falsely accused is also considered wrong, then where is justice in this world? In front of the numerous elders, Stephen was speechless. Humph, sharp tongue indeed, but you'll regret it one day. With that, he turned and left. Stephen is part of Birdie, so it's natural he holds some grudge against you. But you don't need to worry. Although his words are harsh, his actions are relatively upright, Iona consoled. A Mayhamed wants me dead, and Stephen has issues with me. Add in other direct disciples close to Birdie. Zaire's gaze flickered, contemplating. At least now, I've topped the submerged dragon list, and will soon meet the Renee, combining which I've made a name for myself in the academy and secured my position. He remembered Jonathan's advice to build his reputation to constrain those wishing harm upon him. Also, a great reputation would provide reasons for Jonathan to protect him. Oh right, Veronica and the others want to thank you. Once you return from the Sky's End Hall, visit the 13 Academia, Iona said before departing, leaving quietly. The surrounding elders observed everything but remained silent. True to the Academy's rules, they wouldn't interfere in struggles between direct disciples or inner disciples unless the rules were broken. Soon, two elders led Zaire up the mountain to the Sky's End Hall. As they neared, the sense of overwhelming pressure grew stronger, causing Zaire to be even more cautious. At the entrance, he was completely on alert, unable to relax. The Sky's End Hall wasn't just one building but a complex of many halls. Passing through multiple doors, Zaire felt as if he were in an imperial palace, despite never having visited one. This is where the Renee wishes to meet you. Enter carefully and pay attention to your conduct to avoid offending the elders inside. The two elders warned at the door. Thank you, seniors. Zaire bowed and entered the hall. Inside the grand hall stood two figures. One he recognized immediately, the green-robed elder from the inner disciple teaching platform. The other was a young woman, around 16 or 17 years old. Beautifully delicate, her skin was as white as snow, with long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore a fiery red long robe, exuding elegance and freedom. As her gaze shifted towards him, Zaire felt his heart clench, beating wildly. Chapter 114. Sword Chi Big Dipper, True Transmission Cave Heaven. Is this the Renee? Zaire's heart was pounding. The woman's gaze felt as if it could see right through him, exposing all his secrets. You are Zaire? There's no need to be nervous. Although my title is Renee, I don't casually determine people's fates. The elegant woman's tone sounded extremely strange, devoid of any emotion, as though she had no feelings at all. Zaire immediately straightened up and formally greeted her. Disciple greets Renee. How is he? The green-robed elder suddenly asked the Renee. She nodded slightly and said, he can be taught. Hearing this, the green-robed elder turned around. Zaire, in recognition of your outstanding performance in the Hidden Dragon Rankings contest, after discussing with the Renee, we have decided to reward you with an additional divine technique. We hope you will advance rapidly and bring glory to our martial academy. Thank you, both elders. Zaire bowed deeply. Take it. As the green-robed elder spoke, a jade book landed in Zaire's hands. 7 Heavens of Sword Chi Big Dipper. Seeing the name of the book, Zaire paused for a moment. He carefully searched his memory for famous techniques within the academy, but found no mention of this one. This 7 Heavens of Sword Chi Big Dipper is not originally from our Cliffside Martial Academy. It was something I came across during my travels in the mortal world. The green-robed elder continued, I heard that your sword skills were mediocre during the Hidden Dragon Rankings contest. Therefore, I am passing down this technique which contains the true essence of the sword path to you. This technique encompasses the cultivation of true essence and 7 layers of sword techniques. It is an excellent offensive method and will greatly benefit your cultivation and combat abilities. Moreover, if you can master it to the essence reversion stage within a year, the Renee will have a mysterious gift waiting for you. Beside them, the Renee added, Go now, cultivate well, and do not tarnish the reputation of our Cliffside Martial Academy. Disciple takes my leave. As Zaire left feeling delighted yet slightly puzzled, the elders seemed to dismiss him. With no choice but to suppress his doubts, he exited the grand hall. After he left, the green-robed elder suddenly asked, What do you think? What do you think? The Renee replied. He obtained the Jingzhou tripod, cultivated the formless heaven-earth scripture, and inherited the ancient China king's lineage. He's bound to face many trials, the green-robed elder sighed. The Renee fell silent for a while before saying, Everyone has their own fate. To gain anything, one must bear the responsibility. That's how it should be. You're right. The green-robed elder suddenly smiled. It looks like our academy will shine brightly again in this session of the 9 Academies gathering. Last time it was Becker. This time it's Zaire. How could we possibly not thrive? I wonder if that lineage will appear in this gathering. A great era of contention is about to begin. They should come out soon. The Renee glanced into the void somewhere. Hearing this, the green-robed elder's expression changed. Then he shook his head and nodded. After leaving the grand hall, Zaire intended to return directly to the inner disciple dormitory, but encountered an inner female disciple on the way. Junior brother Wu, Aliana asked me to wait here for you, and requested that you go to the 13 Scholars Club. Zaire nodded, recalling what Iona had mentioned earlier. To stand firm in the academy now, I need support from forces like the 13 Scholars Club, and help from true transmission disciples like Aliana. I should visit. Since Iona wanted to establish a connection, it would be inappropriate to refuse. On the way, Zaire learned more about the 13 Scholars Club through conversation with the inner sister. The 13 Scholars Club was founded by 13 senior sisters among the true transmission disciples, aiming to provide a safe haven for all female disciples within the academy. There are actually 13 locations for the club, each situated within the cave heavens of these 13 senior sisters. Outer disciples live in city areas, inner disciples in dormitories, and true transmission disciples in individual cave heavens, also known as true transmission gardens. These cave heavens are specially opened by academy elders to cultivate true transmission disciples, containing heavenly formations that gather spiritual energy, improve physical constitution, and accelerate cultivation, offering countless benefits. Buckru Cave Heaven. Before Zaire's eyes appeared a vast waterside villa, with pavilions and terraces, artificial mountains, winding streams, and water flowing gracefully. Upon entering, several female disciples welcomed him. Among them were seniors Kirsten and Amy, whom he had met in the Sky Demon Delaneyed. Seeing him, the 5 seniors were delighted and gathered around him eagerly. Why didn't we see you during the Hidden Dragon Rankings contest? Zaire greeted them first. After the trial, we felt our cultivation was lacking, so we closed ourselves off to cultivate. We missed watching junior brother compete for the top spot. Kirsten laughed, then guided Zaire forward. A close win over senior sister Chun isn't worth mentioning. Zaire also smiled. Junior brother, stop being modest. Senior sister Chun said you were very powerful, much stronger than her. One of the other seniors commented. As they chatted and walked toward Iona's residence, Amy reminded him, junior brother, since you're now the top of the hidden dragon rankings, be extra cautious. Not only within the academy but also outside. Some who hold grudges against our academy might try to harm our talented disciples. With the reputation of Cliffside Martial Academy as a sacred place, someone dares to target us? Zaire was slightly surprised. They won't attack openly, Kirsten explained. Last time, an inner disciple was abducted during an external journey. Despite efforts by multiple elders, they never found the disciple. Zaire murmured, I see. Did junior brother receive a summons from the Renee after winning the top spot? What technique did you receive? Another senior sister asked curiously. It's called Seven Heavens of Sword Chi Big Dipper. It was obtained during the elders' travels and is not an academy technique, Zaire replied honestly. There was no need to hide such information. Upon hearing this, Kirsten and the others frowned slightly. Amy immediately said, according to the rules, when a disciple gains favor from the elders, they should receive an academy technique. Why did the Renee give you an external technique? Isn't there concern it might bring trouble? External items sometimes come with complications. For example, inheriting a legacy from a powerful expert might lead their descendants to seek trouble, or even other disciples could be involved. Could it be because of the conflict between junior brother and the Kimball disciple? Kirsten pondered. Zaire remained silent but felt this might not be the main reason. By this point, they had arrived at a courtyard surrounded by birdsong, floral fragrances, and flowing water, a beautiful and serene place. Is that junior brother Wu arriving? Iona's voice called out from within the courtyard. Chapter 115. Sword Graveyard Cultivation, Star Power Sword Chi. A cloud of mist descended along with the voice. Everyone was lifted by this mist, gliding past the garden and through several large courtyard gates before entering a spacious wooden room. At this moment, Iona was seated in a grand armchair, with Penelope standing beside her. Junior brother Wu, please sit. Penelope greeted. Greetings, Aliana. Senior sister Chun. Zaire gave a simple bow and then sat down on a guest seat. I didn't expect that the Keeper of Scripture's elder would pass on Sword Gale Big Dipper to you. Iona clearly had very reliable information, knowing about Zaire's acquired technique so quickly. Although I'm not familiar with this technique, I have heard it is quite powerful. It seems to be a divine skill. You should be the first disciple in the martial academy to cultivate this skill. You saved Kirsten and the others. As a token of gratitude, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. And within my cave paradise, there is a place filled with metal sword chi, cultivated and nurtured from the sword graveyard, combined with the 1,000-star array which can harness star power. This should greatly assist your cultivation of Sword Gale Big Dipper. If you don't mind, you can cultivate here. Zaire naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer. He joyfully replied, thank you, Aliana. Iona nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Kirsten and the others. Now that junior brother Wu's strength has far surpassed yours, do not call him junior brother anymore. Call him senior brother. Yes. Penelope and Kirsten immediately complied. Very well, Kirsten. Take senior brother Wu to the sword graveyard. After winding his way with Kirsten, Zaire arrived at a special courtyard. It wasn't particularly large, approximately 300 paces wide. But every 9 steps, a broken sword was embedded vertically into the ground, densely covering the entire courtyard. These broken swords are all at least top-grade magical artifacts, and many are even spirit artifacts. Zaire's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Iona to be so generous, gathering so many high-quality swords. The courtyard gave off an overwhelming sense of death and destruction. Even the breeze carried the cold sharpness of weapons and the icy light of sword blades. Senior brother Wu, this is where you will be cultivating. After giving a brief introduction about the sword graveyard, Kirsten withdrew. Zaire walked to the center of the courtyard, where a meditation cushion lay. It seems Aliana also cultivates the way of the sword. This must be her usual cultivation spot. He sat cross-legged on the cushion. He soon discovered that this cushion was actually a spiritual artifact used for cultivation. Its effects were not only calming but also attracted spiritual energy and starlight. The headmaster's day and night 10,000 stars robe seems to also have the ability to gather starlight for tempering the body. Zaire suddenly remembered he had a treasure robe and hurriedly took it out, beginning the blood sacrifice to refine it. As soon as the blood dripped onto it, the day and night 10,000 stars robe emitted dazzling brilliance. Then beams of star power were drawn from the sky, transforming into pillars of celestial light. It seems Aliana's 1,000-star array is playing its part. Zaire marveled at the purity of these star powers, far surpassing anything outside. Indeed, this was a place for true disciples to cultivate. It was truly extraordinary. Humming sounds filled the air as star power surged into the robe. Minutes later, the robe radiated countless starlights, converging on Zaire. Zaire briefly felt the robe, discovering it fit perfectly, adjusting to his size instantly. Simultaneously, he felt waves of starlight blending into his body, enhancing his bones, blood, and other parts. Indeed, a masterpiece crafted by the headmaster himself. Zaire injected a small amount of true essence, and, with a thought, the robe emitted 10,000 rays of starlight, circling him protectively. Though there were many more wondrous uses, he contained his excitement. First things first, I need to focus on cultivating Sword Gale Big Dipper. Since this is Aliana's cultivation place, I shouldn't take too long. Knowing time was limited, he dared not waste it. After all, inner courtyards did not have such perfect cultivation spots. Sword Gale, star power, gather myriad stars, condense my Big Dipper Sword Gale. Flipping open the 7 heavens of Sword Gale Big Dipper, Zaire began cultivating according to the instructions. The first step was to use star power to condense Sword Gale. Boom. As if a sound exploded, the heaven gate above opened, and boundless star power poured out. Immersed in star power, Zaire constantly adjusted his state, striving to gather the Sword Gale in optimal condition. After a short while, condense. With Zaire's loud shout, star power began transforming, gradually becoming a unique sword chi. He swallowed these sword chi, using his circulating chi and blood to oscillate the starlight sword chi. Done. Zaire spat out a pill-like object that seemed both real and illusory, like a sword pill. Is this the star power sword gale? According to the 7 heavens of Sword Gale Big Dipper, what condensed resembled a star power medicine-like sword pill. Retreat. The phantom-like sword pill returned to Zaire's heaven gate, guided by his spirit to slowly descend into his dantian. Feeling closely, Zaire found that when he circulated true essence, star power sword chi naturally emerged. Whoosh. Pointing towards the sky, Zaire shot out a finger, activating true essence, releasing a streak of star power sword chi into the air. The first step is complete. Next comes offensive sword techniques. This sword pill was fundamental to cultivating Sword Gale Big Dipper. With it, the true might of the technique could be unleashed. Unaware of time passing, seasons changed, and soon spring arrived. In these months, Zaire continuously consumed 2 types of pills, enlightenment and southern savages. His diligent effort deepened his aura profoundly. Unlike before, now he carried a fierce and sharp demeanor. When true essence flowed, it was as if a precious sword had been drawn, piercing and soul-piercingly sharp. Far away, sensing this strong sword intent, Iona inside her room turned abruptly to look at the sword graveyard. Beside her, Penelope also sensed something unusual. Under Iona's personal guidance, Penelope's strength grew, just 1 step away from reaching the soul realm. She naturally sensed the disturbance coming from the sword graveyard. This Sword Gale Big Dipper actually produces such formidable sword intent? Penelope felt a vast and sharp sword intent brewing in the sword graveyard courtyard. Even the prism light sword in her hand began vibrating. Zaire indeed has remarkable talent. To master Sword Gale Big Dipper so quickly, Iona exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 116. Surge of Chi and Blood. Achieving the transformation realm. It seems this person hides quite a few secrets, Penelope mused. Everyone has their secrets. Don't pry unnecessarily, especially not with Zaire. It might not only make others uncomfortable, but also easily offend Jonathan, Iona said, then change the subject. You possess the ice bloodline, and with your opportunity, practicing the most suitable mystic cold abyss force will bring smooth progress after transcending the soul boundary. And recently, due to the influence of the spirit tide, numerous relics have appeared in Yinling. You should take a look. There may be an opportunity for you to break through. Penelope, hearing this, couldn't help but lose her composure. Yinling is the hub connecting various worlds, but it's known as the tomb of immortals and deities, filled with endless dangers. Danger comes with opportunity. Just like Jonathan, who once fortuitously obtained a mysterious legacy within and soared from that point, unstoppable, Iona sighed softly. Then she seemed to recall something and added, due to the spirit tide's influence, many relics suitable for exploration by soul boundary cultivators have emerged around the periphery of Yinling. When you go, remember to invite Zaire. Such talents are often blessed by fate and fortune. Having him along will certainly benefit you. Also, recently in the Great Chu dynasty, a princess is getting married. She has some connection to me, so do me a favor and attend on my behalf. Buzz buzz buzz. As they conversed, intense sword reverberations echoed throughout the entire Taoist world. Then they saw the blazing sun in the sky begin to set, and myriad stars began to sparkle brightly, especially the Big Dipper, each star emitting a brilliant light, like 7 stellar suns, astonishing to behold. Chi resonance can actually change heaven and earth. Penelope was utterly shocked, eyes wide with surprise. Iona was also compelled to exclaim, it appears I've underestimated Zaire. Though this is an illusion, it caused such phenomena. This person is bound to become a major figure in the future. Ryue, you must cultivate a good relationship with him. All the starlight converged on Zaire inside the sword grave courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the buried broken swords all rose from the ground by themselves, converging towards Zaire at the center. Various sword meanings accumulated in Zaire's mind like stars, all the true meanings within the broken swords being instantly comprehended and integrated into his sword path. At this moment, he resembled a sharp blade cloaked in human skin. In both senses and aura, he had no difference from a sword. Am I scolding myself? Zaire muttered, having spent several months cultivating on the meditation cushion, nearly mastering the 7 heavens of sword might. At this rate, the sword grave might be destroyed by him. Penelope sensed the sword grave's inherent meaning almost entirely absorbed by Zaire. No matter, we just need to bury more swords, Iona remarked, leaving the room and heading towards the sword grave courtyard. Penelope hurriedly followed. They soon arrived at the courtyard, seeing Zaire in deep cultivation. Iona then reminded, observe closely. It might aid your understanding. Zaire could no longer suppress himself, affected by star power and the sword grave. His inner true essence started to surge uncontrollably. Along with the turmoil of true essence came a stirring of his chi and blood. Almost instantly, it felt as if boundless waves surged within Zaire, crashing fiercely like waves against the shore, creating a thunderous sound. How can his chi and blood be so powerful? What realm has his body reached? Just moving his blood produces the sound of countless waves. Penelope stared incredulously, hardly believing it. Despite being talented herself with her unique ice bloodline, her physical strength did not reach this level. Don't get distracted. He's about to break through, Iona suddenly said. As she spoke, all wave sounds abruptly ceased, as if time itself paused. Next, Zaire's momentum contracted sharply before he stood up, opening his eyes. Through recent cultivation, he not only completed the 7 heavens of sword might, but also advanced from chi boundary to transformation boundary, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, after being refined by heavenly essence, starlight, and the sword grave's true meanings, his true essence and physique seemed to undergo subtle changes. Pluck star. On command, Zaire captured a beam of starlight. Swoosh. The starlight transformed into sword chi, shooting out fiercely, tearing through the sky and causing a massive disturbance. After breaking through to transformation boundary, my strength? Zaire carefully assessed. His true essence's fullness was 10 times greater than before, and his bodily chi and blood became even denser, giving the impression of a river surging with each pulse of blood. My current force far exceeds the 9 bulls and 2 tigers of the transformation boundary, and as for imperviousness to blades, since achieving the 4th level in body refinement, his body could already withstand ordinary iron, and each breakthrough further strengthened it. One day, my body will truly deserve the title of Rebirth Undying. Zaire clenched his fists lightly, brimming with confidence about the future. Nearby, Iona noticed he had finished cultivating and gestured to Penelope, "Go ahead." Penelope approached immediately. "Zaire, congratulations on your significant advancement. I didn't expect you to cultivate so swiftly. Before 16, you're already a transformation boundary expert. Sometimes it's easy to overlook how young you still are." Penelope's words were genuine. Perhaps due to a solitary childhood or a dramatic change after losing his parents, the current Zaire displayed no trace of youthfulness. To those unfamiliar, he seemed like a seasoned veteran preserving youth through artifice. "Sister Chin flatters me. These minor advancements aren't worth mentioning," Zaire replied with a smile. After Miguel's provocation, he never felt he had much time left. While Miguel was already a Kimball student, he had just broken through to transformation boundary. Frankly, the difference between them was like comparing grains of rice to the moon. "You're stronger than me, so you should call me Junior Sister Chin," Penelope continued. "By the way, your friend Bernice has been admitted into our 13 societies and received personal guidance from Aliana, greatly enhancing her strength." Hearing this, Zaire bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Junior Sister Chin. Thank you, Aliana." He understood. "It looks like Iona wants to ally with me. There's one more thing," Penelope added. "Do you want to join me on a trip to Yinling?" Yinling? Zaire hesitated. Though he knew a bit about the place, few people spoke of it, especially among Chi Boundary and Transformation Boundary disciples. Yet now Penelope mentioned it and intended to go, which surprised him slightly. Chapter 117. Granting the Sword of Xuanhuan, heading to the Great Chu. Yinling. It is said to be a passage connecting various worlds. However, during the ancient era, a great war broke out, leading to the fall of numerous powerful beings here, causing the passage to collapse and become a forbidden area inaccessible to ordinary people. Zaire suddenly thought of something. The place Yinling was highly likely to harbor celestial ghosts. The last time I absorbed a celestial ghost, the afterglow in my mind changed, but because of Miguel's appearance, I didn't fully uncover the secrets of this afterglow. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly towards Penelope. "All right, but Yinling is fraught with danger. Even experts at the True Realm have fallen there. If we go, we must be cautious." "Of course," Penelope replied with delight when he agreed. "But I also need to visit the capital of the Great Chu Empire." Great Chu's capital? Zaire paused again. He thought about Lenore, whom he had promised to visit Nanman's sacred Amyuntan, yet he hadn't received any word from her for quite some time. Indeed, a princess of the Great Chu Empire is getting married. This princess has some connection with Aliana, so naturally, senior sister was invited as well. However, she needs to enter a closed meditation period and asked me to attend on her behalf. Penelope saw Zaire deep in thought and couldn't help but ask, "What? Do you want to take a look?" "That's possible. We can depart directly from the capital of Great Chu. There happens to be a spatial node that can lead us to Yinling." Zaire nodded. "Since it's like that, I'll prepare and set off early tomorrow morning." Atop Tinya Amyuntan, Tinya Cave. Unlike other direct disciples whose abodes were within the Cavern Heaven world, Miguel's practice residence was carved directly into Tinya Amyuntan. As the top disciple, every detail was meticulously crafted, opulent, and luxurious. In the magnificent pavilion, not made of gold or jade, Miguel sat cross-legged. In front of him, a long sword lay horizontally amidst swirling mist. Refined demon into reality. Miguel waved his hand, dispelling the mist, causing the sword to emit a resonant hum. Immediately afterward, countless rays of light blossomed forth, illuminating the entire hall brilliantly. Beneath the 99 steps stood a figure. It was none other than Arvin, who had fully recovered. "This sword of Xuanhuan was originally crafted by the abyssal demon race, capable of changing its form at will," said Miguel from atop the dais. "Though it has moderate power, after my refining process, not only did I purge its demonic aura, but I also enhanced its power to another level. I now bestow it upon you. Surely Zaire will have no grudge." Having said that, he flicked his finger lightly, sending the sword of Xuanhuan floating down into Arvin's hands. "Thank you, senior brother." Arvin held the sword high over his head with both hands, bowing deeply in gratitude. Upon grasping the sword, he instantly felt the immense power it contained, imbued with natural might. Seemingly sensing his thoughts from the dais, Miguel commented coolly, "Zaire bears great secrets. Even with the sword of Xuanhuan, you would not be his match. I advise you to focus on solid cultivation instead of harboring too much hatred. Only then might you unlock your true potential." "Senior brother is right," Arvin lowered his head. "With recent fluctuations in the spiritual tide within Yinling, many hidden ruins concealed by temporal turbulence are bound to appear. If you wish to cultivate, you can try the outskirts." After finishing, Miguel waved his hand, transporting Arvin out of the cave. The next day, Zaire met Penelope at the Intersex Terrace. "Let's go." Penelope summoned a flying boat, and the two jumped aboard, tearing through the clouds towards the capital of the Great Chu Empire. The speed of the flying boat was astonishingly fast, covering nearly 100 miles almost instantaneously. About an hour later, they reached 700,000 miles away, with Tinya Amyuntan long vanished from view behind them. "Did you specially refine this flying boat? Its speed is incredible," Zaire remarked, watching the mountains pass by in a blur. "This was bestowed by Aliana. Under her refinement, it has reached the spirit artifacts grade, not only fast but also equipped with considerable protective abilities," Penelope explained. Zaire nodded, impressed by the generosity of direct disciples. The fact that such a traveling tool was a spirit artifact attested to the wealth of Iona's family. Flying non-stop past countless cities, they finally arrived at the capital of the Great Chu Empire, Jiang City. We're here. Penelope landed the flying boat outside the imperial city. After Zaire disembarked, she stowed the boat away. This city is truly massive. Zaire marveled. Jiang City and Chanamingqing could not compare to Jiang City. The towering walls and bustling streets resembled a mountainous sea, leaving one speechless. Well, this is the capital of the Great Chu Empire. Few capitals of other countries can match it. Penelope led him into the city. Along the way, Zaire noticed many cultivators mingling among ordinary people, pushing forward with the crowd into Jiang City. Inside the city, buildings hung with festive red decorations lined the streets as crowds moved about happily, their faces radiating joy. The intricate network of streets spread out like a spider web across every corner, with dedicated royal guards patrolling regularly. Each guard possessed the bone-forging realm of ordinary martial arts, while squad leaders reached the visceral mastery realm. In the Great Chu Empire, reaching the bone-forging realm meant commanding 1,000 soldiers, and those in the visceral mastery realm, if distinguished on the battlefield, could be ennobled as kings. Yet here, these strengths were just those of low-ranking soldiers and patrol leaders. It seems Patsy's marriage has become a national celebration. Penelope's gaze lingered on the red decorations everywhere. At this moment, a group of guards approached them, seemingly having received instructions. Are you both from Tianyang Martial Academy? His Majesty knew you were coming and instructed us to keep an eye out. Please follow us to the embassy for rest. His Majesty will meet you both tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zaire felt a ripple of surprise. He hadn't expected to meet the Emperor of Great Chu. Penelope was also taken aback, turning to say, I didn't expect to stir up the Emperor of Great Chu. What do you think? Zaire bowed to the guard leader. Please lead the way. Afterward, he gave Penelope a slight nod and whispered telepathically, stay calm. The Emperor of the Great Chu Empire held a significant status, akin to a dean in certain aspects. Since they were on his territory and he wished to see them, it was appropriate to meet him. Upon arriving at the embassy with the guards, they stayed in separate courtyards. However, Penelope soon ran over, puzzled. Normally, our status wouldn't warrant a meeting with the gardener. Is there deeper meaning? Any clues? Zaire shook his head slightly. I haven't figured it out either. But given his status, he wouldn't make things difficult for us. No need to worry. They briefly discussed what might happen the next day before Penelope returned to her room. However, soon after, another figure appeared in Zaire's courtyard. Long time no see. The visitor was none other than Lady Buck Channon, Lenore. Chapter 118. The Outsider, Disrupting Destiny. Seeing the arrival of the visitor, Zaire immediately smiled and said, Your Highness Ambria sure has swift information. I just arrived, and you're already here. I'm not getting information fast. It's just that you all are too conspicuous. Not only did I know you came, but even the Gale knows about your arrival. Lenore spoke and then sat down beside them. The last time the Gale suffered a great loss in Nanjing, he was scolded by His Majesty upon return and even ridiculed by other princes. So you'd better be careful. Zaire laughed dryly. Why should I be careful? The loss wasn't caused by me. As a prince, mistakes must have reasons, Lenore said, changing the subject. Let's get to the point. Do you know why His Majesty summoned you this time? Zaire fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, I can guess somewhat. Either it's about the matters in Nanjing or concerning Tianyang Martial Academy. Hearing this, Lenore fell into deep thought. Seeing her like this, Zaire was surprised and asked, You don't know why the Roger summoned us either? Lenore shook her head. No one can fathom the Emperor's thoughts. Upon careful reflection, it indeed falls under these two situations as you mentioned. So why did you come this time? Zaire smiled. I thought you had news to tell me. Why not? Lenore laughed. Can I find you without news? That's not what I meant. But have you planned anything for the Tianshan matter yet? Lenore slightly shook her head. The Immortal Cave event at Zishui hasn't ended yet. Moreover, voices against war are growing stronger now. If there's no war, we won't be able to infiltrate the barbarians' Tianshan. Tianshan is the sacred mountain of Nanjing where the king resides. The guards there are undoubtedly stringent. Fear of war? Perhaps the emperor doesn't want that? Zaire thought, but he didn't say it out loud. The next day, before dawn, an attendant brought an imperial decree to the embassy. After a quick cleanup, Zaire and Sage followed the attendant out. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally reached the palace of Great Chu. The gilded palace complexes had intersecting avenues, well organized and orderly. Outside the main gate of the palace, quite a few people had already gathered. Among them were the Gale Dai and Lenore who left last night. Over there is the Hiroshi of Great Chu. Over there is the Anise. It seemed Lenore had done her homework beforehand, and she introduced them to Zaire right away. Except for Lenore, the Ambria, the rest were all princes. Seeing their arrival, the Gale Dai's eyes instantly turned cold but soon shifted elsewhere without a word. After waiting for a while, footsteps could be heard behind them. Zaire looked back and saw officials of Great Chu approaching. Perhaps everyone had arrived, so the palace gates opened immediately, and several eunuchs welcomed them out. Please follow me. Within the red walls and yellow tiles, they moved quickly. Following the crowd, Zaire walked through numerous palaces and finally stopped before a grand hall. Everyone, please wait. Several eunuchs shouted with high-pitched voices. During the waiting period, Zaire secretly evaluated the strength of several princes of Great Chu. He found that even the weakest among them, the Gale Dai, possessed soul boundary strength. Standing at the front, the Hiroshi of Great Chu, despite Zaire's super perception, gave him a sense of obscurity, making it hard to discern his true strength. Don't probe recklessly. The Hiroshi's power is unfathomable, comparable to your academy's top student. Don't cause trouble. At this moment, Lenore reminded him telepathically from nearby. Zaire was startled and promptly retracted his gaze. The Imperial Edict. Just then, a towering eunuch emerged. To summon 2 distinguished students of Tianyang Martial Academy for an audience. Zaire silently stepped out of the line and walked towards the hall with Sage. As they passed through the crowd, many astonished gazes fell upon them. It seemed no one expected them to be the first ones summoned by the emperor. Stepping into the hall was like entering another world. With spring already here, the outside world was filled with chirping birds and blooming flowers. However, inside the hall, everything was abnormally quiet once the door was closed. At this moment, the Roger sat at a wide desk, holding an ancient scroll in one hand. "Greetings to your majesty." Zaire and Sage bowed deeply. After waiting for a long time, they didn't hear any response from the emperor. Finally, as both of them felt anxious, the emperor put down the scroll and slowly said, "Since you are disciples of the martial academy, there's no need for such formalities." Hearing this, Zaire raised his head, but what he saw nearly frightened him. The emperor of Great Chu resembled Iona somewhat. Moreover, more frightening was that according to his perception, the emperor seemed like an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. Is the Roger an ordinary person? Of course not. Zaire knew that if someone appeared like this, it only meant that this person's strength far exceeded his comprehension. Like facing something unknown, one couldn't feel its extraordinariness. This strange situation was the first time Zaire encountered since his perception enhanced. "Be seated." Upon the command, 2 chairs materialized beside Zaire and Sage, as if they had always been there. "Buck Channon often speaks of you, saying you've performed well in Nanjing and show remarkable talent." Pausing momentarily, the emperor continued, "However, your fate line isn't supposed to be like this. It appears Jingzhou Ding has disrupted it." While speaking, the emperor seemed to be pondering, without looking directly at Zaire. Yet, Zaire felt a rush of blood surging through him, almost causing his heart to leap out of his chest. Nothing to fear. Although the emperor didn't look at him, it seemed everything was within his observation. "The female disciple beside you has had her 6 senses sealed." Hearing this, Zaire turned to look at Sage, seeing her immersed in some sort of hallucination, nodding continuously and seemingly very excited. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the emperor again, feeling his throat dry. "Your Majesty. Yes, you're slightly better than my incompetent sons." The emperor's approving gaze landed on Zaire. "The 9 cauldrons of King Chana bear the destiny of Jingzhou. In the future, you will shoulder the responsibility of Jingzhou. Be wary of the heavenly tribulation." "I don't fully understand what your majesty means." Zaire's mind was in chaos. "No problem, you will understand later." The emperor waved his hand and asked, rarely leaving the mountain, "What do you think of Great Chu's realm?" Chapter 119. Disobeying Heaven's Will, A World Apart. Zaire had not expected the emperor of the Great Chu dynasty to ask such a question. After carefully reflecting on his observations over the years, he took a moment before slowly responding. "Currently, the Great Chu is flourishing with peace and prosperity. The people live in harmony. Although we face threats from barbarian tribes to the south, I believe as long as everyone unites as one, the nomads are nothing to fear." The Garner nodded slightly. "Continue." "When it comes to territory, the Great Chu spans the Jingzhou region, covering tens of thousands of miles with vast mountains and great rivers that symbolize the abundance and wealth of our land. In this era, the rivers and mountains are like brocade, writing brilliant chapters of an age. It's indeed our time to shine." Zaire elaborated at length, exhausting nearly all his knowledge. However, after listening to him, the Garner suddenly shook his head and said, "What you have seen is actually an illusion." "Illusion?" Zaire was taken aback. Though his words might have bordered on flattery, they were mostly based on fact. How could the emperor say they were false? "You must be wondering why I say so." The Garner did not use the imperial "we," but seemed more like a mentor guiding Zaire. "Let me ask you another question. Why has no dynasty in history ever been eternally stable?" Zaire thought for a moment and replied, "At its peak, a dynasty must decline. When the moon is full, it will wane. This is the cycle of heaven, happening every day." "So true, the cycle of heaven, happening every day." The Garner laughed heartily. "Zaire, let me ask you, can man defy the will of heaven?" "The will of heaven cannot be defied," Zaire replied matter-of-factly. "Then how about cultivating immortality, divine paths, martial arts, all these attempts to transcend destiny? Are they not acts against heaven? Why do you want to defy heaven?" Zaire was speechless. "Go back and think about it." The emperor waved his hand, and Zaire felt the world shift around him. When he regained consciousness, he was already at the embassy inn. "Zaire, didn't expect his majesty to reward us with so many fine things, all thanks to you." Penelope exclaimed excitedly from the side. Zaire looked at her in surprise. She immediately presented several bottles of pills and some precious materials used in crafting magical artifacts. These pills are all Imperial 10,000 spirit pills from the palace. Each one offers a second chance at life. 3 bottles contain 30 pills altogether. Penelope continued enthusiastically without noticing Zaire's unusual state. "Look, this is crown bloodstone, titanium stone, all perfect materials for crafting spiritual artifacts." She paused briefly, then added regretfully, "Unfortunately, we don't have blue crystal jade. If we had it, I would send these materials to Aliana immediately and ask her to forge some spiritual artifacts." Zaire couldn't help but ask, "Chan, junior sister, what is the relationship between Aliana and the Great Chu? Why does she resemble the emperor?" "Aliana is the emperor's daughter. Naturally, they look alike," Penelope blurted out in excitement. Realizing she had said too much, she hurriedly added, "Wuxia, your brother, please do not tell anyone else." "Understood," Zaire nodded. It seems Aliana, due to her background, understands the methods of crafting immortal artifacts. As he spoke, he pulled out several pieces of blue crystal jade from the Jingzhou tripod. "I have 3 pieces of blue crystal jade. Would that be enough?" Upon hearing this, Penelope's eyes focused on the blue luminous crystals. "Wu, senior brother, I didn't expect you to have blue crystal jade, and you're giving 3 pieces." She exclaimed, "That's plenty. With these 3 pieces, we can craft at least 3 excellent spiritual artifacts." Then Penelope said seriously, Wu's senior brother, rest assured. Since you provided these materials and blue crystal jade, the resulting spiritual artifacts will definitely include your share. No need for formality, Zaire smiled, not taking it to heart. He was willing to give up 3 pieces of blue crystal jade to build a good relationship with the 13 Scholar Club and rely on their intelligence for their journey to Yinling. Soon, Penelope started arranging for the delivery of all materials, including the blue crystal jade, to the Martial Academy. Meanwhile, Zaire sat cross-legged on the bed, the Emperor's words constantly echoing in his mind. The Jingzhou tripod that changes destinies? How to view the world. Everything is an illusion. Can man defy the will of heaven? The voices seemed to reverberate endlessly in his ears. After sitting in silence for a day and night, Zaire still found no answers. What exactly did His Majesty say to you, causing you to look so lost? Lenore asked as she entered slowly. Some confusing words, Zaire chuckled bitterly. Princess, what do you think of the garner? Caught off guard, Lenore hesitated before saying, His Majesty is like the sun and moon, vast and unfathomable. There have never been records of His Majesty engaging in combat. To truly understand His Majesty's level, my advice is for you to challenge him. Don't joke around. Zaire shook his head hastily. That's impossible. Lenore smiled gently. So even Zaire is afraid now? I didn't see you being scared when you faced me. Facing Lenore's teasing, Zaire could only laugh bitterly again. By the way, you've come all the way to the capital of Great Chu. Let me show you the beauty of Jiaying. Twilight was setting in, and candles and oil lamps were being lit within the embassy compound. In a short while, the entire place was aglow with lights. From a distance, servants were chopping wood and starting fires, wafting the aroma of food into the air. Zaire was momentarily dazed, feeling a sense of time having passed. Back then, the greatest happiness I could imagine was to have a hot meal. In less than a year, everything seemed changed beyond recognition. The memory of his last meal was already hazy. Since Princess extends such an invitation, let me follow and witness the splendor of the imperial capital. Zaire suddenly smiled, stepping out of the courtyard gate. Walking side by side through the bustling streets, Lenore walked behind Zaire, her gaze falling on him, revealing a hint of admiration. With her insight, she clearly saw that Zaire now carried hints of enlightenment. Springtime in Jiaying, filled with the faint scent of flowers throughout the city. Outside the embassy, a clean and tidy stone path stretched on. Unlike near the city gates where street vendors lined the sides, here, streams flowed beside the roads. Following the streamlined streets for about 10 li, the scenery opened up to a grand avenue wide enough for 4 or 5 12-horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side. As night fell, red lanterns lit up along the streets, bringing the lively sounds of the city. Translation completed while adhering to the guidelines and maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 120. Confrontation with the Prince, the Cycle of Destiny. The buildings on either side had mostly turned into shops, tailors, silk and brocade stores, antique curios, and more. Everything one could imagine. Eat candied haws. I want to eat candied haws. A group of children came hopping and shouting in joy, followed by their parents. Zaire's gaze swept over the crowd, and he saw that everyone wore an expression of happiness and contentment. In fact, not only the Great Chu, but all 9 nations of the world have thrived these past years, presenting a prosperous scene, Lenore remarked. We're now on Embassy Street, which isn't the most bustling part of Jiaying, but it houses envoys from various regions, hence the abundance of rare antiques. The Great Chu capital Jiaying consists of the outer city, the imperial city, and the inner palace. The inner palace, as you know, is in the northern center and houses the royal residence. Directly south of the inner palace is the imperial city, where government offices are located. Outside the inner and imperial cities, citizens live in wards. She pointed to an area, saying, over there is the East Market. Because of its proximity to the inner palace, the wards mostly house royal relatives and officials, with high-end goods like jewels and magical artifacts available. Commoners rarely shop there. She then turned and pointed in the opposite direction. There's naturally a West Market if there's an East Market. Walk along this western ward street, and you'll reach the West Market. The West Market is farther from the inner palace, but close to the southern and western gates of Jiaying. Amazed transactions here involve wholesale trade for merchants. People living around the West Market are mainly commoners, and the shops primarily sell daily necessities such as clothing, herbs, fine wines, etc. The East and West Markets are truly the most vibrant areas in Jiaying. At this point, Lenore smiled mischievously at Zaire. Oh right, the pleasure quarters that men love most are in the West Market. Want to take a look? Zaire chuckled. I'm not practicing any demonic or sensual cultivation arts. Why would I go there? He fell silent, thinking about the grandeur before him, which somehow reminded him of the words spoken by the gardener. Such prosperity is ultimately ephemeral, unable to last. Zaire felt a pang of melancholy. All cultivation paths seek longevity and transcendence of the natural order. He seemed to understand yet not fully grasp it. He understood the essence of cultivation but was still puzzled why everything must be cyclic. They continued walking aimlessly. Suddenly, commotion erupted ahead. Crack! The sharp sound of a whip cutting through the air echoed down the street. People were being lashed aside by riders, smashing many vendors' stalls. Gale is passing through. Everyone, get out of the way. 6 tall horses led the procession, with burly riders cracking their whips and yelling. Behind them, an 8-horse-drawn carriage approached slowly. Around the carriage, floating lanterns illuminated the entire street, dispelling even the shadows in the alleys. On either side of the carriage, 2 squads of guards protected it. These guards, clad in secret silver armor, looked intimidating with bulging muscles. As the Gale of Great Chu, acting so arrogantly in the imperial city goes against the emperor's repeated edict that officials should not disturb the people unless necessary. Dai is courting his own downfall, Lenore muttered. Just then, the 6 outriders saw Zaire and Lenore and raised their whips to strike. Lenore coldly snorted. releasing an invisible force that shattered the whips midair, then blasted the 6 riders off their mounts. Crack. They hit the ground, feeling numb and powerless. What villains! In an instant, the guards surrounded them. People scattered from the street to avoid trouble. In the heart of the imperial city, you dare to defy the gale? Know your place. The guard Cosmo shouted. Die. You've forgotten the Emperor's orders, haven't you? Lenore's voice remained firm as she stared at the carriage. It seems someone dares to obstruct my carriage. Ah, it's Princess Buckchanan. Inside the carriage, the Gale Dai spoke coldly. Stand down. Dai emerged, eyes landing on Zaire. Yes, sir. The guards quickly retreated. Lenore, as a princess, you're fraternizing closely with students from Tianya Martial Academy. Have you thought of our nation's dignity? Though his eyes were on Zaire, his words were directed at Lenore. Zaire laughed dryly. What? Are you against our academy? Even the Emperor received us personally. Is this a rebuke of His Majesty? Dai was left speechless by this response. At that moment, a servant rushed up. Your Highness, Kara is waiting for you. Yes, I know. I'll be there soon. Dai nodded, then looked back at Zaire and Lenore. Sharp-tongued isn't wise. If not for my sister's upcoming wedding, today would be very unpleasant for you. He waved his sleeve and climbed back into the carriage. A mave out, and they were gone. After this encounter, Lenore lost interest in wandering further. Let's go. Inside the Great Shu Palace. Why are you so favorable toward those 2 students from Tianya Martial Academy? Not only did you receive them personally, but also gave them the 10,000 spirit pills and some forging materials. In the Great Hall, only 2 people were present. Roger and Hiroshi Chanadatian. Father, what is your strength now? Upon hearing no answer, and instead a question about his cultivation, Chanadatian was confused but replied honestly, your son has established a perfected cave heaven world and will break through to Emperor Realm soon. With your talent, reaching King Realm in 30 years is commendable, the Emperor said calmly. But even if you reach Emperor Realm, rival top academies leaders, or break through to Imperial or Divine Realms, you still face a great limit. Do you know why? The laws of the heavenly Tao confine all beings, while we cultivate to transcend this realm and achieve immortality, Chanadatian answered without hesitation. Yes, the heavenly Tao gives the rules for existence, but confines all through these rules, the Emperor sighed deeply. So, do you know why the era of great contention exists? This question made Hiroshi Chanadatian pause in contemplation. You once said that the era of great contention occurs every 10,000 years. Last time, Xuanhuan was the main protagonist. Thus, the 9 states, 9 academies, and 9 nations were formed. This era emerges when cultivation reaches its peak, producing numerous geniuses competing for dominion over the world. After hearing Chanadatian's thoughts, the Emperor nodded and shook his head. You're correct, 10,000 years are enough for various cultivation methods to flourish. But you haven't delved deep enough. Chanadatian bowed. Please enlighten me, father. This vast world governs much like our empire. The Emperor tapped lightly, and an image of the 9 states appeared before them. Heaven is impartial. Beings are compassionate. How should we govern? Before Chanadatian could reply, the Emperor continued, by selecting compassionate beings to govern others. That is the true essence of the era of great contention. Is it really like that? Chanadatian was instantly shocked, but he quickly recovered and hurriedly said, Father, by what you're saying, Emperor Chana Wang was the spokesman for heavenly Tao? Then why did he suffer from heavenly punishment? He sought to transcend, naturally. Transcend? Chanadatian pondered over these words and then suddenly realized, Father, could it be that those 2 students from the Martial Academy? The Roger nodded. Zaire possesses the foundation for transcendence. If he can awaken, there might be a 10% chance in the future. 10%? Chanadatian was once again astonished. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. The translation remains natural and fluent, consistent with the original tone and style, while ensuring accuracy in names and terminology. Chapter 121. Jade Black Barnacles, Deep Sea Serpents. Chanadati did not expect that even a 1 in 10 chance would be taken so seriously by his father. There's one more thing. Remember to warn the Gale when you get back. The Gale? After leaving the palace, Chanadati couldn't figure out why his father wanted him to warn the Gale until he returned to the Hiroshi's residence and heard a report. This old 7 actually dared to provoke Zaire. Bang! With a single palm strike from Chanadati, the table crumbled into powder. In the following days, aside from wandering around the imperial city, Zaire stayed at the embassy for intensive cultivation. Even for Kara's wedding, he only attended briefly for dinner before rushing off. Penelope behaved similarly. Notably, the Gale Dai also attended the banquet, but to Zaire's surprise, this person had lost his edge and even avoided him upon seeing him. Both were on high alert because after Lenore learned they were heading to Alicia, she retrieved a map of Alicia from the royal library. According to the map's markings, there was a shortcut from the sea to the outer perimeter of Alicia. Wu Senior brother, are we ready to go? Once everything was prepared, Penelope knocked on Zaire's door. The 2 then informed the officials at the embassy and departed on a flying boat toward the east. Traveling to the East Sea required passing through Yangzhou. After about 7 days of non-stop travel day and night, the flying boat finally reached the coast of the East Sea. The air was salty and damp. Ordinary people felt uncomfortable and sticky all over if they stayed too long. Zaire gazed afar. The horizon where sea met sky, an endless expanse of azure blue, seemed boundless. At this moment, we are already over the East Sea. The vastness and peril of the sea demand our utmost caution, Penelope warned, especially the islands scattered throughout, which house various life forms and sections. Conflicts may arise, leading to difficult situations. Beyond the 9 provinces, there were forces like the southern barbarians, demon Amiuntans, and northern D. Apart from these, there was the vast ocean realm, home to fierce sea monsters and countless solitary cultivators who formed alliances or established sections. Skilled practitioners in divine, immortal, martial, and other paths were numerous and influential. Even someone as powerful as Becker needed to tread carefully here to avoid provoking any faction. Struggles in the ocean were far more ruthless than in the mainland due to the lack of government constraints and scarcity of resources. Fights between experts often tore through the seabed, creating vast chaotic seas. In addition to being wary of natural disasters like thunderstorms, one must also be cautious of rival groups in the ocean realm. This information came from the marine records Zaire read in Jiaying. Fortunately, we have a map from Dechu. Following its route will ensure a safe arrival at the periphery of Alicia. Zaire pulled out the map given by Lenore. We need to travel another 1,000 miles eastward, then turn southeast. Penelope nodded and continued operating the flying boat. Minutes later, they entered deeper waters. Look, there's an uninhabited reef island. Let's stop there for rest and recuperation. I'll continue once my true essence is fully restored. Penelope's sharp eyes focused on a nearby rocky island. The flying boat landed gently, and they jumped off. Zaire immediately noticed some valuable medicinal herbs growing on the island. Hey! Penelope exclaimed upon spotting them. These rocks harbor jade black barnacles. Jade black barnacles were a key ingredient for Foundation establishment pills, aiding mental focus and reducing the risk of inner demons. A small piece was worth thousands of gold. Zaire thought, if I have plenty of these pills, can't the villagers hiding in the western Hua village within the southern barbarians all hope to break through the Qi realm? 1,000 Qi realm experts would be an unstoppable force. Beside him, Penelope picked a jade black barnacle inside. If we could find a millennium-old barnacle, we could refine a breakthrough pill. Zaire pointed his hand, and the seawater parted with a burst of Qi. A fist-sized jade black barnacle floated towards him. This should be around 700 years old. Its flesh is sufficient for a Qi realm breakthrough pill, and due to its age, its shell can detoxify and relieve pain. Penelope quickly identified its age. Don't dream of a 1,000-year-old one. I just sensed the area. This is the largest and most precious one here. Zaire started collecting others. After a while, he gathered around 300. Penelope also collected many. After securing their finds, they began adjusting their true essences. But then, a massive thundercloud drifted over on the wind. Rumble. As it approached, the sound of thunder seemed to boom right next to them. Seeing this, Zaire said sternly, a severe thunderstorm is coming. It's not suitable to travel now. We need to find shelter until it passes. Penelope, now solemn, nodded. Right. Thunderstorms often carry heavenly lightning, which can severely injure even an invincible boundary-crossing expert. Without waiting to adjust her true essence, she summoned the flying boat. They quickly boarded. Just as they stepped in, the roaring winds outside intensified. Bang, bang. Huge waves pounded against the boat's hull. Fortunately, this boat, made of resilient materials and already at the spirit artifact level, stabilized after a moment's rocking. On deck, Zaire detected an odd smell from the sea breeze. Penelope's face changed, delighted. This smell, it's a deep-sea serpent. A deep-sea serpent? Zaire was surprised. Deep in the sea lived a snake with dragon blood, historically known to shed its skin and transform into a dragon. Let's go. We've stumbled upon such a rare opportunity. Penelope dashed in the direction of the wind. Due to the thundercloud overhead, she dared not fly directly above. Instead, she pushed through the waves like a ship. After a short while, they saw a deep-sea serpent shedding its skin. No, there are others. Chapter 122. The Three Treasures of the Sea Serpent and the Power of Immortal Tao. The deep sea serpent, inherently a peculiar sea snake, resides in the depths of the ocean. Due to its dragon lineage, it occasionally undergoes a transformation. Just like the one before them, it has started to activate the latent dragon blood within, beginning its molt into a dragon. Although a dragon serpent may not achieve the power of true dragons, it is far beyond what ordinary cultivators can contend with. Moreover, if it transforms into a dragon serpent and has an extraordinary stroke of luck, it might evolve into a true dragon. This very dragon lineage makes every part of the deep-sea serpent valuable. If they could hunt a deep-sea serpent transforming into a dragon serpent, it would be more exhilarating than discovering a treasure trove. Penelope's excitement stemmed from this exact opportunity. At that moment, towering waves surged on the sea surface, sweeping away most of the thunderclouds. Amidst the storm, a colossal serpent approximately 300 feet long was convulsing, roaring towards the sky. This monster's transformation tribulation has begun. Let's hurry. Upon hearing this, Zaire quickly held back Penelope, who was about to rush forward. Not right. Someone else is hunting this deep-sea serpent. We need to wait. Penelope was startled, and then quickly calmed herself. She soon sensed an unusual presence amidst the turbulent sea. Though its strength was indistinct, it was undoubtedly at least an expert above the Qi realm. They were roughly 100 miles from the deep-sea serpent at the heart of the storm. Despite the distance, their vision remained sharp, observing every change on the serpent's body clearly. The deep-sea serpent is about to face its thunder tribulation. By my estimation, it will pass without issue. Once it survives, it will be at its weakest. Who will confront the other person? The you who blocks, or the me who attacks? Penelope, the two-time champion of the sub-dragon rankings, immediately made the best decision. While speaking, she conjured a talisman, cloaking herself, Zaire, and their flying boat, leaving no trace of their presence. What do you think? Zaire focused on the tumultuous deep-sea serpent. Faced with sudden lightning, it seemed surprised, constantly adjusting its energy as scales opened and closed, drawing vast amounts of spiritual qi which gradually turned into mist clouds concealing its massive form. For you at the transformation realm, this deep-sea serpent brings immense benefits. Its gallbladder, horns, and bloodline can aid your cultivation. Penelope stated gravely. For me approaching the soul realm, only its scales are useful as superior material for forging protective armor. 300 feet is enough to craft a protective spirit garment. Zaire was taken aback by her generosity. It was common knowledge that the deep-sea serpent had 3 treasures, the gallbladder, horns, and blood containing the dragon essence. Yet, Penelope planned to give these to him, keeping only the relatively less important scales. After some thought, Zaire replied, "In that case, I'll handle this transforming serpent while you intercept the hidden cultivator." Agreed. Their exchange was swift. Thunderous roars soon followed from the storm's center, accompanied by monstrous waves surging like a curtain crashing down. Fortunately, their flying boat remained steady against the tempest. Watch carefully. The thunder tribulation comes. Just as Penelope spoke, rumbling filled the air. Then, within the eye of the storm, countless bolts of lightning struck with apocalyptic force. With each bolt's descent, strange sounds resonated. The surrounding mist erupted violently, lifting the sea level, forming hundreds of towering water columns piercing the sky. Every impact resulted in an explosion of electric rain cascading down, with new columns continuously replacing those destroyed. Zaire marveled at the deep-sea serpent's seemingly inexhaustible demonic essence. Finally, a monumental sea column lifted the serpent into the thunderclouds. Immediately, violent fluctuations rippled through the skies. Lightning flashed intermittently, revealing glimpses of the serpent, akin to a mythical divine dragon, instilling awe and fear. A quarter-hour later, the thunderclouds began to dissipate, the storm gradually subsiding. Splash! Salt water resumed falling like a deluge, along with the mangled deep-sea serpent. "Now, act quickly!" Following Penelope's cry, Zaire leaped off the boat's railing, dashing through the air toward the deep-sea serpent. Whirlwind sweep. Before reaching it, a gigantic palm of spiritual chi struck the serpent. Boom! The weakened serpent plummeted into the sea, creating enormous waves. Before it could react, another net of true essence pulled it out of the water again. Just as Zaire readied his sword, a voice roared behind him, "Boy, you dare snatch my prey? Have you lost all sense?" On the distant sea surface, a figure emerged from the water, charging towards them. Perfect timing. Penelope, already prepared, intercepted with her prism light sword, unleashing numerous ice spears. Insignificant skills. Laughing coldly, the figure grabbed a wall of water with one hand, deflecting all attacks. Swoosh. The figure appeared before Penelope in an instant, striking her into the depths before turning to Zaire. Humph! Without pausing, the figure resumed its attack on Zaire, covering the near 100-mile distance in a single breath. Spiritual energy converged, forming a web of power enclosing Zaire. Everything happened in mere moments, but Zaire seemed ready. A swift turn caused the attack to miss. "I didn't expect you to be a soul realm expert of immortal Tao. Your essence condensed, your soul merged into divinity." Note: some elements were slightly modified for readability and narrative flow. Chapter 123. The Amiens Falls, Tides Rise, the Pierre. He hadn't expected that upon entering the sea, the first cultivator he would encounter would be a Taoist immortal master. Although Zaire, with his exceptional perception, knew the person's strength was formidable and sensed an indistinct soul realm fluctuation, he never imagined this person to be a soul realm practitioner of the immortal path. Now, as the attacker saw his move dodged, he wasted no time in closing the distance. Shrouded entirely in the radiance of magical power, it was impossible to see his true face, but through his voice, it became clear that the assailant was male, not female. The thick force of magic compressed the surrounding sea waves and air into vacuums, making it hard for Zaire to breathe while gradually restricting his movements. This was his first genuine combat with an expert of the immortal path, and from the moment they engaged, he sensed that this opponent's tenacity surpassed even martial path practitioners. Even divine path adepts seemed less formidable by comparison. Leonardo mentioned how immortal path methods are varied and complex. Martial path is straightforward, focusing on overpowering with force. Divine path isn't adept at conflict unless one reaches the true realm, where supernatural powers manifest. Zaire thought rapidly, feeling a chill. He then tapped the ground swiftly. In the void, 99 shadows instantly appeared, scattering in different directions. "Want to escape my vacuum prison?" the immortal master sneered coldly. "Daydream." As he spoke, his fingers extended, releasing 10 strands of magical power like silk threads, forming a vast net engulfing all of Zaire's illusions. Thunder jail. Right before the strands of power ensnared him, Zaire shouted, the 99 illusions merging as electric light flashed brilliantly from his body. Crackling and snapping. Within moments, lightning spread outwards, generating numerous thunderbolts the size of infant arms, shattering the net to pieces. The immortal master froze, clearly not expecting Zaire's response. Thunder Jail wasn't a variation from the secret canon of mystic lightning, but was a move created by Zaire himself. Its explosive true essence allowed the formation of a thunder domain around him, dominating everything under his will. Zaire's aura soared, and with a single step, he stood before the attacker. Countless thunders struck relentlessly, weakening the other's protective glow until it almost vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Zaire slapped forward, sending more thunders crashing down. Boom! The luminous shield finally broke, revealing the opponent's face. The immortal master appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, ordinary-looking except for a hairy mole at the corner of his mouth and nose that drew attention. Though short in stature, he had a robust build dressed in rough linen, clothing akin to a fisherman. However, his piercing gaze occasionally revealed a murderous glare, suggesting he wasn't averse to committing unspeakable acts. I've searched for this deep-sea dragon snake, about to become a python, for over a year. After finally finding it and designing to trigger its transformation thunderstorm ahead of schedule, you two actually want to take advantage and claim the rewards. You should die. The mole-faced man flew back, his words filled with killing intent. As he spoke, he waved one hand, causing a massive wave to obstruct Zaire while using the other to lift the deep-sea dragon snake, breaking its binds. Sibilance. The dragon snake lashed its tail, the remaining demonic energy mixed with towering seawater surged towards them. Because Zaire was in the center, he faced attacks from both front and rear. The tidal wave surged like the sky collapsing. The thunder gel flickered under the impact, dying down. While resisting, the middle-aged man's right hand transformed into a large magic hand, capturing the exhausted dragon snake. He exerted more effort, intending to carry away the 100-meter-long serpent. Sword comes. Amidst surging seas, a powerful shout resounded as a sword light split the sky, piercing the blockade. Dazzling sword light sliced the water surface like a shooting star, darkening the sky, illuminated by 7 radiant stars. 7 stars Northern Dipper sword aura fiercely unleashed, sweeping aside the middle-aged man's magic. You martial path kid. Seeing this, the mole-faced man's temper flared. I intended to let you go, but since you're shameless and asking for death, I, Pierre, shall send you on your way. Your backers won't dare speak up. The Amiens Falls tide rises sea barrier art. As he spoke, circles of magic formed a full moon. The sea roared under its command. Arise. Huge hands made of water appeared above the tumultuous sea, slamming towards Zaire with divine, awe-inspiring power. With a shock, Zaire shrunk his figure, condensing the dragon pattern flying sword's force and the power of the Big Dipper, leveraging starlight to charge forth instantly. Snap, snap, snap. A series of penetrating sounds followed, and the dragon pattern flying sword broke through the water hands, impaling Pierre. Crack. A sound of something precious shattering echoed. The Pierre staggered back several miles before the penetration force dissipated. Splash. Due to battle disturbances, he lost hold of the deep-sea dragon snake, which fell into the sea. That sword is a treasure. After shaking off Zaire, the Pierre looked shocked and greedy. Unlike the inland, despite abundant resources, they are widely dispersed and challenging to extract and refine due to the risks of attracting ruthless opportunists. Thus, most wouldn't keep valuable herbs or treasures, fearing betrayal. Therefore, the seas lacked the abundance of artifacts and elixirs found inland. Even a spirit-level weapon was highly prized. Despite Pierre's strength, he never summoned any artifact. And only a treasured weapon could breach my tidal barrier and break my defensive mirror, he said greedily. Pierre, I'm a prodigious disciple of Jingzhou Cliffside Martial Academy. You can't intend to kill me for my treasures? Zaire's voice reverberated powerfully, piercing the Pierre's mind. Cliffside Martial Academy? The Pierre froze, his fierce expression turning dumbfounded. Amazed sea cultivators were wanderers and dared not offend disciples of holy lands like the 9 academies. Zaire aimed for this effect. Seeing the Pierre stunned, he swung his sword and unleashed his killing move. 7 stars, Northern Dipper sword, strike. Dark chi of innate killing intent and starlight enveloped Zaire as dozens of sword lights simultaneously pierced the Pierre. Hashtag chapter 124, rest and adjustment by a donghua scattered cultivator. Almost instantly, Trace was riddled with holes by the star energy sword chi. His magical power seemed to be pierced like a sieve, unable to coalesce. For immortal cultivators, once their magical power is disrupted, they become as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeing this situation, to save his life, Trace ignored his injuries and hastily retreated. What strange technique is this? It can invade my divine soul. This is devilry. This is devilry. Kill, kill, kill. Infiltrated by innate killing intent, Trace had already lost some of his sanity. His sea of consciousness was filled with boundless murderousness, as if countless living beings were guiding him to unleash the hidden malevolence of the path of killing. Trace, however, had been renowned for a long time. Facing such circumstances, he gritted his teeth, immediately swallowed a pitch-black pill, and then his entire aura surged wildly, healing the sword wounds. Shake, disperse, erupt, rumbling. With Trace's frenzied roars, his magical power condensed to its peak and he abruptly broke free from Zaire's entanglement, transforming into a flash of light and fleeing away. In an instant, this person's figure vanished from the entire sea surface. What kind of pill was that? Not only could it instantly suppress the innate killing intent invasion, but also allow him to burst with potential and move so swiftly. Zaire's expression turned solemn. He hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable expert upon entering the sea domain, who not only employed numerous methods but also had extremely strong survival capabilities. But being struck by my killing Dao sword intent, even if he can temporarily suppress it with pills, he will eventually be eroded by the innate killing intent and turn into a puppet of the killing Dao. Zaire retracted his gaze and waved his hand, slicing off the head of the deep-sea snake crocodile floating on the sea with a single sword light. The blood had not yet mixed with seawater when it was drawn into the Jingzhou Cauldron. Similarly, the dragon pattern flying sword was put away. At this moment, a gurgling sound came from the relatively calm sea surface. Boom! The sea exploded, sending a water spout shooting up. Amidst the falling seawater, Karina's figure flashed beside Zaire. This kind of technique belongs to Trace of the Sea. Woo! Karina spoke midway, noticing that Trace had already disappeared from the sea surface. She exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he go?" When she noticed the corpse of the deep-sea snake crocodile floating on the sea, she suddenly realized. She stared at Zaire in shock. "You actually defeated Trace? Just caught him off guard. It was mere luck?" As he said this, Zaire changed the subject. "How are you injured? Do you need to rest and adjust?" "No harm done, but I took a hit from Trace, destroying one of my spirit weapon robes," Karina replied, her gaze returning to the floating snake crocodile carcass. "Wu senior brother, we need to handle this carcass quickly. Otherwise, its aura might attract more powerful existences in the sea domain." Zaire nodded. Then, both of them dismembered the 100-jong giant snake completely. As agreed, Karina took the full set of scales from the snake crocodile, and the rest went to Zaire. Regarding Zaire's ability to store items in a pocket dimension, Karina had already witnessed it before. So, when she saw him store the large snake bile and horns, she didn't show any surprise. Wu's senior brother, this deep-sea snake crocodile has tight muscles and abundant spiritual energy due to its residence at the bottom of the sea for a long time. It is a rare ingredient that would definitely cause many factions in the mundane world to scramble for it, Corina reminded Zaire, seeing that he seemed uninterested in the snake meat. No problem. The deep-sea snake crocodile has too much flesh, and we are heading to Alicia. Carrying so much meat is inconvenient. Besides, both of us have practiced grain abstention, so there's no need to risk it for this small benefit. Zaire understood that the essence of the snake crocodile's blood and flesh, including its cultivation strength, had all been absorbed by the Jingzhou Cauldron. Although these meats looked fresh, their insides were like withered wood, having no practical value. But he wouldn't tell this to Corina, so he gave an excuse instead. However, seeing Corina's disappointed look, he asked hastily, "Junior Sister Chun seems to know quite a bit about Trace?" Upon hearing this, Corina indeed forgot about the snake meat and quickly responded, "The sea domain is immensely vast, surpassing even the combined lands of the 9 provinces. Due to its vastness, countless cultivators choose to hide here. Only in the Eastern Sea alone, there are thousands of islands under different forces, varying in size and strength. To compete for more resources and greater influence, these forces have established a ranking list known as the Eastern Sea Scattered Cultivators List. Those whose names remain on the list are not easy to deal with. Trace is listed on it. In his past, he was a general in the Great Channy Kingdom of Yangzhou, but after offending the royal taboo by insulting a Great Channy princess, he was captured and sentenced to death. However, he escaped and fled to the Eastern Sea, dominating an island called Sea Blocking Island and became known as Trace. Zaire frowned and asked, "What rank does he hold on the Scattered Cultivators list? How many forces are on this list?" "If I remember correctly, he should be ranked 69th, Corina recalled. "This Eastern Sea Scattered Cultivators list lists 72 scattered cultivators, each representing a top-tier force in the sea domain. With his immortal Dao Soul boundary strength, he is only ranked 69th. Zaire's expression became serious again. "Then the number 1 must be extraordinary. We must be cautious this time." "That's naturally true. But for now, you should digest the deep-sea snake crocodile first. Your increased strength will provide us with more security," Corina suggested. Zaire nodded deeply in agreement. 100-jong snake crocodile contained far more essence than the bullhorn golden lion. After absorbing it, his strength would significantly increase. However, he decided to inform Corina of his next plan so she could prepare. After battling Trace, he was critically wounded and almost incurable. "Once we rest and recuperate, we can launch an attack on him. There must be plenty of treasures and supplies on Sea Blocking Island. Ideally, find that peculiar black pill. Major Powers Islands are deeply hidden. If you don't know someone well, you can't determine their exact location. Trying to find them this time might be..." Corina showed hesitation but was interrupted by Zaire's laugh. "No worries. He bears traces of my true essence after my strike, and I can find his location." Hearing this, Corina's expression brightened. "In that case, let's find a secluded place right away." Saying this, she summoned a flying boat. Flying low over the sea for about 10,000 miles, they found a rugged, lifeless small island. The island was small, roughly 10 miles wide, with sparse spiritual energy and no vegetation. Though not an ideal cultivation spot, it was suitable for Zaire and Corina's current needs. Both immediately found caves, Corina to recover from her injuries and Zaire to use the Jingzhou Cauldron to absorb the deep-sea snake crocodile's essence. Chapter 125, The Power of Chi Sword, infiltrating the island. At this moment, Zaire appeared to be in deep meditation, oblivious to all external disturbances. After about half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void and landing on Penelope on the other side. Seeing that she was indeed tending to her injuries without any suspicious actions, he then truly delved into his sea of consciousness, manipulating the Jingzhou tripod to communicate with the heavens and earth. Broadly speaking, deep-sea serpent dragons belong to the demon race. But accurately speaking, they should be classified as strange beasts. Even if a serpent dragon can transform its shape, it is difficult for it to possess the intelligence of a true demon. Intelligence is precisely what distinguishes authentic demons from ferocious beasts and strange beasts. Silver-haired blood tigers, ox-horned golden lions, etc. all belong to ferocious beasts. A powerful existence like the deep-sea serpent dragon, with the bloodline of a horned dragon, can be called a strange beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Invisible yet powerful pressure abruptly pierced through space and time, followed by the immense essence of the deep-sea serpent dragon within the tripod being extracted away through invisible forces transcending space-time. Simultaneously, the Jingzhou tripod immediately emitted waves of extremely pure energy, almost reaching an inexhaustible level. This energy instantly surged through Zaire's entire body. Suddenly, it felt as though hot oil had met cold water. His true essence and blood chi immediately began to boil. Zaire had expected this, but he still underestimated the enormous energy contained within the transformed serpent. Fortunately, his physical strength was formidable, allowing him to endure the impact of this energy. Even so, he let out a muffled groan as his internal organs and blood vessels were shaken. Absorb. Integrate. Feeling the wild energy surging through his body, Zaire endured the mental shock and focused on controlling the absorption process throughout his body. For a moment, it seemed as if his body was riddled with miniature, bottomless pits, absorbing all the feedback energy from the sacrifice. A mace of this energy, about 70%, was used to fortify his physical body, while the remaining 30% was assimilated into his true essence. At this point, resonant sounds continuously echoed within Zaire's body, as if he had swallowed millions of thunderous shock grenades, constantly exploding inside him. This commotion naturally caught Penelope's attention, causing her eyes to widen. She couldn't understand what was happening to Zaire. What cultivation technique is he practicing? The sword aura Great Dipper 7th Heaven? It doesn't look like it at all. Penelope became tense. Such a training situation was unheard of. It might mean he had suffered a breakdown due to excessive practice and was about to face some serious issues. He absolutely cannot have an accident. Otherwise, not only would the mission to Yinling be jeopardized, but I would also be in a terrible position when I return. After all, Zaire was the top student on the Hidden Dragon list and was under the close watch of high-ranking elders. As a genuine genius disciple of the martial academy, any mishap involving him would place Penelope in an impossible situation. Just as she was worried, the rumbling sound suddenly ceased. Then, Zaire opened his eyes, spat out a chi sword, which reverberated like thunder, breaking through the air. Boom! The sea surface, struck by the chi sword, instantly surged into towering waves dozens of feet high. So powerful. Penelope was stunned, all her worries vanishing. How could he have such powerful lung power? Spitting out a chi sword relies on lung power. As a peak transformation realm cultivator, she too could easily achieve this feat however. Reaching such immense power, similar to genuine sword techniques, was another matter altogether. Penelope admitted that even Aliana from the inner sect would find it hard to match. Little sister Chun, are you feeling better? Zaire circulated the White Tiger True Cave Cannon, and the strong aura surrounding him immediately dissipated. He then asked. By now, he had fully absorbed the deep-sea serpent dragon's blood essence, significantly improving his strength. If faced with sea-blocking king again, he wouldn't even need the 7-kill sword technique to suppress him directly. With his current physical strength, whether it be tendons, bones, skin, or internal organs, he could easily withstand sea-blocking king's magic attacks. Just got better. Didn't expect the deep-sea serpent dragon would be so beneficial for Brother Wu. Penelope attributed Zaire's newfound strength to the effects of the deep-sea serpent dragon. According to her understanding, if the sword Aura Great Dipper 7th Heaven could produce such power, it wouldn't be limited to just Zaire but would surely be cultivated by other prodigy disciples. Excellent. Let's set off now. Penelope slightly paused and asked, set off? Of course, we're heading to Sea-Blocking King's lair, Sea-Blocking Island. Zaire smiled. Since he can rank 69th among over 10,000 powers, there must be rich treasures in his lair. We shouldn't miss out. Penelope finally reacted, excitedly saying, you're right. If we discover Sea-Blocking Island's location, we must slay Sea-Blocking King. The imperial family of Dayue Kingdom in Yangzhou has always put a bounty on his head. There would be a substantial reward afterward. Dayue Kingdom in Yangzhou, in terms of overall strength, would not lose to Dachu, especially since it borders the East Sea, excelling in naval warfare far more than Dachu. Zaire and Penelope hurriedly boarded their spirit boat, flying in a certain direction. While flying, Penelope continuously cast talismans, completely concealing the boat's aura. Seeing Penelope use talismans so liberally, Zaire envied her. Indeed worthy of being a two-time champion. At least financially, I fall short, he sighed inwardly. Brother Wu, which direction next? Penelope, who was piloting the boat, asked. North, for about 3,000 miles, then turn eastward and keep going straight. Zaire carefully sensed the subtle fluctuations of innate killing intent. The two flew for half a day until the moon hung high, finally reaching their destination. A dark night with high winds, perfect for murder and arson. Penelope retracted the boat and chuckled. The sky above the sea twinkled with countless stars, a gentle breeze bringing a salty scent upward. Zaire laughed at her comment, we aren't murderers or arsonists. Rather, we are righteous heroes striving for justice and peace. Looks like Brother Wu enjoys reading novels. Penelope giggled and then turned to look at the enormous island hidden in mist. Zaire's true essence circulated, his vision piercing through the mist to see Sea-Blocking Island. The island was thousands of feet wide, surrounded by black fog and precipitous cliffs, making it a natural fortress. All that is poison fog. Ordinary people won't survive just by inhaling it, Penelope pointed out. We need to be cautious. My perception tells me that Sea-Blocking King is deep within the center of this island. As Zaire spoke, his flesh trembled, and he flew over. Penelope saw this and quickly followed. They silently infiltrated Sea-Blocking Island. Not long after they entered, a beam of light appeared in the sky. Moments later, the light beam landed before Sea-Blocking Island. As the light dispersed, 9 humans in black and yellow robes emerged. They included both men and women, all using the light beam treasure to travel. Based on their auras, none of them had broken through to the Chi realm. Most were in the bone marrow cultivation stage. Senior Brother Yuan, this is Sea-Blocking Island. Chapter 126, Songyang Disciples, the Sea-Blocking Palace. These 9 individuals, judging by their attire and insignias, were actually disciples of the Songyang Academy in Shanazhu. Yuan Shixiang, as he was called, scanned the surroundings with a sweeping gaze before bursting into laughter. The trace ranks 69th among the scattered cultivators of the Eastern Sea. If we can locate his stronghold and report it, we'll earn a significant amount of contribution points. Brother Yuan is right, but one of the disciples hesitated for a moment before continuing, Brother, with our strength, why don't we just deal with him directly? If we can kill the trace, the contribution points earned might be enough for you to advance to the inner sect. This comment prompted an immediate rebuttal from another disciple. The trace is still a soul realm expert of the immortal Tao. Although we have many magical treasures, it will be extremely difficult for us to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Brother Yuan's expression turned contemplative. After a moment, he seemed to have come up with a plan and spoke. The trace has committed numerous evils, and coupled with the great hunt organized by Andrew, countless people are already watching him. This time, the trace is unaware that his stronghold has already been exposed. It won't be long before others arrive. We should conceal ourselves and reap the benefits later. Brother Yuan, I heard earlier at the Mirage Tower of the Eastern Sea that the Dakari had already set out, remarked another disciple. The Dakari's abilities are mediocre, but recently, he's joined forces with the Tianya Academy. Moreover, he has received a promise that his incompetent young master will be admitted to the Tianya Academy. Brother Yuan's eyes turned cold as he smiled. With his strength, plus those Tianya disciples, it should suffice. Brother Yuan, recently, the Tianya Academy has risen in fame. Numerous talented disciples keep emerging. If this continues, I fear our Songyang Academy's status may not be secure. Humph, what's there to fear? That leader of the Tianya Academy, Becker, merely copied our contribution system from Songyang. Look how effective it is. Brother Yuan sneered. They lack depth. They're like floating duckweed roots, unable to compare to us. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and quickly stopped speaking. The Dakari is here. Let's conceal ourselves. He then summoned a green cloth that expanded in the wind, enveloping all 9 of them. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. After a while, the air shook with turbulence as several figures rapidly approached. The most prominent among them was wrapped in a massive sword beam, which emitted power akin to the force of nature itself, truly terrifying. On Bat Island, Zaire and Penelope had traversed the black smoke and toxic fog, finally landing on solid ground. We must be cautious, Zaire warned. I didn't expect the trace to know array formations. The entire island is ensnared in a large-scale illusionary formation. Penelope observed carefully, surprised. It probably isn't his doing. There's a secret hidden on this island, Zaire deduced. If the trace were a highly skilled array master, he would have revealed signs during the struggle for the deep-sea serpent. At least he would have used a grand array instead of direct attacks. Moreover, Zaire had learned some basics about array masters from Leonardo during his time in the Southern Barbarians. An array master capable of covering the entire Bat Island with a grand array would undoubtedly surpass the Soul Realm. Through Zaire's perception, the entire island lacked any experts above the Soul Realm, and the only Soul Realm individual was the injured trace. Follow me. Using his ability to sense positions, Zaire led Penelope through winding paths until they reached a smooth stone wall. Is this where the trace hides? Penelope inspected the perfectly flat stone wall, wondering how it could possibly be a hiding place. As she puzzled over this, Zaire flicked his finger, sending a burst of true essence deeply into the wall. A loud rumble followed, and the entire stone wall crumbled into rubble. In an instant, the scenery changed dramatically as rows of palaces appeared before them. At the center stood an especially dazzling palace, its roof entirely made of golden glazed tiles that shimmered under the sunlight. The sea-blocking palace. This was truly the trace's abode. From within the golden-roofed palace came familiar energy fluctuations. Zaire immediately sneered and unleashed a palm strike in midair. True essence stirred the surrounding energy, casting a vast palm shadow across the palace. Boom. Under the impact of the palm, almost all the palaces began to collapse, with the central glazed hall crumbling first into ruins. It's you. Emerging from the dust and debris, the disheveled trace spotted Zaire and exclaimed in shock. As expected, Zaire noted that the trace did not exhibit signs of being affected by innate killing intent, which confirmed his suspicions. But soon his attention shifted to something amidst the rubble. What is that? The dust had mostly cleared, revealing a massive bronze sphere amid the remnants of the glazed hall. Supported by a base, it measured about 6 zhang in diameter, with a smooth surface cast entirely from bronze. It emitted a faint energy glow, likely influenced by the collapse. Zaire detected immense medicinal potency from it. Could this be the long-lost Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron from 1,000 years ago? Penelope voiced her suspicion. What? Zaire hadn't heard of the Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron. Yes. According to records, the Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron is refined from pure copper, shaped like a sphere, and serves as the supreme alchemy treasure. Penelope shouted excitedly, unable to contain her amazement. Zaire, hurry. This Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron is a damaged immortal artifact. We must take it. Hearing this, Zaire paused for a moment. Cultivation depends on 4 essentials: wealth, companions, methods, and location. Wealth includes financial resources, magical treasures, and elixirs. Companions include partners, fellow cultivators, and masters. Methods refer to cultivation techniques. Location encompasses treasure sites, spiritual lands, and grottos. Each of these elements is indispensable. Among these, the importance of magical treasures and elixirs cannot be overstated. An alchemy cauldron itself is a magical treasure, and its ability to refine elixirs makes it an object of endless pursuit. Although martial cultivators aren't specialized in alchemy, they certainly aren't incapable of it. Reflecting on this, Zaire's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused intently on the Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron. Even within the true transmission grotto of the Tianya Academy, alchemy cauldrons rarely reach the treasure grade level. During his previous training with Iona, he saw that her cauldron was merely a spirit grade item. Now, before him, lay a divine grade alchemy cauldron. Chapter 127, Head Severed, Sudden Attack. No wonder this Gillis could possess a divine pill. It turns out he owns an immortal level alchemy furnace. Zaire understood now. Previously, when they were fighting over the deep-sea snake crocodile, Gillis had consumed a black, mysterious pill. That pill not only instantly healed wounds, but also suppressed innate killing intent. The subsequent ability to eliminate the erosion of killing intent was most likely due to this primordial chi alchemy furnace. Wu, senior brother, don't hesitate any longer. Penelope had slightly calmed down but was still extremely agitated. If her strength were sufficient, she would have already rushed over. Zaire nodded slightly and then waved his right hand forward. A large amount of star power fell, and countless strands of star power sword energy surged toward Gillis. You truly deserve death. Gillis knew he had nowhere to run. If he didn't resolve the threat from these two people, not only would his own life be in danger, but even his most precious treasure, the primordial chi alchemy furnace, would be lost. Die! He roared furiously, unleashing all his magic power, towering over the sky like Xianxia, mythical bird. This move was precisely the ultimate skill of the Amayanfall tide-blocking sea great technique. In an instant, Xianxia descended, transforming into countless stars. These star-like lights were formed from Gillis's entire magic power, each containing immense strength. Boom, boom, boom. Starlight collided with star power sword energy. Each collision caused one strand of sword energy and one strand of starlight to dissipate. You want to match me in true essence and spirit force? Zaire's gaze sharpened, and his true essence and Danteon sword bead resonated, opening a rift in the air. Endless star power cascaded down like a waterfall. Instantly, the sky and earth were filled with star power sword energy. How can a martial path boundary cultivator possibly have such profound true essence? Seeing the dense and unending sword energy, Gillis was utterly shocked. Zaire's true essence was actually much more abundant than his soul realm magic power. What kind of monster is this? Daring to divide your attention. Gillis, meet your doom. At that moment, Penelope, holding the prism light sword, suddenly attacked. The entire world turned icy cold as water vapor condensed into a heavy snowfall. The moment these snowflakes touched something, they instantly froze it into ice statues. Even magic power couldn't escape being frozen solid. Thick frost quickly encased Gillis, severely hampering his movements. Penelope displayed her half-step soul realm strength, enhanced further by recent cultivation practices. The prism light sword pierced through the frozen magic power and aimed straight for Gillis's body in an instant. Pill fire secrets, primordial Tao. In a life or death moment, Gillis spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly activating the primordial chi alchemy furnace on the ground. Instantly, the furnace produced a thunderous rumble. Its lid flew off, and a dazzling light shot out. The intense heat twisted the very air around it. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. It felt like the sky collapsed and the earth sank. The entire island shook violently, and towering waves surged outside. Spit! The attack from the primordial chi alchemy furnace sent Penelope flying, spewing blood as if it were a river of red. Seeing Penelope heavily injured by one strike, Gillis cackled maniacally. Unpleasant taste of primordial pill fire? With this treasure, you two can never defeat me. With that, he tried to leap into the primordial chi alchemy furnace. As an immortal artifact, it had protective powers. If he entered it, no one could harm him. Zaire wouldn't let Gillis get such a chance. Kill! With a roar, the endless star power sword energy scattered all the magical starlight and charged at Gillis. Simultaneously, Zaire flicked his finger, sending the dragon pattern flying sword speeding towards Gillis like lightning. Just as Gillis barely deflected the star power sword energy, the dragon pattern flying sword struck, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. A heart-wrenching scream filled the sky, but before the sound could last long, it was cut off as the returning dragon pattern flying sword severed Gillis's neck. Gillis's head rolled several times before Penelope picked it up. We can't lose this head. In the East Sea Mirage Tower, there's a bounty post of the Dechani dynasty. We can earn some reward money. Zaire remained silent. Seizing the opportunity of Gillis's death, he leaped to the primordial chi alchemy furnace. Now that the treasure's owner was dead, the furnace became ownerless. However, just as he was about to grab the furnace, a voice interrupted abruptly. I didn't expect someone to arrive before us. Halt, boy. Leave the primordial chi alchemy furnace. Powerful auras emerged along with voices. Then, various attacks and treasures surged towards them. Upon first meeting, they immediately launched a deadly assault, typical of the chaotic seas. Where did these people come from? Are they all Gillis's enemies? And they seem to know about his primordial chi alchemy furnace. Zaire was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected so many people to show up just as he was about to claim the furnace. But their attacks were already incoming, giving him no time to think. There were true essences, magic powers, and even a few spiritual artifacts striking at him. To his shock, there was also a familiar sword beam among them. That sword beam contained cosmic power and struck the primordial chi alchemy furnace after missing Zaire, causing it to resonate loudly. Xianhuan sword? Meanwhile, seeing the sudden attackers, Penelope hastily took a healing pill and rushed over, erecting countless ice walls to help Zaire deflect numerous attacks. Arvin. After deflecting the remaining attacks, Zaire's gaze landed on the group. Among them was a man holding a precious sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Arvin. He couldn't fathom why Arvin was here. Originally, Zaire wouldn't care about a despicable person like Arvin unless he insulted his parents. Both in strength and mindset, Arvin was far beneath him, akin to comparing a soaring dragon to an ant on the ground. But now, Arvin's strength had surpassed the realm of an ant. Sensing Arvin's current cultivation, Zaire realized he had reached the transformation realm, only one step away from breaking through to the soul realm. Such cultivation matched Penelope's. Given Arvin's inherent talent and mindset, this rapid advancement was impossible without external help. The only explanation, Albert must have intervened. Only Albert could refine the Xianhuan sword. No, he should describe it as reinforcing. The current Xianhuan sword was still recognizable by Zaire, but its power was incomparable, nearly 3 times as strong as before. Considering this, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The Xianhuan sword was already an exceptional treasure. Yet, Albert could directly refine and enhance it, showing his strength had reached an unpredictable level. Zaire understood now. Previously, during the battle over the deep-sea serpent, Gillis had consumed a strange black pill that not only instantly healed injuries but also suppressed innate killing intent. Eliminating the residual killing aura was likely due to the primordial elixir furnace. Wu senior brother, no more hesitation. Penelope had calmed herself down somewhat, though she was still very agitated. Had her strength been greater, she would have rushed forward long ago. Zaire nodded slightly and then waved his right hand forward, unleashing a massive amount of star power. Countless beams of star energy sword chi surged towards Gillis. You truly deserve to die. Gillis knew there was no place for him to run. If he didn't eliminate these 2 people in front of him, not only would he be in danger, but he would also lose his most precious asset, the primordial elixir furnace. Die! He roared to the heavens, his entire body radiating with immense mana, overwhelming and majestic as Xiao descended from the sky above. This move was the ultimate technique of the Amayan Fall Tide obstructing great method. Almost instantaneously, Xiao sank, transforming into radiant stardust. Each glowing speck of light represented Gillis's total mana, each one containing formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The stardust clashed with the star energy sword chi, and with each collision, both a beam of sword chi and a ray of stardust vanished. Do you wish to contend with me in mana? Zair's gaze hardened as his true essence and the sword pellet in his dantian began to resonate, tearing open the fabric of space. Endless streams of star power cascaded like waterfalls. In an instant, countless beams of star energy sword chi appeared throughout the sky. How can someone at the transformation realm possibly have such a profound reserve of true essence? Seeing the dense, unending stream of sword chi, Gillis was utterly shocked. Zair's true essence far exceeded his own soul realm mana. What kind of monster is this? Still daring to divert attention? Gillis, prepare to die. At that moment, Penelope, wielding the prismatic light sword, charged forward, instantly turning the world cold as moisture condensed into snowflakes falling everywhere. These snowflakes froze anything they touched into ice sculptures within seconds, even mana being frozen solid. Ice formed rapidly around Gillis, greatly slowing his movements. Penelope displayed her near-soul realm prowess, having improved significantly since the Hidden Dragon contest due to recent training. Her prismatic light sword sliced through all the frozen mana and aimed straight for Gillis's body. Elixir Fire Profundity, Primordial Tao. Facing imminent death, Gillis spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly activating the primordial elixir furnace on the ground. Instantly, the spherical furnace emitted a thunderous roar as its lid flew off, releasing a dazzling beam of light. The light was scorchingly hot, distorting the air around it as if burning. Boom! A massive explosion resounded. The entire island trembled violently, and towering waves rose in the surrounding sea. The attack from the primordial elixir furnace sent Penelope flying, spraying countless drops of blood like a river of crimson. Seeing that a single strike had severely wounded Penelope, Gillis cackled madly. Taste the power of the primordial elixir fire? With this treasure, you too can't touch me. With that, he leaped toward the primordial elixir furnace. As an immortal artifact, it had protective abilities. If he entered it, no one could stop him. Zair realized he couldn't let Gillis have this chance. Kill! With a shout, the endless star energy sword chi scattered all the mana beams and surged toward Gillis. Simultaneously, he flicked his finger, and the dragon-patterned flying sword shot out from his forehead, striking with lightning speed. Gillis barely blocked the star energy sword chi before the dragon-patterned flying sword pierced a large hole through his chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Before it could last long, the returning dragon-patterned flying sword severed his neck. Gillis's head rolled on the ground, eventually picked up by Penelope. This head cannot be lost. There's a great Chani embassy at the donghua Mirage. We can earn a reward. Zair said nothing, immediately seizing the opportunity as Gillis lay dead to reach the primordial elixir furnace. Now, with its master dead, the furnace became ownerless. But just as he was about to grab the furnace, a voice suddenly rang out. We didn't expect anyone to arrive before us. Hey, boy, leave the primordial elixir furnace. Powerful auras materialized as numerous attacks and treasures surged forth. Immediate lethal force greeted them. A chaotic maritime domain indeed. Where did these people come from? Are they all Gillis's enemies? And they seem to know he has the primordial elixir furnace. Zair was startled, not expecting so many people to emerge just as he was about to claim the furnace. However, their attacks were already upon him, leaving no time for thought. Among these were true essences, manas, and even a couple of spirit artifacts crashing down. What alarmed Zair most was a very familiar sword glow amidst the chaos. The sword light contained the power of heaven and earth, blasting onto the primordial elixir furnace after missing him, creating explosive reverberations. The heaven-earth sword? Penelope, seeing the sudden assault, quickly took a pill to slow her injuries and rushed over, raising countless ice walls to help block the attacks for Zair. Arvin. After blocking the remaining attacks, Zair's gaze fell upon one person in the crowd, holding a treasured sword with remarkable demeanor. It was Arvin. This person had unexpectedly appeared here. Zair couldn't comprehend why. Arvin, being a despicable character, would not normally catch Zair's attention unless he insulted his parents. For Zair, regardless of strength or mindset, they were incomparable, like a soaring dragon and a lowly ant. Yet now, Arvin's strength had surpassed that of an ant. According to Zair's senses, Arvin's cultivation had reached the transformation realm, almost ready to break through to the soul realm. His strength was now on par with Penelope. Given Arvin's inherent talent and mindset, such rapid advancement was impossible. There could only be one reason. Becker had intervened. It can only be Becker who could refine the Heaven-Earth sword. No, it should be described as enhancement. The current Heaven-Earth sword, though recognizable by Zair, had power 2 to 3 times greater than before. Considering this, Zair felt a chill. The Heaven-Earth sword was a powerful treasure, among the finest and mightiest of treasures. For Becker to directly refine and modify it, his strength must have reached an unfathomable level. Chapter 128. All old acquaintances, the 6 Yang sword formation. Here, Arvin and his companions also realized who they were attacking. It's actually you, Zair. 13 experts had arrived with Arvin. Among them were 6 whose aura was deep and powerful, their strength flowing endlessly, clearly indicating that they were seasoned overseas experts who had remained in the Qi realm for many years. The remaining 7 were mostly old acquaintances to Zair. Arvin, Parker, and Zyler had long been in cahoots. This didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was Callahan and Aaron being there as well. Callahan's meridians had been crippled by Zair, but it seemed he had received help from a mayhamed and recovered his strength. As for Aaron, Zair had brutally beaten him into unconsciousness back then. As for the remaining 2, one was very young, around 17 or 18 years old, with relatively low cultivation, only at the bone marrow tempering stage, but it was commendable for someone his age to reach such a level. He could be considered a genius. The last person. Zaire was taken aback when he realized this person was an inner sect disciple whom he had met briefly in the Kiara Delaneyed. This individual had been one of the disciples managing the red dragon-like canopy artifact, demonstrating exceptional strength. With his sharp memory, even a brief encounter was enough for him to easily remember. Zaire's gaze narrowed slightly. These people all gathered here. It truly was a narrow road for enemies. After some contemplation, his expression suddenly changed, and he burst out laughing. I didn't expect the visitors to be fellow disciples from the martial academy. It really is like floods sweeping the temple of the Jeff. Fellow kinsmen fighting each other. Guess you're all here to eliminate Delaney hating the scourge, right? Relax, I've already killed him, so you can return home in peace. Saying this, his gaze landed on Callahan, his eyes filled with mock sincerity. Junior brother Callahan, I never thought you would recover so quickly after our match. Truly impressive. Though his words sounded genuine, even Arvin couldn't tell if Zaire was sincere or insincere. How can I feel anything but joy when it's all thanks to you? Callahan said through clenched teeth, icy cold eyes glaring at him, filled with intense hatred. After so long, Junior brother Wu seems to have improved quite a bit. And this must be senior sister Penelope from the 13 study groups, right? Your reputation indeed does not do you justice, the inner sect male disciple spoke up. Didn't expect to meet senior brother Stefan here. Are you crossing the sea to go to the Anling ruins too? Penelope politely inquired, while secretly passing a message to Zaire. Senior brother Wu, this person is named Stefan, one of the strongest inner sect disciples. These people generally stay in seclusion and rarely show up. Any one of them is difficult for me to handle. Be careful. Strongest? Zaire paused for a moment. On the other side, Stefan nodded slightly. It seems senior sister Chen also plans to explore the Anling ruins. But my main reasons for leaving seclusion are, first, following the elders' instructions to accompany talented disciples like Arvin and Callahan for training. Second, to test the strength of the scattered cultivators here. I've heard numerous barbarian demons and fiends have appeared in the Eastern Sea, likely allied with some factions. Pausing, he shifted his gaze to the xuanhuan cauldron behind Zaire, a flash of hidden greed appearing. Since junior brothers Wu and Qian have killed Delaney hating, I will take this xuanhuan cauldron. It is of great use to the martial academy. Take it away? Zaire laughed sarcastically. Zheng's senior brother, you think just by saying it, you can take the cauldron? Is this a joke? Besides, why haven't I heard that the martial academy needs this? Stefan smiled too, but it now carried a chill. I understand your feelings, junior brother Wu, but you should thank us for helping you kill Delaney hating. If I hadn't sealed off Delaney hating island, how could you have stood here unscathed? He continued matter-of-factly, so, naturally, the xuanhuan cauldron also belongs to us for our efforts. As juniors, you should follow senior brother's orders, isn't that right? Ha 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 ha. Hearing these shameless words, Zaire burst into laughter. Seems not only are you joking, but you're also shameless. What did you say? Hearing this, Stefan immediately shouted angrily, Zaire, you insult your seniors and defy hierarchy, violating academy rules. It appears the punishment from Bradley wasn't severe enough. Today, I will teach you how to respect seniors and fellow disciples. His voice trailing, Stefan stepped forward, a massive wave of chi surging forth. To steal a treasure by force, wasting so much talk and fabricating unfounded charges. Looks like you really can only cheer on behind Becker's back. Zaire sneered, further provoking him. This infuriated Stefan, turning his face beet red. Looking for death. Enraged, Stefan swung a 100-foot-long saber blade towards Zaire. Being a soul realm expert, this single strike showcased his strength, surpassing Delaney hatings by more than double. A formidable aura surged forward, drying up the surrounding air even before reaching Zaire, making breathing difficult. Faced with such might, Zaire smiled instead of panicking, seemingly confident his plan had succeeded. Stefan, you were the first to attack a fellow disciple. Even if I report this to Elder Life and Death, I still have a point. Speaking, he slashed backward through the air with his palm. An ocean-like surge of true essence erupted instantly, condensing into clouds via his palm. In an instant, the space seemed to rise above the sky, filled with countless slowly moving clouds. This was the essence of the Lingyun palm. All the clouds were manifestations of Zaire's palm power. As true essence overlapped, spreading its power, the cloud palm suddenly condensed into a giant cloud hand. Bang! The 100-foot-long saber beam was shattered instantly. The cloud hand, undeterred, pressed down towards Stefan and the 13 others. Be cautious. Seeing this, the 6 overseas experts acted in unison. These 6 were the island lords from 6 islands, led by xuanhuan of Bat Island. To survive in the brutal sea, they had trained together in a joint sword formation. Although each was only at the Qi realm, their combined strength was enough to contend with most sea predators. 6 yang longitudinal sword formation. Swish, 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 swish. With a roar from Bat Island xuanhuan, 6 spirit weapon swords unsheathed simultaneously. Kill. Acting as one, they transformed their 6 swords into blinding sword beams, cutting through the giant cloud palm Zaire had unleashed. Hashtag chapter 129. A single sword strike, everyone leaves. Zaire did not take these 6 seriously at first. However, when he saw that his cloud ascending palm had been neutralized, his expression became grave. This sword formation is no ordinary feat. He realized that the key to their strength lay in the sword formation they used. It was capable of amplifying the power of 6 Qi realm cultivators by several dozen times. Even an average transformation realm cultivator would not be a match for them. You 6 are itinerant cultivators from the sea region. This is an internal matter of our Tinya Martial Academy. Do you really intend to interfere? Zaire's eyes narrowed slightly as he made up his mind to make an example of someone. Stefan, he could attack but not kill. Even if he wanted to kill, it would have to be done in private. Otherwise, under the ironclad rules of the academy, Even his uncle Jonathan couldn't save him. But for these 6 sea region itinerants, there were fewer restrictions. With this thought, Zaire raised his right hand, forming a finger sword with 2 fingers and thrusting it into the air. Buzz! The void shook as boundless starlight descended, and 6 beams of star energy sword chi slashed toward the 6 itinerant cultivators. Good move, said Bray, the master of Bat Island, his battle spirit unshaken despite the terrifying aura of the star energy sword chi. The 6 moved as one, their 6 swords as a single blade. Cold and sharp, they met the attack head-on. Just as the 2 forces collided, Zaire's lips curled into a slight smile, and his finger sword rotated. Instantly, the 6 beams of star energy sword chi merged into a 3-inch-long small sword. Whoosh! It darted through the 6 swords like lightning, piercing directly through Bray. Dad! A young man, around 17 or 18 years old, standing nearby with Arvin, immediately cried out in pain. This was none other than Bray's son, the young master of Bat Island, Vernon. At that moment, Bray, struck by the star energy sword chi, his aura dissipating like a deflated balloon, died instantly. Within moments, he fell to the ground, dead. The well-known master of Bat Island from the sea region was killed in a single strike by Zaire. Seeing Vernon crying out in agony, Zaire forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil. Bray had already aligned himself with Arvin, and he had to be eliminated. Now, there were many enemies within the academy who wanted to deal with him. Arvin and others especially hoped he would die soon. If he didn't take decisive action now, Arvin would not only fear nothing but also rally more people against him. Zaire. Vernon wiped away his tears, glaring at Zaire with a hatred as deep as the sea. Retreat. Beside him, the remaining 5 itinerant cultivators hurriedly retreated, unwilling to engage further. With Bray dead, their sword formation could hardly hold together, and even if forced, it would have fatal flaws. Seeing them retreating, Zaire did not press further, instead turning his gaze to Stefan. Stefan, who hadn't expected the master of Bat Island to die so quickly, turned pale and accused, Zaire, your wanton killing, even daring to attack the father of an academy disciple, shows how deeply rooted your demonic nature has become. Demonic nature? Zaire sneered. Senior Brother Zong seems adept at name-calling, much like your Kimball disciple. But do you know I've already met with the Elder of Life and Death? She does not consider me a demon. What are you then? Among the crowd, Arvin pulled back Vernon, who wanted to charge forward, and warned Zaire, don't think you can do whatever you want under Uncle Jonathan's protection. Only now did Arvin understand why the Kimball disciple told him not to provoke Zaire before descending the mountain. Hearing this, Zaire replied, Arvin, if I'm not mistaken, the Kunlun sword in your hand belongs to me, doesn't it? If Becker confiscated my treasure but gave it to you, isn't that misuse of authority? Humph. How could a petty person like you understand the broad-mindedness of Kimball disciple? Arvin retorted. To prevent this demonic treasure from harming others, all traces of demonic intent have been removed from it. Its gifting to me was approved by the elders, and must not return to the hands of a demon like you. Just then, Penelope stepped forward, holding an object in her hand. You call your fellow disciples demons left and right, and even attack preemptively. I have recorded everything on this audiovisual stone, and will report it to Aliana for submission to the Elder of Life and Death. You cannot escape responsibility. The object in her hand was a peculiar side branch treasure. Although it was only of the magical tool grade, it could record events for information purposes. For this exploration, Penelope had brought several such items. Upon hearing this, Stefan's face changed dramatically. Little Sister Chun, clever move. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Let's go. With the strongest Stefan leaving, Arvin, Callahan, and others naturally did not dare say more, taking Bray's body and following behind. Wu senior brother, I didn't expect we'd run into such trouble, Penelope said after everyone left. Trouble? Zaire was momentarily puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Penelope explained, that master of Bat Island Bray, while his strength was mediocre, he had connections to the Nanhutang Martial Academy. He seemed to be a follower of some powerful figure from Nanhutang, though it's unclear why he didn't let his son join Nanhutang. Still, their relationship was deep, or else his son wouldn't have reached the Chi realm nor mastered the 6 solar sword formation. Penelope clearly knew a lot about the sea region characters, detailing even hidden matters fluently. So now, I've offended a disciple of Nanhutang Martial Academy? Zaire wasn't troubled or regretful upon learning this. After a brief silence, he smiled. There are too many people trying to get me. No matter how strong Nanhutang may be, they can't be stronger than Becker, right? Facing challenges head-on is the best strategy. Too much worry can lead to mistakes. Let's focus on how to take this xuanhuan alchemy furnace away. Penelope's eyes flashed with admiration. Senior Brother Wu's calmness is truly commendable. Then she looked at the furnace. To take the alchemy furnace, brute force won't work. You need to refine it, Senior Brother Wu. Zaire nodded. True. The xuanhuan alchemy furnace weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Our strength isn't enough to move it long-term. He glanced around. But refining it here is unsuitable. Stefan came here. More cultivators might appear. We need to find another place. Saying this, he squatted down and grabbed the bottom of the furnace. Muscles bulging, veins twisting like dragons. Up. Rumble. The massive furnace lifted instantly. Let's go. As they left, Zaire scooped up other treasures from Lyle's hideout. Soon after they departed, space rippled, revealing 9 immortal martial cultivators, disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. We didn't expect the Tianyang Martial Academy to have internal conflicts, exclaimed Yuan, one of the senior brothers. Brother, what should we do? That's an immortal-grade alchemy furnace. Yes, the xuanhuan alchemy furnace was a 1,000-year-old treasure of the Medicine King Valley. Though Medicine King Valley doesn't rival the 9 great academies, its fame comes from alchemy and herbal arts. Such a treasure can't fall into Tianyang's hands. The surrounding junior brothers urged. Yuan coldly replied, do you think I don't want it? Didn't you see how terrifying Zaire is? A transformation realm carrying a soul boundary existence. None of you can match him. Well, what should we do then? Hashtag end of chapter 129 inch what should we do? Naturally, we report it to the other senior brothers. Senior brother Yuan said confidently. Zaire is not someone we can deal with. Only the other senior brothers can handle him. But rest assured, since we've discovered an immortal grade artifact, we'll all reap great benefits. As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned a green talisman that appeared between his fingers. Go! A burst of light flared up, and the green talisman dissolved into a streak of green light that vanished into the sky. We will continue to follow Zaire and report his location to the senior brothers above us at any time. Hashtag end of segment. The continuation adheres to the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as in the original text. Hashtag chapter 130. A wealthy family in the primordial cauldron. On the flying boat, Zaire and Penelope were incredibly excited. The treasures of Josue, along with this primordial cauldron, were an enormous windfall. Wu senior brother, if I need help with alchemy in the future, I'll have to trouble you, Penelope said. Zaire smiled and replied, you're too kind. Feel free to ask me anytime. Penelope also smiled. Saying she wasn't tempted by the primordial cauldron would be a lie. But she understood that without Zaire's presence, it would have been impossible to obtain this cauldron, and she wouldn't have been able to fight for it either. It was best to give him a hand, which was the wisest decision. Admittedly, Penelope was an extremely smart woman who knew how to maximize benefits instead of digging her own grave. Both of them now knew they had to find a safe place quickly to consecrate the primordial cauldron, where unexpected events could easily occur. This thing can not only be used for refining pills, but also for hiding and protecting oneself. It even has pill fire for attacks. Recalling Josue's previous behavior, Zaire thought more and more about how powerful the primordial cauldron was. It was his strongest asset. Under Penelope's full activation, the spirit boat zipped across the sea like lightning. After about the time of one incense stick burning down, they finally found an uninhabited deserted island. There were countless such islands in the ocean, vast as several JoJo combined, too extensive even for powerful figures to fully explore. Swish! The flying boat hovered down, and Zaire leaped off, holding the primordial cauldron. Penelope then retracted the flying boat, healing her wounds while staying alert around them. Our landing area is called Fish Desolation in the Eastern Sea. She took out a prepared map of the ocean and said, Senior brother Wu, look here. As Penelope pointed to a spot, the map rippled like water and then transformed into a vivid image appearing before them. This is the Eastern Sea Mirage Tower, about 10,000 miles from us. Once you've consecrated the primordial cauldron, we can visit it for supplies and head to Yiling afterward. The Eastern Sea Mirage Tower? What is that place? This was something Zaire had heard before but never truly understood. Penelope explained, all 4 major seas have their own Mirage Towers. These are massive floating cities where countless independent cultivators come and go to trade, filled with all kinds of precious materials. They are equivalent to super large marketplaces, so there are often people from the 9 nations and martial academies present. Mirage Towers exist in all 4 major seas? Zaire was stunned, asking, then the power behind these Mirage Towers must be enormous, right? It's unclear, but it's possible. Penelope shook her head. Oh, Miss Jin, you seem to know something about this primordial cauldron. Could you explain it to me? Zaire asked curiously. The primordial cauldron was the strongest treasure of the Medicine Emperor Valley 1,000 years ago. It propelled them to become the strongest force below the 9 academies, Penelope explained. Many speculate that it's an ancient artifact. If it weren't damaged, the Medicine Emperor Valley could rival the 9 academies. A single cauldron can compare to the 9 academies? Zaire was taken aback by this statement. You underestimate the power of a divine artifact, Penelope chuckled. Few can forge divine artifacts, and such individuals might not even exist anymore. How did Josue obtain this cauldron? The Medicine Emperor Valley declined after losing this treasure, and is nearly extinct now, Zaire mused. It seems he used this primordial cauldron to escape the Great Channy's pursuit. No wonder he made it onto the independent cultivator rankings. Now, I should focus on consecrating it. Penelope nodded. Indeed. Once senior brother can control this treasure, even encountering experts above the soul realm, we can maneuver. Boom. Zaire found an open space and threw the primordial cauldron up, smashing a huge deep pit. He sat cross-legged on the cauldron, focusing all his perception and spirit into it. Influenced by the radiance in his mind sea, his soul and spirit were now stronger than those in the soul realm in certain aspects. This time, Zaire wanted to try the divine consecration. Consecrating magical treasures was divided into blood consecration and divine consecration. The former created a quick connection but couldn't fully unleash the treasure's power. The latter required cultivation thresholds, but success meant total mastery over the treasure. Upon penetrating, Zaire found the primordial cauldron contained countless formations. This strange situation was unprecedented for him. Do top-tier magical treasures always contain formations? Curiosity piqued, he carefully explored the cauldron's conditions. As his spirit delved deeper, numerous arrays began activating. The cauldron clanged loudly, glowing brightly, spewing out various items. Opening his eyes, Zaire saw scattered objects and exclaimed, these are treasures Josue collected over the years. No wonder on Bloxy Island, he seemed to possess little. All his valuables were hidden inside the primordial cauldron. Penelope was also drawn by the commotion. Seeing the dozen bottles of pills on the ground, she gasped, these are the 9 essence pills of the Great Channy Imperial family. Each bottle contains 10 pills. 9 essence pills. Zaire's breathing quickened. Both the Great Chu and Great Channy had Imperial family elixirs. Great Chu's 10,000 spirit pill healed wounds and detoxified, while the Great Channy's 9 essence pills boosted cultivation and strengthened the divine soul without leaving any poison residue. One of these can equal 60 years of hard work in the soul realm, and there are over 100 here. Penelope eagerly examined each bottle, opening them. 60 years was a long time. 1-9 essence pill increased cultivation by 60 years, showing the pill's potency. Zaire waved his hand, catching a bottle of 9 essence pills. Removing the stopper, he poured out a peculiar-looking pill. It was about the size of a mung bean with 9 patterns of different colors, looking quite beautiful. These pills are sealed with medicinal wax, ensuring the medicine's power remains for a millennium. Examining closely, the 9 essence pills were protected by medicinal wax. I didn't expect Josue's wealth to be so substantial. Let me see what else is inside this cauldron. He hastily focused his spirit into the primordial cauldron again. With more formations activating, a dazzling light flashed. This time, 17 weapon-level spirit treasures appeared. Long swords, broad blades, daggers, and more. And it didn't stop there. Light shone again, revealing 15 sets of spirit robes. How many cultivators did Josue intercept? Seeing the numerous spirit treasures, Penelope exclaimed. A mare? Zaire, sitting cross-legged on the cauldron, was equally surprised. Just as his spirit penetrated the core region, he found something else. Primordial swallow treasure? No, this isn't Josue's. In the most core area of the primordial cauldron, a cultivation technique named primordial swallow treasure was hidden. Chapter 131, 9999, The True Legacy of Xianxia. This cultivation technique was inscribed inside the primordial alchemy cauldron by a high-ranking expert, Zaire discovered. This was not something belonging to Walker, but rather an inherent feature of the primordial alchemy cauldron itself. The technique, primordial treasure devouring art, could not be removed. One had to delve into the core region of the cauldron using spiritual awareness to find it. Had the cauldron not become ownerless after Walker's death, he would never have known of its existence. This is a martial cultivation technique, seemingly specialized for physical training. After a brief inspection, Zaire gained some insight into the primordial treasure devouring art. However, this was not the time to comprehend it. His priority was still to refine the cauldron. After releasing everything inside the primordial alchemy cauldron, Zaire began concentrating on refining this immortal-level treasure. As his spirit poured into it completely, the cauldron immediately started emitting faint light, contracting and expanding in a certain pattern. Gradually, this light synchronized with his breathing. Inhaling caused the light to contract within the cauldron. Exhaling released the light from it. However, Zaire couldn't perceive this himself as his spiritual presence had penetrated every corner of the primordial alchemy cauldron, feeling like invisible tentacles. He gradually became familiar with each engraved formation. This is a stabilization formation used to maintain the structure of the cauldron. This is a set of alchemy fire formations, a grand cycle composed of 49 main arrays. Whether true essence, magical power, divine essence, or demonic energy, all can activate this fire. The more formations he absorbed, the closer his connection with the primordial alchemy cauldron became. There are traces of Walker here. He only managed to refine 300 and more formations. Looks like he lacked the capability to fully refine this cauldron. Zaire's spirit continued forward. These formations were numerous, endless as the stars. An hour passed, during which he refined over 800 formations, but found no end. 2 hours, 4 hours. Only after a full day and night did Zaire finish, refining all the formations in the cauldron. A total of 9,999 formations. Opening his eyes, he felt utterly exhausted, almost spiritually drained. The primordial alchemy cauldron is in a damaged state. Though it has the potential of an immortal treasure, it only exerts the power of a precious artifact. After taking a southern savage pill, his spirit slowly recovered. Rise. With a thought, the primordial alchemy cauldron spun and rose into the air. Wu's senior brother finished refining it? Penelope, who had been guarding nearby, woke up from her meditation upon hearing the noise. Zaire nodded, descending to the ground with the cauldron. Collect. With a command, everything previously scattered on the ground was drawn back into the cauldron. Suddenly, sounds of air breaking came from the distance. People are coming. Penelope stood up, looking very serious. Turning around, Zaire saw several streaks of light slicing through the sky towards them. This aura? Experts. These people, could they be experts brought by Stefan? Penelope asked in shock. In the next moment, 4 figures landed before them. Each bore a long sword and exuded a powerful aura that stirred the surrounding air with every movement. It's actually Xianxia Martial Academy. Upon recognizing their attire, Zaire was inwardly shocked. His senses couldn't detect their realms. Penelope recognized them too. She said, "Are you distinguished disciples of Xianxia Martial Academy? We are inner disciples of Tianya Martial Academy. The 9 academies are allied against external enemies. May we know why you've come?" True disciple of Xianxia Martial Academy, Addison. True disciple of Xianxia Martial Academy, Ignacio. True disciple of Xianxia Martial Academy, Iof. True disciple of Xianxia Martial Academy, Dawson Linkong. Their gazes were cold and indifferent, looking down upon Zaire and Penelope like gods viewing mortals, devoid of any emotion. As the 4 spoke, another group arrived, landing in military-like order, disciplined and intimidating. Zaire's caution soared. These people have come with hostile intentions. Tianya inner disciple Penelope greets the 4 senior brothers of Xianxia Martial Academy. Penelope bowed slightly. "We heard that the 2 of you subdued Walker at Barricade Island and obtained the primordial alchemy cauldron?" Addison asked. Penelope glanced back at the cauldron behind Zaire. "What do the 4 senior brothers mean by this?" Dawson Linkong's icy voice replied, "The primordial alchemy cauldron originally belonged to Medicine King Valley 1,000 years ago. It was lost due to theft by demonic beasts. Now, Medicine King Valley has merged into our academy, so the cauldron should be returned to us." Penelope and Zaire exchanged glances. The 4 senior brothers must have misunderstood. The original primordial alchemy cauldron was already taken away by Stefan of our academy. This one is merely a replica. Penelope replied without blinking. "You and Yang," Addison shouted. A disciple from the group stepped forward, at the bone marrow refinement stage. I didn't expect that despite your esteemed status in Tianyang Martial Academy, you also enjoy lying. I personally witnessed the internal strife over this primordial alchemy cauldron within your academy. You and Yang, the same brother, now emboldened by the support of 4 true disciples, stepped forward to testify. Need I tell you, I watched everything while you fought, hidden by the sky-brightening cloth. Penelope's face changed abruptly. She hadn't anticipated that someone else had been present then. The primordial alchemy cauldron belongs to Medicine King Valley, which is now part of Songyang Martial Academy. Naturally, the cauldron belongs to us. Ignacio calmly stated, I remember Kimblebecker promised at the last martial gathering not to interfere in other academies' internal matters. I advise you both to hand over the cauldron, otherwise, even if we fight until the gates of Tianyang Martial Academy, you'll still have to surrender it. This item was acquired through great hardship. No matter how powerful Songyang Martial Academy is, can it simply come and snatch things? Zaire laughed and stepped forward. Snatch? Ha ha ha. Iof, who hadn't spoken yet, suddenly laughed out loud. Technically, aren't you the ones who stole from our academy? Seems you're reluctant to return it. Addison's gaze turned cold, seething hostility bubbling up. Without a word, they intended to kill. Is this the way of Songyang Martial Academy? Zaire felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 132. Trifling skill, showing off in front of experts. Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to act rashly in our Songyang Academy. You, a mere Tianyang inner sect disciple, actually dare to covet our academy's treasures? Addison sneered coldly. Considering the alliance agreement of the 9 academies standing together, I won't kill you today, but I will give you a good lesson on behalf of Xianxia. Buzz. As his voice faded, a streak of sword light suddenly appeared in midair. The glow flickered continuously. The sword chi shook the space. Even with the naked eye, one could tell that this sword possessed immense power. In the universe, only this sword existed. If you can't withstand this strike, hand over the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace obediently, and I will personally send you to Xianxia so he can see what Tianyang Martial Academy disciples are like. His words exuded boundless confidence. With his strength, delivering such a powerful attack was already showing ample respect. Zaire faced this overwhelming sword pressure. His heart pounded like 10,000 drums beating at once. This Addison from Songyang Academy must have reached the true realm, and judging by his aura, he's even more formidable than Leonardo. I am no match for him. Just as he was contemplating, the sword light suddenly vibrated, then instantly slashed down like lightning. The world dimmed. Zaire felt everything turn gray, with only that sword glowing like the sole beacon of light, pulling everyone's eyes towards it. Not good. This is his mental attack through sword intent. Relying on his strong mental power, he snapped out of it. Addison's strength was too great. A single move nearly made him lose himself in the sword intent. Big Dipper sword aura, Zaire shouted, forcibly breaking free from the mental binding, then using his hands to channel boundless star force, turning it into endless sword chi toward Addison. Attack the enemy where they must respond. This was the method he thought of in an instant. To actually dare strike against me? Bold indeed. Addison wore a mocking expression. Facing the boundless star force sword chi, he didn't even retreat. Instead, the light from his treasure armor shone brightly, resisting it all head-on. Bang bang bang. All the star force sword chi dissipated upon encountering the glow from the treasure armor. This garment of his is actually a treasured artifact. Zaire's heart was filled with shock. The sword light had already reached him. However, he was well prepared, immediately communicating with the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace mentally. Clang. Addison's sword light finally landed on the huge alchemy furnace, causing the distant sea waves to rise tumultuously. Xuanhuan alchemy furnace? Addison paused, clearly astonished. You've already refined it. Addison never expected that Zaire could successfully refine the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace in such a short time. Initially, based on his strength, even if Zaire were extraordinarily talented, he absolutely couldn't withstand that blow. But the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace was different. Though damaged, it remained a divine artifact. Resisting not just 1 but even 10 or 100 strikes wasn't an issue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine artifact. They had mobilized resources just for this supreme treasure. Junior Sister Chen, quickly, let's enter this furnace and use its power to escape. Zaire grabbed Penelope and leaped directly into the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace. Wanna run? Addison's gaze sharpened. 2 icy beams shot out, transforming into giant hands that enveloped the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace front and back. Xian Ling cold darkness, prism light everywhere. Seeing this, Penelope immediately released her true essence through the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace. Suddenly, frost filled the air. Countless illusory prism lights charged toward the rear giant hand. She knew that if she didn't act now, when the 2 hands converged, she and Zaire would become fish in a barrel. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Addison scoffed coldly, then with a mental command. The giant hands swatted away all the frost and prism lights as if brushing aside bothersome flies. Penelope turned pale and spat out several mouthfuls of blood as if struck heavily. With just one blow, she had lost the ability to continue fighting. Hundong Jinsu. At this critical moment, Zaire activated the hidden technique he obtained in Heavenly Demon Delaneyed. Instantly, currents swirled around, concealing the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace within them, and it vanished with a whoosh. Trifling skill, daring to show off before an expert. Facing this situation, Addison cast a cold glance, sending out an intangible pressure. Space froze instantly, forcing the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace out of the void by sheer pressure. Realizing this, Zaire gritted his teeth and roared while mobilizing all his true essence. Xuanhuan alchemy flame, ignite. Clang clang clang. Like a big bell ringing, nearly 1,000 arrays inside the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace started running. Then the furnace opened up as 2 colorful flames erupted outwards. Upon colliding with the 2 true essence hands, they exploded instantly. A rain of fire fell from the sky, covering the entire barren island in a sea of multicolored flames. The two true essence hands exploded, splattering blood from Addison. Good opportunity. Let's go. Zaire dared not linger, swallowing a southern barbarian pill to replenish his expended true essence, immediately maneuvering the xuanhuan alchemy furnace to break through the island and sink into the seabed. In an instant, they vanished, entering the vast ocean depths. Amidst the blazing barren island, Addison could only roar helplessly as seawater poured into the deep pit left behind. Senior brother Zhou, what do we do now? The other three disciples also came to their senses, amazed that Zaire had managed to escape senior brother Zhou's grasp. With the speed of the xuanhuan alchemy furnace, catching up is definitely impossible. Addison took a deep breath and calmed down. I didn't expect them to refine the xuanhuan alchemy furnace so quickly. We need to come up with a plan. Let's go to the East Sea Mirage first. There's an auction with something I need. Yes. In the deep sea, a massive iron ball-like xuanhuan alchemy furnace moved swiftly. After an hour, Zaire slowly reduced his true essence input, bringing the furnace to a stop. This furnace, though powerful, consumes a lot of true essence. Just a short while has exhausted me. He swallowed another southern barbarian pill. Noticing no pursuit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer pushing the furnace to its limit. Junior sister Chun, how are your injuries? No longer running, he turned to Penelope who sat cross-legged meditating. The interior of the furnace was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds easily. Received a true essence impact, but can still move. However, I can't mobilize my true essence for combat for some time. Penelope opened her eyes painfully. At present, we are in the ocean. Not being able to use true essence isn't feasible. Here, take this healing pill. Zaire handed her a southern barbarian pill. What is this? Though Penelope was highly knowledgeable, it was her first time seeing the southern barbarian pill. Seeing this peculiar black-patterned pill teeming with vitality, she immediately knew it wasn't ordinary. It was even better than the Great Chu 10,000 spirit pills, or the 9 Shannon pills of Great Channy. Time is pressing. Stop admiring it and take it quickly. Hearing this, Penelope put away her thoughts, swallowed the southern barbarian pill, and began focusing on recovering. ##### Chapter 133, South Barbarian Merchant Ships, Mirage City. While Penelope was recovering from her injuries, Zaire began to examine the situation inside the elixir furnace. Though King Delaney High had not completed the refinement of the xuanhuan elixir furnace, he had still decorated and arranged the interior space. The entire space was divided into two areas. In the middle was a large circle filled with mist, left blank for alchemy purposes. Outside the mist was where they were standing. This area could be used for storage, and after King Delaney High's modifications, it could also serve as temporary living quarters. The two areas were separated by mist and surrounded by countless arrays. Inside the furnace, they could see the outside world, as several oddly shaped fish swam around due to the xuanhuan elixir furnace being stationary. Wu senior brother, your medicine is truly miraculous. It has restored all my injuries in such a short time, said Penelope, standing up after recovering. Should we go directly to Yinling, or? Zaire asked, withdrawing his gaze from the furnace's interior. We must head to the East Sea Mirage, Penelope replied solemnly. My remaining medicines are few, and I need to replenish them. Moreover, I want to check if there are any soul crystals. If I can buy one or two, I can break through to the soul realm, enhancing my strength and providing us with better security. Soul crystals? Zaire was momentarily stunned. Soul crystals come from deep-sea dark fish. Only the sea contains this treasure. Extracting pure dark fish soul energy can greatly invigorate the spirit and enhance one's soul power, explained Penelope. I see. Zaire nodded. He quickly realized that he would also need to break through eventually, and soul crystals would undoubtedly provide significant help for breaking through to the soul realm. To reach the soul realm, besides cultivation, one needed continuous training of the spirit and soul. The xuanhuan elixir furnace seems damaged, unable to change size at will. Otherwise, Wu senior brother's combat strength would have improved significantly. Penelope scanned the surroundings of the furnace with a hint of regret. Indeed, we should hurry. Let's set off now to prevent unexpected incidents, Zaire thought with some concern, wanting to leave immediately so things might improve once they arrived at Yinling. He immediately directed his true essence into the xuanhuan elixir furnace, causing the surrounding seawater to churn. They thus embarked on their journey towards the East Sea Mirage. Before long, Penelope, who was checking the map, suddenly exclaimed, We're almost there. Let's surface quickly. The xuanhuan elixir furnace silently rose above the water surface. Through the furnace, Zaire saw a vast city looming in the distance, like a kingdom standing amidst the boundless sea. Countless figures moved back and forth between the sea and city gates, even more numerous than what he had seen in the capital of Chu Kingdom. Wu senior brother, the xuanhuan elixir furnace is too conspicuous. Why don't you wait here? I'll be back within 3 days, Penelope suggested. Zaire thought for a moment and seemed to make a decision, saying, Forget it. Since we're sailing together, we should hold nothing back. Actually, I have a way to hide the xuanhuan elixir furnace. With those words, he waved his hand, and the massive furnace instantly disappeared. You actually have a gusher artifact that can contain the xuanhuan elixir furnace? Penelope was astounded. While gusher artifacts containing spatial dimensions were rare but still existed, having one large enough for the xuanhuan elixir furnace was exceptionally uncommon. Ordinary gusher artifacts, like the storage bags from Songyang Martial Academy, typically held spaces up to 10 feet. The best ones rarely exceeded 30 feet. But the xuanhuan elixir furnace was 60 feet. Penelope had always assumed that Zaire's gusher artifact would not be too spacious, but this 60-foot space surpassed all expectations. I ask that you keep this a secret, Chun Jr. sister, Zaire said seriously, storing the xuanhuan elixir furnace in Jingzhou Cauldron. Penelope took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. We are in this together. Naturally, we should do so. The stronger you are and the more treasures you have, the safer our trip to Yinling will be. Wu senior brother, shall we go? A flying boat appeared, and they boarded it, heading toward the distant city. As they approached, the crowds grew denser. Zaire noticed that most people were only at the immortal martial realm, with only a few reaching the Qi realm. Unable to fly, many chose to sail on ships of various sizes anchored in the city's port. Wu senior brother, look, those are the South barbarian fleets. Penelope paused, her gaze fixed on a group of ships. Following her gaze, Zaire saw dozens of 100-foot-tall ships navigating the sea. Each ship carried over 100 barbarians towering over 3 feet. Their destination was clearly the East Sea Mirage. This must be a high-ranking official from the South barbarians. Otherwise, it wouldn't involve so many ships, Penelope said confidently. Zaire frowned slightly. Though no powerful auras emanated from the South barbarian ships, they gave him a sense of danger. These barbarians are formidable. Let's avoid trouble and enter the city first, he decided. They soon bypassed the barbarian ships and landed at the city gate. Each person entering the city must pay 10 gold pieces. The city guards shouted upon seeing them. Observing that these guards were all bone marrow cultivation realm, Zaire gained an understanding of the power behind Mirage City. It seems this Mirage City is far more powerful than the Chu imperial capital. After paying the entry fee, they proceeded toward the central part of the city. Along the way, Penelope explained, in the East Sea Mirage, there is a merchant shop called Xuanhuan. Established by the founders of Mirage City, it stocks a wide range of materials and treasures. Their slogan is all matters, all methods, everything is in Xuanhuan. Just then, 2 young cultivators approached from the roadside. Where are you from? Are you visiting Xuanhuan to purchase items or sell treasures? These 2 wore spiritual robes and carried swords, revealing strong auras unintentionally. Both were at the Qi realm. Zaire, puzzled, received an explanation from Penelope. These are guides from Xuanhuan stationed throughout the city because Mirage City is so vast. Their primary duty is to escort guests quickly to Xuanhuan. Qi realm experts serving as mere guides? How powerful was this Xuanhuan? Chapter 134. Narrow paths lead to 10 spiritual artifacts. We are disciples of Tianyang Martial Academy. We've come to Donghua Mirage seeking soul crystals. Penelope politely cupped his hands and said, distinguished students from Tianyang Martial Academy, please follow me. The 2 shop assistants from Wanbao Tower exchanged glances, both smiling warmly as they led the way forward. Upon entering a courtyard, Zaire and Penelope felt a sudden flash before their eyes, only to be transported inside the Wanbao Tower. A great spatial relocation array. Zaire was once again amazed. What a grand scale for this Wanbao Tower. Sensing movement, 2 more disciples appeared in the hall, both at the transformation realm. Having just received the senior brother from Songyang Martial Academy, I didn't expect distinguished students from Tianyang Martial Academy to arrive as well. Guests, if you have any requests, feel free to ask us. Songyang Martial Academy? Zaire's heart stirred. Then he quickly asked, brothers, the people from Songyang Martial Academy are here too? Yes, and it's even a true disciple leading them. What was his name? Another disciple answered, Addison. Right, Addison. Zaire and Penelope exchanged glances. Do you know why the Songyang Martial Academy came here? Zaire asked casually, handing over 2 bottles of pills. These pills were looted from King Delaney High. Not exactly precious, but certainly not common fare. After receiving the pills, the 2 disciples opened the stoppers and took a glance, hurriedly closing them again with pleased expressions. They seemed to be here for this session of the Wanbao auction. After accepting the pills, their tongues loosened. Another disciple continued, this auction has many good items, don't miss out. That's right. Not only is Songyang Martial Academy here, even one of the 3 southern barbarian holy sons, Igor, has come. The holy son of the southern barbarians too? Zaire hadn't expected that the barbarian merchant ships he saw outside the city belonged to a holy son's faction. The Wanbao Tower disciple added, we heard that Igor has mastered an extremely powerful divine ability. Be cautious if you encounter him. Zaire fell into deep thought. The holy son of the southern barbarians, plus the 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. I wonder if there are any soul crystals in stock recently? I want to purchase some, Penelope asked. Soul crystals are always rare items. Dozens of deep-sea shadow fish may not yield a single one. But since you're at Wanbao Tower, we do have some. The disciple smiled. We happen to have 2 pieces in stock, but whether you can afford them is another matter. I have 5 high-quality spiritual artifacts. Would that be enough to exchange? Another disciple shook his head. Recently, Yanling showed signs of disturbance. Countless relics appeared, making soul crystals highly valuable. These spiritual artifacts aren't enough. You need at least 5 more. Spiritual artifacts are incredibly valuable. For small sects, owning one can make them formidable. Even the lowest level spiritual artifact requires a cultivator of at least the transformation realm to forge, along with several extremely rare treasures. Penelope's face showed difficulty. 5 spiritual artifacts were all she could muster. These are the 5 spiritual artifacts. Here. At this moment, Zaire stepped forward, taking out 5 spiritual artifacts from the Jingzhou Cauldron. After examining the artifacts, the 2 disciples replied, please wait a moment. Thank you, Senior Brother Wu. After they left, Penelope bowed in gratitude. Don't mention it. Helping each other is what we should do. The sea was perilous, and enemies could appear at any time, especially in Yinling, where battles would be fiercer. If Penelope's strength increases, it would greatly benefit him too. Speaking of which, with the 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy here, plus a southern barbarian holy son, do you have any plans? Zaire suddenly asked. After thinking for a moment, Penelope said, we should leave as soon as possible. Zaire shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave. Why? Penelope was taken aback. Look at those 2 Wanbao Tower disciples. They revealed the information immediately after receiving my pills. Zaire focused his gaze on the staircase. Do you think they'll report our arrival to Addison? We need to leave immediately. Startled, Penelope turned to leave. Where are you going? Zaire pulled her back. Aren't the soul crystals important? They cost 10 spiritual artifacts. What should we do? Penelope asked anxiously. If our whereabouts are exposed, escaping from Addison and others will be impossible. She thought of something and added, I have a communication treasure. Let me contact Aliana for help. Without a powerful ally, we won't leave the city. I have a plan, Zaire smiled lightly, but as you say, we need assistance. Hearing this, Penelope paused, looking at the confident Zaire. What plan? No rush. First, take the head of King Delaney High to the Andrew Embassy to claim the reward. Then, meet me. You can hide inside the Xuanhuan pill furnace to cultivate and strive to break through to the soul realm. Zaire didn't explain further, but sent Penelope to prepare for the breakthrough. After Penelope left with the head, the two Wanbao Tower disciples descended from upstairs. Here are the soul crystals you requested. Where is the female guest? Seeing Penelope wasn't there, the two disciples were surprised. She had an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll receive them on her behalf, Zaire said, taking the box and checking its contents before putting it away. All right, a Wanbao Tower disciple nodded. While we fetch the items, Senior Brother Chester heard you are generous and asked if you have any extra spiritual artifacts. He's willing to trade treasures. What kind of treasures? Zaire asked calmly. He had plenty of spiritual artifacts. If he could get useful treasures, it would be beneficial. Seems you indeed have many spiritual artifacts, the other disciple smiled. Please follow us upstairs. Senior Brother Chester will explain. Zaire sensed a misty area upstairs, likely protected by an array. Thinking for a moment, he nodded. Lead the way, brothers. Gentlemen, this way. The trio ascended the stairs. As soon as they did, Zaire sensed spatial transformation power. Reaching the top, they entered a palace-like room filled with various objects. Among the clutter, a man was searching intently. From his aura, this was a soul realm expert. Chapter 135, Taoist Fellowade and the Strange Stone Brick. Senior Brother Chester, the Taoists from Tianyang Martial Academy have arrived. After saying this, the two disciples of Wanbao left. Upon hearing this, the man who was rummaging through things quickly stood up and walked over. Taoist Fellowade greets you. Brother Chester is too polite, Caleb said with a bow. Now only the two of them remained in the hall. It seems that fellow Taoist doesn't often interact with other cultivators. Oh, why does Brother Chester say that? Caleb asked curiously. Calling each other brother or sister is a term used among ordinary people. Cultivators should address each other as fellow Taoist. Wade said with a smile. Caleb also smiled but didn't respond. Wade continued, I've heard that recently you killed Cain and even clashed with several true disciples from Songyang Martial Academy? Wanbao is well informed indeed, Caleb replied. Fellow Taoist Chester seems to have an item to trade. May I know what it is? It seems like fellow Taoist doesn't want to waste time. All right, I have a stone here. Take a look and tell me its value. Wade took out something from the nearby table and presented it to Caleb. It was a square gray object, about 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, resembling a brick. Caleb took it into his hands and immediately felt its immense weight. This small brick weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Fellow Taoist has an incredibly strong physical body. You can easily lift this 30,000-pound stone just by your bodily strength, Wade exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure this is a stone? Caleb asked skeptically. What stone weighs so much? And its appearance looks like it was taken from some structure. Wade's expression changed for a moment, then he responded uncomfortably. Actually, I have studied this stone for 10 years using all kinds of methods, yet I couldn't figure out its properties. I tried selling it to others before, but none of them knew what it was, so no transactions were made. Seeming worried that Caleb wouldn't buy it either, he hurriedly added, rest assured, fellow Taoist, I am certain this is no ordinary item. In 10 years, no matter whether I cut it with a treasured blade or burned it with true fire, not a single scratch could be inflicted upon it. Even one of my spiritual swords was destroyed, proving its incredible durability. Hearing this, Caleb chuckled. An item that no one knows anything about? It seems like fellow Taoist Chester is joking. Wade gave a dry laugh. Ahem. As the saying goes, a hero needs a fine sword, and a wise eye discerns a good horse. True treasures naturally belong to those with vision. Fellow Taoist, why don't you give it a try? You might unravel the mystery of this stone. Just 20 no. 15 spiritual weapons, and you can take it to test its power. Caleb shook his head and placed the stone back on the table. Fellow Taoist Chester, this treasure is too powerful. You should use it yourself. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. AI. Wade quickly caught up and grabbed Caleb. Fellow Taoist, please wait. How about this? 10 spiritual weapons and you can take it. Caleb sighed and turned around. Fellow Taoist Chester, I just examined this stone. Such a small stone shouldn't weigh so much. This must be an extremely powerful treasure. Since you've studied it for 10 years, I'm sure you'll soon figure out how to use it. When you do, your strength will greatly increase, and breaking through to the king realm won't be impossible. Fellow Taoist, please stop joking. I really can't understand this thing, Wade said with a bitter laugh. Recently, I urgently need spiritual weapons to set up protective formations for our mountain gate. Without such protection in the sea, it's like leaving the door wide open for thieves. Hearing this, Caleb was surprised. Setting up a mountain gate formation? Fellow Taoist Chester actually knows array techniques? Just a little bit, Wade replied, taking out a sheepskin scroll. If fellow Taoist agrees to purchase this, I will gift you this array techniques manual. Caleb immediately smiled. Fellow Taoist Chester is very sincere. If I refuse again, it would make me seem ungrateful. Besides, I just obtained some spirit energy from Cain. Here it is. As he spoke, he released 10 rays of light, each representing a spiritual weapon. Great. Fellow Taoist is indeed quick. Wade laughed loudly, immediately storing the 10 spiritual weapons in his sleeve. Clearly, as a person from Wanbao, he also had a world-storing magical tool. At the same time, 2 items flew towards Caleb. He caught them. It was the stone brick and the array techniques manual. Fellow Taoist Chester, the transaction is complete. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, He left after thanking Wade and exited Wanbeilu. In the downstairs hall, the two Wanbeilu disciples looked at Caleb's departing figure and exchanged glances. You follow him and see where he stops. I'll go report. All right, but don't keep all the rewards for yourself. Don't worry, we'll split it 50-50. Donghua Tavern. In room beta upstairs, Caleb waited for a moment, then heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Penelope entered. How did it go? Caleb asked. We've received half of the bounty from Andrew, Penelope said as she laid out the items on the table. Half. Caleb frowned. Penelope nodded. They didn't expect that someone as hard to kill as Cain would die, so they weren't prepared with the full reward. They could only manage to give us half now, with the rest arriving from Andrew later. She pointed at the items on the table. The 9 Xuanhuan pills and others are replaced with spiritual weapons. On the table were 20 shimmering spiritual weapons. Caleb looked at them and selected 10. These are yours. Once the other half arrives, we can divide them again. Penelope shook her head and only took 5 spiritual weapons. I contributed little, so 5 pieces are enough. I don't want any of the next half. That's not fair. Before Caleb could finish speaking, Penelope interrupted. Senior Brother Wu, please accept it. These rewards should rightfully be yours. Getting 5 already feels like great fortune. Also, remember the 5 spiritual weapons you lent me from Wanbeilu. If you want to be strict, consider these 5 as repayment. Seeing she put it that way, Caleb nodded and packed the items. He then handed her a box containing soul crystals. Here are the soul crystals you wanted. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out the strange stone brick, asking, do you recognize this stone brick? As soon as Penelope took the brick, she staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Careful! Caleb swiftly caught her. This stone brick is so heavy. Penelope exclaimed once she regained her balance, holding the heavy object in her hands. She hadn't been prepared. If Caleb hadn't caught her quickly, she would have been pulled to the ground by the stone. Chapter 136. Unorthodox Practices, Failed Cultivation Techniques. This stone brick is a bit strange. After carefully examining it, Penelope exclaimed in surprise, neither true essence nor mental energy can penetrate it. It's incredibly sturdy. I estimate that even a spirit artifact wouldn't be able to split it. Zaire laughed bitterly and said, a mere than a spirit artifact. Before you came back, I tried burning it with the primordial alchemy furnace, but even immortal level alchemy fire couldn't affect it at all. This object has no trace of spiritual energy or power fluctuations. It looks just like an ordinary stone. Apart from being exceptionally tough and heavy, there's nothing special about it. Where did you get this? Penelope asked in astonishment. I traded 10 spirit artifacts for it at the 10,000 treasure tower. 10? Penelope was dumbfounded. You really are wasting resources. For an unknown stone like this, you spent 10 spirit artifacts? At first glance, this stone brick seemed unusual, so I decided to take a gamble, Zaire chuckled. Then he took the stone brick back and tossed it into the primordial alchemy furnace. He planned to use alchemy fire to continuously smelt it, hoping to cause some changes in the brick. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, said Penelope. Just now, when I came over, I sensed someone spying on us. It seems people from Songyang Martial Academy have discovered our presence. Not from Songyang Martial Academy. Zaire already had the feeling that person is one of the 2 disciples from the 10,000 treasure tower, but it makes no difference since they likely have ties with Songyang Martial Academy. We need to hurry. With soul crystals, I can break through to the soul realm within 3 days at most, Penelope said confidently. Let's go. Zaire waved his hand, and the massive primordial alchemy furnace appeared in the room with a thunderous boom. Thankfully, the room was large enough. Otherwise, the 6-zhang-wide furnace wouldn't fit. The 2 of them entered the furnace, blocking out all external perceptions. As soon as they entered, Zaire suddenly sensed a ripple from the Jingzhou tripod in his sea of consciousness. It's Leonardo sending me a message. Without delay, Zaire retrieved the communication stone. After channeling true essence, Leonardo's voice resonated in his mind. Lord, everything is well? The appearance of the Immortal's cave has drawn everyone's attention to the southern barbarians. We took advantage of the chaos to establish a small city. Though not large, it gives us a place to settle down. I wonder how you are. The villagers from Westhua village still remember you fondly. There are also some matters I'd like your guidance on. Leonardo rambled on for about half an hour, and Zaire learned the current situation of Hansen and others from his words. It seems the appearance of the Immortal's cave offers a good opportunity. If not for this event, Leonardo and his group wouldn't dare act openly. Zaire pondered for a moment. Since Hansen and company were stable, and Caleb was present, he might as well bring Leonardo to the Eastern Sea? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Leonardo was already a divine true realm expert. Combined with the near-immortal primordial alchemy furnace, they could at least ensure their safety, if not complete dominance in the oceanic realm. With this in mind, he quickly sent a message, instructing Leonardo to set off immediately for the Eastern Sea to meet him. After completing these tasks, Zaire turned to look at Penelope. She had already sat cross-legged, with 2 soul crystals floating in front of her, clearly having entered a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Zaire didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and began communicating mentally with the primordial alchemy furnace, entering its core array. He wanted to study the primordial devouring treasure technique inscribed on the immortal quality furnace. Such a technique recorded in a quasi-immortal item must be extraordinary. The last time he only skimmed it without thoroughly reading it. This time, however, he was stunned upon further inspection. This technique is actually unorthodox. What constitutes unorthodoxy? Any cultivation technique that deviates from traditional norms is considered unorthodox. The more Zaire read, the more alarmed and shocked he became. The creator of the primordial devouring treasure had an absolutely demonic mindset, because he wanted to refine his body like a magical treasure, thereby achieving a physical strength comparable to a magical treasure. This was a purely body-refining technique. The first level involves fusing magical treasures, enhancing one's strength to match that of a magical treasure. The second level requires fusing spirit artifacts. The third level needs divine artifacts. The fourth level, shockingly, demands immortal artifacts. And there's even a hypothetical fifth level. At this point, Zaire realized that the primordial alchemy furnace was not meant for refining pills, but for body refinement. Refining the human body like a magical treasure. What a shocking and imaginative concept. He never imagined that cultivation could be approached in such a manner. But according to the primordial devouring treasure, just to achieve the first level of a magical treasure body, one needs 100 magical treasures, and specifically magical treasures, not other levels of artifacts. To reach the second level, which requires a spirit artifact body, 200 spirit artifacts are needed. For the third level, 400 divine artifacts are required. The fourth level, unattained by the creator, presumably requires 800 immortal artifacts. Magical treasures and spirit artifacts weren't too difficult. They just required more effort to find or refine. But where would one find divine and immortal artifacts? Even raiding the 9 major martial academies probably wouldn't yield 400 divine artifacts, let alone 800 immortal artifacts. It was unfathomable how Zaire could obtain that many. The primordial devouring treasure may seem impressive, but cultivating to its highest level is impossible. Zaire reflected. The creator was undoubtedly a genius, but failed to consider practicality. A technique that can never reach its highest level is, in a sense, a failure. Zaire felt a tinge of regret. What an unprecedented idea. Too bad. But I can try cultivating the first 2 levels. According to the scripture of inconceivable heaven and earth, the body is the foundation for all cultivators. Facing a technique that could strengthen the body, Zaire naturally wouldn't give up. He planned to cultivate and experiment with it. However, he didn't have 100 magical treasures at hand. After much deliberation, Zaire exited the primordial alchemy furnace and called for a waiter from the tavern. After some inquiry, he promised a magical treasure as payment for retrieving 100 magical treasures from the city's free market using several spirit artifacts. Though this carried some risk, with outsiders watching, this was the only option. Before the waiter left, Zaire secretly implanted a true essence marker in his body. If the waiter dared to steal the spirit artifacts, the true essence would immediately go berserk, rupturing all his meridians. About half a day later, the waiter returned, knocking on the door with a large chest. "Sir, here are the magical treasures you requested." The large chest was placed on the ground and opened, revealing over 100 various magical treasures neatly arranged inside. Zaire inspected and found that there were 2 extra pieces, satisfyingly nodding. "Good. These 2 magical treasures belong to you. The extra one is a reward." "Thank you, sir." The waiter received the 2 magical treasure longswords joyfully. Zaire waved him off and then dragged the chest back into the primordial alchemy furnace. He was ready to begin refining treasures into his body. Chapter 137. Artifact completion, stone brick vibration, Dan fire, shatter the magical artifacts. Upon entering the primordial elixir furnace, Zaire immediately sent all 100 magical artifacts into the central gray area. Bang! Blazing flames erupted, and as soon as the artifacts made contact, they melted into streams of molten metal. This primordial elixir furnace consumes too much true essence. As soon as the Dan fire formation was activated, Zaire felt his true essence flowing like a breached dam, pouring crazily into the furnace. In just this short while, he had already reached a point where he needed to take a southern barbarian pill to replenish. At this moment, his true essence was several dozen times more abundant than others at the same realm, yet it was still not enough to control the primordial elixir furnace for long. After refilling his true essence, Zaire reactivated the Dan fire. The 100 magical artifacts, now turned into liquid metal, began to transform into gaseous form. People outside have misunderstood the primordial elixir furnace. They only use it for refining elixirs, unaware that its greatest ability is to refine magical treasures, purifying them without altering their inherent power. Through actual practice, Zaire gained some insight into using the primordial elixir furnace. Once all the artifacts were fully vaporized, he dared not lose focus and concentrated fully on guiding the gas into his body. The high temperature from these vaporized artifacts scorched everything. Before they even touched him, all his clothes were burnt off, revealing a perfectly sculpted physique. Fortunately, Penelope was in meditation, and Zaire had also activated the isolation formation inside the furnace, blocking her vision and perception. Primordial treasure devouring, artifact becoming Tao body. The gaseous flow began swirling around him. After undergoing tempering by earth fire, Zaire's tolerance for high temperatures had greatly improved. His skin turned red hot, pores opened, and began absorbing the gas. Sizzle. As the gas entered his body, he felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Various fatty substances, like lard, began flowing out from his body and were quickly ignited by the high temperature. His entire body started burning, with the gas gradually merging into every inch of his flesh and blood. Over time, his body began to show signs of becoming metallic. I can't delay any longer. I must prevent full artifactification. If left unchecked, the powerful artifacts would completely transform his body into an iron-like substance, losing its life characteristics. Realizing this, Zaire didn't wait and began driving his chi and blood, preventing rigidity. Simultaneously, he followed the cultivation method from primordial treasure devouring and adjusted his heartbeats, blood flow, and entire body's vibration to harmonize with the cosmic rhythm. Thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. Zaire seemed to hear rhythmic pulses, slowly relieving the rigidity in his body. His flesh underwent fundamental changes, enhancing his strength and explosiveness, boosting his vitality and energy. My blood and hair previously had regenerative powers. Now my body radiates a metallic killing aura, making each drop of blood as toxic as arsenic, deadly unseen. Fortunately, he could control this effect, or else, wherever he went, people might start dying around him. With the enhancement of his physical body, Zaire felt that merely breathing drew in vast amounts of heaven and earth spirit energy, circulating through his meridians and converting into true essence. The formless heaven and earth sutra began to operate automatically, visibly condensing true essence. Though he hadn't sensed a breakthrough to the soul realm, his strength had significantly increased. Zaire closed his eyes, sensing various changes within himself. Just then, in the central gray area of the furnace, the stone bricks that had been enduring the Dan fire suddenly moved. Though the vibrations were faint, he caught them. Zaire's eyes opened, staring at the stone brick in confusion. However, as he watched, the stone brick stopped vibrating. What happened? Was that just my imagination? No. At his level, every movement aligns with natural principles. Illusions are impossible unless someone set up an array or used special techniques. Stunned, Zaire retraced his actions. The stone brick wouldn't vibrate without cause. Could it be? A spark of inspiration hit him. Formless heaven and earth sutra. When his body strengthened, the heaven spirit energy surged in, activating the formless heaven and earth sutra, converting the energy into true essence. He hurriedly stimulated his true essence, causing the sutra to operate again. The stone brick changed. Startled, he quickly grasped the stone brick. Upon inspection, aside from continuous vibrations under the influence of the formless heaven and earth sutra, there were no other changes. Could this stone brick be related to the great Xuanhuan cauldrons? Confusion filled Zaire, feeling frustrated by his lack of answers. Profound spirit cold darkness break. Just then, Penelope emitted intense spiritual fluctuations. Chilled, substantial coldness spread throughout the furnace, forming thick frost on the walls. Seeing this, Zaire knew she had successfully broken through to the soul realm. These soul crystals are truly remarkable. Just two allowed her to reach the soul realm. Setting the stone brick aside, he dressed and approached Penelope. She had finished adjusting her breath and said joyfully, "Senior brother Wu, I've broken through." Standing up, she examined herself. "I've reached the soul realm. My body is shifting towards the cold ice mystic body. My attacks can now harness the power of heaven and earth, creating phenomena. Senior brother Wu, you may not be as formidable as me now." "Yes? Congratulations, junior sister Chen." Zaire smiled. "Brother, what is this incredible martial aura around you?" Penelope noticed the overwhelming martial intent emitting from Zaire, akin to a peerless divine weapon, startling everyone. Standing before him, she felt like facing an ancient giant, while she was a mere ant, easily crushed by a casual gesture. "While you broke through, I also meditated, gaining some insights, though not comparable to your breakthrough," Zaire said. "Let's settle accounts with the Songyang Martial Academy." Shocked, Penelope asked, "You want to ambush them?" From his tone, she detected a hint of killing intent. Penelope hurriedly said, "Even with us together and the primordial elixir furnace, defending ourselves is barely possible. Ambushing Addison and the others is nearly impossible. If all 4 disciples act together, we won't stand a chance." Pausing, she continued, "Over. Killing Songyang Martial Academy disciples will invite disaster." Zaire shook his head. "Who said we would confront them directly?" "What do you mean?" Penelope hesitated. "Don't forget about another person." "Who?" Penelope pondered, then realized something, exclaiming, "You mean the southern barbarian holy son Igor?" Seeing Zaire nod slightly, she sighed, "You're truly daring." Chapter 138. Clash between two parties, exorcising evil and protecting the Tao. Penelope didn't know exactly what Zaire was planning, but seeing his confident demeanor, she felt he must have a plan to deal with the situation. After pondering for a moment, she didn't say anything further. She had also developed a killing intent towards Songyang Martial Academy because of its arrogant attitude. None of those who entered cultivation and became Martial Academy geniuses would tolerate such disrespect. Penelope naturally had her own pride. "Let's go." Zaire leaped out of the primordial alchemical furnace first. As he left, his gaze fell on the gray bricks inside the furnace. Although he had discovered that these bricks could be activated by the unmanifest heaven and earth sutra, their true nature remained a mystery. However, after this experience, he now knew that the bricks indeed contained secrets, though it was uncertain when they would be unraveled. After Penelope emerged, Zaire stored the primordial alchemical furnace in the Jingzhou Cauldron within his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, outside the East Sea Tavern, a Wan Bailu disciple monitoring Zaire was reporting through a sound-transmitting stone. "The tavern has an array that conceals all auras. I can't detect what they're doing inside or their progress with the brick." Elsewhere, deep within Wan Bailu, in a highly confidential room, another disciple reported to Wade, "Senior brother Chester, they've been inside for 3 days and nights. Should we keep waiting?" Wade thought for a moment before replying, "Did you inquire about the true disciple from Songyang Martial Academy?" The disciple nodded. "Through casual reminders over these few days, they've asked." "Good, go tell them now." "Understood." After leaving the East Sea Tavern, Zaire and Penelope headed directly out of the city. Once they passed through the city gates, they boarded a flying boat and soared toward the vast ocean. Suddenly, a rainbow-like light streaked toward them from behind the flying boat, stirring up massive waves with its formidable aura as it blocked their path almost instantaneously. When the light dissipated, a figure appeared. An elegant-looking young man, resembling a scholarly gentleman. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a tall and straight posture like a pillar supporting the sky. Amazed striking were his piercing eyes, which seemed to look down upon everything beneath the heavens. "Are you Zaire, who ruined my tribe's grand plans?" The scholarly gentleman spoke, and immediately, storms raged around him. The already turbulent sea turned even more chaotic. "So, you must be Igor, one of the holy sons of the southern barbarians," Zaire said calmly, standing on the deck of the flying boat, unsurprised by the newcomer. Indeed, it was he who had instructed the innkeeper to inform Igor. However, the strength emanating from Igor made Zaire inwardly astonished. Upon sensing Igor's arrival, it felt as if the entire universe acknowledged him as the sole sovereign, with boundless energy enveloping everything yet repelling all at once, both sky and sea succumbing to it. This bizarre sensation sent shivers down anyone's spine. Since you know who I am, you should understand that struggling and resisting are futile. Igor's voice boomed like a god or demon addressing mortals. If you surrender willingly, I might consider sparing you some suffering. I'll only incapacitate your cultivation and take you back to the holy Amiyuntan. As a human genius, you must have some use. Ha! Zair's expression grew cold. You southern barbarian holy sons certainly speak arrogantly. Knowing that I'm a human genius, did you not think there might be someone backing me? Are you unafraid of the paramount Songyang Martial Academy here? There are 4 true disciples of Songyang currently at East Sea Mirage Tower. Songyang Martial Academy? Humph. What a load of nonsense. A bunch of hypocrites who exploit others under the guise of righteousness. With scoundrels like you in your midst, it won't be long before your human realm is leveled by my barbarian tribes. Igor sneered. As for those 4, mere ants who dare to challenge me? Scoundrels? Ants? 4 brilliant beams of light appeared in the air, accompanied by sword-like radiance, revealing 4 figures, Elliot, D, Rusty, and Sima Lincoln, true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. The words of a southern barbarian holy son are truly arrogant. One might think the 9 provinces already belong to you. Trapped in Zishui River, how dare you judge the affairs of Songyang Martial Academy? The 4 slowly descended, their tone dismissive but expression stern. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated encountering Igor, nor did they expect such disrespectful remarks. Even if this might be a trap set by Zair, they couldn't let his words stand without repercussions, both for the sake of Songyang's honor and to avoid punishment themselves. Disciples of Songyang Martial Academy are indeed stupid to the extreme. I hear you want to remake the world, binding everyone to your contribution system. Every move and word linked to contribution points. Your original purpose was to save humanity and defy fate. But after so many years, Songyang Martial Academy has become something else entirely. Your strength is weak, but your arrogance knows no bounds. You clearly haven't learned that beyond the sky, there are greater skies. Beyond mankind, there are greater men. With people like you, how does Songyang Martial Academy maintain its standing? Igor's face twisted in mockery, showing no concern despite facing 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. Igor, don't think we don't know what you were doing at East Sea Mirage Tower. Out of respect for Wan Bailu, we didn't intend to confront you. But your words today leave us no choice but to uphold the Tao and eliminate evil. Elliot coldly replied, his true essence swirling like fierce winds. After dealing with you, I'll capture Zair. Dee's gaze landed on Zair. Igor, do not underestimate us. Today, you will see our power and understand why Songyang Martial Academy stands above all. Rusty unsheathed his long sword. Southern barbarian demons, deserving extermination. Sima Lincoln closed his eyes slightly, his true essence surging. Seeing the demon-slaying postures of the 4 Songyang true disciples, Zair couldn't help but feel anxious. Can the powerful Igor not defeat them? Do these 4 have any advantages? He mused. Elliot had fought him before, and was at the true realm. The other 3 likely matched him in cultivation. Though Zair couldn't gauge Igor's strength, his aura undoubtedly exceeded the true realm. Demon? Deserving extermination? Igor's gaze sharpened, spreading boundless killing intent. I merely wanted to teach you a lesson since Zair is my main target. But since you're seeking death to this extent, not killing you today would dishonor my title as a demon. We'll see who kills whom. Elliot roared, his aura bursting forth like raging storms and waves. Amidst the chaos, a pair of true essence hands suddenly pressed down upon Igor. Rumble. The surrounding sea level instantly dropped by several feet, forming a large pit from the aerial view. How can his true essence be so profound? He isn't at the true realm, right? Zair felt a chill, while Penelope's face changed abruptly. Chapter 139. World locked, 10 chesters blazing. At this moment, the strength Addison displayed, especially the depth of his true essence, was several times greater than when he previously fought them. Had Addison shown such power back on that nameless deserted island, they wouldn't have even had a chance to escape. Boom. Boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds of energy emerged. It became clear that the other 3 direct disciples from Songyang Martial Academy were now attacking as well. 3 massive and dense waves of true essence erupted. There was a true essence giant sword, a raging thunderbolt of true essence, and a colossal fist of true essence. Though different in form, all 3 attacks contained boundless power as they hurled towards Igor. Raging Spirit Lotus Pill. Igor's expression froze, instantly recognizing their method. You would go so far as to use the restricted pills of Songyang Martial Academy, willing to cut your lifespan just to attack me? The Raging Spirit Lotus Pill was a byproduct of an accidental failure during the pill-making process at Songyang Martial Academy. Although it could enhance one's strength several times within a short period, it came with severe side effects. Namely, it would consume vitality and potential. By estimation, this pill would shave off nearly 100 years from one's remaining lifespan. Hemph! Addison snorted coldly. To kill a southern barbarian saint's son, what is a mere century of life? Once we bring your head back, the elders will certainly make up for our losses and perhaps even enhance our power. Ignacio laughed maniacally. Though precious, using a Raging Spirit Lotus Pill against you isn't a waste. Iof added, time is limited. Igor, prepare to die. Judah's voice was icy cold. Today, you must die. Heavenly phenomenon. Lock the world. With 4 voices roaring in unison, their momentum skyrocketed. The celestial chi seemed to be absorbed by 4 monstrous entities, instantly draining the vast ocean of its energy and transforming into true essence. Oh no. Zair, sensing the profound and uncontrollable true essence from these 4 individuals, promptly reacted, summoning the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace and pulling Penelope inside without hesitation. Boom. Iona's spirit boat trembled violently and exploded under the joint assault of the four forces. If they had hesitated any longer, both of them would have been struck. The foundation of Songyang Martial Academy truly stands unmatched. Seeing the chaos outside, Zaire was greatly alarmed. On the sea surface, the catastrophic scene was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Powerful ripples continued to shake the ocean, causing the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace to sway uncontrollably, like a tiny leaf amidst violent storms. After enhancing themselves with the raging spirit lotus pills, the four direct disciples from Songyang Martial Academy had become invincible, and no one could stand against their combined force. Feeling the intense vibrations transmitted through the alchemy furnace, Zaire's true essence churned as he tried to activate the array formations to break through the spatial confinement. However, it was as if he was trapped, unable to move an inch despite his efforts. He attempted to release alchemical fire to blast open the containment, but the force dissipated harmlessly into the sea before reaching the four individuals. Even Penelope, who had reached the soul realm, channeled her true essence intensely, yet the frost produced by her mystical cold meditation technique melted away almost instantly, injuring her and causing her to spit blood. The external seas had become a complete lockdown. Nothing from the outside could enter, nor could anything inside escape. This won't do. We'll eventually fall into their hands. Senior Brother Wu, is there any way out? Penelope asked anxiously. They're too strong. Together, we can only defend. Let's wait until Igor finishes dealing with them. Zaire couldn't think of any other solution at the moment, resorting to continuously operating the grand arrays of the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace to passively defend. Given his cultivation and strength, he could operate at most 999 of the 10,000 arrays simultaneously. Outside in the sea, Senior Brother Zhou, the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace has activated its grand array. I cannot capture it temporarily. Iof said to Addison. No problem. They can't escape. Let's deal with the southern barbarian Saint Sun first. Addison replied solemnly. Himph. A cold snort echoed from the void. You think you've got me cornered? So cocky, then you shall all die. His voice was akin to a deity from the underworld, omnipresent and inescapable. Not good. He's breaking free. Ignacio exclaimed, his gaze fixed on a point in the void. Light flickered, revealing a human figure emerging from the sealed area. The very Igor who had escaped their attack. Surrounded by illusory golden light, he appeared like a second sun in the sky, blindingly bright. Facing the four, Igor raised his hand, releasing the golden radiance which intensified like a blazing sun. Humming, a colossal sun loomed ominously, descending with overwhelming power. Divine Path Great Chester Golden Crow Skill, Addison shouted in shock. This skill was Igor's renowned move, gathering primal sunlight and integrating thousands of yang elements to achieve unparalleled might. Once unleashed, it resembled a genuine sun, where the pure yang energy alone could annihilate all evil. 3 junior brothers, reveal your treasures. As the blazing sun descended, the four hurriedly unveiled their treasures. 2 magical swords, a large umbrella, and a black as ink jade bottle. Inside the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace, Zaire felt a chill down his spine upon seeing the treasures. Each one was a magical artifact. Songyang Martial Academy lived up to its reputation as the premier institute, evidenced by the quality and number of magical artifacts its disciples possessed. The 2 swords attacked fiercely from both sides toward Igor's great sun. The umbrella expanded rapidly, shielding them from the incoming attack. Amazing striking was the jade bottle. Under the influence of true essence, a verdant jade tree materialized from the black abyssal opening. Branches swayed, pouring boundless spiritual chi which doubled their strength. Bang, bang. The 2 swords collided with the great sun. Boom. A tremendous explosion shattered the Divine Path Great Chester Golden Crow skill. Excellent swords. Excellent coordination. Igor retreated, evading the twin blades, his eyes growing more serious. 10 chesters descend. True essence surged through his body, reaching an extreme level. The heavens resounded with cracking sounds, as if an ultimate beast was about to break free. Boom. In an instant, the skies lit up, flooding the area with intense heat. Sizzling. 10 massive suns hovered overhead. Seawater began to evaporate, space distorted, and the air ignited spontaneously. As the 10 suns illuminated, the mysterious confinement crumbled. Next, the 2 magic swords, the emerald jade tree, and the enormous umbrella, all of their defenses vanished under the brilliance of the suns. You actually perfected the Great Chester Golden Crow skill to its highest level. 10 chesters blazing. Addison roared wildly, disbelief evident on his face. Run. Escape. We can't defeat him. Ignacio spat out blood, yelling frantically as he turned to flee. Inside the cosmic fusion alchemy furnace, feeling the locking force dissipate, Zaire felt relief. Go. Together with Penelope, they infused their true essence into the furnace's array, breaking through the space and plunging into the boiling seawater below. Chapter 140. Neither living nor dying. How can the Great Chester Golden Crow technique be so powerful? Once they dived deep into the sea, Penelope let out a long breath of relief. A look of fear spread across her face. The South Barbarian Holy Sun's single move had obliterated the 4 major true transmitted treasures of Songyang Martial Academy in one go. It was incredibly strong. Divine Path experts usually possess extremely formidable techniques. The more powerful the technique, the harder it is to unleash. Igor's move originated from an ancient legend of a world-ending calamity, possessing the power to destroy everything. It is naturally extraordinary. Zaire had studied under Leonardo, and had some understanding of Divine Path experts. As he spoke, the primordial Tao Cauldron had already moved away from the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Addison, Ignacio, Iof, and Dawson Linkong were already engaged in battle with Igor again. The boundless aura shook wildly, causing the sea surface to undulate constantly, as if day and night. The sun and moon were alternating continuously. Junior brother. Seizing the opportunity, Addison shouted, and the four people simultaneously hurled an object. This object resembled a circular disc, as big as a palm. Upon being unleashed, it began rotating toward Igor. Boom, 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 boom. Before it even reached him, these four discs exploded directly. The seawater surged up abruptly, creating waves reaching thousands of feet high, turning the sky dark. The sea surface looked like a huge bowl, all the water flying into the air. Deep-sea fish rained down like raindrops. Some were even vaporized by the violent energy. Such immense power could level even colossal cities like Mirage Tower in the Eastern Sea. Penelope, looking at the tumultuous 10,000-mile sea, muttered in shock, "It's fortunate we left. If we were still there, even with the protection of the primordial Tao Cauldron, we would have been shattered." Zaire did not speak, but his eyes clearly showed a moment of stupefaction. "Excellent. Very excellent." Igor, in the midst of the chaos, spoke coldly, his voice sharp like ice blades in midwinter, revealing his intense anger. "It seems you had intentions to deal with me from the beginning. To even prepare 4 self-destructive treasure weapons specifically designed to counter divine essence. Trying to sever my connection with the divine realm? Foolish dreams." Rumble. An overwhelming aura enveloped the area. All the energy generated by the explosions was dispelled, revealing Igor's somewhat battered figure. "Run." Addison, Ignacio, Iof, and Dawson Lincoln did not hesitate any longer. They immediately gathered their true essence, used escape treasures, and fled into the distance. "Escape? Can you really run?" Igor's enraged voice rolled across the sea. "Divine citizens unite, 10 Chesters rise above." Buzz. The air rippled like waves, revealing a space that was between illusion and reality, filled with the chanting of myriad people. This was the divine realm. Empowered by the citizens of the divine realm, Igor pointed into the sky and unleashed the highest profundity of the Great Chester Golden Crow technique. 10 Chesters rise above. In an instant, all of Addison's group's treasures crumbled, and even the precious garments on their bodies turned to dust. PFFF. The four were severely injured, spitting blood and unable to sustain their true essence, falling into the water immediately. But just as they were about to fall into the sea, each of them took out a luminous pill, quickly swallowed it, and instantly recovered from their injuries. Their true essence peaked, and they sped away without a trace. Reversal Life and Death Pill of Songyang Martial Academy? Above the sea, Igor's expression changed, then he laughed dismissively. This pill has significant side effects. Although it can instantly bring someone back from death, it drains their potential for life. Even if they survive, they'll only have 10 years left to live, especially after taking my 10 Chesters rise above. We'll see where you can run. Speaking, he prepared to pursue them with divine essence. However, before he finished speaking, waves of fluctuation appeared in the void, indicating someone else was approaching. Mirage Tower Lord? Igor stopped, his gaze wary. Then, with a thought, he swiftly moved hundreds of miles away. The fluctuation followed him gradually. On Zaire's side, seeing Addison and the others fleeing, he quietly operated the primordial Tao Cauldron formation and silently followed them. An hour later, on an endless stretch of sea, 4 figures suddenly broke through the water, landing on the sandy beach of a desolate island. Upon landing, the 4 spat out blood, staggered, and fell onto the sand. Will Igor come to kill us? Iof's complexion was ghastly, his breath erratic. We used the pressure of the seabed to mask our aura and flew full speed. He shouldn't be able to sense us. If he does come, we can only leave it to fate. Ignacio's lips twisted in bitterness. He had no strength left to fight. Humph, what if he comes? Dawson Lincoln sneered. We are true transmitters of Songyang Martial Academy. If he dares to kill us, the Martial Academy will raise their barbarian clan. Send signals to other fellow students. Addison forced himself up, madness evident on his face. Announced to all Eastern Sea disciples the death sentence on the southern barbarian Holy Son Igor and all other barbarians in the Eastern Sea. Good. That's what should be done. Dawson Lincoln agreed joyfully. The 4 expelled drops of their own blood and invoked a greater power from beyond. A blood-colored token formed and was forcefully cast into the air, vanishing into the horizon. Seeing the blood token disappear, Addison turned viciously. This incident is all because of those 2 from Tianyao Martial Academy. If not for them, we wouldn't have faced Igor. You're right, Senior Zhou, Dawson Lincoln added cruelly. Especially Zaire. Once we rest and recover, we'll capture him and make sure he neither lives nor dies. Neither living nor dying? You think you're still alive now? Such arrogance at the brink of death. A voice filled with malice echoed, and a figure leaped out of the sea, landing before the 4. Zaire. Looking at the newcomer, Addison and the others exclaimed in surprise. What do you want? Ignacio, sensing boundless killing intent, trembled and shouted. What do I want? Zaire approached them. Now that the 4 of you can no longer fight, what do you think I want? You want to kill us? Iof shouted in terror. We are true transmitters of Songyang Martial Academy. If you kill us, it would mean betraying the 9 Institutes alliance and the vow sworn by your chief, Alisterii. You will be pursued by all Martial Academy disciples and doomed forever. Zaire laughed. Haha, kill you now or wait until you recover and come after me, making sure I can neither live nor die. Don't you think you're being too naive, fellow seniors? Pausing, his tone turned chilling. Besides Igor, one of the southern barbarian holy sons, killed you. What does it have to do with me, Zaire? You. Die. Zaire gathered his true essence and struck out. 1,000 stars and sword chi instantly pierced through the 4 defenseless men. I won't die in vain. Among the 4, Addison, the strongest, held on for a bit but eventually collapsed. Bang 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 bang. Unconvinced, Zaire flashed and delivered 4 palms, each hitting the crown of the 4 heads, causing them to explode. They were utterly dead. Hashtag chapter 141. Killing for treasure. the secret medicine of Xianxia Academy. Deep in the ocean, 1,000 fathoms beneath the surface, the primordial alchemy cauldron moved silently forward. Though its speed wasn't fast, it made no sound at all. Inside the cauldron, Penelope was in control. Wu Shixiang has returned. Sensing Zaire's aura approaching, she hurried to greet him. As the cauldron opened, the array inside kept the seawater at bay, and a figure quickly jumped in. Wu Shixiang, how is the battle outside? Did those 4 from Xianxia Academy escape? Penelope asked urgently. Earlier, Zaire had gone out to investigate while she took control of the primordial alchemy cauldron. The situation is too chaotic. I couldn't get close enough. From what I observed from a distance, it seems those 4 couldn't withstand Igor's attacks and have likely perished. Zaire remained calm. He knew he mustn't let word leak that he had killed the 4 elite disciples of Xianxia Academy. If this became public, it would invite disaster. Elite disciples were the core protégés of every academy, especially those from the top-ranked Xianxia Academy. If they discovered he had killed their 4 geniuses, the elders of Xiangyang would certainly attack Heavenly Cliff Amiyuntan tomorrow. Zaire also realized that once the news of Addison's death spread, it might shock the entire world. We should hurry to Yinling and hide there for a while. Zaire thought to himself. He had already stored the bodies of Addison, Ignacio, Iof, and Dawson Lingkong in the Jingzhou Ding and erased all traces on the deserted island, leaving no evidence behind. Igor, even as a saint son of Nanjing, wouldn't dare kill the elites of Xianxia Academy lightly. It would bring great calamity upon the barbarians. Penelope didn't suspect Zaire of lying. She never imagined he would kill Addison and the others. Although Xianxia Academy could be overbearing and Addison and his group deserved death, they were still elites of the top-ranked academy. Even someone like Cut Through the Sky would hesitate. But we can't rule out that possibility. Earlier, I saw Igor so enraged he might do something irrational. Penelope continued, regardless of the outcome, we should avoid showing ourselves for a while to avoid trouble. Zaire nodded. You're right. We should head to Yinling as soon as possible. If we can find some treasures or encounter extraordinary opportunities, along with the primordial alchemy cauldron, we might have a chance to protect ourselves. That's true. But I just broke through to the soul realm and need time to stabilize my realm and refine my spirit. Let me seclude myself for a while, Penelope suggested. All right. Zaire then steered the primordial alchemy cauldron deeper into the ocean, adding, I also gained insights from observing the battle and should meditate on them. Both found a place within the cauldron to sit in meditation. However, unlike Penelope who was cultivating, Zaire's consciousness submerged into his mind sea and entered the Jingzhou Ding. Inside the ding, the bodies of Addison and the others lay neatly arranged. Xianxia Academy ranks first among the 9 academies, with disciples possessing superior artifacts, medicines, and power far surpassing the other 8 academies. In terms of wealth, only Yangzhou South Lake Academy comes close. Heavenly Cliff Academy barely compares. Zaire began inspecting the treasures on the 4 bodies. To his surprise, they all wore artifact-level robes. To acquire such a robe, he had to strive relentlessly and win the top spot on the covert dragon list. Even Aliana in Heavenly Cliff Academy didn't possess one. Yet, Addison and his group each had one. Pity these robes were destroyed by Igor's 10 Chester's blaze. Looking at the ruined garments, Zaire sighed. Nevertheless, he used his mental force to strip off the remnants. They may not work, but they're made of artifact-grade materials, which could be fused into my body using the primordial absorption technique. Apart from the unusable robes, there were no other usable items on their bodies. The umbrella, swords, and black jade bottle had been obliterated by Igor's attack, and none of the other artifacts survived either. The solar golden crow technique was indeed formidable. Zaire marveled inwardly. At least, there are 4 storage bags from Xianxia Academy. He looked at the 4 small pouches, specifically crafted by Xianxia Academy's elders for their elite disciples. In comparison, Heavenly Cliff Academy is indeed poor. Zaire lamented. Amaze disciples in his academy had few if any storage-type treasures unless acquired through special circumstances. One often had to rely on oneself. With a slight movement of his mental force, the 4 storage bags opened. Thankfully, since Addison and the others were dead, breaking the seal without destroying the contents was easy. Zaire probed inside the 4 bags. Each contained about 6 feet of space, enough for personal items, though far less than the primordial alchemy cauldron. Compared to the Jingzhou Ding, they were incomparable. Pouring out the contents, a variety of items appeared before him, mostly medicinal pills stored in gem-like boxes. These boxes hold nearly 500 pills. Are these perhaps the exclusive sky-piercing spirit energy pills of Xianxia Academy? Zaire paused. These pills increased communication with the elements, speeding up spiritual energy absorption and doubling, or even tripling cultivation speed. Although other academies had similar potions, the output in Heavenly Cliff Academy was insufficient even for elites. Zaire had heard of them but never seen one, until now. He counted nearly 500 pills across 4 boxes. Too bad there's no violent spirit Loriot pill. Zaire felt a twinge of regret amidst his excitement. That pill was powerful for countering strong enemies. Besides the pills, numerous artifacts were present. 4 spirit-level artifacts, all high-grade, and the remaining 8 are artifact-level. After checking, Zaire marveled at the wealth of Xianxia Academy's elites. Having finished inventorying the loot, he exited his mind sea. Seeing Penelope still meditating, Zaire took out the array technique record he'd obtained from Wade. I should study the art of array techniques during this downtime. The stronger he became, the more important arrays seemed. They were crucial for refining artifacts and medicines and essential for combat. Days turned into half a month. One day, Zaire sensed something and glanced upward through the cauldron. Leonardo has arrived. Chapter 142. World Foundation Stone. The sea trembles. Zaire released the restriction on the xuanhuan pill furnace. Revised. Zaire lifted the restriction on the primal chaos pill furnace. Note, xuanhuan should be translated as primal chaos for better understanding and fluency in English. For the entire passage. Chapter 142. World Foundation Stone. Ocean disturbance. Zaire lifted the restriction on the primal chaos pill furnace. Instantly, a figure flashed and entered. It was Leonardo, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. "Sir, your subordinate pays respects." The moment Leonardo saw Zaire, he knelt down on one knee and exclaimed. Fortunately, Penelope's senses were blocked by Zaire, or this commotion would surely attract her attention and interrupt her cultivation. "Get up quickly." Zaire hurriedly helped him up. With an expert like Leonardo around, his heart felt more at ease. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zaire suddenly thought of something and took out the mysterious stone brick. "Leonardo, take a look at this." He knew that Leonardo had a high status in the southern wilderness, so there was a possibility that he might recognize the stone brick obtained from Wade. This stone brick? Leonardo sensed its uniqueness as soon as he touched it. "Sir, not only is this stone brick abnormally heavy, but it also repels my divine energy, indicating it's extraordinary. Let me examine it further." With that, he raised his hand, and several streams of ethereal energy appeared. The energy streams swirled around the stone brick, forming vortexes. An hour passed quickly. During this time, Leonardo tried almost all means but couldn't make sense of this mysterious stone brick. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, then he looked excited and said, "Sir, I have a hypothesis, though I'm unsure if it's correct." "What is it?" Zaire saw Leonardo's agitated expression and asked hastily. "This could be a formless stone." "A formless stone?"
"Yes."
Leonardo was very excited and spoke rapidly. "Legend has it that before heaven and earth were separated, when everything was still chaotic, a primordial being initiated the act of creating heaven and earth. After the initial separation, the world was barren, only having 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. And this earth was made of formless stone." Hearing this, Zaire's eyes widened. At his current cultivation level, he had already grasped some concepts of the universe and had read numerous books. He quickly understood what Leonardo meant. "You mean this stone brick can serve as the foundation for constructing a world?" Leonardo nodded eagerly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fragment of a world foundation stone. Only the world foundation stone can resist everything and stabilize everything. I came across this secret while reviewing the sacred texts of the barbarian tribes on a Mayant Tion. The history of the barbarians is ancient, possibly even older than the human race, hence many ancient events are recorded in their documents." Zaire fell into deep thought. Indeed, though the southern wilderness lacked civilization, according to historical records, they indeed existed earlier than humans. "Leonardo, if this stone brick is truly a fragment of the world foundation stone, how can we utilize it?" he asked after considering the key point. "I don't know." Leonardo replied straightforwardly. "However," he added, "but since this is a world foundation stone, transformed from the essence before the heavens and earth were formed, it must have great uses. With Sir's talent, you will surely uncover its mysteries one day." Although his response was vague, Zaire still felt greatly surprised. Even though he didn't know how to use the formless stone now, since it was called a world foundation stone, it definitely wasn't just for show and must have significant applications. No wonder Wade couldn't understand it after 10 years of research. It turns out this is a legendary artifact. Seems like I've struck a great bargain. While Zaire and Leonardo were conversing, a figure suddenly appeared on the island where Addison perished. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, with spiky hair and a resolute face, every move aligning with natural principles, unfathomable even to deities. Zhou Jr. brother and others sent out a blood token execution order, but why did they disappear? Where did they go? This man was also a true disciple of Xianxia Academy, but far exceeded Addison and others in strength. His aura was even stronger than Igor, the holy son of the southern wilderness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 more figures descended, accompanied by flashes of light. "Senior brother Song, we didn't expect to meet you here in the EC region." Seeing the man, the 3 were surprised and greeted him immediately. Judging by their attire and aura, these 3 were also true disciples of Xianxia Academy. "It seems you received Zhou Jr. brother's blood token too?" Senior brother Song nodded. "I intended to check on Zhou Jr. brother, but unexpectedly, the 4 of them vanished afterward." Hearing this, the 3 were momentarily stunned. "Senior brothers, could senior brother Zhou have fallen victim to Igor?" one guessed. Igor, as the holy son of the southern wilderness, might not dare to kill outright, but it's possible someone else took advantage of the situation, another suggested. "In these seas, there are many pirate groups with considerable strength. If they encountered the 4 heavily injured senior brothers, they would certainly kill and rob. There are many pirates on the East Sea loose cultivators list." "Humph." Senior brother Song snorted coldly. "Even if it's the top loose cultivator, Wu Yatsi, he wouldn't dare offend our Xianxia Academy." As they spoke, flashes of light appeared in the sky again. In moments, 4 figures arrived. Seeing the newcomers, Senior brother Song exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you 4 old men here as well?" The 4 elders surveyed the deserted island with cold gazes. "Allison, you're also out of seclusion? We were looking for soulfish to refine soul pills in the sea, but unexpectedly received Zhou Jr. brother's blood token." One elder said angrily, "A mere holy son of the southern wilderness dared to attack our Xianxia Academy disciples, truly asking for death." These 4 elders were evidently of equal strength to Senior brother Song. 5 powerful figures surpassing Igor appeared over the East Sea, proving the might of Xianxia Academy. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, Amer figures turned into flashes of light from the horizon. Simultaneously, many Xianxia disciples riding magical treasures were heading towards this area. Such a scene naturally drew the attention of various forces in the sea. Many who wanted to gather information or join the excitement were also heading toward the deserted island. Stefan, Arvin, and others were among them. That night, the deserted island was nearly overcrowded. Countless people flew into the sky. Xianxia Academy is truly formidable. Look, even their inner disciples participating in cultivation trips have remarkable strength. In the crowd, Arvin and others chatted. "Yes, during our time with Yuan Yang, You must have noticed the abundance of magical treasures and rich medicinal resources in his possession, exceeding even some of our academy's elders, Callahan marveled. Arvin laughed and said, You seem to have benefited much from being close to Xuanhuan? Haha, indeed. Callahan responded happily. It appears our Heavenly Edge Academy falls far short of Songyang Academy in terms of resources, Aaron sighed after hearing their conversation. Instantly, a figure flashed and entered. It was Leonardo, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Subordinate greets master. The moment Leonardo saw Zaire, he knelt down with one knee on the ground and exclaimed loudly. Fortunately, Penelope's perception was isolated by Zaire. Otherwise this commotion would have certainly caught her attention and disrupted her cultivation. Get up quickly. Zaire hurriedly helped him to his feet. Having someone of Leonardo's caliber around gave him a significant sense of reassurance. After a brief exchange, Zaire suddenly thought of something and then took out the mysterious stone brick. Leonardo, take a look at this. He knew that Leonardo held a high status among the southern barbarians and might recognize the stone brick he had traded from Wade. Huh? This stone brick? Leonardo immediately sensed its uniqueness as soon as he touched it. Master, this stone brick is extraordinarily heavy and can even block my divine essence from seeping through. It's absolutely extraordinary. Allow me to examine it further. As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned several streams of mysterious air currents. These currents spun around the stone brick in his hand, forming whirlwinds. An hour passed quickly. During this time, Leonardo almost exhausted all means but could do nothing to decipher the enigmatic stone brick. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and became visibly excited. Master, I have a hypothesis, but I'm not sure if it's correct. What is it? Zaire asked eagerly upon seeing Leonardo's agitated expression. This stone brick might be the Wuxiang stone. The Wuxiang stone? Yes. Leonardo responded excitedly, speaking rapidly. According to legend, when heaven and earth were yet unopened and everything was in chaos, a primordial power created the world. After the initial opening of the world, it was desolate except for the four fundamental elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. And this earth was made of Wuxiang stone. Upon hearing this, Zaire's eyes widened. Having cultivated to his current realm, he had gained some understanding of the natural laws and had read numerous books, allowing him to quickly connect the dots. You mean this stone brick is the foundation of creating worlds? Leonardo nodded excitedly. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fragment of the World Foundation Stone. Only the World Foundation Stone could withstand everything and stabilize everything. I read about this secret while reviewing the barbarian tribe's sacred texts on immortal. The barbarian history is ancient, perhaps even older than humanity. So many texts document events from the prehistoric times. Zaire fell into deep thought. Indeed, although the southern barbarians lacked humanity, according to many historical timelines, they indeed existed much earlier than humans. Leonardo, if this stone brick is truly a fragment of the World Foundation Stone, how can we utilize it? He pondered aloud. I don't know, Leonardo replied straightforwardly. However, he added, but since this object is the World Foundation Stone, derived from the primordial foundations of existence, it must serve a significant purpose. With your talent, master, you will eventually uncover its mysteries. His words didn't add much practical information, but Zaire remained delighted. Though he currently didn't know how to use the Wuxiang stone, it being labeled as a World Foundation Stone meant it surely had great potential. No wonder Wade spent 10 years researching this and still couldn't understand it. Who would have thought it's actually a legendary relic? Seems like I stumbled upon a great find. Meanwhile, as Zaire and Leonardo conversed, on the island where Addison had perished, another figure suddenly appeared. This was a man in his 40s or 50s, with upright hair and a determined face. His every move resonated harmoniously with nature's principles, unpredictable and profound. How did Zhou Shixiang's blood seal order come out? Yet there's no sign of him. Where did he go? The man was clearly a true transmission disciple from Songyang Martial Academy, but his strength far surpassed Addison and others, his aura even stronger than that of the southern barbarian Saint Sun Igor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flashes of rainbow light descended, bringing 3 more figures. Brother Song, didn't expect you to be here in the Eastern Sea region. The trio greeted him in surprise, bowing respectfully. Judging by their attire and aura, they were also Songyang true transmission disciples. It appears you also received Zhou Shixiang's blood seal. Brother Song nodded. I wanted to check on Zhou Shixiang's situation, but afterward, they vanished. The trio paused in shock upon hearing this. Could Brother Zhou have been killed by Igor? One of the lower-ranked true transmission speculated. Igor, being a southern barbarian Saint Sun, probably wouldn't dare kill outright, but it's possible someone else took advantage of the situation, another remarked. There are plenty of pirates in these waters who aren't weak. If they encountered our 4 injured brothers, they'd definitely kill and loot. Many on the Eastern Sea cultivator rankings are pirates. Himph. Brother Song scoffed. Even the top-ranked Wuyazi wouldn't dare offend our Songyang Martial Academy. As they spoke, more rainbow lights flashed in the sky. In moments, the lights revealed 4 more arrivals. Seeing the newcomers, Brother Song blurted out in surprise, "Why did you old fogies come too?" The 4 elders stopped, scanning the deserted island with cold gazes. Caitlin, you've emerged from seclusion too? We were searching for soul-refining ingredients in the sea, but unexpectedly received Zhou Shixiang's distress signal, one elder angrily declared. A mere southern barbarian Saint Sun dares to attack our Songyang Martial Academy disciples. What audacity! These 4 clearly matched Brother Song in strength. In an instant, 5 formidable beings, each surpassing Igor, appeared in the Eastern Sea, showcasing the immense power of Songyang Martial Academy. And it was just the beginning. Soon, Amer figures flew over from the horizon in rapid succession. Simultaneously, many Songyang disciples riding magical artifacts began moving toward the area. This naturally drew attention from various powers in the region. Many eager to gather intelligence or join, the spectacle also headed toward the deserted island. Stefan, Arvin, and others were among them. That night, the island teemed with people, some even hovering in the air. Songyang Martial Academy is truly formidable. Look, even their inner disciples who came out to train possess remarkable strength. Among the crowd, Arvin conversed with companions. Yes, during our journey with Xuanhuan, you must have noticed the abundance of magical artifacts and potent pills in his possession, even surpassing some of our academy's elders, Callahan marveled. Arvin smiled. Speaking of which, you seem quite close to Xuanhuan. You must have benefited greatly. Haha, indeed. Callahan replied gleefully. Looks like our Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy falls short of Songyang Martial Academy by several ranks, Aaron sighed after listening to their conversation. Chapter 142. World Foundation Stone. Ocean Turbulence. Zaire released the Jingzhou on the primal Tao Cauldron. In an instant, a figure darted in. It was Leonardo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Your subordinate pays respects to your excellency. Upon seeing Zaire, Leonardo knelt on one knee and exclaimed loudly. Fortunately, Penelope's perception had been isolated by Zaire. Otherwise, this commotion would surely draw her attention and interrupt her cultivation. Please rise quickly. Zaire hurriedly helped him up, feeling much more reassured with such a powerful expert around. After some brief exchanges, Zaire suddenly thought of something, and then took out the mysterious stone brick. Leonardo, take a look at this. He knew that Leonardo held a high position among the southern barbarians, and might recognize the stone brick he had traded from Wade. Huh? This stone brick? The moment Leonardo touched it, he sensed its uniqueness. Excellency, not only is this stone brick extraordinarily heavy, but it also blocks my divine essence from seeping into it. It's definitely extraordinary. Allow me to examine it further. As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning several streams of ethereal chi that swirled around the stone brick, forming whirlwinds. An hour passed swiftly. During this time, Leonardo tried almost every method, but was unable to do anything with the mysterious stone brick. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked excited. Excellency, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's correct. What's your guess? Zaire, seeing Leonardo's agitated expression, quickly asked. This stone brick might be a phaseless stone. Phaseless stone? Exactly. Leonardo was extremely excited and spoke rapidly. According to legend, before heaven and earth were created and everything was in chaos, a primordial being undertook the task of creating the universe. After heaven and earth were initially formed, they were desolate, containing only the four fundamental elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. And this earth element was the phaseless stone. Hearing this, Zaire's eyes widened. At his cultivation level, he had some understanding of the natural order and had read many books, so he quickly grasped the significance. You mean this stone brick is the foundation of a world? Leonardo nodded excitedly. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fragment of a world foundation stone. Only the world foundation stone can resist all and stabilize everything. I found this secret when I was reading the barbarian holy classics on Ep1of2. The history of the barbarians is long, even older than that of humans. So many ancient events are recorded in their texts. Zaire fell into deep thought. Indeed, while the southern barbarians lack human virtues, historical evidence suggests they existed longer than humanity. Leonardo, if this stone brick is indeed a fragment of the world foundation stone, how can we make use of it? He pondered on the critical point and then asked. Don't know, Leonardo replied straightforwardly. However, he added, but since this object is the world foundation stone, transformed from pre-heaven elements, it must have its unique uses. With your talent, excellency, you will surely uncover its mysteries someday. Though this didn't provide a clear answer, Zaire still felt incredibly excited. Although he didn't know how to use the phaseless stone now, given its title as the world foundation stone, it undoubtedly has significant uses. No wonder Wade couldn't recognize it after 10 years of research. Who would have thought this is a legendary artifact? Looks like I stumbled upon a real bargain. While Zaire and Leonardo conversed, a figure suddenly appeared on the island where Addison had met his end. This man, about 40 to 50 years old, had spiky hair and a resolute face, embodying heavenly principles in his every move, unpredictable yet profound. Why did Zhou Shidi and others issue a blood amulet execution order and then vanish? Where did they go? This man was also a true disciple of Songyang Martial Academy, but possessed far greater power than Addison and others, his aura even surpassing Igor, the southern barbarian saint son. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures descended amidst streaks of rainbow light. Loxi-song, we didn't expect to see you here in the Eastern Sea area. Upon spotting the man, the three greeted him in surprise. Judging from their attire and auras, these were all true disciples of Songyang. It seems you received Zhou Shidi's blood amulet too, Song acknowledged, nodding. I intended to check on Zhou Shidi, but then they disappeared unexpectedly. The trio was momentarily stunned. Could senior brother Zhou have fallen victim to Igor? One lower-ranked true disciple speculated. Given Igor's status as the southern barbarian saint son, he probably wouldn't dare kill outright. But there's a chance someone else exploited the situation, another added. There are plenty of pirates roaming the seas. If they encountered our wounded brothers, they would certainly kill and plunder. Many on the Eastern Sea cultivator rankings are pirates. Humph. Song snorted coldly. Even number one on that list, Wayazi, wouldn't dare offend us, Songyang Martial Academy. Rainbow lights flashed again in the sky. In no time, the light reached them. Seeing the approaching four, Song exclaimed in surprise. You old coots came too? The four elders stood firm, their icy gazes sweeping across the desolate island. Allison, you've come out of seclusion too? We were hunting abyss fish for soul pills when we received Zhou Shidi's distress signal, one elder said angrily. A mere southern barbarian saint son daring to attack our Songyang disciple. He's asking for trouble. These four clearly matched Song's strength. In an instant, 5 existences stronger than Igor emerged over the Eastern Sea, proving the might of Songyang Martial Academy. But it was just the beginning. Soon, more figures flew in from the horizon. Simultaneously, many Songyang disciples riding magical artifacts arrived one after another. This naturally drew the attention of various forces in the sea region. Many curious spectators also headed towards the desolate island. Stefan, Arvin, and others were among them. That night, the desolate island was crowded to the brim. Many people even hovered in the air. Songyang Martial Academy is truly formidable. Look at how impressive their inner disciples are. Amidst the crowd, Arvin and others conversed. Yes, having traveled with Xuanhuan lately, you've likely noticed how rich in treasures and elixirs he is. Even our academy elders can't match him, Callahan marveled. Arvin smiled. Considering your closeness to Xuanhuan, you must have gained a lot? Haha, indeed. Callahan replied joyfully. Looks like our Tianyang Martial Academy lags far behind Songyang Martial Academy, Aaron sighed, listening to their conversation. Chapter 143, Martial Arts Absolute Annihilation, Undersea Sky Ghost. On the desolate island. At this moment, everyone standing here were disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 inner sect disciples alone. The weakest among these inner sect disciples had already reached the transformation realm. Apart from the inner sect, quite a few outer sect disciples were present as well. However, their numbers were far fewer. Those who could come to train in the East Sea were either overconfident individuals, or those accompanying their more powerful senior brothers and sisters. The core area was exclusively occupied by the true inheritors of Songyang Martial Academy. Along with Hanley and 4 elders, over 30 true inheritors had arrived. All Songyang Martial Academy disciples present naturally followed Hanley and the 4 elders as leaders. The strength of these 5 people was enough to level most forces within the East Sea region. Senior Cauldron is coming. All Songyang disciples, welcome him immediately. At this moment, Hanley seemed to sense something and hurriedly shouted loudly. The other 4 elders also changed expression and respectfully looked toward an empty space in the distance. Nearly 1,000 inner sect disciples, over 100 outer sect disciples, and 30 true inheritors all cried out in unison. We respectfully welcome Senior Cauldron. The air trembled instantly as their collective voices soared into the sky. Outside, a group of wandering cultivators retreated repeatedly. Xianxia, Arvin, Callahan, and others' pupils contracted sharply in surprise. Amidst the endless greeting sounds, a huge portal appeared in the void, from which countless beauties resembling celestial maidens flew out, playing heavenly music. Following that, a beam of golden light shone through the portal, illuminating the entire night sky. A deep and melancholic roar echoed through heaven and earth. The golden light began to contract, revealing a colossal golden ox pulling a magnificent canopy carriage slowly descending from the sky. The golden ox stood 1,000 zhang tall, walking stably in the void, emanating overwhelming pressure. Endless pressure descended upon everyone's heads. All bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. Inside the canopy carriage, a young man sat calmly. This golden ox, it must be a primitive divine beast. Callahan was greatly alarmed. Arvin was so frightened that he kept retreating. Such a powerful golden ox is merely pulling his carriage? How strong is this person? Shut up. Xianxia immediately scolded. This is senior brother Jeremy, one of the strongest disciples at Songyang Martial Academy, comparable to Kimball disciple Alistair. Don't talk recklessly and cause trouble. Whoosh. Arvin and others drew cold breaths. They hadn't expected that the arrival would be the famous Jeremy of Songyang Martial Academy. If I could be as powerful as him, I would definitely make Caleb pay for it until death. Behind the group, Shannon Suation clenched his fists tightly, hatred and fiery passion burning in his eyes. Hatred for his father's murder burned within him endlessly. Around the desolate island, every Eastern Sea wandering cultivator was terrified, shaking uncontrollably. Jeremy was someone they could only look up to in awe. In the void, the golden ox stopped, and the man inside the canopy carriage cast his gaze down. Instantly, everyone tightened, feeling as if their hearts were gripped. Terrifying. Hanley and the 4 elders quickly moved forward. Senior Cauldron, while we toured the East Sea, we received a blood charm of assistance from junior brother Zhou et al., but upon arriving here, the 4 junior brothers mysteriously vanished. What? Hanley was interrupted by a gesture from the man. Addison and the others have already perished. No need to search for them. What? Hearing this, Hanley and the 4 elders were momentarily stunned. That barbarian prince is bold indeed. To kill our Songyang Martial Academy disciples, one elder yelled angrily. The southern barbarians must be exterminated. We need to find Igor first to ascertain the truth, the man inside the canopy carriage slowly said. If confirmed to be his doing, even if the king of the southern barbarians comes, he must die. But if it's someone else, we need to thoroughly investigate. Pausing here, the man glanced at the desolate island briefly before continuing. Issue the martial arts absolute annihilation order. Inform all martial arts forces throughout the 9 provinces and the 9 martial colleges. Immediately execute the barbarian prince Igor. The man then slightly closed his eyes. The golden ox roared towards the sky, its hooves stepping through the void and flying into the horizon. We respectfully bid farewell to Senior Cauldron. Another wave of shouts rose up. Everyone watched as the man's canopy carriage left. All disciples, listen up. Hanley hovered in the air and loudly announced, issue the martial arts absolute annihilation order immediately. Throughout the 9 provinces and the 9 martial colleges, execute the barbarian prince Igor. Yes. As for the outside world, hidden deep under the sea, Zaire remained unaware. Currently, he was studying the essential record of formation techniques alongside Leonardo. Zaire had painstakingly studied on his own for half a month, but lacking a foundation in formations, many parts were incomprehensible. Now that Leonardo had come, although he didn't understand formations either, his broader experience and perspective certainly exceeded Zaire's. So, Zaire pulled Leonardo along to study formation techniques together. Sir, based on my understanding, formation techniques should focus on the materials used. Pure energy-infused jade stones are ideal for setting up formations. Seeing Zaire fail to establish a simple spirit-gathering formation inside the alchemy furnace, Leonardo suggested. No, that's not entirely right. Your point isn't incorrect, but it seems too one-sided. Zaire pondered. According to you, if material is crucial, how do you explain the large array inside this alchemy furnace? They are all inscribed without any auxiliary jade stones. Sir, please don't forget that this primordial alchemy furnace itself is a celestial artifact, making it the perfect carrier for formations, Leonardo replied. This statement momentarily left Zaire speechless, but he still felt Leonardo's explanation wasn't fully accurate. Just then, while advancing 10,000 zhang beneath the sea, the primordial alchemy furnace seemed to hit something, producing a faint rumbling sound. Zaire instantly sensed something amiss and peered outside through the furnace wall. Although the deep sea was pitch black with no sunlight reaching it, his sharp eyes could still see clearly. This is... Upon identifying the situation, Zaire's pupils constricted. Sky Ghost. He never imagined encountering a sky ghost in the depths of the East Sea. During the last trial of martial ancestors, due to unexpected events, it had been prematurely interrupted. To this day, Zaire still felt regretful and longed to seek out a sky ghost to unravel the mystery of the rosy light in his mind sea. He thought he'd need to go to Yanling, which connected multiple realms, to encounter one. Yet unexpectedly, he found one right here in the East Sea. Seeing the ever-emerging sky ghost aura, Zaire was immensely delighted. Be cautious, sir. This is a sky ghost king's lair. Leonardo recognized the sky ghost and immediately identified its power level. Chapter 144. Capturing Kira's shifting battleground. The cave of the Kira king trembled violently as it was struck by the primordial cauldron. Boundless black smoke billowed out, contaminating the seawater into an eerie black hue. GG. Instantly, countless Kiras swarmed out of the reef cave, an uncountable multitude blanketing the sky. Caleb's heart tightened at the sight of so many Kiras. In the realm of Kiras, he had already faced numerous battles with these creatures, and even encountered that white-faced female Kira who had almost defeated him completely. Master, with so many Kiras gathered here, their intentions must be significant. We need to be extremely cautious, Leonardo warned gravely, his expression heavy with concern. Caleb nodded slightly in agreement. However, merely watching passively wasn't in his nature. He immediately circulated his true essence, transforming it into a colossal hand that swept hundreds of Kiras into his sea of consciousness without delay. The ghosts were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated anyone being so audacious as to lead them into his mind. But before they could react, a buzzing sound erupted, and dazzling light consumed them before they could even scream. Phew! Caleb exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy, like he had just taken some potent medicinal pill. Once again experiencing the benefits of exterminating Kiras, his gaze immediately shifted to the outside world. After some thought, he said, Leonardo, you take control of the primordial cauldron and prepare to move us away anytime. As soon as he finished speaking, Caleb's form shuddered, and he reappeared outside the cauldron. The massive water pressure beneath the 10,000-foot ocean floor surged toward him even before the Kiras attacked. Boom. It felt like a mountain weighing millions of caddies pressed down on him. His heart constricted sharply, and he felt instantly restrained all over. If not for my robust physical strength, I would have been flattened into a meat patty the moment I left the cauldron, he thought in alarm, quickly circulating his true essence to reduce the pressure significantly. Although still somewhat restricted, he could at least act now. However, Caleb understood that relying solely on true essence to counteract water pressure was unsustainable due to the immense consumption. Let's ascend first, he transmitted telepathically to Leonardo within the cauldron. By this time, many Kiras had noticed him and were howling as they approached. You've come just in time. I feared you wouldn't notice me. Come along with me. Shouting loudly, Caleb rapidly ascended towards the surface. While ascending, he continuously captured several nearby pursuing Kiras. Compared to his previous encounters in the realm of Kiras, his current strength had increased greatly, and his true essence manipulation had evolved immensely. His true essence transformed fluidly, manifesting as large hands, huge nets, mountains, and more. Each transformation mesmerized the Kiras as it meant another batch of them being drawn into Caleb's sea of consciousness, serving as nourishment for the radiant light. As more and more Kiras were absorbed, the radiance became increasingly vibrant, even giving Caleb the illusion that it had developed consciousness. Among the numerous Kiras pursuing him, a few powerful ones conversed with each other. Who exactly is this person? Despite only being at the transformation stage, how can he be so formidable? Not only does his true essence transformation lack any stagnation, but its depth is beyond comprehension. I don't know, probably some human prodigy. But because of him, we managed to break free. As a token of gratitude, I will devour him bit by bit, GD. This person must not be spared. He is definitely a great enemy to our kind. Relax. The major seal on Dwayne, the Ghost King, has already been broken, and he can suppress this fiend immediately. Let's go. Let's test him. From their conversation, it became clear that this place was not the lair of the Kira King as Leonardo had speculated, but rather a sealed realm for the Kiras. Caleb and the others were unaware of this fact. Just as he was capturing Kiras in earnest, 5 powerful auras approached swiftly. They're here. Caleb focused his gaze on the 5 enormous plumes of black mist. With so many Kiras, it was inevitable that there would be experts among them. He had been expecting this. Boom. Thunder suddenly appeared beside him, making the seawater surge and shimmer with lightning. Ah! The leading Kira expert was immediately struck by the lightning in the seawater, experiencing soul-piercing pain throughout its body. Die! With Caleb's command, a thunder-wrapped giant hand seized the ghost. Pull. Whiz. It was instantly sucked into the radiance. Solving one powerful adversary in mere moments, the remaining 4 ghosts froze in shock. Their power was equivalent to humans at the transformation stage. Due to their elusive and unpredictable nature, ordinary human transformation stage cultivators couldn't do anything against them, which is why these ghosts dared to challenge Caleb despite knowing his strength. However, they never expected this human to possess the heavenly ghost bane, thunder cultivation. Damn it, he didn't release thunder earlier. This kid deliberately lured us into attacking. Realizing they were tricked, the remaining 4 ghosts intended to flee, but Caleb wouldn't let them escape after finally drawing them out. He flashed forward, and the thunder hell exploded instantly. Zzz. All surrounding seawater turned into a sea of thunder, paralyzing every Kira upon contact. Come to me. A massive true essence hand snatched the 4 ghosts. Along with them were countless smaller ghosts. Without hesitation, Caleb summoned the radiance while the ghosts were paralyzed, absorbing them all within its glow. This addition of ghosts was worth thousands of lesser ones. Feeling the strengthening of the radiance in his sea of consciousness, Caleb felt immense joy. After popping a South Barbarian pill to replenish his depleted true essence, he hurriedly ascended toward the surface. Upon neutralizing the ghosts, he sensed an extremely powerful will approaching. Fighting such a strong Kira in the deep sea wasn't advisable. Compared to Caleb, who had to contend with water pressure during combat, the ghosts had it much easier. They lacked corporeal form, making the water pressure insignificant to them. Bang! The sea surface exploded as Caleb's figure shot out. Almost simultaneously, boundless black smoke surged upward. These were all the ghosts chasing him. But at the very moment the ghosts emerged, they suddenly paused midair. The black smoke coalesced into human faces, their eyes burning with fervent reverence directed towards the depths of the sea. Black gas roiled in the waters, contaminating over 100 miles within seconds. Amidst the ink-black water, Caleb sensed a pair of indifferent, merciless eyes staring right at him from the depths below. Chapter 145, Two-Sided Ambush, Innate Gravity. A wave of intense danger surged in his heart. Zaire was startled. So this is the Kira King? His power is indeed formidable. Just from the energy fluctuations casually emitted by the opponent, the purity had surpassed that of the white-faced female Kira he encountered in the Kira Delaneyed. However, the opponent merely glanced at him and then seemed to vanish, disappearing without a trace. Sir, this is the local Kira King, but I don't know why it seems to have suffered severe injuries, leaving only a fraction of its strength, Leonardo's puzzled voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Zaire fell into deep thought, then shifted his gaze to the countless Kiras in the air. Since this Kira King is already injured, these little ghosts, why not take advantage of their weakened state and gather as many as possible? He immediately began channeling his true essence, transforming it into 9 large hands that reached out to seize the Kiras. Hundreds of them were instantly captured and drawn into the rosy light. Without stopping for a moment, Zaire continued to surge with true essence, and more large hands appeared in the sky, grabbing at the fleeing little ghosts. King, only 100,000 of our kind remain. If this person keeps capturing them like this, we won't be able to face the master upon returning, said an oddly handsome man sitting on a black throne underwater, with a Kira bowing beside him. The Kira continued, King, based on my guess, this person is likely a disciple of the Tianyao Martial Academy, one of the 9 great martial academies, and seems to be practicing the Divine Midnight Decree, one of Tianya's 8 divine techniques. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such power. After a pause, it cautiously suggested, King, this person has quite a background. Since we just escaped our predicament, should we retreat? Note, the word kunjing was directly translated to predicament to maintain the flow and meaning of the sentence in English. The oddly handsome man abruptly stood up, coldly saying, after Yanning collapsed, our race of Kiras was trapped in the dead realm. It was only through the master's unparalleled strategy and the actions of Tianya's Renees that we broke free. But just after arriving, we encountered experts from the Abyss clan. Though they couldn't kill us, they sealed us away, where a day outside equates to a year inside. For years, I felt guilty towards the master. Pausing here, his eyes fell on the Kira. Do you understand why I am telling you this? The Kira shook its head in confusion. If just a small disciple from Tianya could make me retreat, how can we accomplish the master's great task? This person may be extraordinary, practicing one of Tianya's 8 divine techniques, the Divine Midnight Decree, but while others might struggle against it, I know exactly how to counter it. With those words, the oddly handsome man vanished, reappearing behind Zaire. Boom! Fierce aura surged forth, and boundless black smoke rushed toward him, shaking the space with killing intent. Human, you've butchered so many of my kind. Die! In the chilling ghostly mist, the man's voice sounded like a deity's decree striking the soul. Zaire was sending another batch of little ghosts into the rosy light when he sensed the sudden abnormality behind him. It was too late. Black smoke enveloped him, causing all true essence to halt, as if being torn by an invisible force, rendering it uncontrollable. This Kira King uses such underhanded tactics against a junior. Speaking, Zaire retracted his true essence into his dantian, relying solely on his physical body to dodge. Whistling winds passed by, barely missing him. Missing, the oddly handsome man floated before Zaire. Seeing his true form, Zaire was taken aback. This Kira King stood casually before him, yet it felt like the entire world was collapsing, immense energy swirling and boiling around him. My name is Grant, the Kira King, and I pursue the way of the assassin. Whether a move is underhanded or not matters little to the victor. Simultaneously, Grant's ghostly black smoke surrounded Zaire, churning and beginning to compress inward. Thunder prison. Boom. Light exploded, thunder appearing suddenly. Himph. Grant sneered. The Divine Midnight Decree is useless against me. With a wave of his hand, he revealed an object. This is called a lightning rod, obtained from an abyssal demon, capable of nullifying heavenly thunder. The lightning rod was placed beneath Zaire, and all the lightning bolts followed, striking it. Startled, Zaire quickly reacted. Looking up at Grant, Kira King. Look behind you. Behind me? Grant paused, then felt a tremendous energy hit him. Bang! The sea erupted into a 100-meter-high wave. Where Grant originally stood, now stood Leonardo. Sir, I've struck this Kira king with 7 radiant Chesterlight, further injuring him. He is no longer a threat, Leonardo announced, having been hidden until now, ready to strike once the king appeared. Satisfied, Zaire nodded. Good job. Bang! The sea rose again as Grant leapt into the sky. Damn it! Grant's face was icy cold, his aura chaotic, held together only by his powerful cultivation and will. He never imagined that after always targeting others, he would end up being targeted himself. Grant, your injuries are nearly beyond suppression. I advise you to stop resisting and surrender to avoid unnecessary suffering. In return, I might consider sparing your life. Zaire charged forward without waiting for a response. Damn humans, truly cunning. Grant raged. But do you think you can kill me like this? You underestimate the Kiras. As he spoke, dark currents burst from Grant's body, forming a web-like field. Unlike the ghostly smoke, this seemed to be a powerful ability. Upon entering, Zaire's true essence attacks lost control, weightlessly plummeting into the black currents, eventually merging and turning into nourishment for the black mist. What is this strange power? Startled, Zaire stopped, not daring to get closer. Beside him, Leonardo, recalling something, exclaimed in alarm, "Be careful, sir. This is the innate gravity field from the 3000 Dao techniques, unique to the Kiras. Don't enter it, or you'll become part of the gravity field." Innate gravity field. Zaire felt an immense sense of danger. He didn't expect Grant, despite his severe injuries, still possessed the strength to unleash such a powerful move. Chapter 146, Suppressing the Ghost King, Souls as Laborers. Sky-tearing divine claw. Zaire's mind slightly moved, wanting to see if he could tear a hole through this bizarre domain. Ewantlessness. Grant Ghost King pointed out with a finger, and ripples instantly spread from the domain, undulating like water waves. When Zaire's attack collided, his true essence rose into the air like weightless clouds, eventually merging with the top of the domain. At the same time, an extremely bizarre force surged into Zaire's body, making him feel as if his flesh and blood were losing control, giving rise to an eerie sensation of floating upwards. Spit. Zaire coughed up a mouthful of blood, hastily retreating to distance himself from the opponent. Once the distance was secured, the strange feeling dissipated considerably. Ha ha ha, human, now you have seen my power. Grant Ghost King laughed wildly, moving to chase after Zaire while carrying the inherent gravity domain. Primordial Alchemy Furnace. At this critical moment, Zaire shouted, causing the sea surface to explode with a loud roar. Then, a huge spherical object shot up into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of light entered the sphere like lightning, Zaire and Leonardo. Immediately following them was Grant Ghost King's attack. Bang, bang, bang. The primordial alchemy furnace shook violently under the assault. Several dozen formations inside were disrupted and halted, unable to function. Fortunately, Grant Ghost King was too severely injured, his strength greatly diminished. He could not break through the furnace's defenses. Wu Senior brother, what is happening outside? Why are there so many Kiras? Penelope, who had been awakened by the commotion inside the furnace, urgently asked. We encountered a Kira King. Chen Jr.'s sister, Grant Ghost King, has expended all his energy in this last-ditch effort. You must guard the furnace, and I'll go out one more time. Zaire knew that this was Grant Ghost King's most vulnerable moment and decided not to give him a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, even with the protection of the primordial alchemy furnace, they would die in the Eastern Sea. By the time he and Leonardo rushed out, it was evident that Grant Ghost King no longer had the power to maintain his inherent gravity domain. Haha, Grant Ghost King, you are a spent force. Surrender now. Overjoyed, Zaire gathered his true essence again, transforming into a rainbow streak and attacking fiercely. Human, you have a divine artifact? Grant Ghost King roared. I have roamed the world for over 1,000 years. Don't think you can defeat me easily. As he spoke, his form expanded instantly, turning into a black smoke that blocked out the sky. Just when Zaire thought he was preparing for a final battle, Grant Ghost King suddenly turned around and attempted to escape. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice echoed, and a figure blocked Grant Ghost King's path. It was Leonardo. A full moon rose in his hand. Supernatural power. Life and death great handprint. Boom. The moon struck the ghostly black smoke, exploding immediately. Energy surged wildly, causing Grant Ghost King's ghostly aura to dissipate like melting snow. Trying to escape was futile now. Desperation filled his scream, cut off abruptly by Zaire's glowing rays. If this Kira King wasn't injured and hadn't forced the use of its inherent gravity domain, my attack might not have hurt him at all. Leonardo sighed behind Zaire. Grant Ghost King's cultivation far exceeded both of theirs, but due to injury and arrogance, he met his end. Let's get back into the furnace. From now on, we must be cautious. Zaire summoned the primordial alchemy furnace. Seeing him return, Penelope looked at Leonardo curiously. Who is this? I am my lord's subordinate, named Leonardo. It's an honor to meet Chin young lady. Leonardo quickly bowed. Since the other person was his lord's fellow disciple, proper etiquette must be observed. Lord? Subordinate? Penelope was stunned. However, sensing the profound and vast power from Leonardo, she felt tremendous shock internally. She glanced deeply at Zaire. She didn't expect him to have such powerful subordinates. Though each person has their own secrets and destinies, she did not question further. As Aliana said, this person harbors great secrets. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Wu Senior brother, what should we do now? First, let's contain these Kiras. With that, Zaire began operating the primordial alchemy furnace alongside Leonardo. Infused with their combined energies, thousands of arrays activated, emitting a capturing beam. Originally designed for gathering medicinal ingredients or treasures, enhanced by Zaire's true essence, it captured all small Kiras in the sky. Then, the beam shrank, dragging these ghosts into the furnace. Just as Zaire was about to absorb them with glowing light, Leonardo exclaimed in surprise, "Lord, with these 90,000 Kiras, the furnace's power will definitely increase by over 20%. Kiras can boost the furnace's power?" Zaire was taken aback, asking aloud. Nodding, Leonardo explained, "Certainly. If Lord captures 90,000 beasts or savages, the result would be similar. The primordial alchemy furnace, with its nearly divine nature, contains countless arrays and methods to refine other beings, much like a ship powered by sailors. Now, with 90,000 ghostly sailors, its power will be significantly greater." Realizing the utility of retaining these ghosts within the furnace, Zaire marveled at its potential. Not bad for a near-divine artifact. It still has such special functions. He understood that consuming the ghost would be a one-time benefit, whereas keeping them in the furnace would yield long-term advantages, allowing them to capture more ghosts and enhance their capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Zaire distributed all the ghosts evenly across various arrays. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power from the primordial alchemy furnace. The ghosts supplied energy endlessly, activating more arrays effortlessly, now 1,999 instead of 999. This time, we're heading to Alicia, where millions of souls pass through the interworld gateway. Capturing a million more could fully unleash this furnace's power, Leonardo added. Then even the peak state of Grant Ghost King couldn't harm you. A million souls? Zaire chuckled wryly. Even if we find them, I doubt we'd dare take them all. Gathering so many souls would inevitably attract formidable entities, not something easily achieved. Chapter 147. Arrival at Yinling. The Way of Gravity. Over the ocean. Not long after Zaire and his two companions left, several figures emerged, riding the waves with the wind. These individuals wore peculiar attire, not quite martial robes yet not entirely casual, and their faces were painted in various colors, obscuring their true appearances. Hiss. We're too late. One of them exclaimed upon sensing the residual chaotic energy on the water surface. The disciples of Tianyao Martial Academy are indeed formidable. Zaire is no pushover. We were planning to extract the origin power of Grant's Kira, but someone else beat us to it. Should we chase after them? Grant's Kira was sealed by our troops. Now that Zaire has meddled, it will be hard to explain this failure when we return. No need. We must not reveal our presence. Zaire is exceptionally powerful, with a true realm expert by his side and the support of the primal chaos alchemy furnace. We cannot handle him for the moment. It's a pity. If only we had known earlier that the Sea King possessed such treasures. So, did we fail this mission? To avoid exposure, this is the best course of action. I will report back honestly, take responsibility for any punishment, and you need not worry. Alas, I wonder when we can act openly again. That day is coming soon. Once our leader succeeds in his endeavor, all realms, be they of immortals, martial artists, or deities, will fall into decline. The age of Dharma decline is inevitable, and we will unify all worlds. Indeed, our leader is a prophet. The age of Dharma decline is a certainty, and our abyssal demon clan will become the main characters of the future. From demons to savages, and now these people of Jingzhou, it's time for the roles of the universe to change. Liangzhou, Pingxuan Martial Academy. On a towering cliff that pierced the clouds stood a white-clad figure barefoot. Anthea gazed at the distant roiling sea of clouds, her eyes distant. I didn't expect such significant events to unfold over the Eastern Sea in such a short time, she murmured softly. Nam and Saint Sun Igor attacked the 4 chief disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, reviving the martial killing order, and even the Kira clan is showing signs of unrest. Looks like the era of great strife has already begun. She smiled faintly as if recalling something. Zaire is indeed interesting. He finally faced off with Giri and established his reputation against expectations. Truly a clever person. My investment in him wasn't wasted. Eastern Sea. At the bottom of the boundless ocean, Zaire was steering the primal chaos alchemy furnace at high speed toward the land of Yinling. With the assistance of the 90,000 Kiras, the furnace's speed doubled. Even in the deep sea, they could cover over 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Wu senior brother, according to the map of the Great Chu Empire, we're close to the Yinling Passage, Penelope suddenly said while keeping her eyes on the map. Lord, be cautious. While this Yinling Passage is relatively safe without many temporal storms, there are still pirates lurking who might try to ambush us, Leonardo warned promptly. Zaire nodded slightly, and then steered the alchemy furnace upward toward the sea surface. Above, massive icebergs loomed, surrounded by traces of fierce beasts. Cold winds howled, and snow fell heavily. To avoid unnecessary attention, Zaire controlled the alchemy furnace to move slowly beneath the endless ice layers. Leonardo, how much do you know about Yinling? He asked while observing the surroundings. Yinling was originally a special place connecting various worlds, but due to an incident, the passage collapsed, burying countless powerful beings here. Leonardo replied succinctly, clearly not having much information from the Namman lands. Hearing this, Zaire frowned and turned to Penelope, asking, Chen Jr. sister, do you know where the Kiras usually gather in Yinling? Kiras related to the Auralite and could be used as labor to operate the primal chaos alchemy furnace's formation. Naturally, he wanted to find more of them. Wu senior brother is looking for Kiras? After some thought, Penelope continued, there is indeed a place in Yinling where numerous Kiras may congregate. It was originally a passage leading to the land of Kiras. Then she added cautiously, but that place is a forbidden area. Before Yinling collapsed, powerful beings had sealed it, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Even Aliana didn't dare to explore it during her investigation of Yinling. Even Iona couldn't go? Zaire was taken aback. This implied that the original passage to the Kira realm was extremely dangerous. Regardless, I have to see it, whether or not I can enter. After pondering, he made up his mind. The utility of Kira's was too significant for him to miss out on any possibility. Suddenly, Zaire sensed waves in his consciousness, indicating changes in the aura light. Leonardo, Chen Jr. sister, keep an eye on things. I'll rest and cultivate for a bit. He quickly transferred temporary control of the alchemy furnace to Leonardo and Penelope. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed his spirit within his consciousness. Upon entering, he saw Grant's Ghost King corpse floating beside the aura light, which had nearly devoured the entire being. Seeing this, Zaire felt immense joy. Grant's cultivation was exceedingly powerful, its origin force surpassing any other Kira he had encountered. Swallowing such a tough opponent took considerable effort from the aura light. Suddenly, as if something had burst, the aura light completely devoured the Ghost King. Almost instantly, the aura light emitted waves, revealing the innate gravity, one of the 33 great paths, acquired from Grant. The mysterious cultivation method flooded his mind, captivating Zaire for a long time. Suddenly regaining awareness, he exclaimed, "So this is innate gravity?" Although he couldn't yet perfect it, he had thoroughly grasped its essentials and could even use a simplified version of the true essence gravity field. This was because they were nearing Yinling, leaving him little time to deeply study. Otherwise, he could have fully mastered it. Like Princess Buck Channon's 7-kill sword technique, using the innate path of killing could produce various effects. Similarly, innate gravity originated from the Kiras. Normal people would at most learn techniques from it, but couldn't truly wield it. But Zaire was different. My cultivation of the unseen heaven-earth scripture allows me to use all great paths and supernatural powers without repercussions. Zaire slowly withdrew from his consciousness. After devouring Grant's origin, the aura light seemed full, nurturing some new changes. Chapter 148. The World of Ice, People from the Abyss. After this period of combat and cultivation, Zaire felt that he was only a step away from breaking through to the soul realm. As he regained his composure, he was about to ask Penelope about soul crystals when she spoke first. Brother Wu, we're roughly 5,000 miles ahead from the entrance to Yinling. Sir, I sense numerous powerful presences lingering there. We must carefully conceal our aura. Otherwise, if discovered, it could lead to significant trouble, Leonardo added urgently. Zaire nodded in agreement. If even Leonardo could feel such formidable beings, they were certainly not ones to be provoked by the three of them now. He quickly concealed the aura of the Xuanhuan Cauldron and activated its concealing formation, then broke through the ice layer into the icy wilderness. Outside, the sky was covered with wind and frost, and the relentless cold winds howled, constantly piling up snow and ice which quickly repaired the broken ice layer. This East Sea Yinling Passage was originally a normal sea area. However, due to the collapse of Yinling, the aura of an icy world leaked out, thus creating the magnificent spectacle of an icy ridge on the sea, Penelope explained. Icy world? Does it mean it's always covered in frost inside? Zaire asked curiously. Is there really such a strange world? Indeed. Leonardo joined the conversation, looking through the cauldron's wall at the outside world. There are too many peculiar things in this world. According to my knowledge, apart from the icy world, there are also worlds of earth fire, gale winds, and more. How vast and mysterious it is. As the three talked, the Xuanhuan Cauldron gradually approached a huge snow mountain. Suddenly, Zaire sensed signs of life on the mountain. There are people. Surprised by his warning, Penelope and Leonardo were taken aback. They had not detected any living presence. Whether by inner energy or divine perception, this mountain had no energy fluctuations. These people have no cultivation. Zaire exclaimed in surprise. How could untrained people reach the entrance of Yinling? Moreover, in such harsh weather conditions, ordinary people would have frozen to death long ago. How could there still be such robust life force? No wonder I didn't detect them, Penelope and Leonardo realized. Their perceptions could only probe for spiritual energy, true essence, and other forms of energy but couldn't directly sense vitality like Zaire did. As the Xuanhuan Cauldron flew over the top of the snow mountain, several figures finally appeared within Leonardo's line of sight. At that moment, those figures seemed to sense something and turned their heads sharply, fixing their gaze on the Xuanhuan Cauldron hovering in the air. How did they discover us? Penelope was astonished. The Xuanhuan Cauldron, controlled by Zaire, had already activated its concealment array. Even highly skilled cultivators might not have been able to notice them, let alone ordinary people without cultivation. Xuanhuan Cauldron? It's Zaire. The mysterious figures recognized him and cried out in alarm. Hearing his name called, Zaire paused before asking through the cauldron, "Who are you?" Zaire abducted the Yurna Ghost King we need. Since we've encountered you, release your mech suits quickly and slay him to reclaim the Ghost King's core. The five mysterious figures glanced at each other, and then metallic sounds emanated from boxes beneath their feet. Before Zaire, Penelope, and Leonardo could fully comprehend what was happening, the five people transformed into towering steel figures. Zaire, you dared to take what belongs to us, you're dead. A cold mechanical voice echoed, scattering snowflakes in all directions. If you hand over the core of the Yurna Ghost King, we can spare your life and just bring you back to the abyss. Otherwise, you will die. Looking at the towering steel silhouettes, each nearly 100 zhang tall, Leonardo gasped in recognition. Sir, they are the abyssal demons. 100 years ago, the abyssal race produced a great talent who led them down the path of evolution. I never imagined some of them would appear here and bring the highest grade battle armor of the abyssal race. From Leonardo's tone, Zaire sensed unprecedented alarm. The sight of these steel battle armors was as daunting as facing a legendary beast. What exactly are these? There's no flow of true essence or magical power, just solid metal. This is the path of evolution for the abyssal demons? Zaire pondered deeply. He had heard the name of the abyssal demons countless times, even connecting their existence to his parents' death, but he had never seen one firsthand until now. The abyssal demons once caused chaos in the world because they practiced rapid cultivation techniques. Ordinary people spend years building their bodies and sensing the world to understand the aura before finally breaking through. Taking at least 10 years, Leonardo explained loudly. But the abyssal race only takes months to reach the Qi realm. They cultivate so fast? Zaire was taken aback. Rapid cultivation has drawbacks, Penelope said gravely. To cultivate so quickly, they must devour the flesh and blood of living beings, sacrificing lives for strength. Indeed, they are demonic. Zaire shuddered, realizing the abyssal demon's brutal nature. For an abyssal person to rapidly cultivate to the Qi realm, they need at least 10,000 human souls and vital energies, Leonardo continued. So the abyssal race has always been a mortal enemy of humanity, far more dangerous than demon beasts or barbarians. Zaire's eyes flickered as he asked, then what is their current path of evolution? Evolution has allowed them to no longer rely on devouring living beings. Leonardo's eyes betrayed deep apprehension as he said this. Just as the trio was conversing, the 5 abyssal demons on the snow mountain launched their attack. 5 massive light swords slashed towards the Xuanhuan Cauldron. The move was straightforward yet overwhelmingly powerful. The sheer force contained in the light swords was unprecedented. As the light swords cut down, space itself began to shake. Boundless air currents were sliced apart, forming a strange emptiness. In this void, all sounds and auras were severed. Zaire hurriedly manipulated the Xuanhuan Cauldron, diving downward and then forcefully ramming into the 5 figures. Uncertain of the armor's strength, he used the artifact-level Xuanhuan Cauldron to collide with them. Vacuum particle cutting. Seeing the mist slash, the 5 voices chorused together. The light swords disappeared and reappeared horizontally blocking the cauldron's path. Clang. A massive sound reverberated as the Xuanhuan Cauldron was struck down the snow mountain by the 5 light swords. Boom. The tremendous impact triggered an avalanche. Rolling masses of snow descended like a scene of the end times, instantly burying the Xuanhuan Cauldron alive. Chapter 149. Mech shattered, ancient immortal mansion. How could their massive swords disappear and then reappear? With a single move, Zaire quickly condensed his true essence, causing all the little tiangue within the furnace to rapidly consolidate their strength. He now had a better grasp of the 5 abyssal demon clan members' capabilities. Though they lacked cultivation, their steel battle armors made them equivalent in power to him, controlling the primordial alchemy furnace. Ordinary cultivators would be instantly annihilated upon encountering them. Sir, these abyssal demons are not what they used to be. These 5 should belong to the abyssal military department, which is the only one that possesses battle armors, Leonardo warned. Leonardo, what force do their battle armors rely on? I'm not entirely sure, but while we were in the southern barbarian region, I overheard them mention something called mechanical movement, or nuclear power. Mechanical movement? Nuclear power? What peculiar forces? Zaire was amazed. At this moment, outside on the snowy mountain, 5 towering figures plunged down from the sky. In the thick layer of snow, they seemed to lock onto the position of the primordial alchemy furnace. Even before landing, 5 gigantic beams of light cut through the air toward it. Zaire, neither martial nor immortal paths can match us. The supreme leader foretold that the era of decline is coming, and all you cultivators will be reduced to nothing. Zaire, surrender peacefully, or today will be your end. Boom. The primordial alchemy furnace suddenly burst through the collapsed snow layer and reappeared behind the 5 figures with a slight tremor. Transportation array? Ha ha ha. Look at my vacuum isolation. Seemingly prepared for Zaire's move, one of them extended a giant metallic left hand, forming a dark opening. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an immense suction appeared, stripping away all the air and even the heavenly chi around the primordial alchemy furnace. It was unable to move, while the other 4 seized the opportunity, sweeping their light swords from 2 sides simultaneously. If struck, even if the furnace remained intact, the shockwaves would injure Zaire and the others inside. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zaire cornered, the 5 abyssal demons laughed. Do you really think you've got me? Inside the furnace, Zaire smirked inwardly. Then he flashed out of the furnace into the open air. To find death. One abyssal demon scoffed. If you stayed in your shell, we'd need more effort. But since you came out to die. Before he finished, Zaire roared, primordial gravity. Vast true essence surged out of him, enveloping everything within 1,000 paces. You have such profound true essence? One abyssal demon gasped. Then, they felt their mechs suddenly weigh down, with internal instruments malfunctioning, crackling loudly. Crackle, crackle. Outside, electric sparks danced along the surfaces of the 5 mechs like millions of tiny lightning serpents. This is the primordial gravity field of the Tiangue. No. How can you wield the ability of the Tiangue race? No. One abyssal demon screamed wildly, then his armor exploded. As fiery lights spread out, they felt heavy and fell directly to the ground. The other 4 abyssal demons also crashed alongside debris. Boom, 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 boom. Delating, they exploded violently. Zaire acted swiftly, catching the 4 abyssal demons as their mechs exploded. Sadly, he couldn't retract his gravity-infused true essence fast enough, causing 2 of them to die from ruptured organs. The remaining 2 lay near death, unconscious. The appearance of abyssal demons in the annihilation passageway must have some hidden agenda. These 2 need thorough interrogation. Zaire took out a Nanman pill, divided it, and fed half to each. Watching their wounds rapidly heal, he struck both heads, channeling true essence to seal their senses, turning them into automatons. Back inside the primordial alchemy furnace, Leonardo greeted him urgently. Sir, they have a device called portable wormhole. Their treasures must be hidden there. Zaire nodded, understanding. Now is not the time to interrogate. Near the entrance to the annihilation passageway, countless experts lie in wait. Such a large commotion might draw unwanted attention. Let's leave first. He decided to investigate the abyssal clan's secrets once they found a safe place inside the annihilation passageway. The primordial alchemy furnace moved forward, guided by Penelope, gradually heading towards the passageway. As they progressed, the cold grew more intense, even coating the furnace surface with ice crystals. Suddenly, Zaire sensed enormous energy fluctuations. Sir, this is the entrance to the annihilation passageway. Following Leonardo's pointing finger, he saw a vortex-like black hole in the sky, looking like a tear in the fabric of space-time, initially quite shocking. Wu, senior brother, there are countless passages to the annihilation passageway, but only 7 are stable. Penelope put away the map. Among these 7, only the East Sea Passage is the safest. This passage was discovered first by the Great Chu, Leonardo explained. They dispatched many experts who created detailed maps. Penelope nodded. Yes, thanks to those maps, we safely arrived here. Otherwise, we would encounter terrifying frost giants. Frost giants originally hailed from icy worlds, but ended up scattered across the East Sea ice mountains due to a certain event. No. Leonardo shook his head. They have a map detailing what lies beyond this passage. Seeing Zaire and Penelope's confusion, he explained further. Sir, do you know why among countless passages, only this one remains the most stable and safest? Zaire shook his head, while Penelope listened intently. The East Sea Annihilation Passageway leads directly to an ancient immortal mansion. Leonardo's words sounded like thunder. Penelope exclaimed, an immortal mansion? Impossible. Zaire's expression turned serious. Because of the immortal mansion's presence, this passage remains permanently stable, Leonardo said, gazing into the void. Suddenly, his face showed fear. No good. Sir, we need to hide. I sense the aura of the southern barbarian saint's son Igor. What? Chapter 150. Rampant absorption. Long live the Emperor. No, not only is Igor's aura present, but there are also many powerful experts. We must hide quickly. Zaire's expression was gravely serious, as he hurriedly activated the primordial alchemy furnace's concealment formation with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of rainbow light sliced through the wind and snow, accompanied by immense waves of energy. The momentum was so overwhelming that it blotted out the sky, startling countless hidden experts who then revealed themselves. Is this the Xianxia Martial Academy's experts chasing Igor? Inside the concealed primordial cauldron, Penelope was extremely astonished. In midair, the Nanzhao Holy Sun Igor was fighting while retreating, with several powerful figures from Xianxia Martial Academy hot on his trail. Could it be because of Addison and the others? Zaire's expression was strangely awkward. He hadn't expected the consequences of killing 4 true disciples from Xianxia to come so swiftly. I heard on my way to the Eastern Sea that Xianxia Martial Academy issued a martial absolute death decree, rallying martial experts across the 9 provinces to hunt down Igor, Leonardo said, clearly having heard about the incident at the Eastern Sea desolate island. Martial absolute death decree? Penelope exclaimed in shock. That hasn't appeared for nearly 1,000 years. Could Addison and the others really have died at Igor's hands? Perhaps, Zaire responded nonchalantly, rubbing his nose. Look, they've entered Yanling. At this moment, Leonardo shouted loudly. Outside the cauldron, those powerful beams of light directly shot into the black vortex in the sky. It seems Igor intends to use Yanling to shake off Xianxia Martial Academy's pursuit. Penelope instantly understood the Nanzhao Holy Sun's plan. Meanwhile, Zaire saw numerous formidable figures emerging in the air. Experts who had been hiding nearby. Amazed of them were Eastern Sea pirates waiting for an opportunity to kill and plunder. We should go too. Let's enter Yanling amidst the chaos. Seeing the opportunity, Zaire made an immediate decision. Buzz. The primordial cauldron erupted like lightning, shooting straight into the black hole vortex. Instantly, an endless coldness enveloped them. Inside the cauldron, the 3 people couldn't help but shiver. This channel seemed to lack any temperature, freezing everything that approached. Fortunately, the primordial cauldron was extremely powerful, and with a slight tremor, the alchemy fire unfolded, dispelling the relentless cold. As the cauldron completely entered the black hole, an endless darkness greeted Zaire and the others. This darkness evoked a profound fear from deep within. There was no light, just an eerie pitch black. They traveled through this icy darkness for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Zaire saw a beam of light ahead. Without hesitation, the primordial cauldron shook violently and flew toward the light. Buzz. Amidst the spatial vibrations, the 3 landed in a desolate, deathly quiet world. The heavens and earth were a dull gray, devoid of vegetation, with exposed rocks scattered everywhere. This scene was eerily familiar. Zaire couldn't help but question aloud. Did we land in the Delaney of Kiras? No. Penelope shook her head. This is the Kira battlefield, where humans once fought against the Kiras, similar to the front lines of the Nanzhao region. Never thought we would end up here, Leonardo muttered, staring at the endless gray fog. Cackling laughter suddenly echoed in this seemingly lifeless world. Then, one by one, Kiras began to emerge from the rock crevices. However, after appearing, they froze in place. Sensing the disturbance in the world, they had anticipated fresh blood, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Zaire, Penelope, and Leonardo, hidden by the primordial cauldron's concealment formation, watched this unfold. Zaire didn't immediately act to capture these lesser Kiras. Instead, he extended his perception to check if there were any experts in this small world. Beside him, Leonardo spoke in a solemn tone. If I'm not mistaken, sir, this is a small star whose original inhabitants were entirely devoured by these Kiras. Mr. Leonardo has quite the knowledge, Penelope remarked in surprise. This isn't a separate world but a star within Yanling. After Yanling collapsed, this place became the stronghold of residual Kiras. Unable to return to their realm, they gathered here. According to records in the Great Chu Royal Library, there's a ghost emperor on this star, though it's rumored to have disappeared long ago. It's uncertain if it still exists. Ghost emperor? Zaire asked curiously. It seems the Kiras have a hierarchical system? That's right, Penelope explained. The lowest rank are called ghost servants, like the ones we see here. Higher up are ghost soldiers, capable of barely taking human form for limited times. Above them are ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, ghost sovereigns, and so on. So, even among the Kiras, there's a strict hierarchy, Zaire noted as he mobilized his true essence, forming large hands that grabbed the ghost servants into the cauldron. After thorough probing, he sensed no particularly powerful Kiras nearby. One by one, the ghost servants were captured and brought into the primordial cauldron. As their numbers grew, the formation inside began to operate. 1999, 2000, 2001. Penelope, seeing this, also started absorbing the Kiras using her true essence. For cultivators, Kiras could be used to refine special elixirs and magical artifacts. If possible, capturing them for future use was generally preferred. But although she had reached the soul realm, her true essence was far inferior to Zaire's depth and flexibility. Even in manipulating her true essence, she lacked Zaire's dexterity. Thus, while Zaire could easily capture hundreds of Kiras at once, Penelope, using all her true essence, managed only dozens. There are too few Kiras here. After grabbing this many times, I still haven't reached 10,000. I need to go to a place with more Kiras, Zaire mused, gesturing for Penelope to enter the primordial cauldron before heading toward the area he perceived to have more concentrated ghosts. Sir, if we venture deeper, we may encounter a ghost king, Leonardo reminded. No problem. With our combined strength, we can handle ordinary ghost kings. Once we get there, join me in capturing these ghosts. Leonardo nodded in agreement. Penelope also agreed. With Zaire's current strength and this formidable ally beside him, even encountering a ghost king wouldn't pose much danger. Meanwhile, on a secluded mountain peak of the star, in a throne composed of grayish mist sat a peculiar man with 2 feet sprouting from his head. His aura was thick as mountains and vast as oceans, exuding a majestic presence with every movement. 8 figures stood respectfully beside him, all ghost king level experts. Long live the Emperor Alaric. Since you've just returned from the Lord, you might not be aware of the recent events outside. Allow me to inform you. One ghost king stepped forward to report. Speak. Yes. Recently, there was a major event in the outside world. One of the Nanzhao holy sons, Igor, killed 4 true disciples from Songyang Martial Academy. Consequently, a martial absolute death decree has been issued, and he has been hunted down, eventually falling into Yanling. ##### Chapter 151. Experts immobilize, elder brother flee quickly. Upon hearing the news from this ghost king, the man with horns on his head showed a contemplative expression. Moments later, Emperor Alaric of the Ghost Realm issued an order. Inform everyone to scatter and investigate every corner of Yanling to find out the final battle location between Igor and Songyang Martial Academy. Does His Majesty Alaric intend to reap benefits like a fisherman? One of them asked. Of course, Emperor Alaric said coldly. You've been away too long unaware of our Lord's plan. Now I will tell you that this time, I'm using Yanling to enter the Central Nine Worlds to cooperate with the Abyssal Demon race to break through the world barrier and welcome our Lord's arrival. The Abyssal race? The 8 Ghost Kings instantly felt deep apprehension. At this moment, a human form ghost general rushed up the mountain. His Majesty Alaric, 3 experts have arrived from outside, capturing our sky ghosts in large numbers. Please instruct. Experts? Could they be the barbarian Prince Igor and those from Songyang Martial Academy? One Ghost King immediately asked. Reporting to your Majesty, no, they control a huge alchemy furnace shaped like an iron ball, capturing our sky ghosts. We don't know what the situation is, the ghost general reported while kneeling. A furnace like an iron ball? Emperor Alaric stood up in surprise. He waved his hand, and a gray mist instantly formed into a mirror-like image, revealing the entire star system. After searching, the image focused on a giant sphere. It's indeed it, Emperor Alaric exclaimed with joy. This object is called the xuanhuan alchemy furnace, a divine artifact. If we can seize it, it will surely help our Lord regain his full power. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he looked at the other 8 Ghost Kings. You 8, come with me. We must obtain this xuanhuan alchemy furnace. With it, our sky ghost race will surely flourish again. Indeed, there are many sky ghosts here. As the xuanhuan alchemy furnace ventured deeper, Zaire noticed countless sky ghosts swarming around, just scooping randomly netted nearly 1,000 ghosts into the furnace. As more sky ghosts were added to the furnace, the available power increased dramatically. Zaire could now activate 2,200 arrays. With all arrays fully operational, the speed was astounding. The xuanhuan alchemy furnace floating in midair caused space itself to ripple as if distorted by flames. Suddenly, the dark sky burst into blinding light. A colossal hand emerged from the light, reaching out toward the xuanhuan alchemy furnace. Who is this? Such immense power. Zaire was taken aback. Where did such powerful experts come from on this sky ghost star? The light was like a waterfall from the Milky Way, and the hand seemed to cover the sky. The sheer force of its approach equaled that of a soul realm expert's full strike. The luminous hand grabbed at the air, instantly sealing off the space around the xuanhuan alchemy furnace, trapping it as if in quicksand. Many of the arrays stopped functioning, seemingly frozen. My lord, our mass capture of sky ghosts has drawn out these experts. Leonardo cried out. Seeing the massive hand about to land, Zaire braced himself and shouted, 3,000 great paths, primordial gravity. All his true essence condensed into a beam and shot toward the hand. Upon release, everything around him changed as if the laws of physics had altered. Dust fell like metal shavings, while pebbles floated upward like feathers. Zaire had used primordial gravity before and understood how to manipulate his true essence. This wasn't yet genuine primordial gravity, but an approximation due to his short practice time and lower cultivation level. Still, its power was impressive and among his strongest offensive techniques. Although he also knew the innate killing path of the town-suppressing mansion, It was merely a sword manual and far less detailed than primordial gravity, thanks to his years of cultivation insights. Boom. The rising true essence collided with the massive hand, causing violent vibrations. The hand halted, then its skin started to split, black fog-like aura ascending into the sky. The damage forced the hand to tremble violently. It managed to retract rapidly after freeing itself from Zaire's true essence, but delivered a punch in return. Powerful wind rushed forward. Bang! It shattered Zaire's true essence. Puff! Blood spewed from his mouth, but floated back and re-entered his body, disappearing into his skin. Thankfully, Penelope, who was observing, didn't see this, or she would have been astonished. Zaire's physical body had reached an incomprehensibly powerful state, even his blood displaying sentience. Leonardo noticed but was unsurprised, having long known his master's prowess. My lord, this Ghost King is formidable, but only slightly stronger than I. With a chance, I'll assist you and bring down this Ghost King. He readied himself for immediate action. This Ghost King is indeed strong. Zaire quickly took a Nanjing pill to replenish his lost true essence. His injuries healed almost instantaneously due to his extraordinary recovery ability. In the dim sky, 9 figures suddenly appeared, led by Emperor Alaric. After seeing Zaire's move, he was surprised. Primordial gravity? You know our clan's great path? Who are you? Primordial gravity belonged exclusively to the Sky Ghosts, with extremely strict conditions for mastery. Even regular Sky Ghosts or Ghost Kings found it difficult to learn. Even Emperor Alaric couldn't wield it. He couldn't fathom how this human could have mastered it. One of us might have overpowered the human, causing internal damage, a Ghost King reported, awaiting punishment. Inside the furnace, Leonardo's previously elevated energy vanished instantly as he exclaimed in terror, My lord, there's a Ghost Emperor here. Wu Senior brother, I never expected the Ghost Emperor to still be here. We're no match. Let's flee. Let's flee. Penelope, her complexion pale, urged urgently. Chapter 152. Immortal's Technique, Fixing Time and Space. Zaire was also overwhelmed with shock. He never expected a Ghost Emperor-level expert to appear. Such an existence had already reached the King realm, far beyond their capacity to resist. The only option now was to find a way to break through. True essence poured recklessly into the primordial alchemy cauldron in an attempt to boost its power. Zaire had activated all the formations that could aid in their escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The primordial alchemy cauldron instantly exerted its might, charging toward the group of Ghost Emperors as space trembled. The huge sphere, 6 zhang in size, shot forward at lightning speed, causing thunderous explosions akin to an earthquake. Damn it, this person isn't injured? What life-saving artifact does he possess? The Ghost King who had attacked earlier was utterly astonished when he saw the cauldron charging towards them. An immortal artifact crashing towards him, a situation even Hemlock had never faced. Despite achieving the Ghost Emperor rank, he would never dare to test it easily. Good, crush him this way. The might of an immortal artifact is not something a Ghost Emperor can withstand. Leonardo cheered loudly upon seeing Zaire's decisiveness. Penelope, too, was shocked by Zaire's boldness, keeping her lips tightly sealed. If we try to flee now, given our abilities, we wouldn't stand a chance against 1 Ghost Emperor and 8 Ghost Kings pursuing us. Only by making them hesitate or injuring them will we have a chance to escape. Zaire shared his thoughts. With nearly 150,000 Kiras at his disposal, the primordial alchemy cauldron could unleash up to 30% of its full potential. Combined with its immortal artifact quality, he believed the Ghost Emperor couldn't withstand the collision. However, Zaire was mistaken. Just as the primordial alchemy cauldron was about to collide with Hemlock, a wave of light suddenly emanated from the latter's body. In an instant, a large amount of black smoke surged out of nowhere, rapidly spreading and completely immobilizing everything within 100 miles around Hemlock. The wind stopped blowing. Air ceased flowing. Explosive shockwaves were frozen mid-air. Everything was like a paused audio-video recording. What kind of move was this? Controlling the mysteries of time and space belonged to the realm of immortals. This situation, this move, should not exist in the mortal world. Click, click, click. Bound by some rule, despite the primordial alchemy cauldron's utmost effort to advance, it could not budge an inch. Even with the power of an immortal artifact, combined with the refinement of 150,000 Kiras, it would be impossible for someone like Becker to stop it so effortlessly. But before this technique, even the primordial alchemy cauldron was merely a slightly more powerful insect. This was the terrifying aspect of immortals. Silence prevailed. The primordial alchemy cauldron came to a complete halt. The spreading black smoke vanished instantly, restoring normalcy to the heavens and earth. Damn humans. Hemlock felt cold sweat trickling down his body. Had it not been for my lord bestowing me a black domain, I might have been severely injured by this primordial alchemy cauldron. Inside the cauldron, Zaire and the others regained their thoughts. What was that? It even restrained my consciousness. How frightening. Penelope exclaimed in fear. To be able to freeze time and space, this is an immortal's technique. Leonardo cried out in alarm. Zaire was still dazed. In that instant, he didn't know what happened. All he felt was darkness engulfing him, followed by a loss of thought, as if he ceased to exist. A good opportunity. Despite not fully understanding, Zaire saw a chance to escape and immediately activated the cauldron's formations, intending to break through. You think you can escape? Can you? Hemlock's killing intent surged as boundless black smoke erupted, enveloping the primordial alchemy cauldron. These black smoke entities seemed like ghosts that could infiltrate any gap, continuously devouring the cauldron's energy and disrupting the formations. The initial sudden collision had caught the Ghost Emperor off guard. Now, he clearly had the means to capture the primordial alchemy cauldron. The Ghost Emperor's strength is too formidable. Almost all the formations are stopping. With the primordial alchemy cauldron entangled by the black smoke, Zaire shouted, consuming several Nanjing pills and pouring true essence into the cauldron to break free. Sir, this ghost emperor is incredibly powerful. From what I see, he is close to becoming a ghost sovereign, Leonardo remarked while activating his strongest techniques, ready to assist Zaire in breaking out. However, as a surprise trump card, Zaire didn't want to reveal him unless necessary and waited for the right moment to act. Breakthrough. Understanding the previous strike had failed, Zaire abandoned the idea of heavily wounding them. Moreover, the 8 ghost kings hadn't intervened yet. If they joined forces, it would be even harder to withstand. Now Zaire focused on breaking through the black smoke and swiftly retreating into the void. Primordial alchemy fire. With the effect of 3 Nanjing pills, triple the amount of true essence surged into the primordial alchemy cauldron, unleashing its strongest attack under his command. Boom. 7 colored flames ignited and burst forth, shooting up 100 feet high. The black smoke wrapped around the cauldron's surface was immediately engulfed by these flames. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Hemlock rejoiced upon seeing this, worthy of being the primordial alchemy cauldron. Hand it over. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, fingers emitting streams of black smoke that twisted together in the air. In a breath, the black smoke transformed into a vast net, then descended towards the primordial alchemy cauldron. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The alchemy fire met the net, burning parts away only to have new black smoke fill the gaps. The stalemate made it hard to break through in the short term. Mila formation. After deploying the black smoke net, Hemlock threw out an array plate. Glowing with light, the plate transformed into massive energy starlight, blocking the primordial alchemy cauldron's descent from below. Clang. Starlight collided with the bottom of the cauldron, sending infinite force surging through. Inside, Zaire and Penelope's blood rushed violently, forcing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Simultaneously, the massive black smoke net descended. Under two-pronged attack, Zaire felt the primordial alchemy cauldron firmly grasped, unable to move or exert force. This ghost emperor knows formations. Zaire hurriedly consumed another Nanjing pill, activating protective formations to counteract the impact from both the array and the net. Are you not the same ghost emperor who once roamed Alicia? Who are you really? Confronted with unimaginable power, Zaire couldn't help but shout. I am one of the 36 Kira emperors, under the Lord of Kiras, Alaric. Hemlock's eyes flickered, his massive voice echoing across the heavens, as if making an announcement. Hashtag chapter 153, Battle Breakthrough, Alchemy of Immortality and Deification. Human, the primordial cauldron in your hands is nothing but a waste. How about you hand it over now, and I will spare your lives? The ghost emperor Alaric said with an air of invincibility. Leonardo. At this point, Zaire had no choice but to let Leonardo take action. If he did not act soon, he would be overwhelmed. Under the assault of the ghost emperor Alaric's formations and nets, over 1,000 arrays of the primordial cauldron had already ceased functioning, and 30,000 of the 150,000 heavenly ghosts were killed by the tremendous shockwaves. Mark of life and death. Leonardo unleashed his most powerful attack, which he had been preparing all along. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, causing the Miro formation and the black smoke net to waver. The primordial cauldron trembled violently as if it was about to break free. At that moment, the ghost emperor Alaric sneered. So there was a hidden expert, but it still won't help. Realm of shadow and light. Along with his voice, a mirror-like treasure appeared. Within the mirror, an entire world was reflected. As soon as it appeared, Zaire felt an immense pressure from the primordial cauldron. Puff. The overwhelming force sent him coughing up blood repeatedly. Do I really have to die here? Gritting his teeth, Zaire sensed an enormous change in his soul, almost becoming tangible. Under such immense pressure, his true essence began to stir, on the verge of breakthrough. Since consuming the Dao-founding fruit in the southern barbarian immortal's cave, Zaire had no more bottlenecks in cultivation. Accumulating enough true essence and gaining sufficient enlightenment allowed him to continuously break through. His soul, nurtured by the light in his sea of consciousness, had partially transformed into a unique existence. During the last time when the light devoured the Ghost King Grant, he felt that he was about to break through, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. This was partly due to the Ghost Emperor Alaric's powerful suppression, making continuous combat the perfect method for cultivation. In this battle, Zaire naturally broke through. The Soul Realm was a very special stage, almost like a dividing line among cultivators. Before reaching this realm, most cultivation did not involve the soul and spirit. After entering the soul realm, the soul and spirit merged into a divine soul or spiritual essence. Using divine soul power enabled the use of various incomprehensible techniques like transiting long distances physically or short-distance void traversal. Even experts like Corina needed flying boats for long-distance travel before reaching the soul realm. Only at the soul realm could they transcend this need and fly with their bodies alone. Of course, Zaire was an exception. His incredibly strong physical body nourished his sea of consciousness, giving birth to extraordinary perception and minute control. Therefore, even before reaching the soul realm, he could manipulate tiny muscles in his legs to create vortexes under his feet, allowing him to fly. A result purely from physical mastery, not true essence or magical power. Snap, snap, snap. In Zaire's sea of consciousness, the divine soul power crystallized and solidified. However, under the light's illumination, the solidified spirit slowly transformed into flowing water. Though puzzled, Zaire didn't worry since it did not hinder his progress into the soul realm. Miss Chin, Lord Wu is breaking through right now. Let's operate the primordial cauldron together. Leonardo, recognizing the situation, immediately pulled Corina to take over the primordial cauldron. Spirit and soul merge into one. True essence reverses, breakthrough. At the critical moment, Zaire emitted a powerful will, severing all obstacles, blocking his breakthrough like celestial intent. Boom. The meridians in his body surged like rivers, true essence crazily circulating, undergoing fundamental transformation. Large amounts of dispersed true essence fused with his body. His previously enhanced body changed again. Compared to before, every muscle and sinew shone brightly, like precious gems under starlight, flawless and transparent. After this change, a vast amount of chi and blood surged into his sea of consciousness, circulating once before slowly returning to his body. This cycle made Zaire feel an intimate connection with every part of his body. With a slight thought, a single hair on his arm suddenly stood up. The tip of the hair hardened like iron, capable of slicing through stone easily. Bang, bang, bang. Zaire heard constant explosions inside his body. Secret acupoints opened one by one, increasing his potential nearly twofold. It seems the human body contains boundless mysteries. These hidden acupoints, which I never noticed, turned out to be so powerful. Boom. All the true essence qualities transformed. The thick true essence in Zaire's body decreased significantly to just half its usual quantity. Despite this reduction, his strength did not weaken. Instead, it doubled. This breakthrough has increased my strength several times over. Indeed, heaven does not forsake the living. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Zaire rejoiced. If it weren't for this ghost Emperor Alaric, and without other fortuitous encounters, it would have taken another year to break through. He opened his eyes and channeled all his true essence into the primordial cauldron. With my current true essence, plus those 10,000 heavenly ghosts, I can activate a few core formations now. The primordial cauldron had 9 core formations, around which all other smaller formations were arranged. Due to his previous inadequate power, Zaire couldn't operate them. Now, after breaking through to the soul realm, his true essence underwent qualitative changes, allowing him to activate one of these formations. Formation of immortal refinement and divine transformation. Zaire roared as all his true essence poured into the most central formation. The primordial cauldron burst into flames. Unlike before, this time the flames were white. The white flames surged wildly, forming a giant white figure centered around the primordial cauldron. Roar. Like a deity descending, the giant figure let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens. Boundless white flames rippled outward. Bang. The ghost Emperor Alaric's Miro formation instantly exploded. Refine immortals and deities, only I remain. Formation of immortal refinement and divine transformation. Break, break, break. The godlike white giant tore through the black smoke net. Whoosh. The boundless black smoke dissipated. Go. Breaking free, to avoid any other tricks from the ghost Emperor Alaric, Zaire immediately activated the teleportation formation of the primordial cauldron and flew away from the stars. Once out of the Kira star, they would be in the annihilation channel. Seeing the primordial cauldron fleeing, the ghost Emperor Alaric immediately shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" ###Chapter 154. Imprisonment and refinement of the primordial purple aura. The black smoke spreading across the sky rapidly converged. In the hands of Emperor Alaric, it immediately transformed into boundless darkness, moving faster than the primal elixir furnace, swiftly blocking their path and preventing Zaire from escaping. This magical black smoke is too nimble. We can't get away. Penelope exclaimed as she watched the black fog encroach. Emperor Alaric's powers have reached the pinnacle where everything changes at his will. This instant transformation of magical black smoke has gathered the celestial ghostly power of the entire star, which we cannot resist. Sir, our only option now is to contract our strength and protect the elixir furnace until they exhaust themselves before making a move. Leonardo, former general of the southern barbarians, lived up to his reputation by quickly assessing the situation and making a decisive call. Agreed. Sister Chin. Leonardo, help me defend. Immediately, the three concentrated their true essence around the primal elixir furnace, letting the black abyss impact them. Meanwhile, Zaire activated several great formations to enhance their defense. In the void, Emperor Alaric harnessed the power of the celestial ghostly stars, completely enveloping the primal elixir furnace in black smoke, constantly tearing at it and trapping the trio in place. Long live Emperor Alaric. These martial geniuses are now trapped, and a transcendent artifact is already in hand. Congratulations, my emperor. Joyful news for you, my emperor. 8 Kira kings chimed in. It's premature to celebrate. The primal elixir furnace remains a transcendent artifact, even though it has regressed. Under full defense, even I cannot penetrate it yet. We must slowly refine it, Emperor Alaric mused, eyes gleaming with thoughts on how to obtain this regressed transcendent artifact. One of your eminences, the material composition of the primal elixir furnace is already at the transcendent level, making its defensive capabilities extremely strong, likely difficult to refine, one ghost king lamented. A transcendent artifact may be formidable, but that depends on who wields it. Emperor Alaric remarked, these human strength still falls short. Amiriover, I have another item, bestowed by my master. The primordial chaos purple aura. Although not much, it is sufficient to infiltrate this primal elixir furnace and assist in refining this treasure. The primordial chaos purple aura, formed from the first currents of the chaos, can significantly enhance cultivation, strengthen magical artifacts, consolidate worlds, and more. It can enhance anything. Not just this primal elixir furnace, but even a true transcendent artifact would not withstand the infiltration of the chaos purple aura. The 8 ghost kings were in awe. Returned to Ghost King Amiyuntan, Emperor Alaric waved his hand. An endless black smoke carried the primal elixir furnace away into the distance. Boom. A loud rumble shook the mountain as the primal elixir furnace was dropped onto the ground. Seated on a grand throne made of gray mist, Emperor Alaric's gaze was solemn. Beside him, the 8 ghost kings scattered, waiting for Emperor Alaric to start refining the furnace. With a flash, a palm-sized jade bottle appeared. Emperor Alaric held the bottle in his left hand while forming seals with his right, channeling ghostly energy, causing deep purple aura to surge from the bottle. This aura took myriad forms, transforming from small figures to weapons within moments, presenting almost countless shapes. This was indeed the primordial chaos purple aura with infinite mysteries. This substance was created from a strand of energy extracted from the chaos by the TED, capable of enhancing and augmenting everything, yet simultaneously allowing nothing to withstand its erosion. Emperor Alaric intended to use this characteristic, aiming to infuse the primordial chaos purple aura with his will into the primal elixir furnace, thereby refining it entirely and leaving Zaire at all without support. With continuous induction by Emperor Alaric, the primordial chaos purple aura happily changed form, surrounding and rapidly penetrating the primal elixir furnace. Sizzle. After being invaded by the aura, the great formations of the primal elixir furnace started to stall and falter, defenses gradually weakening, light flickering, nearly collapsing. Haha, even if you rely on the power of a transcendent artifact to resist my ghostly invasion, you wouldn't have expected such a divine object, right? Seeing the defenses weaken, Emperor Alaric laughed aloud. Zaire knew this was an attempt to break their resistance through words. The furnace emitted massive vibrations, seemingly about to collapse. The three were struck back, with Penelope vomiting blood and falling unconscious. Leonardo, retreating, suddenly remembered something and said joyfully, "Sir, this is the primordial chaos purple aura. Quickly, bring out the shapeless stone. With this aura's augmentation, the shapeless stone will undergo a significant change." Good. Zaire suppressed the turbulence within his body as the endless purple aura penetrated the primal elixir furnace's interior, casting a purple glow on the walls. If left unchecked, the furnace would lose control, becoming ownerless. Zaire threw the shapeless stone into the purple aura. Upon contact, the stone vibrated violently. The purple aura seemed to find its home, drilling inward fiercely. Each pulse increased the intensity of the vibration. As more aura was absorbed, the stone-like shapeless stone finally emitted cracking sounds. Bang! The stone vanished, replaced by a dim, tiny world, like another universe. Zaire's gaze fell upon the chaotic, featureless island within the small world. Outside, Emperor Alaric, inducing the purple aura from the jade bottle, sensed something amiss. Why so long? Hasn't the human's blood mark on the primal elixir furnace been dissolved yet? Could this person possess divine blood, making it hard to refine? He increased the induction, more purple aura spiraling out from the bottle. Inside the furnace, sensing more aura enter, Zaire and Leonardo exchanged glances, each seeing delight in the other's eyes. Sir, with so much primordial chaos purple aura, the shapeless stone will surely transform greatly. It has already evolved into a world prototype, with the land in chaos being the true form of the shapeless stone. Leonardo rejoiced. Observing the scattered purple aura, Zaire thought of the Jingzhou tripod. What effect would absorbing the primordial chaos purple aura have on the Jingzhou tripod? However, these auras contained Emperor Alaric's will, and the shapeless stone could absorb and evolve, but the Jingzhou tripod might not. Fundamentally, the shapeless stone originated from the four elements of the newly formed universe: earth, water, wind, fire, while the Jingzhou tripod was a post-creation artifact made by Andrew. Thus, they were incomparable. Yet, observing the tiny world inside the shapeless stone, Zaire noticed the primordial chaos purple aura silently eroding Emperor Alaric's will after passing through the chaos. Chapter 155. Various transformations, the primordial world. Zaire immediately tried to connect with the small world created from the Wuxiang stone through his intent, but it failed. I remember, the Wuxiang heavenly scripture was able to cause vibrations in the Wuxiang stone. Thinking of this, he hurriedly circulated the Wuxiang heavenly scripture. Almost instantly, threads of purple chi emerged from the chaos within the small world. It worked. Zaire was thrilled beyond measure, not believing that this method had actually succeeded. Without delay, while Leonardo was busy managing the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace array and not paying attention, Zaire secretly released the Jingzhou tripod into the Wuxiang small world. Instantly, the purple chi, purified by the chaos of the small world, slowly flowed into the Jingzhou tripod. However, due to the small quantity, there were no visible changes to the tripod. Yet, within Zaire's heightened perception, he saw the space inside the tripod squirming, as if it were alive. Time slowly passed. An endless stream of innate purple chi was absorbed by the Wuxiang small world, while a tiny fraction seeped out and flowed into the Jingzhou tripod. Zaire also used this time to consolidate his newly achieved realm. 1 hour, 2 hours. As his true essence grew denser and stronger, the island, within the Wuxiang small world, gradually expanded. What was once just soil on the island now had rocks forming, and eventually, tender green sprouts appeared among the rocks. After being washed by the innate purple chi, life had actually emerged on the island. With the appearance of the sprout, the Wuxiang small world emitted a powerful attraction force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Amadeo's jade bottle suddenly stirred, releasing countless strands of innate purple chi that surged towards the Xuanhuan alchemy furnace. What is happening? Amadeo jumped up in shock. Could it be that the quality of this Xuanhuan alchemy furnace has surpassed ordinary immortal artifacts? He stared at the trapped Xuanhuan alchemy furnace with suspicion. Meanwhile, inside the furnace, Zaire was equally stunned. What kind of transformation occurred in this small world made from the Wuxiang stone? It can actually penetrate space-time? The floating small world within the furnace was able to pierce through space-time, drawing down mysterious energies from the void. These energies, after being cleansed by the chaotic environment of the small world, transformed into the purest form of spiritual energy. No, this quality far surpasses ordinary spiritual energy by many times. Zaire guided a strand of the refined energy from the small world into his body and discovered it contained tens of times more energy than ordinary spiritual energy. From this small world, he felt an ancient aura, a testament to its timeless existence. Zaire was certain nothing could be older than this. As the small world underwent massive changes, Leonardo managed to free up some attention. My lord, This is the embryonic form of the primordial world created by the Wuxiang stone. Seeing the small world, Leonardo was completely astonished. Primordial world? Zaire echoed in surprise. Yes, it is the origin of all worlds, the starting point of everything. Leonardo practically shouted, showing how deeply moved he was. It seems this Wuxiang stone must have originated from the Earth's core. Otherwise, it would never manifest the primordial world. He continued shouting, "My lord, you must protect it well. If it grows, it will bring boundless benefits." Wait until it grows? Zaire chuckled bitterly. He had a deep connection with the small world and knew it needed countless eons and numerous treasures to nurture. Leonardo, even if I grow old and die, it may still not be as strong as it is now. Zaire muttered, in my perception, it needs billions upon billions of years to fully grow. My lord, do not belittle yourself. Leonardo shouted, your talent and character are unprecedented in my lifetime. A once-in-a-billion-years prodigy, like you will certainly succeed in evolving the primordial world. I didn't realize you thought so highly of me. Hearing Leonardo's words, Zaire cast aside the despair caused by the long time span, filled with renewed determination. Leonardo, if I can achieve that day, I will not fail you. He also realized that without Leonardo, his mind would have been eroded by the small world's inherent time factor, turning him into someone content with mediocrity and full of self-pity. My lord, while the primordial world hasn't evolved its own consciousness, you should immediately refine it into your soul-bound treasure, binding it with your life force. Soul-bound treasure? Zaire, having entered cultivation relatively recently, wasn't entirely clear on the concept. Yes, my lord, please open your divine soul defenses. I'll inform you about refining a soul-bound treasure. Zaire accepted Leonardo's mental transmission. Soon, detailed methods for refining a soul-bound treasure appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he gathered all his true essence and spirit, transforming them into a rainbow of light that rushed into the small world. Once surrounded by Zaire's true essence, the Wuxiang stone-created small world began to change. In the chaos, countless streams of energy separated into clear and turbid qi, which slowly descended and encircled the island, forming a protective veil. Over time, these clear and turbid qi gradually took the shape of Zaire's face. It worked. Pop. The clear and turbid qi dissipated like shattered pieces of Zaire's face, merging into the small world. Inside the furnace, Zaire opened his eyes, withdrawing all his spiritual awareness. The instant the clear and turbid qi exploded, he felt his soul and spirit merge with the small world. That subtle connection strengthened even further. Zaire could clearly sense every minute change in the small world. In the chaos, it was continuously absorbing energy from infinite spacetime, refining it into extremely pure spiritual energy, which rained down on the island. The island, absorbing this energy, slowly expanded, with specks of dust appearing. Meanwhile, the single sprout symbolizing life grew greener and fuller, almost dripping with moisture. Zaire felt the sprout's rhythm, steady like a heartbeat. I can now use the primordial world to absorb spacetime energy, then transform it into an endless stream of spiritual energy to nourish myself. Retrieving his spiritual awareness, his face lit up with joy. Each breath felt like inhaling high-quality spiritual energy from the primordial world, and each cycle of the Wuxiang heavenly scripture converted this into true essence. This rate of cultivation was at least 10, 20, even 100 times faster than before when compared to using ordinary spiritual energy. Hashtag chapter 156, frustration and outburst. Now, Zaire could have a continuous flow of high-quality spiritual energy entering his body whenever he wished. In such a situation, it was difficult not to advance rapidly in cultivation. Even when engaged in battle, he could utilize this spiritual energy to achieve an inexhaustible supply of true essence. With this primordial world, my future cultivation will truly be as smooth as a broad avenue. Zaire exclaimed joyfully. The unmanifested stone, now transformed into the primordial small world, gradually shrank into a singularity before finally vanishing. When he sensed it again, he found that the small world had quietly settled within his sea of consciousness. At the moment of integration, Zaire's entire body surged with true essence. Boundless spiritual energy poured into his body with every breath, steadily and continuously increasing his strength. At this point, if I were to face a formidable expert like Addison again, even at his peak, I would have the confidence to fight him. Of course, the condition was that the opponent did not use the Raging Spirit Lorio pill. Otherwise, enhancing someone already at the true realm would make it difficult even for Zaire to face. However, if the power of the xuanhuan pill furnace were added, the situation would be entirely different. After all, the xuanhuan pill furnace was a divine artifact. Although it had regressed, it still contained over 10,000 heavenly ghosts, significantly enhancing its might. Meanwhile, the Jingzhou Cauldron, which Zaire had thrown into the chaos of the primordial world, also began to change. Scenes of myriad living beings emerged from the cauldron. Insects chirping, birds singing, flowers blooming, snow covering mountains, 100 boats racing. Various wonders repeating endlessly, capturing the essence of human life within it. With these scenes came the aura emitted by the Jingzhou Cauldron, grand and profound. Despite being only palm-sized, it gave a peculiar sense of encompassing the universe. Zaire noticed carefully that the chaos surrounding the Jingzhou Cauldron had stabilized. The originally chaotic and violent energy currents became calm upon flowing near it. Stabilizing force of the cauldron? He speculated about the miraculous power of the Jingzhou Cauldron. Sir, the Ghost Emperor is about to act. At this moment, Leonardo, who was on defense, warned. To act? Then let's take the first move. With our current strength, we can fight the Channing. Zaire stepped out of his sea of consciousness, his gaze cold. Having broken through to the soul realm and benefiting from the primordial world, he was now capable of contending with true realm experts. Adding the true realm Leonardo, they could handle the Ghost Emperor even though he surpassed the true realm, no longer passive like before. Hearing Zaire's words, Leonardo did not hesitate, but immediately flew out of the pill furnace. Zaire followed closely behind. As soon as they appeared outside the pill furnace, they saw the chanting roaring loudly. My innate primordial purple aura. This was left by my master to help me break through to the Emperor realm and reinforce my Dongtan Fudi, Imperial Cave World. But now, it's all gone. Damn it. You really deserve to die. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Hemlock Shieserdili to Paul Shell, hysterical roar, twisted space itself with its intensity. The jade bottle in his left hand was now completely empty, not a trace of purple aura remaining. All the innate primordial purple aura had been completely drawn away by the primordial world. Hemlock hadn't expected Zaire to possess such a rare treasure as the amorphous stone, nor did he anticipate that this stone could transform into a primordial world. This loss made him furious, almost hopping with rage and filled with deep regret. Kill us? Zaire shouted as he emerged from the pill furnace. Hemlock, it's not certain who will kill whom now. Human. Hemlock trembled with rage. Arrogant. Suddenly, his entire body erupted with dazzling light intertwining with black smoke, as if the world had been reduced to just white and black. Deceitful human, today I will show you that in the face of absolute power, all your cunning schemes are futile. Prepare to die. Zaire noticed a shadowy figure suddenly appear around him. It was Hemlock making a sneak attack. Yet, on the ash-colored throne, another Hemlock continued to speak. This eerie feeling reminded Zaire of Anthea from Xuanhuan Martial Academy, but unlike Anthea, Hemlock used this trick for an ambush. Such deceit caught Zaire off guard. He thought the Ghost Emperor had lost his mind from anger. Indeed, every expert is no ordinary person. Anyone who can cultivate to the true realm or king realm must be a genius among geniuses. Realizing this, Zaire rapidly gathered his true essence and unleashed a powerful palm strike to block the opponent. A mere soul realm cultivator dares to challenge me with his flesh? Looking for death. Laughing maniacally, Hemlock saw Zaire neither dodging nor avoiding, instead directly facing him with a palm strike. In an instant, their palms collided. Boom. Zaire felt the Ghost Emperor's ghostly energy pierce through layers of his true essence, trying to infiltrate his body. Hemlock's palm sent Zaire crashing into the ground, creating a deep, dark hole in a massive mountain peak. The Ghost King Amiyuntan, long nourished by ghostly energy, was as hard as iron. Even a pebble could easily penetrate ordinary weapons. Yet despite its hardness, it was still struck with such force. This illustrated just how terrifying Hemlock's strength was. Zaire shot out of the hole, testing his own capabilities with that palm strike. Clearly, despite his immense improvement, he was still no match for Hemlock at the King Realm. After all, the Ghost Emperor was 4 major realms higher and had received years of guidance from the Kira Master, surpassing ordinary King Realm beings. Had this happened before, Zaire would have perished instantly without the chance to stand now. Its ghostly energy is formidable. My true essence cannot withstand it. Zaire was alarmed. The ghostly energy clung to his true essence like a bone-deep infection, even seeping into his flesh. Life and death conversion. Zaire immediately controlled his powerful physical strength, turning vitality into deadly poison. The invading ghostly energy was instantly contaminated, then shattered with a single burst of force. His body now transcended normal human limits, able to effortlessly convert between life and death. Human, if you had remained hidden within the chaotic Shannon pill furnace, I might not have been able to stop you. But you came out thinking you've improved enough to fight me. How foolish. Confident that Zaire, struck by his palm and now suffering from ghostly energy erosion, had lost 90% of his fighting ability, Hemlock coldly ordered the 8 Ghost Kings. He is already injured by me. Take him down together while I go to refine the chaotic Shannon pill furnace. Hemlock, you overestimate yourself. Did you forget someone else? With those words, Zaire unleashed a sudden wave of murderous intent beside Hemlock. A full moon rose high, striking him fiercely. Leonardo had moved to action. The chanting screamed hysterically, his pain enough to warp space. In his left hand, the jade bottle was empty, devoid of any trace of purple aura. All the innate primordial purple aura had been absorbed entirely by the primordial world. The chanting never expected that Zaire possessed such a rare object like the unmanifested stone, nor that it could transform into the primordial world. This loss made it enraged and almost regretful. Kill us? Zaire roared as soon as he emerged from the pill furnace. Chanting, who kills whom is yet to be determined. Human. The chanting trembled with rage. Arrogant. Speaking, it suddenly burst with brilliant light. Light and black smoke intertwined, as if only black and white remained in the world. Deceitful humans, today I'll show you that all plots are futile against absolute power. Die. Indeed, Tiangue are cunning. Zaire saw a shadow suddenly appear around him. It was the chanting attacking. Yet, on the throne of gray mist, another chanting spoke. This eerie feeling reminded him of Anthea from the Xuanhuan Martial Academy, but unlike Anthea, the chanting used this trick to ambush. Such deceit caught Zaire off guard. He thought the Ghost Emperor had lost its mind in anger. Indeed, every expert is extraordinary. Those who reach the true or emperor realms are geniuses among geniuses, Zaire realized. His true essence surged, and he swiftly struck out to block. A mere soul realm dares to resist me with his physical body? Looking for death. Seeing Zaire neither dodge nor retreat, but counterattack head-on, the chanting laughed maniacally. In a flash, their palms collided. Bang! Zaire felt the Ghost Emperor's ghostly chi penetrate through his true essence, aiming to invade his body. The chanting strike sent Zaire crashing into the ground, smashing a deep hole into a mountain fortified by years of ghostly chi, showing how terrifying its power was. Zaire shot out of the hole. He wanted to test his new strength just then. Even with his incredible improvement, he still could not match the chanting, who had 4 major realms higher than him and benefited from the guidance of the Kira Master. But previously, this strike might have killed Zaire on the spot. The ghostly chi is indeed powerful. My true essence crumbles instantly. Zaire felt horrified as the ghostly chi invaded and gnawed at his true essence, even seeping into his flesh. Life and death conversion. Zaire immediately controlled his blood force, turning vitality into poison to infect the invading ghostly chi and disperse it. His body had surpassed normal limits, easily shifting between life and death. Human, if you stayed inside the xuanhuan pill furnace, I couldn't have stopped you, but coming out, thinking you've improved enough to contend with me, is extremely foolish. The Channing sneered, confident that Zaire had lost 90% of his combat ability under its ghostly chi invasion. Then, he commanded the 8 ghost kings. He's injured. Capture him together while I refine the xuanhuan pill furnace. Channing, you underestimate me. Did you forget I have one more person? As Zaire spoke, a fierce killing intent erupted beside the ghost emperor, and a full moon rose in the sky, striking it forcefully. Leonardo acted. Chapter 157. Seamless coordination, suppressing the ghost sword. Leonardo emerged from the xuanhuan pill furnace even earlier than Zaire. However, upon exiting, he immediately concealed his presence, as the chaotic state of the surrounding space made it impossible for anyone to detect his aura. With this move, he instantly struck Amadeo, tearing his magical robe. Unlike Zaire, Leonardo was an experienced veteran of the Zhonghu. Without a moment's hesitation after landing the blow, he swiftly channeled divine energy, instantly emitting rays of divine light that trapped Amadeo within. This technique was precisely the 7 Lorieminous divine lights. Amadeo, caught off guard, trembled violently and emitted dense ghostly black smoke. Divine Way, South Barbarian expert. Who are you? Amadeo howled in agony, his ghostly magical power vibrating rapidly in an attempt to break free from the 7 Lorieminous divine lights. At the same time, it no longer held back, grabbing at the air with a large hand, summoning a pitch-black longsword into existence in the void. This longsword was completely black, its blade radiating a dark, cold glow. The sword had 8 faces, each inscribed with runes, and it immediately slashed toward Leonardo. 8-faced ghost sword, Black Abyss. Upon seeing this black longsword appear, Leonardo was instantly startled, quickly withdrawing his divine energy and retreating. He had read about this sword in ancient texts concerning Kiras. Named Black Abyss, this sword possessed 8 faces, extremely formidable, and could strike down immortals and deities with a single slash. If struck by this sword, it could instantly destroy divine energy, magic power, true essence, and directly sever flesh and spirit. Though not classified as an immortal weapon, it was only a hair's breadth away from being one. When Black Abyss appeared, none dared challenge. One slash forced Leonardo to retreat, and Amadeo let out a sigh of relief. It hastily swallowed a bottle of healing elixir. Boom, boom. However, just as it seized the opportunity to heal, amid deafening explosions, Amadeo saw that 2 of its 8 ghost kings were killed by Zaire in a short period. The 8 ghost kings attacked Zaire on Amadeo's command as soon as he leaped out of the cave. But they were unaware that Zaire had already dispersed Amadeo's ghostly magical power and recovered from his injuries. He ruthlessly attacked, instantly rushing towards one of the ghost kings. Caught off guard, this ghost king was instantly beheaded by the dragon-patterned flying sword and thrown into the xuanhuan pill furnace, becoming the most powerful laborer among the Kiras. These 8 heavenly ghost kings, although very powerful, each possessing true realm strength, were caught unprepared and overwhelmed by Zaire's sudden attack. In another breath, another ghost king was shattered by Zaire's strike and tossed into the pill furnace before it could react. The xuanhuan pill furnace contained a great formation for imprisoning laborer spirits. Once these 2 ghost kings were imprisoned, their power instantly fueled the furnace and supplied the great formation. The more they struggled within the furnace, the stronger the imprisoning force became. Such a cycle would only end if Zaire released the formation or Amadeo broke the formation from outside. The remaining 6 ghost kings were stunned by this sudden turn of events, freezing in place and doing their best to defend themselves. Damn it! Amadeo's anger surged, and the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss lunged towards Zaire. This sword is truly terrifying. Sensing the unparalleled killing intent on the Black Abyss sword, Zaire didn't dare to meet it head-on, flashing into the xuanhuan pill furnace. Clang! The ghost sword Black Abyss instantly slashed the furnace, leaving a deep mark despite the furnace's robust material. Great opportunity. While Zaire felt the pain, he also acutely sensed an excellent chance. True essence poured into the furnace's formation, activating 2,000 formations that tightly adhered to the ghost sword Black Abyss. The xuanhuan pill furnace was designed to refine treasures and forge legendary weapons. All formations naturally contain powers to restrain magical artifacts. Black Abyss sword, tightly bound by the 2,000 formations, found it extremely difficult to escape. You want my sword? Amadeo sneered. Human, with your strength, you're delusional. Oh, is that so? Leonardo reappeared in midair. The Lord merely restrains your Black Abyss sword. I am the one who will truly slay you. 2 bright crescents instantly aimed at Amadeo's twin-horned head. Leonardo's sneak attack this time was all out, ensuring the enemy wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Amadeo was too strong, especially with the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss. If it recovered, all efforts would be in vain. Again. Indeed, Amadeo reacted this time, learning from the previous ambush. Its large mouth opened, instantly gathering boundless black gas. Boom. The ghostly chi condensed into a black bead, blasting upwards. However, as the bead was about to touch Leonardo's life and death great hand seal, Leonardo suddenly disappeared. Along with the disappearance were the 2 moon-shaped manifestations of his great seals. Bang! Amadeo's attack missed, striking the sky and exploding. Haha, you fell for it. A sinister laugh echoed as Leonardo suddenly appeared in front of the Ghost Emperor, both hands launching a powerful life and death great hand seal. This time, Amadeo failed to react in time. Even if it did, it was too late. All defensive ghost chi was blasted away, and its body was struck by the two circular moons. Boom. Amadeo was hurled backward, its body erupting in black smoke, its chest now bloodied and exposed bones visible through the smoke. All flesh around the area was obliterated by the attack. However, it was still one major realm above Leonardo, maintaining consciousness despite severe injuries. Run! It roared, calling the remaining 6 ghost kings to flee. But then, a tremendous whistling sound came. Looking up, it saw Zaire riding the fully powered xuanhuan pill furnace, directly colliding with the heavily injured Amadeo. Bang! Being struck by a full-speed immortal weapon. What was that experience like? Amadeo could no longer maintain its humanoid form, turning into a surge of black smoke and emitting ear-piercing screams. Seize! Zaire instantly leapt out of the furnace, drawing brilliant beams of light with both hands, enveloping the Ghost Emperor. The screams abruptly stopped. Before it could react, Amadeo was swept away by the beams of light. Buzz! Upon the death of the Ghost Emperor, the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss attempted to fly away. Lady, this sword has developed intelligence. We cannot let it leave. Taking Leonardo's reminder, Zaire instantly reacted, using true essence to form 2 large hands and seizing the Black Abyss sword. What a powerful ghost sword! Feeling the intense thrashing of the Black Abyss sword within the true essence, Zaire was secretly alarmed. Fortunately, Amadeo was defeated decisively. Otherwise, once it recovered and teamed up with the ghost sword, they would not be able to withstand it. Seeing the Black Abyss sword about to break free from his true essence, Zaire quickly threw it into the xuanhuan pill furnace. No matter how powerful you are, you can't break free from the xuanhuan pill furnace. Having captured the Black Abyss sword, Zaire planned to refine it later when he had time. Penelope was still unconscious, and the battle was essentially over. It was time to wake her up. This move paid off instantly, striking Hemlock and causing his dermic robe to tear apart. Unlike Zaire, Leonardo was a seasoned veteran in the martial world. After landing his strike, he wasted no time, activating divine energy that instantly released torrents of divine light, trapping Hemlock within it. This technique was precisely the 7 Lorieminous divine lights. Hemlock, ambushed by this attack, convulsed violently, emitting billowing black, ghostly smoke. Divine Dao, Southern Barbarian Expert. Who are you? Hemlock howled in pain, his ghostly power vibrating rapidly as he tried to escape the 7 Lorieminous divine lights' grip. Simultaneously, without holding back any longer, he grabbed into empty space, and an ebony long sword appeared instantaneously in midair. This sword was completely pitch black, with its blade radiating a dark, icy glow. The hilt bore 8 faces, each inscribed with ancient runes, and it immediately cleaved down at Leonardo. 8-faced ghost sword, Black Abyss. Seeing this black sword appear, Leonardo was instantly astonished and hastily withdrew his divine energy, retreating backward. He had seen records of this sword in ancient texts about celestial ghosts. This sword was named Black Abyss, with an 8-faced design, making it incredibly powerful. One strike could repel deities and immortals alike. If struck by this sword, one's divine energy, dermic power, and true essence would be instantly shattered, cutting through flesh and soul. Even in terms of fame, Black Abyss surpassed immortal-grade artifacts like the xuanhuan pill furnace. Once Black Abyss was out, none dared contest. Though not an immortal-grade artifact, it was only a hair's breadth away from being won. With one sword thrust, Leonardo was forced to retreat, allowing Hemlock to breathe a sigh of relief. Without delay, he swallowed a bottle of healing elixirs. Boom, boom. But just as he seized the opportunity to heal, loud explosions rang out. Hemlock saw 2 of his 8 Ghost King subordinates fall swiftly under Zaire's assault. When Zaire leaped from the cave, the 8 Ghost Kings, on Hemlock's order, attacked him. However, they did not realize that Zaire had already dispersed Hemlock's dermic ghostly power and healed himself. He then launched a sudden attack, rushing towards one of the Ghost Kings. Caught unprepared, the Ghost King was decapitated by the dragon-patterned flying sword and tossed into the xuanhuan pill furnace, becoming one of the strongest laborers among the celestial ghosts. These 8 celestial Ghost Kings, though immensely powerful with each possessing true essence realm strength, were caught off guard and could not withstand Zaire's sudden onslaught. In another breath, another Ghost King was shattered and thrown into the furnace, barely managing to react. Within the furnace, a great array for imprisoning laborious spirits was already active. As soon as these 2 Ghost Kings were trapped, all their strength was converted into the furnace's power, endlessly supplying the array. The more they struggled, the stronger the imprisonment became. Unless Zaire loosened the array or Hemlock broke it from outside, there was no escape. The remaining 6 celestial Ghost Kings were momentarily stunned by this sudden development, each trying desperately to defend themselves. Damn! Furious, Hemlock lunged towards Zaire with the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss. This sword is truly terrifying. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent from Black Abyss, Zaire did not dare confront it head-on, flashing directly into the xuanhuan pill furnace. Clang! The ghost sword Black Abyss slashed against the pill furnace, leaving an extremely deep scar on its surface. A perfect opportunity. Amidst the pain, Zaire also sensed a prime chance. Immediately, he channeled true essence into the great array within the furnace, activating the 2,000 arrays that tightly held the ghost sword Black Abyss. The original purpose of the xuanhuan pill furnace was to refine artifacts, achieving supreme treasure status. All arrays naturally contained powers that could suppress such artifacts. Trapped by these 2,000 arrays, Black Abyss found it exceedingly difficult to break free. "Want to seize my sword?" Hemlock sneered. "Human, with your strength, it's a futile fantasy." "Oh, is that so?" In the air, Leonardo reappeared. "The Lord has merely restrained your Black Abyss. I am the one who will truly slay you." 2 luminous moons of Xizhou instantly struck toward Hemlock's double-horned head. This ambush was Leonardo's all-out effort to ensure the enemy could not retaliate. Hemlock was too strong, especially with the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss. If allowed to rest and recover, it would all be for naught. Not again. Indeed, with experience from being ambushed once before, Hemlock finally reacted, opening his mouth to summon boundless black mist. Boom. The ghostly chi condensed into a black orb, smashing upward. However, just as the orb neared Leonardo's destruction seal, Leonardo suddenly vanished along with the two circular moonlight phenomena. Bang! Hemlock's attack hit nothing but air, exploding skyward. Haha, you fell for it. A chilling laugh echoed, and Leonardo abruptly reappeared before the Ghost Emperor, hands wielding the destruction seal, pounding mercilessly. This time, Hemlock could not react in time. Even if he could have, it was too late. All protective ghostly chi defenses were shattered, and the two moons struck his body solidly. Boom! Hemlock was hurled away, covered in black smoke and bloodied, revealing white bones through the darkness. Despite such severe injuries, he still maintained consciousness, having an advantage over Leonardo in cultivation level. Run! He roared, calling the remaining 6 Ghost Kings to flee. But at that moment, a colossal tearing sound resonated. Looking up, it was Zaire piloting the Xuanhuan pill furnace at full speed, colliding straight into the heavily wounded Hemlock. Bang! Being struck by an immortal-grade artifact at full force was no ordinary experience. Hemlock lost his human form, turning into swirling black smoke, interspersed with piercing screams. Seize! Leonardo leaped from the furnace, drawing dazzling light with his hands, enveloping Hemlock in an instant. The screams ceased immediately. Before he could react, Hemlock was ensnared by the light. Buzz! Upon the Ghost Emperor's death, the 8-faced ghost sword Black Abyss, which had been imprisoned above the furnace, attempted to fly away. Lord, this sword has developed sentience. Given the situation without the furnace present, we cannot let it leave. Taking Leonardo's reminder, Zaire reacted swiftly, transforming True Essence into 2 giant hands to seize Black Abyss. What a powerful ghost sword! Feeling Black Abyss crash wildly within his True Essence, Zaire inwardly marveled. Fortunately, he had already incapacitated Hemlock. Otherwise, its recovery combined with this sword would be insurmountable. Seeing Black Abyss about to break free, Zaire quickly tossed it into the Xuanhuan pill furnace. No matter how powerful you are, you can't break through the Xuanhuan pill furnace. Having successfully imprisoned Black Abyss, Zaire planned to refine it when he had time. Penelope was still unconscious, the battle nearly over. It was time to wake her. Chapter 158. Nameless Golden Egg, Absorbing Faith. A drop of blood flew from Zaire's finger and quickly entered Penelope's mouth. His blood contained immense vitality. Such injuries, not being near death, no longer required the Nanman pill. As the blood seeped in, Penelope slowly opened her eyes. Wu Senior Brother, what about the Hemlock? He has been taken care of. Upon hearing this, Penelope was instantly stunned. But he was a King Realm expert. You. At this moment, Leonardo landed within the furnace space, still holding a Ghost King captive. Sir, the other 5 Ghost Kings used a secret technique to escape together. Speaking thus, he directly threw the Ghost King into the large array within the pill furnace. However, I noticed signs of life beneath the Hemlock's throne. It seems something is hidden there. Upon hearing this, Zaire waved his hand and said, let's go check it out. Penelope immediately followed him out. They stood before the tall gray misty throne. This must be the jade bottle that held the Shantan Hongmeng's chi. I wonder what material it is made of. Zaire first picked up the jade bottle that had fallen beside the throne. Upon sensing its interior, he found that it actually contained a space roughly 10 meters in size, albeit irregularly shaped. However, compared to the storage bag from Songyang Martial Academy, this spatial item was significantly larger. Penelope took the jade bottle and after examining it, exclaimed happily, this jade bottle is also a storage magical treasure, even more special than general storage treasures. It appears to have been deliberately arranged by an expert, making the pocket universe very stable. Keep this jade bottle. With this, you'll have your own storage treasure in the future, Zaire said with a smile. Since coming to the Eastern Sea, Zaire and Penelope had gone through many events big and small. Although she contributed greatly, she hadn't received any substantial rewards. He himself had Jingzhou Tripod and the Primordial Chaos Pill Furnace, so giving the storage jade bottle to this junior sister was a simple favor. Penelope's face lit up with joy. She stowed away the jade bottle and thanked him. Thank you, Wu Senior Brother. Zaire nodded slightly. Then, he waved his right hand, and True Essence surged out, shattering the gray misty throne in one blow. As the solidified mist dispersed, an object below was revealed. This an egg? Why would the Ghost Emperor hide an egg under his throne? Penelope seemed almost disbelieving. Indeed, before their eyes lay a giant egg, about the size of a human head, surrounded by golden energy. Due to the protection of this golden aura, Zaire's attack had not affected the egg at all. What kind of egg is this? Zaire noticed a mysterious energy slowly gathering towards the egg. Leonardo seemed to sense this unique energy and closed his eyes momentarily. Moments later, he opened them in surprise. Divine faith energy? Leonardo turned his gaze to the egg. Sir, although I don't know what creature this egg belongs to, it contains a massive amount of life force and has a natural golden vortex. This surely isn't ordinary and... He paused, gently placing his hand on it for a closer inspection. This egg is absorbing divine faith energy from this world of ghosts to accelerate its hatching. Faith energy? Zaire was stunned. The cultivation methods of divine path practitioners were explained by Leonardo back in Nanman. One of the crucial points was the necessity of establishing a divine kingdom, gathering followers, and consolidating incense offerings and faith. Especially once reaching the king realm, where the ability to create a celestial holy land becomes possible, faith becomes exceedingly important. The solidity of the divine kingdom, the number of divine citizens, and the depth of incense and faith all represent the true foundation of a divine path practitioner. If Sir wishes to hatch this egg, I have a suggestion. Please continue, Zaire urged. Since this egg requires faith energy to hatch, and since Hansen and others have already established a small city in Nanman with over 10,000 residents engaged in farming and hunting, Leonardo suggested, heavenly ghost thoughts are complicated. Hemlock may wish to leverage ghost faith, but humans have purer souls, with one person's faith equivalent to thousands of heavenly ghosts. If Sir places the egg in that city and guides the people to offer their faith, it will likely be far more effective. Zaire listened quietly, feeling something was amiss internally. After some thought, he shook his head. We should not decide what others should believe in, nor guide them. This egg likely doesn't just need faith energy for hatching. Let's store it for now. Saying this, he put the egg into Jingzhou tripod. Now that the hemlock is dead, and the remaining ghost kings have fled, we can safely gather the outside ghosts. Zaire called the two into the primordial chaos pill furnace, activated the large array, and they instantly turned into a streak of fire shooting skyward. He wasn't in a rush to refine the Black Abyss ghost sword since it was suppressed by the primordial chaos pill furnace and couldn't escape. Instead, he needed to hurry and capture the servant ghosts and soldier ghosts on the Kira star to prevent their dispersion. With 3 ghost kings enhancing the speed of the primordial chaos pill furnace, it was nearly breaking the sound barrier. Below Ghost King Emiunten, black smoke spread everywhere, these clouds comprising low-ranking servant and soldier ghosts. Seeing the main ghost kings flee hastily, the powerful generals among them had long vanished. The weaker ones, unable to escape effectively, could only scatter in panic. They're chaotic and won't resist much. Perfect for us to capture. Zaire was overjoyed. To him, the swarms of ghosts shimmered as if emitting light. Without hesitation, with no experts around, he activated the primordial chaos pill furnace, opened the lid, and began capturing the chaotic ghosts. Within moments, the furnace had absorbed nearly 200,000 ghosts. However, running the extraction array at full power drained Zaire's true essence entirely. With his current level, he could only support the full speed operation of the primordial chaos pill furnace for 6 breaths. Fortunately, the primordial world within his consciousness provided a continuous stream of spiritual energy, restoring his true essence without needing the Nanman pill. There aren't many ghosts left in this area. We need to move. Leaping up, his soul realm strength combined true essence with physical flight, reaching speeds like a streak, arriving tens of miles away in an instant. Leonardo followed, entering the pill furnace to assist in managing the captured ghosts. Penelope, however, remained behind. Chapter 159. Enormous number of heavenly demons, Elder Era. Although the number of heavenly demons had drastically decreased after Zaire's extensive collection, it was still enough for her. After all, she didn't have a primordial alchemy furnace, which consumes a vast amount of resources, nor did she have something like Shiguang that could devour heavenly demons. Penelope continued to capture one heavenly demon after another with newly acquired jade bottles. She stopped only after capturing about 1,000 of them. This is already more than enough for me. Anymore, and I wouldn't be able to store them, she murmured, as the jade bottles had limited space. The ability to store over 1,000 heavenly demons was due to their unique form, allowing them to exist as black smoke. Meanwhile, Zaire had already amassed nearly 300,000 heavenly demons, in addition to the 12,000 already inside the furnace. This brought the total count to a terrifying 410,000, and the number kept increasing. 460,000, 500,000, 550,000. As Zaire flew around collecting heavenly demons, an immense rumble suddenly erupted from the sky, akin to thunder, striking fear and astonishment into the hearts of those below. Igor, where do you think you can escape to? Southern barbarian Saint Sun, hand over your life. Combat sounds immediately resonated through the sky, with powerful aftereffects raining down. Countless heavenly demons scattered across the stars turned into ashes, disappearing instantly. My heavenly demons! Zaire cried out in anguish. The remaining heavenly demons were mostly low tier and couldn't withstand the energy bursts, disintegrating without even a scream. Damn, these people. Inside the primordial alchemy furnace, the total number of heavenly demons was now at 560,000, far short of Zaire's expectations. This sudden interruption left him frustrated. The heavenly demon star, though not large by celestial standards, about the size of 10 major Chu imperial capitals, was now in chaos. To ordinary people, it seemed vast and boundless. However, for soul realm cultivators, traversing it would take no more than half a day. For Zaire, it would probably take less than an hour to fly back and forth. The people chasing Igor, the southern barbarian Saint Sun, were not just soul realm but also true realm and king realm experts. Their battles caused catastrophic destruction across the entire heavenly demon star. Almost all the heavenly demons could not withstand the battle shockwaves emanating from the sky. Zaire watched helplessly as his hard-earned bounty was annihilated. After the death of Ghost Emperor Alaric, many of the 8 great ghost kings were either captured or fled. Now the heavenly demons on this star were supposed to be within his grasp. Seeing them wiped out like this was excruciating. He gritted his teeth, but knew he couldn't do much other than gather as many surviving heavenly demons into the furnace before the battle shockwaves reached him. Damn it! Just as he was about to collect the remaining heavenly demons, a thunderclap resounded from the sky, followed by a figure appearing above the primordial alchemy furnace. A finger pointed down, and divine lightning struck. Boom! The furnace shook violently. Songyang Martial Academy? Why are you obstructing our Tianya Martial Academy's demon extermination mission? And why the insults? Zaire quickly steadied himself on the furnace, stopping its shaking motion. The person who arrived was an elder dressed in a luminous robe, likely indicating his rank within Songyang Martial Academy. Tianya Martial Academy member? The elder's eyes flashed greedily at the sight of the furnace. I am Era, a true disciple of Songyang Martial Academy. Since you're a student of the Martial Academy, why are you using such a demonic skill that devours living beings? This isn't demonic. It's my furnace's array power, and I'm dealing with heavenly demons. What's wrong with using demonic skills if it's necessary? Zaire sensed that this person was a formidable King Realm expert. Humph. Era sneered. As a Tianya Martial Academy member, don't you know your chief has started clearing up the academy's conduct recently? All Tianya members are forbidden from practicing demonic skills. If discovered, the lighter punishment is deactivation of the demonic skill, while the heavier one involves severing meridians and expulsion from the academy. Songyang Martial Academy members always seem to carry an air of superiority, making others uncomfortable. Zaire felt irked but maintained his dignity, coldly saying, Elder Era, these matters concern my own academy. You, being a true disciple of Songyang Martial Academy, should be pursuing the southern barbarian Saint Sun Igor instead of lecturing me. Furthermore, Kimblebecker hasn't become the academy head yet. His rules aren't final. Era laughed coldly. You young generation may have little strength but certainly plenty of arrogance. Being part of the 9 academies makes us fellow disciples, so consider this a warning. Your attitude suggests you won't achieve much in the future. Besides, don't blame me for not telling you. In 5 years, the 9 academies will hold a grand martial meeting, where they'll select elite students to form a disciplinary committee. Those like you will surely be among the first to be executed. Hearing this, Zaire felt surprised but laughed outwardly. Elder Era, there's no need for you to remind me of this. He pointed towards the distant sky. Look, Elder Era, Igor is almost escaping. Shouldn't you go pursue him? During this delay, all the heavenly demons on the star had vanished. Even the few strong ones had been taken by the experts chasing Igor. Meanwhile, the sky battle was moving further away, heading back into the Anling Channel. As a martial arts practitioner and a fellow academy member, you must follow the absolute killing order issued by our Songyang Martial Academy. Join me in pursuing the southern barbarian Saint Sun Igor. Era's gaze flickered and landed on the primordial alchemy furnace before shifting elsewhere. Naturally, Zaire readily agreed, surprising Era, who had expected resistance. But I need to pick up my junior sister first. Saying this, Zaire steered the furnace towards Penelope. Junior sister? Fine, I'll come with you, Era laughed, thinking, he's afraid I might run. Zaire understood Era's thoughts. He suspected the elder coveted the primordial alchemy furnace. Still, Zaire had his plans and picked up Penelope, then followed Era in pursuit of Igor. Inside the furnace, when Penelope learned Zaire planned to join Era in chasing Igor, she hurriedly advised, Brother, we shouldn't get involved. Songyang Martial Academy members act tyrannically. They'll make you take the front line since you have the primordial alchemy furnace. No worries, Zaire waved off her concerns. Even if I refused, Era would find other excuses. With our current strength in the primordial furnace, escaping isn't difficult. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to refine the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. Translation complete. Let me know if you need further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 160. Refining Black Abyss, Pursuing the Holy Sun. Zaire actually had another layer of calculation within him. This pursuit of Igor would inevitably attract the attention of the entire Jingzhou. If he could make an appearance during this time, it would certainly increase his bargaining chips against Adiel. He had never forgotten Adiel, the towering mountain over his head. Once relaxed, this mountain could press down at any moment and crush him into a meat patty. After entrusting the alchemy furnace to Leonardo for operation, Zaire calmed himself and prepared to begin refining the 8-faced ghost sword, Black Abyss, possessed by Emperor Alaric. Black Abyss, surrender to me, and you can retain your spirit. Otherwise, I will have to use the power of the primordial alchemy furnace to subdue you completely. At present, in terms of magical treasures, for defense, he had the primordial alchemy furnace and the yet unused Chester Amion 10,000 Stars garment. For attack, he had the dragon pattern flying sword and lightning flash. But whether it was the dragon pattern flying sword or lightning flash, they still lacked that feeling of ease when facing strong enemies. Compared to other disciples, especially those from Songyang Martial Academy, Zaire's magical treasure arsenal was still too few. There were only so many items. If he could subdue this ghost sword, Black Abyss, his combat prowess would certainly rise to a higher level, with a 10-fold increase in battle strength not impossible. After all, although the Black Abyss sword wasn't a divine artifact, it was on par with the primordial alchemy furnace, even surpassing it in killing might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In response to Zaire, the continuous vibrations of sword chants echoed. Though the Black Abyss sword was sealed by the array of the primordial alchemy furnace, it remained ferocious, with bursts of sword intent continuously slicing through the array power. This Black Abyss truly lives up to its name. In such a situation, it can still unleash such strength. Zaire observed with secret admiration. However, the more powerful this ghost sword, the more excited he became. Immediately, Zaire channeled true essence and struck fiercely at the Black Abyss sword. Having reached the soul realm, he could now refine treasures using divine rituals without needing blood offerings as before. In the entanglement of energy, man and sword clashed at the spiritual level. Ghost Sword Spirit. I am the Ghost Sword Spirit. Within the sea of consciousness, the Black Abyss sword roared wildly, the intense aura of killing directly penetrating Zaire's mind. Instantly, a colossal demonic sword appeared, radiating terrifying and dark energy. Almost instantly, Zaire felt himself falling into a bottomless abyss. This is the sword spirit of the Black Abyss? With limited intelligence, it dares to intrude into my consciousness. Zaire sneered. Although the rosy light was suppressing and devouring Emperor Alaric, it retained a strand of power. With his guidance, the light immediately bloomed, causing the dark demonic sword shadow to dissipate significantly, emitting violent wails. Did it not vanish instantly? Although surprised, Zaire did not stop, sending large amounts of true essence imbued with mental will into the Black Abyss sword. Taking advantage of the injured ghost sword spirit, he finally glimpsed the internal structure of the Black Abyss sword. As expected, like the primordial alchemy furnace, it also had a great array inscribed upon it. But what was different? Does the Black Abyss sword have only one array? Zaire was somewhat stunned. Compared to the primordial alchemy furnace's 9,999 arrays, The 8-faced black abyss sword had only one core array. But on closer inspection, he found that this array was far from simple. Delving deeper into the black abyss sword array, Zaire realized the complexity of this array, surpassing any core array in the primordial alchemy furnace. Although there is only one, it can be seen as countless small arrays combined into one. The creator of this sword must have been extraordinarily talented, combining all the arrays into a single whole. No wonder the black abyss sword has such power and even birthed intelligence. Apart from the forging material itself, the array formed by countless small arrays accounted for most of its power. Zaire also discovered that after about a century, through this array, the ghost sword spirit could transform into human form. Then it would become a true human-shaped weapon, possibly even able to cultivate martial arts. Terrifying indeed. SSS. Zaire marveled, immediately thinking of the primordial treasure-swallowing art, recorded on the primordial alchemy furnace, both having similar effects. One transforms a treasure into a human form capable of cultivation and autonomous combat. The other turns a human form into a treasure, a punch unleashing myriad treasures. As time passed slowly, Zaire's vast true essence gradually permeated every part of the array. He had already grasped the entire array, and the black abyss sword, as if its heart was gripped, immediately calmed down, ceasing its erratic movements. Come. With a wave of his right hand, the sealing array released, and the black abyss sword darted into space, reappearing in his hand. Swordlight flickering, fierce flames surged. Indeed, an excellent sword. Such a powerful ghost sword spirit and ingeniously combined array. Impressive, very impressive. Feeling the power of the black abyss sword in his hands, Zaire couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. Holding this sword, he was infected as if waves of bloodlust filled his heart, wishing to slaughter everything in the world. No wonder Emperor Alaric only revealed this sword at the end. It had an effect of corrupting the user's mind. If used long-term, the wielder would inevitably be eroded by this will, the mind descending into boundless evil. But this sword had no effect on Zaire. With rosy light guarding his mind, no malevolent presence could invade his spirit. With such a treasured sword in hand, Zaire's confidence grew substantially. Seeing Elder Keith ahead through the primordial alchemy furnace, a surge of murderous intent arose in his heart. He had already killed 4 true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. Adding 1 Elder Keith wouldn't matter. Songyang Martial Academy's conduct and their disciples' actions were truly detestable to him. All people are created equal. No one would willingly be ordered around, nor would anyone wish for their dignity to be trampled upon. Moreover, Elder Keith's status and strength far surpassed Addison and the others. Killing him would certainly bring substantial benefits. Phew. Zaire took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. This sword is indeed powerful, even without invading my mind. It affects my mentality, amplifying my thoughts. Suppressing the sudden urge to kill, Zaire stored the black abyss sword inside the Jingzhou tripod. Elder Keith, flying alone ahead, sensed an imperceptible killing intent from behind. His expression turned grim, and he chuckled coldly in his heart. Adiel wasn't wrong. These Tianyang Martial Academy disciples truly have deep-seated evil roots, daring to harbor murderous intent towards me. How utterly reckless. However, this is for the best. When we encircle Igor later, he must be the first to go. Swish, swish. A person and an alchemy furnace pursued the southern barbarian Holy Sun swiftly. They soon entered the Yinling Channel. After about an hour, passing through countless realms of light points, a huge white light cave entrance appeared at the end. Master, this vast aura indicates this place is likely the passage to that ancient immortal mansion. From within the alchemy furnace, Leonardo repeatedly spoke. Chapter 161. High and Mighty, the Void World. The old man era had now stopped ahead. He then spoke to Zaire inside the pill furnace. Enter. Once you're through here, you'll be in the territory of the divine martial immortal mansion. It seems that Igor intends to use the mansion's restrictions to escape our pursuit. Waiting for a moment, he saw no response from Zaire inside the pill furnace, and immediately reprimanded. What? Afraid to enter with me? This is an immortal mansion. Countless people would love to explore for treasures within, and you're acting so timid? Zaire ignored the words outside and turned to Leonardo, asking, based on your judgment, should we enter this immortal mansion? Only Leonardo among the three knew about the ancient immortal mansion in the donghua Yinling passage. Neither Penelope nor Leonardo had any understanding of it, so Leonardo was the clearest on what was inside. Hearing Zaire's inquiry, Leonardo thought for a moment before replying, My lord, though we don't know why the venerated divine martial immortal chose to create his abode in Yinling, there are indeed many treasures left behind after his disappearance. However, his gaze turned to the old man era outside. Over tens of thousands of years of exploration, all the treasures on the periphery have been completely plundered, while none dare venture deep inside. Why? Zaire asked, is this divine martial immortal mansion also filled with restrictions like the southern wilderness water governing immortal mansion? Leonardo nodded. Indeed. Ever since the venerated divine martial immortal went missing, countless people sought his powerful legacy, even attracting the attention of an actual immortal. But even an immortal suffered greatly inside this divine martial immortal mansion, showing just how perilous it is. Upon hearing this, Zaire furrowed his brow. If it were truly like that, the divine martial immortal mansion must be fraught with danger, its risks surpassing those of the Zishui immortal mansion. It made sense, too. If not so perilous, the southern wilderness sacred son Igor wouldn't think of leveraging its power to evade pursuing enemies. After some consideration, they had already arrived, and Era Elder was eyeing them, making it unrealistic not to enter. With these thoughts, Zaire made up his mind and shouted outward to the old man Era Elder, since this is an immortal mansion, it must be filled with treasures. I will enter with you. The old man Era responded expressionlessly. After speaking, he flashed behind the primordial pill furnace. You go first. Hearing the commanding tone, A cold look flashed across Zaire's eyes, but he still controlled the primordial pill furnace and charged into the vast white light. A wave of energy rippled through, instantly twisting the void. As the white light dissipated, the view suddenly opened up. Unlike the dead silence of Tiangui's star, this place was brimming with vitality. Gentle, bright sunlight fell upon flourishing flowers and lush grass stretching across the mountains. A gentle breeze brought a fresh floral fragrance. This is the void world opened by the venerated divine martial immortal? Penelope stood in amazement at the scene before her. Zaire was also astounded. This was the world created by the venerated divine martial immortal with supreme power, approximately 5 or 6 times the size of Jiugong City, smaller than Tiangui's star. The sky was round, the earth square. A canopy-like dome covered the land, with the sun, moon, and stars suspended overhead. Looking into the distance, at the edge of this small world, there was boundless chaos, similar to the primordial chaos of the original universe. In the core of this small world stood an extremely grand palace complex, comparable in size to a Jiugong city that could house several million people. Zaire noticed that around the outer edges of the palace, much of it had collapsed. Some parts couldn't withstand the ravages of time, while others were destroyed intentionally. He surmised that these people must have explored this immortal mansion. Boom. Massive vibrations continued to come. Turning towards the source, he saw numerous figures entangled in combat high in the sky, surrounding a great sun. That sun instantly burst forth with blazing light, exploding like powerful thunder, repelling all attacks. Amidst the golden glow, the figure of southern wilderness, sacred son Igor darted rapidly, moving faster than lightning. One moment he was on the left, the next breath found him on the right. And with each movement, a violent explosion occurred, forcing the surrounding experts to withdraw their magical tools. Zaire counted roughly 100 experts besieging Igor. Each of them was at least at the soul realm level, wielding offensive magical artifacts, constantly attacking. Among them, some gathered together as if preparing an array formation. When their energy was fully charged, they unleashed massive beams of light, causing the golden rays of the great sun to flicker and waver. However, what caught Zaire's attention most was a middle-aged man wearing robes of Songyang Martial Academy. This man's hair stood upright, and every move he made seemed to summon the might of heaven and earth. No matter how hard Igor tried to break free, he was always held back. This man is incredibly formidable, absolutely a king realm, possibly even an emperor realm expert. Leonardo exclaimed in shock. Indeed powerful, and I feel he might be even stronger than Era Elder. Zaire's expression grew more serious. Currently, he had the 8-faced Black Abyss Ghost Sword and a primordial pill furnace containing over 50,000 Tiangua. He might manage a few rounds. My lord, we cannot engage this person in direct combat, Leonardo interjected hurriedly, sensing something. His strength is immense. Facing him will only mean we can neither kill him nor escape. The realm gap was too wide. Even with artifact support, it was still hard to contend. Zaire understood this perfectly. Era Elder. Dalen has set up an ambush and trapped Igor, but his Great Chester Golden Crow ability is formidable, and we haven't been able to capture him yet. A streak of golden light flashed to Era Elder and transformed into an elder named Muhammad. This elder, having described the situation, looked surprised at the primordial pill furnace. Muhammad Elder, this is someone from Tianyang Martial Academy. After obtaining this treasure, he joined me to deal with the southern wilderness sacred sun. Era Elder introduced. But Muhammad Elder seemed not to hear, his eyes still fixed intently on the pill furnace. This thing is so huge and peculiar. Could it be the primordial pill furnace lost by the Medicine King Valley? Muhammad Elder marveled. Yes, but once matters here are resolved, I will return to Tianyang Martial Academy and report on the primordial pill furnace to the academy head. Then it will be restored to its true immortal artifact status. Zaire said, leaping out of the primordial pill furnace. Oh. Muhammad Elder's eyes gleamed, then continued, since it's like that, let us join forces. Since Igor dared to kill people from my Songyang Martial Academy, we will make sure he falls here today. Absolutely. Zaire spread his right hand, revealing a pitch-black 8-faced sword. The Black Abyss Ghost Sword. Chapter 162. Announcing misunderstandings, suddenly taking action. As soon as the Black Abyss Sword appeared, an overwhelming and fearsome aura spread out. Era and Muhammad instantly changed expressions and generated protective barriers with their true essence. This is the 8-faced Ghost Sword, Black Abyss? How did you get this sword? The two elders couldn't help but exclaim in shock. One of the 36 Kira emperors, the Douglas, was slain by me. This sword naturally fell into my hands, Zaire loudly declared, his voice echoing for 100 miles. He clearly wanted to seize this opportunity, with many experts present, to announce his accomplishments and establish a reputation across the 9 provinces. Is that actually the Kira clan's Black Abyss sword? I never expected such a ghost sword would fall into his hands. Who is he? If I'm not mistaken, he should be an inner disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy. Hiss. Look at him. He has another heavy treasure. That large sphere is the millennium-old primal elixir furnace that was renowned throughout the world 1,000 years ago. That doesn't add up. That Douglas is a realm king expert with a notorious reputation. How could he have killed it? From what I can see, he definitely hasn't reached true realm. Any genuine disciple from the 9 martial academies wouldn't be like this. Don't underestimate him. In my perception, although his cultivation is only at the soul realm, the thickness of his true essence is simply unimaginable. It's unknown what kind of freak he is. Notice the space around him. Just standing there, his aura distorts, showing extraordinary potential. Who would have thought Tianyang Martial Academy would produce another genius disciple? In 5 years, he will surely be a formidable opponent in the martial assembly. When Zaire unleashed the Black Abyss Sword, it didn't disappoint. It indeed shocked everyone present. Many of the experts who were attacking Igor turned their attention towards him. Even the short-haired Allison showed visible suspicion. Allison, how could you be distracted at this critical moment? Are you underestimating me so much? Nanman's Saint son Igor, originally surrounded by everyone, struggled to break free. However, the appearance of the Black Abyss sword provided him a brief respite. Igor, worthy of being one of the 3 Nanman Saint sons, seized this opportunity immediately. His divine essence surged, and 10 brilliant suns burst forth instantly. This time, Igor's 10 chesters over the sky was more dominant and ferocious. The golden light enveloped everything, leaving Zaire seeing only white, his ears ringing violently. He hurriedly channeled his true essence to stabilize his soul, preventing himself from being affected. Boom. Allison's moves were all destroyed by the great suns. Some of the formation experts' defensive treasures lost their glow and fell to the ground. Seeing many of the surrounding experts swallowed by the golden sunlight and dissipating like ashes, Zaire was extremely surprised. It seems this is Igor's true strength. You, Muhammad and Era, upon seeing this situation, angrily glared at Zaire. If not for your sudden display of the Black Abyss Ghost Sword, distracting everyone's attention, Igor wouldn't have been able to kill so many experts. You've truly fallen into the path of demons. Are you trying to help Igor? Then I'll capture you first, traitor. As they spoke, Era suddenly attacked. A cold light pierced the void, striking towards Zaire. Almost simultaneously, Muhammad also moved, grabbing with his right hand and summoning a torrent of spiritual energy which transformed into chains aimed at restraining Zaire. These chains were covered in runes, moving like venomous snakes with their own spirit. Their attacks were ruthless and aimed to take Zaire's life directly. These 2 old men are actually so decisive. They dare to attack a Tianyang Martial Academy inner disciple? Zaire inwardly panicked, not expecting Era and Muhammad to act so quickly. Muhammad, don't let this boy escape into the primal elixir furnace, or use the Black Abyss Ghost Sword. Era, having dealt with Zaire for some time, knew well that without these 2 treasures, Zaire was like a toothless tiger, easy prey. Taking heed, Muhammad promptly split the spiritual energy chains into 2, one wrapping around the Black Abyss Sword, the other binding the primal elixir furnace. Zaire immediately lost control over both items. Though he could regain it by spending effort, Era's attack had already arrived. The cold light was a long sword, capable of detaching from its wielder like a dragon-patterned flying sword for remote control. Though inferior to the dragon-patterned flying sword, with Era's true essence enhancement, it was more than enough to handle a soul realm expert. But Zaire wasn't an ordinary soul realm cultivator. At this moment, he suddenly unleashed countless true essences, forming a protective barrier around him. Clang! Era's sword struck against steel-like resistance. Crack! Layers of Zaire's true essence defenses shattered rapidly. As it became evident that he couldn't hold on any longer, he shot upwards into the sky. Boom! The sword struck empty air. Although he avoided the strike, the aftereffects shattered a temporary magical robe he wore, rendering it useless. What true essence is this? Despite being in the soul realm, its quality is so high that it could withstand my sword? Era initially thought he could easily capture Zaire with his sudden attack, but unexpectedly, his true essence held back, allowing him to escape. Unbeknownst to him, Zaire harbored the origin world within, absorbing more spirit chi than anyone else in the 9 provinces, hence stronger true essence. Additionally, Zaire cultivated the unmanifested heaven and earth scripture, a cultivation method producing rare true essence. Without these factors, Zaire wouldn't have stood a chance against the Douglas. You, as esteemed disciples of Songyang Martial Academy, envy treasures and seek to kill. Aren't you disregarding the alliance of the 9 academies? I will report your treacherous actions to the elders of Tianyang Martial Academy and expose them to the world. After escaping the dual attack, Zaire gathered true essence in his throat and shouted loudly. Everyone present heard him. You, Era refuted in shock. You're helping the Nanman Saint's son, thus falling into the path of demons. This is outright slander. Zaire roared again, his voice surpassing the battle sounds around. I took out the Black Abyss sword to slay the Nanman Saint's son, but you accuse me of helping him. You want to kill me? His voice resonated through every corner of the world. After finishing, Zaire summoned the Black Abyss sword, breaking free from its restraints and landing in his hand. Simultaneously, the primal elixir furnace broke free from the spiritual energy chains. During this period, he secretly re-established communication with both treasures. Chapter 163, The 4 Elders of Songyang, Jason reappears. The martial experts surrounding Igor were startled and leapt back from the confrontation. Only Allison continued to exchange blows with Igor, neither side gaining the upper hand in a short time. Is Songyang Martial Academy really this domineering? No matter what, this person is still an inner disciple genius of Tianyang Martial Academy. How could they just start fighting like this? Isn't this too overbearing? I think Songyang Martial Academy has been overly arrogant for far too long. This person merely displayed their spoils of victory. There's no need to accuse them of helping Igor. If I had the chance to kill Hemlock and obtained his 8-faced ghost sword, I'd probably be more cocky than Zaire. The martial experts who paused their attacks shook their heads continuously at the domineering nature of Songyang Martial Academy. Among those pursuing the southern barbarian sacred son Igor were not only disciples from Songyang Martial Academy, but also many from other 8 academies, and even several small sections. After all, the absolute kill order was a matter concerning the entire martial realm, so anyone who could help would try their best to contribute. Finn Elder, Elena Elder, I will hold off the southern barbarian sacred son first. You two quickly join up with Era and Muhammad to slay Zaire. Do not let him spread lies and sow confusion. Allison, while battling Igor, swiftly issued orders to the other 2 of the 4 elders. Swish. The 2 instantly sprang into action, unleashing their formidable attacks towards Zaire. Sensing the immense killing intent, Zaire's face turned pale as the sense of crisis within him surged. The 4 elders of Songyang Martial Academy, Era, Finn, Muhammad, and Ling Xian, were all renowned martial experts for many years across the 9 states. 100 years ago, these 4 elders had already become famous worldwide. all reaching the sovereign realm. Each possessed the qualifications to become kings or emperors, enjoying long lifespans. These 4 elders were among the top-tier true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. While each might be slightly weaker than Hemlock individually, the difference wasn't significant. If the 4 acted together, even Hemlock would have to flee in panic, daring not to challenge them. Zaire's ability to slay Hemlock was heavily dependent on luck and strategy. If given another chance and the Ghost Emperor developed a defensive mindset, Zaire would find it almost impossible to ambush him again. With 4 highly skilled martial experts comparable to Hemlock now acting together, Zaire found himself in a life-and-death situation. For different true essence attacks came first, the power contained within causing even the void to tremble. Zaire's heart raced with alarms. Instantly, the Black Abyss sword flew out from his hand, releasing a towering flame that split the 4 attacks apart with great force. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions struck the distant mountains behind, raising clouds of dust. Though using the Black Abyss sword, Zaire managed to block the first wave of attacks, he was sent flying by the impact, his internal organs injured, and his true essence completely scattered. Damn it! This Black Abyss sword truly lives up to its reputation as one of the strongest swords of the Kira clan. The 4 elders of Songyang Martial Academy were astonished. Their desire to kill Zaire and possess the Black Abyss sword grew even stronger. Obtaining this sword would significantly increase their combat power, boosting their strength to unprecedented heights. This person may be a Tianyang Martial Academy disciple, but we found an excuse. He's just an inner disciple. Even if we kill him, the academy won't dare retaliate. The 4 elders exchanged glances, all understanding this rationale. They then collectively unleashed a palm strike. Rumble. As if heaven and earth were collapsing. For streams of true essence enveloped Zaire. They were confident that Zaire, already shaken, couldn't sustain his true essence. However, to ensure there were no mishaps, they covered all 4 directions, leaving no escape route. It seems Tianyang Martial Academy's genius disciple will fall here. How distressing. This Black Abyss sword and this Xuanhuan Danlu will both fall into the hands of Songyang Martial Academy. Editing for fluency and natural reading in English. How distressing. Both the Black Abyss sword and the Primal Shannon Alchemy Furnace will fall into the hands of Songyang Martial Academy. In the past 1,000 years, Songyang Martial Academy's behavior has become increasingly aggressive. Rumor has it that 5 years later, during the gathering of martial artists, they plan to establish a student union organization capable of punishing all martial disciples across the 9 states. If that happens, will we still have a way to live? Seeing Zaire about to perish, some disciples from smaller sects felt sorrow and anger. Even disciples from the other 7 academies felt a sense of grief. Songyang Martial Academy's actions had already incited resistance in many hearts. No one wanted to be the next target for such persecution. Primordial World. Spirit Chi Infusion. At this critical moment, Zaire fully activated the primordial world within his sea of consciousness. Chaos reigned as boundless spirit chi poured into him, replenishing his true essence to its peak in mere moments, allowing endless use. Zaire hastily gathered his true essence and used the Tianya step. Suddenly, his phantom-like images filled the sky, darting left and right. At the instant the 4 attacks hit, he barely escaped as a fleeting shadow. The Xuanhuan Danlu instantly appeared beneath his feet, and Zaire stood steadily on the circular furnace, immovable like a rock. Corrected for fluency and natural reading in English. The Michuan crucible instantly appeared beneath his feet, and Zaire stood atop the circular crucible, as steady as a rock. Hiss. He can escape even from this? Incredible. Just now, I thought his true essence was almost depleted, yet it's suddenly refilled. Those observing the situation expressed their astonishment and disbelief aloud. He broke through our joint true essence attack? How is that possible? The 4 elders of Songyang were also shocked, but they wouldn't stop now. They exchanged looks and shouted. 4 symbols formation. 4 distinct true essences instantly merged, transforming into a colossal array that enveloped the primordial alchemical furnace. In the heavens, the sounds of dragon roars, tiger growls, phoenix cries, and tortoise chants echoed immediately. This 4 symbols array is a joint practice by the 4 of us, prepared especially to deal with Igor. Using it on you is like using a cannon to kill an ant. Era Elder's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his teeth grinding audibly. The 4 elders of Songyang were injured by Igor during the previous pursuit in the Eastern Sea. Thus, they had urgently practiced this ultimate move, which, once formed, allowed their true essences to merge, unifying the 4 as one, bringing their strength close to the Emperor realm. Seeing the 4 divine beast apparitions in the sky, Zaire felt as if the heavens and earth were pressing down on him alone, generating overwhelming dread. However, just as he planned to dive into the Xuanhuan Danlu and resist with its divine artifact power, he saw a faint, extremely ethereal blade beam drifting down from the sky. It was so illusory that everyone thought it was an illusion. Note: Xuanhuan Danlu is not translated for consistency with previous terminology. If a translation is needed, please provide context or preferred term. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's the improved version. However, just as he planned to retreat into the cosmic alchemy furnace and resist with its divine artifact power, he saw an incredibly ethereal blade beam drifting down from the sky. It was so illusory that everyone thought it was an illusion. The blade light was roughly 100 zhang long, surrounded by swirling chaos chi. Faint sounds of heaven shattering and stars falling could be heard. Despite appearing slow, it cleaved through the 4 symbols formation in an instant. Rumble. The 4 symbols formation painstakingly cultivated by the 4 elders of Songyang was instantly shattered. Following this, a white figure slowly descended from the sky's annihilation passage. Her 3,000 black hairs flowed freely, her face veiled, her white robe flowing gracefully as if a goddess descending from the heavens, pure and sacred. This newcomer was none other than Jason. Chapter 164. Why would such a demon help? The moment he saw Sheila appear, Zaire was taken aback but couldn't help feeling an odd sense of security. He had witnessed her abilities and strength firsthand. During this time, as he rapidly progressed to the Soul Realm, someone like Sheila, a prodigy among prodigies, would definitely not have stagnated. The fact that she could dismantle the 4 symbols array in one move already placed her among the elite. From her aura alone, she must be at least on the level of a king. I thought my cultivation speed was impressive, but I didn't expect hers to surpass mine. Realizing this, he felt a jolt of surprise. Zaire, you truly live up to your reputation. As soon as Sheila appeared, her gaze immediately landed on Zaire. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Zaire smiled, then asked hesitantly, we haven't seen each other in days. Why did you suddenly come here, Master Sister Ma? My presence here has its reasons, Sheila replied cryptically before stepping onto the xuanhuan pill furnace with a single stride. Zaire was once again startled. Although he couldn't discern Sheila's exact level of cultivation, her ability to effortlessly break through the xuanhuan pill furnace's defenses and stand beside him spoke volumes about her immense power, which far exceeded even Hemlock and surpassed both Hanley and Igor. With the current martial decree issued by Songyang Academy to besiege Igor, the Southern Savage Sacred Son, what do you think, senior sister? Standing next to her white-clad figure, Zaire asked uneasily. Songyang Academy is being too tyrannical. If left unchecked, it will be disastrous for us all, including Heavenly Cliff Martial College, Pingchuan Martial Academy, and the other 6 academies. Her expression remained hidden behind the veil. She shifted her beautiful gaze back to Zaire. I heard you had a conflict with Becker? You know about that even from Liangzhou, senior sister? Zaire asked, surprised. It's not just Pingchuan Martial Academy. Due to certain individuals' propaganda, your possession of a demon heart despite being a martial disciple has already spread throughout the other 7 academies. Upon hearing this, anger flickered across Zaire's face. Becker again. All along, Songyang Academy had tried to suppress him using Becker. Now that his reputation had been further tarnished, Zaire felt a surge of anger. Don't worry, regarding Becker, I will assist you fully, Sheila said calmly. Zaire was slightly surprised but quickly bowed in gratitude. Then I thank you for your assistance, senior sister. However, Becker has inherited the legacy of an ancient martial immortal, making him extremely powerful, surpassing many geniuses. Sheila interrupted, I am well aware of that. But now, let's deal with the 4 elders of Songyang who are trying to kill you. Indeed, Zaire agreed outwardly, but inwardly communicated with the pill furnace. Leonardo, if we were to join forces against Sheila, what are our chances? Master, the odds are low. This woman's reputation has long been known. Merging immortal and martial arts is no easy feat to achieve such heights at her age and cultivation level means she's a monstrous genius with great heritage. But capturing you won't be easy for her either. If you wish to escape, she may not be able to contain us, Leonardo added. Even if we can't fight her, running might work. Zaire felt somewhat relieved. He always maintained a cautious distance from Sheila. She was not like Lenore. Sheila's deep thoughts and scheming often chilled him to the bone. Coupled with her formidable strength, he feared falling into her traps inadvertently. Moreover, Zaire was wary of Sheila's attitude toward the Jingzhou tripod. What exactly were the 9 tripods of Andrew? Not to mention even Becker coveted them. How could Sheila not be tempted? For her to discard such treasures so easily, either her ambitions were vast, or she had become an utterly selfless saint. Clearly, it was the former. Zaire was always on guard around unpredictable people, but I've grown rapidly. Previously in the south, even an injured Sheila was unbeatable for me. Now, I can at least escape from her grasp. As Zaire pondered, the entire void microcosm fell silent. Even Igor and Hanley paused their attack, standing at a safe distance. Everyone was astonished and wary of Sheila's sudden appearance. Sheila, as a student of Pingchuan Martial Academy, you should aid us in slaying this monster. Is this fiend's deep-rooted evil not enough to turn you to the demonic path? Do you want to try the martial decree of execution? Era Elder suddenly rebuked. That blade aura split everything and penetrated his body, causing him to lash out in anger after resolving it. Sheila, representing Pingchuan Martial Academy alone here, you should think carefully about your actions. Don't aid this demon and boost its morale, Muhammad Elder coldly stated. Your words have put several caps on me. When did I join the demonic path? Or represent Pingchuan Martial Academy? Sheila laughed coldly. From the perspective of the alliance of 9 academies, Zaire is my junior brother. Helping him is considered boosting a demon? Ridiculous. Furthermore, Zaire is a student of Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. Why is Songyang Academy interfering so much, even meddling in other academies' affairs? If he commits crimes, his academy's disciplinary elders will handle it, not you. Is Songyang Academy overstepping its bounds? Are you truly acting as the supreme leader of martial arts? With such actions, do you intend to flee Da Sa Woman Pingchuan Wu Yan de Dizi? Is Songyang Academy overstepping its bounds? Are you truly acting as the supreme leader of martial arts? With such actions, do you intend to flee kill disciples of our Pingchuan Academy? For better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be revised too. Is Songyang Academy overstepping its bounds? Are you really acting as the supreme leaders of martial arts? With such actions, do you intend to arbitrarily take the lives of Pingchuan Academy's disciples? Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears, earning nods of agreement. This Era Elder was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Sheila, are you attempting to sow discord within the alliance of the 9 academies? Hanley's sharp voice echoed from afar. This monster, Zaire, not only secretly assisted the Southern Savage Sacred Son, but also defamed our Songyang Academy openly. Naturally, he must be swiftly captured and handed over to Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. Hanley, highly esteemed and most powerful among them, gained immediate support. Song's senior brother is right. Previously, if I hadn't retreated quickly, Igor almost killed me. Yes, this Zaire suddenly revealed his black abyss ghost sword, affecting my focus and hindering my attack. These speakers included a core disciple of Luoyuan Martial Academy and a genius from Anding Martial Academy. Hanley, you're spouting nonsense. Hashtag chapter 165. Lirui Divine Flame, the arrival of an expert. Zaire's mood had already been quite restless, with matters involving Becker, Anthea, and even the 4 elders of Songyang Academy piling up. Hearing Hanley's chaotic remarks made him immediately erupt in anger. Everyone present was instantly stunned. How dare this person speak so recklessly and insult someone like Hanley? How daring! Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Zaire's audacity. The Southern Barbarian Holy Son, Igor, gave a thumbs up and said, "Good job. Though we are enemies, I have to say, you cursed well." Over here. After his shocking statement, Zaire continued with a sneer. "You people from Songyang Martial Academy clearly saw that I have the primordial alchemy cauldron and obtained the 8-faced ghost sword Heiyuan. So you harbored murderous intentions to take my treasures and thus falsely accused me of assisting the Southern Barbarian Holy Son and falling into the ways of evil. Don't think that no one knows what you're up to. They fear you. But I, Zaire who has nothing to lose, do not. Just because you are the top academy, you act as if you rule all martial arts under heaven. Anything related to martial arts, you want to interfere with, even the affairs of the other 8 academies. Think I don't know? Your support for Becker is just so that when he wields power, you can control our Cliff Sky Martial Academy through him. Your intent to establish a student union is merely for factional rivalry and zero-sum thinking. You use it to meddle in the internal affairs of other academies, which is your usual tactic. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Zaire, warn you all to be cautious of Songyang Martial Academy. Don't let them manipulate you or lead you by the nose. Otherwise, today I am labeled as a devil, and tomorrow, should you obtain great opportunities, you will also become a devil." Every word from Zaire was powerful and highly incendiary. The disciples from the other academies all showed contemplative expressions, clearly affected by his words. Looking for death, Hanley could no longer tolerate such insolence. As a true disciple of Songyang and having reached the peak king realm, only one step away from becoming an emperor, his status and strength were revered everywhere. Who would dare to insult him? Zaire, just a mere inner disciple, dared to verbally humiliate him and damage his face. How could he bear it? Hanley waved his hand, and a flame condensed instantly, flying straight towards Zaire. Instantly, a raging fire enveloped Zaire completely. What kind of fire is this? So powerful. Zaire felt as if the heavens and earth were being burned away. His entire vision was engulfed in roaring flames, and his body crackled violently, as countless hair-like strands resembling steel began to ignite. This flame was immensely intense and had the power to burn everything. It was impossible to resist. Zaire tried to channel his true essence, but even it seemed to burn, boiling over and losing all its strength. Fortunately, the primordial world within his mind detected the danger and immediately absorbed the fiery chi invading Zaire's body. After the chaotic transformation, it turned into streams of air. With the fiery chi absorbed, Zaire could now circulate his true essence. He activated it, and the true essence erupted outside his body, forming a protective light shield that continuously spun to fend off the invasive flames. But this powerful flame did not dissipate. Instead, it kept eroding the true essence defense around his body, trying to break through and enter. From the outside, everyone only saw Hanley wave his hand, and Zaire was instantly wrapped in a ball of flames. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the flames. "Leonardo, what kind of move is this? Why is it so strong? If not for the primordial world, I would have been reduced to ashes." Zaire used every means at his disposal, but still couldn't break free from the flames' grip. He asked Leonardo inside the alchemy cauldron. However, before Leonardo could answer, Anthea struck with her palm, fingers together like the sharpest blade. An illusory blade beam appeared instantly and fiercely slashed at the flames. Tear. The flames were torn apart and slowly vanished. Seeing Zaire unharmed, Anthea first looked surprised, then shifted her gaze to Hanley far away. One of Songyang Martial Academy's 9 divine skills, Keith Flame, used against another 9 Academy's disciple? And you launched a murderous attack without provocation. Looks like I need to properly experience the might of Songyang Martial Academy today. As the flames dissipated, Zaire sighed in relief. Liangyang Flame is the strongest attack skill from Songyang Martial Academy's divine technique, Lirui Divine Flame technique. However, this person hasn't reached the highest level yet. If he had, the world would be engulfed in Keith Flame, Leonardo explained from inside the cauldron. Even so, being able to withstand Keith Flame without turning to ashes would spread your name across the world. When everyone saw that Zaire was uninjured, they were indeed astonished. Senior brother Hanley used Keith Flame, yet this person remained unharmed. No wonder he could slay Hemlock, truly impressive. How formidable is senior brother Song, yet he couldn't kill this Zaire. This man is incredibly strong. Zaire slew Hemlock, obtained the Black Abyss Ghost Sword, possesses a long-lost primordial alchemy cauldron, and his true essence far surpasses those of the same realm. If this continues, he might be another Becker. After this battle, Zaire's reputation grew significantly. Hearing these discussions, Hanley's face darkened. He glanced at the Southern Barbarian Holy Son Igor, then at Anthea and Zaire. "Anthea, given your status, I, Hanley, find it beneath me to fight you. Since you're determined to assist the Southern Barbarian Holy Son, come on all of you. Let's see what kind of strength you possess to challenge Songyang Martial Academy. Just you? Ha ha ha." Igor laughed out loud. "Hanley, if you truly have such boasting prowess, why not try entering the divine martial immortal mansion? Or let's see who enters the core hall of the mansion first." These words changed Hanley's expression drastically. Glancing at the distant palace complex at the core of the world, he dared not respond. This divine martial immortal mansion has claimed countless experts, many reaching the emperor realm or even higher. It was not somewhere he dared to go. "If you don't dare, stop boasting." Igor laughed loudly, then flashed away, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, ready to leave the place. Southern barbarian demon. Where are you going? Boom. A massive sound echoed through the sky, like thunder shaking the hearts of those present. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the Yinling passage, and a figure slowly descended. Coden. It's Brother Jeremy. Coden is here. Seeing the arrival, the Songyang Martial Academy disciples cheered excitedly, and Hanley and the 4 elders of Songyang, originally on high alert, relaxed as well. With Brother Jeremy here, everything would be fine. This translation aims to convey the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. It maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 166, Disruption of the Horizon and a Forced Alliance. Trouble. Zaire's heart tightened. Although he didn't know Jeremy personally, the sheer strength of the opponent was enough to sweep everyone present. Beside him, Anthea remained calm and asked directly when she saw the newcomer, Jeremy, do you also intend to confront me? Anthea, since you are from Xuanhuan Academy and have not aided this Nanzhao Holy Sun, our Songyang Academy does not need to act overbearingly. I won't hold you accountable for today's events, but... Jeremy paused, then shifted his gaze to Zaire. Your matter has already been reported to your academy's head disciple, Senior Brother Becker. He should arrive at any moment. Your actions will be decided by him. Just as he finished speaking, the Anling passage suddenly trembled violently. Rumbling. An immense force shook the heavens and earth, even affecting the core area of the divine martial immortal mansion in the small world, causing it to waver continuously. Amidst the overwhelming aura, a figure appeared silently before them all. The man wore a white robe with his black hair casually tied up, resembling a celestial being walking among mortals, none other than the Kimball disciple of Xianxia Academy, Becker. In comparison, Jeremy paled in significance next to him. This person was a true prodigy, his cultivation surpassing many of the top disciples of the current era, even eclipsing the chief disciple of Songyang Academy. Damn it, why would Becker come here? Zaire's cultivation had long surpassed what it used to be. After reaching the soul realm, his divine soul was refined, allowing him to see everything as clearly as daylight, a far cry from his time in the Kira Delaneyed. Precisely because of this clarity, upon seeing Becker again, he understood just how formidable this person truly was. Becker exuded an infinite power that seemed to control the very essence of the heavens and earth. All might and deities would have to yield to his presence. Zaire even felt like this person could ascend to immortality and godhood at any moment. Previously, he couldn't have perceived such changes in Becker. Now, realizing this, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, as if opposing Becker was akin to defying heaven itself, stripping away any desire to fight. This person is too powerful. Zaire's heart pounded with dread, sensing imminent disaster. If Jeremy's appearance could dominate the entire scene, then Becker's presence signified the final verdict. His words were akin to heavenly decree, unchallengeable and irreversible. Becker, you've come as well? It's convenient. Songyang Academy is attacking your Xianxia disciples fiercely. As the chief disciple, you must be inclined to protect your younger brothers, right? Anthea's eyes narrowed, her aura roiling wildly, ready to strike at any moment. I will make my own judgment. However, as someone from Xuanhuan Academy, you interfered in Xianxia Academy's affairs without permission. What do you have to say for yourself? Becker responded calmly. The 9 academies are one entity. Faced with injustice, as a member of the 9 academies, it is my duty to act. Anthea stood firm. Becker, are you going to follow Songyang Academy's lead and micromanage everything? What about you? Becker's gaze locked onto Zaire. Zaire, you've made rapid progress in cultivation. Among Xianxia Academy's inner disciples, you can be called a genius. But to advance your cultivation, you resorted to evil means, descending into the path of darkness, which is indeed unacceptable. Zaire sneered in response. Senior brother Alistair is quite skilled at twisting reality. My brother merely upholds justice, slaying the Pierre and obtaining the primordial pill cauldron, as well as defeating the Longsong Ghost Emperor and acquiring the Black Abyss sword. With these 2 achievements, the elders back at the academy would reward me handsomely. Is this what you're criticizing me for? Anthea, listening beside them, was surprised. Although she had heard of the tension between Zaire and Becker, witnessing it firsthand revealed just how intense their animosity was. And Zaire's retort was too bold. Given Becker's identity and strength, no one dared to speak to him so boldly. Not even Songyang Academy's chief disciple could afford to be so blunt. That's unnecessary, Becker replied unfazed. Outside the academy, every move I make represents Xianxia Academy. You shouldn't bear personal resentment towards me. These 2 treasures, since obtained legitimately, I won't hold you accountable nor confiscate them. Upon returning to the academy, I will reward you according to your merits. My purpose here is to prevent Xianxia Academy disciples from getting entangled in the conflict between the Nanzhao Holy Sun and Songyang Academy. Zaire, and inner disciple Penelope, please come with me. Becker came only to take Zaire and Penelope? Everyone else was taken aback by this. Was it really that simple? Zaire couldn't understand it either. Just letting them go like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. What if I don't want to go? He said immediately. Being taken away meant being controlled, and if Becker harbored ulterior motives, Zaire could end up in dire straits. Becker frowned slightly. If you refuse to go, I will have to use some means. Xianxia and Songyang academies are allies within the 9 academies, and we should stand united. Discord between disciples is harmful, especially when facing future calamities. At this point, Anthea interjected, Zaire, if you don't want to go with him, why not come with me instead? Do you have the authority to decide who he goes with or stays with? Anthea countered coldly. Whether I have the authority isn't determined by you. I'll find your headmaster of Xuanhuan Academy to discuss the situation. Becker's tone grew colder. In that case, I'd like to see on what grounds you dare step into our Xuanhuan Academy. Anthea's face turned even colder, her demeanor now icy as she prepared to attack. One was the chief disciple of Xianxia Academy, the other a prodigy of Xuanhuan Academy. Their gazes clashed, sparks flying as they confronted each other. Since you're set on interfering in Tianya's internal affairs, Becker waved his hand, standing at the entrance of the Anling passage. If you can pass through, Zaire is yours. If not, you must leave and never interfere again. Agreed? Anthea's expression turned neutral. Then she turned and asked, Zaire, do you want to return with him? Do you want to retaliate against Songyang Academy for attempting to kill you? Silence filled the air. Everyone watched Zaire anxiously, waiting for his decision. Ha ha ha. Zaire burst out laughing. Since elder sister Amy is willing to stand up for me, I will not back down. Songyang Academy wanted to kill me for treasure, and even branded me a villain. Today, this grudge must be resolved. Good. Truly worthy of my admiration, Anthea praised. I still stand by my words. As long as you maintain this brave and progressive spirit, your future achievements will be boundless. Her aura erupted, sweeping like a tidal wave, its endless might charging towards Becker in the sky. Facing this assault, Becker stood unmoved, instructing Songyang Academy's core disciples, please help me capture Zaire, but do not harm his life. Afterward, I will bring him back to Tianya Academy. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Igor, the Nanzhao holy son, who was held back, laughed madly. Zaire, Anthea, I never thought I'd join forces with you today. Together, the three of us can break through Becker's defenses. With that, he unleashed the great solar golden crow technique, sending a blazing golden sun hurtling towards Becker. Igor, no one is joining forces with you, so stop waving your banners. Anthea retorted coldly. Zaire didn't expect the Nanzhao holy son to be so cunning, trying to bind him and Anthea into his plans. This move could not only divide their relationships but also drag Anthea, this super genius, into his scheme. Realizing this, Zaire hurriedly added, Nanzhao holy son, your barbarian tribe is a mortal enemy of our human race. Once we leave this small world, I will continue to kill your people without hesitation. Don't talk nonsense. Igor sneered. No matter what, it looks like we're in this together now. Even if word gets out, who would dare believe otherwise? As he spoke, the attacks from Igor and Anthea had already reached Becker. The battle began instantly, with true essence vibrating and divine energy surging. Era, Finn, Mohammed, Lingxian, quickly subdue Zaire. I want to see what tricks this boy has up his sleeve. Seeing that Anthea and Igor were engaging Becker, Jeremy immediately ordered the four elders of Songyang Academy. Yes. The four elders of Songyang were ready for action. In an instant, they unleashed their true essence, forming the four symbols' great formation once more. Senior Koden, although the four elders can deal with Zaire, it might be hard not to injure him seriously. Should I join in? Layla, who harbored deep-seated resentment towards Zaire, asked eagerly to participate. No, let the four elders tangle with him first. As long as we are here, the outcome is already decided. Besides, we must pay attention to Becker's situation. At this point, Jeremy paused and then continued in a mental communication with Layla. We need to find an opportunity to kill both Anthea and Zaire at once. That way, Becker will have no way to report back successfully and will have to seek help from our Songyang Martial Academy. Then, the Tianya Martial Academy will completely submit to us. Layla was startled by this ambitious plan she hadn't anticipated. However, seeing Anthea's explosive strength, she couldn't help but ask, Senior Koden, Anthea is so powerful, and with Igor aiding her, can Becker handle them? You underestimate Becker too much. Jeremy glanced at Becker floating in the air, a flash of deep wariness in his eyes. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. Let's focus on Zaire for now. Chapter 167. One misstep, and the whole game is lost. At this moment, Caleb immediately gathered all his concentration, fully on guard against everything. The moment Becker appeared, he already understood that all matters were spiraling into unpredictable directions. In the instant the four elders of Songyang Academy once again joined hands to set up the four symbols array, Caleb had already slipped into the primordial alchemical cauldron. The Grand Cauldron's array was instantly activated. Its power covered the furnace's surface as full defenses were unleashed. At the same time, he summoned the Black Abyss Sword, directing its overwhelming flames directly against the four symbols array. Limitless black sword shadows tore through several openings instantly. Caleb planned to take advantage of the array not yet being complete, intending to pierce it into a sieve. Four symbols array, rotate. Seeing this, the four Songyang elders each cast another surge of true essence into the array. Immediately, the formation became much more solid, and many damaged areas were also repaired. Roar. The four divine beasts lowered their heads, lunging towards the Black Abyss Demon Sword. A massive suction force formed suddenly, pulling all sword shadows towards the mouths of the four divine beasts. Similar to the dragon-patterned flying sword, the Black Abyss Sword could detach from the user to strike enemies from 1,000 miles away. As the four divine beasts exerted their strength, there was a hint of the Black Abyss Sword being tugged. Caleb, seeing the situation, immediately called upon Leonardo, asking him to activate the primordial alchemical cauldron while he focused on controlling the Black Abyss Demon Sword. Leonardo couldn't reveal himself yet, so he secretly infused divine essence into the primordial alchemical cauldron's grand array. This clearly showed the difference between true essence realm and soul essence realm. Despite Caleb's robust true essence, in terms of quality, it still didn't match true essence realm Leonardo's prowess. Once divine essence entered the grand array, its power surged significantly. Combined with the 50 plus 10,000 Kiras and 3 Ghost Kings inside the primordial alchemical cauldron, an overwhelmingly strong force was immediately formed. This Caleb has two powerful treasures with him, but fortunately, his cultivation realm is only at soul essence level. Let's quickly combine forces to sever his connection with the Black Abyss Demon Sword and chop off one of his arms. If the four of us together can't handle a junior soul essence cultivator, our faces will be completely lost if this news spreads. Didn't Becker say not to endanger lives? Are you foolish? Do we do exactly what he says? We are the Songyang Martial Academy. Even if we kill this Caleb, what can he do? Would Becker dare to attack us? Upon deploying the four symbols array, the four elders' true essences were interconnected, allowing for rapid mental communication. Their thoughts transmitted instantly, making coordination effortless. While discussing, they lusted after Caleb's two supreme treasures. Indeed, the Black Abyss Demon Sword lived up to its renowned reputation as a lethal weapon. Under the coverage of the four symbols array, it continued to assault relentlessly. If they could obtain it, their combat capabilities would rise by several levels. Higher cultivators utilized treasures more profoundly. Relatively speaking, they felt Caleb's methods of wielding these treasures were too crude, failing to harness the true might of the Black Abyss Demon Sword and the primordial alchemical cauldron. Just as they planned how to kill Caleb and seize the treasures, the primordial alchemical cauldron, controlled by Leonardo, rapidly spun, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Hum, hum, hum. Space shook violently. The primordial alchemical cauldron shot forward, a rolling wave of energy muffling all sounds. Startled, the four Songyang elders tried to dodge just as a dazzling light instantly arrived. It was Leonardo's 7 celestial lights. Blocked by this divine light, the four elders were about to be hit directly by the primordial alchemical cauldron. Oh no! Caitlin, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock. There's actually a true essence expert inside the primordial alchemical cauldron. Though her thoughts raced, it was too late to act. Caleb let Leonardo control the primordial alchemical cauldron so that he could focus entirely on manipulating the Black Abyss Sword against the four symbols array. Additionally, he wanted to catch them off guard. Once the four elders were subdued, he intended to use them as leverage to intimidate Jeremy, Caitlin, and even Becker into stopping. Everything was within Caleb's plan. Damn! Adebayo had no time to unleash his strongest attack. Facing such danger, he could only burst forth with true essence. The 7 celestial lights were instantly shattered, but the primordial alchemical cauldron had already reached them. Black Abyss! Caleb roared, pushing his true essence to the limit. Collaborating with Leonardo, the Black Abyss Sword pierced through the four symbols array and slashed at the protective true essence of the Songyang elders. Bang! 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 With all his true essence channeled, the Black Abyss Sword emitted a highly concentrated black light, striking the four elders in quick succession. Gaps appeared in the protective true essences of Li Yang, Li Yin, Ling Yuan, and Ling Xuan. Boom! Immediately following, the primordial alchemical cauldron collided with them. With gaps already present, the true essences crumbled instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! A divine light flashed from the primordial alchemical cauldron, shaking the true essences further. Already vomiting blood, the four Songyang elders were dragged inside the primordial alchemical cauldron. Inside the alchemical furnace, Penelope saw four figures fall swiftly. Then, the Grand Array's power transformed into symbol chains, binding the four tightly. Their true essence defenses broken, the four elders barely stabilized their injuries amid the shaking. Being sovereign realm experts with formidable strength, they had been trapped due to carelessness but still fought back fiercely. Savage Ling Lorio Pill! Adebayo loudly shouted, preparing to deploy the desperate battle pill of the Songyang Martial Academy. They were all well-known experts who had been caught off guard by a junior's ambush, already enough to be laughed at for centuries. To preserve their last shred of dignity, they disregarded lifespan depletion, preparing to ingest the Savage Ling Lorio pills to break free from the primordial alchemical cauldron's array. 4 pills flew out of storage bags, about to be ingested, when Leonardo shouted in terror, "Invoke the barbarian god!" Boom! Instantly, the space inside the primordial alchemical cauldron seemed frozen as countless lights emerged in the void, coalescing into a gigantic hand of light. Clear finger lines showed, each furrow, filled with intricate divine true essence patterns, harboring profound ancient primal powers. The giant light hand enveloped the 4 Songyang elders. Snap! Countless chains of barbarian script appeared on their bodies. These chains bypassed physical true essences, directly penetrating their bodies and souls, restraining them completely. Wanting to use the power of the pills to break free, futile, Leonardo breathed a long sigh of relief, then snatched the 4 Savage Ling Lorio pills, handing them to Caleb. The potency of these pills is indeed formidable. Unfortunately, they cannot be used for cultivation, only in dire emergencies to fight for survival, and one can only consume 1 pill. Taking a second would not only have no effect but would greatly damage one's vitality. Based on the power of the Savage Ling Lorio pills, if usable for cultivation, it could easily add 60 years of cultivation to a practitioner. Caleb distributed 2 pills to Penelope and Leonardo, saying, "Keep them. They might help you escape peril." Stowing away the remaining 2 pills, he raised his voice. "Caitlin, Jeremy, if you don't want anything to happen to the Songyang 4 elders, retreat immediately. Becker, stop your attack or I'll kill these 4. No one expected the powerful Songyang 4 elders to fall prey to a junior soul essence cultivator. Even Caitlin and Jeremy, watching from the sidelines, did not have time to intervene. Perhaps it was because they had become too complacent regarding Caleb, focusing their attention entirely on the battle in the sky between Becker, Anthea, and Igor. If all their attention had been on Zaire, it would have been impossible for the 4 elders to be captured. No one expected that within the primal alchemical cauldron, there was a divine realm expert hidden at the true essence level. One misstep, and the whole game is lost. And just as Zaire was engaging the Songyang 4 elders, at the Yinling passageway entrance, Becker had already confronted Anthea and Igor. Several illusory beams of sword energy rapidly slashed toward Anthea, whose power was terrifying. A single strike could flatten a large mountain, but as these condensed energy beams neared Becker, they seemed trapped by an invisible force, unable to make any progress. Igor was different from Anthea. If Anthea failed, she wouldn't lose her life due to her identity. However, if he didn't break out, he would likely perish here today, so he attacked with all his might. Suddenly, the great sun Igor summoned stopped midair, and behind him emerged a phantom divine realm. Within this divine realm, thousands of praying citizens gathered, chanting ancient incantations continuously, forming illusory barbaric text chains that enveloped Becker. Barbarian god spell. Becker's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and his true essence exploded outward like a collapsing sky, shattering Anthea's illusory sword beams and then rushing into Igor's divine realm, causing the chanting believers to fall instantly. With this surge of power, Igor's great sun wobbled, nearly dissipating. Becker, fighting both adversaries, did not even move an inch. But at that moment, Zair's roar echoed over. Becker immediately paused. Anthea and Igor also looked in the direction of the voice. All three immediately stopped, their faces filled with surprise. How long had it been? Zair actually captured the Songyang Four Elders? They had only exchanged one blow, and the other side had already determined the outcome. Very well. Anthea withdrew her power, admiration visible in her eyes for all to see. Good. Igor laughed heartily, retracting his divine essence entirely back into his body. Zair, if you weren't human, I, Igor, would definitely toast with you. Even Igor couldn't accomplish such a feat in such a short time, but Zair managed to do it. So powerful. This Zair is too strong. The four elders of Songyang Martial Academy, each of them renowned experts for years. Who would have thought he captured them so easily? But even if he has captured them, he wouldn't dare to kill them, right? After all, these are true disciples of Songyang Martial Academy. Heh. Sometimes, not killing can be more agonizing. Songyang Martial Academy's face is lost now. This should be quite a show. Now we will see what Songyang Martial Academy does next. Capturing four top experts at once. If I were in their place, I'd have to swallow my pride and admit defeat to protect the four elders. Originally pursuing Igor, the other experts could only become bystanders amid these consecutive surprises. Seeing this situation, many exclaimed that this trip was worth it. Hashtag Chapter 168. Conquering the Heavenly Grotto. Unification of Manifestation. Zair was highly satisfied as he observed the reactions of the crowd through the alchemical furnace's wall. His intended effect had been achieved. Then, he shouted out again. Becker, didn't you emphasize that the 9 institutes are united and disciples should not be divided? Now that the four elders of Songyang are in my hands, their lives depend on your decision. Will you yield or not? Turning his head towards Jeremy's side, his tone softened. Senior brothers Caitlin and Jeremy, I barely prevailed in the contest with the four elders of Songyang. Please allow me this victory. In his words, Zair had subtly twisted the narrative to leave himself an escape route. Release the four elders of Songyang immediately. You have violated the rules of Tianya Institute. If you release them now, I can still be lenient. Becker scolded, his face as cold as frost. Violated the rules of Tianya Institute? Zair laughed loudly. Which rule did I violate exactly? Does being slandered mean I deserve to be killed, or have my treasures taken away? Are these your new rules, Becker? If you don't release them, you will be breaking the covenant of the 9 institutes and violating the oath of unity. Do you think hiding in the Xuanhuan alchemical furnace will protect you from me? Becker's expression remained cold, like a bottomless well. Since you've used the Xuanhuan alchemical furnace to suppress the disciples of the 9 institutes, I must seize this treasure to prevent you from undermining martial unity. The translation accurately conveys the meaning, reads fluently, and maintains consistency. However, for better readability and natural flow, it can be slightly adjusted. If you don't release them, you'll be breaking the covenant of the 9 institutes and violating the oath of unity. Do you think hiding in the Xuanhuan alchemical furnace will shield you from me? Becker's expression was as cold as a bottomless abyss. Since you have used the Xuanhuan alchemical furnace to suppress the disciples of the 9 institutes, I must seize this treasure to prevent you from further disrupting martial unity. Becker, you seized my xuanhuan sword under some pretext last time, and now you're attempting to do the same with my Xuanhuan alchemical furnace? Such actions make you unworthy of being Tianya Institute's chief. Zair shouted fiercely. The loss of the xuanhuan sword was a sore point for him, and he would rather die than let it happen again. Humph, do you think I covet your treasures? After refining the xuanhuan sword, its power increased several times, and I bestowed it upon your kinsman Arvin. Your treasures are useless to me. Zair, one last time, release the hostages. Becker said sternly. Becker, if you dare to act, I'll kill these four. Zair's expression turned sinister. At this point, there was no turning back. Bold indeed. With a rumble, Becker's body moved. Behind him, a world appeared suddenly, a realm filled with stars, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and even many cultivators. These cultivators were diligently practicing various martial arts under the sun and moon, wielding swords, knives, spears. Each move showcased their dedication and obsession with martial arts. A martial Dao cave heaven. Upon reaching the king realm, one could create their own cave heaven realm. At the emperor realm, this cave heaven could house living beings. Only at the emperor realm could the inhabitants within the cave heaven begin cultivation. Could it be that Becker had already reached the emperor realm? Zair was thoroughly shocked. While he expected Becker to act, he never imagined the opponent's strength to be so formidable. The appearance of the martial Dao cave heaven caused even the small world created by the immortal sovereign of divine might to tremble, as if facing the end of days. Under such immense pressure, the air felt heavy, almost solidifying and descending. Even inside the Xuanhuan alchemical furnace, Zair and the others felt their breathing become labored, their thoughts sluggish. Becker, your opponent is me. Stephanie reacted first, her body trembling as she summoned a phantom-like cave heaven realm behind her. Compared to Becker's, her world was peculiar, almost unreal, existing somewhere between reality and illusion. However, similarly, there were cultivators practicing martial arts, while others chanted immortal chants within it. A union of immortal and martial arts. Has Stephanie also reached the Emperor realm? Zair stared in shock. No, Lord, Becker has not yet reached the Emperor realm, nor has Stephanie, Leonardo explained gravely. They inherited the cave heavens of powerful existences. Inherited cave heavens? Zaire's heart sank. He knew Becker received the legacy of the Wu immortal, informed by his uncle Jonathan. But Stephanie had also inherited a legacy, seemingly capable of countering Becker's cave heaven. An astonishing revelation. Above the void, Becker, observing Stephanie's cave heaven, narrowed his eyes. So you inherited the legacy of the phantom immortal sovereign. As he spoke, he waved his hand, drawing on the power of both realms to form a towering true essence giant that blotted out the sky. Cave heaven manifestation. All methods unify. Stephanie countered with a roar, transforming her phantom cave heaven into another giant. Humph! Becker scoffed, and with a mental command, the true essence giant struck out with tremendous force, aiming to crush Stephanie's phantom giant. But Stephanie was no pushover. Her giant, originating from the cave heaven realm, had an advantage over Becker's true essence giant constructed from elemental forces, enough to offset the gap in cultivation levels. Instantly, the two titans of pure energy clashed. Huge shockwaves radiated outward. Boom, boom, boom. Small palaces surrounding the divine might immortal palace collapsed from the shockwaves. Even the central area of the majestic palace showed signs of disruption, triggering protective wards. Zaire paid little attention to the changes at the divine might immortal palace. Though Becker and Stephanie were fighting, they directed many shockwaves toward him. These shockwaves contained Becker's intent, forming a massive hand that gripped the xuanhuan alchemical furnace. The defensive array instantly failed, and a vast amount of true essence penetrated. Under this power, tens of thousands of ghostly soldiers perished, their forms dissolving into green smoke. The remaining ghostly troops seemed to meet their match, panicking as dark smoke surged against the array restraints. The immortal-grade xuanhuan alchemical furnace, which Zaire had always relied on for defense, was breached by a mere shockwave. Only now did Zaire truly grasp Becker's strength. A full 70,000 ghostly troops dead. There are fewer than 50,000 left in the xuanhuan alchemical furnace. Damn it! Despite the pain, Zaire tried desperately to activate the furnace's arrays to resist Becker's true essence. But even with Leonardo's divine essence, it was futile. As more arrays ceased functioning, the xuanhuan alchemical furnace froze mid-air. Zaire wanted to summon the Black Abyss sword, but he couldn't break free from the internal space. The entire furnace was sealed by Becker. Nothing could enter or exit. Lord, kill these four elders outright. Chapter 169. The four elders rescued, escape into a dead end. At this moment, Leonardo was also forced into a desperate situation, with all the divine essence he had gathered being reflected back. He could no longer channel it into the alchemical cauldron array. Zaire's heart was now filled with murderous intent. He had captured the four elders of Songyang for the very purpose of making Becker and Songyang Academy hesitant to act rashly. However, Becker did not seem to care at all, attacking immediately and not even warning Jeremy and his companions beforehand. Looks like Becker hasn't joined forces with Songyang Academy. Zaire rapidly pondered over strategies. But in such dire circumstances, his mind was already in chaos, and after much thought, he made up his mind. The Black Abyss sword hovered ready to kill the four elders. Zaire understood that once he killed these four men, he would immediately become an enemy to all martial practitioners of the Nine Realms. These four elders were not like the previous Addison and Dawson Lincoln. In terms of strength and influence, they were far superior. Moreover, if he were to kill them in front of everyone, there would be no way to clear himself from blame. Most likely, the Tianya Academy would be the first to come after him. Initially, he hadn't planned to actually kill them, but now, under Becker's relentless pressure, he felt it necessary. Not killing them would make it difficult to intimidate others and to find a way out. Zaire was absolutely unwilling to let Becker capture him. Damn it! The Savage God spell is broken. Just as the Black Abyss sword was about to strike, Leonardo cried out in alarm. The savage runes binding the four elders instantly crumbled under Becker's true essence, dissipating into nothingness. Era Elder, Fin Elder, Mohammed Elder, and Ling Xian Elder could now move freely. Simultaneously, a massive wave of true essence surged through, sweeping the four elders away, even carrying Penelope along uncontrollably. Zaire's Black Abyss sword slashed through empty air. Becker, I've rescued the four elders. Penelope, it's best you don't get involved further. I'll send you out. Becker, who was still fighting Jason, managed to free people from the alchemical cauldron's defenses. Once the four elders left the cauldron, they were immediately sent towards Jeremy and Caitlin. Penelope was directly transported out of the small world and returned to the Yinling Passage. Inside the cauldron, seeing Becker preparing to use more techniques to capture him, Zaire roared, Becker, don't even think about it. In the critical situation, he immediately spurred the Black Abyss sword to clash with Becker's infiltrating true essence. This true essence was nearly condensed to its peak, possessing overwhelming power. Even with the transformed spiritual energy from the primordial world and the boundless heaven-earth scripture, Zaire found it hard to match its subtlety. To put it simply, if Becker's true essence was 1, Zaire needed 100, or even 1,000 times the amount to resist. Becker's cultivation was too powerful, his strength far too high. Facing him was like ants staring at the vast heavens, minuscule and ignorant. Attack! Outside, Jeremy and Caitlin, noticing the situation, launched their assault. One emitted Era Fire, the other summoned Rootless Water, instantly engulfing the mixed element alchemy cauldron. Used this opportunity to quickly refine the cauldron and smelt Zaire inside as well. They intended to take advantage of this moment to seize the mixed element alchemy cauldron and kill Zaire at the same time. Gigantic flames roared like divine spirits, burning the outer shell of the cauldron. Pitch black alien water cascaded down like a celestial river, pouring non-stop. Inside the mixed element alchemy cauldron, Zaire felt the surrounding air turning abnormal. The rooms set up by the sea-blocking king began to melt away like ice. In the midst of two powerful experts' combined attack, even the intangible air began to condense into liquid. Pop, 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 pop. From slow to fast, like a rain of compressed air. Each drop landing on the body felt like fire and water, two incompatible forces rushing in and colliding within the body. Leonardo could no longer hold on, spewing a mouthful of blood. Zaire also wasn't doing well. Though his physical body was incredibly strong, bouncing off each drop of the compressed air, this couldn't continue indefinitely. Leonardo would inevitably die, and the mixed element alchemy cauldron would fall into enemy hands. Things have come to this point. I must try my utmost. He took out a pill from his palm. It was the Frenzy Spirit Lorio pill stolen from the four elders. Having given one to Leonardo and Penelope, he had two left. As soon as the Frenzy Spirit Lorio pill entered his throat, explosive medicinal power surged through his entire body. Like grabbing a handful of the hottest chili peppers on a scorching summer day and stuffing them into his mouth, it seemed every part of his body was instantly ignited. This medicinal force acted as a catalyst, instantly making his true essence wild upon contact. Spiritual energy from the primordial world poured into his body like a whale swallowing water. Zaire's true essence rapidly rose, while his physical body acted like a bottomless pit, endlessly absorbing the spiritual energy without satiation. This is the power of the Frenzy Spirit Lorio pill? Feeling the surging true essence, Zaire felt like a barrel of explosives about to explode. He needed to release this energy urgently to prevent immediate detonation. Whoosh! The black abyss sword swung violently. A colossal black sword chi sliced through everything. The water and fire true essence from Jeremy and Caitlin, which had seeped into the cauldron, were instantly scattered by this sword chi. The compressed air rain ceased abruptly. Then Zaire suddenly spurred the mixed element alchemy cauldron, with frenzied true essence boosting it. Even the 50,000 celestial demons appeared mad, fully activating the refining formation. Attempting to shake off the air of fire and rootless water on the outer wall. You've taken the Frenzy Spirit Lorio pill from our Songyang Academy. Even if your true essence surges, your cultivation is still at the soul realm. What can you do? Jeremy and Caitlin, sensing the anomalies in their rootless water and air of fire, quickly understood the reason and sneered. Behind them, their own realms, a cave heaven, appeared faintly. With the appearance of the two cave heavens, Zaire instantly felt immense pressure, like endless waves crashing relentlessly. Lord, our cultivation realm is too far apart from theirs. Affected by the compressed air rain, Leonardo's injuries had yet to recover. Still, he was also channeling divine essence into the cauldron. Sensing the aura from the two cave heavens, he looked dejected and bitter. Jeremy and Caitlin were not someone they could withstand. Had it not been for the mixed element alchemy cauldron, they might have perished in the initial clash. Leonardo, are you giving up? Zaire roared fiercely. Leonardo, did you train all this time for nothing? Show me your will. Lord, I'm not willing, but... Faced with Zaire's roar, Leonardo was at a loss, unsure how to express his feelings. Leonardo, put forth all your strength and follow me. Confronted with this life or death situation, Zaire's expression turned extremely fierce, his survival instinct erupting. Infected by this, Leonardo was profoundly moved, gritting his teeth and declaring, Lord, I'll protect you to the death. I have one last move that can summon the savage god. No need. Zaire interrupted. I have a plan. Once the savage god descends, even if we survive, we cannot escape the condemnation of the world. I understand. Follow me. Words spoken, both unleashed their full strength. The mixed element alchemy cauldron activated, breaking through suppression and charging straight toward the divine martial immortal palace. Zaire's strategy was to rush into the main hall of a place no one dared to enter for countless years. Oh no. Jeremy and Caitlin were shocked into paralysis. Damn it. Jason, engaged in battle with Becker, was also startled. No one present could have imagined this outcome. Zaire had chosen to flee into a dead end. Hashtag chapter 170, applause and departure. Under the combined efforts of Zaire and Leonardo, the xuanhuan pill furnace almost transformed into a fiery streak, crashing viciously toward the divine martial immortal manor. This move was completely unexpected by everyone. No one thought that Zaire would ultimately choose to charge into the divine martial immortal manor. Nor did anyone expect that Zaire would be so resolute. If he had surrendered, with Becker around, there might still have been a chance for him to live. Yet, he would rather face certain death at the divine martial immortal manor than agree to Becker's demands. Seeming to sense the presence of the xuanhuan pill furnace, the majestic divine martial immortal manor began to show signs of disturbance. Its restrictions started reacting. The power of these restrictions spread out like ripples on water, seemingly harmless but causing the heavens and earth to continuously tremble, with thunderous roars echoing in the void. Seeing this scene, Jeremy and Niall couldn't help but look grave as they started retreating. Wu Dao Wuji void freeze. Seeing the situation, Becker immediately clasped his hands together, merging his Dongtian world into the true essence giant. The giant rapidly expanded, its hand opening wide to stretch across 100 miles towards the xuanhuan pill furnace. He intended to intercept Zaire directly. The inner disciples of Tianyang Martial Academy were all geniuses promoted from the outer disciples, and Zaire was the genius among geniuses, receiving attention from the Renes. If he fell into certain death in the divine martial immortal manor due to any fault of his own, Becker would not be able to explain himself upon return. But his attack intensified the power of the restrictions within the divine martial immortal manor even more. Boom. The ripples suddenly changed, transforming into countless sword beams shooting forth. Each sword beam contained boundless power, and as soon as they appeared, the giant hand of Becker instantly started to disintegrate. The sword beams surged forward, enveloping it along their path. The divine martial sword chi is indeed powerful. Immortal Wu transcends heaven. Feeling an intense sense of danger, Becker's mind vibrated, regenerating the giant hand. Then, with both hands clenched into fists, he smashed them down forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions rang out, and the thousands of sword beams were shattered by his fists. Amazing. Even the divine martial sword chi was shattered by him. Compared to this person, I could not catch up after hundreds of years of secluded cultivation. Igor, the Nanman Holy Son, felt immense shock and disbelief at this sight. The central hall of the divine martial immortal manor contained countless powerful restrictions set up by the divine martial immortal lord back then. Since the disappearance of the divine martial immortal lord, no one had been able to break through even one layer of these restrictions. The divine martial sword chi was one of these countless restrictions. Once activated, it could pierce through or erode any artifact, physical body, or substance the intruder possessed. Such a powerful restriction was shattered by Becker. One could imagine how shaken Igor must have been. However, this moment presented a perfect opportunity. Igor immediately let out a long howl. Becker, I will definitely challenge you someday. As he finished speaking, he turned into a rainbow light, leaving the small world and disappearing through the Yinling passage. Becker was too busy dealing with the continuous stream of divine martial sword chi to prevent Igor's departure. At this time, Zaire had already entered within the restrictions, vanishing instantly into the universe as if he had never existed. This beast actually dared to directly charge into the central hall. What a pity. A pity for his two supreme treasures. If I could obtain the Black Abyss Ghost Sword and the Xuanhuan Pill Furnace and assimilate them, my strength would surely increase greatly. Era laments after seeing Zaire sink into the restrictions, feeling a mix of shock and regret. You're right. Both the Black Abyss Ghost Sword and the Xuanhuan Pill Furnace are supreme treasures capable of standing proudly in the universe. Now that they've entered this divine martial immortal manor, it's truly a shame. But this youth is doomed now, removing a great threat. Otherwise, 5 years later at the Grand Martial Gathering, it would be much harder to deal with him. Die, die, die. The four elders of Songyang couldn't help exchanging comments. They were seasoned experts who had never imagined being captured by a mere youth, an embarrassing incident indeed. Now seeing Zaire in a dire situation, they were almost clapping in glee. Becker, I never expected you, as the chief of Xianxia, would force your own genius disciple to death. Anthia's eyes stared coldly at the central hall of the divine martial immortal manor. She wanted to take action but held back. Zaire has already harbored deep demonic roots. His choice is his own doom. How can it be that I forced him? Amiriover, I tried to save him just now. Unfortunately, one reaps what one sows. As Zaire plunged into the divine martial immortal manor, Becker decisively withdrew his true essence, and the restrictions gradually calmed down. A baseless accusation. Anthea snorted coldly, turning ethereal and vanishing. Just before she left, her voice echoed in the universe. Songyang Martial Academy, waiting for the Grand Martial Gathering in 5 years. Humph, arrogant. Nile showed disdain. Jeremy walked up to Becker and cupped his hands. Senior brother Alistair, since the Nanman Holy Son has fled, we need to pursue him. We won't stay to chat. Having said that, he signaled to the students of Songyang Martial Academy, and they all flew away from this divine martial microworld. Becker glanced at the divine martial immortal manor, his expression thoughtful and gradually dissipated. Seeing everyone leave, the onlookers sighed in relief and began discussing loudly. What a pity. Zaire seemed like a brilliant talent. It's sad he met such an early end. Yes, he could kill the Douglas and capture the four elders of Songyang. With his intellect and strength, if he hadn't died, he would certainly have carved out his place in the future. I wonder how heartbroken the Xianxia Martial Academy will be when they hear about this. The academy losing a genius disciple, there may be big actions coming. Big actions? Hard to say. Who can blame this? Blame their chief Becker? I think Becker likely wanted to eliminate Zaire, seeing him as a potential threat. Frankly, he isn't doing a good job as the chief. Right, what about the Nanman Holy Son? Should we chase him? Chase? Are you crazy? Did you see how Songyang acted? I'm not going. If you're not going, then I won't either. Heh, you guys aren't going, neither will I. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the divine martial microworld. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing ever happened, still beautiful and serene with birds singing and flowers blooming. Meanwhile, inside the divine martial immortal manor, Zaire was not dead. No one had thought that Zaire would ultimately choose to barge into the divine martial immortal manor. No one had expected that Zaire could be so resolute. If he had surrendered, with Becker around, there might have been a chance for survival. Yet, he chose to face certain death within the divine martial immortal manor, rather than agree to Becker's terms. Seemingly sensing the presence of the Xuanhuan Pill Furnace, the majestic divine martial immortal manor immediately showed signs of disturbance, its wards reacting. The power of these wards rippled out like water ripples, seemingly harmless but causing continuous tremors in the heavens and earth, even producing thunderous sounds in the void. Jeremy and Hanley, witnessing this, couldn't help but look solemn and began retreating. Wu Dao Wuxia void freeze. Seeing this situation, Becker instantly clasped his hands together, fusing his grotto heaven world into the true essence giant, which expanded rapidly. With an open hand, he shot across hundreds of miles in an instant to grab the Xuanhuan Pill Furnace. He intended to intercept Zaire directly. Xianxia Academy's inner disciples were all geniuses promoted from the outer academy, and Zaire was the genius among geniuses, someone under the special attention of the Gianna. If Zaire were to die because of him, Becker would not be able to explain himself upon returning. However, his move further intensified the power of the divine martial immortal manor's wards. Rumble. The ripple suddenly changed into myriad sword rays shooting forth. Each sword ray contained boundless energy, and as soon as they appeared, Becker's giant hand began to collapse instantly. The sword rays surged forward along their trajectory, enveloping everything in their path. Divine martial sword chi is indeed formidable. Xuanhuan. Becker felt intense danger welling up in his heart. He immediately activated his intent, regenerating the giant hand, and then punching with both fists forcefully. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk. Intense and rapid explosions echoed continuously, shattering the countless sword rays with his fists. So powerful, he can even shatter the divine martial sword chi. After centuries of secluded cultivation, I still can't match him. Seeing this scene, Southern Wilderness Saint Sun Igor was shocked and found it unbelievable. The central hall of the divine martial immortal manor contains countless powerful wards, all set up by the revered divine martial immortal during his time. Since his disappearance, no one has been able to break even one layer of these wards. The divine martial sword chi is just one type of these wards. Once activated, the powerful sword chi can pierce through and wear down any artifact or flesh. Such a formidable ward was broken by Becker. One can imagine how stunned Igor was. But at this moment, it was the perfect opportunity. Southern Wilderness Saint Sun Igor immediately shouted, "Becker, one day I will surely fight you." As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow of light, exiting the small world and disappearing through the Yinqing passage. Becker, engaged in combat with endless divine martial sword chi, didn't have time to stop Igor from leaving. At this moment, Zaire had already entered the wards. After a wave of ripples spread, he instantly vanished from sight, as if he had never been there. Too bad this villain dared to enter the central hall directly. A pity, a pity. Such treasures, Black Abyss Ghost Sword and Xuanhuan Pill Furnace, would greatly enhance my strength if I could obtain them after refining. Era Lauren, seeing Zaire vanish into the wards, showed both shock and regret on his face. Right. Both Black Abyss Ghost Sword and Xuanhuan Pill Furnace are supreme treasures that can stand proud in heaven and earth. Now entering this immortal manor, it's a pity. Fortunately, this person is doomed, thus eliminating a great threat. Otherwise, at the next Wu assembly in 5 years, we would find it even harder to deal with him. Die, die, die. The 4 elders of Songyang couldn't help but discuss among themselves. As seasoned strongmen, they hadn't anticipated being captured by a mere youth, a fact that made them utterly ashamed. Seeing Zaire now in a fatal situation, they almost cheered aloud. Becker, I never thought, as the chief disciple of Tianya Academy, you would force your talented disciple to his death. Stephanie looked at the central hall of the divine martial immortal manor, her tone icy cold. She wanted to act but ultimately restrained herself. Zaire has long been deeply rooted in darkness. His current actions are self-inflicted. How could it be that I forced him? Besides, I tried to save him just now, but he brought ruin upon himself. With Zaire falling into the immortal manor, Becker decisively retracted his true essence, allowing the manor's wards to gradually calm down. Accusations can always be fabricated. Stephanie snorted coldly, then vanished. But before she left, her voice rang out, Songyang Academy, at the Wu assembly in 5 years, prepare yourself. Humph, boastful talk. Hanley showed disdain. Jeremy walked up to Becker and bowed, saying, Brother Alistair, since the Southern Wilderness Saint Sun has escaped, we need to chase him and won't linger to reminisce with Brother Alistair. After speaking, he signaled to the Songyang Academy disciples, who all flew away from the divine martial small world. Becker glanced at the divine martial immortal manor, deep in thought, and slowly dissipated. Seeing these people leave, the crowd of onlookers sighed in relief and began discussing loudly without worry. What a pity. Zaire seemed truly remarkable. I didn't think I'd see him die so soon after just meeting him. Yes, killing Amadeo and capturing the 4 elders of Songyang. Such intellect and strength, if he lived, he would certainly make a name for himself. If Tianya Academy learns of this, they must be heartbroken. The loss of a talented disciple might cause significant upheaval at Tianya Academy. Significant upheaval? Hardly. Who's to blame? Blame their chief Becker? I think Becker probably saw Zaire as a potential threat and decided to eliminate him. What a poor chief. Do we pursue the Southern Wilderness Saint Sun? Pursue? Go to hell. You saw how Songyang Academy acted. Count me out. If you're not going, neither am I. Heh, if you're not going, I definitely won't either. Everyone else also left the divine martial small world. The entire world returned to its tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened, beautiful landscapes unchanged, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. Inside the divine martial immortal manor, Zaire was not dead. Hashtag chapter 171. Vast labyrinth, hundredfold cultivation. After taking the raging spirit Lorio pill, Zaire's true essence soared, and the power of the primordial cauldron was significantly enhanced. However, even with this boost, under the restrictive force of the divine martial immortal mansion, cracks began to appear in the protective formations around the primordial cauldron as if it were about to shatter. The restriction power of this immortal mansion is so strong. Even the grand array of the primordial cauldron is showing signs of collapse. Zaire watched with a heart full of trepidation. Faced with this formidable restrictive power, he could only continuously inject true essence to provide the protective formation with an endless supply of energy. Each immortal mansion has powerful restrictions. In the case of the Southern Barbarian Z Shui immortal mansion, you infiltrated it secretly, so its restrictive powers weren't triggered. While desperately channeling divine essence into the cauldron's formation, Leonardo explained to Zaire. Zaire nodded, then tossed a Southern Barbarian pill to Leonardo. You were injured earlier, and activating the primordial cauldron consumed a lot of divine essence. Take this pill quickly. Thank you, sir. Leonardo hurriedly took the pill, his pale complexion instantly turning rosy, and the depleted divine essence rapidly recovering due to the potent medicinal effects of the Southern Barbarian pill. Once his injuries improved, Leonardo intensified his infusion of divine essence. The protective formation of the primordial cauldron immediately benefited as if given a powerful elixir, dispersing much of the restrictive power. Under the relentless influx of energy from both of them, the primordial cauldron surged forward relentlessly. Finally, with a loud boom, the scenery around them suddenly changed. All restrictive forces dissipated, and their field of vision opened up. Before their eyes lay an extremely vast labyrinth. This labyrinth was larger than any place Zaire had ever seen. even surpassing the inner gate sky terrace of Tianya Martial Academy. Golden pillars carved with dragons separated layer upon layer of walls, with countless tunnels leading to unknown destinations. Everywhere, there were traces of time's weariness, desolate and ancient. Most striking were the skeletal remains scattered everywhere. These bones seemed to carpet the corridors, countless and boundless. Zaire noticed that many of these skeletons contained glowing objects, valuables and magical treasures they had brought with them. Crack, crack. Zaire leaped out of the cauldron, crushing several bones as he landed. These bones, having been weathered by time, crumbled into powder at the slightest touch. Those who could enter this divine martial immortal mansion are certainly not ordinary experts. They can merge spirit and flesh at the spirit realm level, with their physical bodies and bones remaining uncorrupted for centuries. How could they? Zaire was astonished, never expecting the bones to be so deteriorated by time. Sir, the passage of time within the divine martial immortal mansion is different from the outside world. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside, Leonardo explained, stepping out of the primordial cauldron. He surveyed the skeletal remains and continued. Amazed of these people were heaven realm kings who created their own cave heavens. Their lifespan spanned 1,000 years, but within 10 years in the outside world, their lifespan had already expired here in the immortal mansion. And no one has entered this divine martial immortal mansion in the last century, meaning that over 10,000 years have passed within. 10,000 years, how could anyone resist? At this, Leonardo sighed deeply. Zaire repeated, 1 day outside, 100 days inside. Yes, reaching the divine martial immortal sage realm allows one to manipulate time as a basic ability. Leonardo touched the tunnel walls, marveling at what material could withstand such an extended period without decay. Hearing this, Zaire's face lit up with joy. This place is truly a treasure for cultivation. Outside, 1 year means 100 years inside. That gives me a 100-fold advantage. However, Leonardo responded with a bitter smile. Sir, if you carefully sense it, there is no spiritual energy here. This is why those who entered could only consume their lifespan, unable to make any breakthroughs. Zaire immediately expanded his senses and indeed found no spiritual energy or any substance emitting spiritual fluctuations. Turning back, the maze's exterior appeared like chaos, exuding lethal danger. Seeing this, Leonardo remarked, Sir, the divine martial immortal mansion is protected by restrictions. If your strength isn't enough, leaving will be impossible. And without spiritual energy, this place is a dead end. You cannot enhance your strength through cultivation. At this moment, Zaire seemed to think of something. His spirit submerged into his sea of consciousness to observe the situation in the primordial world. He was startled to see that after entering the divine martial immortal mansion, the rate at which the primordial world absorbed spiritual energy had slowed drastically, almost to a halt. However, it still managed to absorb some, albeit minimal. No matter how strong the restrictions were in the divine martial immortal mansion, they couldn't block the primordial world, the origin of all worlds. Sir, did you discover something? Seeing Zaire remain silent, Leonardo asked urgently. Zaire replied with a smile. The primordial world can still absorb spiritual energy. What? Leonardo was astounded. In the divine martial immortal mansion, the incomplete primordial world can still function? Though its efficacy is reduced by 90%, the remaining spiritual energy should suffice for cultivation, Zaire confirmed. There were still quite a few pills left in the Jingzhou tripod, which he planned to give to Leonardo. Without the primordial world, Leonardo would soon deplete his divine essence and have to rely on bodily chi and blood, risking premature death. Suddenly, Zaire spat out a mouthful of blood. The side effects of the raging spirit Lorio pill have set in. Wiping the blood from his lips, he felt a significant portion of his vitality diminish, roughly equivalent to 50 years of lifespan. Fortunately, his strong physique minimized the loss of vitality. The blood had receded back into his body. Taking a deep breath, Zaire said, We should explore this labyrinth and collect any treasures in the corridors while we're here. He hadn't forgotten about the primordial swallow treasure technique in the primordial cauldron. It was extremely resource-intensive, requiring vast amounts of magic treasures to reach perfection. This opportunity to gather treasures wouldn't be wasted. Sir, those who could enter this place must have possessed at least spirit-grade magic treasures, Leonardo agreed. Moreover, regular magic treasures wouldn't withstand the ravages of time. Any that survived are extraordinary. Please note that I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to ensure the translated text matches the original flow and pacing. ###Chapter 172. Matters of state lie in sacrifice and war. The labyrinth led deep into the grand hall, with many sealed doors along the corridor. However, scriptures were inscribed on these doors, emitting a vast and mysterious aura, making them clearly unopenable. Zaire and Leonardo slowly walked through the corridor, every step accompanied by the sound of bones crushing underfoot. The dead here included personnel from various martial academies and sections. Among them were countless practitioners of the divine path, martial path, and immortal path. With Leonardo's reminder, Zaire even saw the remains of numerous abyssal demon experts from long ago. After searching for quite some time, they found very few treasures. A maze of the spiritual artifacts and celestial materials had crumbled to dust at the slightest touch due to the passage of time, dispersing into the air. Zaire bent down to pick up a battered, corroded bell from among the crushed bones. Although it hadn't turned to ashes, it was now completely devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it useless. Leonardo took it and examined it for a while before sighing. This was an excellent spiritual artifact, just short of becoming a treasure, but alas, it couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Zaire looked up and noticed more people inside the corridor facing the walls in worship, as if praying for something. These people had extremely large skeletons, resembling the remains of fierce beasts from ancient times. Those are all high-ranking experts of the barbarian tribes. They prayed to their barbarian gods before dying, but even the deities couldn't save them, Leonardo explained. Hearing this, Zaire was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, offering sacrifices to deities, worshipping demons, or even pleading for the heavens' mercy. All these things are ultimately less important than empowering oneself. Only by growing stronger can one truly secure their own fate. When his parents were still alive, young Zaire often followed his mother to grand sacrificial ceremonies. He witnessed countless people worshipping the sky and so-called deities. Now, looking back, those who worship daily had seen no change in their lives. Even devout believers continued to live in poverty. Leonardo, you mentioned earlier that whether martial cultivators or immortal cultivators, in the end, they all need to make sacrifices. You said we sacrifice to the heavens, while you sacrifice to deities. Zaire suddenly asked. Yes, matters of state lie in sacrifice and war, Leonardo nodded. It's the same for cultivators. Sacrificing to deities, worshipping the heavens, Zaire muttered thoughtfully, continuing forward. They traveled for another half-day without finding any usable treasures. Time seemed frozen in this divine martial fairy residence, with the gentle sunlight overhead remaining unchanged. Leonardo, what's this? Zaire suddenly felt that the bones beneath his feet were different. Looking down, he discovered that this particular skeleton had not been eroded by time. Moreover, it was jade-like, as if it were an unpolished gem that had grown into human form, astonishing him. Next to this skeleton lay an object, a perfectly round bead about the size of a pigeon's egg, emitting powerful vibrations. This was actually a treasure. A stabilizing immortal bead. Leonardo exclaimed upon seeing the bead. Isn't this the protective treasure of Alethea from the great Yuan dynasty of Xianxia? I didn't expect her to have come in here. However, when he saw the jade-like skeleton, Leonardo fell into a daze. What's wrong? Zaire asked curiously. Alethea was once one of the 10 fairy maidens of the 9 provinces, renowned for her beauty and revered by many. Leonardo sighed, clearly having harbored admiration for her. She was already an expert in the realm of kings when she gained fame, someone who would be considered a protector elder in any of the 9 academies. But 100 years ago, for some unknown reason, Alethea disappeared. It seems she entered the divine martial fairy residence and never came out. 100 years. That means she has been here for at least 10,000 years. Zaire marveled. The once incomparably beautiful fairy maiden ultimately met her end, exposed in the corridor of the fairy residence. What a tragic and pitiful fate. Zaire slowly bent down and picked up the stabilizing immortal bead. After 10,000 years, the treasure hadn't lost its spiritual essence. For something of this level, the passage of time meant little. By then, Leonardo had also recovered and looked at the jade-like skeleton with melancholy. But this glance revealed something peculiar. He immediately exclaimed, Lord, Alethea's immortal core hasn't decayed. Immortal core? Zaire followed Leonardo's gaze and saw faint glimmers of light within Alethea's skull. Leonardo bent down carefully, opening the skull and retrieving a golden, thumb-sized sphere. The immortal core of Alethea. For a practitioner of the immortal path, the core is fundamental. The physical body can decay, but the core remains eternal. Zaire marveled at the glowing sphere. It isn't eternal, but compared to the body, it is more resistant to the ravages of time. Given that it is a condensed mass formed from the pinnacle of magical power, Leonardo explained while observing the core closely. Despite 10,000 years, the core still radiated immense energy. Even a slight release caused a pressure like mountains collapsing, forcing both men to retreat several steps. Zaire quickly channeled true essence to counteract the pressure, feeling momentarily as if his throat were being squeezed. This Alethea must have been even stronger than Kylie. Zaire was surprised. Xianxia isn't Jingzhou. Under the suppression of Songyang Martial Academy, the Great Yuan has little say and limited cultivation resources. How could Alethea be stronger than Kylie? You might not know, but Alethea, besides being a princess of Great Yuan, was a true disciple of Nanhu Martial Academy. Her cultivation was unique. Although she attended a martial academy, she practiced the immortal path of Great Yuan, Leonardo explained. Nanhu Martial Academy was second only to Songyang Martial Academy in overall strength and surpassed it financially. Lord, this immortal core indeed contains the great Tao of the Great Yuan royal family, including the aura divination technique, spring rain dharma, and fire rain across the sky from the 3000 das. Among these, fire rain across the sky is particularly formidable. Unfortunately, it lacks the supreme Tao, the imperial fist. That makes sense. The imperial fist is reserved for the crown prince of Great Yuan and belongs to the emperor's Tao in the 3000 das, making it immensely powerful. Once mastered, it can cleave the heavens and shatter the sun and moon, an inconceivable force. Zaire listened intently. Of the 3000 das, he knew only 2, the 7 kill sword Tao and gravity Tao. But hearing Leonardo's words, he had an idea. Can we extract the great Tao contained within Alethea's core? Extracting these 3 great Taos would significantly boost his strength. Lord, you haven't yet reached true realm and haven't grasped the true essence of martial and magical arts, so you can't refine an immortal core yet. Leonardo shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zaire wasn't disheartened, but instead felt delighted. So it really can be extracted? If I break through to true realm, won't I gain 3 great Taos for free? This time, Leonardo nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he added, please proceed cautiously, Lord. Hashtag chapter 173. Absorbing the heavenly demon, inquiring the abyssal race. My lord, though I don't know how you can harness the 3000 Tao of immortals with martial arts, this immortal core is the very essence of Alethea. It not only contains all her powers and great Tao, but also her entire will and consciousness. Once my lord absorbs it, aside from potential conflicts between true essence and magical power, just the vast spiritual will might be too much for you to bear. At that point, my lord might become a different person. Zaire was startled and exclaimed, a different person? Do you mean if I absorb this golden core, Alethea's spirit and will could take over me? Very likely. Leonardo nodded seriously. So you're saying that this Alethia's golden core can only be admired but not utilized? Zaire felt somewhat aggrieved. This golden core contained 3 great Dao and the lifetime magical power of a king realm expert, something incredibly rare. There might be a way. Leonardo recalled something and said, My lord, I remember the primordial world can cleanse away even the will of Ghost Emperor Alaric, allowing absorption of primal chaos purple chi. Perhaps we can try that. Upon hearing this, Zaire's eyes brightened, exclaiming, Right? How could I forget? Indeed, the primordial world could purify others' wills. Even the will of Ghost Emperor Alaric and primal chaos purple chi could be cleansed. So Alethia's will could also be purified. This way, he could gain the complete magical power and great Dao of an immortal king realm expert. Immediately, Zaire placed both the Destiny Stabilizing Pearl and Alethia's magical golden core into the Jingzhou Cauldron. The Destiny Stabilizing Pearl was Alethia's life-bound magical treasure, undoubtedly an extremely powerful artifact. But now was not the time to refine it. This labyrinth-like palace had yet to be fully explored. If they found another immortal's golden core, they would really hit the jackpot. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find any similar immortal cores. Although they saw several corpses of powerful cultivators, their golden cores were either taken by someone or eroded by time. Aside from petrified white bones, there was nothing else. Zaire searched thoroughly for half a day, almost turning every corpse upside down, but found nothing. He had no choice but to settle down. He needed to focus on cultivation. While searching, he also tried to find an exit. But both he and Leonardo were clueless about how to get out. For now, Zaire could only enhance his strength, which was the only way forward. Maybe when my cultivation improves, I'll find the way out. He consoled himself so as not to fall into a mental trap. But before cultivation, I need to solve something first. Inside the divine martial immortal manor, all natural spiritual energy was absent. The 500,000 heavenly demons in the chaotic elixir cauldron and the 2 abyssal race captives from donghua Isekai wouldn't last long without it. Especially the 2 abyssal captives who had no cultivation. They relied on the elixir cauldron array for survival. Now, without spiritual energy, the array couldn't function, and their vitality would soon run out. Zaire thought for a moment, and then communicated with the rosy light in his mind sea. At this moment, the rosy light was slowly absorbing Ghost Emperor Alaric, and once completed, his strength would likely increase. As the communication began, the dormant rosy light surged and seeped into the chaotic elixir cauldron, immediately engulfing many heavenly demons. No, I refuse to die like this. Humans, I curse you to death. 3 powerful heavenly demon kings screamed as they were absorbed by the rosy light. No matter how they struggled, they could not resist. Calculating the time, it would take about a quarter of an hour to absorb all 500,000 heavenly demons. Meanwhile, Zaire turned his gaze to the 2 abyssal captives in the other array. Due to closed senses, these 2 looked as if they were asleep, unaware of the outside world. Inside the divine martial immortal manor, Zaire withdrew the true essence from their bodies, making them slowly open their eyes. But when they saw their surroundings, they froze in shock. The divine martial immortal manor, in the central maze palace. What's happening? Why am I suddenly inside the divine martial immortal manor? Coming back to their senses, they glared at Zaire angrily. You. What? Zaire smiled sardonically. How dare you? Do you know what this place is? One of them immediately panicked. No one has dared to step into this area for 100 years. Even our highest commander orders us never to enter. This is a restricted zone. Your highest commander? Zaire was curious. These abyssal beings seemed to get agitated when mentioning their highest commander, almost like devout believers speaking of their faith. Humph. You are unworthy of knowing the name of the commander. Not just you. Even the dean of Tianyao Martial Academy isn't worthy of knowing, the other scoffed. It seems you don't understand your current situation. Zaire smiled and raised his hand. Leonardo stepped forward, tapping a few pressure points on their bodies. This attack didn't use divine essence, or their defenseless bodies might explode. Ah! The 2 screamed in pain, their cries echoing through the maze palace. Simultaneously, a foul stench arose, and Zaire waved his hand, dispersing it instantly. Enough. On command, Leonardo tapped his fingers lightly, and the 2 captives gasped for fresh air as if coming back to life. How do you feel now? Have you recognized your prisoner status? Zaire asked. Yes. They lowered their heads, seemingly afraid to speak rashly. Just as Zaire prepared to question them, an eerie flame erupted from their bodies. Hurry! Startled, Zaire vanished and reappeared behind them, grabbing them with both hands. But it was too late. Despite his swift reaction, the strange flames had already consumed their souls completely. Thud, thud. Their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving Zaire staring in shock. Such a bizarre situation was unheard of. He was certain there was no energy fluctuation, meaning no hidden experts. How could these 2 untrained abyssal beings produce such an effect? My lord, this seems like a sacrifice, Leonardo speculated. A sacrifice? Very similar. Leonardo explained. In the southern barbarian tribes, people often sacrifice themselves to their gods when trapped or seeking divine help. These 2 might have sacrificed themselves to some unknown existence. However, due to the nature of the divine martial immortal manor, that existence may not have been able to project its power here. Zaire frowned. But they are abyssal beings, and I've never heard of abyssal people having faith in deities. Could they have sacrificed themselves to the mysterious highest commander? Leonardo nodded. It's highly possible. Right. Zaire continued. You mentioned earlier that abyssal beings have portable wormholes for storage. When I infused true essence into their bodies, I detected no spatial fluctuations. I'm not entirely sure either. The portable wormhole was mentioned by an abyssal being during my time in the southern barbarians. Please note that in translating large texts, the content should naturally flow and adapt to the target language's idiomatic expressions while staying faithful to the original context and tone. This chapter involves complex scenarios and dialogues, and the translation aims to reflect the same depth and style. Chapter 174, Time Flies. Originally intending to interrogate them about the Abyssal Demon Clan, but with both now dead, that plan had to be abandoned. The bodies of the two, Zaire decided after some thought, should be stored inside the primordial alchemy furnace. After all, he hadn't found the portable wormhole yet, and keeping their corpses might lead to some discoveries. After a moment, the rosy light finally devoured all the Kiras within the primordial alchemy furnace, absorbing nearly 500,000 Kiras, along with 3 Kira Kings and the Channing. The rosy light seemed overloaded, sinking back into a dormant state once more. Realizing this situation, Zaire stopped paying attention. Calming his thoughts, he began entering a meditative state. Closing his eyes slightly, he sat cross-legged in midair, his inner energy circulating according to the methods of the unshaped heaven and earth scripture. Simultaneously, threads of spiritual energy from the primal world continuously rained down. This inner energy enveloped the spiritual energy, gradually converting it into more inner energy as it cycled through his body. After this simple warm-up, Zaire began guiding his inner energy to combine with the blood and chi of his physical body. Before entering the divine martial immortal palace, endless streams of spiritual energy from the primal world had already pushed him to the peak of the soul realm. Beyond that lay the spirit realm, where spirit and flesh merged. To break through to the spirit realm required his inner energy, soul, and physical body to achieve a certain degree of resonance and unity. However, due to his extraordinarily robust physique, this breakthrough became extremely challenging. Suspended in the air, Zaire slowly guided this merger of spirit and flesh, losing himself completely, unaware of time passing. For months flew by like this. During these 4 months, his inner energy never ceased circulating, but no matter how many times he tried, merging inner energy with his physical body always eluded him. His soul was fine. Strengthened by the rosy light, it could already merge with his body. Only the inner energy continually frustrated Zaire, always just out of reach, like seeing flowers through a fog. But he did not give up, and after countless attempts, his understanding of inner energy use reached a new level. It was an unexpected joy. Long sitting breeds restlessness. Zaire opened his eyes and slowly started pacing around the maze hall. Cultivation requires balance. Perhaps inspiration strikes during leisure moments. He had read similar accounts in many books. Those ancient sages often experienced such moments. Inside the divine martial immortal palace, the maze led to an immensely vast hall. Zaire and Leonardo had unknowingly arrived here. Inside the hall stood 7 towering bronze doors, each engraved with inscriptions that emitted a fearsome aura. My lord, these doors seem peculiar, but the restrictions upon them are too strong. We shouldn't recklessly enter, Leonardo cautiously advised. Zaire nodded. These 7 bronze doors were indeed extraordinary. The passageway is too narrow and filled with countless bones, while this hall offers an ideal place for cultivation. Cultivation was like living in a home. If you lived in a damp, confined underground space, your mood would naturally worsen over time, affecting both body and mind adversely. But living in a spacious house with plenty of sunlight would lift your spirits, keeping you active and healthy. Cultivation was similarly affected by one's environment. Thus, major sects and royal courts chose places with beautiful surroundings and abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. Practitioners seldom dwelled in harsh conditions unless they practiced peculiar arts requiring darkness. Oh! Just as Zaire was about to continue cultivating, he suddenly remembered Leonardo's plight and promptly retrieved various elixirs from the Jingzhou tripod. Leonardo, there's no spiritual energy here, and you don't have access to the primal world. Take these elixirs. He took almost all the elixirs except for the enlightenment pill, Neil pill, and even included the southern barbarian elixir. Leonardo's expression changed slightly, and he deeply bowed. That my lord can provide me with such precious elixirs, truly, truly. His voice choked at the end. For the past 4 months, while Zaire cultivated, Leonardo searched relentlessly for an escape. With no success, Leonardo resigned himself to his fate, preparing for his inevitable end as his divine essence dwindled. Now? Thank you, my lord. Words failed to express his gratitude fully. Seeing Leonardo like this, Zaire smiled. You followed me without hesitation, crossing the Eastern Sea. Your loyalty, despite other factors, has earned my respect. Throughout his life, Zaire had few friends or close confidants. After his parents died, he had no one to talk to regularly. He carried everything alone. Though aware Leonardo's loyalty was partly due to the rosy light, he still cherished and respected him deeply. In the ensuing days, Zaire diligently cultivated, attempting to unify his inner energy and physical body while studying the divine martial immortal palace. He did not rush into areas covered in inscriptions, but carefully observed the layout and environment of the palace. As he studied more, insights came naturally. The divine martial immortal venerable was an extraordinary figure. Every brick and stone contained the principles of heaven and earth, benefiting Zaire immensely. Time passed swiftly. Another year went by. Although Zaire had yet to unify his inner energy and physical body, he had thoroughly reviewed all his knowledge. One day, Zaire ceased his cultivation. Leonardo, how long have we been here? He asked somewhat wistfully. Lord, it's been 10 days short of 1.5 years. Leonardo, awakening from meditation, clarified. He wasn't cultivating but conserving his divine essence to survive longer. Have I still not broken through to the spirit realm? Zaire nodded. My body is too robust, and my inner energy cannot catch its attention. I must keep probing and touching, hoping to establish communication. Once communication was established, unification wouldn't be far off. Leonardo sighed softly. If you were in the Tianya Academy, the dean could assist you with his power. It's fine, Zaire said, smiling. If one relies solely on others in cultivation, it's easy to lose one's path. While I haven't broken through, these 1.5 years have been fruitful. Congratulations on your mental advancement. Leonardo, influenced by Zaire's positivity, also smiled. Speaking of which, I've thought of a way to help you become less dependent on elixirs and perhaps cultivate. Zaire added suddenly. Hearing this, Leonardo became excited. Lord, what is the method? Do you remember the green sprout in the primal world? ##### Chapter 175. Tribulation Realm Powerhouse, 7-star Heaven Gates. After this period of time, the sprout on the deserted island in the primordial world now had 3 tender leaves. It was the birth of this green sprout that marked the transformation of the featureless stone into a world. Without any signs of life, it could only be called a space. I'll give you one of its leaves. Although we don't know what this sprout is, each leaf contains a large amount of high-quality spiritual energy. 1 leaf would be enough to absorb for 10 years. Zaire calculated this based on his cultivation speed. If using Leonardo's rate of spiritual energy absorption, there might be some fluctuation, but not much. Although Zaire's cultivation hadn't yet reached the true realm, in terms of spiritual energy absorption, he was already comparable to some ordinary true realm experts. Buzz. As Zaire wielded, the entire great hall trembled slightly. A light point flew out from between his eyebrows and transformed into a world that appeared to be only about 30 feet in size. The moment the primordial world appeared, the divine might small world seemed to lose its luster and instantly became significantly dimmer. Pity that this primordial world only has the featureless stone. If it could gather earth, water, wind, and fire, turning into a complete primordial world, this divine might immortal residence would immediately be crushed by the primordial chi, allowing the Lord to break free. Looking at the desolate primordial world, Leonardo expressed regret. Swish. Zaire channeled his true essence into the primordial world and immediately plucked a leaf from the green sprout. The green leaf floated down slowly, and Leonardo hurriedly moved forward, trying to catch it with both hands. But as soon as he touched it, his face changed dramatically, his flesh exploded outward, and blood sprayed everywhere. This tender leaf looked light, but was actually incredibly heavy. Leonardo quickly circulated divine essence, preventing himself from falling to the ground. This green sprout's leaf is extraordinary, symbolizing the vitality of the primordial world. If I weren't integrated with the primordial world, I probably couldn't even take it off. Removing this leaf seemed to have exhausted Zaire greatly. He was now breathing heavily, pulling the primordial world back into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the aura of the primordial world seemed to trigger something. Suddenly, voices filled with surprise and suspicion came from the 7 bronze doors within the great hall. Though the sound was faint, it did not escape Zaire's notice. Even Leonardo, who was recovering from his injuries, heard it and immediately stared in shock at the 7 bronze doors. They had been in this divine might immortal residence for 1.5 years, never discovering any other people. Yet, a third person's voice suddenly emerged. Primordial aura? Primordial world. How can this be? How can such a thing exist? Boom. A tremendous voice resonated from behind the bronze doors covered in inscriptions, shaking the entire divine might immortal residence as if it were the end of the world. Just the sound alone made Zaire feel an overwhelming pressure sweeping down. Leonardo was pushed back 3 steps by the shockwave, unable to control himself. A tribulation realm expert, he exclaimed in horror. Above the spirit realm was the mystic realm. Beyond that was the true realm, which was Leonardo's current level of cultivation. Next was the sovereign realm, where the 4 elders of Xianxia resided. After that was the emperor realm, also known as the emperor's realm, to which Jeremy belonged. Above the emperor realm was the emperor of emperors, which typically included the strongest forces of various martial academies or courts. And above all was the tribulation realm, inhabited by deans, supreme elders, and rulers of nations. Unbelievably, a tribulation realm powerhouse was hidden within this divine might immortal residence. Zaire was also filled with alarm, his frightened gaze falling on the central bronze door from which the voice had come. There were 7 bronze doors in this great hall, all sealed by inscriptions, impossible to explore. Over the past 1.5 years, he had tried probing them with his senses, but always felt an impending catastrophe whenever he got close. At his level of cultivation, such premonitions were never unfounded. Therefore, Zaire dared not probe further, fearing that it would trigger the inscription barriers and lead to his demise here. May I know who the esteemed master is? Please reveal yourself. Facing a tribulation realm powerhouse, Zaire did not dare be disrespectful, bowing respectfully. I would like to reveal myself, but alas, I am trapped within these 7-star heaven gates. The most important things within the divine might immortal residence are these 7 gates. They are the core of the entire immortal residence. I knew you 2 entered long ago, expecting you to die here like those young cultivators before you. But unexpectedly, you brought a primordial world, an existence that shouldn't exist. Hearing this, Zaire bowed again. Esteemed master is also imprisoned here. May I ask your name? He hadn't realized that everything he had done over the past 1.5 years had been under this person's watch. But given that this person was a tribulation realm powerhouse, it was understandable that he hadn't noticed him. My name would be meaningless to you even if I told you. Young man, who are you? Your cultivation seems to follow the methods of the great Chana lineage, carrying his aura. But even with such profound techniques and that peculiar pill furnace, it will be difficult to leave this divine might immortal residence. Hearing this, Leonardo urgently whispered to Zaire, Master, this person must be a relic from 10,000 years ago. He doesn't even recognize the primordial chaos pill furnace, which has been renowned for 1,000 years. And listening to his tone, he seems to have a deep understanding of the ancient Great Chana. Zaire was internally shaken and whispered back repeatedly, If that's the case, Great Chana lived 10,000 years ago. Has this person really lived for 10,000 years? If so, being imprisoned here for 10,000 years in the outside world would equate to 1,000,000 years here. Even for a Tribulation Realm practitioner, their lifespan wouldn't last that long. Could he have become immortal? Difficult to say, Leonardo mused. After exchanging thoughts rapidly, Zaire bowed again towards the central bronze door. Assuming esteemed master is an elder, I am a disciple of the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy. Have you heard of it? Not the Heavenly Cliff Academy? What happened to the academy becoming a martial academy? The voice behind the bronze door asked curiously. Young man, does the Xianxia Academy still reign supreme in the outside world? The Xianxia Academy? That name was completely unfamiliar to both Zaire and Leonardo, who exchanged puzzled glances. It seems even the Xianxia Academy cannot resist the passage of time. It is inevitable that prosperity leads to decline. No one can escape this truth. After a brief silence, Zaire asked, Elder, do you know how to exit this divine might immortal residence? The person behind the bronze door might have been trapped here for 1,000,000 years, gaining far more knowledge of the divine might immortal residence than Zaire could ever have. If there were an exit, would I still be trapped here? The voice behind the bronze door laughed but quickly turned to a resigned sigh. The power of the divine might immortal ancestor is too strong. This immortal residence has been refined into an immortal artifact. With its vast size, no matter how many tricks one might have, it is difficult to escape. An immortal artifact? Zaire's eyes lit up. He had a bold idea forming in his mind. Chapter 176. Spirit Realm Formed, Ancient Savage Ox. Zaire thought of the primordial alchemy cauldron. Senior, he could not help but ask, though my primordial alchemy cauldron has degenerated, it is still inherently a divine artifact. Is there any way to use it to break out? You have some good ideas, came the hoarse voice from behind the bronze door. But your cauldron is merely a pseudo-divine artifact. Calling it a divine artifact is nothing but putting on airs. It's clear that the person who forged this cauldron had grand ambitions, but his strength was simply not enough. Even though he barely elevated the cauldron beyond the treasure level, it's still far from being a true divine artifact. Do you think anyone can forge a divine artifact? Even a figure like Elliot only managed to create one divine artifact in his entire life, divine valor, immortal estate. So your assumption that the cauldron is a divine artifact is far off the mark. If your cultivation were strong enough, then perhaps the cauldron would give you a slight chance, but with your current strength, even if you include the barbarian beside you, it wouldn't make a difference. These words left Zaire feeling unsettled. He didn't expect that the universally praised primordial alchemy cauldron wasn't a genuine divine artifact at all. No wonder the man had called it an oddity before. Since I can't get out for now, I can only focus on cultivating and hope to find a solution after breaking through. Zaire resolved inwardly, calming down to continue cultivating. The mysterious person behind the bronze door couldn't help but look more favorably upon him for maintaining his composure under such circumstances. Your essence is as deep and vast as an ocean, surpassing the average soul realm cultivator many times over. However, your physical body is too powerful, preventing this immense essence from resonating with your body. Since I'm already awake and have nothing else to do, let me guide you so you can understand what it means to merge spirit with flesh, continued the mysterious voice. With your disposition, perhaps my chance to leave this divine valor immortal estate lies with you. As he spoke, a faint light suddenly shot out from the central bronze door, merging directly into Zaire's brow center. Boom! It was as if a drop of water had fallen into still water. While cultivating, Zaire felt his entire essence abruptly surge wildly, while his physical body experienced tremendous tremors. Each part of him vibrated continuously. A vision appeared in his mind, making him feel as if he were floating in a void where countless stars zipped past rapidly. Zaire understood that this was the best opportunity, immediately directing all his essence energy outward in waves, spreading it throughout his body. In an instant, he emitted a golden glow, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. Originally turbulent essence energy began to fuse with various parts of his body, each strand transforming and re-emerging anew, now carrying a golden hue. Thus, essence continuously merged with his body, producing new essence again and again. 1 month, 6 months, 1 year. Over the span of a year, Zaire maintained his cultivation posture, continuously integrating his essence and physical body. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial world constantly provided the necessary spiritual chi, gradually enhancing his essence. Gradually, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from Zaire. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Spirit realm formed. Zaire bowed slightly toward the bronze door, thanking the senior. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Without that ray of light, I might have needed another 10 years of diligent cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Your essence energy has the power equivalent to 14 ancient savage oxen. I didn't expect someone at your spirit realm to possess such formidable essence energy. Generally, a spirit realm cultivator has only the power of 1 ancient savage ox. Looks like you must have consumed some potent heavenly treasures. The mysterious voice from behind the bronze door continued. An ancient savage ox? Zaire heard a new term. The ancient savage ox was once an incredibly fierce beast, immensely strong, capable of easily shattering mountains with its hooves and often roamed in packs. They were dominant beings in the ancient era. The mysterious person explained further, later on, with the advancement of cultivation, the ancient savage ox became a unit to measure a cultivator's strength. The spirit realm serves as the starting point, measured by 1 ancient savage ox. Zaire was already extremely powerful even in his soul realm, possessing the strength of 5 ancient savage oxen. Now, just by breaking into the spirit realm, he soared to 14 oxen. For ordinary spirit realm cultivators, equating to 1 ancient savage ox sufficed to be considered exceptional. In the context of ancient times, Zaire's case was nothing short of monstrous talent. Even the mysterious person was surprised. 14 ancient savage oxen equaled the essence energy of a king realm cultivator, albeit lacking the same refined quality. I once consumed a path-building fruit, Zaire replied directly. Path-building fruit? There are remnants of that? Looks like you possess extraordinary fortune to have obtained such an item. My chance of escaping indeed lies with you, the mysterious person exclaimed delightedly. He continued, all right, you should focus on cultivating to strengthen your cultivation as quickly as possible. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Hearing this, Zaire's face lit up with joy. With a senior like you providing guidance, my cultivation will surely advance rapidly. Master, this person's strength absolutely matches the 9 institute's heads. With such an expert, our chances of escaping this immortal estate are much higher. Leonardo happily transmitted his thoughts. Zaire nodded inconspicuously and then prepared to adjust his newly attained cultivation, planning to continue after solidifying it. Imperial City of Savages. What? Jonathan abruptly stood up, his piercing gaze fixating on the messenger. Moments later, he no longer hesitated, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the sky. By this time, the news of Zaire being trapped inside the Divine Valor Immortal Estate had already caused a sensation within Tianya Martial Academy. Tianya Grand Hall. Elders like Gianna, God Skill Elder, External Affairs Elder, Law Elder, and various guardians like Interstus Guardian and Disciple Guardian. All authority figures, gathered together. All of these individuals were at least King or Emperor Realms experts, whose essence energy fluctuations could cause spatial collapses. Among them, the childlike Gianna was a Tribulation Realm expert overseeing all life and death matters within the Academy. These people held the power to turn everything upside down in the entire Jingzhou continent. At this moment, true transmitters like Carmelo also stood in the hall, recounting everything that happened inside the Eastern Sea Ancestral Tomb Passage. Swoosh! A streak of light shot towards the hall instantly. It was Jonathan returning at full speed after receiving the news. Upon entering the Grand Hall, his exceedingly cold gaze fell on Carmelo. Following that, Jonathan respectfully greeted the elders and guardians. Seniors, Carmelo coerced Zaire into the Divine Valor Immortal Estate, which is undoubtedly pushing a genius down a path to death. As the Kimball disciple, he should set an example for others and take care of his juniors. Instead, he acted so oppressively, suppressing talented disciples within the academy, losing all the dignity of a chief disciple. Please look into this matter, seniors. Chapter 177. Accusations in the Grand Hall. The Dean emerges from seclusion. Xavier, do you have anything to say? In the seat of honor, the Gianna maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes now carried a hint of coldness. Zaire had slain Gillis, obtained the Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron, and killed Nathaniel. These actions not only bolstered the reputation of Tianya Martial Academy, but also clearly demonstrated his exceptional talent. Such a person falling into peril led many elders in the Grand Hall to feel a certain degree of blame. In recent years, Songyang Martial Academy has indeed acted in ways that are less than humane. I've wanted to address them for a long time, but as an elder of Tianya, it didn't seem appropriate. It's refreshing that Zaire could handle it this way. Yes, both the Xuanhuan alchemy cauldron and the Black Abyss ghost sword are top-tier treasures of this era. If Zaire matures, he will surely become a pillar of Tianya, perhaps even becoming the chief disciple. Facing the gathered elders, Xavier calmly said, Junior Brother Wu's anger is understandable, but there are matters that neither Junior Brother Wu nor the esteemed elders may know about. He then waved his hand, and true essence surged, lifting several people into the Grand Hall. Those brought in were Arvin, Zyler, Callahan, Xianxia, and others. All these individuals bore grudges against Zaire and were disciples of Tianya Martial Academy. Arvin, you share the same clan with Zaire and are Junior Brother Wu's junior. Your words should be very impartial. Speak about Zaire. Xavier pointed out Arvin's crucial identity, so the elders would understand. Zaire is deeply entrenched in demonic roots, arrogant and self-righteous. At the slightest provocation, he resorts to violence. Uncle, please don't be deceived. This person is extremely patient and good at feigning innocence. With Xavier's support, Arvin grew bolder, his voice rising higher, more emotional. Jonathan coldly said, Arvin, are you sure? If you don't believe me, elder, listen to him. Xianxia, tell the elders about Zaire killing your father. Arvin pulled over Xianxia, who fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Please for justice from the elders. Zaire is a mass murderer. My father merely tried to mediate, but without a word, he ruthlessly killed him. Poor old man, always kind, met such a cruel fate. The Lord of Bat Island, Xianxia, was his father, killed by Zaire on Delaney High Island. The hatred for patricide burned deep. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. It seems everyone finds this difficult. At that moment, ripples appeared in the void, followed by a voice. Recognizing this familiar voice, all the elders' faces changed abruptly. Even Xavier was surprised. Gianna hurriedly stood up, respectfully saying, Dean, you have emerged from seclusion? Dean. Other elders quickly stood as well. Standing in the hall, seemingly present from the beginning, was none other than the Dean of Tianya Martial Academy, one of the highest-ranking martial artists. Please make a fair judgment, Dean, Jonathan respectfully asked. Zaire, being a Tianya disciple with significant contributions, we should not abandon him, both in principle and in practice. The Dean's voice echoed in everyone's mind. I've divined that he isn't dead yet, Xuanhuan. I will take action. No need to worry. Turning to Xavier, the Dean continued, we must take care of every Tianya disciple. Do you understand? I understand, but... Xavier wanted to say more, but was cut off by the Dean. Remember, if you become Dean, your primary duty is to protect our disciples. Yes. Pass my decree. Tianya Dean calmly announced. Xianxia of the Inner Court, expelled immediately. Arvin of the Inner Court, punished to work as a cow for a year. Zyler, Parker, and Callahan of the Inner Court, harboring malicious intentions, punished to work as horses for a year. A light beam shot out, dividing into 4 streams, landing on Arvin, Zyler, Parker, and Callahan. They screamed in shock as Arvin transformed directly into a yellow ox, while Zyler, Parker, and Callahan became 3 differently colored horses. Dean, you've already passed the 5 elements tribulation. The Gianna was astonished, hardly believing it. Changing physical forms like this could only be done after passing the 5 elements tribulation and understanding the fundamentals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jonathan felt immense shock seeing these transformations. Even Xavier stared blankly at the 3 horses and 1 ox. You 4, if you reflect properly, you'll benefit greatly once your punishment ends, potentially advancing your cultivation. The Dean's face remained shrouded in a glow, his voice clear and cold. Dean, you mentioned rescuing Zaire, but divine might immortal manor is fraught with danger. Many experts have perished there over the centuries. 100 years ago, Princess Alethea of Great Yuan entered it, and despite Great Yuan's best efforts, she couldn't be saved. Perhaps that Alethea was immensely powerful, already a king-level expert, cultivating 3 great paths, carrying numerous magical artifacts. If she couldn't escape divine might immortal manor, can Zaire succeed? Other elders worried. I'll make the decision. There's no need for concern. Turning to Jonathan, the Dean asked, how did the situation at Zishui Immortal Manor go? Reporting to the Dean, Zishui Immortal Manor was a plot by the southern barbarians. Several generals planned to eliminate the elites of Great Chu and our academy. Thanks to the Dean's wisdom, their plan was thwarted. But because of this, the southern barbarians planned to seal Zishui Immortal Manor, preventing others from exploiting it, Jonathan added. Zishui Immortal may not be as powerful as divine might immortal ancestor, but he's still an immortal. How can those barbarians seal him? Their efforts will ultimately fail, the Gianna sneered. Elder is wise, I agree. So I've been waiting in Chanaman City for an opportunity, Jonathan nodded. Well then, put Zishui Immortal Manor aside for now. Let's prepare immediately to rescue Zaire. However, careful planning is necessary to avoid being lured into a trap. Inside divine might immortal manor, Zaire continuously cultivated, consolidating his breakthrough. Time seemed endless within the manor. Whenever he encountered problems, he sought answers from the person behind the bronze door. Fortunately, the mysterious person answered all questions in great detail, sparing nothing. With Zaire's fate tied to escaping, teaching came naturally without reservation. Time flew by rapidly, and years passed swiftly. Chapter 178. The Mysteries of Xian and Zhan, Essence and Coarseness. What is Xian? Heaven's unseen depths are Xian. Earth's unmanifested forms are Xian. The human heart and mind are Xian. What is Zhan? You are Zhan, I am Zhan, the beginning is Zhan, the end is Zhan, everyone is Zhan. Within the divine martial immortal mansion, Zaire continuously engaged in dialogue with the person behind the bronze door. Through this mode of debate and conversation, his understanding of cultivation was greatly enhanced. Zaire practiced without regard for time. In what felt like a fleeting moment, 3 years had passed like white horses passing through gaps. Since entering the divine martial immortal mansion, he truly entered the path of an ascetic monk. Here, there was nothing but solitude and rigorous cultivation, with no way out. His strength over these 3 years underwent a dramatic transformation. By the second year, he had transcended from Lingqi to Xinjing, breaking into the Xian realm. However, he had yet to grasp the essence of the Zhen realm. Your strength has reached the peak of the Xian realm. Your manipulation of true essence almost rivals none in your current realm. You have accomplished all this in merely 3 years. Your comprehension far surpasses my expectations, said the mysterious voice from behind the bronze door. But ultimately, I still haven't achieved the Zhen realm, Zaire sighed softly. Nevertheless, if it weren't for the past 5 years here, I wouldn't have improved so rapidly. Many thanks, senior. In the nearly 5 years, his strength had multiplied countless times compared to when he first entered the divine martial immortal mansion. With guidance from the person behind the bronze door, he had delved deeply into most of the unshaped heaven and earth scripture and integrated all his knowledge flawlessly. During this period, he also comprehensively understood the gravity techniques of the Kira clan and the 7 kill sword techniques of the pacifying kingdom's residents. Once he emerged from the immortal mansion, everyone would be shocked. At this point, Zaire sensed that the rosy light within his mind had changed. The Amadeo and hundreds of thousands of Kiras were finally assimilated. Before he could focus on it, the mysterious person behind the bronze door spoke up. If you wish to comprehend the Zhen realm or enhance your primordial world, I do have an idea. Hearing this, Zaire immediately paid attention, intrigued. Senior, please speak. He owed his ability to cultivate inside the divine martial immortal mansion entirely to the primordial world. Among all his treasures, the one with the greatest growth potential was undoubtedly the primordial world. Naturally, hearing about a way to improve it took precedence over investigating the rosy light. Do you recall the 2 corpses of Abyssal Demon Clan members you have? Is that correct? Zaire nodded. Yes, it is. The Abyssal Demon Clan naturally possesses coarse energy. Continuing, the mysterious voice explained, all things follow the yin-yang principles. The universe has essence, thus it must also have its counterpart, coarse energy. Coarse energy cannot be absorbed. In fact, even touching it can cause severe damage. Minor cases lead to regressed cultivation. Major ones result in total destruction of cultivation. Zaire listened silently, as if opening the door to a new world. He never imagined that beyond essence, there was coarse energy. Even more surprising, coarse energy was something abyssal demons possessed by nature, like the negative side of cultivators, yin and yang complementing each other. Currently, your primordial world can absorb endless essence from space-time but has never absorbed coarse energy, the mysterious voice said. It's incomplete. If you extract even a trace of coarse energy from the corpses of the Abyssal Demon Clan members and place it in the primordial world, it might cause significant changes, potentially helping you break through to the Zhen realm. Hearing this, Zaire did not hesitate. He immediately threw the 2 corpses into the primordial world. Bang! Almost instantly, the primordial world erupted in violent tremors, akin to 2 drops of water falling into boiling oil, causing a tremendous explosion. The two corpses were immediately crushed into oblivion by the chaotic energy of the primordial world, disappearing completely. Then, wisps of black, smoke-like vapor, reminiscent of the Kira clan, began to rise. This was coarse energy. In an instant, Zaire felt the desolate island within the primordial world absorbing this energy. From the two corpses of the abyssal demon clan, only 4 faint traces of coarse energy emerged, which the desolate island swallowed entirely. The island then vibrated as if it had consumed a potent elixir. At the same time, the single green sprout that had already lost a leaf earlier sprouted a new one. Unfortunately, the amount of coarse energy provided by the two corpses was too minimal. After the new leaf grew, the desolate island fell silent again, returning to lifelessness. Even with just 4 threads of coarse energy, the primordial world now exuded a significantly different feeling. As someone intimately connected to the primordial world, Zaire felt this change most profoundly. If one had to draw a metaphor, the primordial world previously felt like an elderly man on the brink of old age. Now, it carried a sense of vitality and renewal, like an elderly woman rejuvenating. It seems my conjecture was correct. The coarse energy of the abyssal demon clan indeed complements what was missing. The mysterious voice behind the bronze door muttered, Zaire, now that you've witnessed these changes, carefully ponder them. Breakthrough to the Zhun realm is within reach. When that happens, you will be able to extract the 3 great Tao principles you've long desired from the immortal Tao golden pill. The voice sighed nostalgically, back in my day at your age, I wasn't as fortunate as you. Zaire smiled bitterly, sighing, no matter how good the luck, I fear I'll eventually die trapped here in the divine martial immortal mansion. While I can continue cultivating, how long can Leonardo endure? For now, Leonardo could rely on the green sprout in the primordial world, but after 50 or 100 years, he would inevitably face a true deadlock, leading to his eventual demise from age. With higher cultivation, Zaire's understanding of the divine martial immortal mansion deepened. Even if he could advance to the Zhun realm, the sovereign realm, or even the imperial realm, there was no escape. At least Penelope isn't here, otherwise it would be even harder. Zaire looked at Leonardo, who was meditating in a sealed state, then closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. For now, he could only keep practicing, striving for any hope of escaping. But before fully immersing himself in cultivation, he decided to examine the rosy light. After these years, the rosy light had finally finished assimilating the Amadeo, the 3 ghost kings, and nearly 500,000 Kiras. When Zaire's spirit entered his consciousness, he was astonished by the vastness of the rosy light, which now covered nearly 60% of his consciousness. Chapter 179. Another breakthrough, refining the golden pill. Heaven, fate. As Zaire's mind entered his sea of consciousness, the rosy light instantly twisted and formed into 2 characters. Heaven, fate? The character, heaven, was very faint, as if a breeze could disperse it. The character, fate, however, shone brightly like a grand sun hanging in the sky. The 2 characters appeared for only a few breaths before they dissolved back into clouds of rosy light, flowing through the sea of consciousness. Zaire stared at this significant transformation, dazed. It took him some time to grasp the significance. Does this rosy light represent heaven fate? But it seems like it's missing the heaven part. Before he could delve deeper, a wave of vibrations suddenly came. The profound Heaven Heart Sutra, the green lotus sword scripture, the fleeting light technique. These 3 extraordinary cultivation techniques were all acquired from the ghost emperor Alaric. The earth-derived creation technique, the demon god sound technique. These 2 techniques were extracted from the 3 great ghost kings. In an instant, under the guidance of the rosy light, Zaire comprehended 5 profound techniques. These are the strongest techniques learned by the Ghost King and Ghost Emperor. The lower level ones seem not to have been chosen by the rosy light of heaven fate. Zaire gained clarity and roughly understood the situation with the rosy light. Unfortunately, neither Ghost Emperor Alaric nor the 3 great Ghost Kings comprehended the Tao of the Kira race. It's said that apart from Gravity Tao, the Kiras also have Mystic Ice Tao, Black Wind Tao, Snowfall Tao, and so on. Acquiring any 1 or 2 of these Taos would be a tremendous enhancement. However, cultivating even one of the 3,000 great Taos is extremely difficult. Even a genius like Ghost Emperor Alaric couldn't succeed without meeting the conditions of opportunity, enlightenment, and luck. The difficulty in comprehending the 3,000 great Taos indirectly contributed to the decline of the immortal path. Zaire began quietly comprehending the 5 new techniques he had obtained. The rosy light not only extracted techniques from the Kira race, but also implanted their cultivation insights into his spirit. Using these insights, Zaire aimed to break through to the true realm. Ghost Emperor Alaric's comprehension provided the most assistance, so naturally, he started with its techniques. The profound Heaven Heart Sutra is a technique that can entrust one's heart to the heavenly will, requiring an understanding of the natural cycle and emulating the way of heaven, severing emotions and desires. Here, Ji-Tua is better translated as entrust, for clarity and natural English phrasing. The Green Lotus Sword scripture is derived from the legendary 9-rank Green Lotus platform and has 9 postures. Fleeting light is primarily a movement technique. Once used, it is as swift as light, unmatched in speed. A month passed. As Zaire continued to comprehend, his body inside the hall began emitting a soft glow, similar to divine emanation, making him appear highly unusual. Another year passed. Zaire's glow illuminated the entire hall, and within his body, the sound of true essence circulating resembled the ebb and flow of ocean tides. It's time to break through. Zaire felt his true essence had accumulated to its peak, the boundary to the true realm now paper-thin and ready to be shattered. Whoosh! All the light instantly condensed. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded inside Zaire's body, causing blood mixed with strange golden threads to seep from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. What is this? Sitting in meditation nearby, Leonardo was abruptly startled awake and panicked when he saw Zaire's state. "My lord, you..." He is in the crucial stage of breakthrough. Although his cultivation method differs somewhat from others, he seems to have transcended a certain barrier, leading to this unique way of breaking through. His insight is indeed impressive. The person behind the bronze door interrupted Leonardo to prevent him from disrupting Zaire's process. At that moment, all sounds ceased, and Zaire's physical body emitted mysterious currents of energy, directly pointing to the essence of Tao. The golden blood flowed back slowly. Moments later, Zaire opened his eyes, and the fleeting images of stars in his pupils delighted Leonardo. "My lord, did you successfully break through?" "Yes." After a year of comprehension, Zaire finally broke free from illusion and successfully advanced to the true realm. "Congratulations, my lord. With the true realm achieved, you can forge magical treasures and advance rapidly in cultivation. While true realm cultivators can only forge low-quality magical treasures, it's still enough for those practicing unconventional arts like the primal chaos swallowing treasure technique." Upon breaking through, Zaire condensed his true essence to its utmost limit, distributing it throughout his body instead of storing it in his dantian like other cultivators. Ordinary cultivators can't achieve this because ordinary bodies can't endure true essence. Only the dantian can serve as a reservoir. But Zaire was different. His body was exceptionally strong, each bone, muscle, and hair capable of containing true essence. This method was a result of comprehending the techniques of Ghost Emperor Alaric and other Kiras. They, having no physical form, cultivated by storing power using ghostly black smoke. With Ghost Emperor Alaric's insights, Zaire ingeniously managed to do the same during his breakthrough. Now, his entire body served as a storage vessel for true essence, giving him virtually unlimited reserves. I wonder if this will create a new cultivation method. With slight movements, powerful waves of chi burst out from his pores. Bang bang bang. The hall resounded with violent explosions. His figure flashed, leaving countless shadows across the entire hall, indistinguishable from his true self. Even Leonardo could only see fleeting afterimages. And this was just his bodily strength post-breakthrough. Without even using his true essence, Zaire could easily cause such shocking phenomena. Immortal golden pill. With a thought, the golden pill left by Alethea appeared in his hand. "Leonardo, help me refine it." Roaring, Zaire prepared to extract the 3 great Daos contained within the golden pill. This would significantly enhance his power. Raising the golden pill, his divine soul burst forth. Overwhelming spiritual pressure surged toward it. His true essence also stirred, converging in his palm to impact the pill. Meanwhile, Leonardo poured all his divine essence into the effort, attacking the pill as well. Both of them sweated profusely, carefully controlling their true and divine essences to prevent the pill from exploding. Under sustained attack, the golden pill initially resisted, but eventually began to slowly decompose. Chapter 180. Great increase in power, yet unable to escape. Zaire was now at the true realm stage, and with Leonardo, who was also at the true realm stage. Together, their combined strength made it not too difficult to break down this golden core. However, this was based on the premise that Alethea had already perished. If Alethea were still alive and could influence it with her will, even an Emperor Realm cultivator would find it extremely challenging to refine it. "Sir, quickly activate the Primal Chaos Pill Cauldron and use the Pill Fire formation. It will definitely accelerate its dissolution." Leonardo sensed that if they relied only on their combined strength, it would take about 6 months to melt the golden core. Unlike Zaire, who had the primordial world to sustain his continuous consumption of divine essence for half a year, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Bang! The Primal Chaos Pill Cauldron flew out from the Jingzhou tripod and landed in the Grand Hall, causing immediate tremors. The lid opened, and both Zaire and Leonardo leaped inside. The current Primal Chaos Pill Cauldron no longer had the 50,000 celestial ghosts, so all the formations could only rely on Zaire's true essence for operation. Activate! Limitless true essence rapidly spread into several pill fire formations, and instantly, intense flames began to engulf Alethea's golden core. Another 2 months passed. In the center of the pill cauldron, a glob of golden liquid was slowly flowing. Around it, raging flames and true essence constantly surged, attempting to thoroughly refine and dissolve the liquid. This was now the most critical moment. No matter how much true essence or divine essence Zaire and Leonardo poured in, the liquid form of the golden core remained unchanged, as if it had reached its limit. "This shouldn't be possible. Why can't we refine it?" Leonardo frowned, puzzled by the situation. It might be due to that aura of fortune. Zaire, with his heightened perception, had long noticed that when refining the golden core, there was always an invisible aura of fortune surrounding it. That's the dynasty's destiny. This golden core is guarded by national destiny, which your strength cannot break. Suddenly, a mysterious voice appeared within the pill cauldron. Could this person actually observe inside the Primal Chaos Pill Cauldron? Zaire was startled, refreshing his understanding of the power behind the bronze door. Previously, he had hidden Leonardo inside the Primal Chaos Pill Cauldron, and even Jeremy, Jason, and Becker couldn't detect his presence. Yet, this mysterious person could see through the bronze door and into the cauldron. Unless you possess something from the Dragon Clan, dragons can strengthen national destiny, and conversely, weaken it. Otherwise, give up on this immortal Tao golden core, the mysterious person continued. Dragon? Leonardo quickly thought of something. Sir, Zishui Shinran's cave. With Leonardo's reminder, Zaire remembered entering Zishui Shinran's residence through a valley teleportation array, where he found the remnants of a giant dragon. At that time, Leonardo had even battled it. Dragon bone. Zaire found the translucent dragon bone inside the Jingzhou tripod. As soon as the dragon bone appeared, dragon roars echoed throughout the pill cauldron. In Zaire's perception, the aura of fortune seemed drawn to the dragon bone. Immediately, he infused true essence into the dragon bone, releasing an overwhelming dragon might. The Deyuan dynasty's destiny was activated faster, gathering all the auras above the dragon bone, swirling and continuously growing stronger with the dragon's breath. Now, Zaire mentally commanded, knowing the crucial moment had arrived. He spat out a blood arrow, transforming into a golden flame that began consuming the liquid golden core. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously, and then the liquid golden core started to vaporize. Thick streams of energy rose, transformed from Alethea's magic power. The blood-chi fire burned for 7 days and nights. During this time, Zaire expelled 3 mouthfuls of vital blood to sustain it. Once the golden core was completely vaporized, the massive streams of energy collapsed and shot into Zaire's mind. An immense energy storm erupted around him as his true essence dramatically increased. According to the mysterious person's conversion of power, he originally possessed the strength of 60 ancient buffalo after breaking through to the true realm. Now, after absorbing Alethea's magic power, his true essence skyrocketed like madness. 70 heads, 80 heads, 100 heads of ancient buffalo. In the end, his true essence doubled, reaching 120 heads of ancient buffalo. Alethea's entire knowledge, including the 3 great pathways, the aura divination technique, spring rain softening all things, and rain of fire. All were now under his control. These 3 pathways contained all the cultivation insights of a king realm genius. At this moment, Zaire was equivalent to having acquired the cultivation memories of a king realm expert, even stronger than Kylie. Such gains were nearly heaven-defying. Ordinary true realm cultivators have about 4 heads of ancient buffalo strength, while you have achieved 120, surpassing them 30 times over. The person behind the bronze door marveled. Even in his era of many geniuses, such cases were rare. We've been here for 5 years, but only 18 days have passed outside. Sir has managed to break through to the true realm, an achievement unprecedented in talent. Leonardo looked at Zaire's true essence powerful enough to distort space, feeling delighted. Thankfully, my mindset is stable. Otherwise, such rapid cultivation would certainly breed heart demons. Zaire sighed, filled with pride and ambition. With his current strength, along with the primal chaos pill cauldron and black abyss sword, he was sufficient for self-protection. Senior, do you have any way to get out? Considering this, he still asked the bronze door with a glimmer of hope. No, came the voice from behind the door. If your cultivation reaches Tribulation Realm, perhaps you can try breaking the divine martial immortal residence's constraint, but now you can't. Even if your true essence increases another 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000 ancient buffalo, it won't help. Unless you can elevate this pill cauldron to a true immortal artifact and use collision to create a crack to escape. Elevating the primal chaos pill cauldron to a true immortal artifact? How easy was that? A mere difficult than cultivating to the Tribulation Realm. Zaire's expression dimmed slightly. Looks like I need to continue hard cultivation. My strength is still too low. He sighed, putting away the joy of his recent power increase. But just as he sat cross-legged to continue cultivating, outside the divine martial immortal residence, suddenly, dragon roars sounded, rainbow light dispersed, revealing Jonathan's figure. Accompanying him were several Tianxia Cliff disciples, xuanhuan Iona, Intersect Penelope, Ines, Bernice, Kirsten, among others. After landing, they all saluted towards the sky. Welcome back, Chancellor. Without any phenomena or movements, a figure appeared out of thin air. Chancellor, Zaire has been inside the divine martial immortal residence for nearly 20 days. The spirit chi is depleted, and time flows 100 times faster. Could something have happened to him? Bernice, looking anxious, asked first. Chapter 181. Marshal Douchester and Amion, Wu Zhu Zhunjing. 1 day outside, 100 days within the mansion. If it were ordinary people, staying inside for less than a year would cause their spirit energy to dry up, resulting in regression in cultivation and becoming mere mortals. But based on my calculations, Zaire has not faced significant issues and seems to have encountered extraordinary events, leading to rapid growth and strength. The dean was shrouded in an ethereal veil, making it impossible for anyone to see his true face. Cultivating to the Calamity Realm allows one to perceive heavenly truths and understand celestial mysteries, thus enabling many predictions when focused. Upon hearing this, Bernice felt relieved. Iona's gaze, however, was filled with curiosity as she looked at the divine martial immortal mansion. Although she was a true disciple of Heavenly Cliff Academy and had visited Yinling several times, she dared not enter the immortal mansion. Hence, she was naturally incredibly curious about how Zaire could withstand such conditions for so long, not only maintaining but even enhancing his cultivation. Dean, Jonathan saluted. What are your plans? The restrictions of the divine martial immortal mansion are extremely powerful. When I tried years ago, I could only explore its outer regions and remnants, unable to delve deeper. The core area of the divine martial immortal mansion had become a unified whole, almost forming its own world. The restriction forces continuously revolved around it, unbroken for 10,000 years. The dean did not respond but waved his hand, instantly sending a beam of green light into the divine martial immortal mansion. It vanished like a drop of water in the sea, causing no ripples. Minutes later, after apparently discovering the situation, he spoke. The outer restrictions of the divine martial immortal mansion aren't much. Since the disappearance of the divine martial immortal lord, this place has been thoroughly studied by countless people. The most formidable restrictions are actually those 7 sky gates. The 7-star sky gates form the heart of this immortal mansion, having evolved into a powerful divine artifact through the divine martial immortal lord's refinement. No one can challenge it. Ines asked curiously, Dean, we have Wu Zu's portrait and a divine artifact at Heavenly Cliff Academy. Logically, we should be able to break through the divine martial immortal mansion and inherit the divine martial immortal lord's legacy. Why haven't we? That's not so simple, Iona interrupted. Although any of the 9 academies has the ability to breach this immortal mansion, it would entail enormous consumption. Breaking the defense would attract other powerhouses, potentially leading to South Savages, demons, Northern D-tribes, and abyssal demonic races vying for control. How would we handle that? Jonathan nodded. That's true. I can tell many people are already stirring because of the dean's appearance here. Some may even be en route. You're right, the dean agreed approvingly. You two truly deserve to be true disciples of our Heavenly Cliff Academy. Considering these factors shows you've grown. In the future, I'll feel more comfortable in trusting the academy to people like you. Jonathan suddenly exclaimed, Dean, you? The dean waved a hand and continued, Now, I will attempt to break the restrictions of the divine martial immortal mansion. Step back to avoid being harmed by the defensive forces. Penelope voiced her concern, Dean, based on Aliana and Senior Brother Wu's words, won't breaking through the mansion draw strong enemies? Don't worry, the dean smiled. I'm not really breaking it, but creating a small opening to rescue our disciple. Understood. After the disciples retreated, the dean began. Boom. His attack enveloped the entire divine martial immortal mansion. The sky of this miniature world instantly showed a bizarre phenomenon of the sun and moon rising together. As if sensing the threat, the mansion's restrictive powers flared up immediately, unleashing boundless waves. Unlike before against Becker, now they transformed into human forms holding sharp weapons, aligning in the air. Kill, kill, kill. The thunderous cries shook the heavens. These figures emitted overwhelming killing intent, aiming to suppress everything. These are the heaven-conquering army. Iona immediately recognized them. Years ago, the divine martial immortal lord, once a national general, was betrayed and lost all his subordinates during a battle. Later, after gaining immense strength, he refined the souls of his deceased soldiers into a supreme artifact, the heaven-conquering army. Unexpectedly, the dean's move triggered one of the mansion's strongest attacks. Even Becker's assault merely unleashed illusory sword auras of the divine martial swordsmanship. None could activate this treasure. Despite deploying the heaven-conquering army, upon contact with the dean's sun and moon lights, the army instantly disintegrated, turning into gas and retreating into the immortal mansion. What is this technique of the dean's? So formidable. Veronica couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is the sun and moon phenomenon from the dean's martial Tao, embodying the essence of his lifetime martial knowledge, powerful enough to suppress an entire realm. Iona explained, her eyes fixed on the sun and moon. At her cultivation level, she could barely grasp some insights. Even these minimal insights would benefit her greatly. Boom. Inside the mansion, Zaire felt the entire hall shaking and sprang up. What's happening? Kid, you truly have unmatched luck. The mysterious voice behind the bronze door laughed. An expert is coming to save you. He's breaking through the divine martial immortal mansion to take you out. An expert? Who? Zaire was shocked. He didn't recall knowing someone capable of breaching the mansion. Powerful indeed. The voice seemed to be investigating the situation outside and praised. His martial Tao rivals the sun and moon. Even I couldn't defeat him. Based on his methods, he's likely cultivating the Wu Zhu Zhunjing from Heavenly Cliff Academy. Probably your dean? Dean? The dean. Zaire was even more astonished. He never imagined the dean would come to his aid. Don't lose focus. The voice behind the bronze door suddenly rebuked. Stay highly concentrated. Once your dean breaks through the restriction, make a run for it. Zaire quickly reined in his thoughts. Simultaneously, he urged Leonardo to hide inside the xuanhuan pill furnace and jumped in himself. Afterward, he addressed the bronze door. Senior, once my cultivation reaches the Calamity Realm, I will come back to rescue you. Over these years, he wasn't oblivious. The person offered guidance expecting to escape using Zaire's help. Good. Kid, I trust you. Chapter 182. Secret plots amidst sinister laughter. Boom. The tremendous noise from the outside world kept reverberating. Zaire and Leonardo stood quietly inside the alchemy furnace, their attention fully focused as they waited for the Dean of Sky Edge Academy to tear open the Immortal Mansion's restrictions. However, this wait stretched another 3 months. Translating time into the external world, it had already been a day and a night. Forced by circumstances, Leonardo couldn't help but sit in meditation to maintain his divine essence at peak condition. Fortunately, with Zaire from the primordial world, he didn't need to, allowing him to keep a constant watch on the outside situation. Through these 3 months of observation, he now truly understood how terrifying the Immortal Mansion's restrictive power was. Not only were its methods endlessly varied, but its power was immensely formidable. Perhaps because they were dealing with the Dean of Sky Edge Academy, the Immortal Mansion's restriction powers were almost fully activated, not simple like before. At this moment, another massive tremor shook the divine martial Immortal Mansion, followed by a deep voice resonating inside. Zaire, this is the Dean of Sky Edge Academy, here specifically to rescue you. Pay close attention and concentrate. Hearing the identity declared from outside, Zaire felt relieved. Reporting to the Dean, I can hear you clearly. Good. Concentrate your mind and prepare to escape. I will create an opening in the divine martial Immortal Mansion's restriction, through which you can exit. Remember, this gap will only last an instant. You must seize this opportunity, or there will be no chance for liberation again, the Dean said solemnly. I understand, sir. By now, Zaire had a clearer understanding of the Dean's immense power. To be able to breach the Immortal Mansion's restriction using true essence alone showed just how astonishing his strength was. Following the Dean's instructions, Zaire became fully alert, spreading out his perception to nearly every corner of the space. As soon as the opening appeared, he would know exactly where it was located. Meanwhile, within the channel of Alicia, on the Ghost King star, boom, Ghost King Ami Yunton exploded, releasing an extremely terrifying force of destruction. Before the smoke cleared, 2 giant black hands emerged, tearing the space apart. Instantly, boundless chaos surged forth, dispersing the misty sky. Golden sunlight shone down as endless black smoke spread across the star. Countless ghost warriors stood tall in the sky. Welcome, great Emperor of the Ghosts. All the ghost warriors knelt in reverence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Space suddenly began to tremble, splitting open with a massive crack, and those giant black hands reappeared. The rift widened instantly, revealing a towering figure stepping out from the chaotic spatial streams. With each step, The figure shrank slightly until he entered this world as a gigantic black man, standing about 30 feet tall. As the surrounding black aura dissipated, his face revealed itself. A handsome visage akin to a celestial being, enhanced by the black sun mark on his forehead. This giant was none other than Maximus, the ghost emperor of the celestial ghost clan. Alaric is actually dead? Maximus immediately sensed the resentful energy lingering from Hemlock's death. The eight-faced black abyss sword has also fallen into someone else's hands. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, his eyes snapped open. Zaire? Indeed, Zaire from the Sky Edge Martial Academy? The few ghost kings who had fled earlier had returned unnoticed. One of them spoke up. Our investigation confirms that Zaire is currently trapped within the divine martial immortal mansion, and now the Dean of Sky Edge Academy is attempting to rescue him. Really? Maximus smirked. I've been meaning to meet this head of the 9 martial academies, and see if their martial arts or our celestial ghost techniques are stronger. Speaking thus, he issued an order. Gather all celestial ghosts and proceed to Central 9 states. The Abyssal Demon Clan has reached an agreement with our lord. They will send reinforcements. We'll wait until the 5-year gathering of martial experts to overthrow the 9 academies in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. Maximus nodded slightly and waved his hand. Space tore apart, forming a portal 30 feet tall. As he stepped through, the portal vanished instantly, taking his terrifying aura with it. Inside the divine martial immortal mansion, Zaire's true essence continued to flow, his perception spreading like an impermeable net covering every corner of the immortal mansion. Leonardo also stood up, looking anxiously around. Suddenly, the tremors of the immortal mansion paused, and then a ray of light pierced through the boundless air currents. Right now, with Zaire's shout, Leonardo instantly infused all his divine essence into the alchemy furnace's formation. Similarly, Zaire poured all his true essence crazily into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Around the alchemy furnace, ripples appeared in space. Bang! From stillness to motion, the air exploded, transforming the alchemy furnace into a giant fireball hurtling towards the direction illuminated by the light. This light was created by the Dean's true essence, providing guidance while holding open a breach in the immortal mansion's restriction. Rushing into this stream of true essence light, Zaire sensed many scattered remnants of the restriction. Though weakened, these remnants still transformed into shadows and broken weapons, emitting immense power and converging toward the mixed origin alchemy furnace. Inherent gravity. Fall. Facing these scattered forces, Zaire immediately extended his true essence around the alchemy furnace and invoked the Ghost Clan's gravity technique. The mixed origin alchemy furnace must not be entangled by these remaining restrictions. Even half a second's delay would trap him forever. After years of practice, this gravity technique had become quite powerful, though it didn't match the mastery of the Deep Sea Ghost King. Significant progress had been made. All the restriction forces approaching seemed suddenly pressed down by a mountain, falling rapidly. Bang! Suddenly, the immortal mansion's restriction power swelled inexplicably. Black Abyss Sword. In critical moments, Zaire summoned the Black Abyss Sword, swirling around the alchemy furnace, continuously cutting off the incoming restriction forces. The passage seemed infinitely long, with the high-speed mixed origin alchemy furnace stretching almost into a streak of light. Master, look! Leonardo pointed towards the outside of the True Essence tunnel. They could now see parts of the divine martial miniature world. Uncle Jonathan, Bernice, Innes, Penelope, Sister Amy, and others were present. Both felt invigorated, driving the alchemy furnace outward even more desperately. Everyone, look! Zaire is about to come out. Iona exclaimed in admiration. The Dean's cultivation is indeed formidable. Even the divine martial immortal mansion can't hold him back. In everyone's eyes now, a huge hole in the immortal mansion's restriction could be seen. This hole was the pathway opened by the Dean. Just a little more. Primordial world. Seeing the exit so near, Zaire felt a sudden, intense pull from the immortal mansion, slowing the mixed origin alchemy furnace drastically. Despite possessing the strength of 120 ancient oxen, Zaire was powerless against the immortal mansion's might, like an ant struggling against a titan's hand. But fortunately, the Dean had opened the passage, allowing his primordial world to connect smoothly with the external world. Suddenly, boundless spiritual chi flowed into his body, replenishing his depleted reserves with each breath. Ha ha ha. Just as Zaire was about to break free from the divine martial immortal mansion, a terrifying aura emerged in the miniature world. Chapter 183. God-slaying saber, savage demon emperor. A haughty laugh almost drowned out all other sounds. Accompanying the laughter was an overwhelming force that struck terror into everyone's hearts. Bang! The void instantly shattered as a gigantic hand emerged from the spatial turbulence, its fingers entwined with black smoke shaped into dragons. The moment this enormous claw appeared, it lunged toward the forbidden chaotic vortex. Its intention was clear. It aimed to interrupt the head of Tianya Academy's rescue efforts. At that instant, Zaire was commanding the primal chaos alchemy furnace at the edge of the chaotic vortex. Once this giant claw struck, he would be instantly captured or thrust back into the divine martial immortal mansion. Jared Ghost Emperor, how dare you? The head of Tianya Academy instantly turned furious. With his right hand grasping the air, an ancient and desolate saber appeared, surrounded by fierce flames. With one slash, the saber directly struck the black dragon claw. Bang! Jared Ghost Emperor's black hand was immediately sliced into streams of chaotic energy, wailing like the weeping spirits of gods. God-slaying saber. Declan, you actually possess the God-slaying saber. Jared Ghost Emperor's roar echoed through the void, clearly struck a heavy blow by this single strike. At this point, unobstructed by any force, Zaire finally leaped out of the forbidden chaotic vortex. The array power of the primal chaos alchemy furnace unfolded instantly, scattering all chaotic energy currents as he rushed toward Jonathan and the others. The Kira tribe's gravity path? How can Zaire use it? and it appears he has already achieved mastery, requiring decades of diligent practice to reach this level. Iona, upon seeing the true essence swirling around the alchemy furnace, recognized it instantly. This was the Kira tribe's gravity path. Although Jared Ghost Emperor's black claw was shattered by the god-slaying saber, the overflowing ghostly chi and magic power were not something ordinary people could withstand. However, Zaire fought his way out, dispersing all obstructing currents. His true essence was undoubtedly abundant, showcasing his formidable strength. What amazed Iona most was how Zaire, who specialized in martial arts, managed to wield one of the 33 immortal paths, and specifically the Kira tribe's gravity path. She couldn't figure out how he had done it. Black Abyss. The shattered magical chi of Jared Ghost Emperor seemed to gain a will of its own, pursuing Zaire relentlessly. Facing this situation, he immediately invoked the Black Abyss sword. Buzz. Killing intent surged like a geyser into the sky, infecting the entire world with a sense of solemn slaughter, death looming overhead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the pursuing magical chi was instantly slashed away. Over these years within the divine martial immortal mansion, Zaire not only cultivated up to the true essence realm but also completely refined the Black Abyss sword. Upon its invocation, it functioned like a third arm, moving according to his will with full might. Compared to before, the Black Abyss sword now seemed like a different treasure altogether. If confronted with the four elders of Songyang now, Zaire could likely defeat them all within 2 or 3 moves. With his current true essence equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient savage oxen, even facing someone of Jeremy's caliber, he possessed the capability for direct confrontation. I never thought that being trapped here in the divine martial immortal mansion, your strength did not diminish. Instead, it benefited greatly from this adversity, enhancing your cultivation by leaps and bounds. Seeing Zaire emerge from the alchemy furnace, Jonathan smiled with admiration. Greetings, Uncle clan member. Zaire promptly bowed. My cultivation is far from matching Uncle's formidable strength. He then explained. My rapid advancement mainly relied on obtaining Alethia's immortal golden core within the mansion. By fortuitously refining and absorbing it, my progress became extraordinarily swift. Alethia's golden core. Iona beside him was astounded. Previously, she was already astonished when she saw Zaire wielding the Kira tribe's gravity path. Alethia was a princess of Great Yuan, once considered among the top young experts of her generation. It said she mastered 3 immortal paths and no princess in the 9 kingdoms matched her talent and wisdom. I can't believe her lifelong cultivation ended up with you. Now, Iona couldn't find the words to express her astonishment. Jonathan was also shocked. You absorbed Alethia's golden core? No wonder. No wonder his true essence was so abundant, allowing him to manipulate the Kira tribe's gravity path, control the alchemy furnace array, and simultaneously drive the Black Abyss sword. Tianni, in such a short time, your strength has far surpassed ours. Hearing their conversation, Innes couldn't help but sigh. Clyde brother, there's no need to undervalue yourself. Your talent is remarkable, and given the opportunity, your accomplishments will surpass mine by far. Zaire comforted him. Ha ha ha, Declan, who would have thought your disciple would experience such fortune? Not only obtaining the primal chaos alchemy furnace, but also seizing our tribe's Black Abyss sword, and now stealing the immortal golden core of the first beauty of the 9 provinces, Alethia. At this rate, your Tianyang Martial Academy will thrive for millennia. As they conversed, a sound resonated from the void, echoing like divine voices. Then a man about 10 feet tall appeared mid-air, with a black sun mark between his brows. At this moment, the head of Tianyang Academy dispersed the illusion, revealing his true form. A young man dressed in blue robes, appearing only 17 or 18 years old. This is our academy head? Iona was dumbfounded. After years at Tianyang Martial Academy, she had never seen the real face of the academy head. Now she realized he wasn't the elderly sage everyone imagined. They also learned for the first time that the head of Tianyang Academy's name was Declan. Jared, using the strength of the Kira Lord, you escaped certain death just to fight me? I think, considering your strength, you're probably not a match for me, Declan remarked calmly. You've advanced in martial arts to the point where it resembles celestial transformations and comprehended the 5 elements changes. Truly impressive, but, Jared Ghost Emperor laughed heartily. But if you think I'm alone, then you're gravely mistaken. Aloysius, come forth and greet our Tianyang Academy head. Upon hearing the voice, a figure materialized from the void. Declan, the more you cultivate, the younger you become. Won't you revert to an infant next millennium? An extremely plain-looking elder slowly materialized. Majestic commander of the savage tribes. Why leave your Zishui fairy cave to come here? Confronting 2 powerful adversaries, Declan's gaze grew serious. Declan, if you surrender now, there's still hope for you. Another voice sounded, followed by a figure, tearing through the void and entering this world. Davin, the demon emperor. Declan enunciated each word to identify the new arrival. Jared Ghost Emperor laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Declan, today the ghost, savage, and demon tribes join forces. How many blows do you think you can withstand? Chapter 184. The Chester and Amion transform into deities. Another expert appears. Based on just the 3 of you? Declan smiled faintly. I admit that when the 3 of you join forces, your power is overwhelmingly formidable, but to think that you can defeat me? You underestimate me, Declan. As the leader of Tianyang Academy, one of the top figures in this world, no one could possibly detain him if he wanted to leave. Humph. Arrogant. Namon's Grand Marshal Aloysius sneered repeatedly. Aloysius, the matter concerning Zishui Immortal's cave has yet to be resolved, yet you have the leisure to come within the Yinling passageway? Aren't you afraid that Zishui Immortal's residence will fall into someone else's hands? Declan laughed, his words already hinting that he had seen through Aloysius's tactics along the Zishui River. I wouldn't dare come without being fully prepared. Zishui Immortal's residence belongs to our tribal people. If anyone dares to steal its treasures, I, Aloysius, would not let it go unpunished. As he spoke, Aloysius's gaze fell on Zaire. Declan, your disciple has disrupted our tribal plans, sneaked into Zishuei Immortal's residence, and stolen its most precious treasure. Under such circumstances, I must come to question you personally. Nonsense, Declan said disdainfully. The human and Nanman tribes have always been mortal enemies. Can we now blame me for a battle lost because of you? Moreover, whether or not Zishuei Immortal belonged to your tribe is another issue. Even if they did, there was never a statement about leaving the cave to you. When Zaire entered the Nanman territory, he hadn't even reached the Qijing realm. You couldn't even guard against a child like him. And now, you ask this of me, Declan? Aloysius, have you lived in vain for 3,600 years? After confronting the Grand Marshal of Nanman, Declan shifted his gaze towards the Demon Emperor. Davin, since Aloysius has thrown away all dignity, what about you? Do you intend to do the same? Demon Emperor Davin, draped in an eerie purple robe with his long white hair flowing freely, had eyes so deep and black that no white was visible. Zaire killed a master of my white tiger lineage, so naturally, I came here to demand justice. This demon emperor was actually from the white tiger lineage. Zaire was momentarily stunned. The master, mentioned by the other party, was likely the Neil on Wulong Amiyuntan. Lenore had told him that every year, the white tiger lineage sent newly born offspring to Wulong Amiyuntan, where the Neil acted as their guardian teacher. Your white tiger lineage letting the Neil be a master. Aren't you undermining the foundation of the white tigers? Declan laughed loudly. The Neil committed countless evil deeds and attacked our academy disciple first. It deserved death. For a demon emperor to find such a flimsy excuse is laughable. Enough talk. Ghost Emperor Jared coldly interrupted. Declan, if you hand over Zaire today, all matters can be forgiven and forgotten. And if I don't agree, Kimball of Academy Declan waved his hand, his green robe billowing in the wind. Against us three, not agreeing won't help you. Ghost Emperor Jared smirked. Even if you, Declan, can escape, can your disciples do the same? Nanman Aloysius chimed in. To be honest with you, Declan, this divine martial microworld has been set with the Zhou Tian Donghua formation. If you disagree, we'll activate the formation and send you into the divine martial immortals mansion. Even if you've passed the 5 elements tribulation, you cannot escape. The Zhou Tian Donghua formation? Declan's expression turned grave. It seems you are prepared, but attempting to hinder me, Declan. With this, it will come down to true strength. Facing the 3 experts, Declan made the first move. Swoosh. Light and dark instantly covered the entire space. Then, the sun transformed into a golden giant, holding a red gourd with both hands, turning slightly, emanating a solemn killing intent throughout the world. The moon transformed into a woman with a human head and snake body, her whole body glowing gently, her ribbon dancing like the Milky Way, celestial secrets continuously flowing. The 2 ancient deities appeared, causing the entire divine martial microworld to rumble ceaselessly. Countless mountains collapsed, and countless rivers began to boil. The golden giant directly charged at Ghost Emperor Jared. The woman with the human head and snake body turned towards Nanman Grand Marshal Aloysius, her ribbon transforming into a river of stars, sweeping over. Kimball Declan also slashed at Demon Emperor Davin. Seeing the 2 deities formed by the sun and moon charging, Jared and Aloysius changed their expressions drastically. You've resorted to Wu Dao Huashan. Declan, you're willing to exhaust 1,000 years of hard cultivation just to fight us. Jared swiftly moved his hands, ghostly energy erupting like black dragons. Instantly, dragon roars echoed through the skies. Zaire sensed that each black dragon strike contained thousands of ancient brute force. A direct hit would shatter the body completely. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black dragons crashed into the golden giant, explosions echoing through the sky. Atavistic sky strike. Simultaneously, Aloysius roared, his aura exploding, divine energy transforming into numerous transparent spears, rushing towards the galactic ribbon. This moment, after forcing back the demon emperor, Declan slashed into the void with his divine blade. Crack. A fissure split the void. Jared, Davin, Aloysius, do you really believe you can detain me? Gentle and Xuanhuan, protect Zaire and follow me. Zaire was swept away by Jonathan towards the void rift. However, before they left, a supremely authoritative voice resonated from the Yinling passage. Declan, do you truly believe no one can deal with you? A figure appeared at the end of the Yinling passage, raising a massive hand, forming a dense air net blocking their path. Another wave of his hand, and Zaire felt an intense force pulling him away. Abyssal demonic race. Angelo. Seeing the newcomer, Declan bristled with anger. Another catastrophe realm powerhouse, and from the abyssal demonic race. That force enveloped Zaire's mind, making him want to follow it. Get lost. Zaire roared. 7 kill sword Dao. Gravity Dao. Energy divination. Spring rain transformation great law. Fiery rain everywhere. Thunder roared. Instantly, 5 Dao principles emerged around Zaire. Heavenly essence wildly surged. Explosive true essence churning the divine martial microworld upside down. Endless black gas spontaneously arose, swelling into a towering black pillar upon contact with the wind. These were the 7 kill sword Dao of the Chu dynasty's pacifying prince's mansion. Different from the ghostly energy of the Kira tribe, this consisted of innate murderous intentions. One touch, and anyone would lose all reasoning, becoming mere puppets of carnage. Part of the true essence mixed with heavenly energy spread out like a black web, covering 10,000 feet within seconds, creating a self-contained domain. This was the Kira tribe's gravity field, manipulating anything within it to descend or rise according to the user's will, turning enemy attacks into nourishment for the domain. Meanwhile, Zaire's eyes became misty, revealing all unseen currents and energies between heaven and earth, even seeing Angelo's mysterious force. This was the art of breath divination, allowing one to perceive any existence's chi, hitting accurately if the crucial node was found. Mastered deeply, It could even sever fate. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose. With the breeze came a torrential rain, as fine as silk, soft as cotton. But this was the spring rain transformation great law. These seemingly ordinary spring rains, upon contact, would instantly permeate and destroy any destructible substance, be it flesh or magical treasures. Accompanying the falling raindrops was a sky full of fiery clouds. These crimson clouds seemed to appear out of nowhere, followed by a deluge of fiery raindrops that sprinkled down, merging with the spring rain from the spring rain transformation great law while still in the air, creating an eerie scene where water and fire intertwined. The first two were great laws that Zaire himself had mastered, while the latter three came directly from Alethia's immortal Tao golden core. To counter this suddenly emerged abyssal demonic race expert, Zaire did not hesitate for a moment and immediately unleashed all 5 great laws. Each of these 5 great laws contained boundless power, and Angelo's mysterious ability was instantly ground to nothingness by their combined might, dissipating into thin air. Good boy. With Wu Dao and Xian Dao, you're just one Shendao away from completing the 3 ancient relics, Angelo exclaimed with a mixture of laughter and surprise as his move was countered. Accompanying the falling raindrops was a sky filled with fiery clouds. These crimson clouds appeared out of nowhere, followed by a torrent of fire raining down. As the fiery droplets fell from the sky, they merged with the spring rain summoned by the spring rain transformation technique, creating a bizarre scene where water and fire intertwined. The first 2 were the great Tao powers that Zaire himself possessed, while the latter 3 were precisely what Alethia's immortal Tao golden core contained. Without any hesitation to counter this suddenly emerged abyssal expert, Zaire immediately invoked all 5 types of great Tao. Each of these 5 great Tao harbored boundless power, instantly grinding down Angelo's strange ability to nothingness. Good boy. With Wulin Dao, Xianlin Dao, you're just one Shendao away from completing the 3 great legacies of the old era, Angelo exclaimed in both amusement and surprise upon seeing his moves countered. Chapter 185. The heavens turn, the horizon in an instant. Angelo, your abyssal demon race has adhered to the principle of remaining hidden for 100 years. Now that you appear here, do you wish to bring calamity upon the abyssal race? Declan from Tinya Academy coldly asked. Humph. Since I have appeared, it shows our race no longer fears you. Angelo took a big step forward, his figure already standing within the divine martial microcosm. Immediately after, he instructed Jared and the other 3 who were holding off the Daiyao deities, quickly activate the heavenly battle array to send this Declan into the divine martial immortal mansion. As soon as his words ended, boundless light descended from the void, enveloping the entire divine martial microcosm like a giant dome. Zaire and Iona along with others continuously attacked, but no matter how they struck, the light dome remained completely unshaken, without even a ripple. Damn! Jonathan's expression changed. Trapped by this light dome, they could not escape. In the sky, Angelo, Jared, Taj, and Aloysius stared intently at Declan. Heavenly battle array. The 4 shouted in unison, their voices transforming into countless small arrays which expanded under the wind and landed on the light dome. Humming. The sun and moon deities instantly retreated and ultimately returned to Declan in rays of light. The ghost, savage, demon, and beast combined forces, increasing their power exponentially. Foolish. Declan, having suffered some losses, suddenly gathered his true essence. But Jared and the other 3 wouldn't give him the chance to muster power. They each spat out a mouthful of blood toward the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest corners of the light curtain. Instantly, the world plunged into darkness, shrouded in blackness. A substance resembling black smoke then engulfed Declan and, with a violent shake, thrust him into the divine martial immortal mansion. The head of Tinya Academy had been sent into the divine martial immortal mansion by the 4 working together. Finished. The dean entered the divine martial immortal mansion. A major incident. What should we do now? Charge. How can we charge? The other side has 4 cataclysm level titans. All the Tinya disciples felt a sense of despair creeping over them. Even Jonathan and Iona, such distinguished talents, felt death approaching and found it difficult to resist. Cataclysm realm, also known as Tribulation realm or 10 Tribulations realm. Once one reaches the Cataclysm realm, they are considered titans. These figures possess longevity spanning tens of thousands of years, can suppress the world with their strength, comprehend fundamental rules, and are top experts of various powers. Such characters are extraordinary and nearly impossible to kill once they reach the Cataclysm realm, regardless of preparations or the number of high-level experts involved. Not to mention Declan as the head of an academy. But this is during normal times. In regular combat, even if Declan faced Ghost Emperor Jared, Beast Emperor Taj, Southern Savages Grand Marshal Aloysius, and Abyssal Demon Angelo alone, he would not back down. In a desperate battle, these 4 would inevitably lose someone. However, this was the Divine Martial Microcosm, right next to the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion. This place, created by the Divine Martial Exalted, was enough to seal a Cataclysm Titan. The figure behind the bronze door was the best testament to this. With the collaboration of the 4, Declan was drawn into the Immortal Mansion where the methods left by the Divine Martial Exalted allowed them to suppress him easily. With Declan gone, Zaire and others naturally became sitting ducks, completely at their mercy. Zaire, surrender the Black Abyss Sword and the Primordial Elixir Cauldron, and I will spare your life, perhaps even taking you under my wing as a disciple. After Declan was sealed in the Immortal Mansion, Jared and the others laughed, unfettered. Beast Emperor Taj, in particular, tried to tempt Zaire. Without doubt, Zaire was an absolute genius. If he could be subdued, it would greatly aid the White Tiger lineage. Zaire, if you join our abyssal race, I can introduce you to our highest leaders, guaranteeing your eternal freedom. Angelo also chimed in. Ghost Emperor Jared added, we shouldn't linger here. If something happens to Declan and the old monsters from Tinya Academy come, we'll all be done for. Let's take these people away first and discuss further when we're safe. Agreed. Aloysius nodded in agreement. Then let's act. Beast Emperor Taj extended his hand, and a thick wave of demonic energy enveloped Zaire and others. Let's go all out. Zaire's true essence erupted, pouring all his power into the Black Abyss sword, which transformed into a massive black sword and slashed at the Beast Emperor's palm. Teaching a grandmaster in his own craft. Taj flicked his fingers 3 times, scattering all the sword chi. Another grab and pull, and the Black Abyss sword changed hands, appearing in his possession. This treasure belongs to me now. Beast Emperor Taj began to channel demonic energy to refine the sword. Despite Zaire having already performed the divine consecration, facing a master like Taj rendered it futile. Suddenly, a disturbance echoed through the heavens. A voice emerged from the void. Taj, you dare to seize my disciple's treasure. Following the voice, boundless sword light severed the heavenly battle array surrounding this world. Declan, you actually... Jared and the others were utterly shocked. And what did I do? A clear, cold voice echoed. You thought sending my avatar into the divine martial immortal mansion would crush Xianxia Academy? Heavenly battle array? Petty tricks. As the word tricks fell, a green-clothed youth appeared, holding a horizontal saber in his right hand, charging at Beast Emperor Taj. Whoosh. His speed was so fast it seemed like instantaneous teleportation. Before Taj could react, his entire palm was severed by the divine slashing saber. Horizon in an instant. Having dealt with Xianxia Academy for many years, Aloysius immediately recognized this technique. Declan, didn't we? Seeing him reappear, Angelo couldn't believe his eyes. You only sent my shadow avatar created by flowing light shadow. You never expected I would possess such a treasure, did you? While speaking, Declan summoned an object. It was a cluster of undying white light floating in the air, constantly changing form, yet incorporeal. You 4 plotted against me, but instead, you've fallen prey to my scheme. Die. With that, Declan flashed, and 4 beams of sword light simultaneously appeared around Jared and the others, slashing fiercely. This was indeed Xianxia Academy's horizon in an instant. Once deployed, its speed reached its peak, traversing any distance in an instant. Thud, 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 thud. In a series of dull thuds, Jared, Taj, Aloysius, and Angelo were all cut through their protective divine light by the divine slashing saber. Declan's single slash broke through the defenses of all 4 simultaneously. Heaven favors us. Who knew Dean Declan was so powerful? What is flowing light shadow? It doesn't seem like a typical artifact, yet it created an avatar that even deity Jared failed to detect. Taking this opportunity, Zaire decided to reclaim the Black Abyss sword. He immediately employed the Gravity Dao and Skyfire Rain, striking around the Black Abyss sword, particularly focusing on the severed hand still clutching it. This hand, severed at the wrist by Declan's saber, continued to glow fiercely. So this is a deity's hand? If I trap it and use the Jingzhou tripod to communicate with heaven, at least 1,000 enlightenment pills could be produced. Hashtag chapter 186, forcing back strong enemies and advancing into the southern barbarian region. The severed hand of Demon Emperor Dane was more than twice as large as that of an ordinary person, with visible white hairs. Each inch of skin, each strand of hair, appeared in perfect detail, radiating a lustrous glow comparable to any spiritual weapon or treasure. The power contained within, even in a single hair, equaled that of 4 ancient oxen at the true realm cultivation stage. The great Surma of the barbarian tribes is here, so it's inconvenient for me to show myself. Sir, please be careful. Leonardo, who had been hiding in the primal chaos pill furnace ever since leaving the divine martial immortal mansion, finally spoke up as he took advantage of the giants battling in the void. Note, the term Thuma, Dawson, is a military title that is difficult to translate directly. In this context, it refers to a high-ranking military official. For better readability, you might consider translating it as high-ranking military commander, or similar, depending on the specific role within the story's universe. Here I've kept it as Great Suma, to stay true to the original text, but you might want to revisit this choice based on the broader context. I plan to directly absorb this severed hand of Dane, Zaire replied, already enveloping the Demon Emperor's hand with his true essence. Do you think you can subdue me? Fool. An immense will emanated from the severed hand, as if it had gained its own consciousness after separating from the Demon Emperor. Along with this will, immense power erupted, causing the hand to clench into a fist. A single strike shattered all of Zaire's true essence in an instant. Uncle of the clan, senior sister, please help me. Sensing the power of the Demon Emperor's hand, Zaire roared immediately. All right, we cannot defeat the Demon Emperor, but if we can't even handle his severed hand, what kind of disciples would we be? Iona said, connecting her true essence with Zaire. Others also channeled their true essence into Zaire's body. Instantly, Zaire felt boundless strength surging through him. Fortunately, he had stored all his true essence within his physical body, so no matter how much poured in, there was no upper limit. This is the ninefold unity formation. All our true essences can be amplified and concentrated on you, combining like a single thread. Even against powerful opponents, you can hold your ground with this strength. Jonathan explained just in time. At this moment, the force absorbed by Zaire seemed to reach its peak, making his bones crackle. His flesh expanded rapidly, growing to 3 zhang tall, transforming him into a small giant. True essence flowed like dragons beneath his skin, his muscles bulged fiercely, and his hair sliced through the void, whistling sharply. Behind him, space faintly began to materialize, though it remained too ethereal, flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. With the assistance of Jonathan, Iona, and others, his strength temporarily reached the king realm. Unfortunately, he had not yet opened a celestial realm. Cultivators must prepare to open a celestial realm before breaking through to the king realm. Once accomplished, the celestial realm would manifest, bestowing every action with the might of heaven and earth, terrifying even ghosts and gods. With this explosive increase in power, Zaire instantly extended his hand, and massive true essence gushed out, forming chains. In an instant, the severed hand of the demon emperor was bound by these chains and dragged away, along with the black abyss sword, into the Jingzhou Cauldron. How dare you? In the void, a colossal roar echoed. You scoundrels! You dared to take my hand. The moment the severed hand disappeared, Demon Emperor Dane sensed it. Boundless fury transformed into demonic power, surging towards the sky. This demonic power was extremely vast, and under its shockwave, Iona and others felt as if a calamity were upon them, threatening to destroy the world. Inside the Jingzhou Cauldron, the severed hand reacted across space, morphing into 5 mountain-like fingers, attempting to tear through space to escape. Even outside in the void, a fissure had appeared, revealing the severed hand struggling violently, nearly breaking free. Humph! After severing one of my hands, you still dare to act so arrogantly. It seems the 4 of you truly intend to oppose our Heavenly Cliff Academy. Academy head Declan sneered, and the radiant light, flowing light shadow, beside him shot out a beam, striking the fissure hard. Puff! A dull sound echoed as the Demon Emperor's hand screamed in agony, its power flowing away like water. The rift instantly closed, and the tremors subsided. After dealing with the Demon Emperor's hand, under Declan's command, flowing light shadow emitted 4 beams of light toward Maximus, Dane, Wuxian, and Angelo. Retreat! Demon Emperor Dane understood the power of the white light. He roared, regenerating his severed hand using a century's worth of vitality. Since the severed hand could not be retrieved, it was futile to persist further. Though the 4 were not afraid of Declan's means, they saw no point in continuing the struggle. From the moment their carefully laid plans were thwarted, they should have left. Now, feeling deceived, they finally grasped the formidable nature of the 3rd-ranked Heavenly Cliff Academy among the 9 academies. The 4 barely endured a blow from flowing light shadow before tearing through space to flee. Seeing this, Declan chose not to pursue further but instead retracted flowing light shadow. Phew! Zaire and the other sighed in relief. As Iona deactivated the 9-fold unity formation, his cultivation gradually returned to the true realm. What exactly is Academy Head's flowing light shadow? How is it so powerful? With the crisis averted, Zaire voiced his confusion. I don't know. Jonathan shook his head slightly. Despite being one of the most outstanding students in Heavenly Cliff Academy, he did not know about flowing light shadow either. Iona had never heard of it either. Neither did the others. Sir, flowing light shadow should be a special immortal artifact. Hearing Leonardo's message, Zaire was startled. An immortal artifact? Not anymore. When humans and demons fought long ago, despite forever sealing it in the abyss, flowing light shadow was damaged. By chance, I obtained it, which helped me overcome the 5 elements tribulation. Declan's figure slowly descended, having overheard the exchange between Leonardo and Zaire. If flowing light shadow still possessed its former power, our Heavenly Cliff Academy might contend for the top spot among the 9 academies. Since Leonardo's presence was discovered, Zaire simply called him out from the primordial cauldron. Greetings, Academy Head. Upon appearing, Leonardo bowed respectfully. Never expected that someone from the barbarian tribes would willingly turn away from darkness to follow Zaire. Declan was unfazed by Leonardo's identity and continued, given the opportunity provided by Macau's scheming, we can strike a heavy blow against the barbarians. Let's return first. Then I will personally visit the great Yuan imperial capital. Prepare to advance deeper into the southern barbarian region. Yes. Jonathan, Iona, and the others responded in unison. Zaire felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the state of Chu and Heavenly Cliff Academy would unite and proactively attack the barbarians. With his enhanced strength, he would surely obtain many southern barbarian pills. Over the past few years, to preserve Leonardo's life, almost all the pills in the Jingzhou Cauldron were depleted except for some enlightenment pills. Though for Zaire, who possessed the primal world, southern barbarian pills were less urgently needed, they remained invaluable for saving lives in critical moments. Speaking of which, how are Hansen and the others faring now? I haven't checked on them yet. From Leonardo, Zaire learned that the villagers had established a small city deep in the southern barbarian mountains. Using it as a base, they attracted numerous people, forming a self-sustaining utopia. Thinking he could visit them en route, Zaire couldn't help but feel excited. ###Chapter 187. Promotion to True Disciple, Reunion with the Elders. On the way back, it was personally led by the head of Tianya Academy, Declan. How fast can a peak quintessence tribulation realm expert travel? Zaire finally felt it now. In less than the time it took to finish a cup of tea, everyone had returned to Tianya Martial Academy. Such incredible speed. Even if I were to fly at my full strength from donghua Yinling back to the academy, it would take at least 10 days and nights. Looking at the vast palace complex on Tianya Amiyuntan, where intersect disciples flew everywhere, some using magical treasures, others relying on their soul realm cultivation abilities, the scene was bustling. At the foot of the mountain, the city of Outer Sect disciples remained lively, housing tens of thousands of Outer Sect members and officials. Seeing Tianya Martial Academy again, Zaire suddenly felt a sense of time passing, as if the environment had changed dramatically. After so many years in the divine martial immortal mansion, his temperament had become even more steady. But for the outside world, only half a month had passed. I wonder if I have the capability to be promoted to True Disciple with my current strength? Zaire suddenly thought. Tianya Martial Academy has 72 True Disciples, all formidable geniuses and the future of the academy. Zaire, since your cultivation has already broken through to the true realm and your strength is sufficient, you should be promoted to True Disciple, said the head Declan at this moment. You can now find Elder Eugene. Tell him that it's my personal order, and he will give you the corresponding rewards. Then he turned to Iona, Jonathan, and others. You must seize this opportunity to improve yourselves. Soon, I will inform Emperor Dazhuang, taking this chance to strike a heavy blow against the southern savages. After delivering these words, Declan vanished immediately. Iona, Jonathan, Penelope, and Zaire exchanged glances. Congratulations on being promoted to true disciple, junior brother Wu, Iona said first. Senior brother Wu, congratulations. Penelope and others also expressed their congratulations. Well done. I'll write to the clan leader to set you as an example for the entire clan to follow and study hard. Jonathan also smiled. Thank you, Uncle Wu, senior sister, and everyone else, Zaire said with a smile and clasped hands. I will go to Elder Eugene first to collect my reward, and then we can gather later. That's fine. Following the head's instructions, we are about to start a war with the southern savages, so I need to prepare myself quickly. Iona nodded and headed towards the true disciple cave heavens. However, seeing Jonathan also preparing to leave, Zaire hurriedly stopped him, saying, Uncle Wu, my primordial cauldron is too conspicuous and there's no place to store it. Why don't you temporarily keep it? Now back at the academy, with many people around, it wasn't convenient to expose the Jingzhou tripod matter. From Anthea's mouth, Zaire knew that Xavier had been searching for the whereabouts of the 9 tripods of Great Chana. If Xavier found out that the Jingzhou tripod was in his hands, it would surely cause significant trouble. Although his current cultivation had reached the true realm and his true essence thickness exceeded that of ordinary cultivators at the same level by 30 times, facing someone like Xavier who possessed the legacy of martial immortals was still challenging. Given his uncle's strength and position, storing the cauldron with him was undoubtedly the best choice. Jonathan looked at the 6-jong tall cauldron and agreed. It can serve as a suppressor of the earth vein in my cultivation cave, alright? I will help you keep it for some time. After entrusting the cauldron to Jonathan, Zaire rushed to the Tianya Hall. Last time he met Elder Yael here, he obtained a cultivation method called 7 Stars of the Northern Dipper Sword Chi. Just as Zaire walked into the hall, a voice came from inside. Zaire, the head has already informed me. Not only did your trip to Donghua greatly enhance our academy's prestige, but you've also made considerable progress. Zaire stepped in and saw 2 people sitting inside. A little girl in red was Elder Yael, and the elderly man in green was precisely Elder Eugene, whom the head asked him to find. Reuniting with the 2 elders, his mood was entirely different from before. Disciple greets the 2 elders. Zaire bowed respectfully. Rise, Elder Yael said. With your promotion to true disciple, every word and action represents Tianya Martial Academy. Remember not to damage the academy's reputation. Disciple understands. Yes, after discussion between us, we decided to combine your promotion reward with the reward for enhancing the academy's prestige during the Donghua trip. What do you need? Elder Yael asked. Promoted true disciples usually wouldn't directly receive cultivation methods or treasure weapons. Instead, they were asked what they needed, and rewards were customized accordingly. After all, those who became true disciples were mostly talented individuals with unique opportunities. These geniuses might already possess certain legacies, like Xavier and Anthea, and thus might not lack cultivation methods or medicines. However, the Grand Martial Assembly is approaching soon, and most medicinal pills and magic weapons need to be reserved for other diligent disciples. Therefore, if you need these, you may not get a large amount. Consider other aspects as well. At this point, Elder Eugene reminded with a smile. Many thanks to both elders. After thinking for a while, Zaire said, the head saved me from dire straits, so I shouldn't ask for rewards. But considering the upcoming great battle and the honor of the academy, I dare to humbly ask for help. For medicines and cultivation methods, I don't wish to burden the academy. However, regarding magical treasures, I boldly request the assistance of the elders to refine my primordial cauldron and black abyss sword. Especially the primordial cauldron. It would be perfect if it could transform into an immortal artifact. According to the mysterious person behind the bronze door in the divine martial immortal mansion, the primordial cauldron was not actually a degenerated immortal artifact as commonly believed, but an unsuccessful attempt at crafting one. The original creator lacked the power, leading to its failure. Therefore, the primordial cauldron never truly existed as an immortal artifact. Hearing Zaire's request, Elder Yael exchanged glances with Elder Eugene. After a brief silence, Elder Yael spoke. Crafting an immortal artifact is not a simple matter. Even peak tribulation realm experts find refining a magical treasure incredibly difficult. The primordial cauldron's quality and materials are top-notch, offering a chance to transform into an immortal artifact. However, due to its complexity, transforming it requires immense power and possibly hundreds or even thousands of years. So long? Zaire was startled. Even centuries were too long for him to wait. Yes. Elder Eugene nodded. Time is too long, especially in today's warring era and with the Grand Martial Assembly imminent. I advise against trying. What about the Black Abyss sword? The 8-faced Black Abyss is a replica of a heavenly demon tribe's supreme treasure. Though it's a replica, its materials are even rarer than the primordial cauldron, but it only possesses offensive capabilities, making it less versatile than the primordial cauldron. Elder Yael continued. If you're not pursuing transformation into an immortal artifact, we can try to enhance its power further. Please assist me, Elder. Zaire bowed and summoned the Black Abyss sword. Chapter 188. Enhancing Black Abyss, sword spirit takes shape. The flawless white jade hand held the Black Abyss sword. After scrutinizing for a moment, the Gianna said, there's still the aura of forest inside. Let me remove it for you. Thank you, Elder. Zaire was slightly startled, not expecting the remnant aura of forest to be so profound. True spirit Ru Yi. I will extract some of your essence, energy, and spirit to fully refine this Black Abyss ghost sword into your magical treasure. Correction. True spirit Ru Yi. I will draw out part of your essence, energy, and spirit to fully refine this Black Abyss ghost sword into your magical treasure. Note, the term Ru Yi seems out of context in English. If it holds a specific meaning in the narrative, consider translating it based on its significance or leaving it as if it's a proper noun or unique term within the story's universe. The Gianna pointed with her delicate jade finger, and Zaire immediately felt a surge of spirit from his body flowing entirely into the Black Abyss sword. What shocked him was that the Gianna possessed such formidable power that one finger immobilized him completely. Quickly summon the sword spirit of this Black Abyss sword. Merge your essence, energy, and spirit with it. From now on, this sword will be entirely yours, the Gianna urged. Spirit of the Ghost Sword. Zaire did not dare delay, roaring loudly to call out the sword spirit within the Black Abyss sword. A gigantic ethereal sword instantly floated in the air, emanating an extremely terrifying aura of slaughter, causing layers of dark, murderous mist to rise up even in the Tianya Hall. Truly worthy of being the spirit of the Black Abyss sword. However, as the Gianna continuously tapped her fingers, the sword spirit contracted instantly, merging with Zaire's spirit. Instantly, dark mist surged, and the power of the Black Abyss ghost sword increased yet again. Though it couldn't break through to become an immortal weapon, Zaire felt as if the Black Abyss sword was an extension of himself, swinging and striking as naturally as breathing. Take out the Demon Emperor's severed hand quickly. The Gianna seemed to know everything that had happened in the divine martial microcosm and called out once more. Zaire originally planned to offer the severed hand of Hilary for sacrifice, but had no choice but to bring it out now. But he hurriedly shouted, "Elder, please leave a portion behind. I need it to refine elixirs." Fine. The Gianna nodded slightly, then drew in the void with her finger, splitting the Demon Emperor's severed hand in two. Martial skill, help me. Elder martial skill immediately emitted a clump of vitality, so pure its composition was indiscernible. The ghost sword spirit devoured it and instantly began to grow, transforming directly into a 30-foot-long phantom giant sword. Both elders, one a Cataclysm Boundary Titan and the other an Imperial Boundary Powerhouse, were far stronger than the peak of what Becker could achieve. Under their joint efforts, the Black Abyss sword improved remarkably. Swallow. The Gianna pointed, and the ghost sword spirit began devouring half of the Demon Emperor's severed hand instantly. Each bite caused its blade to expand rapidly, the murderous aura surrounding it becoming more concentrated, the black mist almost turning into liquid. In the end, the ghost sword spirit stood at 90 feet tall, its phantom form incredibly real. Condense. With another point of the finger, accompanied by the Gianna's command like heavenly decrees, the ghost sword spirit instantaneously collapsed. Rustling. The pervasive murderous black mist throughout the hall finally turned into black droplets, falling everywhere. But before they hit the ground, they were absorbed by a black vortex. This vortex was precisely formed by the collapsing ghost sword spirit. Once all the black mist was absorbed, the black vortex burst open, revealing a figure. It was an 8-foot-tall youth dressed in a long black blood-patterned robe, looking exactly like Zaire. Good. To transform the sword spirit into human form is just one step away. Living up to being a Cataclysm Boundary Titan, the Gianna's true essence was unfathomably vast. Her fingers spread wide, shooting out 5 beams of true essence that transformed into massive formations midair, circling the ghost sword spirit constantly. In an instant, countless formations covered the ghost sword spirit densely. At this moment, elder martial skill continuously expelled boundless vitality, injecting it all into the sword spirit. Both elders manipulated true essence to near perfection, demonstrating everything openly before Zaire, seemingly to impart wisdom. Naturally, Zaire didn't waste the elder's effort, silently memorizing everything and meditating deeply. Meanwhile, the Gianna continuously extracted various treasures from the void, intending to integrate them all into the Black Abyss sword. Each piece was priceless, and some were treasures Zaire had never even seen. Countless heavenly treasures were refined into the Black Abyss sword. The two experts continued refining the Black Abyss sword tirelessly, and 7 days and nights passed swiftly. The power of the Black Abyss sword kept increasing until it reached a certain bottleneck, prompting the two elders to slowly stop. It's done. The Gianna grasped her hand, drawing in boundless spirit energy, which was absorbed by the Black Abyss sword entirely. Boom. The sword spirit returned to the Black Abyss sword. In the shifting black light, the entire sword transformed into Zaire's likeness. Draped in the black blood-patterned robe, with eerily black pupils, it appeared and caused the space to tremble, black murderous chi rising towards the sky. This moment, the entire academy saw a black pillar rising from the direction of Tianya Hall, making the sky instantly darken, losing all light. Fortunately, this phenomenon dissipated momentarily. Otherwise, it would have caused widespread panic. Inside the hall, the Gianna handed the Black Abyss sword to Zaire. Its power has increased by 30%, and its sword spirit has finally taken shape. It can be your strongest aid. Zaire took the Black Abyss sword, delighted by its enhanced power. With a release, the sword spun around him and could even transform into an identical doppelganger. The aura emanating from the Black Abyss sword was even more formidable, possessing the strength of 200 ancient savage bulls. Thank you for your efforts, elders. Zaire thanked with sword in hand. Go ahead. The Gianna waved a hand, dismissing him. Zaire hastily left the hall and headed out. Tianya Cave residence. Becker retracted his gaze from the sky. He already knew the cause of the celestial anomaly just now. President, it's fortunate enough that Zaire didn't perish in the divine martial immortal mansion. Now, with Elder's life and death and martial skill personally enhancing his magical treasure, it seems even I might find it difficult to handle him under these circumstances. A short-haired man stood beside Becker. He was a true transmission disciple named Tamed. That sword may be powerful, but it is ultimately not an immortal weapon. Once Scholar Tianya breaks through to the Cataclysm boundary, he can subdue Zaire with a mere wave of his hand. At this moment, a black-robed old Taoist priest sitting beside Becker spoke up. His cultivation fluctuations were extremely obscure, appearing not to belong to the 9 Academy's martial realm, shrouded in mystery. Master Dancer flatters, Zaire is our Academy's disciple. As long as he doesn't commit any wrongdoings, I naturally won't take action against him. Becker looked at the black-robed Taoist, a trace of doubt flashing across his eyes. This mysterious old Taoist was recommended by a Mayhamed as a Taoist wandering cultivator, named Danshur, with a very mysterious background, though only at the true realm cultivation level. Chapter 189. Mysterious Taoist, Reunion with the Ambria. If it were an ordinary wandering cultivator, Miguel would certainly not bother to meet them. However, a Mayhamed mentioned that this person possessed great fortune, which piqued his interest. Sure enough, upon meeting, Miguel discovered that Xander was extraordinary in conversation and knowledgeable about the world, even more so than many martial academy students or scholars. Miguel immediately felt that this person was no ordinary individual. Their cultivation level must be far beyond what appeared to be true realm. However, he did not question further, as it was a normal self-preservation strategy for cultivators to hide something. May I ask where Taoist Danyang practices? I would like to pay a visit someday, Miguel smiled and asked. I'm used to wandering freely without a fixed cultivation sanctuary, but resident Wuxia has a rich treasure trove and exceptional strength. If I obtain any treasures in the future, I might need your help again. Goodbye for now, Xander replied and got up. Please escort Taoist Danyang out, Miguel said to a Mayhamed. The latter immediately stood up, escorted Xander down the mountain, and returned shortly after. With unclear identity, how do you view this person, head? A Mayhamed had brought him here to have Miguel probe the situation of this Taoist. This person is mysterious and offered such a valuable item as a gift for our first meeting, which shows he has significant intentions. Miguel took out a transparent object, instantly releasing cold energy that froze the air into snowflakes. This piece of ice can only be found in the extremely cold Biming region, making it exceptionally rare and absolutely a heavenly material. In the Great Chu, someone would willingly exchange a precious artifact for it. Yet this person only asked for 10 Foundation establishment pills. Upon hearing this, a Mayhamed looked astonished and said, I've heard that Elder Yael also had a piece of ice, likely used to refine Clark's Black Abyss Ghost Sword. The two elders value him highly, indicating dissatisfaction with you, head. The academy leadership wants balance. Previously, they cultivated xuanhuan, and now they are cultivating Clark. I understand this, Miguel said indifferently, but even so, once I break through to the Tribulation Realm, all these tactics will be useless. Clark is nothing to fear. The birth of a Tribulation Realm powerhouse in the Martial Academy would be a monumental event. Not only would top experts from all over the world be invited to witness it, but there would also be a grand feast lasting 7 sevens and 49 days to announce it across the 9 states. If Miguel broke through to the Tribulation Realm, Tianya Martial Academy would immediately invite the other 8 academies in the 9 countries. At that time, Miguel's power would reach its peak, and neither Zaire nor Wu Xiaonan could stop him from reaching the summit. Once in the Tribulation Realm, one truly commands freedom and independence in the world. Tianya Forest, a hidden location. After landing, Xander was greeted by a dozen black-clothed men kneeling and shouting, Greetings, Commander Zhang. No need for formalities. Haven't you forgotten what the Kimball said? No bowing. Xander waved his hand, gently lifting everyone up. Commander Zhang, how was the trip? Was Miguel convinced? One man stepped forward to ask. Too early to say. However, during this trip, I realized he now has a rival within Tianya Martial Academy, Xander smirked. We should use this opportunity and try to win him over. Commander Zhang is wise, everyone exclaimed. General, who is Miguel's rival? Another man curiously asked. Zaire, Xander pondered. We cannot let this man go. He possesses significant treasures and killed elites from our mecha group. We must capture him and send him to the military court for the Kimball's decision. We should return to the Abyss first. I will devise a plan to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Zaire had returned to the inner disciple courtyard. After being promoted to True Disciple, he still needed some time before moving into the True Disciple Garden and obtaining his own blessed cultivation cave. For now, he could only stay here temporarily. Lord, someone delivered a letter. Leonardo greeted him as soon as he entered the room, holding a letter. Who delivered it? Leonardo, having been personally introduced by the dean, caused no issue among the elders despite his barbarian identity. They allowed him to stay at the inner disciple courtyard. The delivery man said it was from Lady Buckchanan of Great Chu, Leonardo replied. Lenore? Zaire quickly took the letter and opened it. After scanning the contents, true essence suddenly surged forth, turning the entire letter into dust. Let's go. Leonardo puzzled. Where? South Barbarians. They swiftly descended from Tianya Amiyuntan, flying towards the South Barbarian direction. With their current cultivation levels, they no longer needed magic flying boats for travel. As mountains raced backward, Leonardo questioned, Lord, is there an emergency? Yes and no, Zaire explained. Lenore mentioned that Great Chu has already sent troops to the South Barbarians, and Tianya Martial Academy is likely to follow. She wants me to join her for important discussions. These important matters were undoubtedly related to Amayant Tian. Years ago, he had agreed with Lenore to visit the South Barbarian Holy Amiyuntan. Though he wasn't sure of her objectives, he wanted to see the mystic turtle egg. According to Lenore, this mystic turtle was a descendant of Andrew's Mount, possessing ancestral memories that could reveal the locations of the 9 tripod cauldrons. Currently, the Jingzhou tripod was with him, while the other 8 remained unknown. If all 9 cauldrons could be gathered, Zaire believed it would lead to momentous events. They traveled at full speed. Zaire had the primordial world, and Leonardo still had the green sprout leaves, allowing them both to avoid rest as they headed directly for the South Barbarian battlefield. As they neared Chanamanching City, they saw increasing numbers of soldiers on the road, all Great Chu forces heading to the South Barbarian battlefield. That's the army of the Prince of Xuanhuan. Flying in the sky, Zaire spotted a distant formation with the character Xian on their flag. Leonardo, let's check it out. He called out and flew toward the army. Leonardo followed closely. Before they landed, a rainbow light shot out from the formation. Stop! A man in armor blocked their path. General Hobart, these are allies. A crisp female voice rang out. Then, a rift opened in the air, and Lenore appeared. You, how could you have advanced so quickly to King Realm? Zaire's pupils dilated in shock. In his perception, Lenore's cultivation had reached King Realm. Apart from opportunities, his rapid advancement was due to being trapped in the divine martial immortal residence, where time flowed differently. But how could Lenore break through so fast? What do you think? Seeing Zaire's astonishment, Lenore covered her mouth and chuckled. Chapter 190, Grand Rewards, Beyond Comprehension. Terrence had yet to gain the ability to tear through space. Lenore must have relied on some precious artifact. General Hobart, you may leave now. Yes, your highness. After the armored man left, Lenore asked curiously, I've heard you've been quite impressive lately, with your battle against Songyang Academy in donghua, gaining fame across the 9 provinces. At this teasing remark, Zaire could only let out a bitter laugh. It was a matter of circumstances, nothing else. But princess, breaking through to the king realm so quietly. This kind of power is unmatched anywhere in the 9 provinces, isn't it? What's the big deal? I just piggybacked on the grace of the Chu imperial family's small immortal realm, where I cultivated for 100 years, while only a few months passed outside. Lenore smiled. Speaking of cultivation speed, your academy's Guido is truly a prodigy, achieving near imperial realm cultivation after just 2 years of travel, even surpassing Becker. Guido? Zaire had heard of the Chu imperial family's small immortal realm. It was rumored to be an extremely important forbidden zone, rarely shown to outsiders. He hadn't expected that Lenore, as a princess from another clan, could enter and cultivate there. It seemed Jeremiah greatly favored her. However, this Guido left him puzzled. After returning to the academy, he hadn't heard much about such a person. Enough chit-chat. Let me tell you the situation, Lenore said straightforwardly. His Majesty has decided to join forces with Tianya Martial Academy to attack the southern savages. He has promised that any prince or other individual who can capture savage territory will be granted fiefdoms. Fiefdoms? Zaire was astonished. This was no trivial matter. Fiefdoms were usually bestowed by emperors upon princes or high-ranking ministers. Only the 9 countries had the authority to grant them. Not even Tianya Martial Academy or Songyang Martial Academy had this right. It was an ancient rule that none dared violate. Seems like the Chu Empire is serious this time. The offer of fiefdoms made Zaire realize this campaign wasn't a mere show. There's one more thing, Lenore continued. Before departure, His Majesty specially instructed me to take good care of you. With that, she waved her hand, and 2 women flew up from the army below. Seeing you lack female attendants and how inconvenient that might be, these are my 2 well-trained maids, Kiera and Xiaolan. They'll follow you henceforth. Zaire narrowed his eyes at the 2 attendants. Despite their youthful age and beautiful appearances, they were both profound realm experts. A profound realm attendant? This was unheard of. Ordinary profound realm cultivators were rare gems, capable of leading entire sections. Where did Lenore find such strength? Only now did Zaire realize he had underestimated Princess Buckchanan. What do you think of attacking the southern savages? Composing himself, Zaire suddenly asked. Please look at the map. Lenore flicked her finger, conjuring a tactical map suspended in the air. Zaire turned to see the starting point at Xianxia City, stretching for thousands of miles into the southern savage territory. It detailed water sources, valleys, forests, and most importantly, savage towns. This map was personally given by His Majesty, each general having a copy, Lenore explained as her finger traced the route. This is the line I've meticulously planned for our joint assault. Eventually, it leads to... Her finger paused at Tianshan Amyuntan. Zaire understood immediately and nodded. Throughout history, the southern savages have committed countless atrocities, killing innocent civilians and sacrificing children. I hope we can finally end this menace. Of course. Lenore's confidence soared. To annihilate the savages, His Majesty is offering unprecedented rewards. Captured territories will become personal fiefdoms. This is an unparalleled move to boost morale and crush the southern savages. Oh, should we depart now, or? Zaire wanted to check on Hansen first. We have 7 days to prepare. All Chu armies will gather outside Xianxia City to stockpile supplies. We strike the southern savages in 7 days, Lenore replied. 7 days? Time was tight. Zaire quickly calculated if he had enough time to visit Hansen and prepare for the campaign. The chance for a fiefdom was too significant to miss. If he secured a fiefdom, it would solidify his own power base. He needed to plan carefully. Here's the data I brought for you. Study it thoroughly. Lenore handed over a cloth-wrapped package from her Jezzy space. Though we've gathered most of our forces, the savages will outnumber us. Following my planned route, we can assist each other when needed. Having Kiera and Xiaolan with you also facilitates communication. Zaire nodded. Then I'll prepare now. He took Leonardo and the 2 attendants and flew towards the border of the southern savages. Deep within the dense forest was the site where Hansen and others were building a city. Lord, having these 2 here probably means Princess Wang wants to keep an eye on you, Leonardo whispered mid-flight. Zaire nodded slightly. I understand. It's an open strategy from Lenore, and I can neither refuse nor decline gracefully. It seems Lord already has a plan. Leonardo noted his calm demeanor and chuckled. What plan? Just dealing with situations as they come. Zaire knew until they reached Tianshan, Lenore was still an ally. Even if she had ulterior motives, she wouldn't easily jeopardize their partnership. The 2 attendants followed silently despite their surprise at heading into the heart of savage territory. However, when they spotted a small city suddenly appearing before them, they couldn't hide their shock. Lord Wu, what is this? Both Kiera and Xiaolan wore expressions of disbelief. Before them lay a village-like town, rudimentary but bustling with life. It appeared to house tens of thousands of people, a truly incomprehensible sight. In the heart of the southern savages, not far from Zishui River, finding a human settlement felt as improbable as encountering a savage tribe outside the Chu capital. Inconceivable. Hashtag chapter 191. A rudimentary city, a route to death. Yet, not only were they incredulous, Zaire himself found it hard to believe. Sir, this is our city. Leonardo stepped forward, his voice filled with pride. Clearly, he and Caleb had put considerable effort into settling everyone here. In the rudimentary city, Caleb and Hansen, who had received the news early, hurriedly came out to greet them. Welcome, sir. Greetings, Supreme Immortal. Seeing Zaire, they immediately bowed respectfully. You've worked hard. The moment Zaire saw Hansen, he noticed that the latter had already advanced to the Chi realm, transcending the mortal realm. Supreme Immortal, upon receiving Mr. Leonardo's message, we couldn't believe it. Hansen, visibly excited, continued, please follow me. Everything has been prepared for you with food and drinks. It had been a long time since Zaire had a proper meal. After breaking through to the Chi realm, it was best not to consume grains and cereals as they contained food poison, which would accumulate and harm the body over time. However, he no longer worried about this now. Since strengthening his physical body, no food poisons could invade him. The reason he avoided consuming them was that ordinary food could no longer meet the needs of cultivation. Even if he ate 9 bulls or 9 tigers, it wouldn't match a single pill or a breath of pure spiritual energy from the primordial world. But seeing Hansen's excitement, Zaire suddenly became interested and waved his hand. Let's go. Supreme Immortal. Good day, Supreme Immortal. On the way into the city with Hansen, many people greeted Zaire, including some children around 8 or 9 years old. Everyone looked at him with reverence, as if they were in a religious pilgrimage. Noticing Zaire's confusion, Hansen explained with a smile. Ever since the Supreme Immortal left, the old village head compiled stories praising the Supreme Immortal for everyone to recite daily, so everyone reveres you greatly. He then started introducing the city. Due to its location in the South Wilderness Forest, transportation of materials is extremely difficult, so the city is still quite rudimentary. I only did simple planning. Supreme Immortal, please look this way. This is the training ground divided into 2 areas. The smaller one is specifically for children, while the larger one is for us to practice. The wooden tower next to the training ground is mainly used for surveillance. Under Mr. Leonardo's guidance, it's only 5 zhang tall. Any higher, and it might be easily discovered. And there are these? As Hansen explained the layout of the city, Zaire admired their efforts but also had a question. Although the city is rudimentary, it must have cost a lot, and feeding so many people requires money. Where did you get the funds? Sir, Leonardo and I still have some savings, plus the wealth you left when you departed. Plus, everyone hunts and gathers herbs in the mountains, exchanging for goods in Chaineman City, so we managed to make ends meet. Caleb, who was tall, explained. I see. Zaire nodded. Supreme Immortal, we've arrived. Hansen stood before an elegant bamboo pavilion. As Adley and Noemi were about to follow Zaire inside, Caleb reached out to stop them. Adley's face changed, wanting to push past, but Caleb quickly blocked her again. Seeing this, Noemi knew this giant was formidable and pulled Adley back, standing still outside. Caleb, these 2 ladies are sent by Lady Buckchanan to help. Don't be impolite. Zaire interjected immediately. Ladies, my deepest apologies. Caleb hurriedly bowed and moved aside. Adley's eyes flashed angrily, but Noemi shielded her and simply said, no problem. Their actions didn't escape Zaire's notice. Supreme Immortal, we've finally waited for you. An emotional voice rang out. It was the old village head. Inside the pavilion, a large bamboo table was set up, laden with various delicacies from the depths of the South Wilderness. Village head. Zaire smiled and greeted. Hee, there's no such thing as a village head anymore, just an old man. The old village head laughed heartily. Now concentrated deep within the South Wilderness, they were all detached from the Great Chu Registry, becoming unregistered citizens. Naturally, the title of village head no longer applied. This banquet was attended by few besides Zaire's companions Adley and Noemi, only the core members of the city. Under everyone's enthusiastic urging, Zaire partook in the feast generously. Gentlemen, I've returned this time for something important to discuss with everyone. After everyone finished eating, Zaire took out the materials given by Lenore and laid them on the table. The Imperial Court and Tianyang Martial Academy planned to jointly attack the South Wilderness. Hearing this, Hansen, the old village head, and others were momentarily stunned. After a long silence, tears welled up in the old village head's eyes. Finally it's happening? Supreme Immortal. Hansen's eyes reddened as he said firmly, we're always prepared for the annihilation of the barbarians. Annihilate the barbarians. Annihilate the barbarians. Annihilate the barbarians. Everyone shouted loudly, venting long-suppressed emotions. These people were originally hunters and villagers who lost their homes and families due to the barbarians. It was this deep-seated grudge that kept them rooted in the South Wilderness, away from their homeland. Now, hearing that there was a chance for revenge, how could they remain calm? Excellent. Zaire nodded. Seeing your enthusiasm reassures me. He spread out the documents. Amazed of what Lenore gave him were battle maps. Leonardo, Caleb, you know the South Wilderness best. Take a look. Anything we should be aware of? The route mentioned by Lenore and all surrounding barbarian towns needed to be considered carefully. Sir, following the marked route on this map would be disastrous. Zaire scrutinized the map and exclaimed, the smallest barbarian cities along this route have tens of thousands of inhabitants, and the largest has several million. Amiriover, nearby is a great chief priest cultivation site, under whose jurisdiction lie nearly 100 barbarian cities. Upon hearing this, Zaire furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how powerful is this great chief priest? Sir, I do know something about this chief priest. Leonardo recalled something and hastily added, she is named Rhoda, a rare female chief priest, and most importantly, she isn't a barbarian but human. A traitor? Hansen responded angrily. It can be said that way. She joined the barbarians 100 years ago, causing quite a stir, leaving me with vague impressions. Leonardo continued, Sir, this female chief priest is extremely powerful. Were it not for her human identity, her status would be much higher. Rhoda. Zaire reviewed the information until he found details about the female chief priest. After thorough review, he remarked solemnly, This person is indeed extraordinary. Despite being a foreigner, she rose rapidly to become the South Wilderness chief priest. A chief priest among the barbarians was akin to a governor in the Great Chu Empire. Sir, isn't the route chosen by Lady Buck-Channon unsuitable? Leonardo hesitated after some thought. To the common eye, this offensive route seemed like a death sentence. Chapter 192. Plan preparation, Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Zaire scrutinized the map, his furrowed brows not relaxing for a moment. Yet, he knew Lenore would never choose a dead-end path. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Let's set this aside for now. Hansen, you inform everyone and ensure they're all prepared. Leonardo, come with me outside the city immediately. Time is tight, and I need to prepare a batch of elixirs quickly. Yes, sir. After making these quick arrangements, Zaire and Leonardo flew out of the city walls. Outside was Nanzhou, where countless savages roamed. In just one day, hundreds of South Barb elixirs were added to the tripod in Jingzhou. This number was restrained. Otherwise, it would have been over 1,000 if Zaire hadn't feared drawing the attention of the barbarian experts by killing too many. Let's go. We should change locations, Zaire suggested. They flew another few thousand miles covertly. After another day and night, having gathered enough South Barb elixirs, Zaire decided to return to the city. Upon returning, he distributed a South Barb elixir to each combatant. Possessing this elixir felt like gaining an extra life, significantly reducing casualties. The soldiers who once followed Zaire had now become veterans. While training themselves, they also taught the new recruits. Leonardo, Caleb, you've worked hard training these people, Zaire remarked, seeing the vigor and strength in the troops, all reaching bone-tempering or marrow-cultivating realms. He knew much of this success owed to Leonardo and Caleb. My lord, the training has mostly been overseen by Leonardo. I merely assist, which doesn't count as much effort, said Caleb, whose voice boomed like thunder despite his giant-like stature. Hearing this, Leonardo waved his hand and smiled. I went to Donghua later on, so all the work here was done by Caleb. Turning to Zaire, he continued, my lord, the rapid yet solid improvement of our strength is largely due to a treasure elixir from the South Barbs called Divine Blood Pill. Due to limited stock, we could only dissolve it in water. If we had enough, everyone would already be at the Qi realm. Divine Blood Pill? Zaire asked curiously. What kind of elixir is this? This elixir rivals the heavenly energy pill of Songyang Martial Academy and is even better in enhancing physical endurance and body tempering, Leonardo explained. The heavenly energy pill was well known to Zaire. It was a secret medicine of Songyang that could increase cultivation speed by 5 to 10 times. Initially, after killing Addison and others, he obtained nearly 500 of them. Later, they were given to Leonardo in the Divine Martial Immortal Mansion. Now hearing that the barbarian Divine Blood Pill could match, and even surpass, the heavenly energy pill, Zaire was astonished. Caleb then interjected, speaking of the Divine Blood Pill, the Annie surely has a lot. Capturing her would be a significant gain. Let's put the High Priest issue on hold for now. I plan to visit Xuanhuan City to purchase weapons, armor, and antitoxic powder for insects and snakes, Zaire said. Due to the humid environment of the South Barb forests, venomous snakes and bugs were rampant. Regular measures would suffice for daily life, but for military operations, preparation was essential. Moreover, soldiers needed multiple sets of weapons and armor, as barbarian strength often shattered equipment upon impact. Zaire was no stranger to South Barb battles and understood the situation well. In Xuanhuan City, Prince Dai was extremely gloomy. Cursed. Bang. He smashed a golden-threaded Namu table into pieces. Why does father show such favor towards an outsider? Your Highness, please calm down, a Taoist-looking man entered. Although Zaire is favored by his majesty, he remains an outsider and cannot fundamentally affect your plans. Dai took a deep breath to quell his anger. Even back in the capital, my elder brother warned me about him. Now, outside the imperial city, he even sent me a secret edict ordering me not to provoke Zaire. His fists clenched but eventually relaxed. Turning to the Taoist, he asked, has Zaire arrived? He has, the Taoist nodded, invited by Princess Buck-Channon. It seems they formed an alliance to attack the South Barbs together. Seeing Dai's chest heave again with fury, the Taoist quickly added, however, there's an urgent matter requiring your Highness' decision. What is it? Dai gritted his teeth. The young president of the Jingzhou Chamber of Commerce has entered Xuanhuan City and sent someone to contact you. They seem to be seeking refuge under your Highness. They indeed play their cards well, Dai sneered. But this Jingzhou Chamber is formidable, connecting both human and barbarian trade, spreading across the 9 states with unimaginable wealth. They must have sensed father's resolve and realized staying in the South Barbs isn't safe, thus seeking protection. Your Highness is wise, the Taoist bowed. As you say, regardless of their power, their wealth alone could help ensure your plans succeed. Let's go to the reception hall and meet this Jingzhou Chamber envoy. Dai strode toward the outer courtyard. Xuanhuan City was the largest city bordering Jingzhou in the South Barbs. All merchants and passers-by here were skilled, none ordinary. Business thrived, especially in weapon shops and inns, which were always packed. So many people? Zaire gazed at the long queue outside a weapon shop, feeling concerned. He needed a substantial amount of weapons and armor. With so many customers, obtaining the quantity he required would be challenging. My lord, this area borders the South Barbs, where countless treasures and rare beasts can be found. Many come here to seek treasure or earn a living. Since weapons are consumables, they need frequent replacement, Leonardo explained. Looking around, Leonardo added, from what I understand, this weapon shop employs the best craftsmen in Xuanhuan City. It's normal to see crowds. Should we check other places? Someone is watching us. Zaire suddenly sensed several gazes fixed on him. Looking back, he saw a line of carriages approaching slowly on the main street. The central carriage was opulently decorated, entirely made of submerged wood, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer while resisting even spirit weapons. Zaire recognized this wood, having seen it once when Lenore gave him a spirit sword talisman. However, the royal house only had enough for a small talisman, while this was used for a whole carriage. Chapter 193. Xianxia, young master of the Qihua Guild and the Grand Law Celestial Sound. Moreover, not only were there nearly 100 guards clad in turquoise iron armor on either side of the carriages, each exuding an imposing aura that deterred anyone from interfering. Xuanhuan City was located at the border between two territories, frequented by all sorts of people, yet ordinary families would hardly dare to parade their wealth so ostentatiously. Sir, there are several soul realm experts inside those carriages? Leonardo exclaimed in surprise. More than that, Zaire said solemnly, apart from 5 soul realms, there are also 2 spirit realms. Moreover, sitting in the central carriage is a barbarian woman. Although she tries hard to hide it, her cultivation level is already comparable to ours. A true realm female barbarian? Leonardo questioned, uncertain. Could it be her? You recognize her? It makes sense, given you're also a barbarian. Given the strength of these people in the carriage, even if you didn't know, you could guess, Zaire remarked thoughtfully. Leonardo replied, Sir, as I suspected, this should be someone from the Qihua Guild. The Qihua Guild? Zaire frowned slightly. The one who runs business across the 9 states despite being barbarians? After a moment's thought, he slowly continued. It seems the combined attack on southern Barbaria by the Great Chu and the Martial Academy has already stirred many people into action. The wisdom of the Qihua Guild should not be underestimated since they've managed to spread their business across the 9 states. Now with some talented princes of Great Chu appearing in southern Barbaria, they're probably betting on one of them to avoid the conflict. They might have even made preparations on both sides, finding people in southern Barbaria as well. With this insight, Zaire understood why they were making such a grand entrance into Xuanhuan City. It was a way to create momentum. If not for the strict regulations in Xuanhuan City, he believed the Qihua Guild would make an even grander show. As the convoy slowly entered a magnificent hotel, it dispersed and disappeared from sight. Zaire watched for a while before calling Leonardo to check out other weapon shops. Just as they walked down a street, a beautiful woman hurried after them. Master Wu, please stop. Our young master invites you for a meeting. The young master? Zaire asked, observing the respectful demeanor of the woman. Yes, the young master has already met Master Wu earlier, she replied respectfully, but with exceptional grace, clearly indicating she had been well educated. Zaire already knew who this young master was. After some thought, he nodded. Then let's meet. The woman quickly led the way toward the hotel. This hotel did not display any signboard outside. Inside, it did not resemble an ordinary inn with a ground floor hall full of diners. Instead, it looked like a southern villa, with flowing water and greenery visible upon entry. A garden blooming year-round emitted a fresh fragrance, creating a refreshing ambience. Zaire and Leonardo, being cultivators, felt a deeper connection to nature within this place. The internal layout appeared to have been designed by a master, subtly aligning with the laws of nature. The young master is upstairs, but only Master Wu can proceed, the woman said at a jade staircase. In that case, Leonardo, wait for me here, Zaire instructed, intrigued by the layout of the courtyard and its owner from the Qihua Guild. Yes, sir. Ascending the jade staircase, the entire courtyard gradually came into view. Only then did Zaire realize it was actually part of a large formation. Had he not studied formations and mastered the great formations of the pristine Dan Furnace and Black Abyss sword, he might not have noticed. The staircase was long, and the building was tall. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he saw the woman in white playing the eru. Her melancholic music evoked the image of a sorrowful wife, waiting for her husband who went to war. National affairs, family matters, chaos, and defense merged into one tune, stirring a deep sorrow in his heart. What formidable skill in musical arts! Zaire suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the eru's sound had affected him. Master Wu indeed has remarkable willpower, even able to withstand the Grand Law Celestial Sound. The woman praised, putting down her eru. Are you the young master of the Qihua Guild? Zaire bowed slightly. Southern barbarian experts could alter their form to appear human when they reached a certain cultivation level. Leonardo, too, had undergone this transformation, so he wasn't surprised by the woman's appearance. My name is Simone. You may call me Mavis, she rose gracefully. Even in simple attire, her elegant figure was captivating, leaving viewers spellbound. Her face was not stunningly beautiful but extremely pleasing to the eye, giving one a strange feeling of wanting to look more and more. Coupled with her irresistible figure, she would cause quite a stir in the mortal world. Zaire knew this woman was far from what she appeared. Just her true realm cultivation alone set her apart from ordinary people. May I ask, young Master Channon, why you've summoned me? No need to rush, Master Wu. Simone gestured slightly, and a maid brought in tea served in wooden cups that felt incredibly comfortable to touch. A faint aroma wafted from the tea as soon as it was poured. Taking a sip, Zaire felt his qi and blood heating up, as if boiling water bubbled within him. This tea actually had the effect of invigorating qi and blood. Zaire remarked in surprise, this cup of tea is worth a fortune. Simone seemed even more surprised. This tea leaf comes from the Shukang tree in the secret realm of a Mayantian. Even a king realm expert would need 3 days to adjust their qi after drinking it. Yet Master Wu remains unaffected? A Mayantian secret realm? Shukang tree? Zaire keenly picked up on these terms and said, so young Master Channon must have entered southern Barbaria's holy mountain and must be highly favored by the barbarian king. Just a stroke of luck. Simone avoided the topic, shifting gears. Given Master Wu's intelligence, you've likely guessed my intentions. Let's be straightforward. Our Qihua Guild wishes to join the Tianyang Martial Academy. Can you introduce us to the elders? Zaire, seeing she didn't wish to continue, simply nodded. I can submit young Master Channon's request to the academy. Simone hadn't expected him to agree so readily. She asked in surprise, no other demands? None, Zaire smiled. If your guild sincerely wants to cooperate with the Tianyang Martial Academy, I can act as a mediator. Simone took a deep breath, realizing she hadn't even delivered her prepared gift. Recalling this, she hurriedly pulled out a small metal box. Then I entrust this to you, Master Wu. This box contains a fragment of wood origin, a token of gratitude for you. Chapter 194. The Origin of the Five Elements. Greetings from the young master. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The origin of the five elements. These are treasures that one can only encounter by chance. Ordinary plants, even a small sapling, if they obtain a breath of the origin of wood qi, could transform into towering trees or endless forests. If a cave heaven world absorbs it, it can certainly stabilize the world and significantly increase its growth potential. If one could gather the five origins of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, it's not impossible for the cave heaven to directly ascend to a lesser thousand world. Moreover, Zaire had obtained the cultivation method of the Ghost Emperor Alaric. Although he wouldn't cultivate the Mystic Heaven Heart Sutra, it contained a passage about how to shape the physical body, which was worth learning from. It mentioned the human body's five elements theory. Liver is wood, heart is fire, spleen is earth, lung is metal, kidney is water. Liver belongs to wood. If one could have the essence of wood enhance it, one could attain an innate liver. With all five elements complete, one can become the innately perfect body of the five elements, one of the most ideal sacred bodies of the Kira clan. Zaire now transforms true essence, abandoning the dantian to store in the physical body. Naturally, the stronger his physical body is, the more true essence he can store. Seems Mr. Wu understands the value of this item. Simone smiled. Although this item is precious, compared to the entire Curiosity Merchant Association, it's still worthwhile. She continued, Sir, there's no need to worry. If this matter is successful, the Curiosity Merchant Association will also have a significant gift. If not, just consider it as Mavis making friends with you. It's a personal gift. Thank you. Zaire nodded. He indeed needed this. Whether it was for cultivating the innate five-element holy body or preparing for the cave heaven realm, the more of these five-element origins, the better. There's no time to waste. I'll contact our life-death elders immediately upon my return. Having received their gifts, Zaire naturally intended to quickly handle matters for them. However, just as he reached the door, ready to go downstairs, he suddenly paused and asked, By the way, young Master Channon, can you reveal where this essence of wood was obtained? Simone hesitated, then smiled, Tion. Thank you, young Master Channon. It's I who should thank you. I hope this endeavor proves successful. After Zaire left, the previous graceful lady appeared beside Simone. Young Master, we've investigated. It seems Mr. Wu is seeking large quantities of armor, presumably for the offensive against the southern barbarians. So, Simone pondered. Young Master, what do you think about the current offensive by Great Chu and Tianya Martial Academy against the southern barbarians? The graceful lady curiously asked. This war cannot eliminate the barbarian tribes. Simone replied. Then why? The graceful lady was startled. If they couldn't exterminate the barbarian tribes, why seek allies? Simone said coolly, War is inevitable. We must find opportunities for development amidst the conflict. Although our branches are spread throughout the 9 states, we haven't been able to penetrate the royal courts of the 9 kingdoms or the 9 great academies. If we seize this opportunity and successfully secure business with Great Chu and Tianya Martial Academy, we can sell our expensive natural treasures and elixirs. Understand? Her words silenced the graceful lady. Indeed, young Master's foresight surpasses us all. That's enough. Let's wait here for a while. Then mobilize some Class B armor. I have a use for it, Simone instructed. Yes. On the street, seeing they had finally left the inn, Leonardo couldn't help but ask, My lord, how did it go? I underestimated the young master of this Curiosity Merchant Association. Zaire, holding the metallic box in his hand, said, She plans to ally with Tianya Martial Academy and wants to take this opportunity to expand the association's business into the realms of immortals and martial artists. Ordinary people don't have this kind of vision and insight. Dealing with her might be more troublesome than Lenore. Leonardo, let's go. We'll visit the Tianya outpost in the city first. Finishing his sentence, Zaire walked towards the Tianya Martial Academy's outpost in Chanamanching. There were elders stationed there who could swiftly relay messages back to Tianya Martial Academy. Now, having ascended to a genuine disciple, every elder greeted him respectfully without any hesitation. Upon hearing about relaying the message to the life-death elders, they promptly activated the post formation to report the matter. Taking advantage of this time, Zaire pulled Leonardo and asked, How much do you know about Tion in the southern barbarian lands? My lord is going to Tion? Leonardo knew Zaire wouldn't ask casually and was surprised. Maybe. Zaire nodded. The young master of Curiosity Merchant Association has apparently been to Tion. From her, I learned about Tion's secret realm and the Shakong tree. Have you been there? Regarding the origins of the 5 elements, it was naturally etched in his mind. Leonardo looked around before speaking telepathically, My lord, I haven't been to Tion, but the Tion secret realm isn't a secret among the barbarian tribes. Just like how Great Chu has a miniature immortal world and Tianya Martial Academy has the ancestor martial space, the barbarian tribes have their own root foundation, the 5-element world within the Tion secret realm. Is there truly a 5-element world? Zaire's breathing quickened. Tell me more. However, Leonardo shook his head. I don't know much about the 5-element world, but there are rumors that the Tion secret realm hides a great secret. Some say it's the enigma of the gods, others say it's Emperor Channa's tomb, and some believe it holds the secrets of reincarnation. In short, among all the speculations, the only certainty is that the Tion secret realm is extraordinary. If my lord intends to go, utmost caution is required. It's the place where the barbarian king cultivates, full of dangers. Zaire nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, an elder approached with a letter in hand. Wu brother, we have a reply. Thank you. Zaire took the letter, opened it, read through, and then turned to Leonardo. The Life-Death Elders plan to send someone to liaise with the Curiosity Merchant Association. We're returning now. My lord doesn't intend to purchase armor anymore? Given the situation in Chana Mansion, purchasing now would be too late. I plan to find Lenore when I start my journey. As the princess of Zhentai Mansion, she must have channels. Zaire explained. If all else fails, there's always the Curiosity Merchant Association. With their methods, obtaining thousands of pieces of armor isn't an issue. Thus, the two left the Tianya outpost and bought some insect repellent powder before flying towards the forest city of the southern barbarians. Back at the outpost, it wasn't 2 days before Hansen came with a message, Supreme Immortal. There's a large group of merchant caravans outside the city. Someone says young Master Simone of Curiosity Merchant Association wishes to see you. Really? So soon? Zaire put down his map, somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised that Simone would come, but that she could find him so quickly. Please invite them into the city. Saying this, he stood up and walked out. Chapter 195, Convergence Plan, Split Action. I never thought young Master Wu would have forces implanted here, like a steel blade stabbing into the thigh of the southern barbarians. Cloud Ruachani sighed as soon as she met Zaire. The sights she saw upon entering the city were hard to believe that Zaire could achieve such feats. Please come in for a discussion, young Master Cloud. Zaire bowed and then led her towards the bamboo hall. After both took their seats, Linda and Enid served tea. Cloud Ruachani immediately looked surprised. She had already discerned the prowess of these two maidens. Even she would find it challenging to gain an upper hand against them. But she didn't point it out, instead turning to Zaire, the elder from Tianya Martial Academy has already discussed with me. I must thank young Master Wu for this matter. I heard you're also heading to battle the southern barbarians. Here are 5,000 sets of weapons and armor as a token of gratitude. Zaire was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly responding, thank you very much. He had planned to purchase them but hadn't expected the items to be delivered directly. By the way, if this is all the manpower you have, it might not be enough when facing the barbarian tribes, Cloud Ruachani said with a smile. My troops indeed aren't many, only about 2,000 capable fighters, Zaire nodded. However, this time Jeremiah decided that any warlord who can conquer territory will be granted land. If young Master Cloud desires some land, you should give it a try. Me? Cloud Ruachani laughed. My Rare Goods Guild doesn't have troops, but we can provide financial support to aid young Master Wu. After success, I hope young Master can grant us a place within the city. Of course. Zaire naturally agreed. Since so, let's form an alliance. For this campaign against the southern barbarians, we must work together wholeheartedly. Absolutely. Cloud Ruachani nodded. Your troops are about to set off. I must hurry back and mobilize some experts to join you. With that, she left. Master, how did we ally with the Rare Goods Guild so quickly? Caleb asked, puzzled. She's clever. It only takes a hint, Zaire smiled. Enough talk. With deployment coming soon, go prepare yourself. Time passed swiftly. Early morning, before dawn, Linda and Enid knocked on Zaire's door. Master Wu, Princess Clifton Shannon wrote that you should prepare your troops and await her at Levection Valley. Hearing this, Zaire didn't ask why but immediately instructed Leonardo, Caleb, and Hansen to lead the troops to Levection Valley. He had studied the maps extensively and knew the route well. Levection Valley was the first checkpoint in Clifton Shannon's attack plan. From its terrain, it was a strategically strong position. When Zaire arrived, a small tribe of barbarians had already been eliminated by Clifton Shannon. You've arrived? Come into the tent. Seeing him, Clifton Shannon led him to the temporary command post. Princess, isn't the combat plan you devised somewhat inappropriate? Zaire asked after sitting down. Combined, our troops number less than 10,000. There are at least 3 large cities inhabited by millions of barbarians. How do we plan to conquer? The wise always have plans, Clifton Shannon grinned mysteriously. But rest assured, your 2,000 elite soldiers will have another assignment. Look here. A map appeared on the table, revealing a large red circle. Leaning over, Zaire saw it mark the main shrine where the chief priest Rhoda resided. He instantly guessed her intentions and exclaimed, You intend to? Military strategy says to capture the king first. Clifton Shannon's eyes gleamed. Then she switched topics. I heard you allied with the Rare Goods Guild's young master. Where are their experts? Not surprised that she knew, Zaire replied. I'm unsure, but I trust Shannon Ruachani. They should be on the way. Clifton Shannon nodded. All right, past Levection Valley. We'll need to split up. Let me brief you on what lies ahead. Understood. Zaire listened intently. You have few troops, unsuitable for direct conflict with the barbarians. Even I am trying to avoid direct confrontation, Clifton Shannon pondered aloud. The real battles are fought by the various princes, especially the Hiroshi, leading 8 million troops. 8 million? Zaire whistled. Yes, while they distract the main force, we should strike from behind. The Emperor's idea is to target the heart of the barbarian territory. Her finger pointed to a foggy area on the map labeled Tianshan. Right. What about Tianya Martial Academy? Zaire suddenly asked. Wu Academy deploys higher echelons of strength. Your headmaster should be holding back the tribal king now, Clifton Shannon revealed insider knowledge. Got it. When do we depart? Zaire nodded. You first. Me first? Zaire frowned. Nodding, Clifton Shannon explained, yes, with fewer troops, you can stay hidden. Once you reach the main shrine, I'll follow with my men. Together, we can capture the main priest, thereby influencing surrounding barbarian cities. This revealed her ambition to control hundreds of barbarian cities. Zaire was impressed. I'll leave first then, he bid farewell and headed out with Leonardo. Master, where are we going? Leonardo was puzzled seeing Clifton Shannon's troops still resting. Straight to the main priest Rhoda, Zaire stated calmly. What? Caleb, hearing this, asked, Master, with just us, can we even return? Don't worry, I have a plan. Spread the order. We'll head deep into the forest, leveraging the terrain to hide. Even if spotted, they won't send troops to surround us, only sending individual elites, which gives us opportunities. 2,000 troops swiftly moved deeper into the forest. ##### Chapter 196. Great Chu's Ministry of Works. The general seeks help. After marching for 7 consecutive days, and seeing that the soldiers were beginning to show signs of exhaustion, Zaire raised his hand to signal everyone to rest on the spot. We'll rest here tonight. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers silently began cutting down trees and clearing a space for their camp. Taking advantage of the break, Zaire quietly soared into the air. Immediately, the surrounding terrain came into full view. These mountain terrains are filled with chaotic spiritual energy, utterly devoid of natural principles. No wonder they call this place the Barbarian Lands. Thanks to his study of formations in the Eastern Sea and the influence of the divine martial immortal mansion structure, he now had a unique understanding of the mountain ranges. Natural principles truly are a wondrous existence, he mused. Natural principles should be some form of rule. If all things follow this rule, then everything will proceed smoothly, achieving twice the result with half the effort. In an instant, he almost grasped a sliver of the true essence of the King Realm. After reaching the King Realm, one can create a pocket world, which can also be considered a miniature reflection of the heavens and earth, including natural principles. After thoroughly investigating the surroundings, he landed back on the ground. However, upon noticing Adley and Noemi gathered together as if discussing something, Zaire approached them. What are you two talking about? Perhaps through these two, he could glean some secrets of Lenore. He always felt that this princess held a significant secret, especially before entering the heavenly Amiuntan. Knowing more about her would give him peace of mind. Reporting to Sir, we're discussing how to cooperate with the princess to attack the barbarians, Adley replied respectfully. Has Princess Lenore sent any news? Zaire asked. Noemi quickly responded. The princess has just captured another small city of the barbarians with over 10,000 people. She has fortified it and is expanding outward from this base. Building fortifications at this time? Isn't it too late? Zaire frowned. Capturing a city was one thing, but how could Lenore build fortifications so quickly? Sir, don't worry. The Great Chu's Ministry of Works has sent many skilled artisans, and Princess has hired the best among them. It will only take half a month to construct the fortifications, Adley said. The Ministry of Works has arrived as well? Zaire was startled. It seemed the Garner was truly determined to eliminate the southern barbarians. The Ministry of Works managed construction projects for the imperial court, and its capabilities were indeed impressive. After some thought, Zaire asked, do you have news about anyone else? The Hiroshi is already engaged with the main force of the barbarian army. As for Prince Dai, he relies on a secret treasure, securing much territory. Not only did he capture a large city with 40,000 people, but he also issued a recruitment notice, inviting many talents to his new territory, significantly strengthening his forces, Noemi explained. They didn't forget to mention the enmity between Dai and Zaire. All other princes have achieved some gains. They have clan support behind them, so they don't worry about losing or managing their newly acquired territories. But both Princess and Sir haven't made much progress. That's so, Zaire wasn't concerned about competition. He wasn't competing with the Great Chu princes anyway. Sir, a powerful figure has appeared. Suddenly, Leonardo's voice entered Zaire's mind without attracting Adley and Noemi's attention. All right, Leonardo, I noticed some good materials for refining magical tools nearby. Let's go get them, Zaire said, beckoning Leonardo to leave with him. Adley and Noemi frowned, but didn't pursue him despite knowing he had secrets. Who's coming? As they swiftly flew out of the temporary camp, Zaire dispersed his sensing power while asking. Indeed, about 10 miles away, a figure was racing through the jungle. It should be a rank 4 expert from the southern barbarians, but oddly, he has no accompanying army, Leonardo remarked, frowning. Zaire closed his eyes, carefully sensing. Minutes later, he opened them and said, he's injured. The wound emits the aura of Lenore's 7-killing sword Dao. Princess Lenore? Leonardo was astonished. Zaire nodded slightly. It seems this rank 4 general encountered Lenore. His entire army was wiped out, leaving only him to escape. And he's heading in this direction, likely seeking help from the chief shaman. Should we intercept him? Of course. We can't let the chief shaman get alerted. Zaire leaped forward, dashing toward the fleeing figure. Leonardo hurriedly followed. In just a few breaths, they caught up to the rank 4 general. Who's there? Not hiding his presence, the barbarian rank 4 general immediately sensed the disturbance, looking around warily with his back against a tree. Upon seeing Zaire appear, he rapidly jabbed his fingers, unleashing countless streams of divine force like lightning and thunder. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid energy attacks were blocked by Zaire's hands, resulting in continuous metallic clashes. Your physical body. The rank 4 general was shocked. His sudden burst of energy was a last resort move, each strike packing the power of a spirit realm expert. Combined with blinding speed, it was nearly impossible to evade. But Zaire, though not evading, remained unscathed. His skin undamaged by the potent strikes that could pierce metal and destroy low-grade spirit treasures. The general was utterly terrified. Aren't you human? Zaire flashed forward, piercing the general with a finger, instantly opening a bloody hole. Which tribe do you belong to? Leonardo, having caught up, asked as the battle ended. You're James of the Yuan clan. The barbarian's pupils dilated. Impossible. Everyone says you died. How could you be following the human race? Shouting in disbelief, the general unleashed explosive divine energy, attempting to break free from Zaire's control. Trying to run? Zaire's eyes narrowed. 2 beams of light instantly pierced the barbarian's mind. These beams were purely spiritual will, enhanced by the fate radiance in his sea of consciousness, reaching an unimaginable level that the rank 4 general couldn't withstand. Once inside the general's mind, the spiritual will disrupted and instantly destroyed his sanity. Chapter 197. Decline Daoling, Re-out Divine Pond. Some information was also naturally absorbed by Zaire. At the same time, All the essence blood was drawn into the Jingzhou tripod. Now within the spiritual sea of the tripod, a large clump of blood chi so concentrated it turned black and foul-smelling churned incessantly, with faint wails from countless souls of the dead echoing intermittently. It seems this fourth general has killed many innocent spirits. Grievance and resentment have rarely appeared in such an anomaly. Zair's expression became exceptionally heavy. This was just one fourth general who could cause so much carnage. One should know that above the fourth generals were guards generals, chariot generals, cavalry generals, even great generals, grand commanders, and so on. Recalling the divine martial microcosm world, where they encountered a grand commander of the barbarian tribe, the latter's acts of carnage were probably boundless like the ocean and sky. The development and survival methods of the barbarians are as such, making them become enemies of the 9 provinces. Zaire hurriedly offered up this batch of essence blood as sacrifice, and instantly countless southern barbarian pills appeared inside the tripod. Counting carefully, there were actually more than 10,000. A mere fourth general can contribute 10,000 southern barbarian pills. Sighing in admiration, Zaire withdrew his mental energy and exited the Jingzhou tripod space. In the outside world, only a moment had passed. Leonardo was currently exploring the belongings of the fourth general. Inside the long robe, there was a goatskin bag. Opening it revealed golden pills as radiant as the sun. These pills contained streams of gold light flowing within, subtly shaking, as if the sound of blood rushing through veins could be heard. Sir, these are the divine blood pills. Leonardo exclaimed excitedly. I didn't expect this fourth general to carry 300. It seems he must be under High Priest Brigham, otherwise, he wouldn't have so many divine blood pills on him. Hearing this, Zaire quickly took over the goatskin bag, poured out a divine blood pill onto his palm for detailed observation. The power contained in this pill is indeed overwhelmingly strong. From it, he could sense sealed-up energy fluctuations as massive as mountains and oceans. But what's peculiar is, Zaire discovered that this divine blood pill was somewhat different from the Tongtian spirit power pill from Songyang Martial Academy. The Tongtian spirit power pill is brimming with medicinal force, but this divine blood pill only contains pure energy waves. Strange indeed. He had handled quite a few types of pills before. Almost all pills were refined from herbal ingredients, thus containing some medicinal aroma. But this divine blood pill did not have a hint of medicinal fragrance or even any medicinal effect. It seemed composed purely of energy. I'm also unclear about this, Leonardo replied. The divine blood pills do not fall under the management of the Southern Barbarian Army, but are controlled and refined by high priests across regions under the leadership of the tribal king. From these words, Zaire couldn't fully understand the reason behind this, and could only say, all right, these divine blood pills will greatly benefit our soldiers. Take good care of them and reward those who perform excellently with one. Yes, sir. Despite their powerful effects, making them invaluable treasures for Zaire, the soldiers needed them more desperately. With these pills, everyone's strength would skyrocket, increasing the chances of victory against the barbarian army. After putting away the divine blood pills, Leonardo continued searching through the fourth general's long robe. Soon, he found an old piece of buffalo hide, covered in winding lines resembling a child's scribble. This is a cultivation technique. Thanks to the mysterious person's guidance from the bronze door at the divine martial immortal mansion, Zaire's discernment improved drastically, identifying the lines as energy pathways. It should be the barbarian clan's great wild guiding technique, Leonardo mused. Rumor has it that it was bestowed by the tribal god itself with infinite power, but this piece only shows the first layer. At least it can be used as a reference for cultivation. Zaire nodded and stored the scribbled buffalo hide inside the Jingzhou tripod. Sir, there is also this jade tablet. Leonardo brought out another item. It was roughly 3 fingers wide, made entirely of blood jade, radiating a soft red glow. On the tablet, the sun and moon were engraved, beneath which was a deep spring, vividly depicted with shimmering water. On the backside, a line of text was carved, but Zaire wasn't familiar with the characters. Leonardo examined it and explained. This is barbaric script. The area around High Priest Brigham is called the Riyao Divine Pond, and this jade tablet serves as a pass to enter it. Given its material, blood jade, it suggests this fourth general held a considerable rank among the high priests. An identity tablet? Zaire fell into deep thought. After a brief moment, he raised his head and said, Night has fallen. Let's return to the camp. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Leonardo delivered a palm strike that blew the fourth general's corpse into smithereens. Upon returning to the temporary camp, despite night having descended, no one started fires to cook. They quietly rested in the dark, eating dry rations or military pills when hungry. Adley and Noemi collected a considerable amount of southern barbarian-specific herbs during this period. The southern barbarian region produced many rare herbs unseen elsewhere. Although the two followed Uncle Clifton Shannon, they knew they needed to prepare for their own cultivation. Upon seeing Zaire return, they glanced at him and then safely stored the herbs. How did it go? Did you encounter any suspicious people? Zaire asked Caleb and Hansen. Immortal sir, we were extremely cautious, making no noise whatsoever. Therefore, no barbarians have detected us yet, Hansen replied, allocating personnel for nighttime patrols while holding a musket. His cultivation had been steadily improving, allowing him to almost single-handedly challenge transformation realm experts with the aid of his musket. Early next morning, as the morning star rose, Zaire rallied everyone. Pack up immediately and get ready to set off. We need to hurry to the Riyao Divine Pond. Within the duration of an incense stick burning, all tents and baggage were packed, and over 2,000 soldiers lined up energetically. Last night, Leonardo had dissolved part of the divine blood pills into water and distributed them. Boosted by the precious pills, everyone now exuded vitality without a trace of fatigue. Are all traces of our campsite concealed? Zaire inquired. Sir, all traces have been erased. Caleb responded. Zaire nodded and waved his hand. Let's move out. Rustling, everyone swiftly began advancing through the dense forest without pause. To reach the destination faster, they constructed bridges when encountering rivers and forged paths when facing mountains, aiming to avoid detours and save time. After nearly 10 days of travel, they finally arrived near the Riyao Divine Pond of High Priest Brigham. Rest here. Zaire surveyed the towering mountains surrounding them and gave the order. This was a valley, and they stood atop a high mountain overlooking a vast deep pond hidden in misty clouds below. Sir, according to the map, down there should be the Riyao Divine Pond. Leonardo stepped forward. Since it's early, we can enter under the cover of darkness. No, Zaire shook his head. Leonardo, look closely. Around that pond lies a massive array with countless ferocious life force energies. If we recklessly intrude, while we aren't afraid, it would be disastrous for our soldiers. Shocked, Leonardo activated his spirit essence, enhancing his vision to pierce through the fog and reach the pond. Zaire continued, a mirror, from the ley lines, this shouldn't naturally be a valley nor surrounded by so many high mountains. What does Sir mean? Leonardo gasped. These mountains were moved here? Precisely. Zaire breathed deeply and solemnly nodded. Chapter 198. Strange Giant Snake, Castle in the Pond. How heavy is a mountain? Even millions of caddies fall short of describing it. Yet the other party could relocate several mountains, revealing a level of power so terrifying. Zaire immediately said, we cannot confront this Kingston Kimball High Priest directly. Even if he hasn't reached the Imperial Realm, his power is almost heaven-penetrating and earth-shaking. Leonardo's expression turned extremely grave as he nodded and asked, Sir, what do you plan to do? The merchant from Chihua Guild, Chanin Ruachani, hasn't arrived yet? Zaire suddenly asked. Not yet, Leonardo speculated. Could it be that our military march was too fast, leaving them behind? But that doesn't seem right either. Their guild has substantial strength and many experts. How could this jungle hold them back? At this moment, Adley and Noemi walked over. Sir Wu, we've observed that the Riyao Sacred Pond is fraught with dangers. Numerous unknown fierce beasts lurk below. Entering recklessly would result in significant casualties. Zaire looked at Leonardo and then turned to the two women before saying, you set up camp here with the troops. Leonardo, you stay behind to prevent any barbarian experts from approaching. I'll go down first to check the situation. Sir, it's too dangerous. Leonardo hastily replied. Yes, Sir Wu, Adley and Noemi agreed. The princess has sent word to us and is already leading elite troops towards here. To hasten their arrival, she used a speed enhancement talisman, needing only 3 days to reach here. 3 days? After a moment's thought, Zaire shook his head. Time might not allow for it. Currently, that high priest is unaware of our presence. A single day's delay significantly increases risk. If discovered, even I might find it difficult to enter. Zaire did not mention the 4 generals of the barbarians to Adley and Noemi. This matter had already instilled a sense of urgency within him. Had they not intercepted the 4 generals, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his resolve, Adley and Noemi could only nod. Please be careful, Sir Wu. Zaire acknowledged and then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light heading toward the valley. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he donned a black robe and hung the blood jade belt token of the 4th general around his waist. After walking about 100 steps, the jade token on his waist emitted a faint glow, and Zaire felt like squeezing through a thin film. The scenery before him suddenly brightened. This is the array power of the Riyao Sacred Pond? Zaire realized he had entered the grand array. He was still quite far from the pond. Towering trees lined the valley, some as tall as hundreds of feet, truly intimidating. SSSSSS? In the giant forest, those fierce creatures seemed to sense an intruder and immediately appeared. All were giant snakes. Zaire saw that the colorful snakes coiled around the towering trees, their cold, indifferent eyes fixed on him, tongues flicking like massive iron whips. These snakes were unlike anything outside. The smallest was still about 10 feet in diameter. The largest resembled an ancient beast, measuring 5 or 6/10 of feet thick. Amazed were covered in colorful patterns, but a few powerful ones had blood-red hues. Zaire sensed that the weakest among them, those just a dozen feet thick, had Chi realm cultivation, comparable to demonic beasts. Despite their ferocity, these snakes lacked the usual stench. Often, venomous snakes carry a strong foul odor, but these instead emitted a medicinal fragrance. Could these snakes be used for medicine? That's why the high priest keeps them here. Zaire speculated. He noticed some had even grown horns, signs they were evolving into dragons. Thinking of this, he recalled the deep-sea snake dragon from the Eastern Sea. Unfortunately, due to the divine martial immortal mansion incident, the corpse had rotted and could no longer be utilized. Otherwise, it could have been refined into potions or cooked into soup to enhance the troop's strength. Countless giant snakes surrounded him but seemed to detect the blood jade token and avoided him. Zaire let out a relieved sigh. He wasn't afraid of these snakes but feared attracting the high priest's attention during a confrontation. Otherwise, he would certainly capture them all, extract their essence to boost his own power. Walking silently through the dense forest for a day, crossing numerous snake nests, he finally emerged into an open view, seeing a vast lake. Inside the valley, the space was wide, the central sacred pond alone covering nearly 1,000 miles. Looking out, one could hardly see its edges. Amazed spiritual energy gathered above the pond, forming swirling rainbow mists. Chester light reflected off it, making it resemble a fairyland on earth. Amidst the dense spiritual mists, a massive castle stood on the water. This castle was majestic, its tallest point reaching nearly 1,000 feet. Amazed notably, a colossal snake statue coiled around a sky-piercing pillar in front of the castle, resembling an ancient divine dragon, bridging heaven and earth. On the lake, dozens of small boats continuously rowed, ferrying the barbarian tribespeople to and from the sacred pond. This is where the high priest trains? Zaire had long planned this after acquiring the 4th general's identity token. Even a temporary southern encampment of the barbarians had countless treasures. This training ground of the high priest must surely contain immeasurable wealth. If I can obtain part of it, it will aid in building the city. Thinking thus, Zaire hailed an approaching boat. His location was a dock. The boat arrived, and Zaire jumped aboard. The boat, not very spacious, had a table with chess pieces, wine, books, and a stack of dishes. The oarsman wasn't tall, but his manner was courteous, showing no sign of being a barbarian boatman. Upon seeing Zaire board, he didn't inquire but began rowing toward the castle. Water ripples shimmered under the colorful rocks, and the distant castle amidst the mist seemed like a painting, enchanting. Though appearing slow, the boat moved incredibly fast. With each stroke, it silently traversed dozens of feet. Noticing this, Zaire tightened his black robe, hiding his figure. Even a simple boatman has profound realm strength. This Kingston high priest must be much more formidable than expected. Feeling this way, he also thought of the impending attack on the high priest's domain, causing concern. Although Lenore was powerful, her team of experts would be fewer than the high priests. If even the boatmen were profound realm, what about the guards and true experts? However, once ashore and inside the castle, Zaire found his worries unnecessary. Amazed patrolling guards inside only had chi realm cultivation. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seems this high priest isn't as terrifying as I imagined. Still, Zaire didn't completely relax. Even if less formidable than expected, the high priest's capabilities couldn't be underestimated. Just moving multiple mountains was something Zaire knew he couldn't achieve. Chapter 199. Infiltrating the Sacred Pond, the Princess Challenges. The castle was extremely vast, with countless armored barbarian soldiers patrolling its crisscrossing streets. These soldiers weren't particularly powerful individually, but each squad consisted of 9 members who moved in a highly organized manner, seemingly in accordance with some cooperative formation. Zaire appeared at the dock, and instantly, a patrol squad focused their attention on him. However, upon seeing the blood jade pendant hanging from his waist, they quickly bowed respectfully and made way for him. Seems this blood jade pendant indeed symbolizes an extraordinary status, Zaire mused internally. He had chosen to infiltrate by assuming the identity of one of the 4 generals, and it had paid off. He followed a group of other arriving barbarians toward the center of the castle. Perhaps due to his pendant or the imposing aura he exuded, many gave him wide berth, showing great respect. As he approached the castle's core, more and more experts began appearing. Among them were several individuals, like himself, wearing blood jade pendants. Up ahead should be where the critical information is located. Zaire's gaze landed on the grand hall before him, and he proceeded inside. The guards at the entrance immediately stepped aside, bowing their heads respectfully as he entered. Inside the hall, Zaire recalled the layout map provided by Lenore. According to it, the hall was divided into 5 main zones. The central area was where the high priest Rhoda resided. To the north, behind the central area, lay the storeroom. To the south was the entrance hall, where many barbarians came to worship. To the east was a massive garden used for receiving esteemed guests and occasionally practicing cultivation. To the west were the training grounds for the patrolling soldiers and living quarters for servants. In addition to these 5 main areas, there were various auxiliary structures such as the snake temple for housing spirit snakes and the alchemy pavilion for refining pills, though these were further from the main hall. If the entire castle spanned over 100 miles, then this hall alone took up about 30 miles, covered in a blue material that resembled water, perhaps a unique kind of jade. Zaire did not forget his purpose and immediately headed toward the northern storeroom. Taking advantage of the absence of others, he activated the 100 Caverns True Void technique, concealing his presence within the void. This technique originally belonged to the Xianxia sect, a prestigious immortal sect, later passed down to him through heavenly mandate light after being obtained by a celestial ghost. Once employed, it allowed him to hide within the void, far superior to the White Tiger True Grotto scripture in terms of concealing aura and body. The approach to the storeroom was heavily guarded, with soldiers patrolling incessantly. It was almost impossible for even a fly to enter. However, Zaire was patient, remaining hidden and waiting for an opportunity. Hours passed quickly. The patrols changed shifts multiple times without any slackening of vigilance. But during the brief intervals between shifts, he managed to inch forward. Finally, 2 days later, a chance arrived. Highborn Priestess Rhoda, come out and die. A fierce shout echoed from above the sacred pond, reverberating throughout the castle. Recognizing the voice, Zaire was startled. Lenore? Heavy footsteps resounded through the hall. Quickly, we're under attack. The general orders us to respond immediately. Don't just stand there. A mave. All the barbarian soldiers fell into disarray, with many patrol squads being withdrawn. A perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zaire swiftly entered the northern treasury. Fortunately, the presence of the blood jade pendant allowed him smooth passage through the array protecting the area. Upon entering, it felt like stepping into a different world. A massive palace lined with numerous storage rooms. There were weapon stores, armor stores, medicinal pill stores, secret treasure stores, cultivation technique stores. However, sensing carefully, the true treasures weren't here. The spiritual chi fluctuations weren't strong enough. Given the high priestess's abilities, there would likely be numerous traps and restrictions. He might only have one chance. After thorough searching, he stopped before a stone door of a storeroom. This must be it. He sensed waves of energy surging forth from within like tides crashing against shores. With no detectable restrictions or formations, Zaire infused true essence, blasting the stone door open. Behind the door, a spacious room filled with crates awaited. The spiritual chi fluctuations originated from within these boxes. Divine blood pills. Opening a crate, Zaire found it brimming with divine blood pills. Each crate contained at least 10,000 pills. Quickly checking surrounding crates, all contained divine blood pills. This stone chamber stores divine blood pills. In moments, all the crates were opened, totaling around 3 million divine blood pills, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of essence spirit pills. Even a disciple of Songyang Martial Academy wouldn't have more than a few hundred. 3 million pills were an immense fortune. After verifying the contents, Zaire didn't hesitate, transferring all the pills and crates into the Jingzhou Cauldron. The room was emptied instantly. Odd. At that moment, he noticed dense barbarian script carved into the central floor tile. What does this say? Not recognizing the language, Zaire decided to pry out the tile. He intended to bring it to Leonardo for translation. After securing the divine blood pills, he rushed to other storerooms. Outside, intense battle ripples constantly poured in. Zaire darted rapidly through the hall, his intangible perception spreading out like a spider's web, searching for valuable items. Chapter 200. The Chester and Amiens Serpent, Chaos and Confusion. But before he could thoroughly search, a deafening roar echoed from the grand hall. The Chester and Amiens Serpent. Bang. The massive sound was as if a colossal creature had surged out of water. Then Lenore shouted loudly, "Retreat! Things have gone wrong." When Zaire heard this commotion, he immediately sensed impending trouble. It was obvious that Lenore was at a disadvantage. If she retreated, the grand sacrificial priestess Rodata would return and might discover him. Hurry! He couldn't afford to carefully choose which treasure vault had the greatest energy fluctuation. He dashed toward the nearest treasury. Boom! With a palm, he blasted open the gate and, without a second glance, directly absorbed everything inside into the Jingzhou tripod. After completing this task, he didn't pause for a moment. While operating the Hundong True Void, he swiftly headed outside. Just as he burst out of the treasury hall, several powerful figures rushed over. We were indeed tricked. Curse thief! The human race is truly cunning. Roars resounded from the treasury hall, shaking the entire castle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly, countless experts flew off in various directions within the castle. At this point, Zaire had silently dived into the lake water. Swimming halfway across, he suddenly remembered something and began searching urgently. There should be a fierce giant serpent in this pool. Earlier, while in the treasury, he heard Lenore fighting someone, during which someone shouted, "Chester and Amiens Serpent." The large snakes in the surrounding forest were too risky to hunt without causing a disturbance. However, this serpent at the bottom of the pond, shielded by deep water, might present an opportunity. Entering the Rieo sacred pond but only acquiring divine blood pills and some treasures left Zaire feeling somewhat unsatisfied. There it is. With focused searching, he soon detected the movements of the Chester and Amiens Serpent. At a deeper part of the pond, something seemed to be swimming, with swampy gas bubbling upward. Due to the effect of the Hundong True Void, the serpent hadn't detected his presence yet. Zaire slowly descended until he approached the behemoth at the bottom of the deep pond. It was a snake no less formidable than a deep-sea snake dragon. Its black scales emitted an eerie cold light at the pond's depths, its faintly opening eyes resembling red lanterns in the darkness, filled with eeriness and bloodthirstiness. This giant snake appeared injured, its body continuously writhing and coiled up. That's Lenore's 7-kill sword technique. Zaire instantly recognized the injuries on the serpent caused by the 7-kill sword technique. A deep gash almost reached the bone, bleeding so profusely that the surrounding water turned foul. By his estimation, this serpent was at least in the true realm, and if it went berserk, even a king realm expert might find it hard to subdue. This demonstrated the immense strength of Lenore. Zaire was inwardly astonished. But despite such severe injuries, the water of the Rieo sacred pond seems to have healing properties, as the wounds are gradually mending. The minor injuries were already showing signs of scabbing. Even the deepest wound seemed to be growing new flesh. Seeing this, Zaire cautiously moved closer. He sliced his palm, silently dripping blood into the giant serpent's wound. The golden-blooded liquid quickly seeped in, and almost instantly, the serpent wildly thrashed its enormous body, turning the entire pond turbid. Zaire hurriedly backed away, then watched the Chester and Amiens serpent struggle in its death throes. His blood, capable of reviving the dead or transforming into lethal poison, had penetrated deeply into the serpent's body. Several breaths later, the giant serpent fell silent, and the pond bottom restored calm. Meanwhile, threads of golden light rose from the turbid water, returning to Zaire's body. Precisely the blood he had released moments ago. Seeing this, he hastily stowed the serpent's corpse into the Jingzhou tripod. Now that this serpent is dead, someone might sense it. I must leave immediately. Using the Hundong True Void to mask his aura, and traveling at full speed, Zaire became a faint beam of light, slipping out of the Rieo sacred pond and diving into the valley's dense forest. When he returned to the temporary camp, Lenore and several black-clothed individuals were already waiting. How did it go? She smiled upon seeing Zaire appear. The time was short. I only managed to grab some divine blood pills. Saying this, Zaire handed over half a chest and continued. There are nearly 2 million divine blood pills here. They're yours. He wasn't foolish, understanding that his ability to infiltrate the Rieo sacred pond's treasury depended on Lenore distracting the castle's attention. Lenore nodded, gesturing for the black-clothed people to move the chest. Suddenly, she whispered, Zaire, initially, I wanted to attack this Rieo sacred pond because the grand sacrificial priestess Rodata has a map leading to Xianxia. But when I probed, she wasn't there for some reason. So, should we still attack? It seems we'd need at least 1 million troops to conquer the Rieo sacred pond, Zaire asked calmly. Yes, my earlier plans were indeed flawed, Lenore admitted rarely. I didn't realize Rodata had 2 Rieo sacred serpents, ancient breeds immune to ordinary attacks. Even my 7-kill sword technique could only critically wound them, not kill them. 2. Zaire couldn't help but exclaim. Exactly, Lenore nodded earnestly. 1 male and 1 female. The male just fought me. What now? Should we still head to Xianxia? Zaire asked. A natural chaotic reversal formation surrounds Xianxia. Without a map, our trip will be futile, Lenore pondered. I've heard you've been in contact with Chihua Guild? Yes, their young master promised to help me capture Nanjing territory, but we haven't seen him. He may have encountered problems, Zaire admitted openly. Lenore thought. Chihua Guild Simone has entered Xianxia. She likely has a map to traverse the chaotic reversal formation. If we can obtain it, we can set off immediately. She walked a few steps, gazing at the distant mountains. Nanjing Holy Emi Tianshan. Can the chaotic reversal formation be dismantled? Zaire asked. All formations can be disrupted. Typically, moving mountains or redirecting rivers could suffice. I doubt it. Lenore shook her head. This ancient formation, formed during the upheaval of dragons in primordial times and strengthened by countless barbarian experts, is virtually unbreakable, making finding the array nearly impossible. Even if found, there would be barbarian experts guarding it. Our current strength makes dismantling it extremely difficult. Besides, either a supreme expert with immense power can tear through space-time, or a supreme immortal artifact can pierce through directly to Tianshan. She sighed lightly. All right, I'll think of other solutions and send scouts to find Rodada. Intercepting her en route would simplify things. Zaire nodded. All right, I also need to leave immediately. Rieo Sacred Pond will likely send people to search the valley soon. This place isn't safe to stay long. This translation retains the original tone and structure while ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition. It seems like you've provided a series of ellipses which in texts often indicate an omission or a pause. If you have specific Chinese text you need translated, please provide the content so I can assist you further. ####Chapter 201. News from the Curio Guild. After Uncle Clifton left, Leonardo and others approached. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, Zaire replied. Has there been any news from the Curio Guild? No, Leonardo shook his head slightly. In that case, let's leave this place now with everyone. Yes. Under the organization of Leonardo and Hansen, everyone quickly retreated to another mountain range. They hurried for several days in a row until they were about 1,600 to 1,700 miles away from the Rireo Divine Pond before Zaire ordered a rest. Leonardo, come with me. As soon as they stopped, Zaire called Leonardo over to the side. He then took out the stone tablet he had unearthed at the Rireo Divine Pond. Seeing the barbarian script on it, Leonardo was instantly surprised. Sir, did you get this from Kimball Sacrificial Priest Rhoda? That's right. Take a look at what's written on it, Zaire asked. After carefully reading through each word, Leonardo became visibly excited. Sir, this is the method to refine the divine blood pill. What? Zaire was shocked. His eyes focused on the stone tablet. But why would such an important formula be engraved on a brick or stone slab? Shouldn't it be hidden or destroyed? Leonardo laughed awkwardly. Sir, perhaps you don't know, positions like Kimball Sacrificial Priest are inherited, much like the Lord of a City, with each generation inheriting responsibilities from the previous one. Among the southern barbarians, the Kimball Sacrificial Priest has a special duty to submit 3 million divine blood pills every 300 years to the tribal king. This year is exactly the time when all Kimball Sacrificial Priests should be submitting them. This stone tablet wasn't carved by Rhoda. It was left by one of her predecessors, possibly even the first Kimball Sacrificial Priest of Rireo Divine Pond, so that future successors would know how to refine the divine blood pill. When a new Kimball Sacrificial Priest takes office, the previous one goes to Tian Amiyuntan to transfer power, so the new Kimball would never meet the former one. Zaire couldn't help but say, so, I directly took all the divine blood pills stored by the Rireo Divine Pond for 300 years? And not only that, I even dug up their roots? That's correct, Leonardo nodded. Sir, I will translate the refining method for you now. Leonardo then began translating the barbarian script on the stone tablet into Chinese, word by word, for Zaire. Indeed. Upon hearing the translation, Zaire felt enlightened. The divine blood pill lived up to its reputation as the treasure of the barbarian tribes. Its refining method was entirely different from the commonly known methods of pill refinement. Ordinary pill refining methods, even for something advanced like the Tongtian Spirit Energy Pill of Songyang Martial Academy, relied heavily on premium herbs as the foundation, supplemented by pill fires, true essence, magical power, and various techniques to achieve success. However, the divine blood pill didn't rely on herbs, but instead on celestial qi and even the life force and blood of living beings. During the refining process, one didn't need a pill fire. High-density compression of qi or life essence was sufficient. Then, by resonating according to a specific frequency, it could undergo fundamental changes to transform into a golden pill. It was named the divine blood pill because the light within the pill resembled blood. After learning the method to refine the divine blood pill, Zaire immediately retrieved the corpse of the Chestermayon male serpent from inside the Jingzhou Cauldron. With a loud rumble, surrounding trees were instantly crushed. You actually killed a Chestermayon serpent? Leonardo was surprised again upon seeing the massive serpent corpse. Zaire extracted all the essence and soul energy from the Chestermayon male serpent, then said to Leonardo, make this snake into snake soup and distribute it among the troops to boost their strength. Yes. Leonardo hurriedly began cutting the serpent into pieces. He noted as he worked, Sir, the skeleton and skin can be used as materials for crafting magical weapons and can either be kept or sold. Just then, while cutting around the snake's head, a ray of light suddenly flowed out. The light condensed into form and seemed ready to escape as a rainbow beam. Zaire reacted swiftly and caught it with his hand. What is this? Feeling the intense pain transmitted through his palm, he couldn't help but exclaim. With his current physical strength, few things could cause him pain. A beast spirit core. Leonardo exclaimed. Sir, this is the beast spirit core of the Chestermayon male serpent. Understanding the gravity, Zaire promptly summoned his true essence and transformed it into several runes to suppress the glowing object. A beast spirit core was akin to a cultivator's golden dan and contained all the beast's energy. Given that the Chestermayon male serpent had died recently, some remnant soul was still lingering in the core. If not sealed quickly, the consequences would be dire. If that male serpent's remnant soul detonated the core, we'd all perish here. Zaire sighed in relief after being reminded by Leonardo. Cold sweat covered his body. The light in his palm dissipated. revealing a pigeon egg-sized blood-red flesh pearl. How could a mere true realm beast form a beast spirit core like this? Staring at the blood-red bead, Zaire felt a chill run down his spine. The beast spirit core was formed when energy condensed to its peak, creating an extremely dense entity. Once detonated, even someone like Becker might struggle to withstand it. It seems that Kimball's sacrificial priest Rhoda obtained an ancient method of demonic cultivation, Leonardo remarked seriously. Sir, only orthodox demon cultivators can condense a demon core without opening a cave heaven. Zaire carefully placed the snake spirit core into the Jingzhou Cauldron. Sensing the remnant soul roaring inside, he dared not release the true essence, suppressing it. I'll find a way to eliminate the remnant soul once we return to the academy. Eliminating the remnant soul, which had fused with the core, would be far from easy. After confirming the core was securely sealed, Zaire began tallying the spoils from their infiltration of the Rureo Divine Pond. Apart from nearly 2 million divine blood pills given to Lenore, he retained another 2 million for himself. The collected gold and silver were worth about 50 million, enough to fund the construction of his feudal city. Most importantly, he had acquired the method to refine the divine blood pill. Using this, he was confident he could refine the pills himself. Additionally, the Jingzhou Cauldron still held a large portion of the Chestermayon male serpent's vital essence, waiting to be refined. Combined with the snake corpse and the special beast spirit core, this mission was quite profitable, though not overly so. Zaire couldn't help but think, major factions indeed have deep resources. When they returned to the temporary camp, Hansen, who had been looking for Zaire, greeted him eagerly. Immortal sir, the Curio Guild has sent a message. Saying this, he handed Zaire a letter. Opening it, Zaire found a small map marking a valley labeled Assembly. Simone wants to meet me there? What does this mean? Having studied the southern barbarian maps for days, he instantly recognized the location, approximately 2,000 miles away from their current camp. After some thought, he instructed Hansen, let everyone rest tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning to meet the Curio Guild. Yes. Hashtag Chapter 202. The transaction of 10 million Foundation establishment pills. The next morning, Zaire set off with his men toward the location marked by Simone. After 7 days of hurried travel, they finally arrived near their destination. Seeing the bowl-like valley in the distance, Zaire immediately waved to halt his troops. As if sensing movement, a few figures quickly emerged from the valley. On closer inspection, it was none other than Simone, the young master of Chihua Guild, along with several attendants. What happened that you didn't bring your people to rendezvous with me as planned? Zaire frowned, questioning her. Had Simone and company been present at Rureo Divine Pond, he would have certainly brought out even more valuable items. Mr. Wu, I believe the Rureo Divine Pond is extremely dangerous, Simone began to explain, but Zaire interrupted her. Is danger an excuse to breach trust? Is this how things are done at Chihua Guild? Inside the Rureo Divine Pond, there are 2 ancient he snakes, and the city is filled with many experts. With your current strength, going there would be suicide. It's better not to drag us into this mess, a man beside Simone said coldly. Note, the term he seems out of place in English. If he snakes refers to supernatural or unusual snakes, it might be better translated as ancient mystical snakes, or ancient strange snakes, depending on the context. Revised. Inside the Rureo Divine Pond, there are 2 ancient mystical snakes, and the city is filled with many experts. With your current strength, going there would be suicide. It's better not to drag us into this mess, a man beside Simone said coldly. This man had a pale complexion, eyes occasionally flashing with sharp light, and an aura like a deep ocean. Just standing still, he exuded immense pressure. And who might you be? Zaire suddenly smiled. Do you even deserve to ask my name? The man replied disdainfully. Seeing the situation, Simone hastily interjected, Nathaniel. But before she could finish, Nathaniel interrupted. Mavis, you actually want to cooperate with this man? He's overly ambitious and wildly arrogant, daring to attack Rureo Divine Pond. If not for my timely advice, what kind of losses would you have caused for our guild? With that, he sneered, Today, I will give him a lesson on knowing there's always someone stronger out there. Otherwise, only greater calamity awaits. He then abruptly trembled, and his divine essence transformed into a massive hand, striking towards Zaire. The speed of this move was almost lightning fast, leaving no chance for escape. However, at this moment, Zaire burst forth with an overwhelming aura. A black light flashed, black abyss sword, green lotus sword cannon. The sword chi slashed through all obstacles, slaying all demons. Not good. Nathaniel felt the sword intent like a fearsome god of darkness, incomparably deadly. Whoosh, a flash of black light, and he felt a chill on his wrist, followed by gushing blood. One strike had severed his hand. Pale as paper, Nathaniel's face was filled with terror as he frantically retreated, his divine essence running wild. One severed palm as a warning. Seeing the retreat, Zaire did not pursue but stood his ground. If there's another time, be careful you don't lose your head. Simone was utterly stunned. The 2 other experts behind her were also terrified, having forgotten how to breathe. They never imagined that the long-established true realm expert, Nathaniel, would not be a match for Zaire in one move. This sword? Far away, Adley and Noemi exchanged looks, both eyes wide with shock. You dare to ambush me with a weapon's advantage? Nathaniel roared, waving his left hand, sending a powerful surge of divine essence towards Zaire. Zaire scoffed and instead put away the black abyss sword. As everyone wondered why he wasn't defending, a figure suddenly appeared before him, capturing Nathaniel's divine essence with one hand and then slamming a palm against him. Boom! Like a violent explosion, Nathaniel was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, vomiting blood and fainting. Standing in front of Zaire was none other than Leonardo. Though not yet breaking through to King Realm, after so many years cultivating at divine martial immortal mansion and learning under the mysterious person guiding Zaire, Leonardo's strength had far surpassed that of an average true realm practitioner. His ability to incapacitate Nathaniel, another true realm practitioner, demonstrated significant improvement. Hiss, another expert. The Chihua Guild members' faces changed dramatically. Sir, this person disrespected you. Shall we kill him on the spot? No need, let's give Chan and young master some face. Zaire waved his hand. I didn't expect you to have such an expert under your command. Although his cultivation is in the true realm, his strength can rival some recently ascended king realm masters. Simone composed herself and signaled the guild's experts to stay calm. She continued, however, sir, you needn't be angry with us. To show our apology, I have prepared a generous gift for you. A generous gift? Zaire asked casually. Simone hurriedly responded, please see, these 3 savage cities within the Yue Valley, totaling nearly 10,000 residents, have already been secured by us. I, Simone, can offer the entire 800 li radius of Yue Valley as a gift to you, along with Chihua Guild support for your rule. Zaire looked at the Yue Valley, where indeed many savages were beginning to move large stones and cut down trees under supervision. The valley covered an immense area, surrounded by natural barriers and mountains, with only one waterway and a dirt road leading out. With its strategic advantages, it was indeed suitable for use as a fortified domain. Realizing that Chihua Guild likely prepared this area specifically for him, Zaire admired Simone's decisiveness and capabilities. This was truly a grand gift that no one could refuse. Very well, let's go into the city to discuss further, Zaire gestured. Within Yue Valley, 3 savage cities were scattered, with the largest and central one now serving as the urban center. This was where they headed. In the highest barbarian-style building, Zaire met privately with Simone. Young Master Channon, I trusted you immensely in our cooperation. But you? Wasn't that disrespectful behavior from Nathaniel earlier something you sanctioned to test me? With no outsiders present, Zaire directly addressed the issue. What do you intend moving forward? Continue cooperation, or something else? Sir, please calm down. That was not something I could control. As someone from a noble family, you must know about internal disputes within a clan, Simone explained. Nathaniel is my second uncle and closely associated with my elder uncle. In the guild, my father and elder uncle are rivals. As a junior, I find it difficult to stop them. Chihua Guild had indeed thoroughly analyzed Zaire's situation. Indeed. Zaire pondered for a moment, then said, regardless of your internal conflicts, I hope we can avoid such incidents in our future cooperation. Nathaniel has learned his lesson today, and won't dare provoke you again, Simone nodded. I've arranged for the registry of all savages in the Yue Valley. Sir, you may send people to take over. The 100,000 guild followers I brought are top-notch experts, and can be temporarily managed by you. Zaire found no fault in her handling of affairs. Then he suddenly remembered something. Right. Do you have a map to enter the Great Maze Array? Sir, are you planning to go to a Mayant? Simone looked surprised. Amazed likely, Zaire nodded, not hiding his intentions. Hearing this, Simone fell silent, her eyes flickering as she contemplated deeply. A moment later, she finally spoke. To be honest with you, sir, I do have a map. However, this map is of great significance. At this point, Simone paused, then gritted her teeth as if making a decision and continued. But since you desire it, I will make the call to hand over the map to you. However, for the sake of explanation, you will need to prepare some valuables for the trade. If it's foundation establishing pills, that would be ideal. Zaire's eyes narrowed slightly. Though Simone was acting convincingly, she could not fool him. However, he did not call her out, but instead played along. I wonder how many foundation establishing pills you need, and what specific type of pill. Warfare has already erupted, and our guild urgently needs foundation establishing pills to cultivate more adepts. Unfortunately, these pills are not only difficult to refine but also require an enormous amount of medicinal herbs, Simone said with a clever smile. As a true disciple of Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, I believe you can obtain a significant number of foundation establishing pills. Among lower-tier cultivators below the Soul Realm, there was no better cost-effective and beneficial cultivation aid than foundation establishing pills. But even this so-called king of low-cost, high-benefit pills was not something just anyone could afford. Even within the tens of thousands of outer disciples at Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy, most still relied on spirit rice for their daily consumption to boost their cultivation. How many foundation establishing pills does Cloud Young Master intend to ask for? Zaire asked calmly. 10 million, perhaps? Cloud Young Master, that's quite an exorbitant demand, Zaire retorted with irritation. Not to mention 10 million. Even 1 million foundation establishing pills would be beyond my reach. But as he said this, he suddenly remembered something and hastily added, though I cannot provide foundation establishing pills, I do have the divine blood pills favored by your barbarian race. As he spoke, a strand of purest spiritual energy emerged from between his eyebrows, seemingly alive, landing gracefully in his palm. In an instant, it transformed into a divine blood pill, about the thickness of a thumb, radiating brilliance like a golden sun, with streams of gold light flowing inside, and upon careful listening, one could hear the sound of blood surging. You! Simone stared at this scene, utterly dumbfounded. She had never expected that Zaire could casually refine such a precious pill. This was absolutely a monumental event. Chapter 203, half-finished immortal artifact. Strands of incomparably pure spiritual energy were refined by Zaire into countless divine blood pills. The divine blood pills he refined were, in terms of quality, even superior to those obtained from the Chester Yao Divine Pond. Seeing the divine blood pills multiplying like sugar beans, Simone was left speechless. This can't be. Could you be a great shaman of the barbarian tribes? But even if you were, it's absolutely impossible for anyone to refine divine blood pills so effortlessly, or to achieve such a high quality. Simone couldn't believe her eyes. Could Zaire possibly be a great shaman of the barbarians? Definitely not. If he were one, Tianya Martial Academy wouldn't have let him join, let alone elevate him to a true disciple. The method to refine divine blood pills is only known to the highest ranks above the great shaman in the barbarian tribes. According to information from the Curious Goods Guild, even the great shaman must prepare extensively before refining divine blood pills, setting up spirit-gathering formations, and carefully communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to have a mere 40% chance of success. But here was Zaire, producing these pills like they were pouring out beans, without any worry of failure. What Simone didn't know was that within Zaire's mind lay a primordial world. This primordial world continuously absorbed temporal spatial energy, converting it under chaotic forces into high-quality spiritual energy. Thus, the divine blood pills produced from this process naturally surpassed the quality of those refined from ordinary spiritual energy. To refine divine blood pills, a great shaman needed extensive preparation, even expending great effort to set up a large spirit-gathering array to gather heavenly and earthly energies. Zaire, however, only needed to think about it, and boundless high-grade spiritual energy would flow forth effortlessly, allowing him to refine them at will without tedious preparations. The divine blood pills of the southern barbarians were treasured by cultivators everywhere, capable of enhancing cultivation speed, boosting blood and chi, and solidifying physical strength. Even low-ranking cultivators or ordinary people could consume these pills to temper their bodies. If foundation establishment pills were the favorite of low-tier cultivators, then the divine blood pills were absolutely sought after by all cultivators, the finest sustenance for their practice. Had the southern barbarians allowed all their people to consume divine blood pills daily, they might have already unified the 9 states and become rulers of the world. With a population numbering in the billions, barely less than the human race, the consumption of divine blood pills would amount to astronomical figures. Even an immortal emperor would struggle to supply such demand. Lord Shannon, what do you think? Zaire paused, with over 100 high-quality divine blood pills floating before him. Each pill radiated with golden light, the sound of rushing blood almost resembling a mighty river. Wu, Mr. Wu, can you really produce divine blood pills endlessly? Simone stammered, disbelief still clouding her face. If he could refine divine blood pills without limit, wouldn't it mean Zaire could build a formidable force within a year, even rivaling the 9 great academies? While this comparison might be slightly off, considering the lack of high-level combatants, the overall strength of disciples within a sect played a crucial role in determining its power. Just like a country needs strong military to be a great nation, strengthening martial prowess hinges on resources and finances. Divine blood pills were the perfect solution for this issue. Lord Shannon, you jest. I can refine up to 500 pills per day at most, Zaire calculated carefully. Given the current level of spiritual energy generated by the primordial world, aside from his own cultivation and reinforcing the desolate island within it, only around 500 strands of high-grade energy remained. Hearing this, Simone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she realized something astonishing and lowered her voice. 500 a day? Aware that her voice was too loud, Simone quickly quieted down. Mr. Wu, 10,000. I just need 10,000 divine blood pills. I can give you the map of the heavenly Emiuntan formation right now. Do you speak truly? I do. Simone took a deep breath and continued. I confess, my request for 10 million foundation establishment pills was for a significant event. Do you know about the auction in Xuanhuan City next month? Zaire's interest was piqued. Tell me more. The auction is hosted jointly by the Great Chu Imperial Family and the 9 States Chamber of Commerce, aimed at encouraging experts to join the expedition against the barbarians. Compared to the 9 States Chamber, the Curious Goods Guild is still quite weak. According to reliable sources, responding to the call of the Great Chu Imperial Family, they've prepared numerous treasures and showcased a half-finished immortal artifact as the main attraction. That's my target, Simone explained. A half-finished immortal artifact? Zaire showed surprise. Yes, and there are also elemental cores. For someone like you who's about to form a small world, these items are invaluable, Simone added. I'll get the fiefdom settled and attend immediately. Zaire quickly agreed to participate. So, those 10,000 divine blood pills? Will you make the deal with me? Simone asked. Here. Zaire waved his hand, and 10 chests from the Chester Yao Divine Pond appeared before Simone. After inspecting each chest, she nodded in satisfaction. They are all qualified divine blood pills. Here is the route to escape the confounding maze. A faint light emerged from Simone's sleeve, which Zaire caught. A map embedded with gold thread lines, soaked in beast oil to prevent decay for 10,000 years. Giving it a brief look, Zaire stored the map. Mr. Wu, I must return to prepare for the auction and find new territory for the Curious Goods Guild, so I can't stay long. See you at the Xuanhuan City auction next month. Simone put the chests away and bid farewell. Shortly after, Leonardo entered from outside. Zaire instructed him, from now on, this Amiens Valley will be our domain. Keep the old city intact as a transit point for trips to Xuanhuan City. Understood. Leonardo nodded. However, Lord Simone has left, but her people remain here. Should we secretly monitor them to prevent sabotage? Remember how Chan and Xiu dared to attack our elders? Zaire considered it and agreed. Yes, follow through with your plan, but ensure discretion. We need manpower, so try to win them over where possible. Understood. I've already sent people to escort our relatives to Amiens Valley. With them, construction will proceed more smoothly. Once everyone arrives, I'll start preparing the Chester Amiens male snake. Leonardo reported. Although the giant snake had been dismembered, it hadn't been processed yet. Using the Chester Amiens male snake to enhance everyone's strength is good, but that's not enough. Zaire seemed to have a plan, continuing, soon. I'll provide 10,000 divine blood pills. Use some for your own cultivation, distribute the rest to help everyone quickly grow stronger. In addition, since most of us are hunters with little literacy, we'll establish a school in the city to teach reading and writing, along with combat skills and strength improvement. For now, you and Caleb will serve as teachers. Later, I'll find suitable replacements. Zaire knew the importance of education. Had he not listened to Mr. Wu's lessons secretly back then, learning to read and write, he wouldn't have achieved his current status. Deeply aware of the significance of education, Zaire would certainly prioritize it in his domain. And when Leonardo heard that he would receive a share of the divine blood pills, he immediately bowed and thanked Zaire. Thank you, Lord, for your generosity. You and I don't need to be so formal. Zaire waved his hand. Go out now and call Adley and Noemi over. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. The translation is fluent and consistent with the tone and style of the previous content. Chapter 204, Wu Family's Two Heavenly Geniuses. What does Lord Wu need from us? Adley and Noemi asked as soon as they entered. You relay this message to Lenore, telling her I have obtained what she desires. With the diagram to break through the heavenly Amiuntan array of confusion and inversion, Zaire naturally had to inform Lenore. This, Adley and Noemi exchanged glances. Seeing their hesitancy, Zaire frowned. What is it? After last time, the lady seems to have returned urgently to the imperial capital. We cannot reach her now. Noemi quickly explained. Return to the capital? Zaire's frown deepened. For some reason, he had a premonition that Lenore probably returned due to matters concerning the auction in Xuanhuan City. After pondering for a while, he continued. Can you contact anyone from the Wu family in Jiugong City? They seem under the jurisdiction of Jinwang Mansion and must have sent people for the southern campaign against the Nanman. If you can reach them, help me deliver a message saying my newly granted territory urgently needs manpower. Hope the clan leader can recommend talents to assist. No problem, we will take care of it immediately, Adley nodded. Hold on. Zaire waved them over. Here are 2 divine blood pills. I see you still have to gather medicinal herbs yourselves, and your cultivation pills aren't sufficient. Take these. Thank you, Lord Wu. Upon receiving the pills, the 2 women bowed gratefully, their joy obvious. Clearly, they understood the preciousness of the divine blood pills. Noemi then suggested with a smile, congratulations on obtaining your own fiefdom, sir. But the primary concern now should be building a road connecting to Xuanhuan City. Adley nodded in agreement. Indeed, without a road, travel would be inconvenient, and it would hinder the development of the fiefdom significantly. The nearest border highway is about 8,000 miles away. We need to plan early. Hearing this, Zaire fell into deep thought. You make a valid point, but an 8,000-mile road with my current manpower, even without considering funding, it would take centuries. If we encounter mountain excavation or river filling, it would extend even longer. How can we possibly do this? You could seek help from the Ministry of Works. With their assistance, whether it's 8,000 or 80,000 miles, it can be completed within a year, Adley suggested. That might be. Zaire mulled over this before letting the 2 women leave. At Tianyang Martial Academy's Grand Hall, atop a mountain peak, numerous elders were seated. Among them were great figures like Elder Yarel, Gianna, at the Tribulation Realm, Elder Eugene, Divine Skill Elder, at the Emperor Realm, along with several other rarely seen elders. Each elder possessed at least a king-level cultivation, signaling the gravity of the discussion. Since the headmaster returned from the Divine Martial Small World, this wasn't the first large gathering for such discussions. Matters involving abyssal demons, barbarians, beastmen, and even the sky ghosts were of utmost importance and could bring great calamity to humanity. The headmaster is now in Nanman, fighting alone against the barbarian king and grand minister. Meanwhile, our supreme elders are refining a secret treasure within the time-space secret realm to ensure we have enough protection for all disciples when the great calamity arrives, said Elder Yael solemnly. If the 4 races ally, especially during a great era of conflict, it will be catastrophic. Without preparation, Tianyang Martial Academy won't survive. But danger brings opportunity. Seizing it might propel Tianyang Martial Academy to become the supreme academy among the 9. A murmur went through the crowd. One elder in coarse cloth added, even if the 4 races aren't allied yet, their collaboration became inevitable once we attacked Nanman with Dechu. This is precisely what we wanted, to force them out into the open, to understand their strategies better. They've planned for years. Have you considered where their first move will be? He paused, scanning the room before continuing. This elder, known as Farmer Elder, specialized in observing terrain and cultivating spirit medicines. He was extremely powerful, just one step away from becoming a Tribulation Realm giant. The East Sea, Elder Yael exclaimed. If the 4 races initiate their first move, it will definitely be in the East Sea. Our genius disciple, Zaire, found their traces there, and the Divine Martial Small World is also within the donghua Passage. Moreover, the East Sea hosts intertwined forces, hiding many powerful figures. Being here would help mask their actions and unite various factions to oppose any of the 9 academies or nations. Elder Eugene agreed. We should plant a pawn secretly in the East Sea before things go wrong there. Elder Yael nodded. I've assigned Jonathan to handle this. With the Nanman War, Zishui Fairy Cave has been resealed by the 4 generals. Their hope of using our world's strength to breach the final seal has failed. Speaking of the Wu family producing 2 world-renowned geniuses, it truly reflects their good fortune, Elder Eugene remarked, thinking of Zaire. More importantly, both geniuses have joined our academy, indicating its rise. Farmer Elder smiled. This Nanman battle presents opportunities for many disciples. Zaire has already negotiated with Chihua Trade Union, ensuring a steady supply of elixirs for our disciples, Elder Yael noted. Chihua Trade Union? Other unaware elders gasped. Elder Eugene added, we should see if Zaire can break through to the King Realm and create his own pocket universe. Law Elder sighed. If he can achieve the Tribulation Realm before the calamity, that would be ideal. Farmer Elder shook his head. Tribulation Realm isn't easily reached. Even those who had profound talent and encounters often couldn't make it. It's not simply decided by talent and fortune. Elder Eugene sighed. Even Birdie, despite extreme power, didn't wish to advance beyond Emperor Realm because once past, there's no turning back, unless one reaches the Tribulation Realm. Elder Yael commented, let's see Zaire's fate and choices. But personally, I think Guido could be our ultimate pillar. Having gained the Sword God's legacy in Northern D, he is now a sovereign-level expert, the Foreign Affairs Elder interjected. The Foreign Affairs Elder was the Grand Elder in charge of all external affairs for Tianyang Martial Academy, handling relations with various forces, recruiting talents, and even deciding on the disciples' cultivation needs. This collaboration with Chihua Trade Union was also under his direct supervision, responsible for dispatching people to coordinate. Lian Shanren indeed possesses supreme talent. He has also heard about Zair's genius within the academy. Under the headmaster's order, he is returning immediately, though it's uncertain what level his true combat strength has reached, the Foreign Affairs Elder said. Elder Farmer smiled. Our Tianyang Martial Academy absolutely shows signs of great prosperity, with geniuses like Zair, Guido, Jonathan, and Alistair Xianxia. Hearing this, the elders all laughed heartily, except for Elder Yael, who slightly furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Chapter 205. Summoning the Celestial Warriors. Zair was flying swiftly through the air on his way from Xianxia Valley to Xuanhuan City. Upon catching sight of the majestic city walls of Xuanhuan City, he gradually slowed down and descended. Outside Xuanhuan City, construction had already begun in earnest. Defense checkpoints lined the road, wide thoroughfares were being rebuilt, crowds bustled about, and countless carriages moved incessantly. Due to the war, Xuanhuan City had become incredibly lively as never before. The real estate prices within the city had skyrocketed several times over. Merchants saw business opportunities, cultivators sought a chance to distinguish themselves, ordinary people aimed to save up some extra money. Almost everyone was in an extremely busy state. So this is the power of a nation? Zair observed all these changes as he walked along. The strength of a country and collective force were vividly revealed before him. With his art of observing aura, he could even see the golden dragon representing the great destiny of the Great Chu floating vigorously in the void. Meanwhile, the black aura dragon of the southern barbarians was spiraling tightly, doing its utmost in defense. After entering the city, Zair headed towards the branch office of the Ministry of Works of the Great Chu. Halt! This is a critical governmental area. No one may enter without permission. 2 guards blocked him at the gate. Gentlemen, please inform Lord Randall that Zair from the Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy seeks an audience with Randall. The leader of this mission from the Great Chu's Ministry of Works was indeed this Randall, something Zair had already confirmed through Little May and Noemi beforehand. Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy? The 2 guards immediately looked startled. After a moment's hesitation, one of them retracted his spear and bowed. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wu. I will go inside and inform him. A moment later, the guard returned with another person. This person was clad in a crimson robe, exuding an aura of strength and grace, undoubtedly a master. Minister Tadeo of the Ministry of Works of Great Chu greets Sir Wu. The man appeared suddenly and bowed respectfully. Randall. Given that this man was high-ranking in the Ministry of Works, only below the minister himself, Zair did not dare be presumptuous and reciprocated the bow. Before coming to the southern barbarians, His Majesty frequently mentioned you and instructed us to provide full support if you were to come. As they walked through the compound, Tadeo smiled and said, Thank you for the Emperor's favor. Zair hurriedly replied. Walking by a lotus pond, Tadeo stopped and asked, Sir, is your visit related to the development of your fiefdom? Exactly. Zair nodded. Thanks to the Emperor's grace, I have been fortunate enough to receive a fiefdom. However, it is located deep within the barbarian mountains, with inconvenient roads and difficulties in acquiring building materials. After much thought, I can only turn to Randall for assistance. Haha, it's fine, no problem, Tadeo smiled. However, as you know, our ministry rarely handles external affairs, and although we have the Emperor's orders, the expenses will still need to be covered by you. Certainly. You don't need to worry about funding, Randall. Zair took out a map. Please look, Randall, this is my fiefdom, Xianxia Valley. I need help constructing an official road and developing my fiefdom. This road likely exceeds 8,000 miles. Tadeo examined the map carefully. Building just the road alone might take half a year. Can you wait that long? Can it be faster? Zair hesitated. With the war becoming urgent, if the road can be built quickly, it would greatly benefit military maneuvers and the campaign against the southern barbarians. If we want to shorten the time, the cost will increase dramatically. Can you afford it? Tadeo looked at Zair intently. Minister, please observe. Zair revealed a pill. Golden light filled Tadeo's eyes. Barbarian god blood pill. Tadeo exclaimed in surprise. That's correct. Randall, how many do you think you'll need? Zair nodded. Hearing this, Tadeo remained surprised, his gaze shifting between the god blood pill and Zair. Seeing your expression, Sir Wu, it seems you have quite a few god blood pills. He suddenly laughed. Constructing this 8,000-mile road and developing your fiefdom will require 10,000 god blood pills. Agreed. Zair waved his hand, and 10 chests landed beside the pond. Excellent. I'll prepare the plans immediately. If you have other requests, please let me know so I can make the necessary preparations. After verifying the pills, Tadeo beamed. All depends on you, Randall, Zair bowed. You're very welcome. Tadeo ordered his men to move all the pills into storage. Having reached an agreement with the Ministry of Works, Zair stayed in the city. That night, Tadeo brought the prepared plans. Sir, the pipeline construction follows standard procedures, which we won't discuss now. These blueprints are all related to the layout of your fiefdom. Tadeo spread the documents on the table and began enthusiastically introducing them. This is the Hidden Dragon Descending Formation, perfectly suited for Xianxia Valley's terrain. It uses the valley as the abyss and humans as dragons. Once established, the citizens' natural talent will surely excel over time. Everyone will be like dragons. Here is the Star Shining Bright Aimyon Formation. It requires transforming the surrounding mountains into a celestial chessboard to channel the power of myriad stars into Xianxia Valley. This will significantly boost cultivation within the city, and every 100 years, a genius with star power will be born, making it an excellent plan. And finally, the 4-symbol heaven separation. This involves establishing statues of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to create the Heavenly Separation Formation, forming an isolated world within Xianxia Valley. This provides both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it almost invincible against strong enemies. Following Tadeo's introduction, Zaire slowly reviewed each plan, finding each astonishing. He hadn't expected city planning to involve so much knowledge: astronomy, astrology, geography, waterways, human behavior, all encompassed comprehensively. This interdisciplinary application was a completely new experience for him, opening a whole new world of possibilities, refreshing and enlightening. He realized his current knowledge was minuscule compared to the vastness of what there was to learn, prompting a renewed desire to read more and study further. They continued discussing until late at night. Solving all his doubts, Zaire made his decision. Randall, I think the four-symbol heaven separation is the most suitable. Given our location in the heart of the southern barbarians, security must be prioritized. Sir Wu speaks wisely. Tadeo nodded. However, the four symbols heaven separation requires considerable precious metals to forge the four sacred beasts, at least to the level of spirit weapons, or it won't be effective. Over. I can add another 10,000 god blood pills, Zaire declared solemnly. I won't skimp on funds. Please ensure the highest quality outcome. A single mistake could cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of lives. Rest assured, sir. It's all on me. Zaire nodded. When will the work start, Minister? Tomorrow morning, Tadeo answered formally. Given your generosity, we'll work diligently. Your city will be ready within 7 days, and the road to your doorstep within 15. Is it possible? Zaire was taken aback. So this is the advantage of having money? Minister Fraser smiled faintly. Since Lord Wu is willing to provide 200,000 divine blood pills, our Ministry of Works will certainly not be stingy. The minister has already given his approval for me to mobilize the Celestial Warriors. You can rest assured and wait patiently. Celestial Warriors? Zaire was surprised. Though he didn't know what these were, he could tell from Fraser's proud demeanor that they were no ordinary entities. The next morning, having achieved the purpose of his visit, Zaire returned to Xianxia Valley. Currently, all the barbarians in Xianxia Valley were vigorously constructing houses and palaces under supervision. The three previous barbarian cities, though called cities, had buildings more decrepit than any human village. Barbarians, being uncivilized, cared little for their dwellings. A place to shelter from wind and rain was enough for them, so aesthetics were never a concern. Moreover, due to the significant difference in physical strength between the barbarians and humans, the former's dwellings were unsuitable for humans to live in. I wonder how the Celestial Warriors will build this several hundred-mile city within 7 days. Zaire inspected the entire valley and finally landed in the central barbarian city. And just as he landed, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky above. Boom. The sound was earth-shaking. What's happening? In the makeshift city, countless people who were resting rushed out into the streets. Then they witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. Amidst the golden light, countless giants, resembling deities, ran through the mountains. These celestial beings stood hundreds of feet tall, even higher than many large mountains. Their forms seemed both real and illusory, and in their hands, trees and earth flew about, boulders were kicked aside, and mountains were leveled. In an instant, numerous landscapes were transformed. Several such golden giants also appeared within the valley. They continuously moved rocks and destroyed the original barbarian city structures. Everyone watching this scene was frightened out of their wits. Some barbarians screamed and scattered in panic. Everyone, don't worry. In the sky, Zaire's figure suddenly appeared, his voice resonating in everyone's mind. These are the Celestial Warriors from the Great Chu Ministry of Works, here to help us build our city. Everyone should stand on flat ground and remain calm. This moment, another figure flashed into view in the sky. It was none other than Undersecretary Fraser of the Ministry of Works. He held construction blueprints in his hand, directing the golden giants from above. Chapter 206. Unexpected Surprise. Zaire did not expect Fraser to arrive just as he stepped in. He hastily called Leonardo and others to begin evacuating the civilians, gathering everyone in open areas to prevent casualties from falling rocks. Even the barbarians from the three cities were surrounded by Zaire's men on the open ground to prevent riots. Practically all military forces were deployed for this task. For 7 whole days, it was as if everyone was in a dream, watching countless skyscrapers rise from the ground while the peaks of 4 mountains were shaved off to erect 4 majestic statues made of gold and iron, each standing 100 feet tall. A colossal city sprawled within the valley, covering nearly 1 million acres. It was undoubtedly one of the largest cities in the 9 provinces and could easily accommodate millions of people. Note: I've replaced Zhou, the 9 provinces, with the 9 provinces for better fluency in English. In Yuyue Valley, originally traversed by a great river running its entire length, the river was modified by celestial soldiers and generals to be wider and deeper, surrounding and piercing through the entire city, forming 2 squares before eventually converging and flowing out of the valley. The surrounding mountains were also transformed visibly and invisibly. Apart from the 4 sacred beasts facing north, south, east, and west, the remaining mountains were reshaped into formations, combining to form the 4 symbols Heavenly Isolation Formation, protecting everything in the valley. All of this left Zaire dumbfounded. Such divine craftsmanship truly amazed him greatly. Inside the city stood an enormous palace, covering 1,000 acres. It was clearly Zaire's residence, and at the center of the palace were 4 towering sacred beasts that served as the origin of the 4 statues outside the city. Should these be damaged, the external statues would remain unharmed, impervious even to the passage of time. Although they appeared physical, they had long transcended space and time, hidden in the intangible through the assistance of the 4 sacred beasts in the palace. Master Wu, US City is now fully constructed. Given that the southern barbarian region has many poisonous insects and ants, I have buried 1 million sunbird chi channels underground within the city. These can repel pests and prevent dampness, ensuring the health of the residents. Fraser smiled as he approached Zaire. Thank you. Zaire thanked with a bow. Previously, even as a Wu family member or true successor of Tianya, he had never truly owned his own residence. But now, finally, he did. For a moment, gazing upon the vast and beautiful U.S. city, Zaire felt an unusual sense of tranquility. The pipeline construction is half done, Fraser continued. If Master waits another 7 days, you will see pipelines laid outside the valley. Afterward, if maintenance or reconstruction is needed, feel free to find us at the Ministry of Works. We guarantee your satisfaction. With that, he turned and departed. The void trembled as all the golden giants vanished along with him. After watching him leave, Zaire landed inside the main palace of the city. Though magnificent and bearing resemblance to the Great Chu Imperial Palace, changes were made to avoid overstepping boundaries. Overall, he was quite satisfied. Upon entering the palace, he felt boundless spiritual energy slowly converging. Naturally, the four symbols' heavenly isolation formation had the effect of accumulating spiritual energy, and beneath this palace was another large formation dedicated to gathering spirit chi. If the spiritual energy in Yue Valley was 10 times that of the outside world, then the palace's energy was 10 times more than the valley's. This place was where the most concentrated spiritual energy of the entire city gathered, making it the fastest place for cultivation. Zaire ascended the observation tower on one side of the palace, standing there to view the entire city below. Initially, he wanted to use what he observed in the divine martial immortal mansion to optimize and improve the valley's feng shui layout. However, after examining everything, he found that no matter how much he pondered, he could not alter the existing pattern, instead realizing that the four symbols' heavenly isolation formation seemed naturally perfect, impossible for humans to change. The Ministry of Works has truly great masters. Zaire was awestruck. My palace is the array eye of the entire U.S. city, and even the entire four symbols' heavenly isolation formation. He realized and searched around until his gaze fell upon his bedroom. Using the chi reading technique, he saw all the aura converging here, making it the very center. If there were a spirit item to stabilize the array eye, perhaps the spiritual energy of the entire U.S. city would increase significantly. After some thought, Zaire took out the giant dragon bone from the Jingzhou Cauldron. Buzz. The moment the dragon bone was placed inside, the bedroom's spiritual energy increased by 30% almost instantly. Carefully sensing it, even the city's spiritual energy seemed more vibrant. This dragon skeleton is still a dead object and likely deceased for too long, with its spiritual energy nearly depleted. Thinking about it, Zaire felt it inappropriate to keep it in his bedroom since the added spiritual energy was far less than a fraction of what the primordial world could offer. He decided to put it back into the Jingzhou Cauldron. However, while tossing the dragon bones in, he noticed something else in the corner of his eye. Yes, perhaps this can also be used to stabilize the array eye? He hurriedly took it out. Indeed, it was the huge egg he obtained from defeating the ghost emperor Alaric. Despite spending years in the divine martial immortal mansion, the egg remained undamaged, as if untouched by time itself. When Zaire placed the egg on the array eye, a startling change occurred. Crack, crack. Sounds emanated from within the egg, as if something was trying to break out. Instantly, the entire city's spiritual energy surged into the egg like being devoured by a whale. The next moment, the whole city was imbued with a mysterious aura, enhancing even the four symbols' heavenly isolation formation. All residents sensed an indescribable presence, feeling a mysterious force subtly blessing them. The city gained a semblance of spirituality, exuding more vitality. Standing right before the giant egg, Zaire felt it most profoundly. Placing the egg on the array, I created a resonance with the four symbols' heavenly isolation formation. Could this egg belong to one of the four sacred beasts? Only then could it possibly enhance the power of the entire city's formation. Zaire couldn't help but speculate. Even if it isn't one of the four sacred beasts, it must have a connection given its resistance to time and its link with the four symbols' heavenly isolation formation. If I can hatch it, it might add significant combat strength, or even become a guardian beast for the city. Deciding to give it a try, he squeezed several drops of golden blood onto the egg while chanting incantations for a blood sacrifice. Unable to penetrate with his mind, the only method available was this clumsy one. Almost immediately, the blood fused into the eggshell, invigorating the entire egg. Subtle mental fluctuations began to emanate, and a fiery red silhouette appeared in Zaire's mind, soaring joyfully in the void. Zhu Ke. His face lit up with delight. Among the four sacred beasts, only Zhu Ke, the vermilion bird, was associated with fire. This egg either belonged to Zhu Ke or harbored Juchua's lineage. Though perceiving the life force inside the egg, Zaire knew hatching it completely wouldn't be easy. Despite the potent life energy in his blood, it was unclear when progress would be made. Perhaps I need to break through further. My blood will grow stronger then, and maybe I'll stand a chance. Knowing breakthroughs weren't imminent, he focused on maintaining the awakened sentience in the egg. Thus, he released more golden blood drops onto the eggshell. Zaire's physical body had reached an extreme level of strength, and with the spiritual energy from the primordial world continuously purifying his body, he could still afford to expend some essence blood. Chapter 207. James, wake up quickly. What? Zaire has already completed the development of his fiefdom, and it was personally supervised by Randall from the Ministry of Works? Aryundai was taken aback upon receiving this news. At that moment, he had just captured a barbarian city, and was in the midst of massive construction. The entire city was still far from being organized. Even his own living quarters were yet to be constructed. According to our intelligence, it's true. Not only did Randall take personal charge, but he also activated heavenly soldiers and generals, completing the entire UU city within 7 days. The Taoist confirmed with a nod. Damn! Anger surged within Dai as he marveled at the situation. When did the Ministry of Works become so generous? Activating heavenly soldiers and generals incurs enormous costs and significant wear and tear. Even I couldn't get Fraser's approval for it, yet now they do it for an outsider. Does His Highness wish to inquire with the Ministry of Works? If we can gain their support, the city of our fiefdom could be built in just a few days. The Taoist hesitated before suggesting. Inquire. Of course, we must. Dai's expression turned grim, I want to ask Randall just how he does things and whether he still considers himself part of our great Chu. Turning to a servant nearby, he asked, I remember negotiating with over a dozen traders in Xuanhuan City previously. Why haven't I seen a single one of them here? Your Highness, Crane, who oversees the entry points in the fiefdom, implemented a heavy tax policy on the traders. They must pay exorbitant commercial taxes to enter. Otherwise, they are not allowed in, which is why no one has come, the servant quickly explained. Rubbish. Absolute fools. At this crucial time, he's still thinking about personal gains. Just wait until I beat him to death. Dai trembled with rage. Your Highness, Crane is the beloved son of the head of the Zhang family. He came here following instructions from the head of the family and Her Majesty. If you kill him, it will create complications not only with the Zhang family but also make it difficult for Her Majesty. Please think carefully, the Daoist hastily advised. The Zhang family was the maternal family of our Yun Dai, and Crane, as the favored young master of the Zhang family, was naturally accustomed to acting arrogantly and disregarding others. The Daoist's words made sense to Dai. In a fit of anger, he slapped the tea table, shattering it. The Zhang family, dragging us back at every turn, only adds trouble when it matters. Once I accomplish my grand plan, I will certainly purge all these people. After taking several deep breaths, Dai finally calmed down. He then instructed the servant, go and find people immediately. Tell them I said that any trader coming to our fiefdom will have all accommodation and meal expenses waived and will not need to pay any taxes. Yes. Time flew by rapidly. In Yu City, it had been over 10 days since the official road was completed. During this period, Zaire, apart from overseeing the giant egg at the array's focal point, managed various administrative tasks within the city. Though he lacked time for cultivation, these governmental duties significantly improved his mental state. Managing a great country is like cooking small fish. From my experience governing this city, this saying is indeed accurate, Zaire remarked after finishing the last piece of internal affairs in the city. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Completing these tasks left him inexplicably exhausted. Now that Yu City has stabilized, these past days' hard work has set the foundation for its development. Going forward, I won't have to be so stressed, he reflected, feeling a sense of relief. Staring at the ceiling, he drifted into thought. Half an hour later, he regained his composure. It's about time I set off for Xuanhuan City. The auction is about to begin. Standing up, Zaire headed towards the entrance of the hall. Sir. At this moment, Leonardo rushed in to report recent developments. Over these days, I've inspected inside and outside the city, educated students, and observed the troops and citizens. Despite their older ages, their enthusiasm for learning is impressive. Wonderful. Keep up the good work. Listening intently, Zaire nodded approvingly. With you and Caleb managing the city, I can leave confidently for Xuanhuan City to attend the auction. This flurry of activity nearly made Leonardo forget the matter, so he hurriedly reassured him. You can rest assured, sir. With me in charge, there will be no troubles in Yu City. Good, then I'll go ahead. With that, Zaire transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Xuanhuan City. Shortly after he left, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. This person was entirely covered, appearing like someone living inside a suit, extremely eerie. Who are you? Sensing something amiss, Leonardo vanished instantly and reappeared in front of the mysterious figure. Only a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes were visible beneath the hood. Looking at Leonardo as it declared in a startling voice, I am Amias. James, awaken immediately. James was Leonardo's barbarian name. Amias? The elder of the Zhang family. Leonardo's gaze sharpened. Aren't you from the maternal clan of Great Chu's Yundai? Shouldn't you be assisting your prince? What brings you here? Calm down. I'm here specifically to see you. Amias laughed, and his words carried a layer of guiding power. You've been misled. I'm here to save you. Save. Indeed. Amias continued. You're almost at the peak true realm level, needing just one step to break through to the king realm. My family has a treasure that can help you break through. Are you so kind-hearted? Leonardo sneered. Not at all. Amias admitted openly. Everyone knows James's talents, renowned even among the border human race. Our Zhang family desperately needs someone like you, and hopes you can assist us. Outrageous. Leonardo suddenly barked coldly. I serve Lord Zaire. Not only did you intrude into his territory, but you also tried to lure me. Believe me, I can eliminate you right here. James, wake up. Amias laughed loudly. My cultivation is not inferior to yours, perhaps even stronger. How do you expect to kill me? With your abilities and talent, are you content to remain a subordinate forever? That would be a disgrace to the barbarian general you once were. Rubbish. With a roar, Leonardo instantly channeled divine energy and attacked. Humph. Want to catch me? First, you need to catch up. Amias seemed well prepared. Using his magical power, he fled towards the outskirts. Without hesitation, Leonardo pursued relentlessly. Chapter 208. A millennium's accumulation goes to waste. One pursued, the other fled. Their speeds almost as swift as lightning. They quickly left dark Amiens City and entered the boundless forest. After flying nearly 1,000 miles, Amias suddenly stopped. Leonardo noticed this and also calmed his divine essence. Standing not far away, he asked, What do you want? To what? I did all this just to lead you here. Amias smiled. As he spoke, numerous non-metallic, non-iron dragon-patterned pillars instantly emerged around them. Each dragon-patterned pillar was covered with countless scriptures that began to glow like moonlight. This is, Leonardo's pupils constricted in shock. With your insight, you should recognize that these are my family's 4 virtues dragon pillars. The 4 virtues being filial piety, forgiveness, loyalty, and trustworthiness. Not only are they harmless to you, but they will also provide you with tremendous benefits, said Amias. The 4 virtues dragon formation? Leonardo watched as the scriptures fluttered like butterflies. I know a bit about this formation composed of your 4 virtues dragon pillars. Your family uses it once every 30 years to enhance the talent and cultivation of prodigies. These scriptures were left by your ancestors concerning the principles of filial piety, forgiveness, loyalty, and trustworthiness. They contain profound truths that can cleanse the mind, strengthen the spirit, solidify faith, etc. Their effects are endless. Amias's eyes filled with admiration as he nodded, truly befitting James of the Barbarian Guard. Your knowledge alone surpasses many cultivators, leaving aside wisdom and ability. He continued, gazing at the numerous dragon pattern pillars. Setting up the four virtues dragon formation consumes vast resources and greatly impacts the true scriptures on the dragon pillars, requiring 30 years to recover. Well, can you believe now that I mean no harm to you? He looked back at Leonardo as he finished speaking. Are you really so generous? Leonardo's face showed surprise. You're James of the Barbarian Guard, controlled by a mere thief now. Once you break through to the sovereign realm, possessing the power of a heavenly cave world, you'll regain your sanity, no longer someone else's subordinate. Amias sighed, then added, you needn't guard against me anymore. Think about it. If I wanted to harm you, why would I use the family's greatest treasure, the four virtues dragon pillars? Leonardo's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, indeed. I'm one step away from the sovereign realm. This four virtues dragon formation significantly benefits those below the calamity realm, especially during bottlenecks, reducing much time spent in arduous cultivation. Amias waved his hand, interrupting him. Enough. Since you understand its power, if you wish to break through the sovereign realm, stand still and don't resist. If not, consider this a misjudgment on my part. You can leave. Humph. Leonardo sneered. Given your sincerity, I won't refuse. Even if you have any plots, I can subdue you once I break through. See, that's the right mindset, Amias laughed. Saying this, he released a wave of magic into the formation. Instantly, the entire four virtues dragon formation truly activated. Buzz. Countless scriptures circulated, dragging golden light like meteors descending from the heavens, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. When the speed reached a critical point, all the scriptures surged towards Leonardo. Thump thump. Continuous sounds echoed like drums being struck repeatedly. Black, foul-smelling gas emanated from Leonardo's body. This is the turbid chi accumulated in your flesh. The four virtue scriptures entering your body expel all turbidity built up over time. Amias shouted from outside. Now, focus your mind, stir your divine essence, and forge the sovereign realm. Spit. With his words, Amias spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, guided by his magic to all the four virtues dragon pillars. Almost instantly, the scripts on the dragon pillars became even more vigorous, enveloping Leonardo in a giant golden sphere like flowing celestial fire. Inside the sphere, the sound of morning bells and evening drums resonated across heaven and earth. Leonardo was nearly ecstatic, continuously stirring his divine essence to absorb all incoming scriptures. Watching this, Amias couldn't help but nod internally. Now, wait for him to break through to the sovereign realm, dissolve the control method left by Zaire, then plant my family's will into his spirit. With that, I gain a servant at the sovereign realm. Considering this, he felt it worthwhile, even if he used the four virtues dragon pillars. Inside the golden sphere, Leonardo felt as though he was immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy, absorbing scripture power through every pore. Crack. As more scriptures poured in, his divine essence underwent significant changes. In the invisible void, an intangible portal was torn open by him, with streams of temporal power gradually being absorbed. Just in this brief period, Leonardo gained the equivalent of decades of arduous cultivation. His strength almost doubled. Why haven't I formed the embryonic heavenly cave yet? With so many four virtue scriptures, it should be enough, Amias anxiously thought. The number of scriptures wasn't infinite but derived from the inscribed four virtue scriptures on the pillars, producing only one new script per day in the spirit gathering formation. Just now, Leonardo absorbed 80 or 90,000 scriptures, accumulated over hundreds of years. Boom. As Amias felt the pain, the four virtues dragon formation seemed pulled by an unseen force, causing violent tremors. The scriptures from the dragon pillars flowed out frantically like a river of gold. Seizing this opportunity, Leonardo silently created his own divine kingdom. Unwilling to stop, he more fervently guided the scriptures into his kingdom, attempting to consolidate it, using the four virtue scriptures to lay the foundation for an imperial realm. Come! Leonardo roared inwardly, pushing his divine essence to the limit, forming visible and invisible vortexes that drew the scriptures. Snap! Dozens of four virtues dragon pillars collapsed, all the millennium-stored scriptures depleted. Leonardo sensed the end of the scriptures and lamented, Amias, I'm about to break through, about to dissolve the Lord's seal. Why has this ended? Looking at the scattered pillars, Amias was dumbfounded, muttering, impossible! How have you not broken through? How haven't you broken free from Zaire's control? Is something wrong? It must be because the Lord's remnants are too strong. Lacking a few scriptures, Leonardo feigned seriousness. You may not know, but I practice an ancient, extraordinary art, making each breakthrough extremely difficult. But rest assured, once I reach the sovereign realm, I'll surpass ordinary sovereign cultivators, able to face 10 alone without issue. So it is? Amias regained his senses. If so, come with me to the ancestral land. Seek the personal brushwork of my ancestor to surely enlighten you. No. Leonardo firmly refused. Lord ordered I not stay away from Dark Amiens City for long. Why not bring your ancestor's brush here? No. You must come with me. Having exhausted millennia of reserves, Amias couldn't let Leonardo go. Besides, bringing the ancestor's brush was impossible, and who knew what might happen in the meantime. Moreover, he had a vague, ominous feeling. At this point, Amias felt something was off, as if he had been tricked. It seemed like he had been played. Chapter 209, the Xuanhuan auction. Time has been long enough. I should head back. Leonardo's divine essence surged as he prepared to fly toward Xianxia City. No leaving. Xuanhuan flashed forward, blocking his path. His mana instantly erupted, attempting to seize Leonardo. Whoosh! Leonardo quickly stepped back, then soared into the sky and flew away. Xuanhuan, you haven't broken through to the king realm yet, so you still can't trap me. He didn't engage in combat, but directly fled. Damn it! Surprised, Xuanhuan's face turned a mix of green and white with frustration. His cultivation was not higher than Leonardo's. Though he was confident he could defeat him in a death struggle, capturing him within a short time was still quite difficult. Damn, such a loss. For a moment, Xuanhuan didn't know what to do. Perhaps due to the upcoming auction, the city of Xuanhuan was spotless, exceptionally clean at this moment. Moreover, there were more people than before. From afar, crowds could be seen jamming every winding street. Even in the sky, numerous people continuously landed and walked into the city. Such a grand scene was something Zaire had never seen before. Even the imperial capital Jiang of the Great Chu didn't have as many people. Looks like this joint auction between the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce and the Great Chu truly has a lot of good items. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many people. Zaire mused and also descended. However, he controlled his facial muscles to change his appearance. Once he openly released his aura and entered the city, as expected, he attracted many gazes. Hiss, is that an authentic realm expert? Judging from the aura around him, it seems so. Only at times like these can we see such big shots. I wonder when I'll reach this realm. To cultivate quickly, one needs not only good techniques, but also substantial quantities of treasure pills. With our financial means, even gathering essence pills are unaffordable, forget it. I wish I could enter Heavenly Edge Martial Academy or work for the court. Then there would be monthly supply of cultivation pills. Don't daydream. Let's earn more chuchinin during this period and maybe buy a couple of gathering essence pills. Then, you and I might have hope to break through to the Viscera Master realm. A series of patrols slowly passed by to maintain order. Zaire focused and saw that all soldiers were newly replaced, their weakest being in the organ cleansing realm, far stronger than previous guards. The organ cleansing realm, also known as the Grandmaster realm, granted eligibility for enfeoffment as kings or generals. But now, these experts were just minor patrols, showing how much importance the Great Chu placed on this auction. Chuchinin is paper money officially issued by the Great Chu government. In Jingzhou territory, many cultivators use it as trading currency. However, compared to elixirs and magical treasures, most cultivators don't fully recognize chuchinin, despite its power. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Zaire walked straight toward a luxurious shop in the northern part of the city. This shop seemed newly built, with exquisite details indicating it was supervised by the Great Chu Ministry of Works, bearing the emblem of the ministry. The shop occupied a vast area, stretching along the street for over 10 miles. At the majestic entrance, 2 rows of armored guards stood, their faces stern, exuding powerful auras. They were actually experts of the Viscera Master realm. Their armors were even immortal Dao artifacts of the spirit level. The Xuanhuan auction. Zaire read aloud the characters on the sign above the gate. 5 gold embossed characters, grand and overpowering, clearly written by an accomplished master, whose strength surpassed even him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures approached. These were all experts beyond the Qi realm, eventually standing before the auction house. Zaire paused briefly and heard them discuss. This auction is unprecedented in the Great Chu, with countless precious elixirs and treasures from the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce and the Great Chu Imperial family. I'm hoping to buy a few divine blood pills here if possible. With such treasures, I'd save much hard work. Divine blood pills aren't easy to come by. Even those who obtain them often lack enough for personal use, let alone selling. Although some started selling them due to the war, they're almost non-existent in the market. Even 100 Foundation establishment pills couldn't trade for 1 divine blood pill. Zaire listened for a bit, then followed these people into the auction hall. But when it was his turn, the guard stopped him. Sir, do you have an invitation letter? This auction requires one to enter. If you don't have one, you can wait for the public auction after half a month. Zaire thought for a moment, then released his aura. It's an authentic realm expert. The 2 leading guards immediately retreated, looking unbelievably astonished. However, they soon reacted, their demeanor becoming incomparably respectful. Qi or transformation realms wouldn't be given any notice by these guards. After all, who among those entering the auction didn't possess such cultivation? But an authentic realm was different. Regardless of anything else, the ability to forge spirit artifacts alone made them esteemed guests of the auction. To craft spirit artifacts, one must at least be at the authentic realm. Spirit artifacts were incredibly powerful, especially on battlefields. Strategic level treasures, more the better. He's an authentic realm expert? At this cultivation, usually they either refine treasure elixirs or spirit artifacts, or practice diligently, rarely venturing out. Is he here to buy some elemental essences to refine his elemental cave heavens? This is what an authentic realm expert looks like. With the guards' exclamations, a commotion arose. Step back quickly. From inside the auction house came a rebuke, followed by a graceful woman in green silk robes. Zaire glanced and easily discerned her Qi realm. The woman greeted him politely. I'm Alicia, an external manager of the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce. Our guards failed to recognize you properly. Please accept my apologies on their behalf. Zaire waved slightly. It's fine. I heard about a grand auction in Xuanhuan City and hurried over to witness it. Is Miss Yin available to help? Certainly, Alicia said respectfully. Given your strength, please proceed to the VIP room. Do you have any elemental essences for sale in this auction? Zaire asked while walking alongside her. Yes, but not many. If you want to purchase, there will likely be competition, Alicia replied hastily. Not only are they used to refine elemental cave heavens, but they also enhance certain elemental cultivation techniques, making them sought after. Considering he had few chuchinin, Zaire asked, what form of payment do you use? Chuchinin is issued by the Great Chu government and can be exchanged, but it doesn't appeal to cultivators. We at the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce typically use gathering essence pills as currency, Alicia explained. If you lack sufficient gathering essence pills, you can sell heavenly materials or spirit artifacts, and we can exchange them for you. Gathering essence pills, huh? Zaire nodded slightly. Gathering essence pills weren't produced in Jingzhou, but researched by the wealthiest Southern Lake Martial Academy. Famous for no side effects and broad applicability, they benefit everyone from nascent practitioners to Imperial Realm experts. However, their effectiveness diminishes with higher realms. Theoretically, even Emperor Realm experts could consume them, but the effects might not be as much as the spiritual energy gathered from one breath. For lower-ranking cultivators, however, gathering essence pills are naturally infinitely useful. Chapter 210, The Million-Worth Dragon Bone. As Alicia explained, Zaire gradually understood some common knowledge among cultivators. For instance, in the market, the prices of ordinary magical artifacts and low-level speeding talismans usually fluctuated between several dozen to several hundred spirit-gathering pills. As for spirit artifacts, they generally required at least 1,000 spirit-gathering pills. Defensive spirit artifacts might be worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Regarding treasure artifacts, very few people would put them up for sale, and if there were any, the number of spirit-gathering pills needed would be astronomical. After a moment, Zaire followed the staircase into a living room. Apart from the door, this room had two walls, one of which was entirely made of transparent crystal windows. Through the crystal, he could see an expansive space outside, with a brightly lit grand hall below. At that moment, the grand hall was almost full of people, and many more were still squeezing in. Senior, there's still some time before this auction begins, but most seats are nearly filled. Alicia stood beside him, explaining to Zaire. This auction is prepared by our 9 States Chamber of Commerce and the Great Chu Imperial family, offering countless precious medicines and treasures. There are even tens of thousands of various magical artifacts, including the 5 elements origins you need. Senior seems unfamiliar, so it must be your first time attending our 9 States Chamber of Commerce auction. Do you have funds prepared? The funds she referred to naturally mint spirit-gathering pills. I don't have any, but I do have items to sell. Could you appraise them for me? Zaire waved his hand, and soon enough, a pile of items appeared in the room, resembling a large mountain. Inside were pills, magical artifacts, and some spirit plants and medicines. These items came partly from his discovery at the Rireo Divine Pond, and the rest were given to him by Leonardo, Caleb, Hansen, and others when he was in Yu City. This is the tendon and scales of a strange snake. Alicia's eyes first fell on the remains of the Enyang male snake. After careful inspection, she said, it's intact and can be crafted into a set of offensive and defensive magical artifacts. Senior, these remains are worth 100,000 spirit-gathering pills. Then Alicia appraised the remaining medicines and magical artifacts, eventually giving a total price of 17 million spirit-gathering pills. 17 million? That's acceptable, but wouldn't it be inconvenient to handle so many pills? Zaire asked, puzzled. 17 million wasn't much. Using the large chests of the barbarian tribes, only 17 would be enough. But for larger transactions like millions, or even tens of millions, who could carry all those boxes? Please rest assured, Senior, Alicia reassured. Our 9 States Chamber of Commerce has countless branches across the land, even in the 4 major seas. Even in remote areas, we collaborate with the 9 institutes and the 9 kingdoms. As she spoke, she took out a jade card, swiping it with her fingers, and the number 17 million appeared. This is our 9 States Chamber of Commerce jade card. When infused with energy, it displays the balance. With this card, Senior can exchange for physical goods at any branch I mentioned. Zaire curiously examined the jade card, surprised to find it was a spirit artifact containing dozens of miniature magical formations, complex enough that only a few could replicate. The numbers on this card will correspond with our records. If there's any discrepancy, the card will be destroyed, preventing any exchanges or transactions. So, please keep it safe, Alicia added a warning note. I see. Zaire nodded, then pulled out the dragon bone from the Jingzhou tripod. I also have this dragon remnant. Would you buy it as well? This dragon bone was of little use to him. Its sole useful feature was its ability to attract national fortune, but since he learned the chi-gazing technique, he could achieve the same effect. Therefore, it was better off sold. This is a dragon bone? Alicia gasped in surprise. Regaining her composure, she bowed respectfully. Senior, dragon bones are extremely rare materials, involving elusive national fortunes. Please wait while I consult our supervisor. She quickly left the room. Zaire didn't mind, sipping tea calmly. A few minutes later, the door knocked, and in walked a middle-aged man with Alicia. Dressed simply, he exuded a profound aura, surprising Zaire. It was a true realm cultivator. Greetings, Taoist friend. I am Christopher, one of the 7 supervisors of the Chanamangching branch of the 9 States Chamber of Commerce. May I know your name? My surname is Lori, and my name isn't. Zaire thought for a moment and changed his name. Christopher nodded. Taoist Lori, your dragon bone has lost much power due to age, but it still has value. After a moment's consideration, he continued, I'll offer a fair deal. This dragon bone for 1 million spirit-gathering pills. What do you think, Taoist Lori? 1 million was way beyond Zaire's expectations, so he agreed gladly. Alicia immediately handed over another 9 States jade card. After receiving it, Christopher stored the dragon bone into his own GZ space. Do you have anything else to trade, Taoist Lori? The auction is about to begin, and with ample funds, you can acquire many good items, Christopher reminded. Not really. Zaire smiled, knowing he had already secured what he needed. Very well, Taoist Lori, please rest here. I must oversee the auction. Christopher turned to Alicia and instructed. Stay and assist Taoist Lori if he finds something interesting. Yes. After Christopher left, Alicia respectfully informed Zaire, Senior, the auction is about to begin. Following her gesture, Zaire looked down at the grand hall. A platform rose slowly, and 4 squads of guards entered, carrying various items. A metallic object shone brightly, catching everyone's attention. This is a demon-subduing mallet from the ancient Fudo sect. It contains the power to dispel evil and falsehood, highly effective against malevolent spirits, making it an excellent spirit artifact, Alicia introduced. The starting bid is 10 million spirit gathering pills, and bids must not be less than 1,000 per round. Fudo sect? Zaire pondered. This item is quite mystical. The cultivation methods of the Fudo sect differ from those of immortal, martial, and divine paths. If it reveals some ancient secrets, it would be worth acquiring. Many in the hall weren't familiar with this item. Christopher's explanation piqued interest, but most gave up after hearing the starting bid. I'll buy it, Zaire instructed. Understanding his meaning, Alicia promptly announced the bid below. Everyone turned their attention upon hearing such a high bid so quickly. However, the crystal wall concealed identities, leaving only speculation about which VIP room placed the bid. End of chapter 210. 15 million spirit gathering pills. At that moment, a bidding voice suddenly came from a VIP room in the distance. Hashtag chapter 211. A 3-foot stone. Zaire was slightly startled, his gaze abruptly turning toward the VIP room. With his strength, the barrier array that isolated spying could not stop him. Inside the room sat a man in yellow attire. Sensing the gaze upon him, the man sneered back. Only those with immense power, at least true realm cultivators, or those of noble lineage with powerful backing could enter such a VIP room. Zaire pondered for a moment. It didn't really matter to him whether he obtained the demon-subduing mace or not, and the price was already at an inflated 15 million. Seeing him abandon the bidding, Alicia quickly reassured him, Senior, this is just an appetizer. The best items are yet to come. Zaire chuckled indifferently. After the demon-subduing mace was sold, the next item was 2 storage bags, each with a capacity of 6 feet. Many people bid fiercely for these bags until a Soul Realm expert purchased them for 20 million essence gathering pills. Inside Jingzhou Tripod, there were actually 4 more storage bags belonging to Addison and his 3 companions from Songyang's true transmission. Although Zaire lusted after them, he did not dare reveal them, as it would expose the fact that he had killed Addison and his group over the Eastern Sea. The following auction items were mostly high-grade spirit weapons and precious medicines. Zaire briefly scanned them but showed no interest in bidding. Then, a new guard brought up a jade box. Zaire felt the aura inside and suddenly perked up. This treasure contains a thread of earth origin energy, making it the finest material for refining a cavern heaven. On the platform, Dale opened the jade box, revealing an object resembling a porcelain dish. This is the current disc. Starting bid is no less than 8 million essence gathering pills. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 100,000. The current disc had an overall soil yellow jade color. As soon as the box was opened, a radiant light enveloped it. The contained earth origin energy, though not abundant, was incredibly pure, without the slightest impurity. Senior, this Kuan disc was picked up by a lucky person in the deep mountains of the southern savages. The earth origin energy within seems to originate from the savage clan's sacred Amiyuntan. Even though it's only a thread, it would take at least 10,000 years for ordinary methods to refine it to such purity, Alicia explained. Indeed, it's incredibly pure, Zaire nodded slightly. Place a bid for me. Just as Alicia was about to bid, a voice from another VIP room called out, 9 million? A woman dressed in white gauze, her face hidden under a hood, made the offer. 10 million. Zaire immediately countered, unwilling to let this item go. 11,500,000. The hooded woman, determined to secure this treasure, raised her bid again. 11,700,000. Zaire's gaze narrowed. That amount represented all of his essence gathering pills. 15 million essence gathering pills. The hooded woman significantly raised her bid, likely trying to discourage others from competing. Zaire took a deep breath, shook his head, and gave up. Senior, don't blame yourself. Room 17 belongs to Hongdao Martial Academy's true transmission. Hongdao ranks 4th among the 9 major martial academies, right below Tianyang Martial Academy. Its disciples are naturally well off, making it difficult to compete. Alicia comforted him. Hongdao Martial Academy? Zaire smiled bitterly. Seems like all the true transmissions from various martial academies have substantial resources. Though he was also a true transmission disciple of Tianyang Martial Academy, his financial power was far behind others. You've only been practicing cultivation for too short a time. You can't compare with others who have accumulated wealth over decades, centuries, or even millennia. The voice of Heiyuan's sword spirit echoed in his mind. After being refined by elders Yael and divine skill, it now possessed some level of intelligence and could occasionally communicate with Zaire. That's true. Let's see what the next treasure is. Zaire turned his attention back to the platform. After the Kurin disc auction, several people carried a new treasure on stage. Using the word carried here wasn't due to its size, as it was smaller than expected, only 3 feet tall when stood upright, roughly the height of a human thigh. It was entirely covered by a red cloth, concealing what it was. Auctioneer Dale lifted the red cloth, revealing a large, irregular stone brick. Upon first glance, one could sense the endless ages reflected on its surface. Yet, this ancient object felt incredibly ordinary upon sensing it. No aura of treasure, no energy fluctuations, just like a common old stone, except extremely heavy. Despite its ordinary appearance, this stone's hardness cannot be damaged even by a high-grade treasure, and it blocks all energy intrusions. It's undoubtedly the most extraordinary treasure in the world. Starting bid is 15 million essence gathering pills, with a minimum raise of 1 million. Dale loudly announced from the platform. Senior, this object is quite peculiar, found accidentally by a senior cultivator in Yanning Ridge. The Chamber Elder speculates that it might be a fragment of some ancient immortal artifact. If activated, it would certainly be an unparalleled treasure. Alicia explained according to custom, but Zaire was already stunned. The moment the red cloth was lifted, he recognized what this stone brick was, his excitement causing his blood to boil. Another phaseless stone, and so big. Zaire's heart raced. In Donghua Mirage City, the phaseless stone he obtained from Wade was only 3 inches. This phaseless stone before him was 3 feet, a size 10 times larger. The primordial world in Zaire's consciousness was transformed from that 3-inch phaseless stone. Obtaining this 3-foot phaseless stone could elevate the primordial world's growth significantly, drastically increasing daily high-quality essence absorption. Few in the 9 states knew about phaseless stones, and fewer still could recognize them. Had it not been for serendipity, Zaire wouldn't know either. Currently, the primordial world produced enough essence daily to make 500 divine blood pills. With this phaseless stone, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands daily were feasible. 1 divine blood pill equated to 100 foundation establishment pills. 1 foundation establishment pill required 100 essence gathering pills. Thus, 1 divine blood pill was worth 1 million essence gathering pills, and trading them openly would fetch even higher prices. Producing 10,000 divine blood pills a day would equate to earning 1 billion essence gathering pills daily. Over 10 to 20 years, this wealth accumulation could buy not just this auction but the entire 9 states Chamber of Commerce and still have plenty left. Compared to this, things like the demon subduing mace and Kuan disc paled in comparison to this 3-foot phaseless stone. Zaire took several deep breaths and loudly declared, 30 million essence gathering pills. I'll take this extraordinary treasure. He wouldn't give up on this phaseless stone today no matter what. 40 million. Not long after his bid, another VIP room countered with a higher offer. Chapter 212, Changes in the Primal World. To most people, the formless stone is merely an exceptionally hard stone. But to Zaire, it is a supreme treasure beyond measure. A 3-foot formless stone was something he could hardly imagine. He wondered just how powerful the primal world would become after absorbing it. 50,000. Upon hearing someone call out a price, Zaire immediately followed suit. After making his bid, he glanced at the person who seemed eager to compete for the formless stone. It was a middle-aged cultivator dressed in black. Sensing that someone was peering through the array on the glassy surface, he waved his hand, sending out a dark aura that obscured Zaire's probe. 55,000. Another voice chimed in with a higher bid. This bidder was also a VIP from the guild, but different from the others. A green-robed elder whose piercing gaze fixated on the formless stone on the podium as he pondered. Do you know anything about these two? Zaire turned to Alicia. Seeing her hesitation, Zaire quickly produced 2 golden, thumb-sized pills and handed them over. Divine blood pills. Alicia gasped in surprise before solemnly replying, the man in black is a disciple of Feng Long Academy, and the green-robed elder is an elder from Anding Academy. Both possess formidable power, at least at the true realm level. 70,000. Suddenly, the yellow-robed man joined the bidding. 75,000. A hooded woman from Hongdao Academy added her bid. Zaire's heart raced. 80,000. He was extremely nervous. He only had over 1 million essence gathering pills in total. If he failed to secure the stone, it would be troublesome. 85,000. The black-clad disciple from Feng Long Academy bid again. 100,000. Another bidder emerged. Zaire heard the bids one by one, growing increasingly anxious. This new bidder was also cloaked in black. Zaire's expression tightened. It's actually someone from the Kira clan? We don't know the background of this honorable guest, Alicia interjected. But they have immense strength and wealth. The 9 Realms Guild might not see through his disguise, but having clashed with the Kira clan multiple times, Zaire easily detected the hidden ghostly aura. To prevent the formless stone from falling into their hands, he shouted, 115,000. Below, the crowd buzzed at seeing the ordinary-looking stone reaching over 100,000 essence-gathering pills. Is this rock really a treasure? It just seems like a regular, albeit very hard, stone to me. Those guests are all true experts. They can't be wrong. This rock must be valuable. Too bad. If I had more funds, I'd buy it to study. Their fierce competition must mean something unusual. Alas, I dare not risk it. With only 2 million essence-gathering pills, I need to save some for enhancing my strength. 130,000, the Kira clan member calmly bid. 140,000. The hooded woman added. This price already exceeded what Zaire had. 2 million essence-gathering pills. Zaire gritted his teeth and shouted out the amount. An increase of 60,000 shocked everyone. The elder from Anding Academy looked surprised, then glanced at the stone on the podium, slowly shaking his head in surrender. The yellow-robed man also thought spending over 2 million for a strange rock was unwise and withdrew. Everyone else hesitated too. Even Dale, overseeing the auction, looked at Zaire with astonishment. He knew Zaire did not have 2 million essence-gathering pills. Senior. Alicia knew exactly how many essence-gathering pills Zaire had, just over 1 million. Randomly shouting bids in an auction had severe consequences that few could withstand. Don't worry, I have divine blood pills and can absolutely afford it. Zaire remained calm. If all his divine blood pills were exchanged for essence-gathering pills, they could fetch at least 1 billion. Naturally, divine blood pills were extremely precious, and he wouldn't waste them unless necessary. At 2 million essence-gathering pills, everyone gave up the chase. Seeing no further bids, Zaire sighed in relief. Soon after, Dale and his team carried the 3-foot stone into the room. Zaire handed over the 2 jade cards, worth 1.17 million essence-gathering pills, and then added 83 divine blood pills. At market price, each divine blood pill was worth 10,000 essence-gathering pills. Seeing so many divine blood pills at once left Dale and his team astonished. These pills were secret concoctions of the southern savages, usually known only to grand priests or higher ranks, never freely sold. Occasionally, someone might obtain a few, selling even one was rare. In all its years, the 9 Realms Guild had auctioned off a mere 18 pills in a bottle. Now this person casually offered over 80 without showing much pain, hinting at a vast reserve of pills. After the transaction, Zaire carefully inspected the stone, confirming its integrity before placing it in the Jingzhou Cauldron. Sensing its presence, the primal world within his mind suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a grayish chaotic energy stream appeared within the cauldron, wrapping around the 3-foot formless stone like tendrils. Crack, crack. Instantly, the stone began to shatter, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface until it finally exploded, releasing massive amounts of mysterious substances absorbed by the chaotic energy. Zaire felt a tremendous shock followed by rapid expansion in the primal world. Originally tiny, akin to the palm of an adult hand, the primal world started swelling rapidly after absorbing the stone. The influx of boundless essence chi was like a torrent pouring down, increasing dozens of times compared to before. Feeling the surge of essence chi filling his body, he realized the quality of this energy was far superior to ordinary essence chi. It couldn't even be called essence chi anymore. With a mental command, Zaire channeled the excess essence chi into the Jingzhou Cauldron, where it transformed into numerous divine blood pills. In moments, hundreds of golden pills filled the cauldron. At the current rate of consumption, the extra essence chi is enough for me to produce 20,000 divine blood pills daily. 20,000 divine blood pills equal 200 million essence gathering pills. 200 million per day. What concept was that? If given time, any priced item in this world, he, Zaire, could definitely buy. And this is just from the formless earth. If I obtained formless water, wind, and fire, how powerful would the primal world grow? Zaire dared not imagine further. If he could refine millions of divine blood pills daily, even Xianxia Academy would likely make him their chief. This translation aims to stay faithful to the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Any further adjustments or details can be provided upon request. Chapter 213. Everyone competes for the divine blood pill. Taoist friend Conrad, it seems you have quite a few divine blood pills. If you're short on funds recently, our 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase them above market price. Seeing Zaire casually take out dozens of divine blood pills without hesitation, Dale quickly said, I do indeed have some divine blood pills available for sale, but I wonder at what price your esteemed chamber would be acquiring. I need a large amount of elemental origins, Zaire replied, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this, Dale responded, elemental origins are hard to come by. If anyone has them, they rarely sell. At most, they might have something like Kurandi which contains only 1 or 2 threads of origin energy. But if Taoist friend Lori isn't too demanding, there's plenty of elemental essence available. However, the trial auction ends here. The public auction in half a month will be the main event. At that time, there will not only be supreme treasures but also many treasures like Kurandi which contain elemental origins, and even a fragmentary immortal artifact. If Taoist friend Lori has ample funds, all these treasures could belong to you. Zaire was inwardly startled. Supreme treasures, elemental origin treasures, fragmentary immortal artifacts. Any one of these items would cause fierce competition, even sparking wars among sects. Dale then continued, if Taoist friend Lori can provide 10,000 divine blood pills, our 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay a 10% premium. If you can offer more than 100,000, I can personally approve a 30% premium. A 30% premium meant each divine blood pill could be exchanged for 13,000 essence gathering pills. From Dale's tone, Zaire sensed the urgency of the 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce's need for divine blood pills, which left him somewhat hesitant. Let's discuss this after some time. I can't provide so many divine blood pills right now. Since the auction is over, I'll take my leave. Zaire rose and walked towards the exit. Taoist friend Lori. Dale immediately followed and handed him a black card. Taoist friend Lori, this is the 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce's black card. Holders enjoy numerous conveniences and have priority in sales and purchases. Alright, I'll attend the public auction in half a month. Zaire naturally didn't want to miss the chance for a fragmentary immortal artifact. He had a large stock of divine blood pills, and the primordial world could produce 20,000 per day. Converting to essence gathering pills, that's 200 million daily. With this wealth accumulation, Zaire felt confident he could overwhelm his competitors. After Zaire left, Dale asked Alicia, do you think Conrad can provide 100,000 divine blood pills? The divine blood pills can only be refined by the great shaman of the southern savages, requiring vast amounts of pure spirit energy with high-quality standards. Ordinary people, even with the refining method, can't achieve this without the special spirit condensation array of the southern savages. Alicia replied thoughtfully. Dale nodded and then added, remember to keep an eye on him. His strength is far from what appears. Earlier, I secretly checked him with the heaven-seeking ruler. His true essence is extremely powerful, equivalent to over 100 ancient oxen, likely surpassing true realm, possibly reaching sovereign realm or higher. Alicia looked astounded, gazing at where Zaire had disappeared. Outside the imperial subduing auction house, just as Zaire walked out, a hurried voice called from behind. Please wait, Taoist friend. Turning around, he saw the hooded woman from the other VIP room during the auction, a true disciple of the Hongdao Martial Academy. Although curious about why someone from Hongdao Martial Academy would be in Jingzhou, Zaire stopped and asked, what is it? I am Chloe from Hongdao Martial Academy. Excuse the intrusion, but I wish to ask you a few questions. I understand you urgently need elemental origins to refine your inner world. Perhaps I can assist you, the hooded woman said politely. Despite her courteous tone, her probing gaze made Zaire frown. What do you want? This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me. She led the way into a tall building. This is a secular property of Hongdao Martial Academy. No worries, she explained as she invited Zaire to sit down. Just say what you want, Zaire nodded. He was curious since Hongdao Martial Academy had a long-standing feud with Songyang Martial Academy, stemming from a marriage agreement between a male disciple of Hongdao and a female disciple of Songyang, which ended in a humiliating divorce. This incident escalated tensions between the two academies over the past century. About that peculiar stone you bought at such a high price, what exactly is it? It must be important if you were willing to trade divine blood pills for it, the hooded woman asked curiously. I don't know what it is either, but I enjoy collecting strange items. This stone intrigued me, and 2 million wasn't much to me, Zaire replied, shaking his head. The hooded woman seemed interested. So, you do have a lot of divine blood pills. I know the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce offers a 30% premium. But if you're willing, Hongdao Martial Academy can offer a 70% premium for 10,000 divine blood pills. 70%? Zaire showed surprise. Even though divine blood pills were highly sought after, a 30% premium was already generous. A 70% premium was excessive. 17 billion essence gathering pills for 10,000 divine blood pills. Zaire quickly pondered. Both the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce and Hongdao Martial Academy were eagerly acquiring divine blood pills at inflated prices. Something was definitely up. It seems the emergence of the abyssal demon race has made everyone start stockpiling strength. In the divine martial mini-world, the appearance of Blaine, a calamity realm giant of the abyssal clan, had a symbolic meaning as if declaring it to the world. This would undoubtedly instill great apprehension in all forces. Back then, the demon race was driven into the abyssal lands, earning them the title of abyssal demon race. Now, with their return, they are bound to seek revenge on those who banished them. Therefore, major factions have started stockpiling power and enhancing the strength of their disciples to prepare for the impending war. The quickest and best way to boost strength is, naturally, through cultivation elixirs. If the disciples of Heavenly Cliff Martial Academy could consume divine blood pills daily, within a few years, they could certainly surpass Songyang Martial Academy and South Lake Martial Academy, securing the top position among the 9 academies. After some thought, Zaire replied, since Hongdao Martial Academy offers a 70% premium above market price, I cannot refuse such sincerity. He looked at the hooded woman. How about this? In half a month, I can provide 500,000 divine blood pills. Can Hongdao Martial Academy handle that volume? Inside Jingzhou's Cauldron, there were still over 1,600,000 divine blood pills stolen from the Chesterlight God Pond. With his daily production of 20,000 pills, he would have nearly 2 million by then. Providing 500,000 wouldn't be an issue. Of course, Zaire intended to use the lower quality divine blood pills from the Chesterlight God Pond. The ones he refined himself were of much higher quality and wouldn't be used for transactions. 50,000? The hooded woman, Chloe, was momentarily stunned. You're sure you can produce 500,000 divine blood pills in half a month? Such a large quantity. I believe only the barbarian king of Amayant Tion could possibly provide that many. She had only meant to probe him, never expecting Zaire to actually come up with such a massive amount, and not just the 10,000 she initially speculated but 500,000. Whether or not I can, you'll see in half a month. Zaire left in a burst of rainbow light after speaking. A while later, Chloe finally regained her composure. She turned towards the darkness behind her. Senior brother, could this person really provide 500,000 divine blood pills? From the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. Each step he took seemed to fall at the center of the universe, as if he were its sovereign, with all auras converging on him. Hashtag chapter 214. Wu family's arrival. This person is at the true realm level of cultivation, but his true essence is unbelievably robust. Moreover, he possesses invaluable treasures, and it's unknown which school or sect he belongs to. As soon as the man appeared, he brought with him an invisible aura of pressure, making it difficult for others to breathe. If he can indeed produce 500,000 divine blood pills, it would certainly be worth cultivating a good relationship with him. Our Hongdao Martial Academy lacks divine blood pills most of all, and time is short. We need to hurry. Chloe nodded. Brother Barack, should we prepare 8.5 billion spirit gathering pills? Does the academy have that many? Don't worry. Although we may not match the Nanhu Martial Academy, we can still come up with 8.5 billion spirit gathering pills, Brother Barack replied. However, this mobilization of pills is enormous, so we must consult the senior elders. Brother Barack, you are about to get married and will need a significant amount of funds. The senior elders might be reluctant. Chloe couldn't help but worry. No problem. All expenses for my wedding will be covered by me. Barack waved his hand. Our priority now is to find more treasures like the divine blood pill. Remember to treat this person with utmost caution and strive to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yes. On Zaire's side, he had already left Chanaman City and was heading towards his fiefdom. As soon as Leonardo learned of his return, he rushed to seek an audience. Lord, during your absence, Elder Amias from the Zhang family came to see me. Oh, the Zhang family? Zaire asked, somewhat puzzled. The Zhang family is the maternal clan of Prince Dai, the 7th prince, with a legacy spanning thousands of years. They wield considerable influence in the Great Chu dynasty, Leonardo explained immediately. Zaire nodded and then asked curiously, what did he want? Did he act on Prince Dai's orders? In my opinion, it wasn't Prince Dai's command, Leonardo said. Amias used the pretext of cleansing me of your influence, attempting to control me. But he didn't anticipate that I had accumulated a millennium's worth of resources. Through Leonardo's explanation, Zaire understood the situation clearly. He looked at Leonardo oddly. Leonardo, do you mean you've already figured out? Zaire's tone was hesitant. He had a vague suspicion. Leonardo had likely long escaped his control. All along, you may have misunderstood me, Lord, Leonardo smiled. In fact, from the beginning, I was never controlled by you. On that day at the Shao County Yamen, if you hadn't reminded me in time, I might have continued down the wrong path forever. I was enlightened and willingly submitted to you, not because of any control. Therefore, Amias was mistaken from the start. Seeing Leonardo's demeanor, Zaire didn't quite understand what was going on. Was it due to the overwhelming power of the heavenly mandate light twisting Leonardo's mind? Or did Leonardo genuinely wake up after being guided by the light? For a moment, Zaire couldn't make sense of it. However, regardless of how it happened, Leonardo's breakthrough to the King Realm was beneficial. Cultivators who reached the King Realm could create a heavenly realm and divine nation. Zaire had seen this once during the battle between the southern barbarian Sacred Sun and the 4 disciples of Songyang on the East Sea. Leonardo, the Zhang family won't let this matter rest. Amias will likely come again, Leonardo reminded sternly. Now that you've broken through to the King Realm, he wouldn't be a match for you, Zaire replied. But our immediate priority is indeed to quickly enhance everyone's strength. Major forces like the Nine Regions Guild and Hongdao Martial Academy were acquiring cultivation treasures like divine blood pills everywhere. He needed to be fully prepared. Ever since you started distributing snake broth and the divine blood pills, everyone's training and cultivation have greatly improved. Even some noble barbarians can't keep up with this level of luxury. Thank you, Lord. Leonardo bowed respectfully. Let's go see how everyone is doing. Hearing about their progress, Zaire became excited and led the way toward the city's training square. They walked through several streets and quickly arrived at a large square. Hansen and other soldiers were listening to a lecture given by a young man Zaire had never seen before. He was about 18 or 19 years old, muscular and robust, emitting a powerful aura indicating he had just broken through to the transformation realm. Where did this young genius come from? Just as Zaire was wondering, the young man noticed his arrival and hurriedly saluted from afar. Wu clan's Wu Chaoran pays respects to the city lord. The soldiers sitting around immediately made way for him. Wu clan. Zaire felt a sense of kinship and walked up to the young man with a smile. Did the patriarch send you? Exactly, the young man replied with a smile. Hearing that the city lord has established a vast fiefdom in the South Barbarian lands, the patriarch arranged for Wu Jinian and me to come. He then pulled another young man from the crowd. This one, named Wu Jinian, was about 16 or 17 years old. Upon seeing Zaire, he seemed extremely excited and stumbled over his words. Mami, Tiani brother, I've heard your stories. Jinian, don't be impolite in front of the city lord, Wu Chaoran hastily rebuked. It's fine, Zaire smiled, glancing at Wu Jinian with surprise. Despite being younger than Wu Chaoran, his cultivation level was no less impressive. Another transformation realm expert. When did the Wu clan produce two such geniuses? Seeing Zaire's confusion, Wu Chaoran explained, the city lord may not know much about us. Jinian and I have been training in the military and rarely return to the clan. I see, Zaire nodded. My city is newly built and still lacks solid foundations. Most of our soldiers are of low origin and uneducated. Having both of you here is a great honor for me and for US City. He then took out 2 medicine bottles and handed them to Wu Jinian and Wu Chaoran. I haven't prepared anything but these pills, I hope you won't mind accepting them. Seeing the medicine bottles, Wu Chaoran and Wu Jinian were astonished. Divine blood pills. Thank you, city lord. Wu Chaoran promptly reacted and pulled Wu Jinian into a bow. You're too kind. In the future, US City will rely on all of you. Zaire addressed all the soldiers present. Not all the city's soldiers were there, as maintaining order was necessary. Nevertheless, Zaire saw many bone marrow mastery grandmasters, even those close to breaking through to the Qi realm. Leonardo, I'll give you another 500,000 divine blood pills later. Use them all to enhance everyone's strength. Transmitting this message telepathically to Leonardo, he was clearly planning a rapid expansion of their forces. Upon hearing this, Leonardo was taken aback but nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Lord. Within 3 months, I'll ensure everyone at least breaks through to the Qi realm. Chapter 215. Even a princess can be auctioned. For half a month, Zaire had almost remained in US City. Only after Leonardo and Caleb finalized the cultivation plans for the soldiers did he set off again toward Xianxia City. During this time, the primordial world had condensed 30,000 high-quality divine blood pills. Zaire placed this batch of pills separately within the Jingzhou tripod to distinguish them from those stored in the Rieo divine pond. Every time I enter Xianxia City, it feels like there's a new and vibrant change, Zaire mused, having once again transformed into Conrad's appearance. He stood atop a tall building, overlooking the cityscape below. War was brutal, but it also brought about transformative changes, especially for the frontline battlefield of Xianxia City, where skyscrapers seemed to rise daily, rivaling even the grandeur of the capital city Jiaying of Great Chu. The high-rise buildings were mostly properties of various forces. With the full-scale war between Jingzhou and Nanjing now underway, it stirred up a frenzy across the 9 states. Major martial academies, guilds, as well as outlaws and independent cultivators were flocking to Xianxia City, and his current location happened to be one of Hongdao Martial Academy's assets. Lori Daoist, have the 50 million divine blood pills been prepared? It took immense effort to secure 85 billion spirit gathering pills from the elders. Hat-wearing woman Chloe hurried upstairs anxiously but relaxed upon seeing Zaire. Rest assured. Zaire waved his hand, and 50 huge chests appeared immediately, almost filling the room completely. Bang bang bang. All the chests opened automatically, revealing the golden shimmering divine blood pills inside. This scene stunned Chloe. Excellent. Chloe, give him the gold card. A man stepped forward at that moment. Seeing this person, Zaire's heart skipped a beat. Imperial Realm. The man before him was an expert of Imperial Realm, not far off in strength compared to Becker. I am Jedediah from Hongdao Martial Academy. May I ask who you are? While Jedediah let Chloe hand over the gold card with 85 billion spirit gathering pills, he asked. Zaire received the gold card, infused true essence, and confirmed the quantity displayed correctly. This card could be exchanged at places like Hongdao Martial Academy, the 9 States Guild, Qihua Guild, etc. I'm an unaffiliated mountain practitioner. Do you need to inspect these divine blood pills? Zaire queried. Unaffiliated? Jedediah was taken aback. After checking each chest, Chloe nodded towards Jedediah. Brother Barak, both the quantity and quality are correct. Wonderful. Jedediah's gaze refocused on Zaire. If you have more divine blood pills, feel free to trade with us. Rest assured, our prices will be competitive. Yes, Zaire nodded. If I decide to trade more, I may need treasures or elemental essences rather than spirit gathering pills. Ah, so you're interested in elemental essences. Perhaps the 9 States Guild's auction today has some available, Jedediah suggested. The auction is starting soon. Would you like to join us? Having finished counting the pills, Chloe invited Zaire along. Why not? Zaire agreed happily. He knew Hongdao Martial Academy wanted to cultivate a relationship with him. After all, anyone who could produce 50 million divine blood pills would be worth befriending. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of Xianxian auction house. Just as they appeared, Alicia greeted them. Elder, about the divine blood pills. Not now. The auction is about to begin. Let's attend it first. We can discuss afterward, Zaire smiled. Very well, please follow me. Alicia promptly guided them. Elder, today's auction is significant, and many experts are here. If your funds are insufficient, it's easy to miss out on valuable items. Please consider carefully regarding the divine blood pills. Alicia added hesitantly. No need. If Taoist Lori needs funds, Hongdao Martial Academy can advance them, Chloe interjected. Realizing Conrad had connections with Hongdao Martial Academy, Alicia understood and focused on her duty, leading them to a VIP room. As she left, Zaire called her back and handed over a jade bottle containing 10 divine blood pills. Tiring work, thank you, he said. Not tiring at all, serving you is my honor. Alicia accepted the bottle, her disappointment replaced by gratitude. Below, murmurs filled the hall as the first item of the auction began. Over the past half-month, the hall had undergone expansion, divided into 3 levels. VIP rooms were on the 3rd floor, while general buyers occupied the lower 2 floors, seating over 30,000 people. Crowded further, it could hold upwards of 50,000. Indeed, quite a gathering of experts. Zaire sensed numerous powerful presences, king and imperial realms, and even higher. The first item on display must be extraordinary. I wonder what it is, Chloe speculated, eyes fixed on the covered object on the stage. It was a large square object wrapped in red cloth, which could block mental probes, a precious item itself. Through his heightened perception, Zaire vaguely detected something cage-like inside, holding a life-sized creature, though its cultivation wasn't yet at the king realm. This grand setup naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. Suddenly, the space above the stage shimmered, and a figure appeared, standing on the platform. An exceptionally beautiful woman in a tight-fitting crimson robe exuded endless allure. The enchantress Fox Maiden. When did she join the 9 States Guild? Chloe was surprised. Once part of the Fox Demon lineage, Fox Maiden later defected from the 10,000 Demon Ameuntans, eventually reaching Imperial Realm and joining the 9 States Guild. Greetings, everyone. Today marks the second auction by the 9 States Guild in collaboration with Great Chu. Held publicly, Fox Maiden's every gesture carried a captivating charm. After a brief introduction, her eyes turned to the red cloth. The first item won't disappoint. With the word disappoint, she tore the cloth away, revealing the item. A stunningly beautiful woman inside the cage. Boom. The entire hall erupted in excitement. The beauty inside the cage rivaled Fox Maiden's charm. When the red cloth lifted, Zaire felt an overwhelming coldness hit him, freezing his very soul. This woman? As Zaire was astonished, beside him, Chloe exclaimed in surprise, the 13th princess of Beatty. How could she? Jedediah also had a serious look on his face. This girl is the princess of Beatty, rumored to possess the extremely rare 9 in constitution. Now she's being auctioned off as merchandise. Who could have such power? Senior brother Barack, it seems something big must have happened in Beatty, Chloe immediately said. The relationship between Beatty and Hongdao Martial Academy was similar to that between Nanman and Tianyang Martial Academy. Their understanding of Beatty was naturally extraordinary, and they recognized the stunningly beautiful woman in the cage on the platform as the Beatty princess at first glance. Zaire listened to their conversation with great astonishment. At that moment, everyone in the hall below was abuzz with discussions. Who is this woman? Why does she exude such intense cold energy? Hiss. Could this be the 16 constitution? The best cultivation furnace. 16? I think it's 9. A 16 constitution wouldn't have such overwhelming aura. Anyone with slightly weaker cultivation here will be bedridden after this. I remember there was a 9 constitution princess in the Beatty royal family. Could this woman be? If this is indeed the Beatty princess, wouldn't the 9 States Guild fear retaliation from Beatty? Everyone was rapidly exchanging opinions. Zaire even sensed cries of surprise coming from several VIP rooms. Clearly, some people had also identified the woman as the Beatty princess. Probably a few people have already recognized her identity, but many still might not be aware. Fox Maiden looked at the woman in the cage with a trace of envy in her eyes. She is indeed the current Beatty's 13th princess, who possesses the 9 constitution. Really, it's the Beatty princess. No way. The 9 States Guild is really daring. Beatty won't take this sitting down, right? Haven't you all missed the point? Who could possibly have such power to capture this princess and bring her to Xianxian City without fearing retaliation from Beatty? You put it that way? Whoever did this is indeed extraordinarily bold and powerful. 9 constitution. Anyone who can obtain her and practice dual cultivation with her will definitely experience rapid advancement. But here's the catch. Would you dare to buy her? On the platform, Fox Maiden saw that the discussions were winding down, so she continued, Gentlemen, rest assured. Any consequences from purchasing this woman will be borne by the expert who brought her here. There will be an agreement signed, so please bid with confidence. Zaire was tempted for a moment, but ultimately suppressed his greed. What kind of agreement? He didn't believe in it. If Beatty truly goes mad, not even 10,000 agreements could stop them. Selling their own princess was tantamount to slapping the entire Beatty kingdom in the face. Would they recognize a piece of paper when they come crashing down? In a world where strength reigns supreme, if power wasn't equal, agreements were laughable. However, Fox Maiden's enchanting tone spurred quite a few people into preparation to compete fiercely. The first item at Xianxian City's first public auction, the 13th princess of Beatty. Fox Maiden announced, starting bid, 50 million spirit-gathering pills. Each bid increment must not be lower than 1 million pills. Once the starting bid was announced, many people in the hall instantly reconsidered their initial eagerness. Staring at the beauty in the cage, they all felt a sense of unattainability. 50 million spirit-gathering pills was an enormous fortune. Not just anyone could casually afford such a sum. To put it into perspective, an attack-type spiritual weapon only cost around 1,000 pills, while defensive treasures among spiritual weapons wouldn't exceed 1 million at most. A starting bid of 50 million could buy 50 defensive spiritual weapons. For ordinary items, 500 or even 5,000 pieces wouldn't be a problem. Who could stomach this? Senior brother Barack, the Beatty princess has significant implications, should we? In a VIP room, the hooded woman Chloe sought Jedediah's opinion. Paying 50 million for a huge trouble is unwise. Jedediah rejected the idea without hesitation. Zaire could think of this, and so could he. Still, there were those who weren't afraid of trouble, or perhaps death. 51 million. The first bidder was an elder from another VIP room. It turned out to be the green-robed elder from a Ding Martial Academy half a month ago. Unexpectedly, this old man remained young at heart and bold. Moreover, it showed that in Ding Martial Academy's elders had substantial funds. 50 million seemed insignificant to them. 56 million. Another bidder emerged from a VIP room. It was a man in the king realm, broad-shouldered and rugged-looking. 57 million. Zaire saw the expert from the Kira tribe place a bid. 60 million. Just then, an icy, emotionless voice echoed throughout the hall. The speaker was a teenager in a VIP room, seemingly only 18 or 19 years old, standing in a blue robe like an unsheathed sword, sharp and exposed. I didn't expect him to show up too. Seeing the youth appear, Jedediah's expression turned serious. Senior brother Barack, this is Xianxia from Tianyang Martial Academy, right? I heard he received the Sword God's inheritance in Beatty and has broken through to the Emperor realm, matching the strength of Tianyang's top student, Chloe exclaimed. He's Xianxia? Zaire inwardly startled. In his perception, this person was like a divine sword piercing the heavens, unbearably sharp and unstoppable. Chapter 216. The Jade Tower of the Blissful Realm. 60 million taels. Another bidder called out their offer. Before Zaire could turn to look, the green-robed Nathan casually raised the bid. 67 million taels. This young man is incredibly wealthy. Zaire inwardly marveled. To Nathan, 67 million spirit-gathering pills were like wild grass, easily disposable. 68 million. This time it was Jedediah who bid, his expression indicating he was probing. 70 million. Nathan again calmly announced a new price. The bid reaching 70 million was enough to shock almost everyone. In the main hall below, everyone held their breath, watching the giants in the VIP rooms vie for the prize. 70 million spirit-gathering pills were already too high for anyone else to challenge. Eventually, the captive Beatty princess was acquired by Nathan. It seems this Nathan's inheritance from the sword deity is extraordinary. Indeed, being revered as the god of swords, it's no small matter, Zaire sighed inwardly. But even if Nathan was fabulously wealthy, he couldn't compare with Zaire's deep and long-standing resources. With the primordial world at his disposal, Zaire could always rebuild his wealth, even if he spent all he had. And if there were a true contest, with assets worth 10 billion, he would have nothing to fear. At the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce auction, the first item, a Beatty princess with the 9 constitution, was bought for 70 million. Amidst collective sighs, the second treasure was already on the platform. It was another grand treasure, occupying most of the platform. The auctioneer, Fox Mainyong, had to float in midair to explain it to everyone. Once the red cloth was lifted, everyone saw it. A massive cannon crafted by abyssal demonkind. Though several people attempted to bid, Zaire eventually purchased it for 1 million. Despite its formidable power, capable of shattering a true realm expert's defenses with sufficient spirit energy, the cannon was excessively cumbersome. True realm experts were too swift. You'd be dead before you could aim. Naturally, many were hesitant due to these drawbacks. However, Zaire didn't mind, sending it straight to Dark Amiens City for use as a defensive weapon. 1 million was insignificant to him now. Fellow Taoist, the third item is precisely what you seek, the 5 elements essence, Taihao Gung Jingjin. It contains 3 threads of metal essence. Standing beside Zaire, Chloe exclaimed as Fox Mainyong unveiled the third treasure on the auction platform. The item was placed on a fire jade platter, appearing as an ordinary white glowing metal piece, only 2 inches large. But to those with strong mental perception, it radiated endless piercing light, like invisible chi swords that could penetrate the spirit. Taihao Gung Jingjin, a treasure containing 3 threads of metal essence. This tiny piece, if fused into a magic artifact, would enhance its sharpness unimaginably, elevating a spirit-grade artifact to a treasure-grade one. This is Taihao Gung Jingjin, containing 3 threads of metal essence. Whether for refining a cave realm or crafting artifacts, it is a supreme treasure. Starting bid, 8 million spirit-gathering pills. As Fox Mainyong spoke, someone immediately bid, 8.1 million. Compared to the Kuan disc, this was far more precious, starting 10 times higher. Determined, Zaire followed with a bid, 8.2 million. 8.3 million. A man shouted from the main hall, only a soul realm practitioner. 8.3 million seemed his limit, evident from the sweat drenching his shirt. Someone from a VIP room countered with 8.6 million, clearly sizing up the man's strength. The soul realm practitioner collapsed in his seat, abandoning the bid. 8.7 million. Zaire increased without hesitation. 8.8 million, another VIP room chimed in. Recognizing the badge of this bidder, Zaire noted it was another member from Luoyao Shinan Martial Academy, not just any disciple but an elder. 9 million. Nathan joined the bidding. 9.1 million. Zaire countered, undeterred. 9.3 million, the Luoyao Shinan elder replied. 9.5 million. Nathan responded coolly. 9.6 million. Zaire continued. 100 million. Nathan's intense gaze warned against further bids. Others backed off, unwilling to offend this rising genius. 110 million. Zaire added another million with a cold smile. 160 million. Seeing this defiance, Nathan turned grim, each word sounding forced. 160 million exceeded market value. Despite its worth, 3 threads of metal essence typically cost around 112 million. After contemplating, Zaire was willing to lose some money but continued bidding. 260 million. I'll take it. A familiar voice sounded from another VIP room. Lenore. Zaire froze, surprised to find the princess had quietly arrived at the xuanhuan auction house. Checking the room, he saw an ordinary-looking woman, not the expected Lenore. Zaire narrowed his eyes, confident he hadn't misheard. The voice, though odd, was definitely hers. She must have disguised herself, just like me, he thought. Meanwhile, Nathan was stunned by the sudden million-tail increase. 260 million could buy 2 such treasures. Uncertain about the bidder's financial strength, Nathan hesitated. Only those with immense capital would make such a bid here. Zaire, recognizing the bidder, stayed silent. At 260 million, no sane person would bid higher, Jedediah remarked. Indeed, no one did. Ultimately, the Taihao Gung Jingjin was taken away. To Chloe and Jedediah's surprise, the treasure was delivered by Dale and Alicia to their VIP room. Lori, fellow Taoist, has wide-ranging friends. The 88th guest bought this for you, they said. Please let me know if you need any further assistance or adjustments. Dale's first act upon entering the room was to personally place the fire jade platter in front of Zaire. What? It was bought for Taoist fellow? Chloe was visibly startled. Jedediah also wore an expression of disbelief. Both were clearly overwhelmed by the extravagance. A treasure worth over 20 million spirit-gathering pills, simply gifted like this. What kind of person had such resolve? And this Conrad, to have connections with such wealth, what sort of identity did he possess? At this thought, Jedediah couldn't help but doubt Conrad's earlier claim of having no sect affiliation. Please thank that friend for me. After the auction is over, I will speak with her. Zaire calmly received the Taihao Gung Jingjin and said indifferently. As he quietly stored it in the Jingzhou tripod, on the high platform below, another rare treasure appeared. A 7 orifices glassy ginseng. It could be used for refining elixirs or consumed directly to refine the soul and strengthen one's mental power. Treasures that could influence the soul were exceedingly rare across the 9 provinces. Due to this, the 7 orifices glassy ginseng was incredibly expensive. However, after a brief glance, Zaire decided not to bid. This ginseng only had a 1,000-year medicinal potency, which didn't compare to even a day's worth of celestial mandate glow. Moreover, his spirit was already strengthened to its limit by the cumulative effects of the glow. The 1,000-year-old ginseng would be of no use to him. If it were 10,000 years old, I might have competed for it. But if it were a 10,000-year-old ginseng, even Tribulation Realm giants would vie for it, leaving no chance for him to bid. Zaire watched as others eagerly bid on the item. After several rounds of bidding, the elder from Loriot Shannon Martial Academy won it for 18 million spirit-gathering pills. Strangely, the Darren did not participate in this bidding war. Subsequently, the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce seemed to open the gates of natural treasures. The subsequent items were all rare elixir ingredients, such as jade bodhi seeds, primordial yang flame, void cicada stones, golden dragon eyes, world-spanning vines, 10,000 poison sands, thunderstorm mithril, purple frost divine iron, millennium crimson heart, 10,000-year southland blood lotus. Zaire even saw a true realm fierce beast, a sky-permeating ape. After the natural treasures came various rare magical beasts, magical artifacts, elixirs, and more. During this period, Zaire also bid multiple times, purchasing several items that might be useful for storage. Notably, due to competition from the Darren, the prices of these items were almost 20 to 30% higher than market value. Zaire realized immediately, the Darren must be targeting him. Taoist Lori, it seems the Tianyang Martial Academy's Darren bears a grudge against you because of the Taihao Gung Jingjian. Seeing the competitive bidding between the two, Chloe quickly reminded Zaire, Taoist fellow, this Darren acts decisively and is extremely domineering. Be cautious. Jedediah expressed some disdain. Given their narrow-mindedness, this Darren doesn't seem so great after all. Zaire glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't expected Jedediah, the senior brother from Hongdao Martial Academy, to say something like that. Then he understood. Though Jedediah wasn't the chief disciple of Hongdao Martial Academy, his cultivation placed him highly among disciples, giving him considerable status and power. There was no need for him to fear offending the Darren. Suddenly, waves of exclamations echoed from the main hall. Unnoticed, this auction was nearing its end. The final item was about to be revealed. Amazed participants had come specifically for this item. On the high platform, perhaps due to prior publicity, the guards brought out the item without concealing it. Everyone could see clearly. This final treasure was a 9-story exquisite pagoda, octagonal in shape, consisting of the base, body, and stupa top, delicately crafted and exquisitely ornate. The pagoda's base had 2 levels. The lower part was a jade-encrusted stairway platform, and the upper part featured 2 sumeru seats with lotus carvings. The sumeru seats held 4 musical instruments, flutes, lutes, and zither. The pagoda's body stood about 9 inches tall, each story approximately 1 inch high, with arched doors and semicircular carved windows. The archways bore inscriptions, calming qi, unaffected by time, radiant through the universe, and eternal life. The 8 corners of the eaves hung numerous wind chimes, producing melodious sounds of profound principles. Anyone who saw the 9-story exquisite pagoda instantly felt awed by its exquisite beauty. Even someone unfamiliar with cultivation would consider this a peerless treasure. Indeed, a treasure. Zaire was deeply moved, taking deep breaths. This 9-story pagoda absolutely surpassed the Black Abyss sword and the Primal Chaos alchemy furnace. Such a treasure left him bewildered. Who would sell such a tower? This pagoda? Chloe stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. It emits sounds of profound principles. Listening to them day and night would surely accelerate one's cultivation. How did the 9 provinces Chamber of Commerce acquire such a treasure? The 9-story exquisite pagoda should belong to Buddhist cultivators from the blissful realm, Jedediah observed. To wield this treasure, one must be a Buddhist cultivator. Without knowledge of Buddhist cultivation methods, it cannot be activated. Look at the stupa top. Guided by Jedediah, Zaire looked up at the pagoda's peak. If I'm correct, there should be something atop the stupa, but it's now missing or destroyed, Jedediah explained. Hearing this, Zaire respectfully asked, Taoist Barak, please explain what Buddhist cultivators are. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Jedediah's eyes as he began to speak. Buddhist cultivators? Chapter 217. The 9-treasure 9-story pagoda hyped up. The Buddhists of the pure Delaneyed are cultivators, just like our martial and immortal cultivators in the 9 provinces. However, in their world, only Buddhist cultivation exists, Jedediah explained. In ancient times, before the Annihilation Ridge Passage was destroyed, many Buddhist cultivators from the pure Delaneyed came to the 9 provinces and spread various doctrines, such as the Floating Pagoda sect and the Shaman sect. Later, for unknown reasons, all the Buddhists retreated from the 9 provinces and returned to their pure Delaneyed, even burning the doctrines they had imparted. As a result, sects like the Floating Pagoda sect were extinguished. After that, with the destruction of the Annihilation Ridge Passage, there have been no more Buddhists in the 9 provinces, Jedediah concluded. His gaze then fell on the 9-story, exquisite pagoda standing tall on the dais below, its image clearly reflected in his eyes. This object is most likely a treasure of the Buddhist cultivators, and could even be something left behind when they departed. Zaire felt his heart race with excitement. He had thought the world was as he had seen it, but now he realized there were worlds beyond his knowledge, divine, martial, and immortal cultivation, but also Buddhism. If I can acquire this exquisite pagoda, perhaps I can uncover some secrets of Buddhist cultivation. Any system that stands on its own must have its merits, and understanding it would surely benefit my strength, Zaire thought to himself. At this moment, the murmurs within the grand hall began to subside. The hostess, a charming vixen, seized the opportunity to speak. This 9-treasure 9-story pagoda is the most precious and mystical treasure in this public auction. By now, I believe everyone has formed some understanding of this pagoda, but I assume there are still those who aren't entirely clear. Let me inform everyone. After unanimous identification by our 9-province Chamber of Commerce's appraisal elders, this 9-treasure 9-story pagoda is a fallen immortal artifact. She pointed to the spire at the top of the pagoda. There should be something here, either a Buddha's relic or a lotus bead. If we find a suitable item to place here, the power of this treasure will undoubtedly become much stronger, possibly even restoring its original immortal might. As these words were spoken, Zaire could sense that most people's breathing quickened, including Jedediah and Chloe. Starting bid for the 9-treasure 9-story pagoda, 80 million. Each increment must not be less than 1 million. No sooner had the charming vixen announced the price when someone immediately called out, 81 million. 80 million was practically the entire assets of a small sect or minor faction. Many couldn't even muster that much. Those who could afford this price were mostly high-ranking guests. 82 million, another voice chimed in. These were initial bids, merely testing the waters without excessively raising the price. Zaire saw this situation and smiled as he said, 88 million. By increasing the bid by 6 million at once, he drew the attention of the previous 2 bidders. 900 million. This time, it was a middle-aged black-clothed disciple from Fenglong Martial Academy, likely a true disciple. The bid of 900 million surprised Zaire. Even a prodigy like Iona from Heavenly Cliff Academy would be ruined financially trying to raise this much spirit-gathering pills. He probably inherited some powerful treasure, similar to Nathan, Zaire thought, then added, 930 million. This additional 3 million silenced the Fenglong Martial Academy disciple, who could only glare fiercely before giving up. Clearly, even though he had some treasures, he lacked the financial resources to compete for this pagoda. 1 billion. Nathan suddenly stood up, raising the price to an unprecedented level. This deterred many potential bidders, who could now see Nathan's formidable financial backing. Brother Lori, if you want to compete with Nathan for this item, you may indeed make a mortal enemy, Chloe warned urgently, seeing Zaire about to bid again. Chloe had her own thoughts. Given Zaire's ability to produce 50,000 divine blood pills in half a month, she and Jedediah wanted to cultivate ties with him. However, offending Nathan could bring them an additional powerful enemy, which would be counterproductive. Just then, the guest from room 88 shouted, 1.1 billion. Another 10 million increase. A wave of shock rippled through the hall. 1.2 billion. Nathan coldly responded, as if this amount was nothing. 1.5 billion. A new unfamiliar voice cut in from another room. Everyone's attention turned toward this sudden dark horse. Surprisingly, this guest had not participated in any bidding previously, saving up for this final treasure. Zaire, however, was stunned. This sudden bidder offering 300 million more was none other than Simone, the young master of Chihua Guild, disguised like he and Lenore. 2 billion. Irritated by the repeated interruptions, Nathan coldly huffed, quoting an astronomical price. 2.1 billion. Zaire finally joined in the bidding. His bid instantly attracted a piercing stare from Nathan, who seemed to be reconsidering his stance after initially thinking Zaire had given up. After a moment's silence, Nathan stopped bidding, waiting for the 2 interrupters to compete with Zaire. However, after a long wait, Lin Chana's face turned sullen as no one bid further. 3 billion. Filled with anger, Nathan quoted a price that shocked everyone. Even Jedediah next to Zaire trembled at the 3 billion mark. Although confident in his strength and status, Jedediah recognized the financial superiority of Nathan. Only those Calamity Realm Titans could muster such sums of spirit-gathering pills. 3.5 billion. Simone, determined to buy the pagoda, bid again. Indeed daring. 4 billion. Nathan's voice spread through the hall, filled with a threatening tone. 5 billion. Zaire laughed, undeterred by Nathan's threat, increasing the bid by 1 billion. 8 billion. Nathan gritted his teeth, making everyone shiver. None could have imagined today would unfold like this. People began to gape in awe, finding it absurd how casually these wealthy guests bid such huge sums. At this point, no one could predict the final price for the 9-treasure 9-story pagoda. 10 billion. Simone's face was also twisted with frustration. She hadn't expected purchasing this broken immortal artifact would encounter such significant obstacles. 10 billion was practically the Xuanhuan Guild's accumulated wealth over nearly a decade. Even as the young mistress, she could only mobilize up to this amount. Any further bidding would force her to sit back helplessly and withdraw from the competition. Simone had staked everything on this bid, hoping either to scare off the two competitors or to resign herself to sitting quietly and letting them have it. Naturally, she preferred the former. After all, besides those few ancient Calamity Realm titans, few people could afford to spend 10 billion spirit-gathering pills. However, she hadn't anticipated encountering two wealthy anomalies today. 15 billion. Nathan almost shouted this number, his forehead veins popping out prominently. 16 billion. Seeing this person react so fiercely, Zaire felt an immense satisfaction inside. Previously, when Calabi was bidding for some celestial treasures, Nathan constantly interrupted him, forcing Zaire to pay about 30% more than market price for each item. Since then, Zaire had been harboring resentment. Finally, he could vent his frustration now. 17 billion. Nathan slammed the table, his face contorted with anger as he yelled. 18 billion. Zaire didn't back down, immediately raising his bid to match. At this point, neither of them cared whether the 9-treasure 9-story pagoda was worth this much anymore. 19 billion. 20 billion. 21 billion. Watching the two continuously raise bids, everyone in the auction hall was almost numb. Many had attended auctions before and were no strangers to bidders engaging in petty rivalries. But they had never seen anyone treat spirit-gathering pills so casually. As the crowd gaped in shock, they couldn't help but marvel at Zaire's and Nathan's incredible financial power. A significant portion of the attendees memorized Zaire's appearance. Some were greedy, others envious, and still others admiring and respectful. 30 billion. Nathan's roar instantly pushed the atmosphere to a new climax. If you can still bid, I will step aside from this 9-treasure 9-story pagoda. Nathan seemed to have bet everything on this final desperate move. The entire hall fell silent, every eye turning towards Zaire, waiting to see if he would raise the bid again. Except for Lenore, Jedediah, and Chloe, no one knew just how much capital Zaire possessed. Even these three weren't fully aware of his resources. After a long wait, the vixen hostess on the dais looked over with fiery anticipation. Zaire, observing the increasingly nervous Nathan, suddenly smiled and snapped his fingers. 30 billion and 1 million. Boom. The entire hall erupted in shock. He actually can afford 30 billion. 30 billion, and he did it with a smile. Heavens, where did this monster come from? Throwing away 30 billion like it's nothing. Nathan is a super genius from Heavenly Cliff Academy, comparable to Becker and a successor of the Sword God's legacy. Who is this kid? How can he overpower Nathan financially? Even though it's just wealth, I'm so envious. Following such a magnate, a few pills are enough for me to save for a year. At that moment, Nathan seemed defeated, his aura weakening considerably. 30 billion and 1 million, 30 billion and 1 million. He muttered the numbers, his head bowed. Then, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Now that the matter was settled, in the grand public auction jointly hosted by the 9-province Chamber of Commerce and the Great Chu Empire, the last supreme treasure, the 9-treasure 9-story pagoda, was won by Zaire. Sir Lori, here is your 9-treasure 9-story pagoda. Please check it. Dale led the Empyrean Realm powerhouse, the charming vixen, into the VIP room, carrying the pagoda. Zaire hurriedly went forward, bowing politely and accepting the pagoda with both hands. After verifying it with his true essence and confirming there were no issues, he directly stored it in the Jingzhou Cauldron. These are the spirit-gathering pills I bid. Zaire handed over the gold card given by Chloe and transferred 30 billion and 1 million pills to the vixen. Your generosity is truly impressive. After receiving the chamber's card, the vixen smiled approvingly. Young master, able to secure such a large sum at your age, it shows your remarkable fortune and future brilliance. Many thanks for your kind words, elder. Zaire bowed respectfully again. Since she was an Empyrean Realm expert, he naturally wouldn't act arrogantly. Congratulations. This immortal artifact is now yours. Just then, a female voice came from the door. The mysterious guest number 88, whom Chloe and Jedediah admired, walked in gently. You've arrived. Seeing Lenore enter, Zaire smiled. Up close, he was even more certain that this seemingly ordinary woman was indeed Princess Bukyun. However, Zaire wondered how Lenore recognized him. His disguise relied on extreme control of his physical form, not any essence energy or magical transformations. While it could fool high-level experts, nobody below the sovereign realm could detect any abnormalities. Long time no see, hope all is well. Lenore smiled. Since the auction is over, why don't we go out and catch up? I'd be delighted. Saying this, Zaire bid farewell to Jedediah, Chloe, the vixen, and Dale before leaving. Chapter 218. Supreme Sword God Guido. Zaire and Lenore walked out of the Chinaman auction house together. Then they swiftly flew into the sky, heading for the city outskirts at great speed. Midway, both of them resumed their original appearances without any concealment. Zaire, I didn't expect you to come to this auction too. Lenore couldn't help but sigh. Princess, how did you recognize me? Zaire was curious and promptly voiced his doubt. The way you changed your appearance is indeed sophisticated, Lenore said. It's not just an illusion formed by true essence or magic power, but a fundamental change in appearance. The reason I could identify you is that there are traces of the 7-kill sword path on you, which naturally makes me very sensitive. The 7-kill sword path was the secret technique passed down only within the Jean Royal Manor. In this world, apart from the Jean Royal Manor, it seemed only Zaire knew it. Oh right, I obtained the route map of the heavenly Amiuntan Maze Array. Zaire recalled the significant matter and hurriedly said, What? Lenore first reacted in surprise, then responded, You got it from the Odd Commodities Guild? Zaire nodded. Simone has the map. She has been to heavenly Amiuntan. Come on. Since we now have the route map, let's get ready quickly and set off. Lenore spoke and prepared to fly towards her fief. However, just as they were about to split up and return, a streak of sword light shot over rapidly like lightning. So it's you. The sword light transformed into a figure in a blue robe, sweeping a haughty gaze over Zaire and Lenore and coldly said, I've heard that someone extraordinary emerged in the martial academy. Even suppressing boundless horizon can't keep him under control. Today, it turns out you're truly cunning and exceptional. Zaire and Lenore were instantly alarmed. The person arriving was none other than Guido. Zaire, I intended to meet you back at the martial academy, but who would have thought I'd encounter you here at the Chinaman auction house, and moreover, you managed to trick me. Today, I want to see what you're made of. Bring out your Dark Abyss Ghost Sword and Primordial Furnace, or it might be bad if you get hurt. Guido then turned his gaze to Lenore. You too, since you wish to help him, why don't you join in? As he spoke, a sharp, world-defying aura erupted from him. Just this momentum was enough to dim the sun and moon, making it almost impossible to resist. Zaire had seen many prodigies, but someone like Guido, possessing such incomparable sharpness, was the first. Even standing still, sword unsheathed, with no movement at all, Guido exuded a piercing, heaven-defying momentum. This unique aura seemed like an invincible willpower, influencing everything around him constantly. He was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Sighing, Zaire slightly frowned. Since you know me, you should also know we both belong to the true lineage of Xianxia. The academy rules state that disciples cannot engage in mutual combat outside. If there's a grudge, we can settle it on the deathmatch platform at the martial academy in the presence of elders. Note, I've adjusted Changcheng to lineage for better readability in English and ensured the rest of the translation flows naturally while maintaining the original meaning. If you think I tricked you at the auction, isn't it also fair to say you lacked funds, couldn't compete with me, and felt resentful, thus seeking revenge? His tone was calm, but upon hearing it, Guido's expression darkened suddenly. Well said. Just because he doesn't have money, bought what he wanted, then got furious and attacked, Lenore added sarcastically from the side. Bastard. Guido glared, and his gaze immediately transformed into two sharp blades aimed at Lenore. Seeing this, Zaire flicked his finger, sending two strands of true essence flying out rapidly. Bang, bang. Two dull explosions resounded, and the blades vanished before Lenore. After this exchange, Zaire's body trembled slightly, while Guido remained completely still. It was evident that Guido's true essence surpassed Zaire by a notch. However, this wasn't surprising. Although Zaire's true essence had the strength of 120 ancient savage bulls, Guido's cultivation was higher, reaching the sovereign realm. With his superior talent and receiving the legacy of the sword god, his strength was beyond normal comprehension. Moreover, Zaire had used the power of the Dark Abyss sword spirit just now. Otherwise, the situation might have been worse. The power of the Dark Abyss ghost sword is indeed formidable, but I'm more interested in seeing the power of the primordial furnace. Bring it out. With a step forward, Guido caused a surge of chi waves and stirred a fierce wind. Zaire's clothes fluttered loudly, and his body felt like it would fall at any moment. Unstable immortal. Guido's momentum surged like a rainbow, his divine sword unleashed, and sword intent descended from the heavens, enveloping Zaire and Lenore in its radiance. The sword energy shook the void, like an omnipresent gust of wind that left people unstable and their bodies torn apart. This strike was extremely powerful. There was no such sword technique in the Xianxia Martial Academy. Moreover, the academy wasn't exclusively focused on swordsmanship. Only in ancient times, during the era of celestial supremacy, did such extreme specialization exist. Guido received the legacy of the sword god, a martial path leading to extreme celestial realms solely dedicated to swordsmanship. Thus, when this sword technique was unleashed, it encompassed boundless profundity, unmatched by anyone. Facing this move, Zaire didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his strongest abilities. 7-kill sword path, gravity way, chi perception technique, spring rain great law, rain of fire. 5 supreme techniques erupted instantly. Boom. Colliding with Guido's sword energy, much of it was annihilated. Go! Zaire didn't linger in battle. All the true essence in his acupoints surged forth. Then he quickly summoned the Dark Abyss sword to encase himself and Lenore in its black sword light, dashing outward. Good skills. Guido was taken aback, surprised at Zaire's rapid and well-timed response. Unknown to him, every acupoint in Zaire's body functioned like a small dantian, allowing for swift true essence circulation. Combined with his extraordinary sensing and control, any minor detail was detected. And with the strength equivalent to 120 ancient savage bulls, his burst already rivaled sovereign-level experts. If he could gather the 5 elemental origins and create a Dao realm, his true essence would multiply tenfold. This was the difference between having and not having a Dao realm. Typically, those who reached the sovereign realm could be considered little titans. Just as Zaire rushed out, the Dark Abyss sword spirit moved abruptly, unleashing a black sword energy toward Guido's head. Simultaneously, Zaire spread out into hundreds of illusions, blurring the line between reality and falsehood. This move was precisely the foundational skill of Xianxia Martial Academy, Xianxia Step. Sword suppresses heaven and earth. With a roar, Guido vanished without a trace. Instantly, countless tangible swords appeared, slicing through Zaire's countless illusions. These sword energies suppressed all the phantoms, and after a breath, the world became clear again. Zaire's mastery of the advanced Xianxia Step was broken. Zaire, he practices the ancient sword cultivator path, connecting martial arts to immortality, transforming reality into mysticism, achieving supreme sword god status. Lenore, residing at the top of the Great Chu hierarchy, immediately saw through Guido's cultivation method, connecting martial arts to immortality, transforming reality into mysticism. Hearing this, Zaire was inwardly shocked. The uncharted heaven and earth sutra he cultivated seemed to possess this characteristic as well, which was why he could easily wield the 3,000 Dao techniques. However, the uncharted heaven and earth sutra appeared even more mysterious and profound, for it not only connected him to the immortals, but also to the divine. Zaire hadn't forgotten that he had once used Leonardo's life and death seal, divine ability. At this moment, in that brief interval of distraction, Guido's figure suddenly appeared, and with one swift motion, he thrust his sword towards Zaire's heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword light caused the void to tremble. Zaire felt as though the entire world was tilting, leaving him alone to face this world-ending strike. There was no place to retreat or hide. Oh no. In this critical moment, he snapped out of his daze through sheer force of will. The icy, ominous sword light filling his pupils continued to expand, and boundless sword chi already enveloped him, seeming ready to tear him apart into pieces. In the instant his mind was drawn into Guido's sword intent, the latter's magical sword had already breached the defenses of the dark abyss sword energy, striking directly at him. This sword strike was simply beyond comprehension. It was the first time Zaire witnessed someone wielding a sword with such unparalleled skill. In this perilous situation, Zaire focused all his mental energy, almost solidifying it. Swish. Time seemed to freeze, and the sword light in his pupils slowed down considerably. Boom. In his sea of consciousness, his spirit burned like a roaring flame. Instantly, his entire body's true essence ignited with this fire of will. Break. Zaire's voice thundered, and as his true essence erupted, his body moved like a gust of wind, rapidly and violently shifting sideways by half a step. Guido's sword stabbed into empty air. Seizing this opportunity, Zaire summoned the dark abyss sword spirit with one hand. It emerged like a bolt of black lightning, bringing forth endless streams of black sword energy, charging towards Guido. The attack came swiftly and fiercely. Guido had no choice but to retract his sword, moving with it, merging man and sword as he swiftly retreated. Once the dark abyss sword spirit's attack missed, Guido turned around and appeared behind Zaire. Sword light flashed like electricity, and sword chi sliced through the air, aiming straight for Zaire's vulnerable spot at the back of his head. If this strike hit, no one could possibly survive. Simultaneously, Guido's true essence spread out like ripples, sealing off all possible escape routes for Zaire. Such sword technique, such combat responsiveness. Guido's prowess exceeded all imagination. Chapter 219. The powerful enemy retreats. Zaire never imagined that Guido's swordsmanship was so formidable. As one sword strike approached, it seemed as if the void had been drained of all its essence. Every trace of spiritual energy and matter vanished in an instant. Even Zaire's true essence and flesh began to tremble uncontrollably, as though they were about to disintegrate. Guido's sword move combined entrapment, killing, and entanglement into one seamless attack. Once ensnared by his sword momentum, there was no way to escape. This bizarre sword technique was something he had never encountered. Observation art. At this critical moment, Zaire did not hesitate for a second and immediately unleashed the observation art. He aimed to find the point of fate within Guido's sword move. Only then could he break through it. Instantly, a hazy white light flashed across his eyes, and countless ethereal currents appeared before him. These were tangible manifestations of destiny, visible only to those with special abilities. Found it. Zaire's gaze abruptly locked onto a particular point in the void. This was where Guido's sword technique was weakest. He blurred into motion, fingers together, and a burst of true essence shot out, striking the crucial point. Puff. It sounded like a faint bubble bursting. In that instant, the fortune behind Guido's sword move deflated like a punctured balloon, all the ethereal currents dispersing wildly. Seizing this opportunity, Zaire broke free from Guido's sword net. Where do you think you're going? Guido's figure once again disappeared, only to be followed by a deluge of blinding sword lights. The sword glow was dazzling, and even before it reached him, myriad changes took place around Zaire. Birds, flowers, insects, animals. It felt as if he was surrounded by the myriad things of the world. The scenery before him was vast and mesmerizing, making one forget where they were. Even if this wasn't Guido's ultimate move, it was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful killing technique. Zaire quickly focused his mind, forming an intangible sphere of mental energy that nothing could touch. All his body's acupoints opened up, and waves of true essence surged forth like a tidal wave. Fueled by his essence, he propelled the sphere of mental energy forward. An overwhelming force shattered the illusions. When the illusions finally dissipated, Zaire found Guido's sword tip just 2 inches from his throat. A chilling cold instantly rose from his feet, traveling up his spine and into his head. Black abyss. At this life and death moment, a dark light burst from Zaire's body, blocking the incoming mystical sword. Meanwhile, his body swiftly moved to the side, narrowly escaping Guido's attack. Swish. Just as Zaire was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Guido's figure suddenly materialized from empty space beside him. Then, another chilling sword light slashed towards him, swift as a meteor streaking across the sky. Reflecting on his previous battles, Zaire realized few opponents were as relentless and skilled as Guido. With just an ordinary mystic sword, Guido had driven him to this dire situation. Each attack was unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to counterattack. During this period, I haven't had time to focus on cultivation. If I had absorbed the broken arm of the demon emperor, the essence blood of the Chestermayon male snake, and other treasures stored in the Jingzhou tripod, I wouldn't be in such a desperate state. Zaire felt somewhat frustrated. Kill. As Zaire prepared to neutralize Guido's sword move, Lenore finally made her move. Her 7-kill sword technique was vastly different from Zaire's own. Her innate killing intent solidified into a massive black sword that intercepted Guido's path mid-strike. Boom. The two swords collided fiercely. Lenore's strike was well prepared and delivered with full force, immediately forcing back Guido's mystic sword. Ripples appeared in the void as Guido was forced out of the fight. A good opportunity. Seeing this, Zaire activated his 5 immortal techniques, bombarding Guido. Haha, indeed remarkable, Zaire. Let's stop here today. When we return to the academy, we'll settle this properly. Guido's voice echoed, but his figure had already vanished. Zaire's attacks hit empty space, shaking the heavens. With Guido's retreat, Zaire felt immense relief, and his previously tense mind relaxed. This person's sword skills are indeed extraordinary. If we continued, we might both end up losing. Speaking was the spirit of Black Abyss, his brow furrowed deeply. If we kept fighting, he wouldn't fare much better either. Recalling the intense battle, Zaire felt like he had been walking a tightrope. Any misstep could cost him his life. What do we do now? Should we go straight to Immortal, or take some rest? But what if Guido attacks again while we rest? Lenore asked, her brows knitted together. Let's leave this place first and find a secluded spot. I need to refine the 9 treasures 9-story pagoda. In truth, Zaire wanted to head straight to Immortal. He sensed Guido had targeted him. At this moment, he wasn't Guido's match. Even after absorbing the Demon Emperor's hand and the Chestramayon male snake's essence blood, Zaire lacked confidence in defeating him. The only way to rapidly increase his strength and defeat Guido was to reach Immortal. From Simone, he learned that within Immortal lay a secret realm containing the primal elements of the 5 phases. Entering this realm, gaining the elemental essences would allow him to form a 5 elements body and ascend to the king realm, opening up a cave heaven. However, Immortal was the sacred mountain of the southern savages, filled with dangers along the way. Though Guido was formidable, the southern savages likely possessed even greater power. To ensure higher chances of success, Zaire needed time to strengthen himself. I have a place suitable for a short stay. Lenore suggested, I have property in xuanhuan City. It's hidden and unknown to others. Plus, within the city, we won't fear even if Guido comes. xuanhuan City was an important border stronghold of the Great Chu Empire, heavily guarded by imperial experts. Even someone as formidable as Becker would think twice before acting rashly here. Let's go. Zaire nodded, and they descended toward xuanhuan City. Soon, they landed at an estate in the western district. The estate wasn't large, consisting of a courtyard and 4 or 5 rooms. From the outside, it looked quite ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. But as Lenore walked in, she channeled her magic power through her feet into the ground. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Although the estate remained unchanged outwardly, it now radiated an abundance of spiritual energy, almost resembling a fairyland. I set up a major spirit gathering array underground. This array is based on a diagram I obtained from the capital and is 10 times more effective than ordinary spirit gathering arrays, Lenore explained while standing in the center of the courtyard. Chapter 220. The creditor comes calling. Now, every inch of land in xuanhuan City is worth its weight in gold. If you had invested in some properties here earlier, the value of the land alone would be remarkable by now. Lenore couldn't help but laugh. Zaire smiled along and then, without wasting more time, chose a place with the richest spiritual energy, took out the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda, and prepared to consecrate it. This is an ancient treasure from the Buddhist cultivation realm. As someone not of the Buddhist path, it might be quite difficult for you to refine it, Lenore reminded from the side. Zaire nodded slightly. I'll try. I'll use both blood sacrifice and spirit sacrifice methods together. I don't aim to refine it completely, but just enough to handle some dangers. With this pagoda's sturdiness, ordinary means can't break it. Speaking of which, he forced out several drops of his essence blood, dropping them onto the top of the pagoda, specifically the spire. The golden blood slowly flowed down the tower, gradually fading away as it moved. Seeing that the blood would vanish halfway, Zaire added more drops until the blood reached the base of the tower and stopped. A faint glow immediately emanated from the tower. What kind of blood is this? It actually caused a reaction in the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda. Lenore watching beside him was shocked. The 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda had been recorded in the Daichu Imperial Library. She knew that only those who possess Buddhist power could possibly refine and comprehend this tower. This was also the main reason why it was sold. No matter how precious it was useless if one couldn't refine it. Better to sell it for a large sum to buy something practical. What she didn't know was that Zaire's blood contained vast amounts of energy, causing a reaction under such intense energy impact. Divide. Seizing the moment, Zaire split off a mental thread and directly entered the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda. Almost instantly, he found himself in a world filled with golden light. The warm, golden light enveloped him, making him feel like he was back in his mother's womb. Comfortable. Natural. All worries and sorrows melted away. All past experiences became like wisps of smoke. Bang. At a critical moment, Zaire decisively severed the connection with the mental thread. How strong the force of delusion is. He looked alarmed. For a moment, he almost got lost in that golden world. You must have entered a state where Buddhism seeks to enlighten you. Thankfully, you decisively severed your connection. Once enlightened, you would lose your nature and become a lifelong servant of Buddha. Lenore explained right away. With lingering shock, Zaire put aside the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda temporarily. It seems my cultivation isn't sufficient for spirit sacrifice. I can only use blood sacrifice for now, hoping for gradual progress. He estimated that with full effort and ignoring the losses, his soul strength might succeed. But even success would come at a heavy cost, requiring years to recover. Years were something he simply did not have. So, Zaire forced out another dozen drops of blood before putting away the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda stained with blood. With Lenore present, he did not choose to refine the Demon Emperor's broken hand or the Sun Moon Python's blood chi, but instead took out the Ta Hao Gung spirit gold. The true essence cultivated from the formless heaven and earth scripture instantly enveloped it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the guidance of true essence, the metal origin inside the Ta Hao Gung spirit gold transformed into white gaseous streams. Then he hurriedly took out the wood origin Simone gave him. It was a dead branch wrapped with traces of life. looking both peculiar and harmonious. Using the same method. Crack, crack, crack. Under the influence of formless true essence, the branch shattered into pure wood origins, swirling in the air. This tiny dead branch contained 2 threads of wood origin, astonishing Lenore. Absorb. As Zaire shouted, the metal and wood origin energies flowed into his body along the true essence. Focusing his mind, he directed these origins into his liver and lungs. The Xianxian Heart Sutra from the Ghost Emperor Alaric constantly flashed through his mind, detailing how to cultivate the innate liver and lungs. He meticulously guided the origin energies into his liver and lungs. In the internal organs, liver belongs to wood, regulating the flow of qi and ensuring smooth bodily functions. Lorrying belongs to metal, managing breathing and the distribution of qi. After the incorporation of wood and metal origins, Zaire felt an intense piercing pain shoot up to his head. But before he could react, the pain swiftly dissipated like retreating tide, replaced by an unparalleled clarity. This feeling was as if his entire body had been instantly opened up, extraordinarily refreshing. Phew. Exhaling deeply, small whirlwinds stirred up in the courtyard. What kind of technique is he cultivating? How can his breathing be so profound and enduring? Lenore watched in amazement, speculating. She thought Zaire intended to use the 5 elements origins to refine a cave heaven, preparing for the king realm advancement. But unexpectedly, he was using the origins to cultivate an extremely powerful technique. Such a technique was unheard of and unseen. What kind of technique requires the 5 elements origins, such a supreme treasure, for cultivation? Lenore couldn't imagine this technique originated from the celestial ghost. This Xianxian Heart Sutra was created by the TED, specifically for the celestial ghost clan's cultivation, an extremely potent technique. Even the Ghost Emperor Alaric only managed to scratch the surface over centuries. The most dominant and potent aspect of this technique lies in gathering the 5 elements origins to forge an ancient saint body, the 5 elements body. Once the 5 elements saint body is successfully formed, the way to enlightenment becomes wide open, guaranteeing the ascension realm. Due to his unique body structure, Zaire could not cultivate this technique but used his wisdom and insight to find alternative approaches. He drew inspiration from the highest essence of the Xianxian Heart Sutra, condensing the 5 elements saint body. Pity, the amount of origin energy is still too little. If I had enough 5 elements origins, my strength would reach an unimaginable level. Zaire opened his eyes, sighing. At this moment, his liver and lungs showed extraordinary phenomena. On the liver, dense vitality emerged, with spots of green akin to sprouts on barren soil. In the lungs, there was a faint glow, the white light appearing and disappearing with each breath, spreading throughout his body with each appearance, endowing him with a sharp aura. Deep within the southern savages, a massive city hidden amidst endless mountains served as the headquarters of the Rare Goods Guild. At this moment, the guild's young master Simone was discussing something with a middle-aged savage man. Each held 2 divine blood pills, one made by the strongest chief shaman of the savage race, and the other crafted by Zaire in U.S. City. These 2 pills were almost entirely different. The one made by the savage shaman was smaller, less pure in color, and its divine blood emitted vague golden light, indistinct under the dazzling brightness. The pill crafted by Zaire was not only larger but also purer, with golden light that was gentle yet radiant without being blinding, allowing one to see its essential nature. A highly concentrated special liquid energy through the gold. Shaking it vigorously, one could even hear the sound of liquid flowing and colliding inside. This is divine blood. The middle-aged barbarian was extremely excited. Zaire's divine blood pill was almost like a divine creation, giving him the illusion that this was how a divine blood pill should look from any angle. Father, our divine blood pill is already among the best. It was crafted by the strongest chief shaman of the southern barbarians. However, Simone paused, her gaze shifting to the other divine blood pill in her hand. Compared to the one Zaire made, ours seems inferior and unremarkable. This Zaire's divine blood pill is several times better than ours, the middle-aged barbarian said. In my opinion, there must be a hint of heavenly chi from the divine realm mixed into it, creating such an ingenious effect. Divine realm? Simone was startled. Zaire actually has a supreme treasure that can communicate with the divine realm? Mavis, quickly go and recruit Zaire. I will immediately convene the highest council to assist you. The middle-aged barbarian ordered decisively. Yes. After Simone agreed, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped her father who was about to leave. I remembered something. Zaire seems to be planning to go to the sacred Amiyuntan secret realm to find the 5 elements origins. To the sacred Amiyuntan? The middle-aged barbarian was shocked. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. I understand this matter. I will take care of the elders of the sacred Amiyuntan. You must convey our good intentions to Zaire. If we can establish a good relationship with him, you might have a chance to become a deity. With those heartfelt words, he left in a hurry. Chance to become a deity, Simone muttered, her eyes flashing with excitement. At this time, Zaire had already left Chanaman City and was heading towards the southern barbarian Heavenly Amiyuntan with Lenore. Recently, the king of the barbarians and the grand marshal were both summoned by the head of Tianya Academy deep into the cosmic depths. The remaining 4 generals are also being restrained by Hiroshi and Becker from your martial academy. This trip to Heavenly Amiyuntan is absolutely the best opportunity. On the way, Lenore began explaining the intelligence she knew. As they gradually moved away from civilization, they plunged into the endless wild jungle. Observing the terrain, Lenore, who had memorized the map, reminded, ahead lies the Z River. Once we cross it, we will enter the heartland of the barbarians. Be cautious not to expose our presence or be discovered by southern barbarian experts. Just as they quietly crossed the river, Zaire suddenly felt a warning in his heart, as if some huge danger was waiting ahead. Before he could warn her, a gentle breeze suddenly blew up. Then, a figure blocked their path. Swish. Blood rain instantly started falling, strange winds swirling around the person incessantly. This person wore a purple-gray robe, with a face as red as a date, and eyes like bronze bells staring at them intensely. The bizarre appearance was like a vengeful ghost, causing chills. The two of you conspired to steal 4 million divine blood pills from my treasury. Are you willing to return them now? This person was none other than Rhoda, the high priestess from Yaoshan Pond. But wasn't Rhoda a woman? Why did this one look muscular, waist-wide, and strangely manlike? Rhoda high priestess. Lenore's expression turned grave. Zaire was also greatly surprised, never expecting to encounter this person here. Rhoda's sudden appearance cast a shadow over them, a massive and terrifying pressure overwhelming them. Run! Lenore shouted, immediately pulling Zaire to dash to the side. Both of them flew at full speed, their bodies like shadows, vanishing tens of miles in an instant. Want to escape? Rhoda's voice echoed like a ghost from the 9 hells, ethereal yet omnipresent. Seeing this, he grabbed the air with a large hand, and the blood rain coalesced instantly. With a slight shake, this cloud of blood rain shot forward, blocking Zaire's path. The blood rain transformed, blazing like icy red flames, emanating bone-chilling coldness. Nether abyss cold blood fire. Lenore warned immediately, this is a highly bizarre method. If touched, one's soul and body would be burned and corroded within a few breaths. Moreover, it particularly suppresses vital energy. The stronger the physical body, the more fuel it provides. Rhoda has reached the peak of Emperor Realm, just one step away from the Imperial Realm. Furthermore, she cultivates demonic arts, making her far beyond ordinary Emperor realms. Hurry, run! Black Abyss Sword Spirit. Realizing he mustn't let the red blood fire touch him, Zaire immediately summoned the Black Abyss Sword, merging spirit with the sword and striking directly at the Nether Abyss cold blood fire. But before the Black Abyss Sword could strike, the Nether Abyss cold blood fire melted away like water, then enveloped the sword. Sizzle. The black sword aura emitted by the Black Abyss Sword was immediately burned by the peculiar blood fire. And it didn't stop there. Another clot of blood rain fused in, completely enveloping Zaire. Burst. In a critical moment, Lenore launched a powerful sword attack, splitting the Nether Abyss cold blood fire with countless sword auras. Just a mere treasured weapon, trying to save someone from my hands. Seeing Lenore break through the blood fire, Rhoda immediately spun her hands, and all the surrounding blood rain surged toward them. The sky instantly turned blood red. Chapter 221. Escape to the Tianshan. The Nether Abyss cold blood fire was as if it had consumed a potent tonic, instantly surging upward with red flames reaching skyward. The dense forest around them was immediately engulfed by the blood-red fire. Countless plants and living beings burst into flame with it bang-bang. Even stones and soil couldn't withstand the scorching heat, emitting cold flames. This fire was simply tyrannical. To perfect this divine power, the High Priestess Rodei had sacrificed the essence and souls of countless living beings to serve as fuel and fire starters, merging them with the forces of Nether Abyss Earth Fire, resulting in the birth of the Nether Abyss Cold Blood Fire. The so-called Nether Abyss was formed from the accumulation of countless dead bodies, eroded by evil energy and geographical changes, forming an unfathomably deep chasm. Spring Breeze Soothes. Extinguish. In a critical moment, Zaire almost exhausted all his true essence on the Spring Breeze Soothes technique. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through the world, carrying fresh vitality, like a lover's hand caressing every inch of skin. Light drizzles began to fall. Each raindrop was formed from Zaire's intangible true essence, growing larger and gradually covering most of the sea of blood fire. Just like real flames encountering heaven-sent rain, the Nether Abyss cold blood fire began to extinguish. After a few breaths, the crimson flames were significantly diminished. Immortal arts. How can you use immortal techniques? It's impossible. Rodei was startled by this sight, her composure lost, flailing her arms and shouting wildly. She intended to capture Zaire and force him to reveal the whereabouts of the several million divine blood pills. She needed to recover at least some of them before submitting her report. Unexpectedly, this very thought gave Zaire a chance. Swish. As soon as the Nether Abyss cold blood fire weakened, Zaire seized the opportunity, grabbing Lenore and dashing into the sky. Rodei was immensely powerful. One move was enough to put both him and Princess Wong in a tough spot. A few more attacks or her cave heaven world, and they would be overwhelmed. Facing this situation, Zaire didn't hesitate, flying away into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Realizing Zaire was about to escape, Rodei instantly emitted a light that shook the entire universe. The light spread rapidly, transforming into a fantastical world of mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars. The source of her cave heaven. Once revealed, the cave heaven world exerted immense pressure, sealing off the space. Then, a massive blood-red hand emerged from the cave heaven, descending like a mountain towards Zaire. Feeling the impending danger, Zaire knew Rodei was now using her full strength. This expert, being at the Emperor realm, was formidable, on par with Becker, certainly beyond Zaire's capacity to block. Cave heavens are deeply connected to cultivators' foundations. King realm and Emperor realm are two stages focusing on cave heavens. These realms can manifest avatars, change infinitely, imprison lives, store items. Their uses are endless, their powers immense, making numerous magical treasures struggle against them. After Rodei summoned her cave heaven, the Black Abyss Sword Spirit was struck as if by lightning, its glow fading as it fell into Zaire's hands. Rodei, don't think your cave heaven can handle us. Watch me break through your demonic claws. 7 killing stars. Lenore's voice echoed across the sky, followed by black aura emanating from her body, transformed into inherent killing intent. All the innate killing intent converged into a giant sword, slashing toward Rodei's cave heaven hand. So it's the 7 killing stars sword path of Great Choose Town King, but you're too weak. If it were Gideon, perhaps. Rodei scoffed. The giant hand made of cave heaven power immediately grabbed the killing intent sword. Unexpectedly, the boundless innate killing intent corroded her cave heaven power like acid. Damn, this isn't just simple innate killing intent. You had cave heaven power. Rodei instantly retracted the hand, dodging the slash, then vibrated her cave heaven power to repel the wrapping innate killing intent. Chance, let's go. Seizing the opportunity, Zaire activated all acupoints, channeling true essence into the Black Abyss sword. With the influx of energy, the Black Abyss sword spirit swiftly regained strength, all black smoke converging. Rip. Using the Black Abyss sword spirit to tear through space, Zaire escaped with Lenore. Slaughter. Facing Rodei's blockade, Lenore unleashed her magic sword, cutting through with the 7 killing stars sword path. Without hesitation, Zaire flew through the opening, diving into the clouds for cover, fleeing at extreme speed. Their speed was unparalleled, vanishing within moments. 7 killing stars sword path, Black Abyss ghost sword. In the forest, Rodei's ruddy face had turned pale. She could not believe that she, personally attempting to kill 2 juniors, let them escape. 4 million divine blood pills. I must retrieve them, Zaire. Do you think you can escape? Furiously, Rodei transformed into a gale, chasing after them. Within moments, she caught up. This man won't stop pursuing us. We might as well stop and fight properly. Venturing deeper into the southern wilderness forest, the terrain and vegetation became increasingly primitive. Gigantic trees surpassed those of Xianxia forest, their thick foliage casting perpetual shadows, despite the blazing sun. Occasional fierce roars from rare beasts and countless venomous insects filled the shadows. Amidst this darkness, Zaire and Lenore fled. Despite attempting to lose Rodei using the complex terrain, her pursuit remained relentless. Although he considered stopping to fight, Zaire knew his true essence realm, even with Lenore at King Realm, was insufficient to defeat Rodei. Her strength was terrifying, possibly surpassing even Liang Shanren with Sword God's legacy, nearing Becker's level. Now, he focused on exploiting the remote southern wilderness terrain to slow Rodei down. Everything around him seemed strange and fascinating. This environment, these creatures, felt like another world compared to the outer regions. Here, he encountered bizarre entities. For instance, under rotting leaves, occasional sightings of massive centipedes, with countless legs, induced goosebumps. On tree branches, gigantic squirrels like calves had sharp, door-like front teeth, snatching spotted snakes effortlessly. Among the lush foliage, adult-sized venomous spiders spun razor-sharp silk, easily piercing the hard shells of giant centipedes, fatal bites ending even squirrel lives. Lastly, fist-sized bugs with human heads and fangs, appearing extremely eerie and terrifying. Other monstrous creatures included table-sized venomous scorpions, pitch-black sloths that remained motionless like ink, night owls hidden among branches like sculptures, and human-headed bats in dark tree hollows with wingspans larger than a person's arms, as well as yellow-brown giant ants bigger than a man's forearm. This place was almost filled with the most vicious and fearsome creatures, and at any moment, there were vast swamps, ponds that looked like stagnant water and rivers that gurgled, a variety of strange terrains unseen in the outer world. In such a harsh and terrifying environment, if unfamiliar with it, even Soul Realm cultivators would find it hard to leave alive despite being protected by various magical treasures. Fortunately, Zaire was adept at concealing his aura, covering not only himself but also Lenore. As a result, they managed to escape undetected without alarming any creatures in this dense forest. Otherwise, if surrounded by these ferocious creatures, High Priestess Rodei could instantly catch up to them. As they fled, Zaire noticed that this deep region of the southern wilderness was brimming with treasures. On exposed grounds, clusters of century-old medicinal herbs numbered dozens, and he even spotted several millennium-old ones. And according to his sensing, countless deposits lay underground, with fine gold virtually everywhere. Such a rich land of treasure was rarely touched by miners. But it made sense. This place was fraught with dangers, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter. Whoosh! Above the dense forest, a massive whirlwind pursued them tirelessly. Occasionally, an enormous spirit hand would extend from the whirlwind, bombarding and grabbing downwards. Just as Zaire flew past a deep pond that looked like stagnant water, this colossal spirit hand suddenly descended, instantly crushing countless strange creatures within, turning them into showers of blood and flesh that rained back down to the earth. Under the constant attack and grasping of this giant hand, Zaire felt the pressure intensify. He couldn't help but ask, "Princess, how far are we from Tianshan now?" "Almost there. Just keep going forward along this route, and we'll reach the outer boundaries of Tianshan." Lenore let Zaire pull her while she observed the terrain, referencing the map in her mind to guide him. "This person's speed is so fast. If not for the mark left by my nether abyss cold blood fire, I wouldn't be able to track him. Even his aura seems to have vanished as if he doesn't exist." Inside the whirlwind in midair, it was none other than High Priestess Rodei. She repeatedly searched below with her spiritual senses, meticulously probing the area. To her, Zaire seemed to have vanished into thin air. If not for the guiding mark, she might have lost him long ago. Yet, failing to catch Zaire several times had already infuriated her immensely. "I wonder what kind of bizarre cultivation method this boy practices. His martial true essence shows no signs of depletion, and he can completely mask his aura. If I could just catch him once, just once." Even if she couldn't kill him instantly, she could trap him, preventing his escape. Little did she know that Zaire possessed Xianxia world, along with multiple methods to conceal his aura. The chaotic whole true void alone allowed him to traverse major powers without being discovered. After all, this cultivation method was a sect's foundational skill. It wouldn't bear the title foundational if it wasn't special. Thus, they continued to flee and pursue each other, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Gradually, as time passed, a vast and ancient mountain, both real and illusory, appeared on the horizon. Ahead lies the boundary of Tianshan, Lenore hastily reminded him. The moment Tianshan came into view, Zaire sensed a profound and mysterious force enveloping the surrounding forest. Flying further ahead, an unprecedented sight appeared in the dense forest. Here, there were virtually no venomous insects or pests, only harmless-looking creatures. There were huge and adorable rabbits, smiling snow minks, and massive yellow oxen as large as hills. Every creature here exuded peace and tranquility. Damn, I can't let these two enter the Xianxia area. Once inside, I won't be able to act anymore. Seeing this, Rodei's heart sank. As the chief high priestess of the tribal cult, she naturally knew much about Xianxia. With this thought, she disregarded her own stamina and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Upon release, the blood floated in front of her, unaffected by the howling winds around her. Boom! A thunderclap resounded on the plain, followed by a sky-darkening surge of clouds. Instantly, hundreds of miles were shrouded in dark clouds. Whoosh! The floating blood instantly soared into the cloud layer. Rushing sounds filled the air as torrents of blood rain poured down. These drops of blood were as heavy as thousands of pounds, descending rapidly. Drip! The first drop landed on the top of a giant tree, instantly producing a faint red mist from its branches and leaves, which then burst into flame. A blood-red inferno surged into the sky. As more blood rain fell, hundreds of square miles of the area saw all living creatures and vegetation ignited by the rain, transforming the land into a vast sea of blood-red fire. Zaire and Lenore were immediately surrounded. Endless drops of blood rained down, fiercely eroding their protective true essence and mana shields. This high priestess Rodei is going all out. Lenore exclaimed in shock. Each drop of blood rain seemed insignificant, but upon landing, it carried immense force. Each drop hitting the mana shield felt like a heavy hammer striking, sending tremors through the barrier and directly affecting their physical bodies. Even Zaire felt the strain. His protective true essence was already struggling under the relentless barrage of blood rain. Chapter 222. Negotiation and Deception. This is the killing move of the Nether Abyss Cold Blood Flame, which requires consuming one's own essence blood, exchanging 60 years of lifespan for this attack that destroys everything. From this, we can see that this person has a determination to kill us. Lenore repeatedly explained, telling Zaire everything he knew. And at this moment, a fierce wind roared and instantly appeared before the two of them. As the wind dissipated, Rhoda with her chestnut-red face was already standing in front of them. Zaire felt as if all of her spiritual energy was locked onto him. It seemed there was no escape whether by land or sky. Why aren't you running? Rhoda sneered, her chestnut-red face turning even redder. She had roamed the 9 provinces for over 1,000 years, relying on numerous methods and ruthless cunning to cultivate to such a realm. With her abilities and lifespan, this was likely as far as she could go. Naturally, Rhoda was not content, so she resorted to practicing the evil technique of Nether Abyss Cold Blood Flame and slaughtered millions of living beings. Despite the increase in power, her cultivation level showed no signs of breakthrough. Faced with this situation, she had to submit herself to the southern barbarians, hoping that the barbarian god would bestow her a breath of divine aura, allowing her to break through to the Emperor realm and extend her lifespan. If these 4 million divine blood pills were lost, forget about communicating with the barbarian god. She might even lose her position as Kimball Sacrificer. Rhoda, do you dare to chase after us like this? Are you not afraid of the Great Chu and the Cliff Martial Academy? Zaire tried to buy time while waiting for an opportunity to escape. Once I recover those 4 million divine blood pills and meet with the barbarian god, I will be able to break through to the Emperor realm, perhaps even reach the Tribulation realm and become a major figure. At that time, why should I fear the Great Chu and the Cliff Martial Academy? Rhoda sneered. Don't struggle anymore. Surrender the stolen divine blood pills now, or you both will surely die today. From the look in her eyes, it was clear she was also seeking an opportunity, planning to strike once and decisively. Zaire prepared himself mentally for any eventuality and spoke loudly. Do you think you can kill us? Let's not mention that my companion here is Princess Buckchanan of Great Chu, the daughter of Cassius, who possesses countless life-saving techniques and backup plans. Even just me, you find difficult to deal with. With my strength, I am a prized talent valued by the great elders of the Cliff Martial Academy. Moreover, I have received assistance from the Academy's principal. Rhoda, you probably never expected that I have a spatial rift communication token, personally bestowed by the principal of Cliff Martial Academy? If I wish, I can immediately send a message to the principal, open a spatial rift, and let him descend. Hearing this, Rhoda's expression turned uncertain. If the principal of Cliff Martial Academy appeared, she wouldn't stand a chance at fighting him, let alone surviving. As Rhoda contemplated internally, Zaire was also growing increasingly nervous. He didn't actually have any spatial rift communication token, and even if he did, the principal couldn't possibly spare the effort to come here now, as he was currently battling the Barbarian King and the Grand Marshal of the Barbarians in outer space. The Kimball Sacrificer Rhoda, faced with Zaire's apparent confidence, felt increasingly troubled. Despite being 2 major realms ahead in cultivation, she knew it wasn't possible to quickly subdue Zaire. Her only option was to find a way to trap them and bring them back to the Deo Divine Pond, where she could use the Chestramayon array to slowly wear them down until their true essence was exhausted and their treasures destroyed. This boy's strength cannot be measured by ordinary standards. He must be a key disciple heavily cultivated by the Cliff Martial Academy. What should I do? Rhoda felt caught between a rock and a hard place. To give up now was out of the question, considering it involved her cultivation and life. But acting now without resolving the issue quickly could still put her in mortal danger if the principal arrived. What should I do? The Kimball Sacrificer Rhoda had no immediate solution. Zaire, why don't we talk things over? You return the 4 million divine blood pills to me, and then I'll escort you to safety, Rhoda proposed pensively. I can tell your destination is Xianxia, but what you may not know is that this area around Xianxia is filled with large arrays. Without proper guidance, anyone entering will be trapped and die. Oh, are you that benevolent? Zaire asked calmly. Rhoda didn't know he had a map of the array, so he kept it hidden. This Kimball sacrificer Rhoda, willing to spend 60 years of her life to intercept him, would certainly not stop now. Even if he did have the pills, entering the chaotic maze array, he'd be deceived. Certainly. Rhoda nodded seriously. Very well. Since that's the case, we don't need to maintain our defenses. Why don't you stop the 100-mile blood rain to give us a chance to negotiate? Zaire suggested. Upon hearing this, Rhoda sneered. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to believe you? Once I stop the blood rain, you'll escape using your strange techniques. Realizing something, her voice now carried murderous intent. Given the current situation, either you hand over the 4 million divine blood pills immediately, and we can discuss further, or if you delay anymore, even if the principal of Cliff Marshall Academy appears, I will still slay you. Seeing Rhoda calm down, Zaire knew it wasn't good. He took a deep breath and nodded. It seems Kimball sacrificer Rhoda lacks patience. Since it has come to this, I will return the divine blood pills to you. With that, he waved his hand, and several large boxes instantly flew toward Rhoda in a line. These boxes are indeed mine, but this boy won't be so obedient, Rhoda thought coldly as the blood rain began to diminish and the clouds started to dissipate. Rhoda, you are indeed plotting to harm me. Just as Rhoda was preparing to ambush, Zaire suddenly shouted, shocking her. How did he know my plan? She thought frantically. Then, Zaire waved his hand again, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Spatial rift communication. Principal arrives. No good. Seeing the light, Rhoda was startled. She quickly moved, chasing after it. How cunning this boy is. To prevent the principal from tearing through space, she spat out another mouthful of essence blood, significantly increasing her speed. She intercepted the beam of light at 200 miles high in the air. At the same time, she grabbed with her other hand, summoning the remaining blood rain to wrap Zaire and Lenore tightly. The light dispersed, revealing a pigeon egg-sized true essence pearl. Unaware of the deception, Rhoda gloated. Boy, your rescue attempt has been thwarted. What can you do to escape now? Ha ha ha. She looked at the seized communication token in her hand, wiped off the residual true essence left by Zaire, and revealed its true form. It was a blood-red fleshball. With slight pressure, she could feel its resilient elasticity. This is the inner core of the Chestermayon snake, a demon beast core. Rhoda suddenly realized that she held not a rescue token but the inner core of the Chestermayon snake she herself raised. Damn it. Just as she was about to throw it away, she heard Zaire shout from afar, explode. Hashtag chapter 223, slaying a royal realm expert. The sound erupted like thunder, directly striking into Alana's mind. As she exerted all her strength to suppress the Sun Moon Snake's demonic core, it was already too late. Zaire had specially used true essence to wrap this demonic beast's inner core and infused a spiritual will, precisely to trigger a rapid explosion at this moment. In an instant, an unparalleled destructive energy erupted from Alana's hand. How powerful was this concentrated inner core of the Sun Moon Snake? Boom. Rumble. It was as if hundreds of forces condensed into one point. Sunlight vanished, heaven and earth seemed to collapse, endless flames burst through the sky, and surging spiritual energy raged out of control. Fierce winds howled, towering south wilderness trees were completely destroyed, nearby mountains collapsed under direct impact, and debris filled the air. Centering around the great sacrificial priestess Alana, enormous energy poured out like a breached dike, engulfing the land. Beneath her, over 200 miles of ground had been turned into a massive crater, its walls smooth like glass. Splashes of mud rained down. The power released by the exploding demonic core was simply earth-shattering. Did it kill her? Lenore stood in shock, her magical power forming a protective shield against the flying debris. Zaire, I will never rest until you are dead. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged from the center of the explosion. It was the great sacrificial priestess Alana. Her clothes were tattered, and she spat blood repeatedly, appearing utterly defeated and grievously injured. She's still alive? Chase her. Don't let her escape. Without hesitation, Zaire unleashed his true essence. The close-range explosion of a demonic core didn't kill Alana, surprising Zaire. Her strength and tenacity left him on edge. If he didn't eliminate this South Wilderness Great Priestess, trouble would be inevitable. Though Alana hadn't died, her injuries were clearly severe and visible to the naked eye. If not for these injuries, she wouldn't have chosen to flee but would have attacked. Great skill of spring rain quenching fire. Die. With Alana gravely wounded, her abilities weakened significantly. Zaire waved his hand, extinguishing the dark abyss blood flame that had surrounded him. Without the obstruction of the flame, he immediately leaped forward in pursuit. Lenore also reacted, pointing her sword and following him with bursts of magic power. Zaire, who would have thought you'd have such cunning? The sky-splitting transmission message was just to deceive Alana. With one strike, you caused the demonic core to explode within her, leaving her with barely any strength left. Together, we can definitely slay her. Zaire was fully focused on chasing Alana and didn't respond. He quickly closed the distance to the severely injured Alana, something impossible without her injuries. Now, her flight speed was at least 10 times slower than usual. Just as he was about to catch up, several lights flashed ahead, revealing burly men dressed in rough clothing blocking their path. Seeing them, Alana shouted desperately, "Please help me. I am being pursued by humans." It's the great sacrificial priestess Alana. How did you get so badly injured? Shocked, the men immediately leapt in front of Zaire, shouting, "Humans! You crossed the boundary. This is the sacred mountain of our wilderness tribe. No outsiders are allowed. These humans must be killed." Seeing Alana about to escape, Zaire wouldn't let that happen. As soon as the barbarian spoke, he lunged with a swift strike, the black abyss sword bursting with black light enveloping them. When the black light retracted, these barbarians were cut in half, their life essence drained, and collected in the Jingzhou Cauldron. A ritual then began, transforming the life essence into thousands of South Wilderness pills, stacking like a small hill. Within moments, Zaire had swiftly eliminated these spirit realm barbarians and continued pursuing Alana. The Black Abyss sword spirit appeared in an instant, enveloping her in boundless black light. Zaire, may you rot in hell. Who would have thought after roaming the lands for 1,000 years, I would be tricked by you? Alana, trapped by the Black Abyss sword spirit, felt her soul lose control, experiencing unbearable pain cutting into her skin, causing her to shout maniacally. You were foolish to grab the Sun Moon Snake's inner core. Otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded and severely wounded you. At this point, you might as well surrender and suffer less. Zaire poured his true essence into the black light surrounding her, which rapidly expanded like a curtain, silencing Alana's screams until there was no sound left. Zaire, you actually killed a long-reigning royal realm expert. Lenore said incredulously. You're still only true essence realm, not even having achieved cave heaven realm. Zaire smiled and shook his head. In a fair fight, I couldn't have beaten her. It was only through a cunning trick that I succeeded. This battle wasn't just about strength. It was because he had tricked Alana. The demonic core explosion was like snatching chestnuts from the fire. If it had failed, we both would have been harmed. Indeed, Lenore nodded. But that explosion was too loud, likely alerting experts within Immortal. We should leave now. Zaire glanced at the misty Immortal and agreed. Right, let's go in. With the route map from the Odd Goods Chamber's young master, we'll find a place to wait until things settle down. Both instantly transformed into beams of light and flew towards Immortal. Soon after Zaire left, hundreds of lights converged where Alana had perished. Each light represented a skilled expert from the barbarian tribe. Among them were several true Essence Realm warriors, and even some Royal Realm experts. Bob, it's clear a fierce battle took place here. Who dared attack at the foot of the sacred Immortal? Another elder identified the traces. It's a demonic core explosion. Everyone was shocked. A demon that could form a core was a legitimate great demon, and such an explosion signified a desperate situation. Was it our people fighting demons? According to records, there shouldn't be demons here. Look, it's Xian Delaney and Quan Chani. Who? Spread the order. Command everyone to search from here in all directions. Report anyone suspicious immediately. Yes. Hundreds of barbarians swiftly left but avoided flying towards Immortal, treating it as a forbidden area. Chapter 224, 365 Array Commands. These barbarians should be the guardians of the outer regions of heavenly Immortal. Their strength is formidable, said Lenore, who was standing with Zaire in a safe zone within the bewildering array, following the instructions on the route map. Looking at the distant sky filled with radiating lights, the two exchanged their thoughts. It seems they can't intrude within the range of heavenly Immortal. We can use this to our advantage and rest well, Zaire said. After experiencing the divine martial immortal mansion incident, he now felt less anxious about places like heavenly Immortal, adopting a calm demeanor that surprised Lenore somewhat. They observed for a while longer and started quietly advancing towards heavenly Immortal, following the route map, once they saw no more people appear. This bewildering array, if not carefully observed, is imperceptible. It has fully integrated with the environment, indeed very powerful. Zaire marveled as he studied it. He had some knowledge of arrays, and this natural formation around heavenly Immortal only deepened his awe. More than that, look closely at the surroundings. Each tree here has endured for millennia, yet they seem untouched by time, remaining vibrant and youthful. Lenore also examined her surroundings, gazing at the towering trees. They were at the foot of heavenly Immortal, in a vast primeval forest where the boundaries between heaven and earth seemed blurred. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a stunning scene. Nearby rabbits hopped, and golden monkeys scratched their heads. It was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful natural sights in the 9 states. It appears this bewildering array is extraordinary. The living creatures here are unaffected by its power, Zaire remarked, impressed. If his knowledge of arrays was better, he might have understood some of its true nature. Let's still be cautious. Although this place looks harmless, stepping wrong might bring endless calamity, Lenore reminded him. Zaire nodded in agreement. Indeed, sometimes the most beautiful things are the most dangerous. They hadn't encountered anything yet, possibly because they hadn't triggered the array or encountered hidden dangers in the forest. An ancient temple ahead. Lenore suddenly saw an indistinct structure through the dense trees. Zaire glanced at the route map. The temple is in a safe area. Let's go inside. They quickened their pace and soon reached the temple. This ancient temple is grand and appears to be thousands of years old. I wonder if it was built by the barbarians, Lenore mused. The temple's grandeur didn't fit the usual barbarian architecture, which was usually simple shelters made from wood and stone, without much decoration or refinement. Entering the temple, they found it surprisingly clean despite being abandoned for so long. There was no dust or signs of life, just marks of time. It seems there's an invisible force isolating this place, Lenore noted. She approached cautiously. Zaire stepped into the largest hall and was immediately stunned. Stone statues stood everywhere, depicting unknown deities with fierce expressions staring down at the floor. Zaire felt their gazes fixed on him, causing a significant mental pressure. How strong the mental pressure is, he exclaimed, realizing it was merely a psychological effect. The statues had no life. This place is peculiar. These statues contain some sort of mental will, Lenore remarked, wiping sweat from her brow. Let's not touch anything here. Triggering any restrictions could be disastrous, Zaire warned. After the divine martial immortal mansion, he knew such strange places could have hidden powers or restrictions. Since nothing dares to enter here, it's a good place to rest temporarily, Lenore noted, finding the temple quiet and richer in spirit energy compared to the outside. Indeed, let's take stock of our gains. I haven't checked Kingston's storage bag yet. Later, we'll head to heavenly Immortal. If I obtain enough elemental sources, I can open a skyward and ascend to the king realm, significantly boosting my power. In fact, Zaire could already accumulate strength to reach the King Realm, but without elemental sources, the Skyward would be weaker and prone to damage or collapse during battles. Elemental sources were crucial for stabilizing and strengthening the Skyward, much like physical training and soul enhancement were essential for cultivators. Thus, their importance couldn't be overstated. As he spoke, Zaire turned his wrist, and the Black Abyss sword appeared. Kingston's body, though difficult to destroy, was stored in the Jingzhou Cauldron. Remaining treasures, including storage bags, were safeguarded by the Black Abyss sword spirit. A black light flashed as the spirit spat out a glittering object floating midair, a storage bag. Since its owner was dead, it had become unclaimed. Opening the bag easily, a golden sword emerged under Zaire's spiritual command. This is a top-notch spirit tool, likely Kingston's ceremonial sword granted by the barbarian king for pilgrimage to heavenly Amiuntan, Lenore explained. Zaire grabbed the sword, infused it with true essence, and sent out a massive sword chi. This sword is indeed powerful, almost comparable to a treasure tool, but it's fragile and easily destroyed. He discarded the sword into the Jingzhou Cauldron. It looked impressive, but wasn't practical. Checking the contents of the storage bag, he found a dozen green bottles containing over 100 blood-red pills emitting a strong blood odor. These must be pills for cultivating infernal cold blood fire, each containing at least 1,000 hearts blood, Lenore said, making Zaire feel queasy. He instantly destroyed all the bottles with true essence. These pills alone are enough to prove that Kimball's sacrificial priest Rhoda killed at least hundreds of thousands of living beings. Zaire's expression turned cold as he continued to rummage through the storage bag. Inside Rhoda's storage bag, only one type of item remained now. Saying it was one type was because there were so many of these items. Strands of light continuously flew out from the storage bag. After a few breaths, nearly hundreds of clusters of light floated in midair. Zaire used his true essence to pull down one cluster. The light dissipated, revealing a wooden token in his hand. This is... Lenore was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Zaire, this should be some kind of array command. Array command? Right. Lenore nodded. Do you remember the small courtyard I mentioned in Chanaman City? When I bought an array diagram in Jiang back then, I saw this kind of array command. There were 18 of them, and the price was close to 10 million spirit gathering pills. But you have a full 365 here, worth at least 1 billion. It seems Rhoda intended to use these commands to set up some great array. Look quickly inside the storage bag. There might be an array map. Alerted by her, Zaire hastily delved into the storage bag again. Indeed, there was another item inside. It was a paper-like drawing outlined with thousand-year-old cinnabar depicting scenes of heaven and earth throughout the 4 seasons. This is actually an array concerning space and time. Zaire naturally understood array maps, comprehending the intricacies of this array at a glance. It was an array using the pattern of 365 days in a year to create a seasonal array that could evolve into the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. A seasonal array! Lenore exclaimed, you struck gold. This set of array commands plus this seasonal array map is definitely worth no less than the 9-treasure, 9-level pagoda. Great stuff, Zaire said delightedly. Once we return, I'll refine it properly. Now clearly wasn't the time. After making a quick inventory, he stored everything in the Jingzhou Cauldron. By now, the cauldron had become his most convenient and largest storage tool. Having this cauldron made things much easier. After dealing with Rhoda, besides the corpse, 2 items were acquired. One was a golden ceremonial sword used for rituals, which was fragile but had more power than a regular spirit weapon. The other was this seasonal array. After storing these items, Zaire took out the route map purchased from Simone. These treasures were indeed excellent, but his own strength was always the most important. If he could reach Amiuntan quickly and obtain the 5-element sources to refine his skyward and cultivate a body of the 5 elements, his strength would rapidly increase. By then, even sword gods and practicing jade men would be beaten down. The foot of Amiuntan was already covered entirely by a grand array called Confusion and Reversal. How vast was this forest? Based on the map, it was probably a third the size of Jingzhou, a truly boundless area. Simone's route map not only provided directions but also detailed annotations for various places, including symbols marking structures like ancient temples. Initially unrecognized by Zaire, he deciphered these symbols now. There were over 100,000 such symbols on the map. This meant that the entire base of Amiuntan contained over 100,000 ancient, temple-like buildings. Besides these, there were another 100,000 different symbols corresponding exactly with the temple symbols. Is this probably some other type of building? Zaire asked uncertainly. These symbol-marked structures seemed to be within the Confusion and Reversal array, unlike the ancient temple which was in a safe zone outside the influence of the array. After careful study, Zaire and Lenore set off. Let's go. We can fly directly in this direction. Exiting the ancient temple, Zaire soared into the sky, standing atop a giant tree. From a high vantage point, the view was indeed far-reaching. He immediately spotted several distant ancient temples and a few entirely different structures. That is, Zaire looked surprised. At this moment, Lenore also flew up. Recognizing those structures that differed from the temples, she remarked in astonishment, a Taoist observatory? An ancient Taoist structure. Chapter 225, The Shock of Tianyang Martial Academy. The name of the ancient Taoist sect was something Zaire had read about in ancient texts. Many current cultivation methods and interpretations were deeply intertwined with this ancient Taoist tradition. Even numerous techniques were derived from Taoism, borrowing many of its principles. Could it be that this Tianshan was once the holy ground of the ancient Taoists? Zaire recalled the map he saw inside the ancient temple, marked with countless symbols. Tianyang Amiuntan. Within the martial academy, a wave of excitement surged. The reason? The genius jade cultivator, who was said to be a once-in-a-millennium talent, had returned. For the new batch of disciples entering the academy alongside Zaire, their reaction was relatively calm, but the older disciples were astonished beyond measure. When the jade cultivator left the mountain years ago, he was only at the Xian realm. Now, after just a few short years, he had returned as a sovereign realm expert. A sovereign realm cultivator was an existence not to be underestimated. Capable of forming and reinforcing a dongtian, his every move could harness the power of another world. Many speculated that Xianxia's return was likely aimed at challenging Kimblebecker for the position of academy leader. Note: I have replaced this return with Xianxia's return to clarify the subject and ensure it reads more naturally in English. Currently, among the academy's disciples, there were undoubtedly only two who stood out as the most powerful: Kimblebecker and the returning Jade Cultivator. Everyone anticipated a great battle between these two. At this moment, disciples were gathering to pay respects at the Jade Cultivator's true transmission Dongtian. Compared to Mayhamed and Iona's residences, the Dongtian where the Jade Cultivator lived was completely barren, filled only with bizarre rocks and mountains. Each stone emitted a piercing sword in tint, making it feel like entering a place filled with sword energy. Sword formless, yet sword in tint fills the sky, especially on the mountain peak where the Jade Cultivator himself resided. It was even more intense, as if he were the source of this world, like a god of swords. Sword auras swirled around the mountain, ready to tear anyone who approached into pieces. Many disciples paled when they saw these sword auras, cautiously climbing up the mountain. This Jade Cultivator is incredibly strong, with boundless true essence. These endless sword auras are all manifestations of his true essence. He might indeed be able to rival Becker. I can't believe he broke through to the sovereign realm after traveling. I've been stuck at the king realm. How infuriating. If only I could obtain the 5 elements origin. A rainbow light landed at the foot of the mountain, revealing the renowned Mayhamed. It was rumored that he had inherited teachings from the Buddha Pagoda sect and possessed a treasure named the Buddha Pagoda Tower. Years ago, he tried to scheme against Zaire using this treasure but failed by a small margin. Mayhamed had been in seclusion until he heard that the Jade Cultivator had returned as a sovereign realm expert, prompting him to come immediately. Mayhamed has arrived. Please come in. From atop the mountain, a cold voice echoed down. Then, the endless sword auras gathered into a staircase of light extending to the top, reaching Mayhamed's feet. Startled, Mayhamed quickly stepped onto the sword aura stairway, instantly transported to the Jade Cultivator's training room. Unexpectedly, the Jade Cultivator wasn't training. Instead, another person was inside the room. A breathtakingly beautiful woman. She was fully restrained in the center, while the Jade Cultivator faced her, muttering obscure incantations, seemingly communicating with some energy. Of course, this stunning woman was none other than the Carly whom the Jade Cultivator had purchased at Chanaman City. He clearly intended to use her 9 constitution to break through the sovereign realm barrier and advance to the Emperor realm. Once achieved, his Dongtian would transform, and his sword Dao would reach unprecedented heights, allowing him to cultivate the 9 yang sword body, enhancing his strength tenfold. Mayhamed, can you see the mystery of this woman? The Jade Cultivator asked with a slight smile. This woman? Mayhamed hesitated, then his expression changed abruptly. 9 constitution. Where did you find her? Mayhamed was utterly shocked. 9 constitutions were extremely rare, perhaps appearing only once in a millennium. Yet, the Jade Cultivator had managed to bring back such a woman. If she were used in dual cultivation, his strength would surge to terrifying levels. Find? The Jade Cultivator chuckled. I spent 70 million spirit gathering pills at the Zhuzhou Chamber of Commerce to buy her. You think someone with a 9 constitution can just be found? 70 million spirit gathering pills. Mayhamed was taken aback, clearly stunned by the wealth displayed by the Jade Cultivator. Even if Mayhamed sold everything he owned, he might not gather that much. So what? Did you know Zaire spent 30 billion spirit gathering pills to buy a Buddhist artifact, the 9 treasures 9-layered pagoda? The Jade Cultivator remarked, his face serious. 30 billion? Mayhamed nearly lost his soul, jumping up. Zaire has that much money? Impossible. Even Becker couldn't come up with 30 billion spirit gathering pills. Such a large sum of pills was unimaginable, not just for individuals, but possibly even entire sections. For instance, Nishan Martial Academy, the poorest among the 9 academies, might not have an annual income of 30 billion pills. He must have obtained some secret treasure. After testing him, I found his true essence inexhaustible. The Jade Cultivator continued. An artifact capable of providing endless spirit energy? I doubt it exists unless it's a genuine immortal weapon. But if a real immortal weapon appeared, even the catastrophe realm experts would go after him. The Jade Cultivator shook his head lightly, avoiding further discussion on the matter. Seeing this, Mayhamed refocused on the restrained beauty. Looking at your setup, you're planning dual cultivation. How else would you enhance your strength without it? Are you going to extract her 9 bloodline? Before the breakthrough to the catastrophe realm, the Jade Cultivator replied calmly, my yang essence cannot be lost, or it will hinder my 9 yang achievement. Upon hearing this, Mayhamed revealed a regretful expression. Extracting the 9 bloodline will lead to her immediate death. What a waste of such a stunning beauty. Waste? The Jade Cultivator laughed coldly. Without strength, women mean nothing. Only 4 years remain until the 9 academies gathering. Without breaking through, how can I compete with other experts? The 9 academies gathering occurred once every 100 years, gathering all true transmission disciples to compete, judged by the academy heads and great elders. The rewards were unparalleled. So your goal is the gathering, but don't be too confident. Mayhamed's eyes shifted, hinting at potential threats. According to my knowledge, Zaire is already at the peak true realm, and from the Elder Council, he went to the southern savages seeking the 5 elements origin. If he finds it, refining his Dongtian will pose a significant threat to you. 5 elements origin? The Jade Cultivator scoffed. In the southern savages, the only place with the 5 elements origin is Tianshan, the holy mountain of the southern savages. It's full of dangers. Success is impossible. Is that so? Mayhamed thought for a moment before bowing. Since you need to focus on your cultivation, I won't disturb you. We'll talk again next time. With that, he left the mountain. After leaving the true transmission Dantian of the Jade Cultivator, Mayhame's expression changed, revealing a cold smile. It seems this Jade Cultivator has a grudge against Zaire, and I didn't expect Zaire to possess a secret treasure that can continuously replenish true essence. This is very important. It's a pity that Becker just finished dealing with the Southern Savages issue and went to Songyang Martial Academy. Otherwise, I could have told him about this. However, he seemed to think of something, and his cold smile turned into a sinister one. Zaire is nothing. The ones who truly pose a threat to me are Becker and a few from Songyang Martial Academy. Even that mysterious Jonathan and Pingchuan Xanthia are far more formidable than Zaire. Suddenly, in the training room, the Jade Cultivator's figure flickered as if dissolving, transforming into countless ethereal sword lights. Swish, swish, swish. The Jade Cultivator then surged into the Carly's body entirely. The two merged into one, and the room became eerily quiet, almost terrifyingly so. Time ticked by. Suddenly, the Carly, who had been restrained and asleep, snapped her eyes open. Her pupils were filled with blood vessels, rendering the whites of her eyes completely invisible, as if they were naturally bloodshot. Ah! Seemingly enduring immense pain, the 13th princess of the Northern D let out an agonizing howl to the sky. Crack, crack. Continuous sounds of bone fractures and flesh tearing followed. Then, countless sword lights pierced through the Carly's body, forming the Jade Cultivator once again, who now stood on the ground. From extreme Een comes Yang, 9 Yang. Open for me. A massive voice echoed throughout the Dongtian. An overwhelmingly powerful aura spread outwards from the training room in all directions. Boom. Outside the true transmission courtyard, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. This Jade Cultivator's power has increased again. In another Dongtian, Jonathan sat cross-legged atop a huge chaotic Shannon pill furnace. Sensing the disturbance, he quickly shifted his gaze outward. On the peak of Tianya Amiyuntan, several elders were also startled. All eyes turned toward the Jade Cultivator's Dongtian. At this moment, far away in the Southern Savages, Zaire was traveling through endless forests with Lenore. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the translation reads fluently and naturally in English. The names have been kept consistent with their pinyin forms. Chapter 226. Intruding into the heavenly Amiyuntan secret realm. Massive trees, ancient temples, and primeval Taoist observatories whizzed past beneath them. By now, Zaire and Lenore had been flying non-stop for 3 days and nights. The route map provided by Simone was extremely intricate, sometimes requiring them to circle a location multiple